My name is Wang Yan, the undisputed academic and martial arts champion of Tianshui No. 1 High School for 3 consecutive years. Yet today, the profession I awakened left everyone utterly astonished. Aura Master. Can you believe it? Super genius Wang Yan actually awakened as an Aura Master. Have you heard? Not only does the Halo Master lack combat capabilities, their profession is pretty useless too. Percent exactly. Ordinary warriors and mages at least have skills like cleave and elemental missile at level 1, even priests have wave of water. But as a level 1 Aura Master, this damn thing only grants a measly 1% bonus to base attack. What a useless aura skill. What use is a mere 1% attack boost? Instantly, all the students' conversation shifted their focus onto me. No one could have anticipated that a prodigy like me, the top scorer in the imperial examinations, would awaken to such an utterly unexpected profession. Back in the classroom, I opened my attribute panel. Information, Divine Halo Master, Wang Yan level, 1 attributes. Intelligence 10, Strength 10, Constitution 10, Agility 10, Yuan Power, 100 points. Skill, Sacred Damage Aura. Divine Damage Aura. When activated, consumes 10 elemental power per second, causing all allied units within a radius of, all attributes x 10 meters to have their damage 100% converted to divine damage. Divine Damage. Ignores defense, ignores damage immunity, ignores blocking, ignores invincibility, ignores selection, void, evasion, and all other forms of resistance. I'm a bit stunned. My class is actually a Divine Aura Master? And the craziest part is this skill. Typical Aura Masters start with just a 1% boost to attack and defense, making the class pretty useless during the Great Mutation era. And I, right from the start, inflicted all allied units within a 400-meter radius with self-damage. 100% conversion into sacred damage? Holy cow! This kind of buff is absolutely game-breaking. Sacred damage is even more domineering than true damage, not only ignoring base defenses but also bypassing untargetable and ethereal states. Invincible resistance methods can be disregarded outright, and encountering tanky bosses only serves to drastically reduce the challenge of the strategy. Of course, activating an aura requires an Aura Master to expend primordial energy. Mana recovers by 1 point every hour, and can also melt equipment, skills, heavenly materials and earthly treasures, along with other items containing elemental energy, can be used to quickly replenish and restore energy. The consumption of an Aura Master is immense. A standard white tier equipment provides 1 unit of Yuan power, while bronze tier equipment grants 10 units. A basic skill provides 5 points of primal power, while a bronze skill grants 50 points. Activating the Sacred Damage Aura for just 1 minute requires melting down a full 60 pieces of blank equipment. That's 10 to 20,000 dragon coins worth. Damn it! Let's see who dares to look down on Aura Masters after this. The aura effect is overpowered, but I simply can't afford such terrifying consumption. Helpless, I sought out homeroom teacher Qinyao. Teacher, if my aura effect can convert 100% of all teammates' damage into sacred damage, then, can I apply for direct admission to the 3 Supreme Academies? The voluptuous Qinyao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Classmate Wang Yan, you're joking, aren't you? How could there be such an overpowered halo effect? Have you no idea how terrifying the potency of this sacred damage is? She didn't distrust me, it's just that the sacred damage effect was truly beyond comprehension. Even in the late game, an Aura Master who can boost their teammates' evolution by just 1% or 2% is enough to send everyone into a frenzy. I'm serious. I'm not joking. I grew anxious and directly displayed the effects of the newly awakened sacred damage aura before her. Upon seeing the halo skill's effects, Qinyao was instantly stunned. A massive 400-meter range from the very start. It can even convert 100% of self-inflicted damage from all allied units directly into holy damage effect? This is genius. Holy damage effect is something that even legendary tier powerhouses at levels 70 to 80, or even those at the Saint Domain tier, dream of obtaining. Now, it actually appeared on a first-level Halo Master? Qinyao instinctively swallowed hard. I believe you now. She had never seen a Halo practitioner as terrifying as me. You must understand, those dark gold tier Aura Masters in their 40s or even hero tier ones in their 50s. Being able to awaken a true damage aura is already considered incredibly rare, and even then, they might only convert about 10%, or even just 1% of it. Wang Yan, your condition is too extraordinary. I must report this to the principal. Rest assured, I will definitely fight for your maximum benefits, Qinyao said excitedly. Teacher, I just wanted to ask if someone like me could get a recommendation to the 3 Supreme Academies, specifically, Kyoto, Jinghai. Are you talking about the 3 Supreme Academies in Jiangnan? What are you saying? Of course, you can be recommended for admission, in fact, it's mandatory. After saying this, she ran excitably out of the classroom and headed straight for the principal's office. Principal Zhao Guofeng had just finished making several calls, trying to contact top universities to secure placements for the school's newly awakened talents. Holy Light Priest, Bloodthirsty Berserker, Dark Moon Mage, sought guaranteed admission pathways, but not a single mentor was willing to come for an inspection. Alas, this special admission exemption only lasts for a week. Zhao Guofeng rubbed his temples. Bang! The door to the principal's office was smashed open. Zhao Guofeng stared blankly at his homeroom teacher Qin Yao before him. Teacher Qin, what are you? Principal Zhao. I have urgent news to report. In our class, there's appeared a truly earth-shattering genius. Qin Yao blurted out directly. A genius? What genius? Teacher Qin, are you referring to those 3 geniuses who awaken rare professions? Zhao Guofeng chuckled lightly, not taking it to heart. However, Qin Yao repeatedly shook her head and then proceeded to recount Wang Yan's situation in detail to Principal Zhao Guofeng from beginning to end. Chapter 3, The Excited Principal. Tianshui City has thrived. He must be aware of the profession of Halo Master. But generally speaking, low-tier aura masters are pretty useless. They become powerful later on. But in the early stages, this profession is utterly useless. Not only are the effects of their auras severely limited, but the buffs they provide are often negligible. But Zhao Guofeng never imagined he'd encounter a genius with such an outrageously powerful aura effect. A 100% conversion rate for holy damage. Regardless of what aura he might awaken in the future. Even if this was his only one, it was enough to make every organization on Blue Star scramble to recruit this prodigy. Teacher Qin. Where is this prodigy? I need to see him now immediately, this very instant. He's currently in my office. Swish. Qin Yao hadn't even finished her sentence when Zhao Guofeng stormed out like a madman. Damn it. Who was it just now telling me not to get excited? Now he's more worked up than I am. Sighing, Qin Yao didn't bother overthinking it. She simply followed Zhao Guofeng back to her own office. You're the one who awakened the sacred damage aura? The moment he entered Qin Yao's office. Upon seeing Wang Yan, Zhao Guofeng couldn't help but ask. MHM. Upon hearing Zhao Guofeng's question, Wang Yan nodded in acknowledgement. Quick, let me see that aura effect. If it's real, then our Tianshui #1 high school will strike it rich this time. No, I mean, we'll truly make it big. Zhao Guofeng clenched his fists tightly, eagerly awaiting Wang Yan to demonstrate his aura effect. Wang Yan didn't hesitate. Upon hearing Zhao Guofeng's words, he immediately displayed his aura effect. Sacred damage aura. Holy. It really is holy damage. It's a 100% conversion. Damn. This is seriously insane. After witnessing the aura skill effect Wang Yan displayed, Zhao Guofeng was so overwhelmed with excitement he couldn't find words to describe his current state of mind. At that very moment, Wang Yan asked directly, Principal Zhao, do you think an aura master like me could get recommended admission to one of the 3 supreme academies? ? Hearing this, Zhao Guofeng froze for a moment. After a few seconds, he chuckled and said, what are you talking about, my friend? A genius like you should be asking those 3 supreme academies if they're worthy enough to offer you direct admission. With that, Zhao Guofeng couldn't be bothered with further small talk. Alright, let's not dwell on this any longer. A genius like Wang Yan is beyond our control. We should report this directly to President Liang Tian of Tianshui Academy. As for Wang Yan's advancement matters, Teacher Qin, I'll leave that to you for now. You know it'll take me some time to make the report, and aura masters awaken a new aura effect every 10 levels. So Wang Yan's development absolutely cannot fall behind. And frankly, I'm genuinely curious to see what kind of aura effect he'll awaken next. Let's be honest. Wang Yan's aura effect is absolutely insane. 100% conversion to holy damage. This isn't just tempting for ordinary players, it's incredibly alluring even to those high-level veterans in their 70s and 80s. Therefore, a talent like this must be recommended to the state. At that very moment, Liang Tian, president of the Tianshui City Guild of Practitioners, also answered his call. President Li, yes, this is Zhao Guofeng, principal of First Middle School. I have an urgent matter to report. Zhao Guofeng wasted no time. He immediately recounted the entire matter concerning Wang Yan in detail to Liang Tian. What? An aura master capable of converting 100% of their aura into holy damage? Get over here immediately. If this is true, I need to head to Dongshan province right away and report this matter. Upon hearing this news, Liang Tian jumped straight up from his chair in shock. Good heavens! This year, the heavens have bestowed such a formidable genius upon Tianshui City. This was absolutely thrilling. Without hesitation. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Guofeng headed straight for the Tianshui City Practitioners Guild. And at that very moment, Qin Yao, following Zhao Guofeng's instructions, and brought Wang Yan straight to a level 10 monster zone on the outskirts of Tianshui City. There was no other way. It wasn't that Qin Yao wasn't strong enough. Rather, if the monsters were too high level, there was an experience penalty system in place. Therefore, hunting monsters within 10 levels above Wang Yan's current level was the optimal choice. But, let's be honest. Having a beauty level up with you? That's absolutely awesome. Wang Yan had originally thought that after awakening this useless aura master ability, he'd have to beg and plead everywhere just to level up. But who knew? The school actually arranged such a perk. Teacher Qin, should I activate the aura effect? Upon arriving at the monster zone, Wang Yan volunteered. Actually, you don't need to activate it against these minor monsters. But if you want to test out the effects of your aura, Wang Yan, then go ahead and activate it. Honestly, Xinyao was still a bit eager for Wang Yan to activate his aura. After all, these level 10-ish monsters would be one-shot regardless of whether the aura was active. But regardless, as a mere level 30-something ranger, she rarely encountered holy damage, let alone true damage. Now, she genuinely wanted to experience what holy damage actually felt like. Alright. Hearing Qinyao's words, Wang Yan didn't hesitate. With a sweep of his arm, he generously activated his own aura effect. Aura, holy damage. The next second, a pure white aura effect instantly appeared within a 400-meter radius centered on Wang Yan. At that very moment, Xinyao saw the holy damage buff appear directly on her attribute panel. Ha! Who would have thought that one day I'd get to experience such a high-level combat state? She marveled inwardly. But Xinyao also knew that activating this sacred aura state must be taking a tremendous toll on Wang Yan. Without hesitation, she hesitated no longer. Lifting her longbow, she aimed directly at the several level 10 horned boar monsters ahead and released her arrow. Whoosh! 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 16,568. Holy damage. 16,568. Holy damage. 16,568. Holy damage. 16,568. Holy damage. At that moment, massive, terrifying numbers of pure white holy damage erupted wildly from the bodies of those horned pig monsters. Chapter 4. The beautiful teacher carries the team. Awakening the second aura. Witnessing this scene, Xinyao nearly burst with excitement. Woohoo, so this is holy damage. This is so satisfying. Ignores defense, ignores damage reduction. Ignores all resistance methods. Every single attack deals its maximum possible damage. Although Xinyao had only just slain a dozen or so leveled horned boars, these monsters still possessed several hundred points of defense. The most outrageous part? They even possessed a passive skill that reduced damage taken by 10%. For the average player, this was incredibly frustrating. But now, faced with this overwhelming holy damage, the crackhorn boar's once proud defense is utterly shattered. Every single attack allowed Xinyao to unleash her maximum damage. Ding! Your teammate Xinyao has defeated a level 10 split horn boar. You have gained 1000 EXP. Ding! 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 Your teammate Xinyao has defeated LV10 bronze tier boss raging horn boar. You have gained 15,200 EXP. Ding! Your level has increased. Current level 2. Ding! Ding! Your level has increased. Current level 5. Ding! You have obtained attribute bonuses, all attributes plus 5, free attribute points x20. Ding! Your level has reached LV5. You have successfully awakened the aura effect, God tier attack aura. Ha! Teacher Qin, I've awakened a new aura effect. After experiencing the overwhelming power of this divine damage, Xinyao went on a relentless monster grinding spree. In less than 2 hours, Wang Yan's level skyrocketed to a full LV5. However, what Wang Yan hadn't anticipated was that, typically, an aura master could only awaken their second aura skill upon reaching level 10. Yet he had just reached level 5 and had already awakened his second aura skill. However, upon hearing Wang Yan's words, Xinyao was also utterly astonished. But regardless, since it's been awakened, she must see what effect it actually has. Overthinking it now won't do any good. Wang Yan, let's see what this second aura skill of yours actually does. Without further thought, Xinyao asked directly. Wang Yan didn't bother with small talk either, immediately opening his attribute panel. He displayed the second aura skill divine tier attack aura before the two of them. Information, God tier aura master Wang Yan. Level 5. Attributes, Intelligence 35, Strength 15, Constitution 15, Agility 15. Elemental Power, 350 points. Skills, Sacred Damage Aura, God tier attack aura. Divine Attack Aura, upon activation, consumes 10 yuan power per second to boost the attack power of all friendly units within a radius of x 10 meters around the caster by 1000%. At that moment, upon witnessing the effect of Wang Yan's second aura skill Divine Attack Aura, Xinyao was instantly stunned. This is way too powerful? A direct tenfold increase in attack power? Once activated, this aura's effect would be nothing short of godlike. Wang Yan, I think we might need to hold off on leveling up for now. The effect of your second aura is downright insane. I need to report this to our principal immediately. Suddenly remembering something, Xinyao addressed Wang Yan directly. After all, Zhao Guofeng had also emphasized that Wang Yan's development couldn't wait a moment longer. Therefore, it was still necessary to discuss this with Wang Yan now. However, upon hearing Xinyao words, Wang Yan didn't hesitate for a second and agreed immediately. It's fine, Teacher Qin. Go ahead and report it. Are you kidding me? What objection could Wang Yan possibly have? These past few hours, he'd been lying low and soaking up experience points. Without exaggeration. He hadn't even bothered to move a muscle during that time. Anyway, the beautiful teacher was handling everything, why should he rush? Besides, the report wouldn't take long. Xin Yao nodded. Then, without further thought, she opened Zhao Guofeng's private chat window. After the Great Cataclysm, all professionals could add each other as friends. Only those who weren't acquainted would resort to phone calls. Principal Zhao, Wang Yan has now reached level 5 and activated his second aura skill. I've also sent you the visual effects of the aura directly. Image. Meanwhile, Tianshui City Professional Guild. Holy crap! Who would have thought there'd be such a genius? Holy damage, and it's an aura effect. Holy crap, this is just insane. And the range is huge too. For a level 1 practitioner, a 10-meter aura range is already impressive. The slightest movement would knock you out of it. This kid starts with a full 400 meters. That's just insane. In the guild leader's office. When Liang Tian heard the information reported by Zhao Guofeng, he was utterly stunned. At that very moment, Zhao Guofeng suddenly noticed a notification flash on Qin Yao's profile icon in his friend list. Without thinking, he tapped to open it. This sight stunned Zhao Guofeng twice over. The first shock. Wang Yan had just reached level 5, yet he'd already unlocked his second aura? You see? Most aura masters only unlock their second aura upon reaching level 10. The second shock was the visual effect of Wang Yan's second aura. Holy crap! A straight 1000% boost, meaning a 10-fold increase in attack power. And that's not all. After leveling up a few times, this guy's aura range has skyrocketed from the original 400 meters to a whopping 800 meters. Holy crap! How is anyone else supposed to compete with this? You gotta understand. For ordinary aura masters, when they first awaken their aura at level 1, having a range of 20 or 30 meters is already considered incredibly powerful. But Wang Yan's easily spans several hundred meters, even over 1,000 meters. This is just too insane. Just then, seeing Zhao Guofeng suddenly freeze in shock, Liang Tian asked in surprise, Principal Zhao, what's going on? President Li, take a look. Wang Yan's surprise for us doesn't end there. As you know, ordinary aura masters can only awaken a new aura every 10 levels. But not only did he awaken his second aura skill at level 5, but the effect of this second aura skill is utterly game-changing. Chapter 5, National War. As he spoke, Zhao Guofeng immediately displayed the aura effect Xin Yao had just sent to Liang Tian. God tier attack aura. Whoa! At that moment, upon seeing Zhao Guofeng's screenshot, Liang Tian froze in shock. Holy crap! This kid is seriously defying the heavens. Divine damage. 10-fold attack. Once this God tier aura effect activates, it'll completely transform the entire team. Wait a minute. If this prodigy could join the national war in a month. Suddenly, at that very moment, Liang Tian seemed to have a sudden realization. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guofeng narrowed his eyes slightly and couldn't help but ask, Chairman Li, are you referring to the upcoming All Blue Star New Generation Professional International League in a month? Exactly. Liang Tian nodded. This All Blue Star Professional Practitioners International League is held once every 10 years. All practitioners who successfully awaken within that decade are eligible to participate. Blue Star has entered the Great Transformation era. For a full 500 years, this global Blue Star Professional Practitioners International League has been held for over 200 years. However, as you know, our Dragon Nation has never achieved particularly high rankings in these national competitions. This has even led to our nation lacking significant influence on the international stage. If we can get this young man to participate in this year's Blue Star New Generation Professional International League, then our Dragon Nation will undoubtedly secure the coveted top spot this year. Clap. Right. Exactly. Why didn't I think of that? Upon hearing Liang Tian's words, Zhao Guofeng instantly slapped his thigh and exclaimed in astonishment. However, in this All Blue Star New Generation Professional International League, Dragon Nation's poor ranking wasn't due to lack of strength. It was because those other nations were always playing dirty tricks. Take the Ice Cold Nation, for instance, or the Cherry Blossom Nation. Sometimes, even the Lighthouse Nation and the Bear Nation resort to underhanded tactics. All to secure a higher placement. Those national teams will stop at nothing. However, the powerful professionals of the Dragon Nation typically adhere to a straightforward, honorable combat style. Generally speaking, those formidable professionals simply disdain such underhanded tactics. However, it is precisely for this reason Dragon Nation has consistently been at a disadvantage in this All Blue Star New Generation Practitioners International League. There's no way around it. Open attacks are easy to dodge, but hidden arrows are hard to guard against. You fight them with fists and feet, but they fight you with cunning. Who can withstand that? Without exaggeration, those utterly despicable scoundrels from the Ice Cold Kingdom and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom to win, they'd do just about anything. But If Wang Yan can participate in this year's All-Blue Star New Generation Professional International League, then this year's national competition would be a foregone conclusion. Without exaggeration. Even if Wang Yan were to cease awakening any further aura effects from this moment onward, even if he relied solely on the god-tier boosts from these two existing halos, any underhanded or dirty tricks would be utterly useless. By then, those so-called Ice Cold Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, Lighthouse Nation, and the like should get a taste of what it's like. What the hell is this nonsense about brute force trumping skill? Just imagining this scenario is enough to send shivers down your spine. Liang Tian was already itching to throw Wang Yan into the national war battlefield right now. With that thought in mind, Liang Tian declared directly, "Alright, I can't make a decision about Wang Yan's situation right now. We must report this to higher up, specifically through Provincial Governor Lin Chon, directly to the Dragon Nation's Central Court Guild. And while we're reporting, we absolutely must document Wang Yan's growth. By the way, what is this prodigy doing now? Chairman Li, I've entrusted one of our school's ranger instructors to guide Wang Yan in leveling up." Zhao Guofeng reported immediately. "Alright." Liang Tian nodded. Although national regulations stipulate that mentors cannot interfere with students' personal cultivation practices. But this was an exceptional case. Besides, even if Wang Yan were to find a team on his own, someone like a Halo Master who possesses no combat abilities whatsoever would still need someone to guide him. Therefore, Liang Tian didn't say much more. However, many aura masters face significant limitations after awakening those god-tier auras. Therefore, to truly gauge this prodigy's potential, we must observe whether his abilities actually affect high-level practitioners. This way, let's first allow Wang Yan to enhance his own strength. Once this prodigy gains some strength under that instructor's guidance tomorrow and we have concrete records, I'll have him join us on an advanced dungeon run. With concrete records in hand, I'll then report to the provincial authorities." After pondering for a moment, Liang Tian declared earnestly, "After all, some aura masters' awakened abilities, though seemingly powerful, come with numerous limitations. For instance, they might only work on allies or monsters below their own level, or only affecting 1 or 2 units at a time. In short, these game-changing aura effects might seem wonderful on paper. But to truly understand their capabilities, we'll need to see them in action during actual combat. He still hasn't truly seen Wang Yan in action. So whether this genius is truly a genius remains to be seen. Only after meeting him in person and witnessing the aura's effects firsthand can we determine his true cultivation potential. Honestly, if I rashly report this now, only to discover Wang Yan's abilities fall far short of expectations, wouldn't that be laughable? Anyway, a day or two more won't make a difference. Moreover, Liang Tian had a bit of personal interest in doing this too. Recently, his own team was competing with the team led by the president of neighboring Silver Sea City for a level 50 heroic tier dungeon. It would be perfect timing to test Wang Yan's true strength while tackling the dungeon. If he truly lived up to his expectations, then forget about Tianshui City. Even Dongshan Province wouldn't be able to contain this prodigy. Only the highest echelons of the Dragon Nation, namely the Dragon Nation's Central Court Guild, could properly cultivate a prodigy with such godlike talent. Very well. I'll have Wang Yan prepare immediately. Notify me immediately upon your return. Zhao Guofeng nodded with some excitement. Chapter 6, Liang Tian's thoughts. He had originally thought that once this matter reached the city level, it would already be sufficiently sensational. But unexpectedly, Chairman Liang Tian intended to escalate it to the provincial guild. This was simply beyond belief. But ultimately, it was the city president's order. He had no choice but to comply. However, it was precisely at this moment Zhao Guofeng suddenly remembered something and blurted out, "Chairman Li, if we really escalate this all the way up, could there be some kind of misstep along the way?" "Mistakes? What kind of mistake?" Hearing this, Liang Tian was momentarily taken aback. "Nothing. I just mean, with all these layers of reporting, wouldn't there be too many people who know about this genius's emergence? What if some unscrupulous person learns about Wang Yan's situation? It could endanger him. You must understand, while geniuses possess potential, if they catch the eye of the wrong people, Wang Yan's life could be in danger." To be honest, Zhao Guofeng had his own concerns too. After all, such incidents happen far too often internationally. One day it's a Lighthouse Nation prodigy assassinated by demonic traitors. Or how geniuses from the Vatican are strangled in their cradles. Truth be told, if Wang Yan were to suffer the same fate, Zhao Guofeng would truly regret it for the rest of his life. But, hearing this, Liang Tian burst into laughter. "Ha, Principal Zhao, are you afraid this kid will be captured for dissection research?" No. I wouldn't dare think such a thing." Zhao Guofeng shook his head repeatedly. "Alright. I must admit, you've thought this through pretty thoroughly." Liang Tian shook his head, patted Zhao Guofeng's shoulder, and smiled indifferently. "But there's one thing you've forgotten. Our Dragon Nation isn't some dangerous country like the Lighthouse Nation or the Fan Nation. The protection our nation affords its geniuses is something other countries can only dream of. If the Central Court Guild of our Dragon Nation were to learn of this matter, the level of protection afforded to Wang Yan would far exceed anything ordinary people could imagine. Alright, go handle your own affairs for now. Remember, you must meticulously document all information concerning Wang Yan. Yes, sir. Chairman Li, understood. Zhao Guofeng exhaled deeply, no longer dwelling on it. Indeed. He had heard of many cases where prodigies were assassinated, but most of those incidents occurred abroad. As for Longhua, he had genuinely never heard of such a thing. It seemed he really had overthought it. After all, Dragon Nation wasn't just any ordinary country. It was renowned as the safest nation on the entire Blue Star without a single rival. After bidding farewell to Liang Tian, Zhao Guofeng headed straight back to Tianshui City. Meanwhile, Level 10 Wilderness Monster Zone. Qin Yao and Wang Yan were still grinding monsters here. Scatter arrows. Whoosh. 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 176,568. Holy damage. 176,568. Holy damage. 176,568. Holy damage. 176,568. Holy damage. As a series of exploding holy damage numbers appeared, the vast horde of monsters before Qin Yao was instantly obliterated. At that very instant, a series of kill reward notifications instantly appeared before Wang Yan's eyes. Ding! Your teammate Qin Yao has defeated LV-18 Frenzy Giant Python. You have gained 1800 EXP. Ding! 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 Your level has increased. Current level, 10. Ding! You have gained attribute bonuses, all attributes +1, free attribute points +5. Ding! Your level has reached LV-10. You have successfully awakened the aura effect, God tier invisibility aura. Phew! Whoa, time really flies, it's already night. Wang Yan, I never imagined your aura effect would be this powerful. Normally, my scatter arrows can only deal around 10,000 damage at best. But now, with your holy damage aura effect and the tenfold base attack boost from the God tier attack aura effect, I'm casually dealing nearly 200,000 damage per shot. This feels amazing. After effortlessly one-shotting several level 18 giant python mobs before her, Qin Yao couldn't help but exclaim in awe. If only she could maintain this damage output permanently. Not only could Qin Yao easily farm gold tier dungeons at her current level, even if she, currently in her 30s, were to directly challenge a level 40 dark gold tier dungeon, it would be a piece of cake. Unfortunately, activating such a powerful aura came at a terrifying cost. Holy damage aura, 10 points of yuan power per second. Divine attack aura, also 10 points of yuan power per second. If both auras were activated simultaneously, that would consume a full 20 points of yuan power per second. You must understand. For an aura master to replenish yuan power solely through natural recovery, it takes a full 24 hours to restore just 1 point. Even a god tier aura master like Wang Yan requires 1 hour to replenish a single point. To sustain them for extended periods, one can only rely on equipment, skills, or other precious items to directly fuse and replenish it. Without exaggeration, if both major auras were activated simultaneously for just 1 hour, the sheer energy drain alone would cost over 2 million dragon coins. Who could possibly sustain such an expenditure? 1 hour of that would cost the equivalent of 2 or 3 decades worth of living expenses for an ordinary person. Oh, right. Wang Yan, did you just level up to 10? Did you awaken any new aura effects? Qin Yao's current mission was to guide Wang Yan through leveling up and document all his current stats. All that other nonsense overthinking it wouldn't accomplish much anyway. Upon hearing Qin Yao's question, Wang Yan nodded. Yes, teacher Qin Yao. Just hit level 10 and awakened a god tier invisibility aura. At this point, Wang Yan displayed this third newly awakened aura skill before the two of them. Information, God tier aura master Wang Yan. Level, 10. Attributes, Intelligence 65, Strength 20, Constitution 20, Agility 20. Elemental power, 750 points. Skills, Divine damage aura, God tier attack aura, God tier stealth aura. Divine stealth aura, upon activation, consumes 10 yuan power per second to instantly cloak all friendly units within a radius of x 10 meters around the caster. This stealth ignores detection from any perception-based skills or items. While in God tier stealth, movement speed increases by 100%. After each active attack, the unit will re-enter stealth after 1 second. Chapter 7, Qin Yao's excitement. God tier invisibility aura. At that moment, upon witnessing the effect of Wang Yan's third aura skill Divine stealth aura, Qin Yao was instantly stunned. This aura's effect is a bit over the top, isn't it? Judging by Wang Yan's current stats. Never mind the specifics of this god tier invisibility aura's effects, its current range alone had reached a staggering 1,250 meters. Moreover, it must be emphasized that this 1,250 meter radius is centered directly on Wang Yan himself. In other words, The actual effective range of this aura is a whopping 2,500 meters. Setting aside other factors, this aura's range alone is already mind-blowing. Then there's the aura's mind-blowing effect. As long as one's yuan power is sufficient, they can enter stealth mode indefinitely. The most absurd part? This invisibility effect cannot be detected by any perception or anti-stealth skills whatsoever. Moreover, because this is an aura-based stealth effect, even if your stealth is broken by an active attack, you'll re-enter stealth mode within a mere second. Not only that, all allies under this stealth effect also gain a 100% movement speed boost. This. For assassin-type players, this is nothing short of a god-tier aura effect. With Wang Yan's support, assassin players wouldn't have to worry about getting countered after using their skill combo if it didn't land a one-hit kill. No! It's not just assassins. Even for her ranger class, this stealth aura is an utterly game-changing existence. You see? For rangers to deal damage, they rely on their agile positioning to constantly adjust their attack stance. With this game-changing stealth aura, after firing an arrow, they instantly slip into stealth. For enemies of assassin classes, forget about killing them. Even pinpointing their location becomes utterly impossible. Awesome! This is just too satisfying. Too bad Wang Yan has no yuan power left. Otherwise, Xinyao would have definitely experienced the effects of this god-tier stealth aura. But even without experiencing it now, Xinyao knew just how terrifying such an aura effect truly was. Wang Yan, your aura effect is just too insane. Seeing this god-tier aura effect, Xinyao couldn't help but exclaim. Heh, just got lucky. Wang Yan didn't elaborate further. Leveling up without lifting a finger, resources without a care. In fact, the yuanli energy consumed when he activated the aura earlier? That was all extracted from the gear Xinyao had looted from minor monsters during this period. However, these plain white gear pieces barely provided any yuanli at all. Therefore, Xinyao could only experience the exhilaration of Wang Yan's god-tier auras once in a blue moon. Yet, even just experiencing them for a few seconds left her feeling utterly satisfied. If a genius like Wang Yan could join a national organization, or even enter the Dragon Nation's Central Court Guild directly, with the support and cultivation of a national organization, only then can Wang Yan truly unleash his full potential. Following me to farm monsters. That would indeed be a waste of his talents. After all, Xinyao is merely a tool for leveling up Wang Yan at this point. Just then, Xinyao suddenly noticed a notification flash on her friend list. Principal Zhao? Seeing the blinking avatar in her friend list, Xinyao instantly perked up. Without hesitation, Xinyao immediately opened the private chat window with Zhao Guofeng, determined to find out what was going on. Zhao Guofeng, I'm back from the city. President Li said to have you continue leveling up Wang Yan. After tomorrow, send Wang Yan directly to the city guild to test his abilities. Oh, and how is Wang Yan doing now? Upon seeing Zhao Guofeng's message, Xinyao didn't hesitate to reply, Principal Zhao, Wang Yan has already reached level 10 and awakened a new aura skill. Image. Meanwhile, the moment Zhao Guofeng saw the effect of Wang Yan's third aura in Xinyao's message, he was utterly stunned. Divine tier invisibility aura? Infinite stealth, impossible to detect, and it even boosts movement speed by 100%? Holy crap! This aura master, Wang Yan. I'm starting to lose my sense of shock. At that moment, Zhao Guofeng was utterly dumbfounded. Awakening a holy damage aura was bad enough, but now a god-tier stealth aura? Never mind the game-breaking aura effects. The sheer range alone was absurdly vast. A radius of 1,250 meters. A diameter of 2,500 meters. Once this aura activates, it won't just affect ordinary assassins and other such classes. It drastically elevates the safety of the entire team to an utterly insane level. Just imagine. A party of professionals with infinite stealth activated enters a dungeon. The boss monsters inside the dungeon wouldn't even know what hit them before being taken down by clusters of air. Forget being killed. They'd be scared to death. Infinite invisibility. Who the hell could resist such temptation? It's practically invincibility, right? Forget actually experiencing this god-tier invisibility aura. Just imagining the scene alone is mind-blowing. Impressive. Absolutely incredible. Honestly, if Chairman Li hadn't told him to wait until tomorrow to go to the Tianshui Practitioners Guild, I'd be urging Wang Yan to test its strength right now. After witnessing the effects of this god-tier invisibility aura, Zhao Guofeng was completely blown away. However, Zhao Guofeng currently had no dungeon resources. Taking Wang Yan to kill minor monsters wouldn't showcase the god-tier aura's game-changing potential. After all, only when facing powerful dungeon-level monsters could these auras truly unleash their overwhelming dominance. Moreover, forget Zhao Guofeng. Even Xinyao herself now felt that having Wang Yan by her side was nothing short of a waste of his potential. Forget it. No point overthinking it. Teacher Qin, didn't you say Wang Yan can awaken a new aura effect every 5 levels now? Would one night be enough for him to reach level 15? If not, then maybe he should just rest for now. Even if you can handle staying up all night, Wang Yan's body might not be able to endure it. Thinking this, Zhao Guofeng couldn't help but speak up directly. Chapter 8, Teacher Qin, are you going to rest with me? Probably not. After pondering for a moment, Qin Yao replied, I've been at it since 9 this morning 12 hours straight and I've only just reached level 10. If I want to hit level 15, even at my fastest pace, it'll take at least 2 or 3 days. One night simply isn't enough. Is that so? Sigh. Then forget it. President Li said he wants him to join a dungeon run tomorrow. Since you can't reach level 15 and awaken a new aura, you should just rest up with Wang Yan. Don't push yourself too hard. Though it's true that every time a professional levels up, their stamina is restored. But regardless, even if your stamina holds up, your physical endurance won't last. Ever since the awakening ceremony ended, Wang Yan has been grinding monsters non-stop all day. Even if Qin Yao isn't tired, Wang Yan is exhausted. A genius like this Zhao Guofeng couldn't bear to let Wang Yan push herself to exhaustion. So it's best to rest up. But if Wang Yan were to hear that, he'd probably laugh himself silly. Just kidding. All day long, Wang Yan was either sleeping or playing with the little animals under the shade of the trees. Spawning monsters? What grinding? He barely moved at all day, okay? The only times he'd even shift his but were when Qin Yao needed to find better leveling spots after he'd leveled up. No exaggeration. He spent the entire day practically resting. Tired? You've got to be kidding me. Who would feel tired when leveling up in such a comfortable environment? Wang Yan even felt he could keep battling for another 3 days and nights. However, upon hearing Zhao Guofeng's words, Qin Yao immediately followed his instructions. After clearing the monsters around her, Qin Yao walked straight over to Wang Yan and relayed all the information Zhao Guofeng had just shared with her. Ha! So tomorrow we're heading to the Tianshui City Guild of Professionals to run dungeons with the guildmaster? Hearing this, Wang Yan suddenly perked up with interest. Who knew he'd be treated so well? First, a beauty takes him under her wing. And now a big shot was summoning him. Sure thing. Tell Principal Zhao I'll definitely be there tomorrow. Without a second thought, Wang Yan agreed immediately. Got it. I'll inform Principal Zhao immediately. Tonight, let's both get a good rest. Tomorrow, we'll head to the Tianshui City Guild of Professionals together. Hearing Wang Yan's words, Qin Yao nodded in satisfaction. They say geniuses always have that peculiar personality. But now it seems this Wang Yan fellow is actually quite easy to get along with. However, upon hearing Qin Yao's words, Wang Yan froze in surprise. Teacher Qin, you mean tonight the two of us rest? Ha? Wait, that's not right. You mean we should just rest tonight? Wait, no. Oh my. No, it's not what you're thinking. Principal Zhao just meant we should get some rest and not push ourselves too hard. Wang Yan, you're so naughty. What were you thinking? At that moment, Qin Yao's pretty face flushed bright red. She was only 23 or 24 years old. It was the age when a woman's femininity was at its peak, filled with endless fantasies about such matters. Hearing Wang Yan say such things, Qin Yao's heart began to pound wildly. All right. I was just joking, Teacher Qin. Wang Yan shrugged and said with a smile. But just then, a question suddenly occurred to him. Wang Yan asked directly, by the way, Teacher Qin, you mentioned President Li wants me to join him for dungeon runs. They're doing level 50 dungeons. As a level 10 aura master, will I even get any experience rewards? It's worth noting that, under the influence of the Heavenly Tao rules, if a monster is more than 10 levels higher than the player, they won't receive any experience rewards. This was likely a mechanism of the Heavenly Tao rules, designed to prevent powerful practitioners from forcing weaklings to reach heights beyond their natural potential. However, regardless, I'm also affected by the Heavenly Tao rules. Those level 50-60 dungeon monsters, what experience could I possibly gain by tagging along with them to farm mobs? Upon hearing this, Qin Yao smiled faintly and immediately clarified for Wang Yan, you needn't worry about that. Our guild leader definitely has beast blood potions, that's precisely why he invited you to join his party. Beast blood potion? Hearing this, Wang Yan froze in surprise. Teacher Qin, could it be that beast blood potion that boosts experience rewards? As the top student in both academics and martial arts at Tianshui First High School for 3 consecutive years. Even if Wang Yan hadn't seen it in person. Even if he hadn't seen one in person, he'd certainly read about them in books. After being processed by high-level alchemists, the blood of a boss could produce an effect that boosted the experience gained. A single bottle of bronze-grade beast blood could grant an additional 100% experience boost lasting 1 hour. Moreover, the higher the rank of the boss's blood, the better the effect. More importantly, once you consume any beast blood potion, even a common grade, your experience won't be split when in a party. Instead, when slaying monsters, you gain 100% of the experience as if soloing. In other words, if defeating a monster grants 100 EXP points, without the beast blood potion, In a full party of 10, each member would gain 10 EXP. But the player using the Beast Blood Potion would receive all 100 EXP points directly. However, if the others are not using Beast Blood Potions, they still only get 10 points. And this is merely the most basic, ordinary grade Beast Blood Potion. In Blue Star, the tier classifications for all items, equipment, and skills are also quite clear. They are Bronze, Silver, Gold, Dark Gold, Heroic, Epic, Legendary, Sacred. The higher the tier of an item, the better its effects. As for Common Tier, is commonly referred to as Subpar Tier or Apprentice Tier. As for Bronze Tier items, the Bronze Grade Beast Blood Potion, crafted from the blood extracted from Bronze Grade bosses, is even more formidable. Not only do you gain your original experience while in a party, but you also receive an additional 100% boost. Silver Grade Potions provide a 200% boost. Gold Tier Beast Blood Potions deliver a staggering 500% boost. Moreover, it's not just about experience gains. Using a Beast Blood Potion instantly shatters the level 10 experience cap. Chapter 9, the game-changing Beast Blood Potion. In other words, once the experience potion is used, it's said that even slaying a level 100 monster allows a level 1 adventurer to enjoy the experience boost. This is truly game-changing. That's precisely why Beast Blood Potions have always been so expensive. At the Tianshui City Trading Guild, even a basic grade Beast Blood Potion costs 10,000 yuan per bottle, and its effects barely last an hour. Bronze grade Beast Blood Potions are even pricier. Their price soars as high as 100,000 dragon coins. That's equivalent to several years' worth of living expenses for an average family of 4. Consider this. Even 10 years ago, after Wang Yan's parents both level 38 passed away, he only received 200,000 dragon coins in death benefits. Even if he spent every last coin, it would barely cover 2 bottles of bronze-grade Beast Blood Potions. If he could actually get his hands on something like this, that would be absolutely amazing. And it's the experience reward from a level 50-60 dungeon monster. My leveling speed would skyrocket. At that moment, Xinyao stated directly, but these are all rare resources. Ordinary people like us definitely don't have access to them. And we couldn't afford them anyway. However, if you could join Chairman Li's team, then you'd probably be able to get your hands on some Beast Blood Potion resources. Got it. Wang Yan nodded in understanding. Exactly. With Beast Blood Potions, he could naturally team up with Chairman Li to tackle dungeons. By then, my leveling speed would skyrocket. After leaving the training zone, the two decided to rest. Xinyao then brought Wang Yan back to the urban area of Tianshui City. They picked a random hotel and immediately crashed. The next morning, after a quick wash and breakfast, Xinyao and Wang Yan headed straight back to school to find Principal Zhao Guofeng. Everyone's here, right? If there are no other issues, let's go see President Li right away. Zhao Guofeng wasted no time. Upon seeing the two, he immediately took them by car to the Tianshui City Practitioners Guild. An hour or two later, a magnificent building appeared before Wang Yan's eyes. This was the Tianshui City Guild of Professionals, a place Wang Yan had never visited before. The guild was divided into 3 main sections. Service Hall, a place where people can commission or accept tasks. The office of Li Yingtian, head of the Tianshui Guild, is also located here, used for handling routine administrative tasks. Trading Hall, similar in function to the Treasure Vault, but with fairer pricing unlike the black market where prices fluctuate wildly. Awakening Hall, true to its name. This is where professionals undergo awakening and advancement. The purpose of Wang Yan and his companion's journey was to find Li Yingtian in the business hall. Before long, guided by Zhao Guofeng, Wang Yan soon laid eyes on the undisputed ruler of Tianshui City, Li Yingtian. Principal Zhao, is this the prodigy Wang Yan? The moment he saw Wang Yan, Li Yingtian stood up immediately. Yes. Zhao Guofeng nodded, then proceeded with the introductions. Chairman Li, this is Wang Yan. And this is his instructor, Xinyao, a level 37 late-stage gold tier ranger. Excellent, excellent. Teacher Xinyao, please brief us on Wang Yan's current situation. After gesturing for everyone to sit down, he turned directly to Xinyao with his question. President Li, after a full day of training yesterday, Wang Yan has now reached level 10 and awakened 3 divine tier auras. They are. After several minutes of explanation, Xinyao relayed all the information currently known about Wang Yan. She even elaborated on. She emphasized the combat experience she gained when Wang Yan activated his auras during their joint battle yesterday. At that moment, Li Yingtian was utterly stunned. You mean, his aura effect actually enhances the combat performance of high-level professionals like you? And the enhancement isn't even diminished? Yes. Xinyao nodded with absolute certainty. Holy crap, that's downright bizarre. A genius. This is the peerless genius our Dragon Nation needs. After hearing Xinyao's explanation, Li Yingtian was utterly stunned. He had originally thought Wang Yan's aura must have significant limitations. But now it seemed Wang Yan's aura was universally applicable across all levels. This is just too awesome. Wait. Quick. Quick, let me see what that god-tier invisibility aura actually does. Seriously. The moment he first heard about this god-tier invisibility aura, Liang Tian couldn't help but want to experience it right away. You see. He and Qin Yao were both ranger-class adventurers. Moreover, possessing a god-tier stealth aura like Wang Yan's meant his raid team could completely eliminate the need for frontline tanking warriors who drew aggro and absorbed damage. In that case, the entire party's damage output would skyrocket by untold levels. But that's not all. With such an invisibility aura effect, even fragile classes like mages and rangers would see their survival rates skyrocket. This is going to be absolutely mind-blowing. Upon hearing Liang Tian's words, Wang Yan immediately demonstrated the effects of his god-tier invisibility aura. Divine tier invisibility aura. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Infinite stealth, impossible to detect, and it boosts movement speed by 100%? And it even has a radius of over 1,000 meters? Holy crap! This is insane. Absolutely insane. Upon seeing this aura effect, Liang Tian was utterly stunned. The aura effect Wang Yan awakened was just too insane. Forget everything else. Even without the holy damage and tenfold attack effects, just this god-tier stealth aura alone is enough to defy the heavens. Are you kidding me? With the entire team infinitely stealthed, impossible to detect, and even gaining 100% movement speed, who could possibly kill them? Not only does it elevate your damage output by orders of magnitude, it even maxed out their survivability. You must understand. While lock-on abilities are indeed nullified during stealth, but when it comes to area of effect damage skills unleashed by mage-type boss monsters, you'll still take damage even while invisible. However, with this 100% movement speed boost added, even those massive AoE damage skills can be dodged in time. Whoa! Liang Tian couldn't even begin to imagine how exhilarating that would feel. Chapter 10, Yuan Energy Pool. Extra reward from President Tianxue. By the way, Wang Yan, could you activate your aura effect now so I can experience it? Liang Tian blurted out the request to Wang Yan. Well, President Li, to be honest, after grinding monsters all day yesterday, my Yuan power is completely depleted. It hasn't recovered yet. Hearing Liang Tian's request, Wang Yan replied awkwardly. His Yuan power only recovered a little bit every hour. After grinding monsters all day yesterday, his Yuan power was long gone. Yuan energy? Yes, yes. For an aura master to activate an aura skill, it does indeed require consuming Yuan power. To restore Yuan power, one must consume treasures imbued with Yuan power energy, correct? Perfect timing, I have a Yuan Li pool right here. It contains a full 100,000 points of Yuan Li energy. Go ahead and use it. If it runs out later, we'll replenish it. At that moment, Liang Tian suddenly understood. Exactly. With such an incredibly powerful aura, activating it must consume a massive amount of Yuan power. For this reason, Liang Tian had specifically made a trip to Linyan City yesterday to borrow a Yuan energy pool from an old friend who was a hero-tier aura master. When Wang Yan saw this thing, he was momentarily stunned. A Yuan energy pool. Wang Yan had heard of such things. It was a treasure capable of storing vast amounts of Yuan power. He never imagined that Liang Tian, the guild leader of Tianxue City, would have even this prepared for him. It must be said, the treatment he was receiving was truly exceptional. Then, when Wang Yan directly took the sky blue transparent sphere, roughly the size of a goose egg, he immediately began absorbing Yuan Li energy from it. Ding! You have absorbed energy from the energy pool. Energy plus 10. Ding! Ding! The rate at which his Yuan power reserves were increasing was astonishingly fast. In just a few seconds, Wang Yan had completely replenished his Yuan power reserves by 750 points. Immediately afterward, Wang Yan immediately activated the effects of the three major auras. The next moment, Liang Tian, Zhao Guofeng, Qin Yao, and Wang Yan himself all saw three god-tier aura statuses appear in their attribute panel status bars. Upon seeing these three truly god-tier aura statuses with his own eyes, Liang Tian could no longer sit still. Gulp! Wang Yan, I was wondering if you're free right now? I'd like to invite you to join our team for a hero-tier dungeon run. What do you think? Sure, I'm free right now. Wang Yan agreed immediately. Great! 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 Liang Tian exclaimed 3 times in a row. He immediately stood up, walked over to Wang Yan, and handed him several bottles of crimson potions. Wang Yan, let's not waste any more time. We're heading out now. These are silver-grade beast blood potions. After use, not only will you directly gain the experience of high-level monsters within the instance, but you'll also receive an additional 200% boost. Take these bottles for now. If you run out, I'll give you more. At this moment, Liang Tian genuinely felt a surge of anticipation about teaming up with Wang Yan for the dungeon run. Well, thank you very much, President Li. Seeing the 3 full bottles of silver-grade beast blood potion Liang Tian handed him, Wang Yan felt a surge of excitement. The Tianxue guild leader truly had abundant resources. Blood potions that ordinary people could barely get their hands on, he could just pull out 3 bottles and give them to him. Needless to say, he must have even more beast blood potions in his possession. Soon after, Wang Yan followed Li Yingtian straight to a wilderness monster zone. After winding through twists and turns, they finally caught sight of a deep, dark cave entrance. This is our destination. Heroic tier dungeon, underground demon's lair. While the monsters inside are all over level 50, rest assured, Wang Yan will guarantee your safety. Li Yingtian took this dungeon very seriously. But right now, the most important thing was clearly Wang Yan. Are you kidding me? A light master this god tier? Forget assigning just 2 or 3 team members to protect him. Even if it meant committing over half the team's strength to protect him, it would be worth it. Soon. Not long after Wang Yan and the others arrived here, several more professionals began appearing one after another from nearby. Judging by the situation, these must be the other major members of Li Yingtian's team. As soon as they arrived, Li Yingtian introduced them to Wang Yan. Wang Yan, this is Su Muqing, level 59 heroic tier holy light priest. Lu Shuiyao, level 56 silver moon priest. Chen Xiyu, level 58 dominance warrior. Chen Ming, level 59 sunflower mage. A minute or 2 passed. When Li Yingtian finished his introductions, including Wang Yan and Li Yingtian, it was a fully staffed 10-person team of professionals. At that very moment, Chen Xiyu, clad in a full suit of female armor, stepped directly before Wang Yan. After sizing him up, Chen Xiyu remarked with interest, "So this is the legendary Wang Yan? Rest assured, during this dungeon run, Su Muqing, Lu Shuiyao, and I will personally protect you. How about it? Satisfied? Satisfied? Of course I'm satisfied. 3 level 50-60 beauties, a priestess and a warrior guarding him, plus his own god tier stealth aura? His sense of security was off the charts. Moreover, that level 59 holy light priest, Su Muqing, possessed an extremely rare undead type skill. Divine Protection instantly grants an ally the Divine Protection effect, rendering them immune to all lethal damage for 10 seconds. Upon expiration, restores 10% of the ally's maximum health. Never mind anything else. Even if they encounter danger in a dungeon. With this holy light protection, Wang Yan can guarantee absolute safety. What? Sacred damage can break through the holy light protection effect? You've got to be kidding me. How could monsters in a mere hero tier dungeon possibly possess holy type damage effects? Then, led by Li Yingtian, the group opened the dungeon with a hint of anticipation. Ding! You have opened the entrance to the heroic dungeon, Venomous Swamp. Please select your desired difficulty level. Easy, hard, nightmare, hell, Azura. Easy difficulty. Li Yingtian had intended to dive straight into hard difficulty. But, for Wang Yan's safety, he settled for the next best option and decided to test the waters with easy first. The next second, after a dizzying sensation, the group found themselves transported to a swamp shrouded in toxic miasma. Chapter 11, Did I just cast a forbidden spell? Upon entering the venomous swamp, the group immediately encountered a dense horde of black venomous cat demons guarding the dungeon entrance. As far as the eye could see, there were nearly 1,000 of them. As the party stepped into the instance, the venomous cat demons turned their gaze toward them in unison. Their eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty red light, and they emitted a series of dangerous growls. Venomous cat demons were the most common monsters in the venomous swamp. Their claws carried potent venom, and they possessed high agility and movement speed. Though their health pools were low, they had a high chance of dodging enemy attacks. Su Muqing gasped. Oh no, it's a monster tide. Monster swarms were an extremely rare occurrence within dungeons. At certain times, for unknown reasons, monsters inexplicably gather together to form a monster surge. As the saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant. Even the lowest tier monsters become extremely dangerous when gathered together. The worst case scenario was when the swarm appeared right at the dungeon entrance. After entering a dungeon, exiting requires a 1-minute cooldown period. If an unlucky adventurer encounters a monster surge shortly after entering and can't survive the minute, they'll meet a gruesome end. The group never expected to encounter such an extremely rare monster wave right off the bat. Worse still, the wave had blocked the dungeon entrance, leaving them completely trapped with no escape route. Li Yingtian, being the seasoned veteran he was, scanned the open space to the right and commanded in a deep voice. Everyone, stay calm. Maintain formation and move right. Protect Wang Yan. Prepare to exit the dungeon in 1 minute. No sooner had Li Yingtian finished speaking than the venomous cat demons let out shrill cries and charged toward the group. I'll hold them off. Chen Xiyu, clad in heavy armor, stepped forward, disregarding her own safety to buy time for the others. At that critical moment, Wang Yan activated his god-tier invisibility aura. In an instant, everyone's bodies gradually became translucent. Under the cloaking aura, only allies could see each other's translucent outlines. To the venomous cat demons, the group seemed to vanish into thin air. Meow? The venomous cat demons halted their charge. With their limited intelligence, they couldn't comprehend why the humans had suddenly vanished before their eyes. They pricked up their ears, sniffing the air. But the god-tier invisibility aura blocked all sound and scent. Even items and skills like scouting perception couldn't detect the concealed group. Relying on their animal instincts to track the hidden group was even more impossible. Ling Tian watched this unfold and breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced back at Wang Yan. How could I have forgotten about this prodigy? The others, seeing their own cloaked states, stared at Wang Yan in utter disbelief. This invisibility aura has a diameter of over 1,000 meters? And it's a rare group invisibility effect. It can re-enter stealth after 1 second of attack. Isn't that even stronger than a rogue's stealth skill? Ling Tian commanded again. Everyone move to the open area on the right. Looks like we won't have to exit the instance after all. With the stealth skills boost, the group only needed to move to a safe zone and maintain distance from the venomous cat demons. These seasoned professionals worked together with seamless coordination. They kept Wang Yan protected at the very center of their formation, swiftly relocating to a suitable position. What had been a perilous situation was effortlessly diffused by Wang Yan's single cloaking aura. Ling Tian's gaze toward Wang Yan grew increasingly excited. Wang Yan's aura delivered near-perfect results in its first real-world application. Prepare to counterattack. The moment Ling Tian issued the command, Wang Yan instantly activated both the holy damage aura and the god-tier attack aura simultaneously. Under the aura's influence, everyone's attack power multiplied tenfold, and all damage was converted into holy damage. Chen Xiyu charged forward, slashing fiercely at a venomous cat demon with her sword. 269,873 holy damage. An absurdly high number appeared above the venomous cat demon's head. The creature was cleaved in two, instantly killed. While venomous cat demons didn't possess exceptionally high defense, they boasted a staggering 33% evasion rate. Even skilled adventurers needed time to deal with them. However, under the aura of holy damage, their evasion attribute was completely ignored. The other cat demons, seeing Chen Xiyu suddenly appear, were both shocked and enraged. They charged toward her all at once. Yet strangely, the next second, Chen Xiyu vanished again. The venomous cat demons froze in place once more. At that very moment, Yang Yan mage Chen Ming completed the incantation of his fire rain skill. Countless fiery raindrops fell from the sky, crashing into the cat demon horde. 116,848 holy damage. 116,863 holy damage. 116,834 holy damage. Countless venomous cat demons let out agonized howls as they fell in droves. Chen Ming was stunned into silence. Originally, his flame rain was merely a low-damage, wide-area skill. Its primary purpose was to chip away at the health of groups of monsters and apply a burning effect. Logically, this skill should only take away at most a quarter of the venomous cat demon's health. If some damage was dodged due to bad luck, it might be even less. But now, under the enhancement of Wang Yan's aura, the moment the rain of fire fell, every single venomous cat demon was instantly obliterated. Did I just cast a forbidden spell? Had he not been wearing 3 aura buffs simultaneously, Chen Ming might have suspected he was hallucinating. Watching the massive damage numbers continuously float up, Chen Ming felt nothing short of exhilaration. The others witnessed this spectacle and refused to be outdone. While Su Muqing and Lu Shuiyao remained firmly by Wang Yan's side, the rest charged headlong into the swarm of venomous cat demons. No need to maintain safe distances or worry about formations. Empowered by the auras, every skill and attack dealt an instant kill. Like sheep among tigers, the thousands of venomous cat demons were slaughtered as easily as slicing melons and vegetables. In less than a minute, they were nearly wiped out. Wang Yan remained rooted to the spot, idly watching the spectacle unfold under the close protection of the 2 beautiful priestesses. Heroic-level dungeons truly delivered. Fueled by the beast blood potion, Wang Yan's experience points skyrocketed. Ding! Your party member Chen Ming has defeated a level 51 venomous cat demon. You have gained 5,100 EXP. Ding! Your level has increased. Current level, 11. Ding! You have gained attribute bonuses, all attributes +1, free attribute points +5. Ding! Your level has increased. Current level, 12. Ding! You have gained attribute bonuses, all attributes +1, free attribute points +5. Level up notifications rang incessantly in his ears as Wang Yan's level skyrocketed like a rocket. His level continued climbing until it finally stopped at level 14. Wang Yan's heart burst with joy. He knew he'd made the right choice coming to this dungeon today. Chapter 12, Purification Aura. Wang Yan, well done. Your aura ability has far exceeded my expectations. Ling Tian's gaze toward Wang Yan grew increasingly satisfied. It was hard to believe that this young man, barely in his teens in terms of level, could play such a crucial role in a heroic level dungeon. Monster tides were an extremely rare occurrence, seldom seen even after many years. Though this particular wave was only a basic level instance, it was still no trivial matter. Without Wang Yan's aura, it was likely someone in the squad would have suffered serious injuries. The others all looked at Wang Yan with excitement. Wang Yan, this aura is seriously awesome. Let's add each other as friends, Wang Yan. Hope we get another chance to team up next time. As seasoned players, they teamed up with support-type classes more than once or twice. Priests like Lu Shueyo and Su Muqing belong to the support class. Support roles are crucial within a team. However, no matter how vital they are, their role remains supplementary. The primary influence on the course of battle still lies with combat-oriented classes. Yet this Wang Yan single-handedly turned the entire tide of battle. They had never witnessed such a powerful support class before. With such formidable aura skills, if he were to grow stronger in the future, his potential would be truly limitless. Wang Yan accepted every friend request without hesitation, adding each of them one by one. These were all elite players close to President Li. Each of them was a renowned figure in Tianshui City. Li Yingtian glanced at Wang Yan's level. Already level 14? Not bad progress. Let's keep moving. Li Yingtian instructed everyone to prepare themselves. After a brief rest, they pressed onward. Along the way, they encountered only scattered monsters. With Wang Yan's aura buffing the group, these foes were easily dispatched. This was the true difficulty level of a simple tier hero dungeon. Under normal circumstances, with Li Yingtian and his group's strength, clearing this dungeon should be a breeze. Only the earlier wave of monsters had caught them off guard. The subsequent encounters posed little challenge. Especially with Wang Yan's aura providing constant support. Soon, Wang Yan's level rose to 15. Ding! Your ally Wang Ming defeated a level 53 venomous pattern snake. You gain 5,300 EXP. Ding! Your level has increased. Current level, 15. Ding! Your level has reached LV 15. You have successfully awakened the aura effect, God tier purification aura. Wang Yan said to Li Yingtian. President, I've awakened a new aura. Li Yingtian had long heard that Wang Yan could awaken one aura skill every 5 levels. Ordinary aura masters, however, required every 10 levels to awaken a single aura skill. Wang Yan activated the aura, and a new aura status appeared in everyone's attribute panel. Divine Purification Aura, when activated, applies a purification effect to all allies within a radius of all attributes 10 meters. Continuously dispels all negative statuses such as bleeding, poisoning, burning, electrocution, stun, slow, and can also dispel certain summon entities and negative environmental effects. This aura status sent a collective chill through the group. Purification magic was no stranger to Su Muqing and Lu Shueya. After all, both their classes belonged to the priest archetype. However, Su Muqing only learned Purify at level 50. Moreover, her purification could only be cast on a single ally at a time and had a significant cooldown. This meant that when all allies were afflicted with debuffs, she could only choose to purify the main combatants first. Then, using other skills to protect and heal the remaining allies, she could only purify the others one by one once the cooldown ended. This is precisely why teams typically include 2 support classes like priests. A single healer has too low a margin for error and sometimes simply cannot cover all teammates. But Wang Yan's setup is downright insane. His aura provides continuous purification with no cooldown. And it covers an area thousands of meters in diameter, utterly absurd. Li Yingtian was utterly thrilled. At this point, there was no longer any need for further testing. Wang Yan was undoubtedly a rare genius. Li Yingtian now pondered how to accurately report this prodigy and ensure his safe development. The group pressed onward and soon reached a toxic fog zone. Li Yingtian retrieved 2 pre-prepared gas masks from his backpack and handed one to Wang Yan. This toxic fog is the most treacherous part of this venomous swamp. Hidden within lurks a monster known as the Toxic Fog Assassin. Their special ability is to become invisible within the toxic mist. Wang Yan accepted the gas mask and noticed the rest of the squad donning theirs as well. Gas mask gold grade, resists damage from toxins. Li Yingtian continued. Moreover, this toxic mist induces a persistent poisoning state, which is extremely troublesome. Therefore, wearing a gas mask is mandatory to enter this fog. Gas masks slightly impair vision, so within this fog, we can only rely on our ears to pinpoint the poison mist assassin's locations. Wang Yan understood that Li Yingtian was imparting his experience to him. He nodded. Understood, Chairman. Li Yingtian addressed Su Muqing and Lu Shueya. You two must protect Wang Yan at all costs. We'll tighten our formation and stay together, no straying off. Poison mist assassins were notoriously troublesome monsters. Their stealth abilities allowed them to appear and vanish unpredictably within the toxic fog, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Just as everyone donned their gas masks to enter the fog, Wang Yan suddenly had an idea. President, do you think my purification aura could possibly purify this toxic fog? Li Yingtian hesitated before replying. Why don't you give it a try? He had intended to say impossible. Dispelling such a vast expanse of toxic mist would require at least an epic-level priest. And that would only be possible if the priest had awakened the relevant skill. But Wang Yan's previously demonstrated abilities were simply too extraordinary. For a moment, Li Yingtian felt a twinge of doubt. Without hesitation, Wang Yan unleashed his entire aura. As his god-tier purification aura unfolded, the toxic mist vanished in vast swathes, as if evaporating. Without the fog's concealment, the poisonous mist assassins hiding within the toxic substance revealed themselves one after another. The crowd could now clearly see the form of these mist assassins. They resembled humanoids, short in stature, covered in short fur, appearing like feline spirits. Each pair of hands bore two sharp claws, and their eyes glowed a blood-red hue. Chapter 13, The Venom Alchemist. Now exposed before the crowd, the poison mist assassins stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered, as if stripped bare. Their tiny eyes brimmed with utter bewilderment. They couldn't fathom how the vast expanse of poisonous mist had vanished so suddenly. The crowd stared at the scene for a long moment before finally comprehending. The poison mist, it was actually dispersed? The crowd exchanged stunned glances, utterly speechless. For so long, no matter how skilled the professionals entering this toxic fog zone were, they had always dutifully donned gas masks. This toxic fog zone was the most challenging part of the entire venomous swamp. Clearing this fog zone meant they could challenge the venom swamp's boss. In a way, navigating this fog zone was even more difficult than defeating the boss itself. High-level priests capable of dispelling the toxic mist typically had no interest in heroic-level dungeons. Liang Tian was the first to react. With the poison mist assassins now exposed without their fog cover, this was the perfect opportunity. Let's go! He commanded the squad to charge at the toxic mist assassins. Wang Yan also activated all his auras to buff the group. Without the fog's cover, the poison mist assassins instantly lost their stealth. Without their stealth, they were like lambs led to slaughter. Chen Xiyu charged in like a tiger among sheep, dispatching them one by one with effortless precision. Chen Ming swung his staff, unleashing fireballs, walls of flame, and showers of fire that reaped the lives of the mist assassins. The poison mist assassins offered no resistance whatsoever and were slaughtered to the last in no time. Wang Yan's experience points skyrocketed once more, propelling him directly to level 16. If his classmates knew about his rocket-like leveling speed, who knows how envious they would be. After dealing with the poison mist assassins, continuing forward led directly to the location of the venomous swamp's boss. The venom swamp boss was a level 50 heroic tier monster, the Venom Alchemist. The venomous swamp had once been a place teeming with life. However, the alchemist's experiments and concoctions had polluted the land, transforming the marsh into a toxic wasteland. Through prolonged alchemical experiments, toxins seeped into the alchemist's own mind. Ultimately, the alchemist lost his sanity and began savagely attacking all humans who ventured into the venom swamp. This is the backstory of the Venom Swamp Dungeon. According to the tales Wang Yan learned at school, these stories were all real events that occurred in other planes. The so-called instances are actually projections of energies originating from other planes. That's why monsters and instances respawn endlessly. Of course, some special instances directly connect to other realms, essentially portals to another truly existing world. Monsters within these realms do not respawn once they're gone, they're gone. The secret behind instances, much like the emergence of adventurers, remains an unsolved mystery to this day. Pushing aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Wang Yan followed the others to the arena where the boss awaited. It was a withered grassland. The once lush vegetation around it had all dried up as if contaminated by some force, appearing utterly lifeless. At the very center of the grassland stood a crude little wooden hut. Scattered around it were discarded bottles and jars, along with scattered bones, the remains of some unknown creature. As the group stepped within the hut's vicinity, a furious roar echoed from within. "How dare you trespass on my domain!" A toxic mist erupted from the hut's center, spreading at an alarming speed. Liang Tian had warned Wang Yan about this poisonous mist circle beforehand. This ring of poisonous mist was virtually impossible to evade, functioning as an unavoidable skill unless countered by abilities like Invincibility. This cloud of poison was also the most powerful skill of the Venom Alchemist. The effect of poison mist is to inflict a poison status on all enemies, causing them to lose 50% of their health over 10 seconds. This skill severely tests the challenger's team coordination and the priest's capabilities. They must face the boss battle while low on health and poisoned, posing a significant test of the team's strategic combat abilities. However, as the poison mist spread, Wang Yan immediately activated his god-tier purification aura. Almost the instant the poison mist touched them, the purification aura instantly cleansed their poison status. Su Muqing and Lu Shuao exchanged glances, their expressions complex as they looked at Wang Yan beside them. In every previous encounter with this boss, they'd been overwhelmed. They had to dispel poison status effects for teammates while simultaneously restoring health to maintain their condition. But with Wang Yan's single aura, they suddenly had nothing left to do. For a moment, they even felt like they were the ones being carried through the leveling process. After releasing the poisonous mist, the alchemist revealed his true form. His clothes were ragged, his skin cracked and peeling. He looked every bit the raving lunatic who'd lost his mind. "I will kill you all." The alchemist's face twisted into a hideous grimace, his expression terrifying. But everyone knew that after Wang Yan's purification dispelled his most potent poisonous mist, the alchemist no longer posed much threat to them. Empowered by Wang Yan's attack aura and divine aura, their damage output was staggering. Each strike landed on the alchemist erupted in hundreds of thousands of damage numbers. The frail, venomous alchemist was no match for their relentless assault. Seconds later, the alchemist collapsed with a defiant roar. A treasure chest appeared beside its body. A notification flashed in everyone's minds. Your party has successfully cleared Venom Swamp Easy difficulty in 13 minutes and 55 seconds. Rating, SS. Chen Shiyu exclaimed in astonishment. I thought we were just here to guide newbies, but I never expected we'd get an SS rank rating. Su Muqing added. If it weren't for that initial monster wave and if we hadn't deliberately slowed down, we might have even pulled off an SSS rating. Chen Ming laughed heartily. I've run this dungeon countless times, but I can honestly say this was by far the smoothest and most satisfying run I've ever had. As the primary damage dealer, the Yang Yan mage, empowered by Wang Yan's aura, unleashed relentless attacks throughout the entire run, dealing several times the usual damage. All eyes turned to Wang Yan. They all understood clearly, a super genius was likely about to emerge in Tianshui City. Ling Tian addressed Wang Yan. Wang Yan, you open this treasure chest. Whatever it contains is yours. Wang Yan replied with a touch of embarrassment. This is so embarrassing. You all brought me along to level up, I'm just piggybacking on your experience. This treasure chest is thanks to everyone's efforts. Ling Tian replied. Enough with the modesty. Everyone saw how crucial your role was this time. Besides, I have another favor to ask of you shortly. Chapter 14, The Frigid Tomb. Understanding Ling Tian's implication that he needed Wang Yan's help, Wang Yan stopped refusing. He stepped forward and opened the boss chest. Notice, you have obtained 1 storage ring dark gold. Notice, you have obtained 1 mage robe gold. Notice, you have obtained 1 poison resistance belt silver. Storage ring dark gold, equip level, LV15. Grants approximately 10 cubic meters of storage space when worn. Alchemist's robe gold, equip level, LV15. Wearing it enhances defense, increases mana including elemental energy regeneration speed by 5%, and boosts poison resistance by 5%. Toxicity resistance belt silver, equipment level, LV15. Equipping grants 10% toxicity resistance and enhances defense. Generally, equipment levels drop from dungeons correspond to the dungeon's level. There is one exception: when a lower level party member opens a treasure chest, the item level drop from the chest will be determined by the lower level party member. Higher level gear naturally holds greater value, so no one would deliberately have a lower level teammate open chests. This time, however, Ling Tian specifically requested it, prompting Wang Yan to open the chest. From the start, Wang Yan had been wearing plain gear. As a mage, he didn't even possess a staff. The reason was simple: his aura skills were already powerful enough without needing gear enhancements. Moreover, wands that could enhance aura type skills were extremely rare, far beyond Wang Yan's current means. As for defensive gear, Wang Yan hadn't even considered it. Ever since awakening as an aura master, he'd never once engaged monsters head-on. All he needed to do was activate his aura, stand behind his teammates, and shout 666. And his teammates were grateful for that. Monsters never even got a chance to touch Wang Yan, so he saw no point in wasting money on low-level defensive gear. Now, the gear he got from these treasure chests? Free stuff was free stuff. All 3 pieces were extremely practical, especially the storage ring, which could hold materials and gear. The materials and gear dropped from monsters during regular fights were also a significant source of income. After swapping into the alchemist's robe, he now wore a full set of black robes topped with a mysterious hood, giving Wang Yan a somewhat mage-like appearance. After Wang Yan finished opening the treasure chest, Ling Tian led the group out of the dungeon. Outside the instance, Wang Yan displayed the gear he had just obtained for everyone to see. Ling Tian nodded approvingly. Not bad. These pieces suit you well. Wang Yan thought to himself, this isn't just good, these pieces are absolutely incredible. Typically, novice adventurers like him, just over 10 levels, mostly used bronze or silver tier gear. This single treasure chest had granted Wang Yan 1 dark gold tier item and 1 gold tier item. Usually, gear dropped from bosses gets sold off and the proceeds split among the group. If an item dropped that a team member needed, that player would have to pay the others their share based on the market's lowest price. Of course, long-term teammates might skip this step. Regardless, situations like Wang Yan monopolizing a boss chest were extremely rare. It was largely due to Ling Tian's influence, coupled with the fact that the adventurers present were all willing to do Wang Yan a favor, essentially befriending a future prodigy. Having received the favor, Wang Yan knew it was time to return the favor. Before Ling Tian could speak, Wang Yan proactively asked, "President, you mentioned earlier that you had a favor to ask of me." Ling Tian nodded. "Indeed, I do require your assistance with a matter." He turned to the other 8 members present and said, "I'm sure you've all heard about it. Among the dungeons in the underground abyss, there's one called the Frozen Tomb. To this day, no one in the world has managed to achieve an SSS tier rating there." The others nodded in agreement. Wang Yan had also heard about this at school. The underground abyss was a heroic level dungeon complex comprising several distinct instances. In truth, the underground abyss dungeon isn't unique to Dragon Nation. Dungeons bearing the same name existed in various countries. While instances across nations cannot be interconnected and do not influence one another, the monsters, environments, and bosses within them are identical. These instances are known as universal instances. The most significant feature of universal dungeons is this: the first team globally to achieve an SSS tier rating will unlock special nationwide rewards. Each reward lasts a full 50 years. This means that once a team from any country achieves an SSS rank evaluation, teams from other countries must wait another 50 years. There's also a crucial restriction: only teams below the dungeon's level requirement qualify. Therefore, having high-level professionals farm SSS rank evaluations in low-level universal dungeons is pointless. Competition for universal dungeon SSS rank rewards is often fierce. Some nations even cultivate prodigious adventurers specifically to challenge various universal dungeons and secure SSS rank evaluations. Take the Underground Caverns instance as an example. The Underground Caverns consist of 4 dungeons. They are the Frozen Tomb, the Venomous Swamp, the Worm Cavern, and the Shadowy Forest. Apart from the SSS tier reward in the Frozen Tomb, which remains untouched globally, the SSS tier rewards for the other 3 dungeons have been claimed by Sakura Nation, Lighthouse Nation, and Bear Nation respectively. In other words, the Dragon Nation has not secured a single reward. The rewards from the Frozen Tomb are of paramount importance to the Dragon Nation. This matter has been a long-standing obsession for Liang Tian over the years. After all, the Underground Demon's Lair instance lies within the very city of Tianshui where he resides. Over the years, no matter how many geniuses he assembled, no team had ever achieved an SSS tier rating in the Frozen Tomb. After Liang Tian's explanation, Wang Yan grasped his meaning. So you're suggesting I join the team to attempt the rating run? Liang Tian nodded. Exactly. He looked at Wang Yan with excitement. Do you know why no one has ever achieved an SSS tier rating in the Frozen Tomb all these years? Wang Yan shook his head honestly, admitting he didn't know. Liang Tian explained. The most crucial factor for achieving a high rating in a dungeon is the completion time. The current global fastest clear time for the Frozen Tomb is 13 minutes and 11 seconds. To achieve an SSS rating, you need to complete it in under 10 minutes. After Liang Tian's explanation, Wang Yan finally understood. It turned out that anyone entering the Frigid Mausoleum was afflicted with a chill status effect. This debuff drastically reduces movement speed and casting speed. Even if briefly dispelled, it would reappear within a dozen seconds. Priests simply couldn't afford to waste precious purify spells on dispelling such debuffs. Moreover, the boss of the Frozen Tomb, the Night King, would unleash various debuffs to slow down the adventurer's progress. Consequently, no one has ever cleared this dungeon in under 13 minutes, let alone 10. Chapter 15, Challenge. SSS Rank Reward. Wang Yan instantly understood Liang Tian's reasoning. So the key lies in my purification aura, right? Exactly. Liang Tian's expression betrayed his excitement. As long as you can keep the purification aura active throughout the entire run, without the cold status effect holding us back, our time to clear this dungeon will be drastically reduced. Regarding this cold status effect, Liang Tian had previously considered several countermeasures. For instance, using anti-cold potions or increasing the number of priests to take turns dispelling the debuff. But the results were always disappointing. They could only achieve an SS rank at best, always falling just short of the SSS rank. Wang Yan nodded. Understood. Let's get moving. Liang Tian, however, handed over the captaincy to Chen Ming. I can't join you this time, as my level has already surpassed the requirements for SSS rank rewards. Liang Tian addressed the group. Remember, this run is primarily an attempt. Whether we achieve an SSS rating or not, protecting your safety is paramount, especially Wang Yan's safety. Chen Ming replied solemnly. Rest assured, even if we fail, we'll protect Wang Yan. Everyone understood Wang Yan's importance. His value far exceeded what an SSS rank reward could ever measure. An SSS rank reward could be reattempted, but losing Wang Yan would be an irreparable loss. Liang Tian wasn't worried they'd run into trouble. Every member of the squad was an elite from Tianshui City. They had cleared the Azura level difficulty of the Frozen Tomb countless times. While they couldn't achieve an SSS rank evaluation, ensuring their own safety and completing the dungeon smoothly was well within their capabilities. The challenge of the Frozen Tomb lay not in the monster's strength, but in the dungeon's inherent debuff and the boss's mastery of time-draining abilities. Wang Yan replenished his Yuan power reserves. Led by Chen Ming, the group approached the instance entrance. Excitement flashed across every face. As citizens of Dragon Nation, who wouldn't want to bring glory to their country? Moreover, the sheer power of Wang Yan's aura instilled an inexplicable confidence in everyone. It felt as though, with the aura's blessing, they could accomplish anything. Ding! You have unlocked the entrance to the heroic tier dungeon, the Frozen Tomb. Please select your desired difficulty level. Chen Ming selected the Azura difficulty. The scenery before their eyes shifted, and after a moment of slight dizziness, the group entered the instance. Pitch darkness enveloped them. This was a sunless, subterranean tomb. After entering, a mage cast lightning bolt, allowing the group to see their surroundings. Constructed of stone and brick, the tomb was covered in cobwebs, its floor littered with decaying bones. The moment they stepped inside, a bone-chilling cold swept over them. A cold wind swept over them from an unknown source, sending shivers down their spines. Moments later, a status effect named cold appeared in everyone's status bar. You are now in a cold state. Movement speed reduced by 20%. Casting speed reduced by 20%. Wang Yan immediately summoned his purification aura. Centered on him, the aura enveloped everything within a 2,000-meter radius. The chill on everyone's bodies vanished instantly. Chen Ming and the others instantly broke into smiles. It works! Let's go! Without wasting a moment, the group pressed forward at full speed. Up ahead in the tomb corridor, the scraping sound of stone echoed as skeletal warriors pushed open stone coffins and crawled out. Wang Yan knew these were the first wave of monsters Li Yingtian had warned them about. These skeleton warriors wielded long swords, clad in heavy armor, their hollow eye sockets flickering with blue flames. Clad entirely in heavy metal armor and possessing exceptionally sturdy bones, these skeleton warriors boasted outstanding defensive capabilities. Their strengths lay in their high health and decent attack power, but their weakness was their slow movement speed and sluggish attack animations, making them easy to dodge. Most adventurers encountering such high defense monsters would require considerable time to clear them. This is one reason why achieving an SSS rank in the Frigid Tomb is so challenging. These monsters aren't exceptionally powerful, their main trait is high defense. Due to their sluggish movement, they rarely pose a direct threat. However, eliminating them consumes a significant amount of time. Wang Yan didn't hesitate, activating both the Divine Attack Aura and the Divine Damage Aura simultaneously. As for the Stealth Aura, Wang Yan chose not to activate it. These skeleton warriors moved far too sluggishly for the Stealth Aura to have any meaningful effect on them. With both auras active, the party's damage output instantly multiplied several times over. Empowered by the Holy Damage and Attack Aura, everyone could unleash their maximum damage output, completely ignoring the skeleton warriors' defenses. Even the most heavily armored monsters couldn't withstand the relentless barrage. 268,748. 268,106. 268,536. As a series of staggering numbers floated upward, the skeleton warriors fell one after another, mowed down like wheat. Soon, the first wave of monsters was completely wiped out by the group. Chen Ming glanced at the timer, his face lighting up with wild excitement. We cleared the first wave in just over a minute. Previously, clearing this troublesome wave of skeleton warriors had taken them at least 3 minutes. Their efficiency had more than doubled. Chen Ming knew full well that this was all thanks to the presence of an otherworldly talent within their ranks, Wang Yan. Without wasting a moment, Chen Ming immediately led the group to the next location without pause. Soon, they arrived at the next location, a maze-like structure. There were 5 entrances, but only one led to the exit. This was another time-consuming challenge. The monsters in the maze aren't particularly strong, but beginners often waste a lot of time getting lost in it. Since each dungeon layout is randomized, memorizing patterns to navigate it is impossible. However, the members of the party were all veterans, so naturally, this maze wouldn't trouble them. Chen Ming didn't rush to lead the group into the maze. Instead, he nodded to a summoning mage in the party. The summoner stepped forward, chanting incantations. A magic circle materialized beneath her feet. Moments later, 5 bats materialized from the void at her command. Go! Guided by the summoner, the 5 bats darted into 5 separate entrances. The summoner closed her eyes, concentrating intently on sensing the bats' paths. Simultaneously controlling 5 summoned creatures was no small burden for her. Fortunately, Wang Yan's purification aura had a sufficiently large radius, spanning roughly 2,000 meters. The bats, unaffected by the cold status, flew with remarkable speed. After about 30 seconds, the summoner's face lit up with joy. She opened her eyes and pointed at one entrance, declaring, "Confirmed. This is the entrance." Chapter 16, Skeleton Knight. Wang Yan couldn't help but marvel at the summoner's skill. He hadn't imagined summoning skills could be used this way. It was clear the members of this squad had attempted countless runs through this frigid tomb before, honing such an efficient method. An ordinary team would never coordinate with such seamless precision. After confirming the entrance, the group immediately entered the labyrinth. The maze's interior was incredibly complex, filled with high walls and numerous dead-end passages designed to confuse explorers. However, the bat summoned by the summoner earlier had already memorized the path out of the maze. Her bats could emit ultrasonic waves while flying to scan the surrounding terrain, mapping the labyrinth's layout in their minds. By simply following the bat, the group would avoid getting lost. Guided by the bat, the group advanced in an orderly fashion. Skeleton warriors occasionally emerged from the maze, but they were swiftly eliminated by the rest of the squad. Everyone remained on high alert, instantly focusing their fire on any skeleton warrior the moment it appeared. It was clear everyone was giving their utmost effort to break through the maze as swiftly as possible. Even Su Muqing and Lu Shuiao, guarding Wang Yan's side, contributed damage skills to clear monsters for the team. Only Wang Yan had the most leisure. He simply activated his aura, stood at the center of the group, and entered spectator mode. However, Wang Yan could clearly sense one thing: Azura-level dungeons were indeed significantly more challenging than simple level ones. Though skeleton warriors were merely minor enemies, if one were placed in an easy-level dungeon, it could likely take down 10 venomous cat demons without breaking a sweat. These skeleton warriors boasted high defense and formidable attack power. If not for Wang Yan's overwhelming aura, a single skeleton warrior would have kept them busy for ages. Yet under Wang Yan's aura, the skeleton's defenses proved utterly useless. As the monsters grew stronger, the experience points they granted Wang Yan became increasingly substantial. Wang Yan's level skyrocketed, reaching 17 in the blink of an eye and nearing 18. Wang Chang glanced at his attribute panel. Information: God tier aura master Wang Yan. Level 17. Attributes: Intelligence 95, Strength 27, Constitution 27, Agility 27. Elemental power 950 points. Skills: Sacred Damage Aura, God tier Attack Aura, God tier Stealth Aura, God tier Purification Aura. Throughout the battle, Wang Yan continuously replenished his Yuan power from the Yuan power pool. After all, the Purification Aura was constantly active, consuming 10 Yuan power points per second. As for the other skills, Wang Yan decided whether to activate them based on the situation. Even with the Yuanli pool gifted by Liang Tian, he didn't want to waste it recklessly. It was money, after all. The group's progress through the maze was remarkably smooth, and they successfully navigated their way out in a remarkably short time. Upon exiting the maze, the scene before them opened up dramatically. Wang Yan followed the group forward while surveying his surroundings. This was his first time in this dungeon instance. A vast circular plaza stretched before them, its ceiling less space suspended with numerous oil lamps. These lamps floated in midair, as if weightless. Looking up higher, they beheld an endless expanse of starlit sky, a deep, night-black canvas studded with countless stars. This is an illusion spell. We're still inside the tomb, Chen Ming explained when he saw Wang Yan looking up at the ceiling. Wang Yan nodded, surveying the vast plaza. For some reason, the layout of this plaza felt strangely familiar. This plaza, it looks somewhat like an arena. No sooner had Wang Yan spoken than the group heard a sound resembling horse hooves. A faint tremor rippled through the ground as 5 or 6 white figures suddenly burst around the corner at the far end of the plaza. Upon closer inspection, they were 5 skeleton knights. Clad in heavy armor and mounted on skeletal steeds, they charged straight toward the group. Chen Ming warned, "Watch out. The first charge of these skeleton knights is incredibly powerful." Wang Yan immediately activated his god-tier invisibility aura. The group's movement speed instantly increased by 100% under the cloak. With seamless coordination, they scattered in all directions, evading the skeleton knight's charge path. The skeleton knight watched helplessly as the group vanished right under its nose. Having lost their target, they were forced to slow down. They drew the bone blades strapped to their backs, scanning the area frantically for any trace of Wang Yan and his companions. One skeleton warrior wore a crimson cloak and appeared taller than the others. Wang Yan's vision displayed the skeleton knight's information. Skeleton Knight Leader Hero. The leader of the Skeleton Knight Regiment, possessing slightly greater combat prowess than ordinary skeleton knights. So this skeleton knight was an elite monster. With a flick of its hands before its eyes, the blue soul flames in its eye sockets instantly turned crimson. Just as Wang Yan was puzzled, a ranger in the party spoke up. "It's using its scouting skill." Sure enough, the skeleton knight scanned its surroundings, its glowing red eyes searching for Wang Yan and the others. Wang Yan smiled faintly. His cloak of invisibility aura couldn't be detected by any perception-based skills or items. Moreover, his aura of invisibility could block sound, scent, and even body heat. Even if he stood right in front of the skeleton knight leader and shouted at the top of his lungs, it wouldn't detect Wang Yan's presence. After scanning the area once more, the skeleton knight leader found nothing. But unbeknownst to it, the squad had already circled around behind the skeleton knight regiment. "Now!" Chen Ming bellowed, unleashing a bursting fireball. The others followed suit, launching a surprise assault on the skeletal cavalry. Under the combined effects of holy damage and tenfold attack bonuses, the completely unprepared skeleton knight squad was wiped out almost instantly. Seeing the skeleton knight regiment vanquished so effortlessly, Su Muqing couldn't help but utter a gasp of admiration. This stealth aura is incredibly powerful. With it, anyone could be a top-tier assassin. The others in the party chimed in. "Yeah, this stealth aura is seriously overpowered. Before, dealing with these skeleton knights would take us at least 3 to 5 minutes. With the aid of the invisibility aura, the battle was resolved in mere seconds." The looks they gave Wang Yan were complex. There was envy, and there was admiration. After all, this was merely a level 17 aura master. Though he was the lowest level player, if he claimed to be second best in this dungeon, no one present could claim to be first. This talent was simply too outrageous, so powerful it left no room for envy. Chapter 17, Altar of Death, Skeleton Mage. If Wang Yan were merely a notch above ordinary people, they might still feel the urge to compete. But Wang Yan's abilities were so overwhelming that no one could even think of comparing themselves to him. And to top it off, Wang Yan was a support class. Who wouldn't want to team up with such a powerful support? Since teaming up with Wang Yan, their combat effectiveness had skyrocketed by several tiers. Forget heroic tier dungeons, now they even felt confident tackling epic tier challenges. Let's hurry up. We'll reach the boss of the frozen tomb soon. Chen Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement. He glanced at the time. It had only taken about 3 minutes so far. This was something they never dared to imagine before. At this pace, they genuinely had a shot at achieving an SSS tier rating. The group pressed onward. The next minor obstacle was a necromantic altar. Numerous skeleton mages guarded the altar. These skeleton mages possessed the ability to summon small meteors. These meteors were fast and had a long range, making them extremely difficult to defend against and posing a significant threat to backline DPS classes. The altar was hexagonal in shape, with a massive stone pillar at each corner. The undead mages perched atop these pillars, ever ready to unleash their spells upon any invading foe. Having visited the frigid mausoleum countless times, these members were thoroughly familiar with the altar's layout. As they advanced, they relayed the upcoming situation to Wang Yan, allowing him to mentally prepare in advance. Before entering the altar, Sumuching couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. These skeleton mages were all ranged classes. She wasn't worried about the other team members after all, they were high level and well equipped. These skeleton mages posed little threat to them. But Wang Yan was different. He was only in his teens in level. If he were carelessly hit by a slaughter tier dungeon skeleton mage, he might be instantly killed on the spot. To be safe, Sumuching cast a magic shield on Wang Yan. Wang Yan looked at her curiously. "What are you doing?" Sumuching replied. "These skeleton mages pack a serious punch. But don't worry, I'll keep you safe." Wang Yan smiled faintly, showing no panic as he activated his invisibility aura. The skeleton mages' ranged attacks were indeed a significant threat to fragile classes. But he was different. He belonged to a class that didn't need to fight, and he was a mage who could become invisible. Among all mage classes, few possessed stealth abilities. Moreover, Wang Yan didn't even need to engage. That meant he could remain cloaked throughout the entire battle. Even if your skeleton mage's attacks were devastating, how could you strike me if you couldn't see me? Only when Sumuching saw Wang Yan enter stealth did she realize she'd been overreacting. At the same time, she felt a pang of admiration. Wang Yan's aura skill was truly absurd. Not only were his various buffs ridiculously powerful, but he could also become invisible. If this were in a nation war, the enemy wouldn't even know how they died. To avoid being accidentally hit by falling meteors, Wang Yan discussed with the group and decided to stand apart from them. Sumuching, however, stayed by his side. Should any unexpected situation arise, she could use her skills to protect Wang Yan. Neither of them would engage in combat, maintaining stealth throughout. Lu Shuio had insisted on joining Sumuching to protect Wang Yan, but he declined. The skeleton mage's attack power was formidable, and the team still needed a healer to support everyone. After finalizing their strategy, the group quietly infiltrated the altar under the cover of Wang Yan's invisibility aura. Seated cross-legged atop each of the altar's 6 pillars sat a skeleton mage. They appeared lifeless, sitting motionless atop the pillars. First-time visitors to this dungeon might mistake them for mere decorations. Once everyone was in position, Wang Ming gave the signal. The 4 ranged attackers in the party launched the assault first. Fire snakes, arrows, wind blades. 269,080. 299,561. 279,123. 239,456. 4 terrifying damage numbers floated into view. Before the 4 skeleton mages could even awaken, they were instantly obliterated into piles of skeletal remains. This was the terrifying power of Wang Yan's aura bonus. Regardless of class, attack power multiplied tenfold and converted into holy damage unleashed a force akin to forbidden magic. Only then did the remaining 2 skeleton mages belatedly realize the altar had been invaded. Blue flames ignited in their eyes as they rose from the stone pillars. Meanwhile, the 4 who had just attacked had already slipped back into stealth. The 2 skeleton mages could only rely on instinct, summoning 2 meteor strikes to crash down upon the positions where the 4 ambushers had appeared. But it was too late. Under the divine tier invisibility aura, re-entering stealth granted them 100% movement speed. The 4 easily dodged the meteorites. After repositioning, they struck again. 294,531. 273,169. 2 more absurdly high numbers appeared, instantly eliminating the remaining 2 skeleton mages. Chen Ming froze in surprise. He hadn't expected it to be this easy. If he remembered correctly, these skeleton mages activated a magical shield after taking a single hit. That shield was incredibly thick, and just as it was about to shatter, the skeleton mage would summon a new one. They would even teleport to other stone pillars in critical moments to buy time to summon another shield. That's why their previous strategy had always been to focus fire on taking down one skeleton mage instantly before moving on to the next. As the final stage before the boss fight, this altar is actually extremely challenging. They must dodge the small meteors summoned by the skeleton mages while coordinating their attacks seamlessly, denying the mages any chance to replenish their magical shields. This also heavily tests the priest's judgment. If anyone failed to dodge a meteorite, the priest had to immediately cast a shield to protect their ally. These mage skeletons' meteors are no joke, getting hit guarantees serious damage. But this time, the skeleton mages didn't even get a chance to activate their shields. They unleashed an instant kill move from the very start, brutal and straightforward to the extreme. Even if the skeleton mages possessed divine abilities, they couldn't unleash them. Next up is the boss fight. The group was thrilled. It had only been about 4 minutes since they entered the dungeon. This pace was almost unimaginable. Let's go. Time to take on the boss. Chen Ming's voice trembled slightly with excitement. This was a chance to make history. If they could truly secure an SSS tier reward for Dragon Nation, their names might just be written into history textbooks. The others were equally thrilled. Their best time clearing the frozen tomb was 14 minutes and 23 seconds. They were still far behind the world's best record of 13 minutes and 11 seconds. But now, they stood at the entrance to the boss level, having reached it in just 4 minutes. Chapter 18, The Dark Night King. On the way to the boss chamber, Chen Ming took the opportunity to brief Wang Yan on the details of the Frost Tomb's boss. The boss of the Frozen Tomb was called the Dark Night King, a powerful skeleton king. His attack power isn't strong, but his defense and health pool are absurdly high. The Dark Night King primarily dealt melee single target damage, yet possessed numerous crowd control abilities. Under his control effects, opponents are often forced into passive defense for extended periods. Therefore, facing this boss requires patience. You must distract him, watch for his control skills, and slowly chip away at his health. Soon, the group arrived at the boss stage. This was an exceptionally open expanse of land, with a massive stone sarcophagus placed right at its center. The sarcophagus measured over 2 meters in length. At its apex was carved a massive crown, inlaid with various splendid gems. "Who dares intrude upon my resting place?" A deep, ominous voice, chilling with coldness, pierced the ears of all present. Immediately after, a thunderous crash echoed as the sarcophagus was violently flung open. A massive skeletal arm emerged from within, gripping the coffin's edge. Next, Wang Yan witnessed a colossal skeletal monster crawling out of the sarcophagus. This skeleton king stood over 2 meters tall, and its body structure differed from other skeletal monsters. Ordinary skeleton monsters were humanoid skeletons clad in heavy armor or robes. But this skeleton king was covered in bone spines, and its body had grown armor made entirely of white bone. This white bone shell resembled heavy plate armor, its sheer appearance suggesting formidable defense. A magnificent crown adorned the skeleton king's head, studded with dazzling gems. In his hand, he gripped a slightly rusted greatsword. Despite its rust-stained blade, a faint, icy glint shimmered upon its surface. "Die, intruder!" The skeleton king roared, raising his greatsword as a chill radiated outward from it. This chill covered an immense area, filling the entire room, leaving no place to hide. Dark Night King used skill, Bone Prison Cold Breath. Bone Prison Frost Breath. When the target is afflicted with the cold status, this skill inflicts a 5-second freeze effect. This was the Night King's signature ability. The cold debuff is a negative status applied to anyone entering the frigid tomb. Thus, Bone Prison Cold Breath functions as an AoE crowd control ability, applying the debuff to all players. When facing this skill, the priest can only choose to give the Purify skill to the tank class, then have them draw the Dark Night King's attention and forcefully endure the 5-second duration. But this time, an unexpected turn of events unfolded for the Night King. His Bone Prison Cold Breath swept across the group, yet it had no effect whatsoever. The Night King visibly froze in shock. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated his own skill failing. Chen Ming burst into laughter. "Didn't see that coming, did you? I don't have any cold status effects on me at all." Seizing the moment while the Dark Night King was distracted, Chen Ming unleashed his most powerful attack skill, Blazing Storm. The Dark Night King reacted swiftly, summoning a layer of frost armor to shield himself. 73,499. 65,596. 72,749. A string of damage numbers floated above the Dark Night King's head. Watching the Night King's health bar plummet wildly, Chen Ming couldn't help but cheer. After all, his fire skills had always been countered by the Dark Night King's ice armor. Even with high base damage, his Blazing Storm could only deal a few thousand points each time. But now that his damage had converted to holy damage, elemental resistances no longer mattered. The group launched a coordinated assault on the Night King. The Night King's health bar vanished as if by magic in no time. Roar! The Night King suddenly raised his sword, letting out a furious roar. Countless black mists surged from his body, enveloping him in swirling darkness like a death god from the abyss. Then, the bone armor covering the Dark Night King shattered into countless fragments, floating around it. Chen Ming shouted loudly. "It's entering its second form. Su Muqing, protect Wang Yan." The moment Chen Ming finished speaking, Lu Shuiao immediately unleashed her most powerful support skill, Silver Moon Shield. A silvery white light flashed, and moments later, a silver-white shield appeared around everyone, resembling the moon. This group shield skill could withstand the impending damage. As Lu Shuiyao finished casting her skill, Su Muqing completed her incantation. Wang Yan suddenly felt a radiant golden holy cross emblem settle upon him. He felt as though he'd just taken a hot bath, utterly comfortable. Wang Yan glanced at his status bar and saw a new entry, Divine Light Protection. Divine Light Protection instantly grants an allied unit the Divine Light Protection effect, granting immunity to all lethal damage for 10 seconds. Upon expiration, restores 10% of the ally's maximum health. Wang Yan was puzzled. But I'm invisible. How did Su Muqing cast Holy Light Protection on me? Just as he pondered this, he suddenly saw Qin Shiyu raising a massive shield to block in front of him. The next second, Wang Yan understood why. The Night King swung his massive sword, causing the surrounding blackness to swell. The bone fragments suspended around him instantly launched forward. In an instant, these bone fragments struck the shields of everyone present like bullets, pocketing the surrounding walls with holes. This indiscriminate area attack could have caught Wang Yan even while invisible. While the damage from these bone fragments might be negligible to others, even a glancing blow could instantly kill Wang Yan, who was only around level 10. Fortunately, Chen Shiyu's protection and Su Muqing's Holy Light Safeguard provided a safety net. Wang Yan was as good as dead, even if he wanted to die. After flinging the bone fragments around him, the Night King raised his massive sword and roared once more. The black mist surrounding him suddenly surged outward. Dark Night King used skill, Bone Prison Dark Breath. Bone Prison Dark Breath. The Night King releases several streams of black mist, blinding all nearby targets for 10 seconds. According to Chen Ming's earlier explanation, this skill was the Dark Night King's second most devastating attack. The 10-second blindness forced enemies into a purely defensive posture. Moreover, this skill has a 20-second cooldown. This means every 10 seconds, the entire group is plunged into darkness, utterly infuriating. Priests can only remove the blindness effect from one person at a time. Therefore, a standard squad typically relies on sound to pinpoint the Night King's location and evade the attack. They then wait for the blindness to wear off before resuming their attacks. Repeating this cycle makes it nearly impossible to clear the stage within 10 minutes. Chapter 19, SSS Rank, National Reward. But this time, the Skeleton King's Bone Prison Shadow Breath proved ineffective. The group merely sensed a flash of black mist before their eyes, lasting less than half a second before it dissipated. Wang Yan's God Tier Purification Aura remained active. The black mist failed to affect the group in the slightest. Bone Prison's Cold Breath and Bone Prison's Dark Breath were the Night King's two most powerful skills. One was an area of effect crowd control, the other an area of effect blind, both with short cooldowns. This earned the Night King the universal reputation as the most annoying boss in the underground lair. While not the strongest in raw power, it was undoubtedly the most irritating to fight. Yet now, both of the Night King's prideful skills were rendered utterly useless in the presence of Wang Yan's aura, failing to exert any effect whatsoever. He brandishes an exaggeratedly large sword, yet fails to strike a single target. Like the skeleton warrior, the Night King moves slowly but packs high attack power. It relies on freezing and blinding its opponents to restrict their movement, allowing its true power to shine. Without its control abilities, it was nothing more than a punching bag. Not to mention Wang Yan's divine aura and attack aura boosting him. Even its most formidable defense became utterly useless. Soon, under the combined assault of the group, the Night King's health rapidly plummeted. 269,080. 299,561. 279,123. 239,456. Even a tiny crossbow bolt striking its body felt like being hit by a magic cannon. The attacks that had previously failed to breach its defenses now proved deadly with every strike. Finally, the Night King could no longer withstand the combined assault. With a mournful howl, the colossal sword in its grasp clattered to the ground with a dull thud. The Night King's massive frame collapsed, its colossal skeleton scattering into a pile of dry bones. Seconds later, its skeleton and greatsword dissolved into a shower of starlight, vanishing before their eyes. All that remained was a large treasure chest. The group stood frozen in place, their expressions filled with unease. For the first time, no one paid attention to the treasure chest lying on the ground. All eyes were fixed on the sky, awaiting the system announcement. Though they had a vague sense of the outcome, they could only feel at ease once the official announcement appeared. Your party has successfully cleared the Frozen 2 Majora tier in 6 minutes and 36 seconds, achieving an SSS tier rating. Congratulations! Your squad is the first globally to achieve an SSS rating in the Frozen 2 Majora tier. National rewards will be distributed shortly. Unique! Would you like to name your squad and publicly list its members? Yay! We did it! SSS rank. We owe this SSS rating to Wang Yan. Wang Yan rocks. Everyone was overcome with excitement, some even moved to tears. Though everyone knew they were practically guaranteed an SSS rating. It wasn't until the official announcement came out that everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. After the initial celebrations, the group turned to discussing whether to remain anonymous. This rare chance at fame meant no one chose to remain anonymous. But Wang Yan spoke up. You all can show your names. I'll stay anonymous. The others paused, then understood Wang Yan's reasoning. Shen Ming nodded in agreement. True. If your situation were to be discovered, it would be too shocking. Better to stay anonymous. A Halo Master below level 20, serving as the main force in a heroic level dungeon, helping the team secure an SSS-rated reward. If this were publicized, Wang Yan would swiftly become a global sensation. At that point, countless individuals with ulterior motives would likely seek him out. For certain nations hostile to the Dragon Nation, the best way to deal with a genius like Wang Yan would be to eliminate him before he could fully develop his potential. At his current level, Wang Yan was still too weak to protect himself. It would be best to wait until he had developed further before gradually exposing him to the world. Su Muqing stepped forward and said, "Then I'll go anonymous too. If only you're anonymous, it'll be easy for them to trace it back to you." Others quickly followed suit. "I'll go anonymous too. It's just a hollow title anyway, doesn't matter. If it weren't for Wang Yan, we wouldn't have had a chance to win this reward." Everyone insisted on anonymity together to protect Wang Yan's information. Wang Yan felt touched. These teammates had only just met. He never imagined they would willingly give up this rare opportunity for his sake. Yet this was precisely the unique cohesion of the Dragon Nation. When faced with matters of national importance, the people of the Dragon Nation always displayed an unimaginable unity. Ultimately, after discussion, they named their squad Halo, with all members remaining anonymous. Upon confirmation, an announcement instantly flooded everyone's message feed. Global announcement: China's Halo squad has achieved the first SSS tier rating for the Frozen Tomb with a clear time of 6 minutes and 36 seconds, earning a national reward. Unique. Rewards: resource drop rates for all heroic tier and lower dungeons in Dragon Nation increased by 10%. 10% increase in the probability of awakening rare professions for all unawakened individuals in Dragon Nation. 5% increase in rare item drop rates from all wild monsters and dungeons in Dragon Nation. These rewards are locked for 50 years. After 50 years, the lot will be released. If a new record is set, the rewards will transfer to the new holder. Upon seeing the announcement, the crowd was utterly speechless. This can't be right? I recall that other dungeons in the underground abyss only had rewards for the first one. If they recalled correctly, when Sakura Nation, Lighthouse Nation, and Bear Nation previously earned SSS rank evaluations for their other 3 dungeons, they only received a 10% increase in resource material output as a reward. But this time, 3 rewards appeared simultaneously. The second reward, in particular, held immense significance. Though 10% may seem small, the Dragon Nation boasts a population of over 1 billion. This 10% probability means that when the next wave of awakened individuals emerges next year, tens of thousands more rare classes will appear. This holds extraordinary significance for the entire nation. The crowd was both delighted and thrilled. Some speculated. Could it be that the extreme difficulty of this frigid tomb is why the rewards are so generous? It's highly likely. Under normal circumstances, completing it within 10 minutes is nearly impossible. The fact that no team has achieved an SSS rating in this frigid tomb for so many years speaks volumes about its difficulty. Alright, let's get out of here. The guild leader is waiting for us outside. That old guy must be over the moon right now. Before exiting, everyone unanimously suggested Wang Yan open the boss chest. This time, Wang Yan didn't refuse. He knew he was the crucial factor in securing the SSS rank reward. Chapter 20, Confidentiality. Without Wang Yan, they wouldn't stand a chance at this SSS tier reward. Thus, everyone unanimously agreed to let Wang Yan handle the boss chest. Wang Yan stepped forward. This was a treasure chest from a heroic level dungeon at the Azura difficulty. Generally, ordinary monsters and dungeons didn't drop many items. Most of the good gear came from boss chests. Opening the chest, they found a single staff inside. Bone Staff Dark Gold, equip level LV20. Equipping increases casting speed by 10%, intelligence by +10, and all attributes of summoned creatures by +10%. As a level 20 item, this staff's stats were quite impressive. However, aside from the +10 intelligence which was somewhat useful to Wang Yan, the other attributes were essentially wasted on him. First, he doesn't need the casting speed boost. Unlike other classes, nearly all of an aura master's auras are instant cast. Then there's the boost to all attributes of summoned creatures that's even less relevant since he isn't a summoner. Still, with such excellent stats, this item should fetch at least 1 million on the market. Wang Yan had no intention of keeping the staff for himself. He planned to find an opportunity to sell it. His luck with this treasure chest was mediocre, yielding only this one dark gold item. But the treasure chest wasn't the main focus of this dungeon run anyway. Having successfully secured the SSS tier reward, everyone was overjoyed and didn't care much about the chest anymore. After looting the chest, the group exited the dungeon together. Liang Tian had been waiting outside the instance for quite some time. He had just seen the global announcement about Wang Yan and the others securing the SSS tier reward. Overcome with emotion, tears streamed down his aged cheeks. Spotting the group emerge, Liang Tian quickly turned away to wipe his reddened eyes. I'm feeling a bit emotional right now. Sorry for the spectacle. The others offered comfort. It's okay, Captain. We're all excited too. Ha ha ha, who wouldn't be excited? This reward could be said to have a direct impact on the national strength of the Dragon Nation. Li Yingtian pushed through the crowd and approached Wang Yan. Without a doubt, Wang Yan was the center of attention at that moment. In the past, Li Yingtian had led his squad to challenge the frigid tomb countless times, with each attempt taking over 14 minutes. But with Wang Yan joining the team, they managed to cut the time down to around 6 minutes. It was crystal clear who had played the pivotal role in the team. Li Yingtian excitedly slapped Wang Yan on the shoulder. Well done, Wang Yan. Great job. Turning to the rest of the team, Li Yingtian added. Everyone, you've worked hard. You did well. Choosing anonymity was the right call. Though you missed this chance for fame, I will report the specifics to the provincial authorities. You are all heroes of the Dragon Nation. I am confident the higher-ups will not shortchange you. Li Yingtian's promise brought smiles to everyone's faces. They all knew Li Yingtian never made empty promises. Whatever he pledged, he would deliver. It was precisely this trait that earned him immense respect within Tianshui City's professional gaming circles. However, there's one matter I must address with you all. Li Yingtian's expression suddenly turned serious. I want everyone to keep today's challenge completely confidential. Of course, we won't keep you in the dark forever. When the time is right, we'll publicly release the list of participants and the details of this challenge. Everyone understood that Li Yingtian spoke this way to protect Wang Yan to the utmost extent. Beyond his joy, Li Yingtian also felt a headache coming on. He had heard from Zhao Guofeng that Tianshui No. 1 High School had produced a prodigy, but he hadn't anticipated such an extraordinary one. Consequently, he hadn't made extensive preparations initially. Faced with a situation like Wang Yan's, he couldn't make rash decisions on his own. He had to report it up the chain and let higher-ups decide. The only thing he could do now was to protect Wang Yan's information as much as possible to prevent trouble from coming his way. Everyone expressed their understanding. No problem, Chairman. Don't worry, we know what to do. Seeing their assurances, Li Yingtian felt reassured. These were his longtime teammates, people he could trust implicitly. Su Muqing asked. So what's our next move? Should we focus on leveling up Wang Yan as quickly as possible? Her reasoning was straightforward. The faster Wang Yan grew stronger, the safer he would be. Li Yingtian pondered for a moment, then shook his head. No. The entire Dongshan province knows that the underground demon's lair dungeon is currently under the management of our Tianshui City Guild. For years, Li Yingtian had led the team, striving to secure the SSS-rated achievement for the Frozen Tomb. Even though the team had gone anonymous this time, those with connections could still guess it was the Tianshui City Guild who had secured the SSS rank reward. If Wang Yan stays with us all the time, it'll be easy for people to suspect him. Li Yingtian pondered for a long while before saying, Here's what we'll do, Wang Yan. You should return to your normal routine as a student, prepare for the college entrance exams, and avoid drawing any unusual attention to yourself. Of course, it's just for appearances. Whether you take the exams or not doesn't matter. Your admission to a prestigious academy is already a done deal. The question now wasn't which Supreme Academy Beijing, Jinghai, or Jiangnan Wang Yan would be admitted to. Rather, whichever of these three prestigious institutions Wang Yan chose, they would all be scrambling to have him. I need to consult with higher-ups before making a final decision. Wang Yan nodded. Understood. Wang Yan felt a pang of regret. Having these masters guide his leveling up was incredibly efficient. Plus, with Li Yingtian's endless supply of beast blood potions, leveling up felt smoother than riding a rocket. After clearing the frigid tomb, Wang Yan's level had reached 18.5, just moments away from hitting 19. He estimated that his classmates who had awakened alongside him were probably only just past level 10 at most. He had actually planned to stick with this team a bit longer to farm more experience. But since Li Yingtian had spoken, Wang Yan could only silently agree. He understood Li Yingtian was considering his best interests. But Wang Yan also knew that once Li Yingtian reported the situation to higher-ups, someone would naturally guide him in leveling up later. There was no need to rush it now. Next, Li Yingtian and Wang Yan added each other as friends. Originally, Li Yingtian had intended to arrange for guild members to escort Wang Yan back and assign several people to protect him, but Wang Yan declined. He felt such an arrangement would only draw unnecessary attention. It would be better to simply hail a cab and return home without drawing unwanted attention. Before parting, Wang Yan handed the Yuanli pool orb back to Li Yingtian. They had only cleared 2 dungeons this afternoon, leaving over 74,000 points of the original 100,000 point yuan energy pool remaining. Li Yingtian waved it off generously. Keep this Yuanli pool. I'll have someone deliver 2 more for backup in a couple of days. Chapter 21, Achievement Badge. Wang Yan didn't hesitate and accepted the Yuanli pool without fuss. Li Yingtian continued. Once you return, remember to send me screenshots of your badges so I can submit them for approval. The badges Li Yingtian referred to were an option within the attribute panel, the achievement system. When a professional accomplishes certain special achievements or participates in unique events, it triggers regional or even global announcements. Upon doing so, the professional would receive an achievement badge as proof of their accomplishment or participation in the special event. Wang Yan opened his own attribute panel and found that a new badge had indeed appeared in the achievement system. Arctic Challenger, you achieved the first ever SSS tier rating in the Arctic Mausoleum, triggering a national reward. This badge was proof of both strength and honor. Simply flashing it to others instantly made one the coolest kid on the block. Wang Yan exchanged friend requests with the others before bidding farewell and exiting the underground lair dungeon. Liang Tian was also eager to return to the guild, as he had a mountain of tasks awaiting him. Escorted by a fellow adventurer, Wang Yan safely reached the outskirts of the city. He hailed a taxi and headed back to his residence. Wang Yan's residence was in a rather dilapidated old neighborhood on the outskirts of the city. Most buildings here lacked elevators, and the walls were badly chipped and peeling, with chunks missing here and there. The upside, however, was the extremely low rent, just 600 dragon coins a month. 10 years ago, after Wang Yan's parents passed away, they left him only 200,000 yuan in death benefits. Wang Yan relied on this money to cover his tuition, living expenses, and various other costs. It was no small feat that he managed to persevere all the way through middle school graduation. When Wang Yan returned to his doorstep, he found a note stuck to it. Please pay your rent promptly. Thank you for your cooperation. Wang Yan scratched his head and tore the note off the door. It was embarrassing to admit, but he hadn't paid rent in about 2 months. Now, his bank account held just over 1,000 dragon coins. About 2 months ago, Wang Yan had fallen into a financial crisis. The 200,000 left by his parents had lasted him a full decade through careful budgeting and frugality, but it had finally dwindled away in the 2 months before his awakening. This was the conclusion Wang Yan had reached after careful calculation. As long as he could hold out until his professional awakening, he wouldn't have to worry much about money anymore. Professional awakening marked a pivotal turning point in everyone's life. If one awakened to a life-oriented profession, it signaled that they were destined to live an ordinary life and could directly enter the workforce to earn a living. Only a select few specialized life professions allowed further education through university. If one awakened to a combat profession, it meant their ancestors had burned incense to the heavens. Even the most basic combat profession earns money faster than ordinary life professions. Simply hunting monsters in the wild yields materials and equipment that translate into substantial income. Of course, combat professionals also burn through money faster than ordinary people. Gear, cultivation items, skill books, pets, combat tools. Everything that boosts your strength is shockingly expensive. Take the Yi Bone Staff in Wang Yan's hands, for instance. It could easily fetch $1 million or $2 million on the trading market. So although Wang Yan's parents were both combat professionals, they didn't leave him any savings. As for their gear and items, they too vanished during that beast-tide uprising, picked up by who knows whom. Wang Yan's thoughts drifted away, still remembering that year when he was only 8. Much about that beast-tide uprising had faded from his memory. The only thing he could recall was the city engulfed in flames, reduced to ruins everywhere, and crowds of people in a state of panic. To prevent the horde from advancing further into the city center, Tianshui's professionals poured out en masse, throwing everything they had into blocking the onslaught. Countless professionals perished in that beast-tide uprising, including Wang Yan's parents. Later, Wang Yan learned that although there was no concrete evidence, the beast-tide uprising was most likely orchestrated by the people of Sakura Nation. And the mastermind behind Sakura Nation was Lighthouse Nation. From that day forward, Sakura Nation and Dragon Nation became locked in a deep, hidden enmity. Sakura Nation. A fleeting, barely perceptible flash of hatred flickered in Wang Yan's eyes. Pulling his thoughts back, Wang Yan shook his head and opened his attribute panel. Better take care of the rent first. At least Wang Yan no longer needed to worry about money. Upon successful awakening, every practitioner received an initial storage space of 1 cubic meter. This space expands with each level up, increasing by 0.5 cubic meters per level. But to hold more items, storage equipment was required. Storage items were expensive, but Wang Yan already possessed a dark gold storage ring obtained from the venomous swamp dungeon. Wang Yan stored all his supplies and equipment inside the storage ring. The storage space now holds numerous materials: crystal cores, beast horns, hides, claws, bones, and more. Upon each monster's death, its materials automatically decompose and are evenly distributed among all party members. Even the armor worn by skeleton warriors, along with their weapons, would be broken down into materials like metal, wood, and leather. Following Liang Tian's squad earlier, Wang Yan had gathered a substantial amount of basic materials. Selling these materials would bring in a considerable sum. These were materials dropped from heroic-level dungeons, and Wang Yan estimated they could fetch at least tens of thousands of yuan. Just as Wang Yan was preparing to head out to the professional market, he suddenly received a message from his friend list. Opening his contacts, he found a message from none other than Liang Tian. Wang Yan, thanks to you, Tianshui City managed to keep this dungeon. After reading Liang Tian's message, Wang Yan finally understood. Recently, Liang Tian had been competing with the guild leader from neighboring Yinhai City for control of the underground demon's lair dungeon. The reason was simple: Liang Tian had led expeditions into the frozen tomb for years, training batch after batch of new recruits, yet they had never achieved an SSS tier rating. Gradually, the provincial guild grew dissatisfied with his performance and decided to allow Inhai City's guild to join the challenge. If Inhai City succeeded, the dungeon would no longer belong to Tianshui City. Fortunately, Wang Yan intervened in time, securing Tianshui City's ownership of the underground demon's lair. Finally, Liang Tian stated in the message, "In recognition of your contributions to Tianshui City, I'm transferring a cash reward of 5 million credits on behalf of the Tianshui City Guild, along with a dark gold tier equipment piece. You'll definitely appreciate this gear." Wang Yan's heart skipped a beat. 5 million? He wasn't particularly concerned about the equipment, but the 5 million yuan left him feeling a surge of excitement. Chapter 22, Becoming a Millionaire. For years, Wang Yan's monthly expenses, rent and all, had barely exceeded a few hundred yuan. He'd grown accustomed to living frugally, so the sudden prospect of receiving 5 million yuan naturally stirred his emotions. Wang Yan silently scolded himself for being so pathetic. After all, the yuanly pool Liang Tian had given him was already worth over 10 million. To a high-level practitioner, 5 million yuan was practically nothing. But what could he do? He'd never seen that much cash in his entire life. Wang Yan glanced at his phone. Sure enough, a deposit notification had arrived minutes earlier, though he hadn't noticed it. Your savings card ending in 9527 received a transfer of 5,000,000 dragon coins at 20 hours 11 minutes and 53 seconds. Current balance, 5,001,033.40. Seeing his account balance, a powerful wave of happiness welled up inside Wang Yan. Ha, is this what it feels like to be rich? Wang Yan felt an inexplicable urge to roll around on the ground in celebration, but thankfully he managed to restrain himself. He opened his phone and transferred the rent and utility bills to his landlord, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. Oh, right, there's still one piece of equipment. He opened his contacts list. An attachment in the email from Liang Tian contained the item Li had mentioned. Wang Yan looked at it. It was a ring. Ring-type equipment was notoriously expensive, as the maximum number of rings a player could wear was 10. If you wanted, you could wear one on every finger. Moreover, ring-type equipment was generally highly functional gear. The most expensive equipment type on the market was rings, followed by necklaces and capes. After removing the attachment, the item automatically stored itself in Wang Yan's system space. Wang Yan opened the space to inspect it. Frequency conversion ring, dark gold, equipment level LV15, intelligence plus 10, yuan energy recovery rate plus 10 points per hour. Special effect, you can freely control the aura's intensity, allowing the aura effect to fluctuate freely between 1% and 100%, while also reducing yuan energy consumption. Upon seeing the ring's attributes, Wang Yan felt a surge of delight. This was actually exclusive gear for an aura master. Wang Yan quickly grasped Liang Tian's intention in giving him this ring. When necessary, Wang Yan could directly activate the variable frequency mode to reduce the aura's effects. After all, ordinary aura masters typically start with basic skills like a mere 1% attack boost. But Wang Yan's god-tier attack aura started at a 1000% boost. If he went out to team up with others, wouldn't he scare the crap out of them? With this frequency conversion ring, he could disguise himself as a normal aura master. Wang Yan wasn't one to hide his abilities, but his current aura skills were primarily supportive. Without his teammates, he possessed little combat capability on his own. If hostile foreign forces truly sought to assassinate him, his only recourse would be to activate invisibility and flee a far from secure solution. Wang Yan recalled the Night King's area of effect damage earlier today. Without Chen Xiyu and Su Muqing's protection, he likely would have been finished. As an aura master, no matter how powerful he became, he still depended on his teammates. Without them, he possessed no offensive capability whatsoever. Realizing his current weakness, Wang Yan fell deep in thought. Perhaps I could find an opportunity to visit the pet beast market. It would be great if I could purchase a combat-type pet beast. After becoming a professional, one could sign contracts with pet beasts. Multiple pet contracts could be signed simultaneously. However, only one pet could be brought into a dungeon at a time. Only adventurers who have transferred to the summoner or beastmaster professions can control multiple pets simultaneously in battle. Most people buy pets primarily as companions for companionship. Next are support-type pets. They can equip storage gear to function as a backpack for their owner. Alternatively, they possess support skills like shields, healing, or buffs, though their effects are generally modest. Combat-type pets, however, are extremely expensive. Moreover, very few practitioners choose to contract combat-type pets. Only specialized beastmasters opt to train them. For high-level practitioners, life and death often hinge on a single decision in battle. They must remain fully focused on the current battle, leaving no spare energy to command a pet. Take Liang Tian's squad, for instance. Aside from the summoner who brought an owl to collect loot, none of the others carried pets. But Wang Yan was different. In combat, he only needed to activate his aura and had nothing else to do. This leaves him with ample spare energy to command his pet beast in combat. But combat-type pet eggs were expensive. High-tier pets could easily cost millions. Forget it. No point dwelling on it now. Let's go grab some late-night snacks. Only 6 days remained until the college entrance exams. If all goes according to plan, his newly awakened classmates would be grinding away to level up right about now. For families with better financial means, they might even hire professional players to level up their accounts. Everyone hopes to achieve excellent results on the college entrance exam and gain admission to a prestigious university for further studies. Though beyond level, top universities place greater emphasis on professional potential and innate talent. However, level is still crucial. During the college entrance exams, besides written tests, there are specialized trial dungeons designed to assess students' abilities. You couldn't very well enter a trial dungeon with a level 1 tag. That would be an absolute embarrassment. But now, Wang Yan didn't need to worry about the college entrance exams at all. With Liang Tian handling things, all he needed to do now was wait for further instructions. He planned to relax thoroughly these next few days. Wang Yan was heading to the food street for a feast, some grilled skewers and beer to treat himself properly. Just as he was about to head out, he suddenly noticed another message from Liang Tian. Got some good news for you. I've already reported your SSS rank achievement. The base bonus is confirmed at 10 million yuan and will be transferred shortly. As for other rewards, they haven't been finalized yet. Do you have any requests? Let me know, and I can pass them up the chain for you. Wang Yan's heart skipped a beat. 10 million? Did that mean he was about to become a millionaire? In the circles of high-level professionals, 10 million might not be much, but to ordinary people, it was an unimaginably huge sum. He quickly replied. I don't have any immediate needs. Just having the money is great. All Wang Yan could think about now was how to spend this money. How many rounds of barbecue and beer could that buy? A moment later, Liang Tian replied. No problem, I get it. It's normal for newly awakened practitioners to be short on cash. I'll figure out a way to help you out. Wang Yan had made a deep impression on Liang Tian by diving into the dungeon without a single piece of gear today. He could also tell that Wang Yan's family circumstances weren't particularly affluent. Chapter 23, Chen Yuan's Invitation. Wang Yan found a barbecue restaurant, ordered a table full of dishes, and grabbed a few bottles of beer. He couldn't even remember the last time he'd gone out for a proper meal. These years had left Wang Yan deeply afraid of poverty. Just moments ago, as he stepped out, the 10 million bonus from above had already landed in his account. Now, Wang Yan's account held a whopping 15 million dragon coins. For a moment, Wang Yan felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. By ordinary standards, he was now considered quite wealthy. But Wang Yan knew this was merely the beginning. Waiters kept bringing over freshly grilled meat, skewers and vegetables, and Wang Yan's appetite was thoroughly whetted. Looking at the table laden with dishes, he felt a pang of loneliness at the thought of eating alone. He couldn't help but think of his friend Chen Yuan. Wondering what Chen Yuan was up to now, Wang Yan hesitated over whether to text him and invite him out for a late-night snack. It was already past 9 o'clock at night. Chen Yuan might have gone to sleep by now. Chen Yuan was Wang Yan's only friend at school. Wang Yan devoted most of his energy and time to studying at school. To others, he always seemed quiet and kept to himself. Because Wang Yan was handsome and had excellent grades, he had no shortage of admirers at school. Yet many girls found it incredibly difficult to even exchange a single word with him for some reason. He always seemed terribly busy. Many people speculated that he disliked socializing and had an aloof personality. But only he knew the truth, that wasn't the case at all. He was simply too consumed by his studies to have time for friendships. The reason he became friends with Chen Yuan was equally straightforward. Chen Yuan frequently paid to borrow his homework to copy. Though no one knew Chen Yuan's exact family background, his household seemed quite wealthy. At the time, Wang Yan was also short on cash and was more than happy to lend his homework for copying. Over time, as they interacted more, the two naturally became good friends. Male friendships could be that straightforward sometimes. After much deliberation, Wang Yan decided to call Chen Yuan out. Chen Yuan had always treated him to meals, yet he hadn't reciprocated much. Now that he had money, he certainly couldn't forget his good buddy. Come to think of it, he hadn't even added Chen Yuan as a friend on his social app yet. Pulling out his phone, Wang Yan found Chen Yuan's name in his messaging app. Just as he was about to type "get up to take a piss," he suddenly noticed an unread message from Chen Yuan. The message read, Old Wang, wanna go level up together tomorrow? Sent 1 day ago. Whoa. Wang Yan sucked in a sharp breath. Somehow, he hadn't seen this message. Judging by the send time, he must have been having a blast leveling up with teacher Qinyao back then. Perhaps he'd been too engrossed in grinding monsters with teacher Qinyao to notice Chen Yuan's message. His face flushed slightly as he replied awkwardly. Ahem. I just saw your message. Within seconds of Wang Yan sending his message, Chen Yuan replied. I thought you were dead, damn it. I even went to your place yesterday looking for you. Wang Yan replied. Ah, don't sweat the small stuff. Wanna hang out? I'll treat you to dinner. Holy crap, are you serious? Did you strike it rich? Made a little money recently. Sounds good, old Wang, but not tonight. My parents are home right now. If I go out at this hour, they'll beat me to death. I'll owe you this meal. Wang Yan felt a pang of regret. Looks like he'd be dining alone tonight. Chen Yuan continued. Want to level up together tomorrow? I invited a few friends, they're all super strong. Just as Wang Yan was about to decline, Chen Yuan sent another message. Don't even say you're busy. Wang Yan smiled helplessly. Chen Yuan really knew him well. He'd already typed out no time but hadn't had a chance to send it yet. News of Wang Yan awakening as an aura master had been spreading like wildfire throughout the school. As the top student in both academics and athletics for 3 consecutive years, Wang Yan's performance at school had always been exceptionally outstanding. Now, witnessing this prodigy's apparent fall, many couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. After all, Wang Yan had always kept to himself, which inevitably led others to mistakenly assume he was arrogant. Weak amplification abilities and slow mana regeneration were common early-stage issues for most aura masters. Thus, aura masters were among the least sought-after classes for early-game teaming. Wang Yan understood Chen Yuan's intentions. By inviting him to join the team, Chen Yuan was actually offering him a helping hand, aiming to level him up together. Though reluctant, Wang Yan felt a tinge of gratitude. After all, once their professions were awakened and the college entrance exams concluded, even the closest friends often parted ways. In this world where strength reigned supreme, reality was this harsh. The Class 1 awakened to largely determine their future path and potential, as well as the social circles they would inhabit. Yet even after Wang Yan awakened a profession that seemed to hold little promise, Chen Yuan still chose to stand by his side. Wang Yan replied. Alright, what time tomorrow? Tomorrow at 9 a.m. North suburban outskirts. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance to Shadowwood. Got it. After exchanging a few more casual words with Chen Yuan, Wang Yan logged out of the communication app. Just as he was feasting, a news report suddenly caught his eye on the TV. Breaking news, a mysterious team from Dragon Nation has cleared the extreme cold tomb dungeon and secured an SSS tier reward. However, none of the team members are willing to be interviewed at this time, with all choosing to remain anonymous. Our reporter has arrived in Tianshui City, where the dungeon is located. Let's follow the reporter's perspective. Behind Wang Yan, someone murmured. Truly, heaven has blessed our Dragon Nation. This reward is insane. I see foreign forums going wild over it. Yeah, especially that 10% boost to rare class awakening rates. The next batch of awakening students in our Dragon Nation are truly blessed. Exactly. Thanks to these anonymous heroes, who knows how many rare classes the next generation of students will awaken. Why did they choose to remain anonymous? That's way too low-key. The barbecue shop buzzed with chatter. Only then did Wang Yan realize how much attention this national reward had garnered. Nearly every customer in the shop was discussing it. It wasn't just because the rewards were so generous, but also because that mysterious team's completion time was simply staggering. 6 minutes and 36 seconds compared to the previous global record of 13 minutes and 11 seconds set by the Lighthouse Nation, it was nearly twice as fast. This completion time was simply outrageous. It meant that this team of challengers were, at the very least, among the world's top-tier professionals at level 60 and below. Wang Yan listened to the unreserved praise around him, terms like pillar of the nation and unparalleled talent, and found himself feeling a bit embarrassed. Chapter 24, Viral Sensation. Hearing the buzz, Wang Yan pulled out his phone. Sure enough, the headlines across major websites were dominated by news about the SSS tier reward from the Frozen Tomb. Unknown heroes claim world's first SSS rank reward, reason for anonymity unclear. Heaven bless the Dragon Nation. Mysterious team claims extreme cold tomb SSS tier reward, igniting nationwide buzz. 6 minutes 36 seconds. Strongest clear time in level 60 dungeon history? Experts analyze, unbreakable for at least 500 years. In-depth analysis, how a 10% boost to rare class spawn rates impacts Dragon Nation. Read now. This event dominated the charts across virtually every online platform. Social media platforms were flooded with discussions about it. Wang Yan opened a forum where the hottest thread was, the strongest level 60 dungeon rewards in history? A rational analysis of why the Frigid Tombs rewards are so outrageous. The thread had garnered immense attention, with over 100,000 replies and counting. Curiosity piqued, Wang Yan clicked into the thread. The thread's author, who went by the username Jianbing Doggy, claimed to be a professional adventurer from Tianshui City, giving him deep knowledge of the dungeons within the underground abyss. In his view, the Frozen Tomb was the hardest dungeon in the underground caverns to achieve an SSS tier rating. The 4 dungeons in the underground abyss were actually of similar difficulty. However, the extreme cold mausoleum stood out because its level design seemed specifically engineered to drag out the gameplay. Upon entering the instance, the first time consuming debuff appeared, chilled. Under this status effect, the professional's movement and attack speed drastically slowed, while skill cooldowns lengthened, significantly increasing the time required to clear the instance. Secondly, the monster design in the Frozen Tomb is noteworthy. There are virtually no fragile enemies here. Each skeleton warrior is absurdly tanky, boasting high defense and massive health pools. It often takes an extended period to eliminate a single skeleton warrior. Even the seemingly most fragile-sounding monster in the frozen tomb, the skeleton mage, proves remarkably difficult to deal with. When attacked, skeleton mages cast a magical shield upon themselves. What's most absurd is that they will reapply a shield before the previous one breaks. This means killing a skeleton mage requires the entire party to coordinate and unleash massive damage on a single target within a short window to instantly eliminate it. However, due to the chill status effect, achieving an instant kill is exceptionally difficult. Additionally, players must dodge the skeleton mage's meteor skill, meaning the 6 skeleton mages in the Altar of Death often take a considerable amount of time to defeat. As for the boss, it goes without saying. It's a tank-type boss with both an area of effect freeze and an area of effect blind skill. With these 2 crowd control abilities cycling through, players can only focus on defense, ensuring their own safety while slowly chipping away at the boss's health. Even the world's strongest guild, Lighthouse Nation, only managed a time of 13 minutes and 11 seconds after completing this entire sequence, a record that remained unmatched for years afterward. Precisely because achieving an SSS rank in the Frozen Tomb is so incredibly difficult, its rewards far surpass those of other level 60 dungeons. Addressing these challenges, Jian Bing Dog shared his perspective. In my view, this stage could see significantly improved times if players had access to area of effect purge abilities. However, group purification is a skill typically only accessible to priest type classes at level 80 or above. Players below level 60 have virtually no chance of encountering such advanced abilities. Increasing the number of healers isn't a viable solution either. The Death Altar stage requires sufficient DPS to defeat the skeleton mage. Too many healers would hinder the team's overall damage output. This problem seems somewhat unsolvable. Wang Yan nodded thoughtfully as he read the post. This netizen named Pancake Dog truly understood the Frozen Tomb inside out. Everything he said hit the nail on the head. Jian Bing Dog's personal interpretation was also entirely correct. It was precisely through his group purification aura that Wang Yan achieved such an outrageously high score. And the most outrageous part? Wang Yan's group purge skill was persistent. That was just unfair. Wang Yan continued reading. At the end of the post, Pancake Dog concluded. So I get why the team that cleared the Frozen Tomb chose to remain anonymous. Either they came up with some strategy beyond my comprehension, or they're a group of super geniuses who just steamrolled the dungeon with raw power. These geniuses might very well be trained by the Dragon Nation's Central Court Guild, so choosing anonymity makes perfect sense. In my opinion, no other nation will surpass this achievement for a very long time. Frankly speaking, the rewards for this dungeon are permanently tied to Dragon Nation. Even if the reward lock is lifted 50 years from now, it's highly unlikely anyone will surpass this record. And let's not forget the anonymous team that tackled the Frozen Tomb had only 9 members. While I don't know why they didn't field a full squad, it means 6 minutes and 33 seconds isn't their limit. With a full team, their time could have been even faster. Wang Yan couldn't help but chuckle upon reading this. The reason they didn't field a full team was simply because Liang Tian's level was too high, and they hadn't had time to assemble the necessary members. Few could have imagined that this SSS-rated challenge of the Frozen Tomb wasn't the result of meticulous planning, but rather a spur-of-the-moment decision by Liang Tian after witnessing Wang Yan's abilities. Still, overall, the analysis in this post was spot on. Finally, Jian Bing Dog wrapped it up with a single sentence. 10 years ago, my father died protecting this city he loved so dearly during that beast-tide uprising. His greatest wish in life was to witness the day of Dragon Nation's rise. So when I saw the national commendation announcement, I was truly moved. Thank you to these unsung heroes. You are the pride of Dragon Nation. This post gained significant traction, garnering numerous likes and replies. OP is awesome, spot on analysis. If OP hadn't posted this analysis, I wouldn't have realized how challenging the Frozen Tomb is. I hadn't even noticed until you pointed it out the team only had 9 members. Those 9 players are incredibly skilled. At every critical moment, a group of brave souls step forward. They are the backbone of our nation. Salute to the OP's father and to these 9 anonymous heroes. Wang Yan read the post with mixed feelings. As the central figure in this incident, he felt everything had unfolded naturally. While pleased, he hadn't dwelled on it much. What surprised him was how much spiritual inspiration this incident had brought to so many people. Numerous commenters expressed their intent to take the 9 anonymous heroes as role models, striving to improve themselves and fight for the rise of the Dragon Nation. While heartened, Wang Yan also felt a new weight of responsibility and pressure on his shoulders. Chapter 25, Challenge Order. Late at night, Sakura Nation. In a mansion far outside the city, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged on the floor. He lifted his teacup and took a small sip. Before him, a lean man sat directly opposite, flanked by several bodyguards dressed in suits and sunglasses. The slender man spoke first. Lord Kitahara, I trust you are aware of the Dragon Nation securing the first SSS-rated score for the Extreme Cold Mausoleum. This slender man was Yoshiko Kunihiko, the head of the Provincial Guild of East Jing Province in Sakura Nation. The man addressed as Lord Kitahara was Sosuke Kitahara, head of the Kitahara clan, a secluded family of Sakura Nation. The Kitahara clan was reputed to be Sakura Nation's last remaining secluded family. Since ancient times, they have used forbidden drugs to cultivate certain professionals into assassins. These assassins have extremely short lifespans, with most not living past 30. Yet these assassins, by depleting their life potential through forbidden drugs, attained combat prowess far surpassing ordinary humans. Kitahara Sasuke set down his teacup. I know. Seeing that Kitahara Sasuke didn't continue, Yashigahara Kunihiko grew impatient. Mr. Kitahara, can you really stand by and watch Ryukoku rise to power? Kitahara Sasuke chuckled. Have you forgotten, Mr. Yashigahara? 10 years ago, to trigger the Dragon Nation's beast-tide uprising, over half my loyal warriors perished. This old man here, well, I'm powerless to do anything about it. Yoshiko sighed. Lord Kitahara, the task I must entrust to you this time is one only you and all of Sakura Nation can accomplish. I know you worry about that child, Kitahara Asuka. But consider this, he is a genius the likes of which our great Sakura Nation sees but once in a century. Do you truly believe I would send him to his death for nothing? Kihiko Yashikata produced a black token and placed it on the table. Kitahara Sasuke's expression shifted slightly upon seeing it. This is a challenge token. Yoshiko Kohiko nodded with a smile. Exactly. A challenge token. I'm sure you understand its value, Mr. Kitahara. Kitahara Sasuke picked up the token and a line of text appeared before his eyes. Upon activating the challenge token, you may issue a deathmatch challenge to a single nation and set participation conditions within permitted limits. The victor receives immense rewards while the loser faces severe penalties. Maximum challenge participants, 500. Yoshiko Kohiko stated solemnly. This time, we must teach the Dragon Nation a lesson. We cannot let them get carried away. Those were the Prime Minister's exact words. The Prime Minister wishes to target the newly awakened professionals of the Dragon Nation with this challenge order. Kitahara Sasuke instantly understood why Yashikura Kunihiko had said only he could handle this. This challenge decree stipulated that both sides could only field professionals of comparable strength. Under normal circumstances, Sakura Nation might not stand a chance. Dragon Nation's professionals were no weaker than Sakura Nation's, perhaps even stronger. The elite warriors trained by Sasuke Kitahara, though short-lived, possessed strength far surpassing their peers. Adding to this, the Kitahara family had recently awakened a young professional named Asuka Kitahara. He awakened a rare S-rank profession, Crescent Moon Swordsman. Having trained in the Shintoishin Ryu sword style since childhood, his awakening as a Crescent Moon Swordsman has made him even more formidable. His master prophesied that Asuka Kitahara would become the future first sword saint of Sakura Nation. Without a doubt, Asuka Kitahara is a rare genius throughout the entire Sakura Nation. If Asuka Kitahara were to lead his clan's 400 elite warriors to challenge the newly awakened professionals of the Dragon Nation, then this deadly battle would turn into a slaughter with no suspense whatsoever. Kitahara Sasuke couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, his expression no longer as composed as before. Losing 500 newly awakened prodigies would deal a devastating blow to the Dragon Nation. Not to mention the severe punishment awaiting the defeated challengers, a penalty severe enough to halt the nation's progress for decades. Yoshiko Kohiko declared. For Asuka, this is a rare opportunity. Upon his triumphant return, I will arrange for him to train at the Kasuga Shrine. The Kitahara clan will become the strongest family in all of Dongjing. These are the terms personally promised by the Prime Minister. Consider them carefully, Lord Kitahara. Kitahara Sasuke tucked the token directly into his robe. No need to deliberate. I accept. I require 5 days to prepare. Yoshiko Kohiko bowed deeply to Kitahara Sasuke. I entrust this to you, Lord Kitahara. Lighthouse Nation, within a certain national secret agency. An officer saluted a man in a suit. The man asked. Still no leads? Yes, sir. For some reason, the Dragon Nation has implemented exceptionally tight security this time. We've made no progress so far. The man frowned and ordered. Dispatch spies from neighboring provinces to Dongshan Province. Put other matters on hold. Prioritize investigating the list of those who cleared customs this time. Yes, sir. Tianshui City. Tianshui City Professional Union. Zhao Guofeng sat upright, his posture formal. Beside him were Qin Yao and Li Yingtian. Li Yingtian asked Qin Yao sternly. Teacher Qin Yao, when you and Wang Yan upgraded together that day, were there any bystanders present? Qin Yao thought carefully for a moment before nodding. No, no one saw us. I'm certain because I chose a very secluded spot at the time. After a moment, she added. Besides, that area was in the beginner zone. At my level, instantly defeating those monsters was perfectly normal. Even if someone had seen it, they wouldn't have suspected anything. Li Yingtian nodded. Good. I've already reported Wang Yan's situation to headquarters. Our priority now is maintaining secrecy while awaiting their decision. Li Yingtian paused before continuing. If I'm not mistaken, the higher-ups will likely assign Wang Yan to participate in the national war a month from now. So for now, we mustn't reveal any information about Wang Yan, lest other nations prepare in advance. Zhao Guofeng and Qin Yao both nodded solemnly. They understood the stakes involved. This matter concerned the entire Dragon Nation. Zhao Guofeng inquired. Chairman Li, about Wang Yan's guaranteed admission. Li Yingtian smiled. Principal Zhao, you're still worried about that? Let me put it this way, based on Wang Yan's performance this time, getting into any of the 3 Supreme Academies is as easy as saying the word. Zhao Guofeng's heart swelled with delight at these words. Having nurtured such a prodigy at Tianshui No. 1 High School, the principal naturally basked in the glory. When applying for funding this year, he could finally hold his head high. Those aging classroom buildings on campus were long overdue for renovation. At this moment, Wang Yan remained unaware that his butterfly effect had already set off an unimaginable chain reaction. A storm was about to descend upon him. Chapter 26, Sumu Shui. Beep, beep. The alarm clock rang. Still half asleep, Wang Yan reached out from under the covers, fumbling around the bedside table for a while before finally grabbing the annoying alarm clock. He glanced at the time, 7:30 a.m. He remembered Chen Yuan had arranged to meet him around 9 o'clock. Wang Yan stared blankly at the ceiling. The bed beneath him seemed to possess a magical power, trapping him and leaving him unable to move. Ugh, I stayed up way too late last night. Wang Yan regretted agreeing to go leveling up with Chen Yuan so early this morning. He could have slept in at home today. His eyelids felt heavy, as if they were fighting each other. A wicked thought crept into his mind. Maybe I should just stand Chen Yuan up. Leveling up can't be more important than sleep. But after careful consideration, Wang Yan realized that if he stood Chen Yuan up again today, the guy might just show up at his place later to personally conduct his burial ceremony. Forget it. Get up, get up. After a fierce internal battle, Wang Yan finally dragged himself out of bed. After washing up, he dressed and headed out. At the breakfast shop downstairs, he ordered a steamer basket of buns, a glass of milk, and a fried dough stick. Even though he had money now, he still believed in saving where he could. After finishing breakfast, Wang Yan hailed a taxi by the roadside. Driver, take me to Shadowwood Forest. The Shadowwood Forest was a wooded area on the northern outskirts of the city. Unlike dungeons like the underground caverns, Shadowgrove Forest was an open-world area. The forest's outskirts teemed with low-level monsters, making it ideal for newly awakened adventurers to level up. Generally speaking, dungeons tend to be more challenging, as players must defeat the boss to gain rewards once inside. However, tackling dungeons typically requires a well-coordinated party of up to 10 members. Newly awakened adventurers aren't even proficient with their own skills yet, let alone team coordination. Therefore, newly awakened beginners usually head to open areas to level up and gain combat experience. For Wang Yan, now at level 18, the monsters on the outskirts of Shadowwood Forest no longer provided much experience. His reason for seeking out Chen Yuan this time was purely out of boredom. About 30 minutes later, Wang Yan arrived safely at the Shadow Forest. He glanced at the time. It was just around 8:50 p.m. The Shadowwood Forest was noticeably livelier than usual today. Wang Yan saw many equipped adventurers gathered at the forest's perimeter. These adventurers all bore a hint of youthfulness on their faces, clearly newly awakened adventurers from this year. Regardless, their gear was neatly arranged and well maintained. Every year during the awakening season, the adventurer trading market flooded with a large number of low-level, high-quality gear. Most of these items had low-level requirements and decent stats. What unscrupulous merchant wouldn't seize this chance to fleece the newbies? Though everyone knows these low-level items will quickly become obsolete, it doesn't deter the children of wealthy families from wanting to get a head start. Someone like Wang Yan, decked out entirely in casual wear, was definitely a rarity. One might mistake him for someone just here to enjoy the scenery. Wang Yan had no choice. Li Yingtian had instructed him to keep a low profile for now and avoid drawing too much attention. So not only did he conceal his level, but he also left behind the golden robe and silver belt he'd obtained in previous dungeons. He even concealed the information on his only dark gold storage ring. The ring's appearance was unremarkable. After concealing its properties, it looked no different from an ordinary ring. Wang Yan scanned the crowd, searching for Chen Yuan's figure. As he scanned the area, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind him. "Old Wang, over here." Wang Yan turned around and saw it was indeed Chen Yuan. He waved back at Chen Yuan, and the two shared a knowing smile. He noticed Chen Yuan was clad in heavy armor. Chen Yuan's awakened class was Heavy Warrior, a class known for explosive power, excelling in attack, defense, and speed, though lacking slightly in stamina. Overall, however, it was a formidable class. Wang Yan noticed 4 others beside Chen Yuan, 3 men and 1 woman. The 3 men appeared significantly older than Chen Yuan and Wang Yan, likely in their early 20s. Clearly, they weren't part of this year's awakened class. The girl, with delicate features and a petite frame, seemed vaguely familiar. Chen Yuan introduced them proactively. "Let me introduce you. These 3 are sparring partners I hired from Golden Wing Company." Wang Yan suddenly understood these 3 had been hired by Chen Yuan. He had heard of Golden Wing, a fairly large commission agency in Tianjue City. The company employed numerous highly skilled professionals who took on all kinds of assignments. Sparring partners were one of their most popular services. But Golden Wing's sparring partners didn't come cheap. After all, even moderately skilled professionals could earn a decent income by hunting monsters on their own. Hiring them for training sessions naturally came at a steep price. Wang Yan couldn't help but marvel at how Chen Yuan was really splurging, not only hiring sparring partners, but bringing in 3 at once. He was practically a money-burning machine. Chen Yuan pulled Wang Yan over to the trio and introduced them. "This is my good buddy, Wang Yan." Then Chen Yuan winked at Wang Yan, glancing at the girl beside him before looking back at Wang Yan with a rather peculiar expression. He raised an eyebrow at Wang Yan and said, "Wang Yan, I don't need to introduce this one, right? You definitely know her. This is Su Muxue." Hearing this, Wang Yan finally recognized the stunningly beautiful girl before him, none other than Su Muxue, the legendary figure of Tianjue First High School. Beyond her given name, she was even more famously known by her nickname Yan Luo Wang. This nickname stemmed from Su Muxue's delicate, adorable features and petite frame. Though 18 years old, she still looked like a little lowly. Yet her adorable appearance belied a proud and aloof personality. She never initiated contact with others, always wore a stern expression, and was rarely seen smiling. Thus, this nickname was bestowed upon her. Wang Yan and Su Muxue weren't exactly close, but they knew each other's names. The reason was simple: Wang Yan had ranked first in both academics and athletics at Tianjue No. 1 High School for 3 consecutive years. Su Muxue, meanwhile, had consistently ranked second for 3 consecutive years. As the perennial runner-up perpetually overshadowed by Wang Yan, Su Muxue was often discussed alongside him. Later, for reasons unknown, even some inexplicable rumors surfaced, claiming Su Muxue and Wang Yan were secretly dating. However, this time Su Muxue awakened a rare class, the Dark Moon Mage. After that, comparisons between the two became rare. This time, Tianjue First High School saw 3 rare classes awaken: Holy Light Priest, Bloodthirsty Berserker, and Dark Moon Mage. Among these 3, the Dark Moon Mage was widely acknowledged as the strongest. Therefore, to outsiders, Su Muxue and Wang Yan's futures seemed destined to be worlds apart. Chapter 27, What are you doing here? Wang Yan was puzzled. When had Chen Yuan met Su Muxue? He had no idea about this. At that moment, Su Muxue was sizing Wang Yan up from head to toe. Wang Yan gave her a friendly smile and nodded. "Hello, Su Muxue." Su Muxue nodded back. "Yeah, hello." Wang Yan was somewhat surprised. It seemed Su Muxue wasn't as difficult to get along with as the rumors suggested. Chen Yuan glanced at his watch. It was already past 9. He gave everyone an apologetic smile. "Sorry, everyone, hang on a bit longer. My girlfriend hasn't arrived yet." Wang Yan asked curiously. "Your girlfriend? Which one? The one with the twin ponytails? What's her name again?" Chen Yuan sighed helplessly. "Not her. Didn't I tell you just the other day? It's Zhang Yueqi from our class." "You have a really bad memory," Wang Yan retorted. "How is that my fault? You change girlfriends every other day. Who could possibly remember?" Chen Yuan noticed Su Muxue's gaze growing increasingly strange as she looked at him. His expression began to crack, and he quickly nudged Wang Yan. "Shut the hell up, Wang." Just as everyone waited patiently, a delighted voice suddenly rang out beside them. "Muxue." They turned to see a young man around Wang Yan's age. Wang Yan and Chen Yuan recognized this boy. His name was Jin Lu, a classmate of Wang Yan and Chen Yuan. Among the 3 rare professions awakened at Tianjue No. 1 High School this year, Jin Lu was one of them. His awakened class was Bloodthirsty Berserker. Chen Yuan teased. "Well, now we've got 2 of Tianjue City's 3 prodigies all in one place this year." Su Muxue frowned. "Mr. Jin Lu, are we that close? Please don't address me so familiarly." Jin Lu's face flushed with embarrassment at Su Muxue's words. Suddenly, Jin Lu spotted Wang Yan standing beside Su Muxue and frowned. "Wang Yan? What are you doing here? Why did you come?" Wang Yan was taken aback by Jin Lu's question. "What's wrong with me being here? I'm here to enjoy the scenery, okay? What's it to you?" Jin Lu's expression darkened, his gaze toward Wang Yan tinged with anger. At first, Wang Yan couldn't figure out how he'd offended him. Suddenly, he noticed Jin Lu's gaze kept darting toward Su Muxue beside him. He instantly understood the reason. Jin Lu was most likely fond of Su Muxue, and rumors about Wang Yan and Su Muxue were circulating around school. Seeing Wang Yan and Su Muxue together, Jin Lu was likely jumping to conclusions. Jin Lu flashed a mocking grin. "I hear you've awakened as an aura master. What do you say? Why not show everyone what you've got? Let us see what the top student in the whole school is really like." Wang Yan couldn't be bothered to respond. He'd figured out by now that Jin Lu was just bored and looking for trouble. Thinking Wang Yan had backed down, Jin Lu chuckled. "You're not here just to sightsee, are you? Not a single piece of gear on you, not even a staff. Forgot them? Or can't afford them?" Jean Lu feigned sudden understanding. Oh, I get it. Your aura only boosts stats by 1% anyway, so gear doesn't matter, right? No wonder you're top of the school. Your mindset is just different from us ordinary folks. Chen Yuan wasn't having it. He stepped forward, standing directly in front of Jean Lu. You're looking for trouble, Jean Lu? I don't recall us brothers ever crossing you. Just as the two were facing off, a girl approached the group. Chen Yuan, why didn't you reply to my messages? I've been looking for you forever. Wang Yan recognized the girl as Chen Yuan's girlfriend, Zhang Yueqi. She was also in the same class as Chen Yuan and Wang Yan, having awakened as an ice mage. Seeing Zhang Yueqi arrive, Chen Yuan no longer wished to engage with Jean Lu. He stepped forward, took Zhang Yueqi's hand, and said, "Let's go." Only then did Zhang Yueqi notice Wang Yan in the crowd. She frowned. Wang Yan? What are you doing here? Wang Yan was utterly speechless. He had no idea why his presence here today seemed to bother everyone. It felt like every person he encountered had to ask him the same question. He sighed helplessly. Just passing through. Zhang Yueqi looked displeased and said to Chen Yuan, "Chen Yuan, why didn't you tell me Wang Yan was coming too?" Chen Yuan also grew annoyed. What? Do I need your permission to invite my own brother? Zhang Yueqi was clearly getting angry. Do you realize how crucial these days are for us? The college entrance exams are in 5 days. I don't have time to waste with you. Hearing this, Wang Yan finally understood Zhang Yueqi's meaning. Under the rules of the heavenly path, experience points were split evenly among party members. For monsters at the level found on the outskirts of the Shadow Forest, no one would use expensive beast blood potions. It just wasn't worth the cost. Chen Yuan had already hired 3 sparring partners, and with Wang Yan joining, the experience points each person could earn would be even less. Zhang Yueqi clearly saw Wang Yan as deadweight sharing experience without contributing anything useful. Wang Yan shook his head with a helpless smile. These classmates were just too real. Ever since he awakened as an aura master, everyone except Chen Yuan had treated him like he was a completely different person. Chen Yuan understood Zhang Yueqi's meaning, his expression darkening. Jean Lu, watching from the side, instantly knew a show was about to unfold. He folded his arms, watching Chen Yuan and Zhang Yueqi with keen interest. Just as Chen Yuan was about to speak, Wang Yan walked over and patted his shoulder. I suddenly remembered I have some things to take care of at home. You guys go ahead inside. I'll head back first. Just as Wang Yan turned to leave, Chen Yuan grabbed his arm. No way, old Wang. You're not going anywhere today. We agreed to level up together. Don't think you can ditch me now. Finishing his sentence, Chen Yuan pointed at Zhang Yueqi and added, As for you, go wherever you want. Zhang Yueqi's face flushed crimson as she stared at Chen Yuan in disbelief. Chen Yuan, what are you saying to me? Chen Yuan's expression remained unchanged. I said you can go wherever you want. Don't you understand? Zhang Yueqi clenched her teeth. Fine, don't regret this. Zhang Yueqi turned to leave, but Jean Lu blocked her path. He smiled and said, Zhang Yueqi, why not join us? We could use a mage right about now. Only then did everyone notice that Jean Lu was accompanied by 3 others, and they clearly weren't awakened from this year's cohort. It turned out Jean Lu had also hired 4 sparring partners. Wang Yan inwardly marveled, wow, he even has one more than Chen Yuan. Looks like Jean Lu's family background isn't simple either. Zhang Yueqi paused for a moment, then her lips curved into a slight smile as she replied. Alright, I'll join you guys then. She stood beside Jean Lu, shooting Chen Yuan a slightly provocative glance. Chen Yuan shrugged indifferently with a calm smile, then said to Wang Yan and Su Muxue, Let's go. Just as the 3 were about to leave, Jean Lu called out loudly. Wait a minute. Chapter 28, you might be in trouble. Chen Yuan turned around, glaring at Jean Lu with impatience. What else do you want? I don't have time to play house with you. Jean Lu smiled, ignoring Chen Yuan, and instead walked over to the 3 sparring partners beside him. You 3 are from Golden Wing Company, right? The 3 looked puzzled. They could tell there was tension between Chen Yuan and Jean Lu's groups, but as sparring partners, they wouldn't get involved in such matters. Their job was simply to fulfill their responsibilities. The young man leading the trio spoke up. That's correct. We're from Golden Wing. What can we do for you? Jean Lu smiled, pulled out a business card, and handed it to the young man. Golden Wing's owner Jean Fei. He's my dad. The trio exchanged stunned glances. Jean Lu pointed at Chen Yuan and declared. I have the utmost contempt for men who disrespect women. Don't take his job. I'll explain everything to my father. The 3 sparring partners looked at each other, momentarily at a loss for words. Jean Lu's expression turned cold. What? My word doesn't hold weight? The 3 sparring partners sighed, ultimately deciding not to cross the future heir of Jean E Company. The lead sparring partner approached Chen Yuan and whispered. Mr. Chen, we're sorry. You saw what happened. We had no choice. We'll return your deposit shortly. Chen Yuan felt a surge of anger, but he understood these 3 sparring partners were merely employees under Golden Wing Company. He didn't want to make things difficult for them. I understand. You may go. The leader apologized once more before leading the other two sparring partners away. Jinlu laughed heartily, leading Jiang Yueqi and his 4 sparring partners toward the shadowed forest. Wang Yan, Chen Yuan, enjoy yourselves. I won't be joining you. After saying this, Jinlu turned to Su Muxue and asked. Muxue, classmate, would you like to join us? To Jinlu's surprise, Su Muxue coldly declined. No, thank you. I have my own plans. The smile froze on Jinlu's face. He glanced at Wang Yan, then back at Su Muxue. Alright, good luck to you both. With that, he led Jiang Yueqi and the others away. After Jinlu and the others departed, Wang Yan sighed and patted Chen Yuan on the shoulder. Before he could speak, Chen Yuan beat him to it. Hey, what a mess this turned out to be. Sorry about that, Su Muxue. Must have been quite the spectacle for you to witness. Su Muxue shook her head, indicating she didn't mind. That damn Golden Wing Company, I'll make them regret this sooner or later. After saying that, Chen Yuan asked awkwardly. What do we do next? Training partners required advance booking, and it was too late for Chen Yuan to arrange for others from different companies now. Without these sparring partners, Su Muxue might not be willing to go with them either. Even if Su Muxue agreed, 3 people entering the Shadow Forest wasn't a wise choice. For newly awakened novices, a team of around 5 members was generally more suitable. First, it maximizes efficiency. Second, a 5-person team is sufficient to handle unexpected dangers. Wang Yan slung his arm around Chen Yuan's shoulder and said, Since we're already here, let's just hang out on the forest's edge, brother. We can hunt a few rabbit demons to warm up. Chen Yuan sighed helplessly. Guess that's the only option. Looks like today's leveling plans are down the drain. He turned to Su Muxue and said, My apologies, Su Muxue. I've wasted your time. Su Muxue waved her hand dismissively and said, I'll go with you guys. For a moment, Wang Yan and Chen Yuan wondered if they'd misheard. Chen Yuan looked at Su Muxue in confusion. Huh? Just the 3 of us? Su Muxue nodded. Yeah, what are you waiting for? Let's go. With that, Su Muxue took the lead and started walking ahead. Wang Yan stared at Su Muxue with a completely bewildered expression. For a moment, he even wondered if Chen Yuan and Su Muxue had something going on. He knew full well that a genius like Su Muxue, who had awakened a rare class and was also stunningly beautiful, would have countless people lining up to invite her to join their team. He couldn't fathom why she'd choose 2 nobodies like him and Chen Yuan. He whispered to Chen Yuan. So, how did you even meet her? Chen Yuan's expression turned peculiar as he whispered. Cough. You won't believe this, but we're not actually close. Wang Yan stared at Chen Yuan as if he were an idiot. Do you really think I'd believe that? Chen Yuan grew flustered. Why would I lie? I was standing there waiting for you and Jiang Yueqi today when she suddenly came over and asked, Chen Yuan, are you with Wang Yan? I was stunned too. I said yes, and she just asked if she could join us. What else could I say? Of course I said yes. Wang Yan froze. So you're saying she came here for me? Chen Yuan looked at Wang Yan with a hint of pity in his eyes. I have a feeling you're in for trouble. Chen Yuan sighed as he watched Su Muxue walk away, then hurried after her. There was one thing Chen Yuan hadn't told Wang Yan. He'd heard Su Muxue's father had a fiery temper and was fiercely protective of his own. Wang Yan shook his head. This is ridiculous. He hurried after her too. Across an open grassy field, a long iron fence enclosed the forest. Entering the fence meant stepping into the outer perimeter of the shadow forest. Occasionally, one might encounter some extremely weak monsters at the forest's edge, such as sharp-toothed rabbit demons, slimes, goblins, and the like. Upon entering the Shadow Grove, the trio discovered it was absolutely swarming with people. This was largely due to the recent conclusion of the awakening season. The area was filled with newcomers who had just completed their awakening and were here to level up. The moment they spotted a monster, it was instantly surrounded and beaten to death. Upon entering, the trio had already formed a party. Wang Yan saw that Chen Yuan was level 11 and Su Muxue was level 12. Although they both noticed Wang Yan had hidden his level, neither asked about it. In their eyes, Wang Yan must be too low level to show his rank. Su Muxue swung her staff, summoning a dark orb that shot toward a rabbit demon. The dark orb exploded upon impact, instantly shattering the rabbit demon into fragments. Ding! Your teammate Su Muxue has defeated a level 5 sharp-toothed rabbit demon. You have gained 167 EXP. Wang Yan shook his head. This experience gain was far too low. It wouldn't even match the speed of casually killing a monster in a dungeon with Liang Tian and the others. However, Su Muxue's skill caught Wang Yan's attention. Su Muxue's dark orb dealt a whopping 5000 plus damage points. This fragile rabbit was no match for her. Her skill damage was exceptionally high among mages of the same level. Chapter 29, Traces of the Wind Wolf Pack. There are too many people here. We must venture deeper. Su Muxue remarked calmly after slaying the rabbit demon. Chen Yuan hesitated. But there are only 3 of us. Isn't that a bit too risky? After all, the outer perimeter of the Shadowwood Forest was considered absolutely safe, with monsters rarely exceeding level 10. But once you venture deeper into the Shadow Forest, the monster levels become unpredictable. After all, the Shadow Forest was a vast expanse covering over 10,000 square kilometers. Occasionally, high-level monsters would wander into the territories of lower-level creatures. Therefore, if you plan to venture into the inner regions of the Shadow Forest, without considering training partners, it's advisable to have at least 5 people for safety. That way, if you encounter a high-level monster, you'll still have a chance to escape unscathed. Shen Yuan added. Besides, none of us 3 have scouting skills. What if we accidentally stumble upon a monster horde? Typically, a reliable party needs a scout class character to lead the way. This prevents the entire group from plunging into perilous situations. For a trio like Wang Yan's group, encountering goblin packs or orc squads monsters that hunt in groups would be extremely dangerous. Moreover, Shen Yuan implicitly considered Wang Yan to be non-combatant. So while they were technically a 3-person team, it was essentially just 2. Venturing deep into the Shadowwood with just 2 people was nothing short of reckless. Su Muxue chuckled. What, scared? Shen Yuan felt his face flush at being asked such a question by a girl. It's not that I'm scared. I'm worried about the 2 of you. Both pairs of eyes turned toward Wang Yan. Wang Yan shrugged indifferently. I don't mind either way. No sooner had Wang Yan finished speaking than Su Muxue turned and walked ahead. Let's go then. Shen Yuan watched the 2 of them helplessly. Slow down, Su Muxue. Why are you always walking ahead? You're a mage. The trio continued deeper into the shadowed forest. As they walked, Su Muxue pulled out a map. The supply station lies northeast of our current position. My plan is for us to advance deeper while gradually moving toward the supply station. The supply station is guarded by elite soldiers. If anything unexpected happens, we can retreat there. Listening to Su Muxue's plan, Wang Yan felt a pang of emotion. This girl didn't seem like a newly awakened novice at all. Though she dared lead a 3-person squad deep into the shadowed forest, she wasn't reckless. She had her own thoughts and plans. Despite her adorable appearance, the composure and calmness she displayed far surpassed many of her peers. As they ventured deeper, the monsters' levels noticeably increased. However, both Shen Yuan and Su Muxue possessed formidable combat prowess. Any monster that appeared was instantly eliminated by their combined efforts. Wang Yan hadn't activated his aura skill once along the way. Neither Shen Yuan nor Su Muxue paid it much mind, tacitly accepting that Wang Yan currently held little combat value. Hold up. As they walked, Wang Yan suddenly called out to halt the group. He bent down to examine the ground, spotting a fresh pile of feces and some footprints. Su Muxue and Shen Yuan looked at him curiously. Wang Yan stated. Judging by these footprints, it's likely a pack of wind wolves. The droppings are very fresh, so they should be nearby. We need to be careful. Based on what Wang Yan had learned from textbooks, wind wolves typically roamed in packs. Moreover, their level was usually around 15. This level was already quite challenging for Su Muxue and Shen Yuan to handle. Su Muxue watched Wang Yan's analysis, a spark of admiration flashing in her eyes. No wonder I lose to you every year. I have to admit, your theoretical knowledge is truly impressive. Textbooks were full of knowledge, but few could apply it as flexibly as Wang Yan. Wang Yan smiled and said, judging by the direction of the footprints, this pack of wind wolves should be heading northwest. Shen Yuan's gaze toward Wang Yan held a hint of admiration as he nudged him with his elbow. Way to go, old Wang. You're the man. With just some droppings and footprints, Wang Yan had performed nearly as well as a professional scout, providing crucial information to the team. To apply textbook theory to this level was no ordinary feat. A fleeting, almost imperceptible trace of regret flashed in Shen Yuan's eyes. Such a talented individual, yet he awakened as an aura master. Su Muxue said. In that case, let's head toward the supply station. The wind wolf pack is too dangerous for us. Shen Yuan nodded in agreement. Wang Yan, however, shook his head with a smile. No, what I mean is we should follow these footprints to track them down. Both men froze, staring at Wang Yan in disbelief. Their expressions seemed to say, have you lost your mind? Old Wang, this is no joke. Those are level 15 monsters, and if I recall correctly, wind wolf packs always number 10 or more. Su Muxue added. Plus, where one pack of wind wolves is, there's usually more than one pack. Other packs are often nearby too. Wang Yan replied. Exactly. And if they encounter a powerful enemy, they'll howl to summon nearby packs. The 2 looked at Wang Yan in confusion. Su Muxue said. If you know this, why are you still planning to track the wind wolf pack? Shen Yuan added. Old Wang, don't be ridiculous. The 3 of us stand no chance against a pack of wind wolves. Wang Yan smiled faintly. What if we add these auras? He activated his frequency shifting ring, adjusting the frequency to 10%. All 3 auras activated simultaneously. Sacred Damage Aura. 10% of all damage dealt by nearby allies evolves into sacred damage, ignoring defense, damage reduction, invulnerability, and making targets unselectable. Divine Attack Aura. Upon activation, consumes 1 point of yuan power per second, boosting the attack power and spell power of all friendly units within a radius of all attributes x 10 meters by 100%. Divine Stealth Aura. Upon activation, consumes 1 yuan li per second to instantly grant all friendly units within a radius of all attributes x 10 meters stealth. This stealth ignores detection from all perception-based skills and items. While in God tier stealth, movement speed increases by 10%. Additionally, after each active attack, the unit will re-enter stealth after 10 seconds. Under the 10% frequency conversion, all attributes of Wang Yan's triple amplification aura have changed. The range remains unchanged, but the enhancement effect is now 10% of the original attribute value, and mana consumption is reduced to 1/10 of the previous amount. Even so, these bonuses remain terrifyingly potent. 10% holy damage, 100% damage increase, and group stealth. These 3 attributes alone were enough to let them run rampant in monster zones below level 20. Chapter 30, Can we handle this now? Holy, old Wang, you. Staring at the triple aura buffs on their bodies, Chen Yuan and Su Muxue both wore expressions of utter shock. Chen Yuan's mouth gaped open, his expression frozen in utter disbelief, as if struck by lightning. Su Muxue was equally stunned. She could no longer maintain her previous calm, icy demeanor. Her small mouth hung slightly open, her face filled with utter disbelief. Wang Yan deactivated the halos. So, what do you think? We can take on the Wind Wolf Pack now, right? Chen Yuan suddenly burst into laughter, charging forward and punching Wang Yan squarely on the shoulder. Ha ha, awesome, old Wang. I knew you weren't ordinary. You've been holding back, haven't you? Even with the triple aura suppressed to just 10% effectiveness, it still seemed incredibly powerful to Chen Yuan and Su Muxue. Take the Sacred Aura, for instance. Typically, even the luckiest aura masters who awaken the true damage aura only get a 1% boost in the early stages. Yet even that was enough to make them highly sought after by many teams. After all, true damage is the most potent damage type after holy damage. True damage could be blocked by shields and affected by damage reduction buffs, but it bypassed defense entirely. Achieving over 5% is the mark of an absolute genius. Such talents are coveted by any team they choose to join. And Wang Yan? 10% divine holy damage? Ignores shields, ignores damage reduction, ignores all defensive measures. Even those practice partners Chen Yuan hired before might be willing to pay Wang Yan just to join their team. Not to mention his attack aura and stealth aura. Typically, an aura master's attack aura only boosts damage by 1%. Boosting it by 10% is already considered genius-level talent. Wang Yan started with a 100% boost. Then there's the group stealth aura. Such a group stealth aura is extremely rare, not just in Dragon Nation, but worldwide. And typically, such invisibility auras come with significant range limitations. Where else would you find one like Wang Yan's, casually covering an area of around 2 kilometers? Su Muxue stared at Wang Yan, her gaze complex. Seeing him enter the Shadow Forest without a single piece of equipment, she'd assumed he was just tagging along for Chen Yuan's practice sessions. She never imagined he was so deeply underestimated. What puzzled her even more was that despite possessing such powerful auras, Wang Yan showed no inclination to prove himself when confronted by Jin Lu's provocation. Had he activated those 3 auras then, Jin Lu, even if he were a complete fool, would have shut his mouth immediately. No one would dare cross a heralder of his caliber. A powerful support class player would inevitably possess unimaginable connections and growth potential. Any combat class would eagerly team up with such a formidable support specialist. Yet powerful support classes were always rarer than powerful combat classes. Could it be that in Wang Yan's eyes, Jin Lu didn't even have the qualifications to prove himself? Su Muxue felt she couldn't quite figure Wang Yan out. Alright, let's go. We'll find that pack of wind wolves. Wang Yan spoke up. Chen Yuan, having witnessed Wang Yan's aura, was visibly excited. Let's go, let's go. He eagerly led the way, practically wishing the pack of wind wolves would appear before him at once. Along the way, Wang Yan carefully examined the crushed branches and footprints on the ground. There was no way around it. With no scout in the party, he'd have to improvise the role himself. After groping forward for about 5 minutes, the trio suddenly heard rustling sounds coming from the bushes ahead. Here it comes. The trio looked warily toward the bushes. Numerous dark shapes darted in and out behind the bushes. They could vaguely make out the black and white striped fur of the creatures. Wang Yan immediately concluded that, barring any surprises, these must be wind wolves. A whoa! A wolf's howl echoed, and the dark figures burst out from the thicket. This was a pack of vicious wind wolves, numbering about 10. Their coordination was seamless. The moment they revealed themselves, they had already trapped Wang Yan and his 2 companions within their encirclement. These wind wolves bore ferocious expressions, their eyes gleaming with malice as they fixed their gaze on the trio before them, as if they were already their prey. Wang Yan recalled textbook descriptions. Wind wolves could amplify their speed by channeling wind elemental energy within their bodies, hence their name. However, their mastery of elements and magic was limited to this ability. Their primary offensive tactics still relied on their sharp claws and teeth. As the wind wolves prepared to strike, Wang Yan immediately activated his invisibility aura. Break out of their encirclement first. Having coordinated with Liang Tian and the others before, Wang Yan had picked up some basic tactics and formation coordination. He began issuing commands. Su Muxue and Chen Yuan didn't hesitate, moving toward the designated direction as Wang Yan directed. The wind wolves watched the trio vanish right under their noses, utterly dumbfounded. They twitched their noses, trying to pick up the trio's scent, but their usually razor-sharp sense of smell seemed to have failed them. Alright, we can attack now. Wang Yan activated both the sacred damage aura and the attack aura simultaneously. Chen Yuan sheathed his short sword and large shield, switching to a greatsword. He then consecutively activated 2 status skills. Burst Stance increases attack by 30%, movement speed by 10%, and reduces defense by 20%. Battle Roar applies the Endure status to self, preventing attacks and skills from being interrupted by damage. As a heavy warrior, Chen Yuan could freely switch between Defense Stance and Burst Stance. Burst Stance offers high damage and movement speed but reduces defense. Defense Stance boosts defense but reduces movement speed, making him an ideal frontline tank for the team. Thus, the heavy warrior class is highly versatile, capable of dealing damage as a DPS role or absorbing damage as a tank for the team. Originally, Chen Yuan planned to wield a short sword and shield, positioning himself as a frontline tank to absorb damage and buy Su Muxue time to unleash her attacks. But now, with Wang Yan's aura buff and the added stealth, what need was there for a frontline fighter? Chen Yuan roared and charged straight into the wolf pack, swinging his greatsword wildly. Shattering Storm. Chen Yuan spun wildly, his massive sword whirling at breakneck speed. A torrent of furious sword energy radiated outward from his center. 13,990. 14,845. 13,729. 13,829. In an instant, the 6 wolves surrounding him were sliced into pieces by the sword chi, dying instantly. Empowered by his attack aura and personal status skills, his shattering gale unleashed terrifying damage. These level 15 wind wolves were all instantly killed with a single strike. Wang Yan was taken aback by Chen Yuan's overwhelming ferocity. He knew the aura played a role, but Chen Yuan's innate strength seemed no less formidable. The abilities he displayed were surprisingly not much weaker than Su Muxue's. Chapter 31, The Wind Wolf King Arrives. Su Muxue watched Chen Yuan's fierce display, a hint of surprise flickering across her face. However, her hands were not idle. After a brief incantation, she swung her staff. Moments later, she unleashed several dark moon blades, sending them hurtling toward the pack of wind wolves. While dark moon blades weren't as powerful as dark orbs, they excelled in their short cooldown, rapid fire rate, and area of effect damage. With the enhancement from the King's Word aura, her damage output was already overwhelmingly excessive. There was no need to waste high-damage single-target skills. Sure enough, each of the 5 or 6 Dark Moon blades dealt over 10,000 damage. With the Wind Wolves' health hovering around 10,000, these blades instantly obliterated them. Of the dozen Wind Wolves, only 2 remained in an instant. Before they could comprehend what had happened, a human warrior burst out of stealth, instantly slaying 6 Wind Wolves. Then a mage suddenly materialized, instantly eliminating another 5 wolves. As Chen Yuan charged forward to finish off the last 2 wind wolves, Wang Yan shouted, "Hold on, Chen Yuan. Leave one alive." Hearing Wang Yan's command, Chen Yuan slashed down one wind wolf before retreating. The remaining wind wolf, utterly terrified by the commotion, nearly wet itself in fright. Seeing Chen Yuan spare it, it promptly tucked its tail between its legs and fled. Chen Yuan looked at Wang Yan in confusion. "Old Wang, why leave one alive? It's experience points, after all. What a waste." Wang Yan shook his head with a smile, pointing toward the direction the wind wolf had fled. "Listen." Chen Yuan turned his head. Sure enough, after about 10 seconds, a piercing wolf howl echoed from the direction the wind wolf had fled. Chen Yuan suddenly understood. So Wang Yan had planned to use the fleeing wind wolf to summon more of its pack. "Ha! You're something else, old Wang. You've got some dirty tricks up your sleeve." This way, they wouldn't need to actively search for the wind wolf pack. Endless wind wolves would come right to them. Su Muxue stepped forward, watching the wind wolf corpses scattered across the ground slowly dissolve into specks of light. It felt almost unreal. Only the newly added crystal cores, wolf pelts, beast bones, wolf fangs, and other materials in her backpack proved that everything that had just happened was real. The pack had dropped a bronze-grade item, light armor, useless for any of their classes. Light armor was gear required by classes like fighters, swordsmen, or assassins. So the trio decided to have Wang Yan stash it away for now, planning to trade it for cash at the supply station later. A white tier item was worth a few hundred credits, while a bronze tier piece could typically fetch several thousand. Unbelievable, the 3 of us actually wiped out a pack of level 15 wind wolves. Su Muxue exclaimed in awe. She was confident in her own abilities, but even if it weren't a pack of wind wolves, facing more than 2 alone could easily put her in danger. After all, mage skills had significant cooldowns, and wind wolves moved swiftly. If she couldn't instantly kill them, she'd be in trouble. Chen Yuan, however, roared with laughter. That was so satisfying. Hiring those 3 sparring partners earlier never felt this good, ha ha ha. Earlier, Chen Yuan had hired 3 sparring partners. With Jiang Yueqi, that made 5 people total. While this setup was safe, it came with experience penalties and wasn't very efficient for leveling up. Now, with just 3 of them splitting the experience from a pack of level 15 Windwolves, the leveling speed was absurdly fast. Let's keep going. Another pack of Windwolves should be arriving soon. Wang Yan activated his stealth aura and led the group in pursuit of the fleeing Windwolf. Soon, they spotted the fleeing Windwolf in a clearing in the distance. It had stopped running and was now howling incessantly, calling for its pack. Before long, the trio spotted another pack of Windwolves charging toward them. This time, the pack was slightly larger, numbering around 15 wolves. Chen Yuan chuckled darkly, drew the greatsword from his waist, and crept toward the pack. His gaze fixed on the wolves, his expression turned dangerous and greedy, as if they had already become his experience points and materials. Same as before, leave one alive. Wang Yan reminded him. No problem, leave it to me. 3 hours later. Crushing storm. Chen Yuan swung his massive sword, unleashing a frenzied blade aura that instantly slaughtered the Windwolves surrounding him. Following Chen Yuan's strike, Su Muxue swiftly unleashed several dark moonblades. After 3 hours of practice, their coordination had grown increasingly seamless. The pack of 20 Windwolves before them suffered over half casualties in an instant. Roar! A particularly massive Windwolf stood at the rear of the pack, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. Windwolf King Bronze level 19. Whether it was because Wang Yan and his group had slain too many Windwolves, they had somehow summoned the Windwolf's boss. Seeing his subordinates slaughtered as easily as slicing through melons, the Windwolf King roared in fury. This roar seemed to carry a terrifying, demonic power. Windwolf King used skill, fear intimidation. Fearful intimidation, the Windwolf King roars. If the target's level is lower than the Windwolf King's, their attack power is reduced by 35%. The moment this debuff hit, Chen Yuan and Su Muxue both flashed a hint of panic. Clearly, this boss was the type capable of inflicting area of effect damage reduction. Such bosses typically required a swarm tactic to defeat, not something 2 or 3 people could easily handle. Su Muxue turned to Wang Yan and asked, Wang Yan, should we retreat? Without realizing it, she had already come to rely on Wang Yan as her anchor. Wang Yan calmly shook his head. No need. With a flick of his thoughts, the purification aura swiftly unfolded, instantly cleansing the fear status from Su Muxue and Chen Yuan. A flicker of surprise crossed both their eyes. They hadn't expected Wang Yan to possess such a skill. We should retreat and wait for the next stealth effect to activate. Wang Yan didn't take this Windwolf King seriously. He'd already fought a hero tier Night Lord, why would he fear this level 19 bronze tier boss? Especially since his auras were only at 10% capacity. If he unleashed his auras at full power, this Wolf King wouldn't stand a chance. Hearing Wang Yan's words, Chen Yuan and Su Muxue instantly felt reassured. Following Wang Yan's command, they began retreating. Once they entered stealth mode, Chen Yuan launched another surprise attack on the Windwolf King and its pack. Meanwhile, Su Muxue ignored the Windwolves and focused her attack on the Windwolf King, hurling several dark orbs at it. 13,592. 14,305. Even with its absurdly high 120,000 HP pool, the Windwolf King couldn't withstand such overwhelming, off-the-charts damage. Thus, before the Windwolf King could even reach the group, it let out a mournful howl and collapsed to the ground. Ding! Your teammate Su Muxue has defeated LV-19 Windwolf King. You have gained 14,500 EXP. The remaining Windwolves were swiftly dealt with by Chen Yuan. The Windwolf King dropped several pieces of gear, 3 white grade items, 2 bronze grade items, and a mysterious map. Su Muxue picked up the mysterious map. Look, what is this? Chapter 32, Small Treasure Map. Su Muxue held the map up to her eyes and examined it closely. Moments later, a look of surprise and delight suddenly appeared on Su Muxue's face. It's a treasure map. Chen Yuan and Wang Yan, hearing Su Muxue's exclamation, both crowded closer. Su Muxue handed the purple map to Wang Yan. As he took it and looked, a line of information appeared before his eyes. Small treasure map. Upon using this map, a temporary instance will be activated. This map can spawn a small goblin camp. Chen Yuan leaned in to examine the map and let out a gasp. Holy crap, it really is a treasure map. Wang Yan had heard of treasure maps before. In certain open wilderness areas, some bosses occasionally drop this type of treasure map. Though called treasure maps, they function more like keys to unlock special instances. Using the map would spawn a camp. Adventurers who entered the camp to challenge it could earn extremely generous rewards. Not only did the camp offer higher experience points than regular instances, but there was also a chance to drop rare items or equipment. Such treasure maps are typically only dropped by bosses. Therefore, even a small treasure map is extremely valuable. If auctioned on the market, it could fetch at least several million credits. Of course, such rare and hard-to-find items are generally not sold. Chen Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. What do you say, old Wang? Should we challenge this dungeon now? Wang Yan shook his head. Su Mushue's magic is depleted and needs to recover. Besides, don't you feel like your stamina is starting to lag behind? The three of them had been grinding levels all morning. Though only 3 hours had passed, they hadn't paused once during that time, constantly battling wind wolves. They'd wiped out wave after wave of wind wolves until they finally drew the Wolf King's attention. Only then did the wind wolves stop coming. Wang Yan was holding up well. His aura skill was only activated at 10% effectiveness, and his mana pool remained plentiful. But Chen Yuan's stamina and Su Mushue's mana were already running low. As the battle dragged on, their stamina and mana regeneration slowed considerably. Unlike Wang Yan, they didn't possess rare energy replenishing items like the energy pool. Wang Yan continued. It's noon now. Let's head to the supply station first, grab a meal to recharge, and then tackle this treasure map again this afternoon. Since Wang Yan had spoken, neither of them objected. Wang Yan glanced at their levels. Chen Yuan and Su Mushue were both at level 15. This meant that in just a single morning, Chen Yuan had leveled up 4 times, while Su Mushue had leveled up 3 times. This leveling speed was simply outrageous. Of course, Wang Yan deserved most of the credit. Otherwise, 2 players barely past level 10 would never stand a chance against the level 15 Windstorm King. Wang Yan glanced at his experience bar. It was nearly full. He estimated he'd reach level 19 soon. Once he hit level 20, he would be able to awaken a new aura. On the way to the supply station, Chen Yuan suddenly spoke up. Wang, it seems our intimacy level has increased. Wang Yan opened his friends list to check. Sure enough, his intimacy level with Chen Yuan and Su Mushue had risen from level 0 to level 2. There were 5 intimacy levels in total. The longer they spent in a party together, the higher their intimacy level would climb. Higher intimacy levels grant experience point bonuses when partying together. Reaching level 5 intimacy significantly boosted experience gains even in multiplayer parties. When high-level and low-level practitioners teamed up, the intimacy level increased very slowly. This mechanism prevents high-level adventurers from leveling low-level companions too rapidly. It also encourages adventurers to form long-term, stable teams. Wang Yan nodded. That's right. This should make our leveling progress much faster this afternoon. Chen Yuan laughed heartily. Ha! What a blessing in disguise. I never expected you to be so awesome. Leveling with you is way more efficient than those paid companions. Su Mushue remained silent, but the expression on her face suggested she was in a good mood too. Usually, she wore a blank expression, appearing somewhat cold and distant. Yet now, a rare smile graced her face. The three walked along, chatting casually. Mostly Chen Yuan did the talking, with Wang Yan chiming in occasionally. Su Mushue rarely spoke. Chen Yuan asked. Old Wang, which university are you planning to apply to this time? Wang Yan paused before replying. Well, to be honest, I haven't really decided yet. Though Wang Yan had already narrowed his choices down to Jinghai, Jiangnan, and the capital university. But he wasn't quite sure which one to choose. The college entrance exam system in this world operates slightly differently. After the exam results are released, professionals have ample time to make their choices. As long as their scores are high enough, it's perfectly fine to report later. After all, many professionals inevitably have special commitments that tie them up, and universities are relatively flexible. Of course, enrollment couldn't be delayed indefinitely. Missing the start of formal classes would be counterproductive. Chen Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Hey, with your skills, you could get into any university you want. But when you decide, let me know. I'll do my best to try and get into the same one as you. But, Chen Yuan added, if I don't get in, there's nothing I can do about it. Wang Yan smiled. Don't worry. With your abilities, you'll definitely get in. Wang Yan wasn't just trying to comfort him. Judging by the abilities Chen Yuan displayed this morning, his potential was likely underestimated. Chen Yuan's overall capabilities might not be inferior to those students at Tianshui No. 1 High School who had awakened 3 rare professions. Moreover, when it came to team composition, he might even be more desirable to a team. Not only could he serve as a tank, but he also possessed formidable offensive capabilities. Just then, Su Mushue, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Wang Yan, once you've decided which school to attend, please let me know as well. Ha! Wang Yan and Chen Yuan both turned to look at Su Mushue. Su Mushue's face flushed slightly for no apparent reason. She turned her head away, quickening her pace ahead, and called back without looking back. Don't get the wrong idea. Your grades have been better than mine these past 3 years. I just wanted a chance to get one back. Wang Yan replied readily. No problem. Once I figure it out, I'll definitely let you know. Chen Yuan glanced at Su Mushue, then at Wang Yan, and suddenly a peculiar smile curved his lips. Something about these two felt off. Chapter 33, Purple Gold Trading Guild, Acquisition Station. Before reaching the supply station, the trio organized their morning's haul. Besides gathering numerous materials, they had also obtained over a dozen white grade items and 2 bronze grade pieces dropped by the Windwolf King. The 2 bronze grade items were Strength Bracers Bronze, equip level LV15, heavy armor, strength plus 5, defense plus 165. Wind Staff Bronze, equip level LV15, increases wind attribute skill damage by 5% when equipped, increases casting speed by 5%, intelligence plus 5, magic attack plus 1845. Both pieces were decent gear. However, to Wang Yan's surprise, Sumushua and Chen Yuan showed no interest in either item. They both suggested selling them for money and splitting the proceeds. Sumushua was understandable as a Dark Moon mage, only dark attribute bonuses benefited her. But the Strength Bracer's stats perfectly suited Chen Yuan. Wang Yan couldn't understand why he wouldn't want them. Facing Wang Yan's puzzled look, Chen Yuan chuckled and revealed his own gear. Only then did Wang Yan realize the kid was wearing a full set of silver gear, all level 10 equipment. He was speechless. Silver grade gear wasn't cheap. Even at level 10, each piece could fetch tens of thousands, or even over 100,000 yuan. Consider yourself a sucker. Your gear has decent stats now, but you'll only get to use it up to level 15. Once you hit level 20, these items won't even match the stats of basic level 20 gear. Chen Yuan wore a smug look. I've got the cash, so I'm happy to pay. Besides, you're missing the business sense here. These level 15 silver gear pieces are rare. Next year, I can flip them to the new batch of awakened professionals. I might not make a killing, but at least I'll break even. Rounded up, it's basically free gear for me. Wang Yan looked at Chen Yuan. It was the first time he'd noticed Chen Yuan had potential as a shady merchant. Maybe that shrewd business sense was hereditary. Chen Yuan had never mentioned what his family did for a living, but one thing Wang Yan was certain of, they were incredibly wealthy. Shadowwood Supply Depot. This supply station was established by the Purple Gold Trading Guild. It provided a base for adventurers, offering lodging and meals. Of course, its primary function was to purchase crystal cores, materials, and other items obtained by adventurers. The Purple Gold Guild is the largest guild in all of Dragon Nation. Its branches are spread throughout nearly the entire Dragon Nation, and it operates as a commercial institution in partnership with the Dragon Nation government. Therefore, the Purple Gold Trading Company offers very fair purchase prices, operating on a low-margin, high-volume model. Equipment of any tier can be appraised and sold directly through them. If you're highly confident in your gear's value, you can also submit it to the Purple Gold Trading Company's auction. Of course, generally only equipment of silver grade or higher is brought to auction. After all, auctions require higher commission fees, and if the item doesn't fetch a good price, it's simply not worth the effort. Inside the supply point, several young adventurers placed a pile of materials on the trading table, eagerly awaiting the appraiser's valuation. Your crystal cores and materials total 2,413 yuan. Would you prefer cash or transfer? Hearing the buyer's quote, the young adventurers' faces lit up with delight. Transfer, please. Thank you. For many adventurers, their first fortune after awakening as combat professionals came from selling materials at supply stations. Over 2,000 yuan was already a month's income for an ordinary person. And this group of young adventurers had earned that much in just one morning. Even though they'd split it among several people, it was still quite impressive. For many newcomers, this income was enough to keep them happy for quite a while. As noon approached, the supply point grew increasingly crowded, with lines forming at the several windows collecting supplies. Typically, practitioners just past level 10 only had 5 or 6 cubic meters of storage space. Moreover, most adventurers from average backgrounds wouldn't rush to buy luxury gear like storage rings. Therefore, they frequently sell materials and gear to free up their storage space. As these novice adventurers waited in line, they listened to the prices quoted at other collection counters, silently comparing them to their own earnings. Hello, the estimated value of your materials and equipment is 6,421 yuan. Suddenly, the quote from Window 3 caught many people's attention. Many turned their heads to look at Window 3. A slender young man stood there, casually draping his arm around a girl of similar age beside him, saying indifferently, "It's just this much. Let's give it all to her." These two were none other than Jin Lu and Zhang Yueqi. It was unclear what had transpired between them that morning, but they had already progressed to such an intimate, arm-in-arm relationship. Zhang Yueqi seemed a bit overwhelmed by the attention. "That's not right, young Master Jin. We're teammates, after all. Thanks to you and your sparring partner for helping me level up. I can't possibly accept this." Jin Lu waved his hand dismissively. "Take it. I don't need the money. You can use it to buy some decent gear. We can team up again next time." As he spoke, Jin Lu gave Zhang Yueqi a playful pinch on the waist. Zhang Yueqi swayed her hips, her face beaming with delight, her eyes sparkling with affection. "Thank you for your kindness, young Master Jin." After confirming with both parties, the collector took the materials and addressed Zhang Yueqi. "Here's 6,421 yuan transferred to you, including the 10% commission already deducted." Zhang Yueqi couldn't hide the smile on her face, and the look she gave Jin Lu grew increasingly seductive. People nearby murmured among themselves. Who's that guy? He looks kinda familiar. You don't even recognize him? He's Jean Lu from Class 1, Grade 3. Isn't he one of Tianshui City's 3 rarest professions this year? That's right, it's him. He awakened as a bloodthirsty berserker and attack-focused warrior class. No wonder he managed to gather materials and gear worth over 6,000 yuan in just one morning. Is this the power of a rare class? Jean Lu, now the center of attention, relished the buzz around him. His face beaming with pride, he wrapped his arm around Zhang Yueqi's waist as they strolled through the crowd. Just as he was heading toward the restaurant at the supply station, he spotted Wang Yan and the others entering through the door. Seeing Su Muxue chatting and laughing with Wang Yan, Jean Lu's expression darkened slightly. Chen Yuan also noticed Zhang Yueqi beside Jean Lu and froze for a moment. Catching Chen Yuan's gaze, Jean Lu tightened his arm around Zhang Yueqi's waist as if to provoke him. To his surprise, Chen Yuan merely chuckled, showing no sign of anger whatsoever. Ignoring the exchange, he silently walked over to the collection window and joined the queue. Chapter 34, 14 Pieces of White Clothing. Jean Lu was thoroughly annoyed by Chen Yuan's reaction. As for Wang Yan and Su Muxue, they didn't even glance at Jean Lu. Zhang Yueqi observed the entire scene, her expression tinged with slight awkwardness. She tugged at Jean Lu's sleeve. Young Master Jean, aren't we going to eat? Jean Lu ignored her and instead strode toward Wang Yan and the others. He called out. Well, if it isn't Chen Yuan and Wang Yan. How was your haul this morning? Chen Yuan lifted his eyelids. None of your damn business. Only then did Wang Yan notice Jean Lu behind him. He sighed, feeling helpless toward this persistent nuisance. Despite being cursed at by Chen Yuan, Jean Lu didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed heartily. Don't get worked up. As a classmate, I just felt it was my duty to remind you the supply station's buyback price starts at 500 bucks. If you can't scrape that together later, won't that be awkward? Jean Lu was telling the truth. The supply station's purchasing staff had to log every transaction. To prevent long queues at the purchase window and deter professionals who constantly sold small amounts of materials for no real reason, the Capital Merchants Guild had a rule: materials valued below 500 credits were not purchased. In Jean Lu's view, without the help of those sparring partners, Chen Yuan and his group were only 3 people strong, and one of them, Wang Yan, was a useless aura mage. With their team composition, they'd be lucky to kill a few rabbits this morning. In open areas like the Shadowwood Forest, where monsters tended to cluster, a party of 5 or more was practically a hard requirement, especially without the support of training partners. Jean Lu glanced at Su Muxue beside him. He had assumed she belonged to another team, but it turned out she was determined to stick with Wang Yan and Chen Yuan. This only solidified his suspicions. Su Muxue might genuinely have some kind of ambiguous relationship with Wang Yan. Otherwise, who would willingly team up with a useless class like an aura master? Muxue, my offer still stands. If you ever decide to join my team, you're welcome anytime. Jean Lu, refusing to give up, extended his invitation to Su Muxue once more. A flicker of annoyance crossed Su Muxue's eyes. No need. I already have a team. Jean Lu felt annoyed inside, but outwardly he put on a nonchalant expression. Alright, whatever makes you happy. The exchange drew the attention of those nearby. Onlookers gathered to watch the spectacle unfold. Many students from Tianshui No. 1 High School were present, and several recognized Su Muxue. Isn't that Su Muxue? The one who awakened as a Dark Moon Mage? Yep, that's her, one of Tianshui No. 1 High's 3 prodigies this year. How interesting, we've stumbled upon 2 of the 3 geniuses. Su Muxue's team is so unprofessional, only 3 people? Suddenly, everyone's attention shifted to Wang Yan standing nearby. They whispered among themselves. Holy crap, look who's standing next to Su Muxue. Holy crap, isn't that Wang Yan? Haha, isn't that our Tianshui No. 1 High School's pride, the genius aura master Wang Yan? How dare he team up with Su Muxue? He's just holding her back from leveling up. What else could it be? He's freeloading off her. What a shameless guy. And he dragged his buddy Chen Yuan along too. This guy is beyond belief. I thought Chen Yuan was a heavy warrior. That's a decent class too. I know why they only have 3 people. With Wang Yan dragging them down, who'd want to team up with him? Su Muxue and Chen Yuan are so unlucky to have a friend like that. They didn't bother to lower their voices when discussing Wang Yan, as if they deliberately wanted him to hear. Human nature is like that. When someone once high and mighty falls from grace, there are always those who can't resist kicking them while they're down. Chen Yuan's face twisted with indignation, as if he wanted to confront them. Wang Yan held him back, shaking his head. Seeing Wang Yan's expression unchanged, as if he hadn't taken the taunts to heart. Suddenly, Chen Yuan understood Wang Yan's reasoning. He must be deliberately concealing his true strength. Though he didn't know why Wang Yan was doing this, Chen Yuan nodded to him in understanding. It was almost their turn at the acquisition window. Chen Yuan said. Old Wang, Su Muxue, let me handle the recycling. Just trade the materials and gear to me. Generally, according to common team rules, if any gear obtained wasn't needed by anyone in the group, it would be sold off, with the proceeds split evenly among all members. If gear dropped that a team member needed, that member would pay market price for it, and that money would be distributed to all other teammates. Of course, the proceeds from selling materials and gear could also be used to offset costs directly. Monster dropped gear and items are usually held by the party leader, while materials and crystal cores are automatically divided among all members after the monster's death. As the saying goes, even close friends keep accounts clear. Most groups follow this rule. None of Wang Yan's group needed the gear they obtained this morning, so they simply sold all materials, crystal cores, and equipment together and split the proceeds evenly. Chen Yuan and Su Muxue tacitly accepted Wang Yan as their leader, so all looted gear was stored under his name. Thus, Wang Yan traded all the gear and materials to Chen Yuan, while Su Muxue also traded her materials to him. Under the expectant gazes of the others, Chen Yuan approached the acquisition window. Jin Lu looked at Chen Yuan with disdain, eager to see just how capable the trio truly was. Under the collective gaze, Chen Yuan first pulled out a white grade item. Jin Lu frowned. White gear wasn't worth much, only a few hundred credits. For wealthy families, such a sum was hardly worth mentioning. But the problem was that when everyone was still at low levels, the drop rate for white gear wasn't high. Killing 100 monsters below level 10 might not even yield one white tier item. So Chen Yuan actually pulling out a white tier item came as quite a surprise to him. Jin Lu sneered. Looks like they got lucky. But soon, Jin Lu was left speechless as Chen Yuan pulled out one white tier item after another, placing them on the acquisition counter. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gradually, the entire supply station fell silent. Everyone's attention was drawn to Chen Yuan. The looks they gave Chen Yuan and his companions grew increasingly unsettling. Chen Yuan placed one white outfit after another on the counter, his movements drawing everyone's breathless attention. Only after Chen Yuan had produced 14 white garments did he finally stop. The crowd exchanged stunned glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. 14 white uniforms? Wasn't that a bit excessive? For an average team, forget about a single morning, it might take 3 or 4 days just to farm this many white gear pieces. For low-level practitioners, the primary source of income still relies on recycling materials and crystal cores. Chapter 35, Purple Gold Guild Black Card. Truly worthy of a Dark Moon Mage, Su Muxue has some real skill. Seems that heavy warrior named Chen Yuan isn't weak either. 14 white tier items? Even counting yesterday's haul, that's incredibly strong. It had only been a day since this year's awakening of the professionals. Today marked the second day. No one believed Chen Yuan and his group had obtained all this gear in just one morning. But even gathering 14 white tier items over 2 days was astonishing enough. Their attitudes began to shift somewhat at this point. At the very least, they had begun to acknowledge Su Muxue and Chen Yuan's capabilities. As for Wang Yan, no one paid him any mind. Nobody truly believed he'd contributed anything worthwhile after all, he was just an aura master. Jin Lu, who had been standing by ready to watch the spectacle unfold, now found his expression stiffening. As the surrounding crowd shot him strange glances, Jin Lu's expression darkened. Earlier, many had noticed the tension between Jin Lu and Wang Yan's group. Jin Lu had even taken the initiative to mock them, only to be swiftly humiliated. But what surprised everyone was that after Chen Yuan laid out the 14 white grade items on the table, he then produced 2 bronze grade items. One was a bronze arm guard, the other a bronze staff. The moment these bronze items appeared, the crowd erupted. Holy crap, am I seeing this right? Those are bronze gear? And 2 pieces at that? Where the hell did they even get these? If I recall correctly, for monsters over level 10, doesn't bronze gear only drop from bosses? Could it be pure luck? 1 piece could be luck, but 2? That's unlikely. Generally speaking, monsters below level 15 only drop white tier gear. Then, with an extremely low probability, roughly 1 in tens of millions, they might drop bronze tier gear. In other words, if you want to farm bronze gear from monsters in the teens, it can only drop from bosses. This is what makes it hard to understand. Can a party of just 3 people really take on a boss? Even a level 10 boss boasts nearly 100,000 HP and possesses various special abilities. Without a team of at least 10 players, how could they possibly handle it? Incredulous expressions spread across everyone's faces. Jin Lu stared in shock, his gaze darting between Chen Yuan and Su Muxue. Could it be that Dark Moon mages were truly that powerful? Or was Chen Yuan some hidden master? Zhang Yueqi, sitting beside Jin Lu, fidgeted restlessly. Zhang Yueqi knew the truth better than anyone. She had leveled up with Chen Yuan yesterday. Before leaving the Shadowwood Forest, they had sold every single piece of loot they carried. This meant the pile of gear before Chen Yuan now couldn't possibly have been accumulated yesterday, it had to have been farmed in just this morning. Though she didn't know how Chen Yuan managed it, it was obvious she had missed something crucial. Had she not quarreled with Chen Yuan that morning, she would have had a share of this gear. Given how much gear they'd managed to farm, the amount of experience they'd gained was easy to imagine. Conservatively speaking, that experience alone could have leveled her up by about 3 levels. Jiang Yueqi was filled with regret at that moment. In an instant, Wang Yan's three-person squad became the center of attention. After Qin Yuan placed 2 bronze-tier items on the table, he added the assortment of miscellaneous materials, including crystal cores. That's all I have. Please appraise them. The appraiser's eyes widened in astonishment. Only after Qin Yuan's prompt did she snap back to reality. After a thorough inventory, the appraiser announced, "The total value of your equipment and materials is 32,356 yuan. After deducting a 10% service fee, the final amount is 29,120.4 yuan. Chen Yuan pulled out a black card and said, "I have this." The collector's expression changed dramatically upon seeing the card in Chen Yuan's hand. She immediately addressed Chen Yuan respectfully. "My apologies, sir. I didn't realize you were a distinguished Purple Gold Chamber of Commerce Black Card member. We'll waive the service fee and calculate the buyback price at the highest market average rate, totaling 35,591 yuan. Chen Yuan nodded in satisfaction. The buyer promptly transferred the funds to him. People nearby murmured among themselves. Black Card member? What's that? Never heard of it before. Sounds pretty impressive. Of course it is. Look how the buyer fawned over him. We never get that kind of treatment. Only Jean Lu felt utterly stunned. He knew exactly what the black card from the Capital Merchants Association signified. His father had once mentioned that in the entire Dongshan province, fewer than 10 people possessed the Purple Gold Chamber of Commerce black card. Even though Golden Wing was the largest affairs agency in all of Tianshui City, his father hadn't qualified for a black card. Just who was this Chen Yuan? After the transaction concluded, Chen Yuan casually glanced at Jean Lu. Jean Lu felt a chill run down his spine under that gaze. He abruptly shook off Jiang Yueqi's hand. She let out a startled gasp and stared at Jean Lu in surprise. Jean Lu said nothing, turning instead to the 3 sparring partners beside him. "Let's go." With that, he hurriedly left the supply station, leaving Jiang Yueqi standing there alone. Chen Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. In a way, Jean Lu was remarkably decisive. Jiang Yueqi was utterly baffled, unable to fathom why Jean Lu had suddenly bolted as if he'd seen a ghost, leaving her stranded there. Now, everyone around her was staring at her with strange looks. Feeling awkward, Jiang Yueqi shot a pleading glance toward Chen Yuan, only to find him already walking toward the restaurant with Wang Yan and Su Muxue. Jiang Yueqi's face flushed bright red. She turned and followed them out, leaving the supply station behind. Inside the restaurant, the 3 divided the proceeds from selling the equipment materials equally. Each received roughly 10,000 yuan. Chen Yuan naturally dismissed such a small sum as insignificant, and Su Muxue didn't seem particularly concerned either. For them, the biggest gain from this morning was the significant level boost they'd all received. Everything else was secondary. Wang Yan shook his head. Rich people really were different. But he quickly realized he was now a millionaire himself. As they headed to the restaurant, Wang Yan suddenly remembered he still owed Chen Yuan a meal. "What would you 2 like to eat? I'll treat you both. I mentioned yesterday that I owed you a meal." Chen Yuan hastily shook his head. "No way, big bro. I wouldn't dare let you treat me. You're practically my real brother now. Don't worry, I'll make sure this lunch is taken care of properly. Just focus on recovering your strength. I'm counting on you to help me level up this afternoon." Wang Yan was a bit speechless. Su Muxue suddenly spoke up. "Why don't we split the bill?" Chen Yuan quickly protested. "No way, Su Muxue. You worked hard this morning too. If you hadn't joined our team, the 2 of us might still be battling rabid demons right now." Chen Yuan led the way while saying, "You 2 don't need to be polite with me. I'll handle it." He walked up to a restaurant staff member, flashed his black card, and said, "Any private rooms available? Get me one." Upon hearing Chen Yuan's request, the staff member frowned briefly. But when he saw the card in Chen Yuan's hand, his expression instantly softened into a warm, welcoming smile. "Please wait a moment, sir. I'll arrange it for you right away." Chapter 36, Random Refresh. Moments later, a man in formal attire hurried down from the restaurant's upstairs office. Beaming with a broad smile, he greeted Wang Yan and the others with utmost respect. "Good day, everyone. I'm Wang Shan, the manager in charge of the supply station restaurant. Please follow me upstairs. We have a special room reserved for distinguished guests." Under manager Wang's guidance, Wang Yan and his companions were ushered into a special private room on the 2nd floor. Once inside, Wang Shan had a special menu presented to them. Chen Yuan took the menu but didn't look at it. Instead, he passed it to Wang Yan first. "Old Wang, Su Muxue, take a look and see what you'd like to eat. Don't be shy, just order whatever you fancy." Wang Shan observed this exchange from the side, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. He instantly discerned that among the 3, both Chen Yuan and the girl seemed to implicitly regard Wang Yan as their leader. Just who was this young man named Wang Yan? That a Purple Gold Chamber of Commerce black card member showed him such deference? Judging by their interactions, the 3 appeared to be classmates, and their relationship seemed quite close. Wang Yan silently memorized Wang Yan and Su Mushua's appearances before quietly instructing the nearby waiter. Bring over a bottle of ruby. Wang Yan took the menu and examined it carefully. Typically, restaurants at supply stations offered fast food. After all, supply stations are essentially temporary dining spots for ordinary adventurers. Most professionals who came here focused on slaying monsters and leveling up, not enjoying gourmet meals. Thus, Wang Yan immediately recognized that this particular menu seemed tailored for special guests. Items like imperial salmon, caviar, shark fin soup, white truffles, clearly not the sort of fare one expected from a fast food joint. But Wang Yan wasn't particularly fond of such flashy fare. His only requirement for food was that it be hearty, filling, and tasty. So he flipped to the later pages and ordered some more homestyle dishes, things like donpa pork hock, fish fragrant eggplant cakes, and twice-cooked pork. Then Wang Yan handed the menu to Su Mushue. Su Mushue declined outright. You guys order. I'm not picky, anything will do. The menu thus returned to Chen Yuan's hands. Without hesitation, he addressed the waiter. Please bring us one of each of your signature dishes. No sooner had Chen Yuan finished speaking than Wang Yan entered from the doorway, carrying a tray. On the tray sat a bottle of red wine, its label adorned with a fiery red gemstone. Excuse me, this is a complimentary bottle of wine from the restaurant for your party. It's called Ruby, from the Hesse Winery in Longwa. Chen Yuan quickly replied. Manager Wang, you're being far too kind. We're just having a simple meal, no need to make such a fuss. But Wang Yan swiftly opened the bottle and placed it on the table. Mr. Chen, you're too kind. Your presence truly graces our humble establishment. I won't disturb you further. Should you need anything, just call me. Su Mushue smiled softly at the wine on the table. Ruby red? Chen Yuan, looks like you've got some serious clout, huh? Chen Yuan waved his hand dismissively. What influence do I have? It's all thanks to that black card. I'm just a spendthrift. Wang Yan, who knew nothing about wine, turned to Su Mushue and asked. Is this wine expensive? Su Mushue nodded. That's right. To pursue the highest quality, Black Forest Winery produces only a very limited quantity each year. A single bottle of ruby can sell for over 100,000. Chen Yuan scoffed dismissively. Pfft, limited production? That's just a ripoff. If you ask me, it's not even as good as Coke. With that, Chen Yuan actually waved down a waiter and ordered a bottle of Coke. Su Mushue looked at Chen Yuan and shook her head in disbelief. The meal was quite satisfying overall, and it was clear the restaurant had put in genuine effort. As the conversation flowed around the table, Su Mushue gradually warmed up to Wang Yan and Chen Yuan. Wang Yan discovered that this girl, known as the strict princess, wasn't actually that hard to get along with. She was simply more competitive than the average girl, driven to improve her skills. Beyond that, she wasn't much different from other young women. After eating and drinking their fill, Chen Yuan suggested continuing their leveling journey. He was already itching to get going. So the group left the supply station and arrived at a clearing in the forest. Wang Yan pulled a purple map from his backpack, the small treasure map they'd obtained from the Wind Wolf King that morning. Both Wang Yan and Su Mushue's eyes sparkled with excitement as they studied the map. Small dungeons spawned by treasure maps typically offered extremely generous rewards, with experience points far exceeding those from ordinary monsters. Under their watchful gaze, Wang Yan focused his mind. The map suddenly glowed with a faint purple light. Moments later, the text and lines on the map gradually sharpened into clarity, with an arrow pointing toward the treasure map's destination. Goblin Camp, level 1520, boss, bronze tier. Wang Yan frowned. Bad luck. This treasure map is one of those randomly spawned types. Typically, after opening a treasure map, the dungeon would spawn directly before the user. However, a small percentage of treasure maps spawn at a random location nearby. The user must follow the map's instructions to locate the dungeon. If luck was against them, others might discover it first. Since small treasure maps only allow one party to enter the dungeon, being beaten to it means you're essentially doing someone else's work for free. However, these randomly spawned treasure maps typically appear in less populated areas. As long as Wang Yan and his group followed the map's directions, they still had a good chance. Su Mushue pulled out her map, compared it to the location marked on Wang Yan's treasure map, and said, "This is a problem. The dungeon's location is in the first zone." The so-called first zone was the official designation for one of the Shadowwood Forest's regional divisions. The Shadowwood Forest is an extremely vast expanse of woodland. The authorities divided the Shadowwood Forest into different zones based on the levels of the monsters inhabiting them. The area with monsters below level 10 was called the Outer Shadowwood, while the area with monsters above level 10 was called the Inner Shadowwood. The Inner Shadowwood is further subdivided into 3 zones from outer to inner: Zone 1, Zone 2, and Zone 3. The deeper you venture, the higher the monster levels become. Zone 1 already features monsters around level 20, and if luck runs out, one might even encounter creatures above level 25. For Chen Yuan and his group, Zone 1 is already a relatively dangerous area. Compounding their difficulties, they lacked a scout class to effectively scout ahead and mitigate risks. Chapter 37, The Insider Secrets of the Pet Beast Industry. For a moment, the group hesitated. Wang Yan spoke up. What do you say? Are we going? Chen Yuan gritted his teeth and said. Of course we're going. It's such a rare opportunity. Wang Yan then turned to Su Muxue. After a moment's hesitation, she suggested. Why don't we vote? Hands up if you're in favor of going. With that, Su Muxue raised her hand. She glanced around and saw Wang Yan and Chen Yuan raise theirs without hesitation. Well, what was the point of voting anyway? The three of them were each bolder than the last. With their decision made, the trio set off immediately, racing toward their destination without pause. Along the way, eager to reach the dungeon's location quickly, they bypassed the main road and took a shortcut instead. Chen Yuan wielded a knife, clearing the path ahead by hacking through the thick thorns blocking their way. As he cleared the path ahead, Chen Yuan grumbled. Ugh, if it weren't for rushing to level up these past couple days, I'd definitely have gotten myself a pet beast to ride. This walking thing is such a pain. The mention of pet beasts instantly piqued Wang Yan's interest. He'd been thinking about contracting a combat-type pet beast for a while now. Chen Yuan, do you know any good places to buy pet beasts? Chen Yuan turned back and asked. What? You want to get a pet beast? Then he added. Hey, you know what, old Wang? Your skill is actually perfect for a combat-type pet beast. If you activate that aura on your pet, it'll be absolutely formidable. Wang Yan replied. That's exactly what I was thinking, but I'm not very familiar with the pet beast market. Chen Yuan pondered for a moment. But honestly, I'm not entirely sure either. I'm not very familiar with the pet beast market. Chen Yuan glanced at Su Muxue and stopped speaking. He knew the Su family was in the pet beast business. But he couldn't just blurt it out. If he did, Su Muxue might think he'd specifically investigated her background or something, causing unnecessary misunderstandings. Just then, Su Muxue spoke up. There are only 2 pet beast shops in Tianshui City. One is the Rare Beast Pavilion in the east of the city, and the other is the Exotic Beast Pavilion in the west. But honestly, it's very difficult to find good pets at either of those shops. After Su Muxue's explanation, Wang Yan finally understood. It turned out that most of the pets sold in these shops were bronze grade or silver grade, which inherently limited their maximum potential strength. The power gap between different tiers of pets is enormous. It was like a bronze grade mole. No matter how well trained, it could never hope to match a Saint grade dragon. Moreover, the pets in these shops were incredibly expensive. Even a bronze-grade pet beast egg could fetch tens of thousands of yuan, let alone higher-tier specimens. Most of these eggs or pets are captured from the wild by professional beast tamers, with very few being artificially bred. Moreover, not all wild monsters are suitable as pets. Only those with socialized habits and stable temperaments are suitable. The highest quality pet eggs available in pet stores are generally only around gold tier. Higher-grade specimens rarely circulate on the market, and if they do, they're snapped up instantly. Finally, Su Muxue concluded. So, if you want to buy a combat-type pet beast as a temporary solution, that's perfectly fine. But if you don't want to waste too many resources and want to buy a pet beast that can accompany you in battle long-term, there are only 2 methods. One is to venture into the wild yourself and steal eggs from powerful monsters. Of course, this method could very well cost you your life. The other is to keep an eye on the auctions held periodically by the Purple Gold Guild across the nation. High-tier pet eggs or pets are usually prioritized for auction, as that's how they fetch the best prices. Wang Yan nodded. I see. That makes sense. It was clear Su Muxue knew the pet beast industry inside out. After her explanation, Wang Yan gained a basic understanding of the field. Had Su Muxue not shared this information, he might have ended up getting ripped off at a market pet shop. After walking for about 10 minutes, the trio came upon a small stream. Wang Yan pulled out the map to examine it. This should be the boundary between the inner perimeter and the first zone of the Shadow Forest. Once they crossed this stream, the monsters they encountered would mostly be around level 20. Chen Yuan and Su Muxue were both currently level 15. Attempting to kill monsters 5 levels above their own was something most people wouldn't even dare to consider. But with Wang Yan's god-tier aura protecting them, they felt less apprehensive. After entering the first zone, they had only advanced a few hundred meters when they encountered the first monster of the area. It was a bizarre ancient tree standing about 3 meters tall, covered in tangled branches and sharp thorns. Twisted Tree, a level 21 monster. A hollowed-out mouth and 2 eyes formed by tree cavities adorned its trunk, resembling human facial features. It opened its mouth, emitting a grating creak sound reminiscent of an old door bolt grinding. Wang Yan recognized the monster instantly. The Twisted Tree moves slowly but possesses formidable defense and some regenerative ability. Upon closing in on its prey, it wraps its thorns around the enemy like a constricting python, suffocating its victim to death. Wang Yan feared such highly defensive monsters the least. He immediately activated all 3 of his auras simultaneously. Chen Yuan and Su Muxue, acting in perfect coordination, launched their attacks at the Twisted Tree. Su Muxue summoned a dark mass resembling a meteorite, which plummeted from the sky and slammed into the Twisted Tree. 34,197. This was the skill Sumushiwa had just learned upon reaching level 15 Dark Matter, a small area spell dealing immense magical damage. Shen Yuan wasn't about to be outdone, but the monster was a level 21 foe after all. He didn't rashly charge in for a direct confrontation. A monster of this level could deal devastating damage even if he switched to defensive stance. Wielding his greatsword, he unleashed a series of slashes, sending waves of sword energy rippling through the air. 14,762. 15,879. The sword chi struck the twisted tree, sending splinters flying everywhere and severing numerous branches clean through the trunk. This was Chen Yuan's newly acquired skill Sword Energy Slash, enabling him to launch ranged attacks against enemies. Sword energy skills were a hallmark of heavy armor warriors, as most warrior classes lacked ranged attack capabilities. Thus, some players jokingly referred to heavy warriors as mana mages. Under their relentless assault, the twisted tree crashed to the ground. Wang Yan gave a slight nod. Seems we can handle these level 20 monsters with ease after all. In that case, let's not waste any more time and get moving. According to the map, they were still over 1,000 meters from the dungeon. Wang Yan promptly activated his invisibility aura and charged full speed toward the Doghead dungeon. Chapter 38, Blood Crocodile. Inner ring of Shadowwood Forest, First Zone. Here lay a vast freshwater lake. A fawn cautiously approached the water's edge. Highly alert, it scanned its surroundings repeatedly, only bending down to drink from the lake after confirming no danger lurked nearby. Just as it bent down, the previously calm lake's surface suddenly erupted with a splash. A gaping maw emerged from the splash, snapping shut around the fawn's neck. It was a massive crocodile, its body appearing to be at least 4 or 5 meters long. Unlike the typical blackish-gray skin of ordinary crocodiles, this one was entirely red, adorned with black and red patterns resembling blood. It was no ordinary crocodile, but a level 25 monster, a blood crocodile. The fawn panicked, crashing violently in a desperate attempt to break free. The blood crocodile executed a deadly roll on the spot, spinning several times until the fawn was left barely alive. The blood crocodile slowly dragged the fawn into the water and vanished beneath the surface. The lake's surface returned to stillness. Were it not for the scattered bloodstains on the ground, it would seem as though nothing had ever happened. About 10 minutes later, 3 adventurers arrived at the freshwater lake: Wang Yan, Shen Yuan, and Sumushiwa. This is definitely the spot. Wang Yan deactivated his stealth aura. The rush over the past few minutes had drained a significant portion of his yuan power. Though his energy pool remained reasonably full, he needed to conserve it. After all, they were about to enter a dungeon. Glancing at the treasure map, the dungeon marked on it corresponded precisely to this location. Truthfully, he didn't even need the treasure map. A circular halo was already flickering faintly on the distant lakeshore. Within the halo lay a pitch-black void, deep and bottomless, seemingly stretching endlessly. This halo served as the portal's marker. Simply touching this portal would allow entry into the dungeon. Ha! Good thing no one else found it. Shen Yuan was thrilled and about to dash toward the portal when Wang Yan suddenly grabbed him. What's up, Wang? Shen Yuan looked at Wang Yan with a puzzled expression. Wang Yan said helplessly. You've forgotten everything in the textbooks, haven't you? Ha! Shen Yuan put on a look of deep contemplation, but after pondering for a while, he still couldn't grasp what Wang Yan meant. Sumushiwa chuckled. This just goes to show you never pay attention in class. You must sleep through every lecture. Shen Yuan gave an awkward chuckle. To be honest, I do have a habit of sleeping through lectures. Then, with a look of utter helplessness, he added. Sigh, being around 2 overachievers like you guys is just too much pressure. Come on, tell me what's going on. Wang Yan explained. Large freshwater lakes like this are crucial water sources in the forest. Suddenly, Wang Yan noticed what appeared to be chaotic struggle marks along the lakeshore. As he walked toward the mess, he continued explaining. That's why many clever predators set ambushes here, lying in wait for animals coming to drink. Sumushiwa added. Not only that, but freshwater lakes themselves are inherently dangerous places. They can harbor aquatic monsters like water snakes, crocodiles, or alligator snapping turtles. Wang Yan said. Exactly. That's why we can't get too close to the shore and must stay alert around the surrounding grass. Shen Yuan listened to their explanations and felt a sudden chill run down his spine. Holy crap, thank goodness you pulled me back just now. I had no idea the lakeshore was this dangerous. Shen Yuan patted Wang Yan on the shoulder. Old Wang, let's activate stealth and dash over quickly. Wang Yan shook his head. No rush. Let's deal with the threats near this portal first, so we don't get ambushed when we exit. Shen Yuan and Sumushiwa both agreed. Wang Yan glanced at his experience bar, just 10% more to reach level 20. Dealing with the threats around the portal was only part of the reason. His real intention was to grind as much experience as possible before entering the dungeon. Once he hit level 20, he would awaken another aura skill. Then, no matter what dangers lurked within the dungeon, he could handle them with greater ease. Wang Yan approached the chaotic trail and discovered a long, plowed-out drag mark in the sandy soil. Clearly, something had been dragged into the water. Bloodstains and watermarks were also visible on the sand. The watermarks looked fresh, not yet fully evaporated. Evidently, a hunt had just taken place here. Old Wang, anything to report? Chen Yuan and Su Mushue approached Wang Yan. Following his gaze, they too spotted the bloodstains. Wang Yan pondered for a moment before saying, "If I recall correctly, the aquatic creatures in the shadow forest include giant anacondas, black electric eels, and the most numerous of all blood crocodiles. Judging by these marks, it looks like the work of blood crocodiles. Let's not get too close to the shore. Blood crocodiles are pack-hunting creatures. They're large, powerful, and swim extremely fast, excelling at underwater ambushes. However, their movement on land is painfully slow." Chen Yuan asked. "So what do we do next?" Wang Yan glanced at the portal. "We'll head toward the portal first, keeping our distance from the shore. They'll come out eventually. Blood crocodiles are ferocious creatures that absolutely cannot tolerate outsiders trespassing into their territory." The portal's location was on the distant shore, very close to the lake water. Wang Yan and his two companions maintained a distance of 3 to 4 meters from the shore, neither too close nor too far. They were deliberately baiting the lake's monsters to take the hook. When they were less than 10 meters from the portal, the previously still lake surface suddenly churned like boiling water. Amidst the splashing water, countless blood crocodiles crawled out of the depths. A dense, crimson swarm, at least 100 of them, sent chills down the spine. Fortunately, Wang Yan and his companions were prepared. They swiftly retreated from the shore, backing away. Though blood crocodiles moved sluggishly on land, these creatures seemed determined today, as if they would not rest until they dragged the 3 intruders back into the water. Their eyes glowed crimson, and the red scales on their scarlet skin flapped with each angry breath. Without hesitation, Wang Yan activated his aura. Chen Yuan swung his massive sword relentlessly, unleashing several slashes of sword energy. 15,509. 15,971. The blood crocodile's health pool hovered around 24,000. Chen Yuan could slay 1 blood crocodile with every 2 sword chi strikes. Su Mushue's method was far simpler. Each time she summoned a dark matter orb to crash down, 3 or 4 blood crocodiles perished instantly. Though the 100+ blood crocodiles looked intimidating, Su Mushue and Chen Yuan's killing efficiency was even more staggering. Chapter 39, Mutant Boss. Before long, the crimson corpses piled up along the lakeshore. The corpses vanished faster than Chen Yuan and Su Mushue could eliminate them. The air thickened with the stench of blood, the crocodile's blood saturating the mud beneath them, turning the ground into a crimson sludge. Wang Yan quietly released his finger from the frequency-modulating ring. He had intended to slightly increase the aura's power if Chen Yuan and Su Mushue faced overwhelming pressure. But judging by the current situation, 10% was already sufficient. At first, the blood crocodiles seemed endless, crawling ceaselessly out of the lake. But soon, their numbers dwindled rapidly. After about 10 minutes, only 5 or 6 blood crocodiles remained on the shore. Chen Yuan charged straight into the crocodile pack, immediately unleashing a shattering storm that slaughtered every last one of them. Phew! Chen Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Got him! Over 100 crocodiles had been slaughtered by the 2 of them. Countless corpses dissolved into a swarm of light points, vanishing midair, leaving only pools of blood on the ground to bear witness to what had just transpired. The crocodiles dropped several white-grade items and a large quantity of materials. Crocodile skin and teeth were excellent crafting materials that could fetch a good price. Chen Yuan stepped forward, picking up each piece of equipment from the ground before returning to the group. Shouldering his greatsword, he wore an air of effortless ease. That's all a level 20 mob group has? Not exactly formidable. As easy as taking down wind wolves. Come to think of it, did we just wipe out all the blood crocodiles? Seems like we've hunted them to extinction. Wang Yan chuckled. Who knew you cared so much about the environment? Chen Yuan roared with laughter. What caring for the environment? I just haven't killed enough yet, that's all. Just as Chen Yuan was boasting, suddenly, the center of the freshwater lake erupted with a violent splash. A deep, powerful, furious roar echoed from the lake's center. The roar sounded like a dragon's cry, instinctively instilling a wave of fear in everyone present. The intense low-frequency vibrations sent waves of splashes and ripples across the surface, as if a subwoofer had been planted beneath the water. Holy, what the hell is that noise? Chen Yuan jumped in fright, scrambling several steps away from the lake before daring to look back. What met his eyes were blood-red scales and a dorsal fin sharp as a sword blade breaking the surface. The dorsal fins and crimson scales possessed a metallic sheen, gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. A crocodile's head broke the surface, its cold, merciless eyes fixed intently on the 3 figures on the shore. This was a colossal blood crocodile, easily 8 or 9 meters long by its size alone. Swimming swiftly, it rapidly closed in on the trio near the shore. Before their eyes, its information appeared. Dragon Blood Crocodile Golden Level 33. This is a powerful mutated blood crocodile that has activated a sliver of dragon bloodline within its body, unlocking infinite potential for its growth. Its offspring will have an extremely high chance of inheriting and even enhancing this dragon bloodline. Holy crap, a level 33 golden boss. Chen Yuan was utterly shocked. Wang Yan and Su Mushui also wore expressions of astonishment. Typically, most bosses are only about 5 levels higher than monsters of the same species. One that was a full 13 levels above its kind was extremely rare. Moreover, according to its information description, it seemed to have mutated and was still growing, meaning level 33 wasn't its upper limit. Monster mutation rates weren't non-existent, but they were extremely low. Who would have thought that such a low probability would land on them 3 today? What should we do, Wang Yan? Su Mushui looked to Wang Yan, waiting for his decision. Run first, ask questions later. What else could they do? Of course they had to make a quick getaway. They couldn't possibly go head-to-head with a level 33 boss. Without hesitation, Wang Yan activated his invisibility aura and led Chen Yuan and Su Mushui toward the teleportation gate. The enraged dragon-blood crocodile burst out of the water with a violent splash, its movements on land clearly far quicker than other blood crocodiles. But when it reached the shore, it discovered the 3 damned humans had vanished before its eyes. The dragon-blood crocodile roared furiously, its thunderous bellow echoing with the rage of a mighty creature mocked by weaklings. The trio, cloaked in invisibility, jogged to the teleportation gate. A prompt appeared before them. Enter instance, Gnome Camp? Goblin Camp, level 1520, boss, bronze tier. Wang Yan selected, yes, without hesitation. A blinding flash of light erupted before their eyes, obscuring everything. When the light faded, they found themselves in a different place. They stood in an open clearing, surrounded by wooden walls and watchtowers. It seemed they were trapped within these walls. However, these walls appeared extremely crude, constructed from wooden poles plastered with clay, then scorched with fire to harden the outer layer. It was undeniably a crude and primitive level of construction. Welcome to the Gnoll Camp. Objective, slay the Gnoll Chieftain and seize his treasure. Note, if your party leaves the instance before killing the Goblin Chieftain, you will receive no rewards, and all experience and loot gained will be forfeited. It's clear the treasure map dungeon has some unique quirks. In most dungeons, even if you quit halfway through, there's no rule about forfeiting experience or loot. But in this instance, only defeating the Goblin Chieftain counts. Just as the buff faded, a sudden blast of horns pierced the air. Then, a cacophony of voices erupted from the city walls. Invaders! Invaders! Down with the invaders! Kill them! Then, numerous short, dog-headed creatures suddenly appeared on the city walls. They were all dog-headed humanoids, short in stature with dark red skin, bearing a certain resemblance to orcs. However, they were not as tall or robust as orcs, appearing rather frail and thin like miniature versions of the beasts. Nevertheless, the crossbows and sinew bow arrows they held aloft still gave Wang Yan and his companions a sense of menace. Defensive stance. Chen Yuan reacted swiftly, instantly switching stances and drawing a large shield to shield Su Mushui and Wang Yan. Wang Yan activated his stealth aura the instant he could. Their position was disadvantageous. The enemy held the high ground, allowing their arrows to strike with greater force. Moreover, Wang Yan and his companions found it difficult to retaliate effectively. Therefore, Wang Yan had no choice but to activate stealth first and assess the situation. Seeing the trio vanish abruptly, every dog-headed man's brain seemed to freeze for a second. For a moment, they couldn't comprehend how those 3 had vanished so abruptly. Chapter 40, Closing the Door to Beat the Dog. Without knowing who started it, one dog-headed man fired an arrow toward the spot where Wang Yan and his companions had been standing. The others snapped to attention and began firing arrows at the spot where Wang Yan and his companions had been standing. In an instant, the ground where Wang Yan and his companions had stood moments before was covered in a hail of arrows. But Wang Yan and his companions had already moved under the cover of invisibility. Occasionally, a few wildly misdirected arrows accidentally flew their way, but Chen Yuan blocked each one with his shield. Perhaps due to the sheer chaos of the scene, none of the dog-headed men noticed the arrows suddenly plummeting from the sky. They were too busy firing arrows like there was no tomorrow, shooting them one after another as if they were free, aimlessly targeting the open ground below the city walls. Before long, the open stretch of yellow earth was densely studded with arrows. Squelch! Squelch! A goblin slightly taller than the others raised his hand, as if issuing a command. Upon its call, the other goblins immediately ceased firing. Wang Yan and his companions noticed this conspicuous goblin. A line of information appeared before their eyes. Goblin Centurion Bronze, level, LV20. Apart from this Centurion, the rest of the dog-headed men were mostly around LV15. Quack quack. The Goblin Centurion looked puzzled, scratching its head as if deep in thought. Quack. Quack. The Goblin Centurion waved his large hand, babbling in a language Wang Yan and the others couldn't understand. Clearly, the Ogre Centurion had issued another command. The goblins stationed on the city walls sprang into action. They discarded their bows and crossbows, replacing them with short swords and round shields. Old Wang, what are they up to? Wang Yan shook his head. No idea. Let's see. Several goblins could be seen cranking a massive winch along the ramparts. The winch pulled on ropes, slowly hoisting the crude city gate upward. Countless dog-headed men poured through the gate, surging into the open area where Wang Yan and his companions stood. They twitched their noses, seemingly sniffing for something. Some dog-headed men waved their short knives at the air, as if probing for Wang Yan and the others' location. They know we're invisible, Wang Yan stated. Clearly, these dog-headed men intended to conduct a thorough search to find Wang Yan and his companions. What do we do now? Though these dog-headed creatures were lower-leveled than the blood crocodiles, their sheer numbers and advantageous terrain made a sudden confrontation risky. This open area was sizable, roughly the size of a football field, but if the enemy conducted a thorough search, it was only a matter of time before they were found. Wang Yan glanced up at the city walls and asked the two beside him. See that winch beside the goblin centurion? Chen Yuan and Su Mushua nodded simultaneously. These four walls are completely sealed off. That gate is their only entrance. If we destroy the winch, they won't be able to escape either. Chen Yuan and Su Mushua's eyes lit up instantly. Let's go. While the gate is still open. Meanwhile, the dog-headed men who had been stationed on the walls and watchtowers earlier were now descending to the ground. They swarmed into the open area in packs, determined to hunt down the intruders. Wang Yan and his two companions hugged the wall, moving cautiously to avoid the dog-headed men, careful not to bump into them and risk discovery. Fortunately, the open area was relatively spacious, and the goblin forces hadn't yet managed to fully assemble. The trio slipped out through the city gate unnoticed, as if by magic. The dog-headed men remained completely unaware. Ha ha ha, these fools. Chen Yuan couldn't help but laugh as he watched the dog-headed men continue pouring into the open space beneath the city walls. The trio climbed the stairs behind the city wall and successfully scaled the ramparts. They stood right behind the ogre centurion, completely unnoticed. It babbled incessantly, barking orders to the hundreds of dog-headed men below to track down Wang Yan and his companions. Perhaps due to the goblin's low intelligence, it was clear the centurion struggled immensely to command them. Occasionally, a few disobedient dog-headed men would make him yell in frustration. Chen Yuan retracted his shield, drew his greatsword from his waist, and raised it as he approached the ogre centurion from behind. Hold your fire, Wang Yan said. Wait until they all move to the open area. Then we'll trap them and finish them off. Wang Yan pulled a small knife from his backpack and positioned himself beside the winch. The moment I cut the winch rope, you two strike. Su Mushua and Chen Yuan both nodded in understanding. Chen Yuan, wielding his greatsword, positioned himself behind the dog-headed centurion. Like an invisible grim reaper, he stood ready to sever the centurion's dog head at any moment. Yip yip. Yip yip. Under the centaur centurion's impassioned command, hundreds of centaurs assembled in the open space below the city walls. Armed with short blades and round shields, they formed a serpentine line, advancing slowly from left to right. They swung their blades, hacking at non-existent foes before them. Prepare to strike. Wang Yan approached the winch, swung his dagger with a sharp flick, and the ropes suspending the city gate snapped instantly. With a thunderous crash, the suspended gate slammed down onto the ground. Simultaneously, the aura surrounding him flared out. All the dog-headed men were startled by the deafening crash. Gak? The goblin centurion uttered a puzzled sound. But the next second, a deafening whistling sound tore through the air beside his ear. Turning its head, the sharp blade of a greatsword was already inches from its face. Chen Yuan slashed repeatedly, instantly killing the defenseless ogre centurion. Su Mushua unleashed several dark moon blades, instantly eliminating all the ogres guarding the centurion. Only then did the other ogres on the ramparts react. Quack quack quack. Seeing their centurion slain, several timid ogres turned and fled in terror. A few bolder ogres raised their shields and charged toward Wang Yan and his companions. Of course, what awaited them was absurdly damaging dark moon magic and sword chi. Like slicing through butter, these few rebellious ogres made little impact. The wall was swiftly cleared by the trio. Now only a few hundred goblins remained trapped beneath the walls. Trapped and enraged, they bellowed in fury, yet they were powerless against Wang Yan and his companions. Their bows and crossbows remained on the ramparts, leaving them armed only with short swords and round shields. A few goblins picked up stones from the ground and hurled them at the wall. Of course, this proved utterly useless. Chapter 41, Level Up. New Aura. Ha ha ha. Chen Yuan's face twisted into a malicious grin. So you locked us down there and rained arrows on us, huh? Now it's our turn. The goblins below seemed to sense impending doom. Many goblins gathered beneath the city walls, stacking themselves into human pyramids in a primitive attempt to storm the fortress. Chen Yuan unleashed a series of sword chi strikes, cutting down the goblins beneath the walls one by one. Su Mushua, the ogres in the distance are yours to handle. Chen Yuan's sword chi had a shorter range than Su Mushua's after all, she was the true ranged specialist, while he was merely a makeshift chi mage. Su Mushua swung her staff, gathering a deep purple glow at its tip. Moments later, countless dark moon blades erupted from the staff, unleashing a one-sided slaughter upon the goblins in the square. With this single strike, over a dozen goblins were instantly slain, collapsing in pools of their own blood. Only then did the remaining ogres sense impending doom. They scattered across the square, some burying their heads in the dirt, others simply lying flat on the ground feigning death. Their tactics varied wildly. Even the ogres attempting to scale the walls by piling atop one another lost their will to fight under Chen Yuan's terrifying sword chi. Their psychological defenses crumbled, and they too began fleeing in all directions like the others. But all was futile. Su Mushua's Darkmoon blade moved like death's own scythe, precise and merciless, reaping one life after another. After roughly 10 minutes, the slaughter finally came to an end. Hundreds of goblins on the plaza were slaughtered by Su Mushue as easily as killing chickens. Ding! Your teammate Su Mushue has defeated a level 15 troll. You have gained 1425 EXP. Ding! Your level has increased. Current level 20. Ding! You have gained attribute bonuses, all attributes +1, free attribute points +5. Ding! Your level has reached LV 20. You have successfully awakened the aura effect, God tier slow aura. After slaughtering hundreds of goblins, Wang Yan finally leveled up. Wang Yan examined the description of his new aura skill. Divine Grade Slow Aura, when activated, inflicts a slow effect on all enemies within a radius of all stats 10 meters, reducing their movement speed by 90% and decreasing the range of their charge type skills by 90%. This slow ignores tenacity. After reading the skill description, Wang Yan felt a slight shock. Ignores toughness? Resilience was a hidden attribute value. The higher one's resilience, the shorter the duration of control effects like stun, slow, freeze, and so on. Most boss-level monsters possess exceptionally high resilience, causing many crowd control skills to be significantly less effective when used against them. Certain warrior-type classes have core skills that boost resilience to prevent prolonged control effects. Take Chen Yuan's skill, for example, Battle Roar. Currently, this skill applies a pain tolerance status to Chen Yuan, preventing his attacks and skills from being interrupted. However, upon reaching level 20, this skill upgrades to grant a 30% increase in resilience. Wang Yan's aura, however, ignores resilience entirely. This means enemies will always suffer a 90% sustained slow, regardless of their resilience value. This aura is downright broken. It seems only skills with sustained purification effects can counteract this slow aura. Next, Wang Yan glanced at his attribute panel. Information: God tier aura master Wang Yan. Level 20. Attributes: Intelligence 110, Strength 30, Constitution 30, Agility 30. Elemental Power 9341000 points. Skills: Divine Damage Aura, God tier Attack Aura, God tier Stealth Aura, God tier Purification Aura, God tier Slow Aura. Wang Yan now possesses 5 auras, with his total attributes reaching around 200 points. The combined range of all auras has expanded to a full 2000 meters. Ha, I've leveled up again. As Wang Yan checked his stats panel, Chen Yuan's cheerful voice reached his ears. Glancing at the party interface, he noticed Chen Yuan and Su Mushue had both reached level 16. Su Mushue added, "This hidden dungeon really does offer high experience points. These level 15 goblins actually gave more EXP than those level 20 blood crocodiles." Chen Yuan scanned the loot scattered across the plaza. Over a dozen white tier items had dropped, and from a distance, he could even make out 2 bronze tier pieces. Ah, what a pity about this gear. Although materials were automatically decomposed and distributed evenly among everyone's backpacks, these pieces of equipment and items still needed to be manually picked up. Wang Yan scanned the surroundings. There seemed to be no way to descend the city walls. Once you went down, you couldn't get back up. The gate itself was constructed with thick wooden planks encased in iron plates half a meter wide, probably weighing several tons. Using skills to destroy it would likely waste a significant amount of energy. Just as Chen Yuan sighed, Su Mushue spoke up. "No worries, I brought a pet that collects gear." Su Mushue pulled a small red orb from her backpack, its surface engraved with intricate runes. Wang Yan and Chen Yuan both recognized it as a pet ball for storing pet beasts, a valuable item. A beam of light shot out from the orb, and moments later, an owl materialized before the group. The owl carried a rune backpack, the most basic silver-grade storage item, offering approximately 5 cubic meters of storage space. Under Su Mushue's direction, the owl packed all the equipment from the square into the backpack and brought it back. "Good work, Coco." Su Mushue patted the owl on the head before returning it to its pet orb. Chen Yuan exclaimed in admiration. "What a beautiful owl. I didn't know you had such a treasure. Why didn't you bring it out earlier?" Su Mushue explained. "Kiki isn't much use in combat. It just collects gear. I mostly keep it as a pet." Wang Yan's attention, however, was drawn to the pet orb. This pet orb seems a bit different from the ones on the market. The common ones on the market were usually white and slightly larger, about the size of 2 fists. The one in Su Mushue's hand, however, was only about the size of a baseball, quite compact. Su Mushue gave the pet beast ball in her hand a gentle shake. "This is a silver-grade pet beast ball. Once a pet beast is sealed inside, it possesses healing properties. Oh, and by the way, my family runs the pet beast business. Both the rare beast pavilion in the east of Tianshui City and the exotic beast pavilion in the west are owned by us. If you're interested, feel free to stop by. I can give you a discount." Wang Yan was startled. No wonder Su Mushue's gear was nearly as good as Chen Yuan. She was actually a wealthy heiress. Do I have a magnetism for attracting rich kids? Glancing down at his own plain, unadorned attire, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy. Chapter 42, The Palace of the Dog-Headed Tribe Chief. After a brief rest, the group pressed deeper into the goblin encampment. The further they ventured, the more they realized that the four walls they had passed earlier were actually the most magnificent structures in the entire camp. These goblins' architectural talents were truly lacking. Tents made of animal hides and branches were scattered everywhere throughout the camp. Occasionally, small bands of goblins charged at Wang Yan and his companions, only to be easily dispatched. Gradually, more advanced ogres began to appear in greater numbers. Unlike the earlier weak ogres, as the group ventured deeper, they began encountering well-trained ogre combat squads. Each squad comprised troll warriors, troll crossbowmen, and troll spearmen. Their levels had also risen from 15 to around 17 or 18. Although these goblin squads were far more formidable than their earlier counterparts, they couldn't halt Wang Yan and his companions' progress. Whenever they encountered a goblin squad, Wang Yan activated his cloak of invisibility. The trio would flank around to the rear of the squad, unleashing a barrage of attacks that would effortlessly wipe out the entire unit. Chen Yuan, in particular, would stealthily infiltrate the monster groups and unleash a devastating shattering storm without hesitation. Under the cover of Wang Yan's stealth aura, Chen Yuan savored the thrill of being an assassin. The group progressed unimpeded, strolling through this level 20 dungeon with ease. Soon, they arrived at the final stage of this dungeon, the Goblin Chieftain's Palace. You have arrived at the Knoll Chieftain's Palace. Prepare for battle. Hearing the prompt echo in their minds, the group stared speechlessly at the so-called palace before them. It was a small hut constructed of mud and thatch, covering an area of less than 20 square meters. The entire thatched structure had no windows, and several large holes gaped beneath the eaves, giving it an unsteady appearance. Can this really be called a palace? Chen Yuan stared at the thatched hut in disbelief, suspecting it might collapse if hit by a strong gust of wind. Wang Yan remarked. Compared to those animal skin tents we saw earlier, this thatched hut is downright luxurious. Su Muxue couldn't help but giggle at Wang Yan's words. Just then, the thatched hut's door was kicked open. A tall dog-headed man emerged from the hut. Gurgle. Whether it understood the group's conversation or not, its expression was decidedly displeased. This dog-headed man's build was entirely different from the others. Most dog-headed men were extremely short, barely over a meter tall. This dog-headed man leader, however, was nearly human-sized, standing about 1.7 meters tall. A sharp longsword was sheathed at its waist, looking worlds apart from the crude weapons carried by the other dog-headed men. The goblin chieftain's body was defined by sharp muscle lines, a lean yet powerful build that radiated explosive strength. Goblin chieftain bronze, level, LV20, agility type boss, master swordsman. Squelch squelch. The goblin chieftain suddenly attacked. He drew the sword from his waist, thrust his hind legs powerfully against the ground, and launched his entire body forward like a cannonball. The party saw only a blur as the goblin chieftain instantly closed the distance to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan reacted swiftly, knowing his speed alone couldn't evade the goblin chieftain. So he chose offense as defense, unleashing a shattering storm right where he stood. Seeing Chen Yuan spin, swinging his greatsword to unleash a torrent of furious sword chi, the dog-headed chieftain was indeed forced back. It abruptly halted its charge, executing a backflip to evade Chen Yuan's sword chi. Just as it landed, the dark matter summoned by Su Muxue crashed down from the sky, seemingly poised to strike the goblin chieftain. Unexpectedly, the goblin chief executed a side roll, deftly evading Su Muxue's skill. Chen Yuan exclaimed. That's fast. Wang Yan noticed the goblin chieftain's health pool wasn't particularly large for a level 20 boss, it was just over 70,000 HP. Looks like this boss has exceptional agility stats, but its defense probably isn't high. When Chen Yuan unleashed his shattering storm earlier, the goblin chieftain didn't choose to confront it head-on but retreated instead. This alone suggested its raw power and destructive force likely fell short of Chen Yuan in his burst stance. Now, the goblin chieftain held a long sword, seemingly searching for its next opportunity to strike. Chen Yuan faced the goblin chieftain and slowly retreated back to Wang Yan and Su Muxue. Old Wang, it's too fast. I'll switch to defensive stance and cover you two while you attack. Wang Yan replied. No need. If you trust me, charge straight at it now and cut it down. Chen Yuan paused, then burst into laughter. Alright. Watch this. Without another word, he hoisted his greatsword and charged headlong into the fray. The dog-headed chieftain's eyes flashed with contempt. To him, this human dared to charge headlong like this, leaving himself completely exposed. Just as it pressed its claws onto its blade, preparing to charge, it suddenly felt a crushing weight slam into its body. In an instant, its legs felt as if they were filled with lead, heavy as lead weights. As Chen Yuan closed in, its speed slowed to a crawl, each step feeling like slow motion. As Chen Yuan raised his massive sword to strike down, terror finally flashed in the dog-headed man's eyes. Under normal circumstances, it possessed countless ways to evade such a blow. But this time, even exerting every ounce of its strength, it could not dodge. Chen Yuan's crushing blow landed squarely on the goblin chieftain, erupting with a damage number of 18,030. The already meager health of the goblin chieftain vanished by a quarter in an instant. But it wasn't over yet. Sumushue's dark orb struck the goblin chieftain almost simultaneously with Chen Yuan's sword. 34,978. Terror filled the ogre chieftain's eyes. What the hell kind of damage was this? But no matter what it thought now, it was already too late. Chen Yuan unleashed another shattering storm, instantly tearing the goblin chieftain to pieces. Ding! Your ally Chen Yuan has defeated LV-20 goblin chieftain. You have gained 21,000 EXP. Old Wang, how did you do that? Why did it suddenly stop moving? Chen Yuan looked at Wang Yan with surprise. Since the slow aura affected enemies, Chen Yuan couldn't see its stats in his status bar. Wang Yan merely smiled. New skill I learned, a debuff that reduces movement speed. That goblin died in a pretty frustrating way. If it had been able to leverage its speed advantage, Wang Yan and his two teammates might have been in for a tough fight. After all, its speed was truly astonishing. Without the deceleration aura, the three of them probably wouldn't have even touched it. Chapter 43, 2 pieces of silver gear. So that's why the ogre chief just stood there letting me hit him. Chen Yuan turned to look at the ogre chieftain's corpse. Wait, why isn't this ogre chief dropping a treasure chest? Typically, after defeating a dungeon boss, it would drop a treasure chest. No sooner had Chen Yuan spoken than the ogre chieftain's corpse dissolved into a shower of sparkling light. The moment it vanished, the thatched hut suddenly collapsed with a crash. A silver chest appeared faintly amidst the ruins. Goblin chieftain's treasure chest. Seeing this chest, the trio instantly understood. Your party has cleared the Knoll camp. The instance will automatically close in 10 minutes. You may also choose to leave early. A notification sounded in their ears. Wang Yan stepped forward, examining the massive chest. Who's gonna open the treasure chest? I'll do it. I'll do it. Chen Yuan volunteered, rushing forward to yank the treasure chest open. A burst of light flashed, revealing a wand before them. Nightfall Staff Silver, equip level, LV-20. Equipping increases casting speed by 5%, intelligence by +5, dark attribute damage by 10%, and magic attack by +2,460. Gale Giant Sword Silver, equip level, LV-20, equip bonus, attack speed +13%, strength +10, physical attack +2,460. Chen Yuan's face lit up with delight. Ha! 2 silver great items. My luck's pretty good, huh? A bronze tier boss actually dropped silver tier gear. That was indeed quite fortunate. However, Wang Yan suspected it wasn't merely luck. This was likely due to the dungeon's special nature. After all, this instance required a treasure map to unlock it. Would be strange if it only dropped bronze gear. Moreover, dungeons unlocked by treasure maps had another unique feature. The gear drop from the boss's treasure chest had a high probability of matching the class needs of the party members. This was one reason treasure maps held such immense value. Take these 2 pieces of gear, for instance, one suited Chen Yuan, the other Sumushuei. Though there was nothing suitable for Wang Yan, he felt no regret whatsoever. After all, he didn't need to equip anything as long as his aura was active. That was all that mattered. Chen Yuan picked up the greatsword from the chest. Weird. This is the first time I've seen a greatsword that boosts attack speed. But it suits me perfectly. My sword chi release speed is directly tied to attack speed. I'll take this one. Unfortunately, the item required level 20 to equip, meaning Chen Yuan would need to level up a few more times before he could use it. Chen Yuan handed the staff to Sumushuei. Sumushuei, take a look at this staff. It boosts dark attributes, so it should suit you perfectly. Sumushuei took the staff, examined its stats, and nodded. The stats are excellent. I'll take it. Both silver grade items were level 20, each likely fetching close to 100,000 yuan. All they needed to do was take them to a supply station or specialized appraisal agency. Wang Yan estimated he could get around 70 or 80,000 yuan from his share. Back in the day, this would have been an unimaginable sum. Alright, let's prepare to exit the instance. Wang Yan activated his invisibility aura as he spoke. Seeing his action, Sumushuei and Chen Yuan suddenly remembered the dragon blood crocodile guarding the dungeon exit. That was a level 33 mutant golden boss, definitely not something they could take on. That dragon blood crocodile had a whopping 480,000 HP. Even if it stood still and let them attack, it would take them quite a while to take down. The biggest problem was they had no idea what skills the dragon blood crocodile possessed. A boss of this caliber could one-shot them with a single hit if it landed. If this mutated boss had any fancy tricks up its sleeve, they'd be in serious trouble. After activating their stealth aura, Wang Yan and his 2 companions exited the instance. The moment they stepped out, they spotted the dragon blood crocodile lying motionless on the shore, seemingly asleep. Chen Yuan whispered. Holy crap, it's still here. Sumushuei murmured. It can't be waiting for us, can it? Though their stealth aura muffled their voices, the pair still instinctively lowered their tones, such was the oppressive presence the dragon blood crocodile commanded. Just as they prepared to leave, they suddenly noticed the dragon blood crocodile lying on the shore, beginning to writhe. Its muscles tensed as if straining, its body trembling slightly. Chen Yuan asked curiously. What's it doing? Wang Yan also felt puzzled. Could it be constipated? Judging by the dragon blood crocodile's expression, it really did seem like it was having trouble passing stool. Su Muxue glanced at the two men's curious expressions and couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. Are you two going to stand around watching a crocodile go to the bathroom? Let's just get out of here. She stared at the dragon blood crocodile's blood-red scales, its sharp dorsal fins, and its razor-like teeth, feeling a chill run down her spine. Her family ran a pet beast business, so she knew all too well that creatures bearing the character dragon in their names were rarely creatures to be trifled with. Dragon bloodlines essentially represented the pinnacle of combat power in the magical beast realm. A pure-blooded dragon was at least legendary tier in quality, with most reaching the saintly realm. This dragon blood crocodile, according to the description, had awakened the dragon blood within its veins. Such mutated monsters possessed limitless growth potential. Generally, ordinary monsters and pets possess fixed quality levels from birth. For instance, a bronze tier wind wolf remains bronze tier forever. Even if its level increases through training, its quality stays bronze. But mutant-type bosses possess infinite room for growth. This year it might be gold tier, but in a few years it could easily reach dark gold. Monsters bearing dragon bloodlines possess an almost unpredictable growth ceiling. Therefore, if you encounter such a monster in the wild, it's best to steer clear and avoid provoking it. Chen Yuan said. Don't panic. This is a gold tier boss taking a bathroom break. How often does one get to witness such a sight? Wang Yan clearly agreed with Chen Yuan's assessment, watching the dragon blood crocodile's movements intently. Seriously, I'm amazed by you too. Su Muxue was speechless, so she could only wait nearby. She thought to herself. Aren't guys supposed to be into excavators? Never heard of guys getting excited watching crocodiles take a dump. After a few seconds, Chen Yuan suddenly gasped in delight. It's coming out. It's coming out. Wait, that's weird. Why is its poop red? Wang Yan examined it closely. This must be its eggs. It's probably laying them. That's right, it seems to be the mating season for blood crocodiles now. Su Muxue's eyes lit up upon hearing this. It's laying eggs? My goodness, doesn't that mean they're golden grade eggs? Chen Yuan suddenly caught on too. Holy crap! Old Wang, Su Muxue, are we about to strike it rich? Chapter 44, Gold Grade Pet Beast Egg. Su Muxue said. A gold grade egg is worth at least $1 million, and this is an egg from a boss level creature. Plus, it carries dragon bloodline. It could fetch an astronomical price. Seeing this gold grade egg, Su Muxue felt a flicker of desire herself. Many combat-focused classes generally couldn't be bothered to raise combat-type pets. First, because they don't want to be distracted by commanding during combat, which could impair their judgment of the battle. Second, quality pet eggs are scarce and prohibitively expensive, often costing hundreds of thousands or even millions. Not to mention that raising a pet beast is an additional expense. If they had that kind of spare cash, most would choose to buy a quality weapon or assemble a set of high-grade gear. But the most crucial point is that if a pet participates in combat, it will split half of the experience points earned. Often, if you invest heavily in a low-quality pet, pouring in significant funds and experience points to train it, it's quite possible that by the late game, the combat power boost it provides won't even match that of a single high-quality piece of equipment. However, gold-grade pets are a different story. Among pets, common, bronze, and silver tiers represent the most common quality levels. Gold grade and above mark a watershed. Golden grade and higher pet eggs typically possess solid base attributes and growth potential. Gold grade pets meticulously raised by hand will be significantly stronger than wild monsters. Most importantly, gold grade and higher pets generally possess higher intelligence levels. This means owners don't need to distract themselves with constant commands during battle. A general directive is enough. They know what to do on their own. After all, it's a gold grade beast, just send it in to do the job. Why bother with commands? Once fully grown, a gold tier or higher pet beast functions no less effectively than an additional teammate. Wang Yan and Chen Yuan listened to Su Muxue's explanation and were instantly filled with excitement. So you're saying these mutated boss eggs have the potential for infinite evolution, right? Su Muxue nodded. Exactly. With dragon bloodline added, the potential for infinite evolution is extremely high. If we could obtain its eggs, each one could fetch an astronomical price. Hearing this, Wang Yan and Chen Yuan couldn't help but light up with excitement. Su Muxue continued. But then she suddenly remembered something, her expression turning hesitant. And what? Go on. Chen Yuan grew impatient at her incomplete sentence. After a moment's hesitation, Su Muxue finally spoke. And my family possesses a unique secret technique that can further enhance the hidden bloodline activated within a beast companion, making the bloodline of the next generation purer. So, just the fact that the dragon bloodline has been activated is priceless to my family. Chen Yuan sucked in a sharp breath. So, as long as your family keeps breeding two dragon-blooded pets together, the dragon bloodline in the next generation will grow stronger and stronger, right? If that were true, it would be like having a hen that lays golden eggs. No wonder the Su family's pet beast business spans the globe. They possess such secret techniques within their clan. Who knew how many more secrets they held regarding pet beasts? Su Mushue nodded. Exactly. This is considered our family's trade secret. Don't mention it to anyone. Wang Yan nodded solemnly. Rest assured, we'll keep it confidential. Chen Yuan couldn't help but think to himself, Su Mushue seems so cold and aloof, yet she's surprisingly bold she'd actually dare to share something like this outside the family. If Chen Yuan accidentally leaked his family's trade secrets, his father would beat him to death. Still, Chen Yuan felt touched. Though Su Mushue had hesitated earlier, she ultimately chose to tell them. It showed she trusted him and Wang Yan deeply. Just as they were discussing this, the dragon blood crocodile laid its second egg. Judging by its strained efforts, laying eggs clearly wasn't an easy task for it. Wang Yan couldn't help but cheer it on in his mind. Come on. Keep going. The more eggs it laid, the happier Wang Yan and the others became. However, the dragon blood crocodile's pace was painfully slow. After laying each egg, it needed to rest for several minutes. Chen Yuan grew concerned about Wang Yan's energy reserves. Old Wang, how much longer can your invisibility aura last? Chen Yuan glanced at his energy pool, which still held over 60,000 units of energy. After suppressing his aura to 10% effectiveness using his frequency modulating ring, his consumption also dropped to 10%. Thus, he hadn't expended much yuan energy today. At a rate of 1 point per second, his remaining energy would easily last him until tomorrow morning while lurking near this dragon blood crocodile. Plenty of time left. Don't worry, I've got items to restore my energy. We're in it for the long haul today. Wang Yan pulled out a bag of compressed biscuits and a bottle of water. Don't rush. Eat something first. We'll wait it out slowly. Seeing Wang Yan's patience, the other two found a spot to sit down as well, pulling out some of their own rations to replenish their strength. Once it finishes laying its eggs, I'll find an opening, activate stealth, and steal them. Wang Yan shared his plan. Chen Yuan ate while watching the dragon blood crocodile lay its eggs with rapt attention. I have a question. If it carries the eggs back to the water after laying them, how are we supposed to steal them? Wang Yan shot Chen Yuan a speechless glance, while Su Mushue sighed. Chen Yuan said helplessly. What now? Did I say something wrong? Su Mushue replied with a sigh. What have you been learning these past 3 years? Blood crocodiles bury their eggs in the sand after laying them. Isn't that common knowledge? Chen Yuan's face flushed crimson. Ugh, it's all old Wan's fault. He made me copy his homework so often that I got hooked on it. Wang Yan said. Blame me then. The three chatted idly while keeping an eye on the dragon blood crocodile's progress. After waiting nearly an hour, the dragon blood crocodile finally laid its fourth egg. After laying the fourth egg, the dragon blood crocodile seemed to lose interest in continuing to lay eggs. It dug a hole in a soft patch of muddy sand along the shore and carefully buried all 4 eggs inside. What a pity, only 4 eggs. This dragon blood crocodile is disappointing. Chen Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Su Mushue shook her head. Actually, it's not bad. As a mutated creature, laying 4 eggs is already quite remarkable. Wang Yan stood up. I'll handle stealing the eggs later. You two stay back and be ready to run at any moment. Chen Yuan felt uneasy and said. I'll go with you. Su Mushue quickly chimed in. Yeah, let's go together. It's too dangerous for you alone. Wang Yan shook his head, twirling the ring on his finger. I have a storage ring. Let me go alone. It'll actually be faster this way. After all, there were only 4 eggs. Whether there were more or fewer people didn't matter. Chapter 45, Egg Theft. A hint of surprise flashed in Chen Yuan and Su Mushue's eyes. Storage rings were extremely expensive, which was why they were currently using basic storage backpacks. They hadn't expected Wang Yan to be wearing no equipment at all, yet sporting such an expensive storage ring on his finger. Storage rings weren't just larger than storage backpacks. They also had a much greater storage range and faster retrieval speed. Typically, a basic storage backpack had a range of about 1 meter, while a bronze-grade backpack could reach over 2 meters. But Wang Yan's storage ring was dark gold tier, boasting a storage range of a full 5 meters. Upon seeing Wang Yan produce the storage ring, the two men relented. A 5-meter safety distance could very well mean the difference between life and death. Stay back a good distance later. Remember, no matter what happens, don't initiate an attack. Once they launch an attack, the stealth aura will cease to function. As long as they remained hidden, even the mightiest dragon blood crocodile couldn't touch them. After giving these instructions, Wang Yan mapped out their escape route for after stealing the eggs. Next, Wang Yan remained in position to guard the dragon blood crocodile, waiting for an opportunity. Chen Yuan and Su Mushue were tasked with clearing the thorns and monsters along the escape route. What Wang Yan hadn't anticipated was that after burying the eggs, the dragon blood crocodile gathered branches and leaves to cover them. Then it lay motionless on the shore, its mouth wide open. Its position was less than half a meter from the buried egg. If Wang Yan made a rash move, it could be extremely dangerous if the crocodile reacted in time. Even after Chen Yuan and Su Mushue returned having cleared the path, the dragon blood crocodile remained motionless, not moving from its spot. What the hell is this dragon blood crocodile doing? Why is it just lying there, not moving at all? Chen Yuan grew anxious. Glancing at his watch, he saw it was already 4 in the afternoon. If they delayed much longer, night would fall. Human night vision couldn't compare to that of wild monsters. If night truly fell, they'd have no choice but to abandon the egg and return to the supply station. Spending the night in monster-infested wilderness was extremely dangerous. Even high-level professionals avoided nighttime operations. Don't worry, just wait patiently. I refuse to believe it isn't thirsty or hungry. Wang Yan, however, remained calm. The dragon blood crocodile, having just completed its birthing process, had expended a great deal of energy. It couldn't guard these eggs forever. Eventually, it would have to leave to feed. After a long wait, the sky gradually darkened. The sun sank slowly toward the horizon, its orange-red glow painting the entire sky crimson as night approached. At that moment, the dragon blood crocodile, which had been lying motionless on the shore, finally stirred. It began crawling slowly toward the freshwater lake, seemingly preparing to enter the water. Wang Yan's eyes lit up. The moment had finally arrived. Wait for me at the retreat route. Neither Chen Yuan nor Su Mushue were particularly agile classes, especially Su Mushue, whose movement speed was notably slow. Rather than having them watch Wang Yan here, it was safer for them to get a head start and retreat further away. Old Wang, stay safe. Safety matters more than that egg. Su Mushue glanced at Wang Yan with concern. Be careful. Wang Yan waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry. I'm heading out first. You guys get out of here fast. With that, Wang Yan began moving slowly toward the direction where the dragon blood crocodile had buried its egg. He didn't know how alert this dragon blood crocodile truly was. Though his stealth aura muffled his own sounds, if he accidentally stepped on a branch or something, it might still trigger the crocodile's senses. After the dragon blood crocodile submerged, the lake's surface grew utterly still, betraying no hint of the dangerous colossus lurking beneath. Wang Yan successfully reached the shore and located the spot where the dragon blood crocodile had buried its eggs. Perhaps to facilitate the hatchling's emergence, the eggs weren't buried deeply. Some shells were partially exposed, covered only by a few haphazardly placed branches. This was fortunate for Wang Yan. Had the eggs been completely buried, he would have had to dig through the sand to store them in his storage ring. Wang Yan moved to the maximum range for his storage ring's reach and activated it toward the eggs. You have obtained 4 dragon blood crocodile eggs. Wang Yan's heart leapt with joy. Just as he prepared to slip away quietly, countless splashes erupted across the lake's surface, and he heard an enraged roar. Damn it! It can sense that? Clearly, the dragon blood crocodile had somehow sensed its eggs were missing. Perhaps through scent, or some other means. Without hesitation, Wang Yan spun around and took off running. Behind him, he heard heavy footsteps. The dragon blood crocodile spread its legs and charged swiftly toward the direction where the eggs were buried. It let out a furious roar, a different kind of roar from its earlier growl. This time, its roar sounded remarkably like that of a mighty dragon, carrying an overwhelming aura of power that sent a chill down one's spine. Dragon blood crocodile used the area suppression skill, Dragon's Might. Dragon's Might inflicts fear on all hostile creatures nearby, reducing movement speed by 50%, attack power by 40%, casting speed by 30%, and increasing skill cooldowns by 10%. Lasts 20 seconds. Holy crap, that's insane. This dragon blood crocodile skill was terrifyingly powerful. Its power was practically on par with a Dark Gold tier boss. The moment Wang Yan felt his movement speed slow, he activated his purification aura to dispel the debuff. He then deployed his own slow aura, aiming to hinder the dragon blood crocodile's movement. Unexpectedly, the instant his slow aura activated, the dragon blood crocodile roared furiously once more. The dragon blood crocodile's body rapidly swelled. Already measuring 8 or 9 meters, it suddenly grew to over 10 meters in length. Its entire body glowed crimson, steam rising from its scales, which seemed as though they might drip blood. Blood dragon crocodile activated skill, Blood Rage. Blood Rage increases size by 50%, significantly boosts defense and attack power, enhances land movement speed by 100%, increases swimming speed by 100%, grants immunity to all magic and debuffs. Lasts 180 seconds. The sluggishness aura had no effect whatsoever on the dragon blood crocodile. Holy crap, magic immunity? What kind of monster is this? Wang Yan was stunned. Without a moment's hesitation, he broke into a mad dash. He felt this might be the fastest he'd ever run in his life. Fortunately, his aura skill wasn't an offensive ability and didn't break stealth. The dragon blood crocodile arrived at its nesting site and roared furiously at the sky upon discovering its freshly laid eggs had been stolen. It opened its gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of scorching flames, instantly reducing the surrounding trees and undergrowth to ashes. Dragon blood crocodile used skill, Dragon Breath. Wang Yan, who hadn't run far yet, saw the notification and immediately sped up. Chapter 46, Dark Gold Grade Pet Beast Egg. On the retreat route, Chen Yuan and Su Mushue waited anxiously. When they heard a massive roar echo from the lakeside, their hearts leapt into their throats. Su Mushue's face paled slightly. Has Wang Yan been discovered? Chen Yuan's expression also darkened. Don't worry, old Wang has his invisibility aura. He won't get into trouble that easily. Though he spoke reassuringly, his hands trembled slightly. He paced back and forth in place, clearly tormented by anxiety. Why isn't he here yet? Chen Yuan scanned the lake's edge, but Wang Yan was nowhere to be seen. The deafening roar from the lakeshore continued unabated. Chen Yuan caught glimpses of towering flames along the shore, clearly indicating the dragon-blood crocodile, its egg stolen, was in a state of frenzied rage. Damn it, I can't stand this. I need to go check on things. Chen Yuan couldn't hold back any longer. He drew the greatsword from his waist, refusing to wait any longer. Su Mushue tried to stop him, but seeing the urgency etched on Chen Yuan's face, she hesitated. Just as Chen Yuan turned to leave, a familiar figure suddenly sprinted toward them from the lake's edge. Chen Yuan couldn't help but shout excitedly. Old Wang. Wang Yan waved his hand and shouted. Run! That dragon-blood crocodile is ridiculously strong. Hearing Wang Yan's warning, the two quickly joined him in running. They followed the escape route they'd planned earlier, running for over 10 minutes. Only when the dragon-blood crocodile's roar faded from their ears did the trio finally halt. Chen Yuan, clad in heavy armor, was the most exhausted of them all. He plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath. I can't. Next time I'll absolutely demand my dad buy me a mount-type pet beast. This is killing me. Wang Yan and Su Mushue weren't much better off. Both mages, their physical constitutions were even weaker than Chen Yuan's. Old Wang, what's the situation over there? Chen Yuan looked at Wang Yan, his face brimming with anticipation. Wang Yan chuckled and pulled 4 fiery red eggs from his backpack, placing them on the ground. These 4 eggs were entirely crimson, covered in dense scales. They didn't look like crocodile eggs at all, more like dragon eggs. Holy! That's awesome, old Wang. Haha, I knew you could do it. Chen Yuan rushed forward in excitement and gave Wang Yan a bear hug. Su Mushue beamed with joy, her eyes crinkling into beautiful crescent moons. Wang Yan, you're incredible. If someone had told her before this that an aura master could steal an egg right in front of a boss, Su Mushue would never have believed it. Her company employed numerous squads specializing in capturing pet beasts and locating their eggs. Most of these teams were composed of professions like thieves, assassins, and rangers. But Wang Yan had pulled it off. If someone like him were recruited into the company, he'd easily be at least a chief hunter, right? Let me tell you, it's a good thing we didn't confront the dragon-blood crocodile head-on. Wang Yan recounted the skill the dragon-blood crocodile unleashed by the lake to Chen Yuan and Su Mushue. Both wore expressions of utter astonishment. You mean it's immune to magic and can breathe dragon fire? So if we'd engaged it head-on, it would have incinerated us in an instant? Wang Yan nodded. Exactly. And that's just what I observed in a few seconds. I'm not sure what other abilities it possesses. Su Mushue's gaze toward the 4 eggs grew increasingly solemn. It seems these 4 eggs hold far greater value than I ever imagined. Chen Yuan touched the eggs and exclaimed. Wang, look. One of them is dark gold grade. Wang Yan turned to look closely and realized one egg among the 4 was indeed different. This egg was noticeably larger than the others, and its scales were thicker. Earlier, Wang Yan had been too nervous when stealing the eggs to examine them properly. This egg was dark gold grade, while the other 3 were golden grade. This meant the dragon bloodline within this egg was far more potent than the others, a pleasant surprise indeed. Wang Yan stared at the eggs before him, suddenly lost in thought. 4 eggs, 3 people. How should we divide them? And one of them is dark gold grade. Wang Yan couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. No matter how they divided them, it seemed someone would end up shortchanged. According to Su Mushue, this egg should be quite rare, and Wang Yan had no intention of selling it. He suspected Su Mushue and Chen Yuan felt the same way. Hearing Wang Yan's words, Chen Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. Come on, old Wang, I couldn't possibly take a share. You stole this egg yourself. If not for your stealth aura, I wouldn't even have had a chance to touch it. Keep it all, I won't mind at all. Though by the unwritten rules of teaming up, resources acquired during a mission were usually split evenly. But these 4 eggs were too precious, and Chen Yuan felt he hadn't contributed much. He didn't want to ruin their brotherly bond over this. Su Mushue gazed at the eggs with reluctance, yet she too spoke up. You're right, Wang Yan. I didn't help much either. You can keep all these eggs. If you're willing, I can have my family's company buy them at a premium price. They had only obtained the eggs thanks to Wang Yan's stealth aura. Wang Yan sighed. What nonsense are you two talking about? We're a team. There's no way I'd hog this for myself. Though Chen Yuan and Su Mushue hadn't contributed visibly, without them, Wang Yan alone couldn't have cleared the blood crocodiles, let alone seize the chance to steal the eggs later. Chen Yuan, of course, was his best friend. As for Su Mushue, she chose to join his team when no one else believed in him. Without her as the main damage dealer, Chen Yuan and Wang Yan might not have achieved nearly as much today. So Wang Yan certainly couldn't let her lose out. Wang Yan knew that even if he kept all the eggs for himself, no one would blame him. But he had his own principles. He understood that excessive greed ultimately harms oneself. He addressed Chen Yuan and Su Muxue. This egg belongs to all of us. Don't refuse it. Seeing Wang Yan insist, Chen Yuan replied. The dark gold one is yours anyway. The rest doesn't matter. Su Muxue added. Yeah, I agree with Chen Yuan. Wang Yan thought it over carefully and said. Alright, how about this, I'll take the dark gold egg. Wang Yan looked at Su Muxue. And Su Muxue, didn't you mention your clan possesses secret techniques to cultivate descendants with stronger bloodlines? Why not take 2 eggs back to cultivate them yourself? Su Muxue froze. 2 eggs for me? Really? Su Muxue felt both flattered and overwhelmed, struggling to believe her ears. But Chapter 47, Fair Distribution. Wang Yan said. These 2 eggs will only reach their full potential in your hands. Most people could only bring 1 pet into a dungeon, and in combat, only 1 pet could be summoned to fight. Therefore, neither Wang Yan nor Chen Yuan had any need to cultivate both eggs simultaneously. Selling such rare eggs for profit would be a shame. Su Muxue's eyes were slightly reddened, her heart deeply moved. She had known Wang Yan and Chen Yuan for less than a day. Though she had come to regard them as friends during their time together today, she never imagined Wang Yan would be so kind to her. These 2 eggs were indeed crucial to her. Even if Wang Yan hadn't offered to share them, she would have notified her clan and sought to acquire them from him at any cost. Monsters bearing dragon bloodlines were already rare, and obtaining their eggs was even more difficult. For her Su family, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With these 2 dragon-blooded eggs in hand, they could breed countless dragon-blooded pets. With good fortune, breeding a legendary tier pet beast wasn't beyond the realm of possibility. Unnoticed, her eyes grew misty. Wang Yan, thank you. Su Muxue didn't say much and thanks words felt inadequate. She simply etched this matter deeply into her heart. Wang Yan turned to Chen Yuan and said. But this means Chen Yuan will only get 1 egg. We need to find a way to compensate him, can't let him lose out too much. Chen Yuan shook his head vigorously, about to refuse, but Su Muxue quickly interjected. How about this? Once my family's company breeds the next generation of dragon blood crocodile babies, I'll select the finest pet beast egg to give to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan's face instantly lit up with joy. Oh my, you're being far too kind. I can't possibly accept this. Chen Yuan had heard of the Su family's expertise in pet beast cultivation. If they could breed the next generation of dragon blood crocodiles, they would undoubtedly be even stronger. Chen Yuan wasn't short on money. He could present this dragon blood crocodile to the elders of his family. Just imagining the prestige made him feel proud. Alright, then it's settled. Seeing the 4 eggs finally distributed fairly, Wang Yan breathed a sigh of relief. This was precisely why so many unwritten rules for team formation existed among commoners. Sometimes, if a team unexpectedly obtained something of immense value but couldn't distribute it fairly, it often led to bitter enmity among members. Such is the nature of adventurers. A single stroke of luck, obtaining a priceless treasure, could alter one's fate entirely. There was no profession in this world more thrilling or subject to greater highs and lows than that of a professional adventurer. Of course, there's also no profession more perilous than that of a professional adventurer. Stories of brothers in arms turning on each other, killing for treasure and abandoning all ties of kinship, Wang Yan had heard far too many of them. Once you leave the city, whether in open areas or dungeons, it becomes a lawless land. Countless adventurers perish daily at the hands of monsters who can say whether they fell to beasts or fellow humans. There's an unspoken rule in this world: whatever grudges or conflicts exist between adventurers, as long as they settle them outside city limits, the law won't pursue them. This underscores just how crucial it is to have a reliable team. In Wang Yan's view, both Chen Yuan and Su Muxue were trustworthy teammates, and their growth potential was immense. Watching Su Muxue stow the 2 eggs into her storage space, Chen Yuan suddenly remembered something. Su Muxue, I just thought of something. If you use these eggs for breeding, what if both hatchlings turn out to be males or females? Before Su Muxue could respond, Wang Yan explained. It's simple. Blood crocodiles have a trait: eggs incubated at 28C to 29C hatch female young, while those incubated at 33C to 35C hatch male young. This trait exists in ordinary crocodile eggs too, but blood crocodiles are more consistent. As long as you provide the right temperature range, you'll get the desired gender. You should be more concerned about the issue of inbreeding. Chen Yuan suddenly understood, but Su Muxue looked surprised. Wang Yan is correct, but the issue of inbreeding is easily resolved. We have specialized methods for it. But this stuff isn't in textbooks, is it? How do you know all this? The variety of monsters in the wild was simply too vast. Textbooks only offered superficial introductions to common wild monsters. More advanced knowledge like this breeding information was generally absent from textbooks. Su Muxue herself had learned these things from her family elders, and she was curious how Wang Yan knew such details. Wang Yan replied. I often visit the library and occasionally browse monster compendiums. His consecutive 3-year double top honors in both academics and martial arts across the entire school weren't earned by chance. For 3 years, Wang Yan had spent every spare moment immersed in the library. Chen Yuan often joked that Wang Yan was essentially a walking, talking book. Su Mushue's gaze toward Wang Yan gradually grew complex admiration, envy, and a hint of helpless resignation. She had believed the gap between herself and Wang Yan wasn't vast, that if she pushed herself hard enough, she could surpass him someday. But now it seemed the gap between Wang Yan and his peers was simply too vast. Not only was he gifted, but he worked tirelessly too. He was practically crushing everyone else. Su Mushue had always been regarded as a prodigy by those around her since childhood. Yet, in the presence of Wang Yan, a true genius, she felt utterly out of her league. Fortunately, she could sense that Wang Yan had already accepted her as a teammate in his heart. Wang Yan glanced at the time. It was almost 6 in the evening. Though dusk was still hours away, Wang Yan decided to call it a day. He was incredibly eager to get back and hatch the dragon blood crocodile egg. Let's call it a day for now. We'll continue tomorrow. I need to head to the pet market to prepare some things. Chen Yuan and Su Mushue clearly shared the same sentiment. Su Mushue replied, "Yeah, I need to hurry back and tell my dad the good news." Su Mushue suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, contract beasts require contract scrolls. Don't bother buying them at the market, it's not worth it. I'll send you one via email when I get back. Make sure to check your inbox. Contract scrolls were quite expensive, costing tens of thousands each. Wang Yan and Chen Yuan didn't beat around the bush with Su Mushue. They knew she had taken 2 gold-grade eggs, and they felt somewhat indebted to her. The group proceeded to the supply station together. After selling off unnecessary materials and equipment, they departed the Shadowwood Forest, bidding each other farewell at its outer edge. Chapter 48, Incubation Device. Wang Yan sat in the taxi as night had fully fallen. The scenery outside the window rushed by. Occasionally, Wang Yan caught sight of night patrol teams. These patrol units, composed of high-level professionals, kept watch for any monsters that might accidentally stray into the city. After driving for over 10 minutes, Wang Yan finally saw that familiar high wall. Standing over 10 meters tall, the wall radiated a profound sense of security. This formidable barrier marked the boundary between the city and the wilderness. Ever since the beast tide erupted a decade ago, Tianshui City had been severely weakened. To prevent a recurrence of such events, this towering wall had been erected. As the vehicle made its way back into the city, Wang Yan felt quite content. Su Mushue had mentioned that a dark gold-grade pet egg could fetch nearly 10 million credits. The egg in his possession, however, was not only from a mutated boss but also carried dragon bloodline. Its value would be even higher. Today's haul had been truly substantial. Instead of returning to his residential complex, Wang Yan directed the taxi straight to the nearest pet shop. He needed to purchase some equipment at the pet market to hatch his blood crocodile. Upon reaching the vicinity of the rare beast shop, Wang Yan casually picked a restaurant to grab a bite. It was already around 7 p.m., and his stomach was growling with hunger. He settled on a home-style restaurant and casually ordered 3 dishes and a soup. Since becoming a professional, his physical constitution had steadily improved with increasing attribute points, and his appetite had grown significantly. The physical attributes of an average person hovered around 10 points across the board. Although Wang Yan was a mage class, receiving only 1 point of all attribute growth per level besides intelligence, reaching level 10 alone doubled his stats compared to an average person. Just as Wang Yan was eating, a message popped up in his friend list from Su Mushue. Wang Yan, I've sent you the contract scroll. I also included a few small gifts. Please check your messages. Wang Yan opened the attachments to find a pet beast contract scroll, a pet beast orb, and finally a card. The pet ball was identical to the one Su Mushue had held earlier that day. Red and more compact, it was a silver-grade pet beast orb. Wang Yan looked it up online. A pet beast ball like this would cost around 50,000 credits. After placing both items into his storage space, Wang Yan held the contract scroll in his hand, examining it closely. Contract scroll allows you to sign a contract with a monster, binding it as your pet beast. If the target exhibits strong resistance, the contract may fail. Wang Yan knew a bit about pet beasts. Generally, egg-stage pets were the easiest to contract with, as those still within their shells hadn't even formed consciousness yet and naturally offered no resistance. Next in line were young pets that had been tamed by beast masters using special methods. As for monsters captured after reaching adulthood, the success rate of forming contracts with them was extremely low. Contract scrolls are accessible to anyone, allowing even non-beast tamers or summoners to contract multiple pets simultaneously. However, after forming a contract, only one pet can be designated as the primary combat pet. The others serve as secondary pets and cannot participate in battles. If a secondary pet is forced into battle, the consequences range from the pet refusing commands to the contract immediately becoming void. This results in the pet being released, granting the owner +1 merit. Furthermore, a pet's level cannot exceed its master's level. Thus, non-combat classes gain little benefit from purchasing powerful pets. Professions like beast tamers, however, can ignore quantity restrictions and control multiple pets in battle within their capabilities. Beyond preventing betrayal, the core function of this contract enables a telepathic bond between master and beast. Communication occurs instantly through shared thoughts. These two items gifted by Su Mushue saved Wang Yan quite a bit of money. Finally, Wang Yan examined the card. It was black, featuring an illustration of an adorable monster. It was a VIP card, granting a 10% discount on purchases at any rare beast pavilion or exotic creature museum nationwide. Su Mushue sure is thoughtful. Wang Yan hadn't expected Su Mushue to include so many extras alongside the contract scroll. He replied to her in his friends list. Got the stuff. Thanks a lot. After finishing his meal, Wang Yan headed to the Precious Beast Pavilion. Jinsho Zhai was the largest pet beast shop in Tianshui City, occupying a vast area. The front featured a row of neatly arranged storefronts selling pet beast eggs, pet beast supplies, and more. The rear section was a private area not open to the public. Upon entering the store, a staff member immediately approached him with a warm greeting. Hello, welcome. Hello, I'd like to purchase an egg incubator. After some inquiries, Wang Yan learned that incubation devices ranged from a few thousand yuan for basic models to tens of thousands for advanced ones. Higher-end models guaranteed higher hatching success rates and could even predict the exact time of successful hatching. Wang Yan certainly wasn't going to skimp on this expense. While the failure rate for hatching a powerful creature like a dragon-blood crocodile was logically very low, if that extremely rare failure did occur, it would break his heart. So he went straight for the top-of-the-line incubator, priced at over 70,000 yuan. He also bought some meat jerky specifically for carnivorous pets. This wasn't expensive. £100 only cost him a little over 1,000 yuan. Stuffing the frozen meat and incubator into his backpack, Wang Yan hailed a cab and hurried back home. Upon arriving home, Wang Yan immediately found an empty spot and plugged in the incubator. Constructed from specialized materials, the incubator maintained precise internal temperature control while simulating conditions close to natural wilderness environments. Moreover, it can scan pet beast eggs to monitor their health and predict the hatching time. Wang Yan carefully retrieved the dragon-blood crocodile egg from his storage space and placed it inside the incubator. I spent a fortune just to hatch you, so don't let me down. Wang Yan patted the egg before pulling out the contract scroll. Do you wish to form a pet contract with this creature? Wang Yan silently answered yes. A faint glow flickered as the contract scroll dissolved into a stream of light, sinking into the egg. A single symbol flashed briefly on the shell before vanishing. Contract successful. Instantly, Wang Yan felt a consciousness formally connect with his own. Powerful, wild, bloodthirsty, hungry. This was a restless soul, desperate to break free from its cage. Though the young dragon-blooded crocodile hadn't yet hatched, judging solely by its vibrant spiritual energy, its condition was already quite promising. Wang Yan carefully closed the incubator, setting the temperature to 34 degrees Celsius. He intended to hatch a male dragon-blood crocodile baby. If not for breeding purposes, male dragon-blood crocodiles would grow larger than females and possess superior attributes. Chapter 49, The Invitation from the Central Court Guild. After the settings were finalized, a line of text appeared on the incubator display. Scanning pet beast egg. Seconds later, the text changed. Current status of pet beast egg, extremely healthy. Estimated remaining incubation time, 14 hours 34 minutes. Wang Yan was pleasantly surprised. That fast? Based on this timeline, it should hatch around 10 a.m. tomorrow. Typically, wild blood crocodile eggs require at least a month to hatch. This dragon blood crocodile didn't even need a full day. Mutant creatures truly possessed extraordinary physiology. The thought of seeing the dragon blood crocodile hatch tomorrow filled Wang Yan with immense anticipation. Now it was just a matter of patiently waiting. With the incubator operating autonomously, there was little left for him to do. Just as Wang Yan was about to take a shower, his friend list buzzed with another notification. He assumed it was Chen Yuan or Su Mushue, but upon opening it, he found it was Zhao Guofeng, the principal of Tianshui First High School. Wang Yan, congratulations. President Li informed me that your guaranteed admission spot has been confirmed. You may choose any of the 3 Supreme Academies. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should contact you shortly to discuss the details. Reading the message, Wang Yan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although he knew he was highly likely to gain admission to one of the 3 Supreme Academies this time, only upon receiving the official confirmation did the weight in his heart truly lift. Wang Yan glanced at the coffee table, where a family photo of himself and his parents sat. In the photo, Wang Yan was only 6 or 7 years old, his still young parents holding him between them as the family of 3 beamed with joy. Staring at the photo, Wang Yan murmured softly, "Dad, Mom, I got into the best university in Dragon Nation. Did you see?" Pushing aside his emotions, Wang Yan replied in the message box. "Thank you, Principal. I will never forget the nurturing I received at Tianshui No. 1 High School." Soon after, Principal Zhao sent another message. "You're welcome. As the saying goes, heaven rewards diligence. This is the result of your own hard work and the favor of the heavens. Oh, and I've applied for an outstanding student scholarship from the school board, 1 million yuan. It should be deposited into your account shortly. Seeing this message, Wang Yan's heart leapt with joy. Thank you, Principal. Though Tianshui No. 1 High School wasn't as generous as the Tianshui Vocational Union after all, school funds were limited. Who wouldn't love free money? You're welcome. You've earned it. Oh, and when you have time, remember to send me a full-body photo. Dress a little more formally. Wang Yan was puzzled and asked, what's the purpose of a full-body photo? It was the first time Wang Yan had heard of needing a photo to receive a scholarship. Soon, Zhao Guofeng replied. After discussing with President Li, we both agree you have great potential to enter Tianshui No. 1 High School's Hall of Fame. This is just getting you prepared in advance. Ha? Wang Yan was stunned. The Tianshui No. 1 High School Hall of Fame? If he remembered correctly, there was a dedicated building on campus that documented the achievements of the school's most outstanding graduates. The school displayed photographs or statues of these alumni within the Hall of Fame, accompanied by written accounts of their accomplishments. Any student honored in the Hall of Fame possessed a story tinged with legend. Wang Yan clearly remembered that in the 300 years since Tianshui No. 1 High School's founding, only 7 individuals had ever been inducted into the school's Hall of Fame. Most of them had graduated many years ago. The most recent inductee was a student named Xiao Jianyun, who had graduated roughly 50 years prior. Xiao Jianyun was a highly renowned figure throughout the entire Dragon Nation, once considered its foremost warrior. Later, at the peak of his career, Xiao Jianyun vanished without a trace. Rumors circulated that he had joined some secret organization within the Dragon Nation. All 7 members of the Hall of Fame are combat-oriented professions. Not a single support or life-oriented class is represented. If Wang Yan were to enter the Hall of Fame, he would be the first graduate from Tianshui No. 1 High School to achieve this distinction as a support class. However, the individuals in the Hall of Fame all achieved significant accomplishments in society after graduation before being inducted. Wang Yan was merely a newly awakened student who hadn't even graduated yet. Zhao Guofeng's urgency seemed rather absurd. This left Wang Yan feeling both amused and exasperated. He hadn't heard of any student in any academy across the Dragon Nation being considered for the Hall of Fame immediately after awakening. Alright, I'll send it to you as soon as possible. No need to rush, the photos aren't urgent. Just don't forget about this matter. Alright, I'll leave it at that. Chairman Li should be contacting you shortly. Got it. Thanks, Principal. After closing the chat window, Wang Yan received a message from Li Yingtian within minutes, just as expected. Wang Yan, representatives from Dongshan Province visited today. I've relayed your financial situation to the higher-ups. Based on your circumstances, they've decided to award you an additional 10 million yuan bonus and offer you an opportunity to join the Zhongting Guild. Li Yingtian added. This chance to join the Central Court Guild is extremely rare. Considering you're still a student, they won't assign you excessive tasks. Not only will you receive a fixed monthly salary, but you'll also be eligible for combat resource subsidies. If any missions are assigned to you, you'll receive additional rewards and subsidies. What do you say? Will you join? Wang Yan had naturally heard of the Central Court Guild. This guild was a special national organization, recruiting only the strongest professionals from across the land and seeking out exceptional talents nationwide for cultivation. Unless actively invited by the guild, ordinary professionals had no chance of joining. Even powerhouses of Li Yingtian's caliber yearned for an opportunity to join the Central Court Guild. Beyond the guild's inherent benefits, the mere fact that the Central Court Guild gathered the nation's strongest fighters was enough to make countless adventurers yearn for membership. Moreover, once accepted into the guild, members effectively gained state-sanctioned status, receiving direct protection from the nation's power. Wang Yan felt a flutter of excitement in his heart. The main reason was that he'd heard the Central Court Guild offered extremely high salaries, virtually guaranteed lifetime employment, and generous retirement benefits. A government job really was the most secure option. Wang Yan felt his heart surge with excitement. Thank you, Guildmaster. I'd be honored to join. Li Yingtian replied. Excellent. I'll report this to higher-ups. A representative will deliver the confidentiality agreement and employment application directly to you. You'll only need to sign, no need to worry about anything else. Hearing this, Wang Yan relaxed. He'd assumed joining the Central Court Guild would require a special trip to the capital. Li Yingtian continued. Next, let's discuss your university recommendation. Chapter 50, Choosing Among 3 Universities. The moment Li Yingtian brought this up, Wang Yan perked up. He knew this was the real reason Li Yingtian had contacted him. The higher-ups have granted you the highest level of choice. You may freely select from any institution of higher learning across the entire Dragon Nation, including 3 prestigious universities, Jiangnan University, Kyoto University, and Jiangnan University. You won't need to take the college entrance exam this time. Just wait at home for your acceptance letter. However, I need you to inform me within a month which university you intend to choose, as your cohort must enroll no later than 3 months from now. Which university? Wang Yan hesitated inwardly, not yet having made up his mind. Truthfully, any of the three institutions would suffice. His sole goal had been to gain admission to one of the three supreme universities, thereby fulfilling his parents' lifelong aspirations. But telling Li Yingtian to choose any school seemed a bit too casual. So Wang Yan asked, "President Li, I'm not very familiar with any of these three universities. Could you offer some guidance?" Li Yingtian seemed to have anticipated Wang Yan's question. He said, "I knew you'd ask. Alright, let me explain the differences and strengths of these three universities. First is Kyoto University. Located in the capital, attending this institution will allow you to network with many influential figures, which will greatly benefit your future prospects. Moreover, Kyoto University's administration boasts the most extensive network of connections. Securing job placements or introducing business partners is remarkably straightforward." Wang Yan silently shook his head inwardly. He had no interest in the so-called official career path. Climbing the ranks and amassing wealth were not his dreams. Next is Jinghai University. Its students are mostly children of wealthy merchants. I hear Jinghai University has connections with many domestic tycoons and even international financial conglomerates. This means that by entering Jinghai University's circle, you gain access to business opportunities unknown to outsiders. Upon hearing this, Wang Yan mentally dismissed the option. He wasn't particularly interested in business ventures either. Wealth was certainly desirable, but his true calling lay in becoming a formidable professional fighter. The last one is Jiangnan University. It doesn't have any special features. It's the most traditional and pure combat professional academy. Many of the powerful individuals who graduated from Jiangnan University are renowned figures in the Dragon Nation. But I must warn you, Jiangnan's campus lies near the Abyss Demon's lair. That area endures constant demonic incursions, and as Jiangnan students, you'll be required to engage in combat. That's precisely why Jiangnan graduates possess the strongest combat prowess. They gain the most extensive real-world experience. Of course, the flip side is that Jiangnan University sees a significant number of student casualties each year. It's arguably the most dangerous place. After hearing Li Yingtian's explanation, Wang Yan immediately declared without hesitation, "President Li, thank you for such a detailed explanation. I choose Jiangnan University." Li Yingtian had indeed been thoughtful. When introducing each university, he avoided official rhetoric and instead offered practical insights into how each institution might shape Wang Yan's future. In a sense, Wang Yan's choice this time would largely determine his future destiny. Several seconds passed before Li Yingtian finally replied, "Are you sure? As a support role, you don't need to push yourself so hard and deliberately put yourself in danger." Wang Yan replied, "Thanks for the reminder, President. But I'm absolutely certain Jiangnan University is where I want to go." On Li Yingtian's end. At that moment, Li Yingti was seated in the office of the Tianshui City Trade Union. On a typical day, he would be alone in his office handling unfinished work at this hour. But today, his office had an unexpected visitor, a middle-aged man. The man had a square jaw, a lean yet muscular build, and wore a black combat training uniform. A striking scar ran across his face, starting from the upper left side of his forehead, sweeping past his eye, and extending all the way to the corner of his mouth. This scar added a menacing aura to his fair complexion. His gaze was piercing, his bearing fierce like a tiger or leopard, radiating an almost imperceptible aura of lethality, as if he had emerged from a sea of corpses and blood. Li Yingtian sighed inwardly and addressed the man before him. He chose to go to Jiangnan University. The man responded with a faint smile. "Indeed. The lad suits my taste perfectly. I hold high hopes for him." Li Yingtian looked at the man before him and asked, "Captain Su, you're interested in Wang Yan?" The man before him was Su Jingfeng, captain of the Longyan squad within the Zhongting Guild. Though Li Yingtian knew higher-ups would send someone, he never imagined it would be someone from the Dragonflame squad. In Longhua, many knew of the Zhongting Guild, but few were familiar with the Longyan squad. The Dragonflame squad was a special unit within the Central Court Guild, frequently tasked with covert operations. This squad enjoyed extraordinary authority. Even the capital's professional guilds held no jurisdiction over them. They answered only to the Central Court Guild. In Li Yingtian's view, every member of this squad was a dangerous individual. If Su Jingfeng had set his sights on Wang Yan, it was hard to say whether that would be a blessing or a curse for Wang Yan. Su Jingfeng smiled and said, "That's right. Our Dragonflame squad only needs true warriors. Of course, whether he truly is one will depend on his future performance." With that, Su Jingfeng rose and opened the office door. "Thank you for your hard work, Chairman Li. I'll be heading back to the guild now. I'll leave the rest to you." Li Yingtian stood up and replied respectfully, "Understood. Contact me anytime should you need anything." Your savings card ending in 9527 received a transfer of 10,000,000 long coins at 19 hours 45 minutes and 13 seconds. Current balance, 24,946,055.40. Seeing the deposit notification on his phone, Wang Yan broke into a contented smile. Now, his bank account held over 25 million yuan. "I'm tempted to just retire right now, ha ha ha." Wang Yan tossed his phone aside and flopped onto the sofa. Feels great to be rich. At that moment, Wang Yan was unaware that on the rooftop across from him, a male warrior clad in light armor and a female ranger in leather armor were observing him through binoculars. To blend better into the night, both had painted their gear black. The man spoke up. "What's that kid doing? Just lying around like that? Doesn't he know he should be training before the college entrance exams? He looks like a total loser." The woman beside him shot him a disdainful look. "Not everyone's a training freak like you. This kid's recognized as a genius up top. He's already guaranteed admission to one of the top 3 universities." The man scoffed dismissively. "Genius? I've killed plenty of geniuses. I don't know why the captain sent me to protect someone like this." The woman folded her arms, her voice cold. "Enough complaining. Once he successfully joins the guild, our mission ends." Chapter 51, Su Mushue's Invitation. 2 days later, Wang Yan slept until he woke naturally. He hadn't set an alarm and slept until past 9 before getting up. With no college entrance exam pressure and no classes to attend, it felt like an extended vacation to him. Wang Yan opened his sleepy eyes and noticed an unread message from Chun Yuan. His heart skipped a beat. He suddenly remembered that he had made plans with Chun Yuan yesterday to level up together. Wang Yan hurriedly opened his message bar. "Old Wang, I can't make it this morning. My crocodile's about to hatch. How about we hit the shadow forest together this afternoon?" Wang Yan breathed a sigh of relief, having feared Chen Yuan might stand him up again. He replied, "No problem, let's do the afternoon then." Speaking of dragon blood crocodiles, Wang Yan guessed his own egg should be hatching soon too. He got out of bed to check his incubator. The health status remained excellent, with about 1 hour and 15 minutes left until hatching. After checking, Wang Yan returned to bed, pulled the covers over himself, and fell into deep thought. "I'm not really hungry. Guess I'll skip breakfast. This is what vacation is for sleeping in." After 3 years of intense study, Wang Yan now felt like a wild dog set free, completely letting loose. Just as he was about to drift back to sleep, a notification flashed on his friend list. Wang Yan glanced at it. It was from Su Mushue. "You're here to invite me to team up too?" Wang Yan opened the chat window. "Wang Yan, my dad would like to arrange a time to meet you. He'd like to invite you to dinner. I'm wondering if you're available." The message instantly gave Wang Yan a headache. What was Su Mushue's dad up to? Was he planning to thank him in person? But Wang Yan hated dining with strangers the most, especially elders like this. He was socially anxious to begin with, rarely spoke much. What if the atmosphere turned awkward? But now that Su Mushue was practically his regular teammate, not going would seem like a slight to her. After some internal struggle, Wang Yan felt he couldn't dodge this one. So he could only reply, "Alright, when?" Su Mushue quickly replied, "That depends on when you're free." "Me? I'm free this afternoon." Wang Yan just wanted to get this over with. "Alright, I'll tell my dad right away. Give me your address and I'll have someone pick you up shortly." An hour later, Wang Yan crouched beside the incubator, nervously watching the activity inside. Less than a minute remained until successful hatching. Click, click. 2 crisp sounds echoed from within the incubator. Clearly, the dragon blood crocodile was stirring inside its eggshell. Soon, the minute passed, the incubation countdown hit 0, and a cheerful electronic melody sounded. Wang Yan felt the melody sounded familiar, almost mistaking it for the rice cooker's done cooking alert. "Hatching time has been reached. You may now open the incubator." Upon seeing the prompt, Wang Yan immediately opened the incubator. The egg, covered in fine scales and glowing fiery red, reappeared before him. Noises continued to emanate from within the shell as the baby dragon blood crocodile struggled to break free. This incubator possessed a shell-breaking function, designed to assist pets with particularly tough shells in hatching. But Wang Yan didn't rush to use this feature. This was a dark gold tier dragon blood crocodile, a rank higher than even its own golden tier mother. If it couldn't even break through its own eggshell, it would be utterly hopeless. The dragon blood crocodile's consciousness was linked to his, and Wang Yan could sense the young dragon blood crocodile's anxious state. Instead of intervening, he encouraged it. "Come on. You can do it." Bolstered by Wang Yan's encouragement, the dragon blood crocodile seemed to find its confidence. It charged at the eggshell with all its might. Instantly, a gaping hole burst open in the shell. The baby dragon blood crocodile emerged, looking utterly delighted. It scrambled swiftly around the incubation chamber, celebrating its new life. It let out a piercing roar, a tender dragon's cry, as wisps of flame danced from its mouth. Wow, mastered fire breathing right after hatching? Wang Yan, seeing its joy, felt genuine happiness for it. He reached out, tentatively trying to stroke the little creature. The moment Wang Yan extended his hand, the little dragon blood crocodile instantly quieted. It proactively stretched its head forward, rubbing against Wang Yan's palm affectionately. Wang Yan cradled it in his hands for a closer look. This little dragon blood crocodile sported beautiful red patterns. It wasn't uniformly blood red, but rather had fine black markings interspersed throughout the crimson. These patterns made it appear even more aggressive, possessing a dangerous and deadly beauty. Its eyes were mesmerizing blood-red orbs like a crimson-tinged galaxy dotted with countless stars, resembling the vast expanse of the heavens. Yet its tiny black pupils resembled bottomless abysses, their icy glare revealing a hint of coldness and cruelty. Sunlight streaming through the window casts a shimmering glow upon its fine red scales, making it appear like a blood-red jade sculpture. It's breathtakingly beautiful. Wang Yan couldn't help but marvel. It was an artwork born for slaughter. Rather than resembling a crocodile, it was more like a wingless dragon. Wang Yan pried open its jaws, and the little dragon blood crocodile obediently opened its mouth wide. Inside, a row of razor-sharp teeth was revealed. Curiously, these teeth were also a vivid crimson. Neatly arranged, they gleamed like polished red agate, a sight to behold. Wang Yan patted its head. Since your teeth are so red, I'll just call you Bloodtooth. Roar! Bloodtooth let out a commanding growl, delighted with its new name. Wang Yan placed Bloodtooth on the table and brought out a plate of dried meat he had prepared earlier, setting it before him. The scent of meat sent Bloodtooth into a frenzy, but instead of diving in, it opened its gaping maw and unleashed a blast of dragon fire onto the plate. The jerky instantly crisped to a golden brown, filling the air with a savory aroma. Well, you're quite the connoisseur. Wang Yan chuckled at its antics. Watching Bloodfang devour the feast, Wang Yan summoned the pet beast's data panel in his mind. Bloodtooth Crocodile Dark Gold. Level, LV1. Power type creature. Mutated due to dragon bloodline within its body. Dragon bloodline activated, possessing immense growth potential. Skills, Pounce Bite, Dragon Breath, Death Roll. Pounce Bite, the dragon blood crocodile leaps forward, dashing up to 5 meters scaling with level to latch onto its prey. Death Roll, after biting an enemy, the dragon blood crocodile spins violently, inflicting devastating laceration damage. Dragon Breath, ejects a scorching dragon's breath that incinerates everything in its path. Chapter 52, Keeping the Appointment. Wang Yan stared at the Bloodtooth's skills, his heart skipping a beat. Holy crap, so the dragon blood crocodile actually has a charge skill? Ordinary blood crocodiles typically move very slowly on land. Only in water could they display their true power. So Wang Yan instinctively assumed the dragon blood crocodile would be like ordinary blood crocodiles, proficient in aquatic combat but inept on land. He never expected this dragon blood crocodile to possess an additional charge skill beyond ordinary blood crocodiles. Monsters with charge abilities pose a threat on an entirely different level compared to those without. This palm-sized dragon blood crocodile could leap 5 meters in a single bound. If it were allowed to grow in level and size, just how far could it leap? Wang Yan felt immense relief that he hadn't revealed himself when facing that level 33 dragon blood crocodile. Had he revealed himself for even a second, that dragon blood crocodile's prowess would have allowed it to close the distance in an instant. Followed by a deadly roll or something similar, and Wang Yan's life would likely have ended right then and there. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Yet amidst the lingering fear, his heart was filled with greater delight. The charge skill meant the dragon blood crocodile wouldn't be too shabby in land combat either. Not to mention, Wang Yan recalled the dragon blood crocodile possessed another skill, Blood-Crazed Rage, granting magic immunity while significantly boosting movement speed. With these two skills, the dragon blood crocodile's combat prowess on land could easily rival its aquatic capabilities. Besides the Blood Rage skill, Wang Yan recalled another ability called Dragon's Might, whose effects were equally formidable. However, Bloodfang was still at a low level now, so it would likely need to level up before learning those two skills. Whether it would learn more skills in the future depended entirely on Wang Yan's training. After eating its fill, Bloodtooth let out a satisfied belch speckled with sparks, then leaped off the table onto the floor. With a crisp thud. This astonishing bounce surprised Wang Yan slightly, while also impressing him with Bloodfang's toughness. The height of the table wasn't insignificant for it, yet it leapt down without so much as a flicker of an eye. Bloodtooth explored Wang Yan's room with great curiosity, scurrying about as if examining every corner of its surroundings. Roar! After exploring the room, Bloodtooth let out a roar directed at Wang Yan. Wang Yan understood its meaning. It wanted to find a place to swim. Wang Yan slapped his forehead. How could I have forgotten that? He should have prepared an aquarium for Bloodfang. Although the Poke Ball existed, keeping a pet beast confined inside for extended periods could lead to depression. Typically, owners only put their pets into Poke Balls for convenience when going out. He walked over, grabbed Bloodtooth by the scruff, and tossed it into the bathroom tub, filling it with water. You'll have to make do for now. I'll get you a bigger fish tank later. Bloodtooth wasn't picky at all. It dove straight into the water and began swimming. It was clear it preferred water over land. Looking at the bathtub, Wang Yan pondered whether it was time to find a new place to live. It wasn't that he'd gotten big-headed. Now that he had money, he didn't mind living in a cheap rental himself. But Bloodtooth would definitely need more space in the future. A fish tank wouldn't suffice. He remembered the dragon blood crocodile he'd encountered earlier. Fully grown specimens could easily reach 8 or 9 meters in length. That size was far beyond what a fish tank could hold. Moreover, the growth of a pet beast was tied to its level. As its level increased, its size would rapidly expand until it reached its mature form. If he wanted to care for it properly and ensure its healthy growth, Wang Yan might even have to prepare a large pond specifically for it. That's probably going to cost a pretty penny. But there was no way around it. Professionals needed money everywhere. Wang Yan pondered for a moment and decided not to rush into it just yet. He was about to head to Jiangnan University in Jiangnan City. Jiangnan City was located in Jiangling Province, over 2,000 kilometers away from Dongshan Province. Wang Yan anticipated spending a considerable amount of time in Jiangnan. Whether buying a home in Tianshui or renting a new place wouldn't be cost-effective for him. Wang Yan crouched down and stroked Bloodtooth, who was swimming freely in the bathtub. "You stay here and play. I need to step out for a bit." Glancing at the time, it was almost the hour he'd agreed upon with Su Muxue. Just as Wang Yan finished preparing to leave, Su Muxue sent him a message. "Wang Yan, I've sent the driver to your building." Su Muxue relayed the vehicle's make, color, and license plate number to Wang Yan. After replying with a simple "got it," Wang Yan hurried downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he found a black sedan parked below as promised. Though Wang Yan knew nothing about cars, he could tell just by its appearance that this was a luxury vehicle. A man dressed in formal attire and wearing white gloves spotted Wang Yan and greeted him respectfully. "Mr. Wang Yan, this way, please." He opened the door for Wang Yan and invited him to get in. Wang Yan felt somewhat uncomfortable with the other party making such a formal affair of it. "Thank you." After getting in, Wang Yan closed his eyes to rest. Su Muxue had booked a reservation at Sai Xian, a platinum 5-star restaurant. This hotel was quite famous in Tianshui City, though Wang Yan had never been there before. Sai Xian, inside a private room. Su Muxue sat in her seat, checking the navigation on her phone. "Dad, Wang Yan will be here soon. I'm heading out to pick him up." Beside Su Muxue sat a tall, burly middle-aged man. This man was exceptionally strong, his bulging muscles straining against his clothes. His hair was slicked back in a pompadour, and his sharply defined features gave him the appearance of a soldier rather than a businessman. This was Su Muxue's father, Su Che. Su Che gave a soft hum and nodded. Then he added, "Xianha Garden? I didn't expect your classmate to live in such an old neighborhood. The environment there probably isn't very good." Su Muxue nodded. "Yes. Wang Yan's parents passed away tragically during the beast tide 10 years ago, so his family isn't well off." Su Che propped his chin on his hand, looking at Su Muxue with a faint, ambiguous smile. "That kid actually gave away a pet beast egg worth tens of millions. Tell me honestly, is he trying to pursue you?" 2 patches of crimson instantly spread across Su Muxue's cheeks. "Oh, Dad. Stop jumping to conclusions. He's just principled, insisting on following the team's rules for equal distribution." After a moment's thought, Su Muxue added seriously. "And don't underestimate him. He's incredibly powerful. Maybe he doesn't even care about this small sum of money." Chapter 53, The Auction. Half a month later. Hearing his daughter's words, Su Che's expression turned thoughtful. He knew his daughter's character well. Ever since childhood, Su Muxue had been fiercely competitive in her quest to catch up with her older sister. In everything she did, she aimed to be number one. She rarely praised others, and even when defeated, she would find a way to win back. If even she acknowledged that classmate Wang Yan was formidable, then he must truly possess remarkable strength. No wonder he could afford to part with 2 golden-grade pet beast eggs. If his potential was truly that great, Su Che might seriously consider befriending him. Su Muxue glanced at her phone and said, "Dad, I'll go pick him up now." "Mr. Wang, we're here." The driver parked the car and opened the door for Wang Yan. Stepping out, they were greeted by a restaurant with simple yet distinctive decor. Unlike some high-end restaurants, this establishment wasn't lavishly decorated. Instead, it embraced a distinctly retro bamboo and wood decor, giving the impression of a secluded forest cabin nestled within the bustling city. Wang Yan found this style quite appealing, and he couldn't help but feel a hint of anticipation for the food here. Who knew Su Muxue's old man had such taste? Wang Yan thought to himself. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure emerging from the restaurant entrance. He recognized Su Muxue at a glance. As she approached him, she waved, and Wang Yan nodded back. Soon after, Su Muxue led Wang Yan to the private room Su Che had reserved. The moment he entered the private room, Wang Yan saw the robust figure of Su Che and froze in surprise. The businessmen he was accustomed to seeing were typically portly and affable. A businessman as imposing as Su Che was quite rare. "Wang Yan, this is my father." Wang Yan gave a slight nod. "Hello, Uncle Su." Su Che gave Wang Yan a once-over before warmly inviting him. "Young Wang, come sit over here. Xiao Shue's been talking about you all day yesterday. Meeting you today, you truly are a fine young man." Though Su Che carried an innate sense of authority, he treated Wang Yan with remarkable warmth and without any airs of superiority. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Che engaged Wang Yan in casual conversation. Unlike most elders who interrogate like police questioning, he chatted about Wang Yan's studies and daily life. Su Che masterfully kept the conversation light, ensuring Wang Yan never felt uncomfortable. As they chatted, Wang Yan's initial nervousness gradually faded away. Wang Yan couldn't help but think to himself that Su Che was actually a pretty decent guy, it was just that his appearance was so intimidating. After a while, the conversation finally turned to the dragon blood crocodile. Su Che said. Those 2 dragon blood crocodile eggs hatched smoothly. Barring any issues, they should have been delivered to our breeding center for cultivation by now. Wang Yan replied. Really? That's wonderful. My dragon blood crocodile hatched too, and it's in excellent condition. By the way, Uncle Su, I'd like to ask you some questions about pet beast cultivation and related matters. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wang Yan could ask about the follow-up care for the dragon blood crocodile. After all, Su Che stood at the pinnacle of the pet beast industry. His expertise in the field was undoubtedly unquestionable. Sure enough, Su Che didn't hold back, patiently explaining numerous aspects of pet beast cultivation to Wang Yan. Only then did Wang Yan realize that raising dragon blood crocodiles, these reptilian pets, involved many intricacies. Temperature, water quality, and diet all required careful attention. Of course, when it came to the overall strength of a dragon blood crocodile, level and innate talent were the most crucial factors. Pets lacking innate talent held little value in cultivation. Nevertheless, Wang Yan gained a wealth of knowledge about pet beast cultivation, much of it not found in textbooks. Thank you for your generous guidance, Uncle Su. I've truly learned a lot today. Su Che smiled faintly. No problem. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask any time. Let's add each other as friends. With that, Su Che sent Wang Yan a friend request. After Wang Yan accepted the request, the 2 chatted casually for a while about the dragon blood crocodile. As they chatted, Su Che revealed the real reason he'd asked Wang Yan to meet. Wang, Shue's still young and doesn't fully grasp things. These 2 eggs are incredibly valuable. I heard from Shue about how you acquired them. How about this? I'll buy these 2 eggs at 10 million each. What do you think? Only then did Wang Yan understand why Su Che had invited him to dinner. It turned out Su Che felt he owed Wang Yan a significant favor and wanted to offer some compensation. Wang Yan quickly waved his hands. No need. The 3 of us had already agreed on this back then. Besides, I was just following the rules. According to standard teaming protocols, the resources we acquired should be split evenly. Seeing Wang Yan's sincerity and the clarity in his eyes that betrayed no pretense, Su Che instantly began to regard him with new respect. Despite coming from a poor background, Wang Yan showed remarkable resolve in the face of monetary temptation. Su Che offered to pay, and it would have been perfectly reasonable for him to accept. Yet he chose to stand by his principles. Young people like this were indeed rare nowadays. Instantly, Su Che felt a newfound respect for Wang Yan. He chuckled. Alright, just as Xiao Shui said, you truly are a principled young man. But after you've bestowed such a generous gift upon the Su family, it wouldn't be right for me to simply accept it without a word. Word getting out might invite ridicule. Su Che paused for a moment before saying. How about this, Xiao Wang? In about half a month, the Purple Gold Merchants Association will hold an auction in Tianshui City. I'd like to invite you to attend with me. I have a gift to give you then. I hope you won't refuse this gift. Wang Yan knew that refusing again would be a direct snub to Su Che. He nodded and replied. Alright, I'll definitely be there. He could leave for Jiangnan University at the earliest in a month, or even as late as 3 months from now and still make it in time. Therefore, he would still have time to attend the auction house in Tianshui City in 2 weeks. He happened to have some spare cash on him and was planning to see if there were any suitable items worth bidding on. After finishing their meal, Wang Yan bid farewell to Su Che and Su Muxue. He made plans with Su Muxue to head to the Shadow Forest together at 2 p.m. that afternoon to level up. Both she and Shen Yuan needed to prepare for the upcoming college entrance exams. Wang Yan also planned to head down to the Shadow Forest. Although he no longer needed to worry about the college entrance exams, he intended to use this opportunity to level up Bloodfawn. Bloodfawn was currently only at level 1. Chapter 54, Shen Yuan's Talent for Naming. After returning home, Wang Yan scooped Bloodfawn out of the bathtub. Just as he was about to store it in the pet beast ball, he suddenly recalled Su Che's advice. It was best not to use pet beast balls on newly born creatures. Newly born pets were highly alert to their surroundings and lacked a sense of security. They needed to become familiar with their master's scent and surroundings. Keeping them confined in a pet beast ball too long could hinder the bonding process with their owner. For pets raised from infancy, their owners become like their parents. The younger the pet beast, the more dependent it becomes on its owner. Therefore, it's best to allow the pet beast to bond with its owner for a period before attempting to place it in the pet beast sphere. He had to admit that after talking with Su Che today, he'd learned a lot. These subtle nuances of knowledge would have remained completely unknown to him had Su Che not shared them. If a pet beast's bond level is affected, it's no small matter, it directly impacts whether the pet beast will obey commands. Wang Yan held Bloodtooth in his hand, gently stroking its little head. Bloodtooth conveyed joyful excitement through his mind, eagerly rubbing against Wang Yan's palm. Come on, let's go out. I'll take you out to hunt monsters. Bloodtooth perked up at Wang Yan's words. Its eyes gleamed with ferocity as it spat out sparks, clearly eager to unleash a killing spree. No wonder it has dragon blood so ferocious. Wang Yan was pleased to see it so excited. But this little guy was still far too small, barely the size of a palm. Even a stray cat could probably give it a run for its money. Wang Yan tucked Bloodtooth into his pocket, slipping it a piece of dried meat. The creature obediently stayed put, gnawing on the treat inside his pocket. As Wang Yan descended the stairs, he sent a message to Chen Yuan. "What do you think, Chen Yuan? I've arranged to meet Su Muxue at the Shadow Forest at 2 p.m. Chen Yuan replied promptly. "No problem. Just finished lunch. Meet you at the usual spot at 2 p.m. It was now around 1 p.m., leaving only a few dozen minutes until the agreed time. If Wang Yan left now, he should arrive just in time. Clutching the Bloodtooth, Wang Yan stepped outside, hailed a cab, and headed toward the Shadowwood Forest. About 30 minutes later, Wang Yan successfully reached the outskirts of the Shadow Forest. The number of adventurers visiting Shadowgrove today was no less than yesterday's, with most being recent graduates. As Wang Yan approached, the surrounding adventurers all turned their gaze toward him. "See him? That's Wang Yan. Heard he and those two pros salvaged nearly 990,000 worth of resources yesterday. Yeah, I know both of them. One's a heavy warrior named Chen Yuan, and the other is Su Muxue, a dark moon mage, one of our school's 3 rare classes. Wang Yan's got some serious luck. Even at this level, he still has 2 friends who stick by him." Wang Yan walked through the crowd, overhearing the whispers and feeling a bit annoyed. Didn't these people realize they were talking right in front of him? Couldn't they at least lower their voices? Still, it seemed their trio had caused quite a stir yesterday by selling massive quantities of resources at the supply station. He, Chen Yuan, and Su Muxue had likely become known. But clearly, these people didn't think Wang Yan played any significant role in their trio. They probably assumed Chen Yuan and Su Muxue were close to him and had formed the team to accommodate him. But that suited him just fine. It aligned perfectly with Liang Tian's request for him to keep a low profile for now. Though Wang Yan didn't believe anyone capable of threatening his life could actually make it to Longhua. After all, Tianshui City was right in the heart of the Dragon Nation. It wasn't that easy to slip in. Still, since orders had come from above, Wang Yan decided caution was best. But speaking of keeping a low profile, Wang Yan opened his storage ring and examined the few pieces of equipment inside. Alchemist's robe gold, poison resistance belt silver, bone staff dark gold. All 3 pieces had been obtained during his previous heroic tier dungeon run with Liang Tian and the others. Originally, to maintain a low profile, Wang Yan hadn't equipped a single piece. But upon arriving at the Shadowwood Forest, he discovered that these wealthy young masters and ladies all started with silver grade gear, occasionally sporting 1 or 2 gold grade items. Conversely, someone like him wearing no gear at all stood out like a sore thumb. Wang Yan decided to ditch the low-key act and fully equipped himself. Then he realized that, sure enough, no one around him seemed to notice him. Damn, I really went out of my way yesterday. As long as he didn't reveal the stats of his gear, he just looked like an ordinary mage. After waiting a while, Su Muxue and Chen Yuan arrived as promised. Su Muxue had just found Wang Yan when Chen Yuan practically followed right behind her. The moment Chen Yuan spotted them, he started shouting excitedly. "Wang, Su Muxue, look! My baby crocodile hatched." He cradled a tiny crocodile in his hands, resembling a 4-legged snake. It looked quite delicate, actually a bit smaller than Wang Yan's Bloodtooth. Chen Yuan's dragon blood crocodile had a distinctly different appearance. Unlike Bloodtooth, it lacked the black patterns on its body. Its entire body was blood red, with thick bones, and its appearance was strikingly similar to the dragon blood crocodile they had encountered earlier by the freshwater lake. Its teeth were ordinary white, and its eyes weren't blood red either, just a common coppery color. It seemed the gap between dark gold and gold grades manifested not only in size but also in appearance. Without a doubt, Bloodtooth possessed a more aesthetically pleasing form and appearance than this dragon blood crocodile. Chen Yuan exclaimed excitedly. "I've named it Xiaohei." Wang Yan froze. "Xiaohei? I can't quite tell where it's black." Wang Yan examined the crocodile in Chen Yuan's hands closely. It was indeed entirely red, without a single speck of other color. Chen Yuan shook his head. "No, it's not that. When I was a kid, my family had a dog named Xiaohei. I named it Xiaohei in memory of that dog. Gotta say, bro, you've got a real knack for naming things." Ha ha ha. Chen Yuan laughed heartily. "Of course. Roar." The dragon blood crocodile in Chen Yuan's hands, oh wait, little black, let out a low, almost mournful growl. Clearly, possessing a certain level of intelligence, it wasn't too pleased with its name. "It's so tiny? Pretty cute though." Su Muxue took the little dragon blood crocodile from Chen Yuan and stroked its body. A hint of envy flickered in her eyes. Though Wang Yan had given her 2 eggs, they were now under the clan's custody. She'd have to wait until the dragon blood crocodile hatched its next generation before she could contract one. The clan currently discouraged her from wasting energy nurturing pets with little innate talent. The dragon blood crocodile was an exception, however. Its bloodline held the potential for evolution. Chapter 55, Eastern Sector of the First Zone. Chen Yuan asked curiously. Old one, what about your crocodile? Didn't it hatch? Could it be that dark gold pet eggs take longer to hatch? Wang Yan fumbled in his pocket and pulled out Bloodtooth. Wow, it's so beautiful. Su Muxiue murmured in awe. Wang Yan explained. It's called Bloodtooth because its teeth are blood red, very unique. Shen Yuan glanced at the dragon blood crocodile in Wang Yan's hand, then looked at his own little black one. You know what? Yours really does look different, being that dark gold grade. Bloodtooth's appearance differed significantly from its mother, the dragon blood crocodile by the freshwater lake. Truthfully, Wang Yan was also eager to see what kind of power Bloodfawn would possess if it reached the same level 33 as the lake-dwelling dragon blood crocodile. Just imagining it was thrilling. Shen Yuan asked. So, what do you say? Should we head back to yesterday's area today? Wang Yan pulled out the map and pondered. Nah, that dragon blood crocodile might be onto us by now. Today, I'm thinking we should head to the eastern part of Zone 1. What do you guys say? Wang Yan placed the map before them and pointed to the eastern sector of Zone 1. This location marked the junction between Zone 1 and Zone 2. Being closer to Zone 2 meant encountering more high-level monsters. Wang Yan continued. This area has fewer people. While it's farther from the supply point, the competition isn't as fierce. After yesterday's events, many newly awakened adventurers had leveled up. The competition in the level 10 plus monster zones would likely be far fiercer than yesterday's. However, Su Muxiue and Shen Yuan were still slightly higher level than most, both at level 16 and nearing level 17. Therefore, they were qualified to challenge higher-level monsters. A faint trace of worry flickered across Su Muxiue's brow. If I recall correctly, isn't there a large goblin settlement in the second zone near the East District? Wang Yan nodded. That's correct. Many adventurers deliberately avoided the Eastern District of the first zone. Because that large goblin settlement is the place most hated by adventurers. Goblins generally hover around level 25. One particularly annoying trait of these goblins is that they almost always operate in squads, rarely straying alone. Possessing a degree of intelligence, they exhibit a certain capacity for division of labor and coordination. They also exhibit detailed occupational specialization, including goblin warriors, goblin archers, goblin spearmen, and so on. Thus, while the experience and resources they yield are comparable to other level 25 monsters, the difficulty of dealing with them far exceeds that of monsters of the same level. What really frustrates adventurers is that these goblins flee when low on health, occasionally sounding beast horns to summon reinforcements utterly cowardly. Consequently, most adventurers prioritize the southern sector over the western sector in the first zone. Take the southern zone as an example. It's an open grassland with many monsters that operate solo. These creatures possess low intelligence, do not flee, and mostly prefer to fight alone, making them ideal for small groups to level up. Wang Yan understood Su Muxiue's concern and reassured her. Don't worry. We have the cloak of invisibility. If danger arises, we can retreat at any moment. Besides, the large number of goblins might not be a bad thing for us. Wang Yan looked at Su Muxiue and Chen Yuan. What do you think? Risk and opportunity always go hand in hand. The more goblins there are, the higher their efficiency in grinding experience points. Su Muxiue nodded. Yeah, I'm good with that. Chen Yuan nodded as well. I'll follow your lead. With their objective set, the group began advancing deeper into the Shadowwood Forest. Several hundred meters behind Wang Yan's group, a male warrior and a female ranger exchanged a glance before swiftly closing the gap. The male warrior spoke first. Look at those two kids. They sure have time on their hands, each keeping a four-legged snake as a pet. The female ranger ignored him. Hey, Peach, can't we just walk right up to that kid and tell him we're here to protect him? Look at us sneaking around like this, what a sight we must be. The woman called Peach shot him an impatient glance. Shut up, Xiaolan. I have no idea why the boss paired me with an idiot like you. Peach rolled her eyes. If we just walk right up, wouldn't that be like announcing to everyone that Wang Yan is important? Did you forget what the boss said? Xiaolan was scolded, but he dared not show much attitude in front of this woman. He knew all too well just how terrifying her strength was. You think I don't get it? I'm just saying. Taozi shot him a withering look. Cut the nonsense and get moving. Hurry up and follow. The two kept a distance neither too close nor too far behind Wang Yan and the others. With the large number of people at the edge of the shadowed forest, Wang Yan and his group didn't notice anything amiss. As for Wang Yan's group, it would still take them some time to reach the vicinity of the Eastern District. But the group wasn't in a hurry. Like Wang Yan, Chen Yuan's primary goal today was to level up his dragon blood crocodile as quickly as possible. Whenever monsters passed by, Wang Yan activated his aura, helping Chen Yuan and Su Muxiue instantly eliminate them. Around morning, Li Yingtian sent over 2 more Yuan energy pools and instructed Wang Yan not to conserve his Yuan energy if he ran low, he should just let him know. Whenever a pool ran dry, they could send it back and Li Yingtian would have someone refill it. Since Li Yingtian had made it clear, Wang Yan didn't hesitate. After all, it wasn't his money to spare, so he felt no qualms. As the trio traveled, a black bear suddenly emerged from the undergrowth. Black Bear Monster Bronze LV23. Wang Yan immediately activated his aura, but this time, he used his frequency conversion ring to adjust the aura's power to 20%. The attack aura's bonus became 200%, while the holy damage conversion rate reached 20%. Chen Yuan stepped forward, unleashing a slash of sword energy, while Su Muxue summoned a dark orb. Under the dual aura's enhancement, the Black Bear monster only managed a furious roar before crashing to the ground. A level 23 monster, instantly killed on the spot. Only then did Chen Yuan and Su Muxue notice something was off about today's damage output. Glancing at the buffs in his status bar, Chen Yuan exclaimed in shock. Holy crap, Wang, how did your aura get so ridiculously powerful? Wang Yan chuckled. Just upgraded the skill. Nothing unusual. Chen Yuan and Su Muxue exchanged glances. Chen Yuan shook his head. Wang, seriously, you're a freaking monster. For most aura masters, even with skill upgrades, damage type auras only see increases of 1% to 5%, with 10% being the absolute maximum. Wang Yan had doubled his bonus outright from 100% to 200%. Who upgrades like that? Wang Yan chuckled inwardly. If Chen Yuan knew the true bonus of his aura, who knows what his reaction would be. Chapter 56, The Pact. As Chen Yuan and Su Muxue leveled up, bolstered by Wang Yan's aura, their damage output became downright absurd. Each time they attacked a monster, they dealt over 20,000 damage. Keep in mind that a level 20 monster only had a little over 20,000 HP. Combined with the bonus from holy damage, the damage they dealt to monsters was truly staggering. A level 20 monster couldn't last a single round against them. Ding! Your ally Su Muxue has defeated a level 23 black bear monster. Your pet dragon blood crocodile has gained 1150 EXP. Ding! Your pet dragon blood crocodile has leveled up to LV2. Simply by defeating one monster, Wang Yan's blood fawn had ascended to level 2. When adventurers brought their pets into battle, they could freely adjust the specific percentage of experience gained by their pets. The maximum allocation is 100%, meaning all experience goes to the pet. Once a pet reaches the same level as its owner, it cannot surpass that level and will remain tied to the owner's level. However, this experience ratio cannot fall below 50%. This means that if a professional brings a pet into battle, they must share at least half of the experience with the pet. This is precisely why many adventurers are reluctant to bring combat-type pets into battle. An average quality pet not only slows the master's leveling speed but also may not contribute much combat effectiveness. Roar! After leveling up, Bloodfawn let out a joyful roar. Wang Yan pulled it out of his pocket and discovered Bloodfang's size had increased by a full circle. Previously, Bloodfawn was only about the size of a palm, but after reaching level 2, it had grown to twice that size. At this rate, Wang Yan's pocket might soon be too small to hold it. Chen Yuan also noticed the blood fawn's size increase and asked curiously. Old Wang, did your dragon blood crocodile level up? Wang Yan nodded. Yep, I said its experience gained a 100% to level it up faster. A look of surprise flashed across Chen Yuan and Su Muxue's faces. Old Wang, aren't you preparing for the college entrance exams? Wang Yan understood what he meant. While college entrance exam scores didn't prioritize a professional's level, a higher level was naturally better. The ability to level up, to some extent, also reflected a professional's dedication, actual combat prowess, and even their family background. While the family background aspect might seem a bit harshly realistic, that was simply the truth. Practitioners from privileged backgrounds often found it easier to advance. That's why during the college entrance exam preparation phase, everyone strives to level up as much as possible. A case like Wang Yan's, where he directly allocated 100% of his experience points to his pet, was simply absurd. Su Muxue also advised. Yeah, Wang Yan, your own level matters too. Wang Yan smiled. I don't need to worry about that. Principal Zhao called yesterday to tell me I've been granted early admission. Su Muxue and Chen Yuan froze for a moment. Then Chen Yuan suddenly lunged forward, punching Wang Yan's shoulder and bursting into laughter. You bastard, Wang! You didn't even tell me about something this big. Su Muxue's expression was a bit complicated. Congratulations, Wang Yan. On one hand, she was genuinely happy for Wang Yan's acceptance, yet on the other, she couldn't help but feel the gap between them seemed to be widening. All these years, she had strived relentlessly to surpass him. Each time, Wang Yan's results were just a little better than hers. To claim the top spot in the entire school, Wang Yan had always been the goal she pursued relentlessly. Yet now, she felt the gap between them only widening. As one of the 3 rare awakened professions at Jintian Middle School today, she had only managed to secure a recommendation letter from the principal. While this letter increased her chances of entering a prestigious university, it fell far short of securing a guaranteed admission spot. For a moment, Su Muxue felt discouraged. But soon, she shook her head, banishing the gloom from her mind. Su Muxue, what are you thinking? You should be happy for your friend. Su Muxue silently chided herself. Chen Yuan said. Old Wang, if those snarky commenters on the school forum heard this news, I wonder what they'd think, haha. Su Muxue suddenly remembered that when they parted yesterday, Wang Yan had asked them both to keep it confidential, not to reveal anything about his aura. She felt puzzled. Why keep something like this secret? Did Wang Yan prefer enduring mocking glances rather than clearing his name? Speaking of which, Wang Yan, why don't you just reveal your abilities to everyone? If Wang Yan demonstrated his abilities, the title of Tianshui City's top genius would instantly return to him. Wang Yan sighed and replied. Well, there's a reason for that, but I can't share it with you just yet. Truthfully, Wang Yan didn't deliberately choose to keep a low profile. He'd never been one to hide his true self. It was all because he had inadvertently led a team to break the record for the extreme cold tomb, drawing global attention. If people uncovered that he was the pivotal figure behind breaking that record, who knew how much trouble would follow him afterward? The rivalry between nations in this world remained fierce. To suppress others, certain countries would resort to any underhanded means. Wang Yan quickly changed the subject. By the way, weren't you two planning to apply to the same university as me? I've chosen Jiangnan University. Of course. But this university might not be the best fit for you too. Don't force yourselves, I suggest listening to your family's opinions. He knew both Chen Yuan and Su Muxue came from business families. Logically, Jinghai University would be a better fit for them. But unexpectedly, Chen Yuan immediately spoke up. No way. I'm dead set on going to the same university as you. You don't find a glow master like you at just any school. I'm sticking with you as my teammate. Su Muxue chimed in. Same here. Even though you're way stronger than me now, I'm determined to find a way to beat you at least once. Wang Yan laughed heartily. Well, you'd better work hard then. In that case, it's settled, we'll meet at Jiangnan University. The three continued chatting as they made their way toward the East Campus. Unbeknownst to them, two individuals in stealth mode were quietly tailing them from behind. I didn't expect this trio to be quite so formidable. The mage and warrior accompanying that kid seem exceptionally strong. Taozi shot Xiaolan a disapproving look. You didn't read the intel the captain gave us, did you? That young man named Wang Yan is an aura master. Guess why his two teammates look so strong? Xiaolan suddenly understood. I see. I really underestimated him then. Taozi said. Keep following them. They seem to be heading toward the East District. We need to stay on their tail. Xiaolan sneered contemptuously. A bunch of cocky little punks. 3 of them daring to head to the East District? Looks like this Lord and Master will have to step in today. Chapter 57, The Goblin Squad. As Wang Yan and the others approached the Eastern District, they noticed the surrounding trees growing increasingly sparse. The vegetation thinned out, offering them a clearer view but also making them more vulnerable to detection by monsters. Wang Yan noticed numerous wooden stakes of varying lengths scattered across the ground, each bearing distinct marks of being cut down. Clearly, the sparse trees here were the result of deliberate logging. Chen Yuan murmured in confusion. Damn, someone actually came to cut wood in such a dangerous place? Wang Yan pondered for a moment before replying. Looks like those goblins took these trees to build their camp or burn as firewood. Which means we're getting closer and closer to the goblins' territory. Wang Yan's words made both Su Muxue and Chen Yuan's eyes narrow with heightened alertness. Wang Yan pulled out the map and studied it. Judging by the terrain, they had indeed reached the eastern sector, near the edge of the second zone. Along the way, they had slain numerous monsters, and Wang Yan's blood fang had leveled up to level 5. Now over half a meter long, it was too big to fit in his pocket. Wang Yan had no choice but to let it rest on his backpack. The trio pressed onward. As they walked, Wang Yan suddenly yanked Su Muxue's wrist, pulling her backward. Su Muxue nearly stumbled, her body half crashing onto Wang Yan. What's wrong? Chen Yuan heard the commotion behind him and quickly turned to see the petite Su Muxue practically half crashed onto Wang Yan. You two getting all lovey-dovey back there? Chen Yuan chuckled, his eyes twinkling with a suggestive glint. Su Muxue looked utterly bewildered, her pretty face flushing slightly as she scrambled to her feet from Wang Yan's embrace. Wang Yan ignored Chen Yuan's teasing and gestured for them to look down at their feet. Following his direction, they peered downward and discovered an irregular patch of weeds covering a flat surface. Amidst the weeds, the jagged edge of an iron blade flickered in and out of view. Wang Yan found a stick and pushed aside the weeds, revealing the full form of the iron teeth. It turned out to be a massive trap. The trap was as large as a wash basin, chained to the ground, and looked quite formidable. Wang Yan tapped the trap lightly with the branch. Snap! A sharp, loud crack echoed as the trap snapped shut, severing the branch cleanly in two. A flicker of fear shot through Su Muxue's eyes. Had Wang Yan not grabbed her arm, her leg would likely have been crushed by the trap. Be careful. These goblins use traps. This trap was clearly goblin-made. Though crude, it was surprisingly difficult to spot unless you looked closely. Many newly awakened professionals, having fought mostly against lower intelligence beast-type monsters, never even considered the possibility that monsters could use traps. It was precisely this kind of carelessness that could plunge a party into danger. Had Su Mushua accidentally triggered the trap earlier, Wang Yan and the others would have had no choice but to turn back and carry her home for treatment. Of course, that would have been the best-case scenario. If monsters happened to be nearby and pursued the injured party, the situation would have been dire. Still, compared to other squads, Wang Yan at least had a group stealth aura as a last resort. Even if they couldn't win, they could still escape. Let's keep going. We'll be careful. Wang Yan glanced at the map. If I'm not mistaken, the monster hotspot should be just ahead. Sure enough, after advancing several hundred meters, they soon encountered a group of goblins cutting down trees in the forest. This was a goblin work detail. Several goblins clad in armor stood guard over a dozen bare-chested, unarmored goblin lumberjacks, supervising them as they labored to fell trees. Goblin woodcutter bronze level 23, laborer tasked with felling trees. His single axe serves as both tool and weapon. Goblin decurion bronze level 27, squad leader, an outstanding warrior among the goblin tribe. Goblin warrior bronze level 25, a robust goblin warrior with a sturdier build than ordinary goblins. They do not participate in labor, focusing solely on combat. Goblin archer bronze level 25, a goblin marksman with ranged attack capabilities, though their accuracy leaves much to be desired. Whoa, that many? Chen Yuan exclaimed in surprise. With sparse trees nearby, both sides spotted each other from a considerable distance. This goblin squad consisted of over a dozen goblin lumberjacks, 1 goblin centurion, 2 goblin warriors, and 2 goblin archers. Clearly, the 5 goblins were the true combatants, while the others were mere laborers. Still, a full squad of 15 monsters was quite rare in a low-level zone. Wah wah! The goblins let out a loud cry upon spotting Wang Yan and his companions, communicating in a language incomprehensible to them. Soon, the goblin lumberjacks abandoned their work, raising their axes as they charged toward Wang Yan and his companions. The 2 goblin archers drew back their mulberry wood longbows. Take out those 2 ranged classes first. Wang Yan's party lacked any defensive classes capable of providing shields or similar protective skills. To prevent the party from lacking offensive firepower, Chen Yuan remained poised for burst damage at all times. Therefore, when facing ranged enemies, they had to prioritize taking them out first. Otherwise, Wang Yan and Su Mushua risked getting hit by stray arrows. Fortunately, Wang Yan possessed the invisibility aura, allowing him to bypass the team's defensive weakness entirely. Stealth aura activated. A chorus of gasps erupted from the goblins. Rabirava. The goblin decurion raised his short sword. A rune coalesced upon the broken blade, then ripples spread outward in all directions. Goblin decurion used skill detection. However, the group remained composed upon hearing the notification, knowing that Wang Yan's god-tier invisibility aura granted immunity to certain detection methods. Sure enough, the goblin squad leader's detection failed. It couldn't pinpoint Wang Yan and his companion's location. At that very moment, Chen Yuan had already sauntered stealthily to the side of 2 goblin archers. Almost simultaneously with raising his greatsword, Wang Yan activated his attack aura, divine damage aura, and god-tier slow aura. Shattering storm. Chen Yuan swung his greatsword, unleashing a barrage of staggering damage numbers under the additional 200% attack bonus. 25,530. 26,132. 25,554. The frail goblin archers couldn't withstand such brutal damage. Both archers collapsed dead almost instantly. The remaining goblins finally reacted, but just as they prepared to surround Chen Yuan, they suddenly found their bodies uncontrollable. It felt as though they were trudging through mud, unable to move their feet. Chapter 58, The Rapidly Growing Bloodtooth. Wang Yan's god-tier slow aura, with its staggering 90% reduction, rendered them nearly immobile. Clearly, this goblin squad lacked any priest-like class to counter this utterly nauseating slow aura. Su Mushua's area of effects support Darkmoon Blade arrived just in time. 17,856. 17,391. Darkmoon blades deal slightly less damage, but their strength lies in sheer numbers. Given the current health pool of these goblins, every 2 Darkmoon blades would instantly eliminate 1 goblin. Su Mushua unleashed over a dozen Darkmoon blades at once, instantly slaying 7 or 8 goblin lumberjacks on the spot. The remaining goblins finally panicked. Terror flashed in the eyes of the goblin foreman. With a shriek, he actually led the charge away from the trio, attempting to make a hasty escape. But under the slow effect of Wang Yan's aura, the goblins' escape movements became painfully slow, looking utterly ridiculous. Chen Yuan seized the opportunity to close in, launching a massacre against the remaining goblins. With each swing of his blade, another goblin fell dead. The goblin squad collapsed completely, unable to escape or fight back. They were chased until they were stripped of their armor, their cries of agony echoing constantly. What followed was a crushing victory with no suspense. Su Mushua and Chen Yuan slaughtered the goblin squad with ease, as effortless as killing chickens. Ding! Your teammate Su Mushua has killed a level 23 goblin's lumberjack. Your pet dragon blood crocodile has gained 1150 EXP. Ding! Your teammate Chen Yuan has defeated a LV 25 goblin's warrior. Your pet dragon blood crocodile has gained 1250 EXP. Experience gain notifications flashed continuously through Wang Yan's mind. The dragon blood crocodile's level skyrocketed once more, reaching level 7. Its body grew slightly larger. Wang Yan now estimated it to be at least a meter long and weighing several dozen kilograms. Carrying it on his back was becoming quite a strain. The goblin corpses dissolved into a swarm of light particles, vanishing mid-air. You have obtained beast bones, beast hides, wood, metal. The system notification chimed. Chen Yuan exclaimed excitedly. We got pretty lucky. A whole squad dropped 5 white grade items. Wang Yan stepped forward and stowed all the white gear into his storage ring. Currently, all equipment and items within the team were automatically stored and managed by him. Su Muxue wondered aloud. Could it be that humanoid monsters have a higher drop rate for gear? Wang Yan shook his head. I've never heard that theory. It might just be that we've been exceptionally lucky. Chen Yuan seemed to recall something and said. You guys know about that thing, right? Not too long ago, didn't a team of experts from our dragon nation clear the extreme cold tomb and get the rewards? I recall it was a 10% increase in resource yield for dungeons and monsters below heroic difficulty, plus a 5% boost to rare item drop rates across all dungeons and wild mobs. Su Muxue nodded. Of course we know. It's been all over the news these past few days. How could we not? Looks like our batch of awakened ones got to enjoy that bonus too. A 10% and 5% boost might not seem like much, but considering most item drop rates hover between 2% and 5%, this probability increase is actually quite substantial. Chen Yuan couldn't help but sigh. We truly owe it all to these unsung heroes. If I ever get to meet them in person, I'll bow down and worship them wholeheartedly. Su Muxue sighed as well. Yes, it's a shame they chose to remain anonymous. Otherwise, I could have witnessed the prowess of these peerless masters. Chen Yuan suddenly turned to Wang Yan. Old Wan, what's wrong? You look a bit off. Wang Yan shook his head hastily. Nothing. This blood fong is too heavy. It's weighing me down and making it hard to breathe. Only then did the two notice that the blood fong had grown over a meter long, reaching level 7. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan's little black, having received less experience, was still only level 4 and hadn't grown much in size. Wang Yan took it off his backpack and set it on the ground. You'll have to walk on your own from here. You're no longer a little baby, and I simply can't carry you anymore. Roar! Bloodfong roared in agreement. It stretched its limbs and began slowly crawling to its feet. At that moment, several hundred meters behind Wang Yan and the others, the two members of the Longyan squad were engaged in a low-voiced discussion. Xiaolan frowned deeply. This kid's no ordinary kid. Group stealth, group slowdown, and that damage-boosting aura. I think I get why Captain Su wanted us to protect him. Taozi glanced toward Wang Yan and the others, remaining silent. Taozi, why aren't you saying anything? Xiaolan asked curiously. Taozi gave a cold laugh. That's why I call you an idiot. Didn't you notice the crocodile beside Wang Yan? Xiaolan suddenly remembered in less than 2 hours that crocodile had grown several times larger. But he dared not use his detection spell to examine the crocodile's attributes now, fearing it might alert Wang Yan and the others. Taozi said. That rate of growth isn't typical for a regular beast pet. It's at least gold grade or higher. I wonder where he got such a rare beast. And look at that heavy armor warrior beside him, he has the same kind of beast too. This Wang Yan is quite interesting. Xiaolan sneered. Only the weak need such things as pets. True masters like me roam the world with just a blade and their own strength. Taozi shot him a look reserved for fools, unwilling to say more. Suddenly, Taozi's expression turned serious. Someone's coming, 3 of them. High level 2 actually, they're over level 30 silver rank professionals. What are they doing here? Taozi closed her eyes, seemingly concentrating on sensing something. This is bad. They seem to be targeting Wang Yan and the others. Xiaolan gave a cold laugh. 3 silver tier scum, daring to cause trouble for my target? Watch closely, Peach. I'll take them all down with a single strike. If I need more than one, dinner's on me tonight. Taozi rolled her eyes. Stay calm. Unless absolutely necessary, we shouldn't show ourselves. These 3 definitely aren't sent by other nations. If they were truly sent by another nation to assassinate Wang Yan, they wouldn't have dispatched these 3 silver-ranked scum. She decided to observe their intentions first. Somehow, she had a vague feeling these 3 silver-ranked professionals might not be a match for Wang Yan and his group. Don't worry. If they dare harbor any ill intent, I'll take them all down in less than a second. Xiaolan drew the dagger at her waist and activated her stealth mode. His profession was Night Warrior, a rare warrior class possessing stealth abilities. Peach's profession was Assassin, a branch of the Ranger class specializing in stealth, assassination, and reconnaissance. Chapter 59, The Robbers. After a brief rest, Wang Yan and the others prepared to continue their journey. Just as they were about to venture deeper into the eastern district, they suddenly heard footsteps and voices approaching from behind, not far away. Turning around, Wang Yan and the others saw 3 adventurers approaching their direction. All 3 were male. Judging by their gear, they appeared to be a warrior, a mage, and a priest. Without exception, all three had concealed their level and equipment information. They appeared slightly older than Wang Yan and his companions, around 24 or 25, clearly not newcomers who had just awakened this term. Wang Yan surmised their levels must be quite high. A sudden sense of caution gripped Wang Yan. While Shadowwood Forest did harbor high-level monsters, most advanced adventurers prioritized efficiency by joining fixed parties for dungeon runs. It was rare for such high-level professionals to form a trio and wander around the shadowed forest. Something felt off about all this, and Wang Yan instantly grew wary. The lead warrior smiled warmly at Wang Yan and the others, then waved at Wang Yan. "Hello, friends. This is our first time here, and we have a question we'd like to ask you." As he spoke, the warrior approached Wang Yan and his companions. Wang Yan shouted in a clear voice. "Halt!" The command startled the three men across from them, and even Chen Yuan and Su Mushue jumped in surprise. "Asking questions is fine, but keep your distance." The soldier laughed heartily. "Why so worked up, young man? Don't get the wrong idea, we mean no harm." He continued approaching Wang Yan and the others as he spoke. "Chen Yuan, Su Mushue, the moment he gets within 15 meters, strike." 15 meters was the standard charge range for most warrior classes. If a ranged class got within that distance, they'd be in serious trouble. Though Chen Yuan and Su Mushue didn't understand why Wang Yan was so wary, denying the other side even a chance to explain. They unconditionally trusted Wang Yan and prepared for battle. The warrior's smile vanished instantly upon seeing the trio's readiness, his expression turning cold. He finally halted his script. "Who'd have thought you'd be so alert, you little brat?" Then he chuckled. "All right then, since you've seen through us, we won't pretend anymore." The priest and mage stepped forward. The mage wore a mischievous grin as he addressed Wang Yan and the others with ill intent. "Heard you guys salvaged nearly 90,000 credits worth of resources at the supply station yesterday. Looks like you're running some pretty decent gear." The warrior's face twisted into a greedy, vicious expression as he snarled. "Listen up. Hand over every piece of gear and resource you've got, and I'll spare your lives. If you resist, don't blame me for being brutal." Only then did Wang Yan realize they were here to rob them. Wang Yan replied coldly. "Last night I saw a report online about several newly awakened high school professionals disappearing in the Shadow Forest." "Was that your doing?" The priest roared with laughter. "You're right, kid. We did it. This is what happens when you dare to resist." The warrior at the front eyed Su Mushue up and down with a malicious glint in his eyes. "That girl yesterday suffered terribly at our hands. If you want to meet the same fate, you'd better do as we say." Su Mushue had never encountered such a scene before. She hid behind Wang Yan, tugging at the hem of his robe. "Wang Yan, what should we do?" Wang Yan reassured her. "Don't worry. We have the invisibility aura. They can't hold us." Chen Yuan suggested. "Maybe we should hand over our gear. It's not worth much, but I'm worried they might have some special tricks up their sleeves. That would be trouble for us." Wang Yan shook his head. "You're overthinking it. We saw their faces, they won't let us go. Killing them is our only option." A cold gleam flashed in Wang Yan's eyes as he looked at the three others, his gaze as though he were already seeing three corpses. "Get ready to move." Wang Yan's calm voice brought a measure of reassurance to Chen Yuan and Su Mushue. Wang Yuan touched his frequency shifting ring, adjusting the frequency to 60%. Multiple auras activated simultaneously. Sacred damage conversion rate increased to 60%. The movement speed boost from the stealth aura intensified to 60%, while the time required to re-enter stealth decreased to 6 seconds. All auras surged simultaneously, nearly doubling in power. A flash of shock crossed both Chen Yuan and Su Mushue's eyes. Did Wang Yan actually have another ace up his sleeve? Yet the surge in aura attributes also bolstered their confidence. The invisibility aura activated. Wang Yan and his companions vanished from the sight of the three opponents. The priest reacted fastest. "Boss, they have a group stealth skill. Hurry back and protect us." As he spoke, he anticipated Wang Yan's group's movement and cast an area of effect purify spell on the spot, aiming to dispel their invisibility. Simultaneously, the mage beside him prepared his spell. Having worked together for years, their coordination was flawless. The moment the priest exposed the enemy, the mage would instantly unleash a barrage of spells, reducing them to dust. But surprisingly, the priest's area of effect purge had no effect whatsoever. The purification spell fell, yet Wang Yan and his companions remained invisible. Damn it, did I misjudge? Not a single one showed up. What he didn't know was that it wasn't his prediction that was flawed, it was Wang Yan's aura that granted immunity to purification. Seeing this, the warrior instantly sensed trouble. He immediately drew his longsword and shield, intending to return to protect the priest and mage. Typically, once enemies went invisible, the primary targets were always the ranged classes with lower health and defense. But the moment the warrior took a step, his legs felt like they were sinking into quicksand, moving excruciatingly slow. He shouted urgently. "They have powerful slowing abilities. Purify me now." But the priest had just used purify moments ago, where would he find another one now? Before the priest could even respond, a crocodile burst out of stealth right before the warrior. Bloodtooth unleashed its pounce skill, instantly closing the distance to the warrior. It sank its jaws into his neck and began executing a deadly roll. In an instant, a series of terrifying damage numbers flashed across the warrior's body. 35,608. 41,080. Keep in mind, though Bloodfawn was only level 7, it possessed the attribute growth of a boss template. Its HP growth was over 4 times that of a regular blood crocodile, and its attack growth was more than double. Combined with Wang Yan's terrifying aura damage bonus, this silver tier warrior in his 30s was instantly killed by Bloodfawn. Chapter 60, The First Time. Watching their comrade fall before that unassuming crocodile, the remaining two instantly lost their nerve. This level of combat power was beyond their comprehension. Could this truly be the combat power unleashed by a pet beast under level 10? After eliminating the warrior, Bloodfawn swiftly retreated under Wang Yan's command. Though Bloodfawn had unleashed power beyond its level thanks to high attributes and multiple auras, its level 7 health pool was still no match for a level 30 plus damage dealing class. Seeing Bloodfawn retreat rapidly, the opposing mage finally reacted, unleashing a fireball. But Bloodfawn had already created distance from the mage, easily dodging the attack. Seconds later, Bloodfawn slipped back into stealth mode. Wang Yan and the others were all cloaked, leaving the priest and mage completely unaware of their positions. The two stood frozen in place, momentarily unsure of what to do. The initiative was no longer in their hands. Damn it, are we going down in a ditch today? The mage's face twisted with terror as he scanned the surroundings, a bird startled by a bowstring. This wasn't their first time pulling off such a robbery. Every awakening season, they'd head to the wilderness areas where newcomers gathered, making a little money through robbery. These newly awakened rookies were usually extremely careless and not particularly strong. But they never imagined encountering a group with such absurdly high combat power today. The mage shifted his feet slightly, only to find himself still under the slow effect. Damn it, why hasn't this slow effect ended yet? Over 10 seconds had passed since their initial clash. Wasn't this slow effect lasting far too long? The priest's face was twisted with panic. Veins bulged on his knuckles as he gripped his staff, his fingers turning white, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He knew all too well that the roles of hunter and prey had now reversed. Suddenly, a look of determination flashed across the priest's face. He cast a single target purify spell on himself, then turned and ran. Damn it, third brother, you didn't purify me? The mage cursed at the fleeing priest. But soon, the mage realized why. Group Purify removes control effects and grants the target immunity to ongoing control skills for the next 3 seconds. While Single Target Purify also removes control effects, it grants the target immunity to ongoing control skills for the next 5 seconds. For those 2 extra seconds, the priest had sold him out. 2 seconds for a professional with physical prowess far surpassing that of ordinary people, it was enough to cover 20 or 30 meters. That 20 to 30 meters could very well mean the difference between life and death. The priest must have recognized that Wang Yan and his group's slowing aura could persist for an extended period. If they didn't seize the opportunity to flee during the purification's duration, they likely wouldn't get another chance. With the warrior already dead, facing an invisible enemy, even a high-level mage and priest were nothing more than fish to be slaughtered. Spotting the priest's escape, the cloaked Chen Yuan immediately gave chase. Though clad in heavy armor, the 60% movement speed boost from his stealth aura allowed him to outpace even a cheetah. Soon, Chen Yuan caught up to the fleeing priest. Raising his greatsword, he unleashed several slashes of sword energy, easily ending the priest's life. At the same moment, Sumushu summoned a dark mass from the heavens, crashing it down upon the last remaining mage. Though the mage sensed the danger, his movement speed was slowed by 90%, rendering him as sluggish as a snail. He could only watch helplessly as the black meteorite from the sky slammed down. 86,731. A terrifying damage number exploded on the screen. The mage was instantly killed, crushed into a pulp. With all 3 dead, Wang Yan dispelled his stealth aura. The equipment from the 3 professionals fell to the ground. Killing professionals yields no rewards. Moreover, items stored in their inventory spaces wouldn't drop, only the gear they were wearing would fall. This explained why the 3 professionals hadn't attacked immediately, instead forcing Wang Yan and his companions to surrender their supplies. Wang Yan walked over to inspect the gear. It was decent quality, mostly silver-grade equipment with a few bronze pieces mixed in. He stowed all the gear into his storage ring. This equipment should fetch a very decent price. Turning back, Wang Yan noticed something was off with Chen Yuan and Sumushu. Their faces had gone slightly pale. What's wrong with you two? The moment the words left his mouth, he realized what had happened. Each of them had just personally killed someone. The corpses of adventurers didn't vanish like monster remains, they remained on the ground until devoured by beasts or decomposed by microorganisms. The priest had been sliced into several pieces by Chen Yuan's sword chi. The warrior had his neck snapped clean off by Dragon's Fang. As for the mage, he suffered the worst fate, crushed into pulp by the meteorite summoned by Su Mushue. Killing for the first time feels a bit strange, huh? Though the combat instructors at the academy had drilled it into them countless times, in the wilderness, one must always be prepared to kill or be killed. But only experiencing it firsthand could truly convey the shock of witnessing a life vanish at one's hands. Wang Yan felt nothing, perhaps because he hadn't pulled the trigger himself. Even if he had to do it himself, he wouldn't hesitate for a second. When the enemy came to rob and kill, did he expect to reform them? Wang Yan asked the two with concern. How about we find a place to rest for a while? Chen Yuan exhaled deeply. It's fine. I've already adjusted. We were bound to go through this sooner or later anyway. Su Mushua's expression softened slightly. Let's keep going. Wang Yan nodded, walked over to Bloodfang, and patted its head. Good work. Though only level 7, Bloodfang already showed glimpses of the rapid growth potential inherent in a Dark Gold tier mutant boss. While its aura provided a boost, Bloodfang's formidable innate attributes and skills were also formidable in their own right. After a brief rest, the trio pressed deeper into the eastern sector. After the trio departed, Xiaolan materialized, gazing thoughtfully in the direction they had gone. Peach came over and patted his shoulder. Xiaolan, what are you spacing out about? Xiaolan remained silent for a moment before speaking. That kid's stealth aura actually nullified the purification spell, and it was a group stealth effect. Even as an epic tier professional, Xiaolan couldn't claim his stealth would completely bypass the priest's purification spell. Even though he outleveled the opponent, if hit by that purification spell, it would still reveal him for at least half a second. You're right, Peach. That kid's no ordinary opponent. Chapter 61, Perfect Wipe. After wiping the enemy team, Wang Yan activated his frequency conversion ring, resetting the aura's efficiency back to 20%. Old Wang, what was up with your aura just now? Chen Yuan hadn't intended to ask. He knew Wang Yan needed to keep certain matters confidential for some reason. But once his curiosity kicked in, it felt like a cat scratching at his insides. He desperately wanted to know what had caused Wang Yan's aura bonus to suddenly skyrocket. That was a 600% boost and 60% holy damage conversion. If word got out that an aura master with such enhancements existed, it would likely become a major sensation. After Chen Yuan asked, Su Mushue also turned to look at Wang Yan, clearly just as curious. Wang Yan gave the two curious souls a helpless look. It's just one of my skills. It temporarily boosts the effects of my aura buffs. It wasn't that Wang Yan didn't want to tell them. Firstly, Liang Tian had repeatedly warned him not to reveal his full strength. Second, Liang Tian had warned that if anyone discovered his connection to the extreme cold mausoleum, countless assassins worldwide would hunt him down. Thus, Wang Yan had no choice but to spin a white lie. This skill has a long cooldown. It'll probably be a while before I can use it again. Shen Yuan and Su Mushue both exchanged envious glances. Old Wang, your skill is just too powerful. Even within the same class, different players could awaken distinct skills. For instance, two level 30 fire mages might each awaken distinct fire skills at level 30. Another might awaken a wide area but lower damage fire skill at level 30, a flame rain. If a player's skill combination is particularly powerful, it's commonly said that their skill strength is good. Of course, besides natural awakening, there's another way to obtain skills, skill books. However, low-level skill books are mostly worthless. High-tier skill books are extremely rare and expensive, typically only dropped by bosses. Players below the Dark Gold tier generally needn't concern themselves with skill books, as few worthwhile ones exist below that level. We're about to enter the monster dense zone. Let's get ready. Wang Yan quickly changed the subject. The other two nodded solemnly. This was a troop of goblins engaged in logging. The goblin foreman, his axe tucked at his waist, surveyed the 20-odd woodcutters around him. The goblin lumberjacks dared not slack off, hacking away at the trees with all their might. The slightest sign of slacking earned them a swift lash from the whip. Besides the 20-odd goblin lumberjacks and their captain, 10 combat-trained goblins were present. They patrol the perimeter, driving away any beasts that accidentally wander into this area. Wah! The goblin foreman spotted a lumberjack moving too slowly and swiftly cracked his whip, lashing it across the worker's back. A shallow bloody gash appeared on the woodcutter's skin, followed by a piercing cry of pain. It perked up immediately, swinging its axe faster. The goblin sergeant babbled incessantly, seemingly cursing under his breath. Suddenly, the goblin squad leader heard a whistling sound cutting through the air. Turning its head, it saw a crimson figure hurtling toward it, already within striking distance. By the time the goblin squad leader recognized it as a massive crocodile, its body was already clamped in the creature's jaws. The crimson crocodile executed a deadly roll, instantly tearing the goblin captain to shreds. The dying goblin captain drew the curved blade at his waist, attempting a final act of resistance. He swung the blade with all his might, aiming for the red crocodile's head and bringing it down with a single, powerful strike. 2716. A flimsy damage number appeared. Terror flashed in the goblin captain's eyes. This was merely a level 10 crocodile. How could his strike deal so little damage? The red crocodile bore a fresh wound, but such minor damage was mere rain on its massive health pool of over 40,000. Not only did the goblin squad leader's strike fail to wound the crocodile, it only served to enrage it. The crimson crocodile let out a roar like the dragon's cry. The roar made every goblin present feel their legs go weak. Fear seemed to be an instinct hardwired into their very genes, and for a moment, they felt an overwhelming urge to flee. Suddenly, the red crocodile unleashed a torrent of scorching dragon's breath, reducing the dying goblin sergeant to ashes. After incinerating the goblin foreman, its breath continued unabated, turning to engulf the surrounding goblin lumberjacks. Instantly, several more goblin lumberjacks were burned alive by the dragon's breath. Only then did the remaining goblin warriors recover from the terror of the dragon's roar. They drew their weapons, shouting as they prepared to surround the crocodile that had dared to invade their camp. Just as they charged toward the crocodile, several dark moon blades suddenly appeared in the void, accompanied by countless sword energies, all flying toward them. A human mage and a human warrior revealed themselves. A second red crocodile, slightly smaller than the first, joined the fray. Bites, dragon breath. In an instant, the goblin squad suffered heavy casualties. Rabba, raw. The remaining goblins' faces twisted with terror as they turned to flee. Yet the next instant, they found their movement drastically slowed, each step becoming an agonizing struggle. The 2 men and 2 crocodiles charged forward, launching a massacre against the remaining goblins. With their will to fight utterly shattered, the goblins focused solely on fleeing for their lives, abandoning any thought of resistance. Their cowardice cost them their last chance. Had they fought back, they might have put some pressure on their opponents. But now, with escape the sole thought in their minds, they had become sitting ducks. A goblin thrower struggled to crawl to the corpse of the goblin captain, picking up the horn at his waist. Woo! A low yet piercing horn blast echoed through the air. Goblins have sounded the distress horn. More goblins are rushing this way. The goblin warrior fulfilled its mission only to be instantly obliterated by a dark energy orb. In less than 2 minutes, the entire goblin force numbering over 30 was wiped out. That was way too easy, huh? Chen Yuan swung his greatsword, flicking blood from its blade, his face relaxed. Wang Yan pulled a box of herbal ointment from his backpack, intending to apply it to Bloodfang. He had seen the goblin's head take a blow earlier. Their party lacked a healing class, so they relied on herbal ointment to accelerate wound recovery. But when Wang Yan approached Bloodtooth, he discovered the wound on its head had already completely healed. Its health had also returned to full. Wang Yan paused in surprise. Is this what a dark gold tier pet from a boss template is like? This recovery ability was simply too godlike. Chapter 62, The Goblin Mage Appears. Bloodfang swished its tail, eyes gleaming with excitement. It let out a low growl, urging its master to keep moving forward. Clearly, it hadn't had its fill of killing yet. Perhaps it was the inherent cruelty of the blood crocodile species, a creature craving slaughter. Bloodtooth's obsession and craving for combat far surpassed that of ordinary creatures. Wang Yan pulled a large piece of jerky from his backpack and fed it into Bloodtooth's mouth. Bloodfang caught it in one bite and swallowed it whole, transmitting a wave of joy to Wang Yan's mind. It rubbed against his hand, its tail tip wagging rapidly like a puppy's. Through relentless combat, and with Wang Yan allocating all experience points to Bloodfang, it had now reached level 11. Chen Yuan's dragon blood crocodile had also reached level 7, gaining some combat capability. Su Mushue approached and said to the two of them, "Those goblins seemed to use a horn to summon reinforcements earlier. Should we continue?" The number of goblins summoned by the horn would likely be substantial, barring any surprises. Wang Yan quipped, "Of course we continue. We're barely a 5-man party now." The combat prowess displayed by the 2 dragonblood crocodiles was no less than that of similarly leveled adventurers, and perhaps even stronger. Combined with Wang Yan's aura buffs, their combat prowess was not to be underestimated. To be safe, Wang Yan activated his stealth aura first. The goblin camp lay at the border between the second and first zones, to the east of their current position. Wang Yan surmised their reinforcements would also arrive from the east. Thus, he led the group eastward, actively seeking out the approaching goblin reinforcements. With the 2 dragonblood crocodiles now serving as vanguards, Chen Yuan and Su Mushue could stand safely in the rear and unleash their attacks without restraint. Both dragonblood crocodiles proved exceptionally resilient, especially Wang Yan's Bloodfang. Despite being only level 11, it already possessed over 50,000 HP. Consider that a level 20 boss, the Goblin Chieftain, only had around 80,000 HP. Of course, this was partly due to the Goblin Chieftain being an agility-type boss. But what was truly terrifying was that these 2 dragonblood crocodiles, as thick-skinned, power-type bosses, possessed both a ranged attack dragon breath and a charged skill bite. This made them somewhat unfair compared to other bosses. The trio, accompanied by the 2 dragonblood crocodiles, pressed eastward. Barely 2 minutes into their journey, they spotted dozens of figures hurrying through the distant woods. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a large contingent of goblins. "Let's flank them from the side," Wang Yan suggested. They had the advantage of stealth, allowing them to assess the enemy's situation first. Soon, the trio reached the flank of the goblin force. They discovered that this time, the goblin force contained no relatively weak goblin lumberjacks, only combat classes. A rough count revealed the group numbered around 50 goblins. Most were around level 25, and they spotted a new unit type, Goblin Javelin Thrower. Goblin Javelin Thrower bronze level 26, mid-range damage dealer, slow attack speed but high damage output. This Goblin's Javelin Thrower was one level higher than the Goblin's Archers, clearly posing a greater threat. Beyond that, one Goblin stood out distinctly within the ranks. This Goblin had a different skin tone while ordinary Goblins had dark green skin, his was white. It wore a beastskin cloak and carried a staff inlaid with crystal cores. The surrounding Goblins seemed to deliberately protect it, keeping it positioned at the center of the group. Goblin Mage bronze level 27, an extremely rare Goblin possessing spellcasting abilities. Its magical skills are limited but potent. Goblin warriors cleared the path ahead while surveying the surroundings. Clearly, they were searching for Wang Yan and his companions, yet they never imagined the group was lurking right beside them. Looks like this Goblin Mage is the biggest threat, Wang Yan remarked. Even from their positioning alone, it was clear this Goblin Mage was the absolute core of their group. Su Muxue nodded in agreement. If we don't take him out, the upcoming battles could get pretty messy. Goblin Mages are also documented in common monster compendiums. Goblin Mages are typically fire elementalists, and they only know one spell, Exploding Fireball. This involves summoning a large fireball that crashes into enemies, exploding upon impact to deal area of effect damage. Don't underestimate this Goblin Mage's single move, it's a prime example of one trick, one master. Their exploding fireball not only possesses tracking capabilities but also packs immense power, delivering far greater damage than other monsters of the same level. If not prioritized, even Bloodfawn might struggle to withstand its damage. It truly is the Goblin's undisputed mobile artillery. Chen Yuan flicked his hair dramatically and declared with flair. No big deal. Leave it to me. Watch me cloak right up to it and take it down with 2 swings. Su Muxue gave him a speechless look. Chen Yuan, what nonsense are you spouting? Did Wang Yan's aura give you hallucinations? Wang Yan smiled faintly. Don't be impulsive, Chen Yuan. Your damage output is certainly enough to one-shot the Goblin Mage, but how are you going to get out afterward? After Chen Yuan killed the Goblin Mage and revealed himself, dozens of goblins were waiting for him, eyes fixed on him like hungry predators. These weren't the weakling goblin lumberjacks, they were the elite of the goblin race. Chen Yuan suddenly grasped this reality and scratched his head sheepishly. Haha, old Wang's aura is too powerful. It almost made me think I was a god of war myself. If surrounded by dozens of goblins at once, even a dragon blood crocodile of the same level wouldn't fare well, let alone Chen Yuan. So what do we do now? Chen Yuan surveyed the goblin squad before him. Their numbers were limited, and defeating these foes seemed quite challenging. Wang Yan stared at the goblin squad, lost in thought. Should they abandon this goblin squad? Experience points could be gained gradually, but once your life was gone, it was truly gone. At the same time, the Goblin Mage was also deep in thought. He had clearly heard the horn of one of his kind sounded nearby, yet despite rushing his troops over swiftly, there was no sign of the enemy. To locate the enemy, it had ordered the troops to spread out as much as possible, yet still found nothing. Years of goblin logging had left the forest here sparse and open. It couldn't fathom where the enemies could possibly be hiding now. Wang Yan pondered for a moment, then his eyes lit up as he exclaimed. Hey, I've got an idea. Chen Yuan asked excitedly. What is it, old Wang? There are too many monsters this time. We can't go head-on. We need to fight while retreating. Wang Yan glanced at Bloodfang. In his plan, the creature was the key to taking down the Goblin Mage. Chapter 63, Bloodfang's Ambush. Under Wang Yan's command, Bloodfang entered stealth mode and began advancing toward the Goblin Mage. As a dragon blood crocodile, Bloodfang's crawling speed on land wasn't particularly fast. Fortunately, the goblin squad had spread out while searching for enemy traces. Though over a dozen goblin warriors still surrounded the Goblin Mage, the gaps between them were now wide enough for Bloodfang to slip through. Under the tense gaze of Wang Yan and the others, Bloodtooth moved cautiously, stopping frequently to avoid the surrounding goblins and prevent them from bumping into it and giving away its position. After nearly a minute, Bloodfang finally crawled behind the Goblin Mage. The Goblin Mage remained utterly unaware, wand in hand, scanning the area with a solemn expression. Bloodfang stood behind the Goblin Mage, waiting for his master's command. Wang Yan and the others seized this opportunity to swiftly approach the goblin group. Once they were ready, Wang Yan mentally commanded Bloodfang to strike. Bloodfang suddenly lunged forward, biting down on the Goblin Mage's wand-holding hand. With a deadly roll, it tore the hand clean off. Wah! The Goblin Mage let out a piercing scream as the staff clattered to the ground. Bloodfang didn't pause. After biting off the Goblin Mage's hand, it immediately unleashed a dragon's breath, incinerating the Goblin Mage into ashes. Before the Goblin Mage could even comprehend what had happened, Bloodfang had instantly killed him. Walala! The surrounding goblins finally noticed that a massive red crocodile had somehow infiltrated the center of their group. Their absolute core, the Goblin Mage, had just met his end in its jaws. Rabalava! The goblins roared with fury and charged toward Bloodfang. Bloodtooth unleashed a dragon's breath, instantly incinerating two nearby goblin warriors. Just as it seemed about to be surrounded, Bloodfang suddenly unleashed its bite skill on a goblin at the edge of the group. At level 1, Bloodfang's pounce skill had a range of only about 5 meters. But as its level rapidly climbed to 11, it could now lunge up to 16 meters. Like a crimson bolt of lightning, Bloodfang leapt forward. He knocked down a peripheral goblin spearman, unleashing a dragon's breath that incinerated half its body to ash. All the goblins stared in stunned silence, likely having never seen a crocodile with such incredible jumping ability in their lives. After using its pounce skill to break free from the encirclement, Bloodtooth showed no interest in lingering. It swiftly killed the goblin spearman beneath it and immediately took off running. Though its stealth was broken, the movement speed bonus from the stealth aura remained. For a moment, the normally slow-moving dragon-blood crocodile actually matched stride with the goblins on level ground. For a moment, the goblins struggled to keep pace with Bloodfang's frantic escape. Feeling toyed with, the goblins grew even more enraged, relentlessly pursuing Bloodfang. Goblin archers fired several arrows from a distance, but their aim was decidedly poor. Occasionally, 1 or 2 arrows struck Bloodfang, but the damage was negligible, posing little threat to it. The goblin spearman's range was too short, leaving them to chase after Bloodfang in frustration. However, Bloodfang's movement speed wasn't particularly fast. If they kept chasing like this, they would eventually catch up to him. Just as all the goblins were relentlessly pursuing the Bloodfang, Sumushuet, Chen Yuan, and Xiaohei suddenly appeared. Chen Yuan swung his greatsword relentlessly, unleashing several sword chi strikes that cut down the leading goblins one by one. Sumushuet unleashed Dark Moon magic, bombarding the frontline goblins with a barrage of spells. Though Xiaohei was only level 7, under the buffs of Wang Yan's damage aura and holy damage aura, its dragon breath could deal nearly 10,000 damage per second. Though its grade fell short of Bloodfang's, it was still a golden grade pet beast. The sudden appearance of the 2 players and the crocodile caught the frontline goblins completely off guard, instantly felling 7 or 8 of them. Bloodfang seized this moment to escape a considerable distance. The frontline goblin warriors, spotting the new threats, charged toward Chen Yuan and Sumushuet. Wang Yan's slow aura activated just in time, instantly reducing the goblin warriors' movement speed to that of snails. Chen Yuan, Sumushuet, and Xiaohei seized the opportunity to eliminate another 7 or 8 goblins. As frontline units, the goblin warriors possessed no ranged attack capabilities. Trapped within the slowing aura's grasp, they could only helplessly watch as a torrent of magic, sword chi, and dragon breath descended upon them like a violent storm. Meanwhile, the goblin archers and spearmen were also hindered by the sluggish aura, unable to provide timely backup. After eliminating over a dozen frontline goblins, Chen Yuan and Su Mushua did not linger in battle, swiftly retreating. About 8 seconds later, the group reactivated their stealth. Upon realizing Chen Yuan's group could cloak, the goblins instinctively clustered together to tighten their formation. However, Wang Yan's slow aura restricted their movement speed. Their formation, already somewhat scattered, now struggled to regroup. Once cloaked, Chen Yuan and his team became hunters lurking in the shadows. Under Wang Yan's command, they consistently targeted the weakest points in the goblin formations. After eliminating several goblins, they swiftly retreated, biding their time until the next stealth phase, never overreaching for glory. Thus, under the dual constraints of the stealth aura and the slow aura, the goblin squad was gradually whittled down by Chen Yuan and his companions, utterly powerless to retaliate. With Xiaohei and Bloodtooth serving as mobile blood banks at the front, absorbing damage, Chen Yuan and Su Mushue enjoyed a relatively safer environment for their attacks. Soon, the once massive goblin horde was whittled down to a mere dozen or so survivors. The concealed group held nothing back, charging in mass. After a fierce skirmish, the battle was swiftly concluded. Wow, what a haul! Chen Yuan burst into laughter at the sight of the gear scattered across the ground. The experience points from the level 25 monsters were substantial, allowing both of them to level up to 18 simultaneously. They were now almost catching up to Wang Yan's level. Of course, this was also because Wang Yan had distributed all the experience points to Bloodtooth. Bloodtooth's level shot up like a rocket, reaching level 13 at this point. At level 13, Bloodfang was already a full 2 meters long, appearing as a colossal beast. Wang Yan picked up all the gear scattered on the ground. This goblin squad encounter yielded 8 white tier items and 1 bronze tier item. Beyond that, there was a substantial amount of materials. Since humanoid monsters like goblins often equipped homemade weapons and armor, their corpses yielded substantial quantities of materials like wood, metal, and leather. These materials could be used by blacksmiths and alchemists to craft all manner of items. Chapter 64, An Old Acquaintance. Among monster materials, the most crucial are the crystal cores dropped upon slaying creatures. These energy-filled magical cores possess greater potency the higher the monster's level and strength. Within Tianquo City's power plant, numerous generators utilize monster crystal cores as their energy source. These crystals serve not only as energy reserves but also as vital materials for crafting equipment and brewing potions. However, since Wang Yan and his 2 companions were combat-oriented classes, they had no need for such materials. Therefore, they could only sell these materials at the supply station. We might just break another sales record today. Chen Yuan chuckled. Yesterday's news of them selling resources worth 90,000 credits at the supply station had spread across the campus forum and even trended on the hot search list. In an instant, Chen Yuan, like Su Muxue, became a prominent figure on the campus forum. Many believed his abilities were likely on par with Su Muxue's. Su Muxue shook her head. I think we should keep a low profile. Didn't we just attract 3 robbers earlier? As the saying goes, fame brings trouble. Those 3 robbers were clearly targeting Wang Yan and his group. They might have been tracking Wang Yan and the others since the moment they reached the outskirts of the Shadow Forest. Chen Yuan laughed heartily. No worries. We've still got old Wan's invisibility aura. If we can't fight them, we can always run. As the 3 chatted, a piercing screech suddenly pierced the air. Wang Yan recognized the sound immediately. Looking up, they saw a red firework bursting in the sky not far above them. After the explosion, it slowly turned green. A cloud of green smoke then drifted in the air, lingering for a long time. This firework was clearly specially made. It stood out even in broad daylight. It's a distress signal, Wang Yan said. And it looks like it's from our school. After the awakening ceremony, many newly awakened combat-oriented students would join the battle. To prevent students from being ill-prepared, most schools distribute basic combat supplies. These supplies included hemostatic ointments and wound-healing herbal creams, maps of major wilderness areas, magic core-powered compasses, and so on. Among these supplies were signal flares for emergency rescue calls. These signal flares are essentially specialized fireworks. They emit a piercing shriek and, upon detonation, leave a persistent cloud of smoke in the sky as a distress signal. If sentries or patrol squads are nearby, they will rush to the rescue upon sighting the fireworks. Chen Yuan remarked. This godforsaken place is so far from any supply station. Where would sentries even come from? What the hell are these people doing? Wang Yan was genuinely surprised that, besides them, other students from Tianshui City dared to venture here. If the others were newly awakened professionals like them, their audacity was staggering. Looks like they're in serious trouble. Let's go check it out. Their signal flares were red turning green, and the smoke was green too. This was the unique color assigned to Tianshui No. 1 Middle School. Each secondary school in Tianshui used a distinct signal flare color. This practice was actually meant to encourage mutual assistance among students from the same school. Considering they were fellow alumni, Wang Yan didn't want to just leave them hanging. Yeah, let's go check it out. Su Muxue agreed. About 500 meters away from Wang Yan and the others, 3 adventurers, 2 men and a woman, were frantically fleeing. Behind them, a goblin squad was relentlessly pursuing. Damn it, why is there a goblin squad here? The warrior leading the pack gasped for breath, his face drained of color. His lungs felt like they were about to burst, his stamina nearly depleted. Help! I don't want to die here. The girl's voice trembled with a hint of tears. She swung her staff, conjuring a wall of ice to slow the goblins' advance. But these goblins weren't fools. They simply bypassed the ice wall and continued chasing after the group. The priest beside the girl cursed under his breath. You idiot! An ice wall is meant to block attacks, not stop pursuers. Calm the hell down. Wasting your mana like this will get us all killed. But the girl was now utterly terrified, completely deaf to the words of those around her. In the distance, a goblin spearman closed in, hurling his spear directly at the girl. This goblin spearman was a full 26 levels, while the girl was only 13. If struck by that spear, she would die without a doubt. The girl, clearly petrified with fear, stood frozen in place, her face drained of color. The priest swiftly cast a light shield, deflecting the attack of the girl. The shield shattered, and the spear was deflected. Though the blow was successfully blocked, the priest's expression darkened. Damn it, my mana is almost depleted. During the chase, he had expended too much magic protecting his comrades, and now his reserves were nearly depleted. Although he possessed items that could slowly restore his magic, they were useless in the heat of battle. Hearing the priest's words, the warrior's face twisted with a mix of reluctance and despair. Are we really going to die here today? The warrior's voice was thick with regret. I should have brought a sparring partner. I'm such an idiot. As the band of goblins closed in, the trio's faces turned ashen, their expressions frozen in utter despair. Just then, 2 crimson figures flashed past them like lightning. Moments later, they recognized them as 2 crimson crocodiles. One was larger, its blood-red skin patterned with venomous black markings like a snake's. The smaller one was entirely blood red, without a single speck of other color. The scales of both crocodiles reflected a metallic sheen in the sunlight, gleaming brilliantly. They plunged into the goblin ranks, unleashing bites, dragon breath, and death rolls in rapid succession. In an instant, they routed the goblin squad. As the trio watched in horror, 2 figures burst forth. Swords flashed and dark moon blades danced, sending goblins tumbling to the ground. Within mere seconds, the entire goblin squad was wiped out. The trio stared in disbelief. The goblin squad that had just chased them to the brink of death had been so easily wiped out? Jin Lu, Zhang Yueqi, what are you doing here? A familiar voice called out from behind them. Turning, they recognized Wang Yan. The two figures who had rushed out to save them earlier were none other than Su Muxue and Chen Yuan. Wang Yan frowned as he looked at the three before him. Two of them were old acquaintances, Zhang Yueqi and Jin Lu. As for the person clad in priest gear, Wang Yan didn't recognize them. Chapter 65, The 90,000 Yuan Challenge. Jin Lu and the others also recognized Wang Yan and his companions. Zhang Yueqi and Jin Lu wore complex expressions. They never imagined that it would be Wang Yan and his companions who saved them at this critical moment. Jin Lu and Zhang Yueqi stared at the trio in utter shock. They had actually taken down a goblin squad with an average level of around 25 so effortlessly? Could it be that their levels had already climbed into the high 20s? And where on earth did those two absurdly powerful red crocodiles come from? Judging by their combat prowess, those red crocodiles must be at least silver-grade pets, right? A flood of questions surged through their minds. The priest, however, wore a look of relief as he addressed the trio. Thank you all for coming to our rescue. It's fortunate you arrived in time, otherwise we'd be in serious trouble today. But soon, the priest noticed something amiss. Wait, you're Su Muxue? He recognized Su Muxue immediately, as she was quite a notable figure at Tianshui No. 1 High School. Not only did she excel academically, but she also possessed exquisite, adorable features, making her a goddess-like figure in the eyes of many boys at Tianshui No. 1 High School. Which means you two are Chen Yuan and Wang Yan. The pastor realized that these three standing before him were none other than the 90,000 trio who had caused such a stir on the school forum yesterday. The story of how they'd formed a trio and recovered nearly 90,000 yuan worth of resources from the supply station had already spread like wildfire across the entire school forum. Many students at Tianshui No. 1 High School came from wealthy families, so 90,000 yuan might not seem like much to them. But to secure resources worth 90,000 yuan just one day after completing their awakening? That was an absolute testament to raw power. Among all awakened professionals in recent years, this stands as the highest record. Many were speculating how they managed it. Some speculated that Chen Yuan's wealthy family had procured him a set of powerful beginner gear. Others speculated that Su Muxue's true strength far exceeded common expectations, making her the strongest among the three rare professions this time. In short, while opinions varied, almost no one considered Wang Yan as a possible explanation. Everyone seemed to harbor an innate bias against the Halo Master class, perceived as weak in the early stages. Moreover, in the eyes of the crowd, if Wang Yan truly possessed remarkable strength, he should have stepped forward to prove himself amidst all the criticism and scrutiny. But since Wang Yan hadn't stepped forward, it indirectly suggested his abilities were lacking. Many did envy Wang Yan, though envious that he could gain experience alongside two powerhouses like Chen Yuan and Su Muxue. Su Muxue didn't recognize the priest before her, but Chen Yuan did. You're Zhang Shengyi? Upon hearing the name, Wang Yan and Su Muxue finally understood. So this boy before them was Zhang Shengyi, one of the three major awakened professions at Tianshui City Middle School this year, the Holy Light Priest. That's right, it's me. Zhang Shengyi nodded. He had been quite enthusiastic at first, but after recognizing Wang Yan and the others, his expression suddenly turned awkward for some reason. Zhang Shengyi hadn't been particularly notable at school. His academic and athletic achievements were average, showing no signs of exceptional talent. But on the day of the awakening, he successfully awakened the rare class Holy Light Priest. This instantly catapulted him into campus fame, earning him considerable admiration. Holy Light Priest was an exceptionally powerful rare support class, capable of both enhancing and protecting allies while possessing considerable combat prowess itself. This was because Holy Light Priests could manipulate light magic to attack enemies. Wang Yan recalled how Su Muqing, the Holy Light Priest assigned to protect him in the Frozen Tomb dungeon, had unleashed a Holy Hammer spell whose destructive power rivaled that of an elemental mage specializing in damage output. Moreover, the Holy Light Priest's protective and buffing abilities far surpassed those of ordinary priests. Shortly after the awakening ceremony concluded, bored individuals on the school forum began ranking the strength of this year's awakened classes. Zhang Shengyi, a Holy Light Priest, was ranked first. Chen Yuan asked curiously, "Hey, why are there only 3 of you? Where's your sparring partner, Jin Lu?" Though Chen Yuan's tone wasn't meant to be mocking, Jin Lu felt a pang of resentment at the question. He felt annoyed, but since Chen Yuan and the others had just saved them, he couldn't really vent his frustration. Suddenly remembering something, Chen Yuan chuckled. "You guys aren't seriously planning to enter that challenge, are you?" Ha ha. Wang Yan and Su Muxue both looked utterly bewildered. Wang Yan asked, "What challenge?" Chen Yuan replied, "Seriously, Wang? Don't you ever browse the web? Didn't someone post about us salvaging all those resources at the supply station yesterday on the school forum?" Wang Yan nodded. He'd only learned about it today while chatting with Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan continued. "Then some trouble-loving onlookers claimed our record at Tianshui No. 1 High School is absolutely unprecedented and unmatched, no one could ever replicate it. Then tons of people replied, refusing to accept it. They said they'd form a trio to challenge our 90,000 yuan record, starting at 90,000 yuan challenge. After hearing Chen Yuan's explanation, Jin Lu and the others flushed red, their expressions turning awkward. Chen Yuan was right. Zhang Xingyi had approached Jin Lu to form a trio precisely to prove his own worth. In his mind, how could the combined forces of two rare professions among Tianshui's top 3 professions possibly be outmatched by a single Su Mushui? Yet here they were, chased to the brink of death by a goblin squad, nearly losing their lives, only to be saved at the last moment by Su Mushui and her team. It felt like a slap in the face. However, Zhang Xingyi glanced at the 2 red crocodiles lying subdued at the trio's feet, and his mood lifted slightly. No wonder they'd been so formidable yesterday. They had 2 powerful beast companions assisting them. He addressed the trio. Well, I suppose I overestimated myself. I didn't realize you had such formidable pets. Looks like I won't be breaking that record after all. Zhang Xingyi's words seemed humble, yet carried a hint of bitterness. Chen Yuan and the others didn't seem to mind, though. Chen Yuan chuckled. Ha, what can you do? We just got lucky. It's only a record, don't sweat it. But you guys are pretty bold, venturing into the eastern sector of the first zone as a trio. This area borders the second zone, you'd better be careful. Zhang Xingyi's expression darkened at this remark. What? By that logic, if you, Chen Yuan, can come here, why can't we? But recalling the glaring disparity in strength displayed by the other party when they took down the goblin squad, Zhang Xingyi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Jiang Yueqi gasped in surprise. What? This is the eastern sector? Chapter 66, The Secret Passage. What? This is the East District? Shouldn't this be the Southeast District? Jiang Yueqi pulled out the map, her face filled with confusion. Wang Yan beside her was starting to lose his cool. When he first heard Chen Yuan mention the 90,000 yuan challenge, he already thought these people were bored out of their minds, looking for trouble where none existed. But Jiang Yueqi's remark left him utterly speechless. After all this, they couldn't even read a map correctly? To prepare for situations where digital maps might fail, all combat professionals were required to master the most basic use of paper maps, hardly an advanced skill. These 3 couldn't even read a map, yet they dared to team up and venture into the Shadow Forest. Who knew if they were here to level up or court death? Wang Yan sighed and said, Take out your compass. From your current position, head about 170 degrees for another 800 to 900 meters. That should put you in the southeast sector. Jin Lu and the others instantly turned beet red. Zhang Xingyi cleared his throat and murmured a barely audible thanks. Then he turned and yelled at Jin Lu. Look at the ING people you brought along. They scream at the first sign of danger, don't know how to use their skills, and can't even read a damn map straight. When we get back to the supply station, tell her to get lost. Or don't bother asking me to team up with you again. Jin Lu had only agreed to form a trio with Zhang Yueqi and Jin Lu because she was an ice mage. After all, ice mages were considered one of the stronger classes among mages. But now, Zhang Yueqi, the one responsible for map reading, had nearly gotten all 3 of them killed. In that moment, Zhang Xingyi unleashed all his pent-up frustration on Zhang Yueqi. Zhang Yueqi was berated relentlessly, her eyes misting over as she looked at Jin Lu pitifully. Jin Lu sighed and said helplessly, You'll have to find your own team when you get back. Zhang Yueqi's eyes flashed with despair. She knew she'd been abandoned. She had thought she could climb onto the 2 big trees of Jin Lu and Zhang Xingyi, but in the blink of an eye, all her illusions had shattered. Zhang Xingyi turned with a dark expression, forcing a smile at Wang Yan and the others. Thanks for your help earlier. I'll treat you guys to a meal sometime. I'm heading back to the supply station first. Wang Yan waved his hand dismissively. It was nothing. We're all alumni here, helping each other out is only natural. Zhang Xingyi turned to leave. Jin Lu glanced at Wang Yan and the others, opening his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Just as Jin Lu was about to turn away, Wang Yan spoke up. If you're heading back to the supply station, it's best to walk in the 220-degree direction. After about 1,200 meters, you'll come across a small stream that crosses between the outer perimeter and the first zone. You can use that as a landmark. Jin Lu felt his face flush hot, wishing he could vanish into a hole. He knew Wang Yan meant well, but to need someone else to point out such a basic detail. If word got out about this, where would he hide his face? Wang Yan's words stung worse than a slap across the face. He dared not look up at the 3 of them again, silently turning to leave. Zhang Yueqi approached Chen Yuan with tear-filled eyes, her voice trembling slightly as she said, Chen Yuan, I've actually been meaning to apologize to you. Chen Yuan cut her off immediately. Cut it out. Don't give me that. Have you forgotten how you acted back then? This is just how I am. If you don't accept my brother, you don't accept me. You can go wherever you want. We're done for good. Chen Yuan's expressionless face and cold gaze made Zhang Yueqi feel utterly unfamiliar. Wang Yan tried to persuade her. You should hurry up and catch up with Zhang Xingyi and the others. If you get into trouble alone later, it'll be a real mess. Hearing this, Zhang Yueqi felt utterly defeated. Now she had managed to alienate both sides. Jin Lu had abandoned her, and Wang Yan's side wouldn't accept her either. After these past 2 days, most newly awakened professional teams had solidified their lineups. Finding another good team in the coming days would likely prove far more difficult. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, said nothing more, and hurriedly turned to catch up with Jiang Xingyi and the others. After Jiang Yueqi and the others had left, Chen Yuan shook his head. Sigh, I must have been blind back then. How could I have fallen for such a materialistic woman? Wang Yan said. Actually, yesterday was partly my fault too. But Chen Yuan cut him off. What's your fault, old Wang? If it weren't for you, I might never have seen her true colors. Enough about her. Talking about it just makes me furious. As the two were talking, Su Mushui approached mysteriously, pulled out a parchment, and said, Guess what I found? Chen Yuan's eyes lit up at the sight of the parchment in Su Mushui's hands. Holy crap, don't tell me it's another treasure map? Su Mushui chuckled. As if I have that many treasure maps. But it's still something pretty cool. Wang Yan and Chen Yuan took the parchment and saw it was a rather crude map. Titled Secret Passage to the Goblin Camp, this crude parchment was actually a silver grade item. This dropped from those goblins earlier. I grabbed it the moment I saw it. Su Mushui explained. Jean Lu and the others were there, so I didn't mention it. No wonder Wang Yan and Chen Yuan hadn't noticed it. Su Mushui had quietly picked it up when no one was looking. The two studied the map for a while and discovered it marked a secret passage that could be used to safely enter the goblin camp. This passage was located within a mine at the rear of the goblin camp. Originally, the goblins had carved this passage for mining purposes. Later, as the minerals within were depleted, the mine was abandoned, leaving the passage behind. Since the entrance was naturally protected by a thicket of thorns, the goblins never bothered to seal it off. Chen Yuan exclaimed with delight. So we can sneak into the goblin camp through this passageway. All three of them perked up at once. Wang Yan remarked. But there's bound to be a boss in the goblin camp. Getting in might be easy, but we might not come out with anything worthwhile. He'd heard the goblin chieftain was around level 28, already quite close to the silver rank. Although the team's current strength was fairly solid, Chen Yuan and Su Mushui were only level 18. Facing the goblin chief meant a full 10-level gap. Even a single casual attack from the goblin chieftain could likely wipe them out. Here's what we'll do. We'll activate our stealth aura and scout it out first. Chapter 67, Goblin Camp and Goblin Chieftain. Since Wang Yan and the others arrived late, they didn't head to the Shadowwood Forest together until after 2 p.m. By now, the sky had gradually grown dark. Wang Yan checked the time. It was already 5 p.m. Nightfall was imminent, and they had to return to the supply station or the city before darkness set in. Fortunately, the secret passage blueprint roughly marked the location of the goblin camp. Wang Yan immediately activated his invisibility aura and stealthily made his way through. Whenever they encountered a goblin patrol, they would eliminate them on the spot. As they repeatedly clashed with these goblin monsters, they grew increasingly adept at slaying them. Moreover, the 2 dragon blood crocodiles in their party steadily leveled up, effectively adding 2 extra combatants to their force. Bloodtooth leveled up the fastest. By the time they approached the goblin camp, Bloodtooth had already reached level 14. Wang Yan consulted the map. The goblin camp was quite strategically positioned. The goblin camp was surrounded by 3 small hills. According to the map's markings, one of them appeared to be an iron ore mine. All the weapons and armor the goblins possessed were forged from iron ore mined from this very mountain. This goblin camp's location already belonged to the second zone. However, given the goblins' strength, they could only find a foothold on the edge of the second zone. Venturing deeper into the heart of Zone 2 would mean encountering more and stronger monsters. As the trio drew nearer to the goblin encampment, they encountered increasingly frequent goblin patrols. Moreover, these patrols contained no goblin lumberjacks tasked with woodcutting. Most were combat-oriented goblin soldiers. Evidently, the goblins understood the principle of not overstepping their boundaries. The closer they got to the camp, the denser the surrounding trees became, showing no signs of being cut down. These goblins seemed to patrol only the perimeter of their camp, guarding against intruders. To avoid drawing too much attention, Wang Yan and his companions ceased hunting the goblin squads. If any goblin sounded a horn nearby, a dozen or more goblin squads would likely surround them in no time. So Wang Yan simply activated his stealth aura and quietly slipped past these patrolling goblin squads. Wang Yan addressed Su Mushui and Chen Yuan. Looking at the map, if we want to avoid detection, it'd be best to head for that mountain. The mountain he pointed to was the abandoned goblin mine. It was the tallest of the 3 mountains encircling the goblin encampment. As the saying goes, high ground offers a clear view. Reaching the summit would grant them a detailed look at the goblin camp's layout. Moreover, being an abandoned mine, it shouldn't have too many goblin guards stationed there. After trekking up the mountain path for over 30 minutes, the trio finally reached the summit. The view before them opened up dramatically. Finding a suitable vantage point, they looked down and indeed saw a vast goblin camp. The goblin settlement appeared roughly the size of a football field. It contained numerous wooden structures, tents, campfires, and a bustling crowd of goblins. Wang Yan and his companions pulled out their binoculars to observe the camp. The goblin camp was built on a vast clearing, with the surrounding trees and weeds meticulously cleared away. They built an exceptionally long defensive line along the edge of the mountain. The walls, constructed from a mixture of wood, stones, and yellow mud, resembled a crude version of the Great Wall. Watchtowers stood roughly every 20 meters along the wall, manned by goblins armed with bows and arrows. Beneath the walls lay numerous wooden palisades, each sharpened into deadly spikes. This makeshift wall appeared quite new, likely constructed only recently. Wang Yan noticed there were no gates at all. The goblins relied solely on wooden ladders and climbing ropes to enter and exit. To storm this goblin camp, a force of at least 30 to 50 men would be required. Fortunately, half of the mine beneath their feet lay within the goblin camp, offering a secret passageway into their territory. The numerous wooden structures within the goblin camp revealed their superior building skills compared to the dog-headed creatures. Though the structures were mostly simple in design, they were still far superior to the ogres' thatched huts. Beyond the residential quarters, the goblin camp featured dedicated areas for smelting iron, butchering beasts, drying jerky, and crafting basic equipment. It was a case of small but fully equipped. Wang Yan estimated the goblin population within the camp alone. There appeared to be 200 to 300 goblins. Adding the patrols outside, the total likely approached 500. Such numbers were beyond what they could handle. Wang Yan spoke up. Looks like having this secret passage map won't help us after all. There are too many goblins, it's not something the three of us can handle. This secret passage could only help them bypass the goblin defenses and enter the camp directly. But once inside, they would likely be surrounded. Chen Yuan and Su Muxue agreed with Wang Yan's assessment. Hundreds of monsters in their 20s? No matter how strong they were, it was impossible. A monster camp of this scale would require at least a team of dozens or even hundreds of gold-tier professionals to stand a chance of taking down this goblin camp. Of course, gold-tier professionals would have no interest in these level 20-something goblins. And among the three of them, only Wang Yan was bronze tier, the other two were complete novices. Su Muxue suggested. Why don't we sell the map to this secret passage? Maybe some large guilds might be interested. Wang Yan replied. I agree. It's useless to us anyway. Just as everyone was feeling regretful, Chen Yuan suddenly let out a startled cry. Look! What's that over there? Wang Yan grabbed the binoculars and scanned the direction Chen Yuan was pointing. A massive goblin emerged from the largest structure in the camp. This goblin was exceptionally tall, standing well over 2 meters tall. Compared to the other, much smaller goblins, it was practically a giant. However, this goblin appeared to be quite old, looking decrepit and frail, covered entirely in white hair. It moved with such sluggishness that one couldn't help but worry it might stumble and fall, never to rise again. Goblin Chieftain Silver Level 30, weakened state 50% to all attributes. This is an extremely weakened goblin lord, long tormented by age and illness, utterly removed from his youthful prime. Wang Yan stared at the Goblin Chieftain's stats, deep in thought. No wonder so many goblins have been out logging lately. It seems the Goblin Chieftain's weakness has forced them to fortify their walls to protect the Goblin tribe. Chapter 68, The Rise and Fall of the Goblin Clan. After Wang Yan voiced his conjecture, Chen Yuan and Su Muxue both wore expressions of sudden understanding. In the Shadowwood Forest, conflicts weren't confined to adventurers and monsters. The various magical beasts and monsters dwelling within the Shadowwood also fought amongst themselves, vying for territory. It wasn't unheard of for certain monster species to be hunted to near extinction by others. It was said that hundreds of years ago, monsters frequently invaded human settlements. However, as humanity's overall strength grew over the years, such incidents became increasingly rare. If Wang Yan recalls correctly, according to the Tianshui City Monster Compendium, this goblin camp situated at the junction of Zone 1 and Zone 2 suddenly emerged 60 years ago. Originally small in scale, this goblin settlement gradually grew in power, with goblins proliferating throughout the eastern part of Zone 1. This development led to the eastern sector being widely regarded as the most dangerous area within Zone 1 of the Shadowwood Forest. Considering the lifespan of goblins, it seemed to align perfectly with the timeframe written on the tree. Wang Yan speculated the story unfolded like this. 50 years ago, an exceptionally powerful young goblin emerged within the goblin race, far surpassing the strength of ordinary goblins. As Wang Yan had just witnessed, this goblin's physique was clearly in a different league from the others. Thus, this goblin naturally became the Goblin Chieftain, leading his people to seize territory and establish goblin camps. They also seized control of an iron mine, using the ore extracted to forge equipment. As its influence expanded, the goblin population grew, and the camp's territory expanded. Under the leadership of this formidable chieftain, the goblins evolved from an insignificant minor race into the dominant power of the eastern district. In this eastern region, signs of other monsters were scarcely visible beyond the goblins. Yet as the saying goes, what rises must fall. Now the goblin chieftain's life had reached its twilight years. He could no longer match the ferocity of his youth, and even the mightiest goblin warrior could not withstand the ravages of time. According to the bestiary, most goblins live for around 50 years. Yet the fate of this goblin chieftain holds the key to the rise and fall of the entire goblin clan within the Shadowwood. Should it perish, this goblin encampment would likely collapse swiftly. Wang Yan suddenly recalled seeing online reports recently about an increase in the number of goblin lumberjacks among the eastern district's goblin tribes. Goblins had always harvested timber, but in the past, it was mostly combat units that would occasionally fell trees and haul them back. Now, however, over half of a goblin squad consisted of lumberjacks. The more common sight before was 5-member goblin patrols composed entirely of combat units, hunting and patrolling the Shadowwood. Upon seeing this goblin chieftain, Wang Yan finally understood everything. It turned out the goblin chieftain intended to command the construction of stronger defenses for the goblin camp before his death. This way, the goblin tribe could rely on the camp's fortifications to survive as long as possible. Even so, the goblin tribe's decline was inevitable unless a stronger chieftain emerged from their ranks. Wang Yan shared his speculative story with Chen Yuan and Su Muxue. Chen Yuan listened, utterly dumbfounded. Man, Wang, your imagination is running wild here. But after pondering for a moment, Chen Yuan realized that the goblin's behavior actually matched everything Wang Yan had described. Su Muxue remarked. That news about the goblins cutting down trees in large numbers recently? I saw that report too a while back. At first I thought it was because winter was coming and they needed to stockpile more firewood, but... Su Muxue raised her binoculars to double-check. Now it seems their camp should already have ample firewood. The wood storage area in the goblin camp was a simple shed with a slanted roof designed to prevent rainwater accumulation. Beneath it, logs were piled high, nearly filling the entire storage area. Not only that, but woodpiles were scattered throughout the entire camp. Near their walls, numerous goblins were processing freshly cut timber. Others were busy patching and reinforcing the ramparts. Wang Yan remarked. In any case, we probably won't need to sell this map. Whatever these goblins' true intentions may be, at least there's now a weakened silver tier boss right in front of them. All its attributes were reduced by 50% statistics, health, damage output. It could be said that the goblin chieftain now likely possessed less combat prowess than even a goblin centurion. The only reason he still occupies the chieftain's seat is likely due to the authority he accumulated in the past, barely holding on. How could Wang Yan possibly pass up this opportunity? Chen Yuan and Su Muxue were clearly intrigued as well. This boss, easier to kill than a chicken, was right before their eyes a veritable gift from heaven. As the saying goes, if heaven offers a gift, one must seize it. To refuse is to invite misfortune. The only question was how they would catch this massive plum. Old Wang, just tell me what your plan is. I'll follow your lead anyway. Su Muxue nodded in agreement, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she looked at Wang Yan. Only then did Wang Yan realize that, without him noticing, these two had quietly accepted him as their team leader. Now, whenever they needed to make decisions, they prioritized hearing Wang Yan's opinion first. Wang Yan smiled. What else could the plan be? Find an opening to take down the boss, then make a clean getaway. Wang Yan waved the map of the goblin camp's secret passage in his hand. This map was now their greatest trump card. Given the current strength of the goblin camp's defenses, a direct infiltration attempt by the three of them was utterly impossible. But with this map, it was a different story. They could slip into the camp undetected, kill the goblin chieftain, and retreat swiftly. But not yet. With our current strength, forcing our way in is still too dangerous. After all, the camp is teeming with goblins. Wang Yan glanced at the other two. Chen Yuan and Su Muxue were both still level 18. Generally, every 10 levels of professional gains, they inevitably awaken a skill. Those with exceptional talent might even awaken one upon reaching level 5. This meant that once Chen Yuan and Su Muxue reached level 20, their combat power would experience a significant boost. We should wait until we hit level 20 before making any decisions. Not only did Chen Yuan and Su Muxue need to level up, but Bloodfang needed to level up as well. Bloodfang's performance today had far exceeded Wang Yan's expectations. If nurtured properly, its combat strength under the aura's buff would be no weaker than Chen Yuan and Su Muxue's. Chapter 69, Party Invitation. After hearing Wang Yan's analysis, Chen Yuan felt a pang of regret. Looks like we can only look at that goblin camp for now, not touch it. What if someone else snatches it first? Wang Yan reassured him. Don't worry. Not only is this goblin camp not easy to infiltrate, but if anyone truly wanted to wipe it out, they would have already made their move. For bronze-tier adventurers, 100-strong party wouldn't even get past the gates of a goblin camp. Why go through all that trouble when you could just kill a few monsters for some easy experience? After all, there's a boss inside. Who knows how powerful the goblin chieftain is? What if we suffer heavy casualties? Goblins are notoriously troublesome. Most small parties aren't even interested in goblin squads, let alone entire camps. As for silver-tier adventurers and above, they wouldn't bother with a mere goblin camp either. It's far more efficient to farm dungeons, where resource drops are far more predictable. Dungeons offer selectable difficulty levels and fixed monster counts, minimizing unexpected complications. Most importantly, online guides for dungeons allow first-time players to prepare mentally, maximizing the safety of their party members. Hearing Wang Yan's explanation, Chen Yuan relaxed. You're right about that. Wang Yan stowed away the map and lowered his binoculars. Alright, it's getting late. Let's head back. Su Muxue asked. What are your plans for tomorrow? Chen Yuan thought for a moment. I'll definitely be here first thing tomorrow morning. Today, I was stuck at home all morning listening to my mom nag me about incubating Shohei. Wang Yan pondered for a moment. He didn't really have anything urgent to do. He'd already secured his spot through early admission, so he didn't need to take the college entrance exam. He was just hanging around at home, playing video games. I'm free tomorrow. We can arrange to come over first thing in the morning. Su Muxue suggested. How about 8 a.m.? It was clear Su Muxue was also filled with anticipation for this goblin camp, eager to reach level 20 as soon as possible. Plus, tomorrow would be the third day after the awakening ceremony, leaving only about 4 days until the college entrance exams. Typically, students taking the college entrance exams managed to reach around level 15 before the exams began. Reaching level 20 would be considered outstanding. Reaching level 20 or higher meant significantly increasing the chances of being noticed by top-tier schools. Though Wang Yan didn't need to worry about the college entrance exams, he was still happy to lend them a hand. So Wang Yan confirmed he was good to go, promising to arrive promptly at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Chen Yuan also confirmed he was ready. Wang Yan then activated his stealth aura and departed from Sector 1. They first headed to the supply station, intending to sell their resources. The moment the trio entered the supply station, a crowd gathered nearby, staring intently. They instantly became the center of attention. Under the curious stares of the station's occupants, Wang Yan understood their intent. They wanted to see how much resources Wang Yan and his group could recycle today. Among the crowd, Wang Yan spotted several familiar faces. They were classmates from Class 1, Grade 3 of Tianshui No. 1 High School. Spotting Chen Yuan and Wang Yan, they called out greetings. Hey, Chen Yuan, Wang Yan. Wang Yan wasn't particularly close with these classmates. He was usually quiet in class and only had Chen Yuan as a friend. He merely nodded at them without saying anything. To be honest, he wasn't used to this feeling of being the center of attention. The classmates turned to Chen Yuan and asked. So, Chen Yuan, can you set another record today? Chen Yuan laughed heartily. Haha, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you today. Today, Wang Yan and the others only spent the afternoon in the shadowed forest. They didn't even show up in the morning. Plus, they spent time rescuing Zhang Xingyi and the others, and searching for the goblin camp, so naturally, their haul wasn't as plentiful as yesterday's. Despite Chen Yuan's words, many still gathered around, eager to see what he and his group had brought back. Only when the sales clerk announced the figure 56,070 did the crowd finally relax. I knew it. Yesterday's haul must have been from 2 days' worth of resources. Yeah, who recycles 90,000 in a single day? That's just ridiculous. But honestly, over 50,000 in a single day is still impressive. Not just anyone could pull that off. True, but I think our top students could pull it off if they really pushed themselves. The classmates in Chen Yuan and Wang Yan's class chimed in with some playful banter. Honestly, Chen Yuan, if you guys set another record today, I might just lose all hope in this world. But seriously, your team's pretty impressive. Do you guys need more people? Isn't 3 members a bit too few? As they chatted, those classmates started getting restless, even considering volunteering themselves. After all, Wang Yan and Chen Yuan were classmates, so they were easier to talk to. Chen Yuan, Wang Yan, what do you think about us? We've got a warrior, a rogue, and a wind mage. Why don't we form a group? More hands make light work. Wang Yan and Chen Yuan exchanged glances. Technically, a 3-person team was indeed quite rare. The classmates weren't wrong in their reasoning. For low-level adventurers, more people truly meant higher efficiency. But that wasn't the case for Wang Yan and his 2 companions. Over the past 2 days, they'd thoroughly enjoyed splitting their experience points 3 ways and had no desire to add more members to their party. Just as Wang Yan pondered how to decline, Su Muxue, who had remained silent until now, spoke up first. Sorry, we don't need any more members for now. Thank you. Su Muxue's words left the others visibly disappointed. Alright, that's a real shame. Good luck to you then. The students looked at Chen Yuan and Su Muxue with a hint of admiration in their eyes, then turned to the silent Wang Yan behind them, their expressions complex. In their eyes, there was envy, sympathy, and a hint of contempt. Wang Yan knew exactly what they were thinking. Most likely, they were wondering why he, Wang Yan, got to team up with Su Muxue and Chen Yuan. Perhaps in their eyes, they weren't much worse than Wang Yan. Wang Yan paid it no mind. He had never been one to care about others' opinions. Even when he was hailed as the top genius at Tianshui First High School, he never let others' admiration or praise go to his head. Only he knew the truth, he was no genius. He had simply invested more time than others. His relentless drive to remain Tianshui No. 1 High's top student for 3 consecutive years had never been about seeking anyone's approval or admiration. He simply refused to disappoint himself, refusing to betray the expectations his parents had held for him before their passing. So now, when many mistakenly believed he had hit rock bottom, he felt no sense of loss or unease. Chapter 70, Your smile is quite beautiful. At the edge of the shadowed forest, Wang Yan and his two companions chatted and laughed as they reached the safe zone. Chen Yuan said, "Want me to give you a ride? I brought my car today. I can take you for a spin on the way." Wang Yan quickly declined. "Better not. Your driving skills. I'm afraid I'd distract you. I'll just call a cab." Every evening, numerous taxis gathered at the edge of Shadowwood Forest, waiting to pick up passengers. Su Muxiue added, "My family arranged for a car to pick me up." Chen Yuan shrugged. "Alright then, I'll be heading out. Drive safely." With that, Chen Yuan headed toward the parking area. Once Chen Yuan was out of earshot, Su Muxiue flashed Wang Yan a warm smile. "Well then, we'll see each other tomorrow." Wang Yan couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. He rarely saw Su Muxiue smile. When she smiled, it was like the warm spring sun piercing through layers of frost, instantly melting the ice and snow, leaving behind gentle, soothing warmth. Her brows and eyes curved into adorable crescent moons, her eyes sparkling like stars beneath the moon's glow. Several passing professionals couldn't help but glance their way. It had to be said, Su Muxiue was quite the head-turner. Wang Yan smiled faintly. "Who knew you looked pretty good when you smiled?" "Huh? What? Nothing." Wang Yan shook his head. "Let's go. See you tomorrow." He hailed a cab, opened the door, and climbed inside. Su Muxiue stared blankly as Wang Yan's car vanished from view. Under the dim streetlight, no one noticed the faint flush on her cheeks. Back in the city, Wang Yan casually picked a restaurant, ordered 3 dishes and a soup to go, and brought them home. Back home, Wang Yan released Bloodtooth from its pet sphere. At level 15, Bloodfawn was nearly 2 meters long, making the already compact living room feel cramped. The moment it emerged, Bloodtooth voiced its discontent. Though it had been confined to the Pokeball for less than an hour, that hour felt interminably long for such an energetic creature. It whipped its tail against the sofa legs, making a loud smacking sound as it vented its frustration. "Alright, stop throwing a tantrum. Who told you to climb so slowly?" Wang Yan patted its head. "If we'd let you crawl at your own pace, we probably wouldn't have made it home until after 10 tonight." Wang Yan fed it a few pounds of meat, and with the meat in its belly, Bloodtooth's mood finally improved a bit. "I see other crocodiles lazing around all day, either sunbathing or soaking in the water. Why are you still so hyperactive?" After feeding Bloodtooth, Wang Yan sat down at the dining table to eat his own dinner. Suddenly, he recalled Chen Yuan's mention of the 90,000 yuan challenge earlier that day. Opening the campus forum, Wang Yan discovered the post was still up and seemed to have been featured by the moderator. Clicking in, he saw people earnestly debating how to break Su Muxiue and the others' record. From class synergies to skill rotations, the debate was heated. Many declared they would form a 3-person team tomorrow to recreate the record. Others dismissed Wang Yan's group as merely recycling materials and equipment accumulated over 2 days for attention-seeking. However, in the latest replies, someone claimed to have personally witnessed Wang Yan's group recycling resources worth around 50,000, which was still considered an exceptionally high standard. These people really are too full of themselves. Wang Yan shook his head. Just as he was about to log out of the campus forum, Wang Yan suddenly spotted a prominently featured hot post. Revealing the true reason behind Team Wang Yan's power, the ultra-powerful pet beasts you've never seen. Wang Yan chuckled. Seeing the title, he had a pretty good idea who the poster was. After scanning the forum, Wang Yan found little of interest. The SSS rank record from the Extreme Cold Tune 2 days prior remained the hottest topic. As he ate dinner while surfing the web late at night, a message suddenly popped up in his friend list. Wang Yan opened it to find it was from Liang Tian. "So, Wang Yan, did you see those 2 guys protecting you today?" Wang Yan was a bit confused. "What bodyguards?" After a moment, Liang Tian replied. "Oh man, my bad, I totally forgot to tell you. I've been swamped these past couple days. The higher-ups assigned 2 elite bodyguards to protect you. They're both members of the Central Court Guild, you know." Wang Yan froze. He racked his brain but couldn't recall anyone nearby protecting him. He replied, "Why haven't I seen these elite guards you mentioned?" Liang Tian sent back a laughing emoji. "Ha, that's exactly the point. These 2 are stealth specialists, they're part of the Dragon Flame squad. If you spotted them, they'd be finished." Hearing this, Wang Yan felt a chill run down his spine. He knew Liang Tian was just teasing. But the implication was clear. He'd been followed all day without noticing? "Oh, and those 2 were actually praising you earlier. They said you have real potential." Wang Yan was momentarily at a loss for words. One thing he simply couldn't wrap his head around was this: he and Chen Yuan had spent most of the afternoon in stealth mode. How on earth had they managed to keep up with him? Though he didn't know what the Long Yin squad was, their tracking skills were undoubtedly world-class. Now that he knew they were assigned to protect him, it was fine. But what if they had come to kill him? He might be dead by now. Wang Yan couldn't help but marvel. Truly, there were always people more skilled than him, mountains taller than mountains. No wonder Liang Tian had advised him to keep a low profile for the time being. If foreign assassins really traced him to the records concerning the Extreme Cold Mausoleum, his situation would likely become extremely dangerous immediately. A moment later, Liang Tian sent another message. Oh, and have you heard about the national war in a month? Wang Yan replied. Of course I know. The All Blue Star Professional League is held once every 10 years. All awakened individuals who successfully awaken within that decade are eligible to participate in this international league. This tournament isn't hosted by any nation or the United Nations. It is a tournament generated under the supreme laws of the heavens, with the United Nations merely serving as an oversight body. Following the tournament, nations receive rewards based on their overall rankings. This national war tournament is of critical importance to any nation, as it could profoundly impact a country's destiny. The higher-ups have designated you as a candidate for the national war competition. So as mentioned earlier, someone will guide you through leveling up and help you complete some quests along the way. Be prepared. Wang Yan thought for a moment and asked, can we wait until after the college entrance exams? As the leader of the trio consisting of Chen Yuan, Su Muxue, and himself, Wang Yan couldn't just abandon them. Liang Tian replied promptly. Is it because of Chen Yuan and the others? Of course you can. Chapter 71, Is she your girlfriend? The next morning. Around 7 a.m., Wang Yan heard a persistent clack-clack-clack coming from the foot of his bed. Startled, he sat up to see Bloodfang swishing his tail against the bed legs, urging him to rise. Wang Yan exhaled in relief and yawned. You've got me beat. I thought it was a ghost. You sure are punctual. Roar. Bloodtooth let out a low growl, clearly excited and full of energy. Wang Yan got up, washed up, fed Bloodfang a few chunks of meat, then sealed him inside his pet beast sphere. After eating breakfast downstairs, he took a car to the Shadow Forest. By the time he reached the outskirts of the Shadow Forest, it was around 7:40 a.m. Upon reaching the Shadow Forest, Wang Yan released Bloodfang, who was already bursting with pent-up energy inside the pet beast sphere. The creature seemed to intensely dislike the pet beast sphere, unwilling to stay inside for even a second longer. So Wang Yan had no choice but to let it out for some fresh air. After emerging, Bloodfang lay flat on the ground, mouth wide open and motionless, basking in the morning sunlight. Its appearance instantly drew the attention of many nearby. Nearly 2 meters long, its body was covered in beautiful yet dangerous patterns of red and black. Its teeth, claws, and scales gleamed like blood-red jade, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Were it not for its crimson, starry eyes blinking occasionally, one might mistake it for a jade sculpture. Holy crap, what a gorgeous crocodile! Is this an ornamental pet beast? Looks more like a combat-type pet beast. The crowd buzzed with discussion, and some students from Tianshui City Middle School recognized Wang Yan and his crocodile. Is this the red crocodile from yesterday's post? Wait, that doesn't add up. Didn't the post say the crocodile belonged to Chen Yuan and Su Muxue? Exactly. How could it be Wang Yan's pet beast? Wang Yan couldn't possibly afford such a powerful pet beast, could he? Could it be a gift from Su Muxue? Possible. I heard they're pretty close, and Su Muxue's family is in the pet beast business. That guy's living off someone else, huh? Sigh, I wish some rich loli would support me too. What a loser. Good morning, Wang Yan. Wang Yan heard a female voice behind him, but it wasn't Su Muxue's. He turned to see a tall, slender girl standing behind him, smiling cheerfully. Wang Yan recognized her as his classmate and the vice-class monitor, Gongyu. Since Wang Yan was the class monitor and Gongyu was the vice monitor, they were somewhat familiar with each other, but only to the extent of knowing each other's names. Wang Yan was puzzled, unsure why she had suddenly come up to greet him. Good morning, Gongyu. Gongyu looked at Bloodtooth with eager anticipation, her expression brimming with excitement. Is this your crocodile? Can I pet it? So she'd come for Bloodtooth. Of course, go ahead. After receiving permission, Gongyu happily crouched down, pulled out her phone, and began petting the crocodile while taking photos. Finally, she snapped a selfie with it. Wang Yan. Just as Wang Yan and Gongyu were exchanging casual chatter, another female voice reached Wang Yan's ear. This time, it was Su Muxue's. The two turned to see Su Muxue standing there, her expression icy. She coldly asked, Is this your girlfriend? Wang Yan, why haven't you introduced her? Wang Yan noticed something off about Su Muxue's tone. This is... Before Wang Yan could finish, Gongyu cut in. Don't get the wrong idea, Su Muxue. I just came to see this crocodile, nothing else. Everyone knows you're Wang Yan's girlfriend. Hearing this, a faint blush suddenly spread across Su Muxue's previously icy cheeks. No. Before Wang Yan could explain, Gongyu cut him off again. Alright, class monitor Wang, I'll be heading back now. My teammates are waiting for me. With that, Gongyu dashed off without waiting for Wang Yan's explanation. The onlookers felt a slight disappointment. They had expected some sparks to fly between the three, but the dramatic showdown they imagined never materialized. After Gongyu left, Wang Yan looked at Su Muxue. Her face flushed, and she remained silent, leaving the atmosphere awkward for a moment. Fortunately, Chen Yuan arrived just in time to break the tension. Hey, old Wang, Su Muxue, morning. He called out to them from a distance, with Shohei trailing slowly behind him. Once the trio was together, they set off toward the eastern sector of District 1, following the same route they'd taken yesterday. With yesterday's experience under their belts, the route to the East District felt like second nature to them today. After entering the shadowed forest, Wang Yan kept glancing around nervously, wondering if the two experts Li Yingtian had mentioned were following them today. The thought of two people tailing him made Wang Yan feel uneasy. He even felt the urge to activate his purification aura to see if he could detect their presence, but remembering they were also on a mission, Wang Yan decided not to make things difficult for them. "Old Wang, got any plans for today?" Shen Yuan asked. "We'll head to the goblin settlement again. Farm those goblins for experience and thin out the population while we're at it." The total goblin population in the camp, including the lumberjacks out in the woods and the patrol squads roaming the Shadowwood Forest, Wang Yan conservatively estimated there should be at least 1,000 or so. Shen Yuan continued. "Speaking of which, I asked everyone in the class group chat about their levels yesterday. Guess what?" Wang Yan chuckled. "What?" Shen Yuan chuckled. "Turns out, the highest level in our class besides us is only level 14, a full 4 levels below us. Thanks to Shohei splitting off some of the experience points, Sumushue was about to hit level 19, while Chen Yuan still had over 80% of his experience bar left to fill. As for Wang Yan, his level had always been hidden. Sumushue and Chen Yuan didn't press the issue, they assumed their levels were roughly comparable anyway." Sumushue added. "At a normal progression rate, the highest level for newly awakened practitioners should be around 15 right now. Their trio's efficiency far surpassed that of groups with practice partners or 10-man teams. Not only were they taking on monsters above their level, but they were also splitting the experience among just 3 players. Combined with their visits to high-reward treasure map dungeons the previous 2 days, they had instantly widened the gap between themselves and other teams. Along the way, they casually dealt with monsters they encountered while heading toward the East District. Soon, they arrived at the Eastern District, where goblins roamed. Roar! Bloodfang, who had been trailing behind Wang Yan, suddenly let out a warning roar. Shen Yuan and Su Mushue turned to look at Bloodfang curiously. Wang Yan, however, felt a slight surprise in his heart. Because just moments ago, Bloodfang had transmitted a warning directly into his mind. The scent of enemies was nearby. Chapter 72, Keen Sense of Smell. "Bloodtooth seems to be warning me that there's an enemy nearby." He crouched down and stroked Bloodtooth's head. "I didn't know you had detection skills too?" He opened the pet panel's attributes. Bloodtooth Crocodile Dark Gold. Level, LV 15. Power type mutant monster. Dragon bloodline activated. Huge growth potential. Skills, Pounce Bite, Dragon Breath, Death Roll. Snatch Bite, the dragon blood crocodile leaps forward, dashing out to 5 meters, scaling with level to latch onto its prey. Death Roll, after biting an enemy, the dragon blood crocodile spins violently, inflicting devastating laceration damage. Dragon Breath, ejects a scorching dragon's breath that incinerates everything in its path. Dragon's Might, inflicts fear on all hostile creatures nearby, reducing movement speed by 50%, attack power by 40%, casting speed by 30%, and increasing skill cooldowns by 10% for 20 seconds. Upon reaching level 15, Bloodfang awakens a new skill, Dragon's Might. However, it possessed no skills related to reconnaissance. Wang Yan couldn't figure out how it detected enemies for the life of him. Was it some kind of beastly perception? Strange. It clearly doesn't possess any scouting abilities. Sumushue pondered for a moment before saying, "I know about this. My dad mentioned something about blood crocodiles a couple days ago. He said their sense of smell is incredibly sharp, they can even detect the scent of blood from thousands of meters away." She glanced at Bloodfang. "I suspect its sense of smell has gradually developed as its level increased." Wang Yan's face lit up upon hearing this. Who knew it had this ability? What a stroke of luck. It's perfect since our team is short on a scout-type role. Due to their small numbers, Wang Yan's team was short on quite a few roles. Not only did they lack a scout to gather intelligence, but they also needed a healer and a control-type class. It was only because Wang Yan's aura was so incredibly powerful, capable of performing the work of 10 people, that their current weaknesses weren't as glaring. Upon receiving Bloodtooth's warning, Wang Yan immediately activated his stealth aura. While mentally communicating with Bloodfang to confirm its location, he moved with the others toward the enemy's position. Sure enough, guided by Bloodfang, they advanced about 200 meters before encountering a troop of goblins. This goblin force was small in number, consisting of 5 combat-type goblins paired with 7 or 8 goblin lumberjacks. Having already slain numerous goblins yesterday, the trio had become thoroughly familiar with their combat tactics. Bloodfang charged ahead, lunging forward to bite down on a goblin archer before executing a deadly roll. Instantly eliminating the goblin archer, Bloodfang continuously unleashed Dragon Breath to suppress the remaining goblins. Sumushue and Chen Yuan emerged amidst the chaos, unleashing their attacks on the remaining goblins. They swiftly and effortlessly slaughtered the entire goblin squad. A group of over 10 goblins was completely wiped out in less than a minute. The leveling efficiency was simply absurd. Bloodfang, can you still pick up their scent? Lead us to the goblins. Wang Yan had always known dogs possess keen senses of smell, but this was his first time learning crocodiles shared such acute olfactory abilities. Upon receiving Wang Yan's command, Bloodtooth sniffed the air, then pointed his head in a direction and nodded to Wang Yan. Following Bloodtooth's lead, the trio quickly located another goblin squad. This goblin squad was slightly larger than the previous one, consisting of 8 combat units and over a dozen goblin lumberjacks. At Wang Yan's command, Bloodfawn charged forward once more. Thus, the group spent the entire morning relentlessly hunting down goblin squads without much rest. Wang Yan not only followed Bloodfang's directional cues but also deliberately encircled and eliminated goblins near the outskirts of their camp. As they continuously eliminated the goblin squads working in the outer woodlands, their position drew ever closer to the goblin encampment. Crushing storm. Chen Yuan swung his greatsword, twisting his body. Countless frenzied sword energies tore the goblins around him to shreds. As the last goblin fell before him, a notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Your level has increased. Current level, 19. Ding! You have gained attribute bonuses, all attributes +1, free attribute points +5. Chen Yuan flexed his shoulders, feeling his upper arms and lower back on the verge of cramping. He glanced at the time, 11:43 a.m. It was already nearing noon. The trio had barely paused all morning, working non-stop for a full 4 hours. Wang Yan conservatively estimated that at least 300 to 400 goblins had fallen to them progress far smoother than he'd anticipated. At this rate, they might wipe out the entire goblin tribe before long. I leveled up. Chen Yuan announced to Su Muxue and Wang Yan. Su Muxue had already leveled up from 18 to 19 earlier that morning. Chen Yuan, however, had been sharing a portion of his experience with Shohei, causing his leveling to lag significantly behind hers. But Chen Yuan felt it was all worth it. Although Shohei's overall performance was slightly inferior to Bloodtooth's, it was still significantly stronger than ordinary gold-tier pets. After all, like Bloodfawn, it possessed the attribute growth pattern of a boss-tier template and the dragon bloodline inherited from its mutation. Once Shohei matured, it would undoubtedly provide a massive boost to Chen Yuan's combat power. Su Muxue remarked. I'm only about 50% short of the experience needed to reach level 20. Both were eagerly anticipating what skills they would awaken upon reaching level 20. According to previous accounts, skills awakened below level 20 were generally basic abilities. Level 20 marked a threshold where many talented practitioners could awaken a highly potent skill. This was especially true for mages. Except for rare cases like Su Muxue, most mages didn't have strong early game damage output. Only upon reaching level 20 do they awaken a devastatingly powerful offensive skill, marking the true beginning of their dominance. If ordinary mages are like this, who knows what kind of skill Su Muxue will awaken? Wang Yan intended to observe the skills awakened by Chen Yuan and Su Muxue before deciding their course of action upon entering the goblin camp. Although they had killed quite a few goblins this morning, Wang Yan knew full well that these goblins weren't the elite forces of the goblin camp. Most were merely goblin lumberjacks with little combat capability. The true goblin forces were now concentrated within the camp itself, overseeing the construction of defensive fortifications. Let's head back to the supply station first. I'm starving to death, Chen Yuan said. As his stamina continued to deplete, the rate at which his fighting energy regenerated slowed considerably. It wasn't just him, mages also accumulated fatigue. After prolonged combat, their mana regeneration slowed as well. At times like this, a period of rest was necessary to allow the body to recover from fatigue. Chapter 73, The Goblin Centurion. Upon returning to the supply station, the group sold their resources. As expected, this drew a crowd of onlookers. Ultimately, the trio sold resources worth 60,000 dragon coins, each receiving over 20,000. After all, they had spent the entire morning slaughtering goblins. 60,000 was a staggering sum, yet the supply station's patrons seemed numb to the trio's string of astonishing exploits. Wang Yan felt a pang of emotion. He had spent years scrimping and saving on the 200,000 yuan in compensation his parents had left him. Now, just selling materials and gear could net him tens of thousands in a single day. While adventurers certainly had significant expenses, the sheer speed at which they earned money was something ordinary people could only dream of matching. After a hearty meal at the supply station, the trio didn't linger long. They set off immediately for the Eastern District. On the way to the East District this time, they clearly noticed a significant decrease in the number of goblins along the path. Earlier that morning, guided by Bloodtooth, they encountered a goblin squad roughly every 10 minutes. But this time, they walked for over 20 minutes without encountering even a single group. Chen Yuan voiced his confusion. Could it be that we've nearly wiped out these goblins? Wang Yan shook his head. What are you thinking? How could that be? I suspect they've sensed something's off and retreated to smaller areas. Unlike ordinary monsters, goblins are somewhat humanoid creatures possessing a degree of intelligence and their own civilization. Moreover, they are among the few monsters below level 30 that will flee and summon reinforcements. This morning, Wang Yan and his group killed so many goblins that it must have alerted the goblin tribe. If Wang Yan's earlier guess was correct, the goblin tribe is currently in a state of emergency, making them more cautious about their lives than ever before. Therefore, they likely wouldn't send out too many goblins for logging operations anytime soon. Sure enough, after the trio had advanced toward the goblin encampment for nearly 40 minutes, Bloodtooth finally alerted them again. Though Bloodtooth possessed keen olfactory senses capable of detecting bloodshed from thousands of meters away, pinpointing an enemy's exact location was only feasible within a range of about 1 kilometer. Wang Yan activated stealth and discovered the goblin force ahead was substantial, over 20 members strong. Moreover, every single one of them was a combat unit, not a single goblin lumberjack among them. These goblins were searching left and right through the forest, seemingly looking for something. Shen Yuan asked in surprise. "Hey, these goblins aren't here to get revenge on us, are they?" Wang Yan nodded. "Highly likely. They'd killed so many goblins today, it would be strange if the goblin camp didn't react at all." It seemed Wang Yan and his group had seriously disrupted the goblins' logging operation. Therefore, these goblins had no choice but to dispatch some forces to eliminate Wang Yan and his troublesome group. This goblin contingent included 1 goblin mage, 10 goblin warriors, 2 goblin archers, and the remainder comprised goblin spearmen alongside a goblin decurion. Beyond that, Wang Yan spotted a troop type he hadn't seen before: a goblin centurion. Goblin Centurion Bronze, level 29, an all-around goblin warrior possessing nearly all abilities of other goblin units except spellcasting. The Goblin Decurion felt to Wang Yan like a slightly stronger goblin warrior. The Goblin Centurion was even more robust than the Goblin Decurion. Not only that, but his armor was thicker, covering his entire body, suggesting his defensive capabilities should be slightly superior to other goblins. A hand crossbow hung at his waist, while several spears were strapped to his back. It was clear he possessed the mid to long range attack capabilities of both goblin javelin throwers and goblin archers. If combat units represent the elite of the goblin race, then this goblin centurion stands as the elite among the elite. Such an elite target demanded Wang Yan's immediate attention. He commanded Bloodtooth to slowly sneak towards the goblin mage. Though the centurion was stronger, the mage posed a greater threat. This time, however, the goblin warriors had tightly encircled the goblin mage, pinning him dead center. Stealth alone wouldn't suffice for Bloodfang. Wang Yan had no choice but to command Bloodfang to unleash its pounce skill. The goblins saw only a flash of crimson light streak pass their vision, piercing the air like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, that crimson streak had knocked the goblin mage to the ground, followed by Bloodfang's death roll. The fragile goblin mage couldn't withstand such a bite, especially with Wang Yan's aura boosting Bloodfang's attacks. The goblin mage's health bar plummeted to 0, torn to shreds by Bloodfang. Rava! The goblin warriors tasked with protecting the mage roared in fury, raising their weapons to surround Bloodfang. Wang Yan immediately activated his slow aura, reducing the movement speed of the goblins. Bloodfang opened its gaping maw, letting out a roar like a dragon's cry, radiating overwhelming pressure. Bloodfang's Dragon's Might activated. Dragon's Might inflicts fear on all hostile creatures within range, reducing movement speed by 50%, attack power by 40%, casting speed by 30%, and skill cooldowns by 10%. Lasts 20 seconds. Since Wang Yan's slow aura had already reduced the goblin's speed by 90%, the slow effect did not stack, only the highest value applied. However, Bloodfang's Dragon's Might primarily dealt nearly 40% damage reduction to enemies while drastically slowing their casting speed and increasing cooldowns. Despite the 90% slow, Bloodfang was simply too close to these goblin warriors. The goblin warriors raised their short swords and slashed at Bloodfang. Goblin spearmen in the distance hurled their short spears. Goblin archers drew their bows, launching flint arrows toward Bloodfang. In an instant, Bloodfang found himself surrounded by the goblin squad. Having just used its pounce skill to kill the goblin mage, the ability was now on a roughly 10-second cooldown. A barrage of attacks from the goblins struck Bloodfang, a flurry of damage numbers flashing across the screen. But then something utterly astonishing happened. 448. 536. 490. Their attacks barely scratched Bloodfang, dealing only a few hundred points of damage each. Currently at level 18, Bloodfang boasted a staggering health pool exceeding 140,000 HP, a veritable walking blood tank. Such meager damage was practically like tickling it. Wang Yan wasn't surprised by this, it was all within his expectations. After reaching level 18, Bloodfang's defense and HP had skyrocketed over 10,000 defense points paired with 140,000 HP. The attribute growth of this boss tier template was simply incomparable to ordinary monsters. Chapter 74, Fanaticism. These goblins, aside from the goblin mages, only dealt around 5,000 to 6,000 damage. They couldn't break through Bloodfang's defenses at all, only inflicting a small amount of force damage. Compounded by Bloodfang's Dragon's Might reducing their attack power by 40%, it was no wonder these goblins were merely scratching the surface with their few hundred points of damage. This was precisely why Wang Yan dared to send Bloodfang charging into the goblin horde. For a moment, these goblins got a taste of what it felt like to fight a boss. After withstanding the goblins' attacks, Bloodfang launched his counteroffensive. Dragonfire roared from its jaws as it bit and rolled, slaughtering goblins left and right. It weaved in and out of the horde like a god of war. Su Mushui and Chen Yuan swiftly followed, providing support for Bloodfang. Just as the battle seemed all but decided, the goblin centurion suddenly let out a piercing shriek. Moments later, a ripple spread from its body, and its eyes turned red. Goblin Centurion used skill, Frenzy. Frenzy, the Goblin Centurion enters a state of frenzy, granting immunity to crowd control effects for 5 seconds. During this time, its attack power, movement speed, and range are significantly increased. The Goblin Centurion's body grew slightly larger upon entering frenzy. Now immune to slow effects, it regained full mobility. With a swift motion, it drew the spear from its back. Its body tensed like a coiled spring before violently hurling the spear forward. Its target? None other than Su Mushui. Goblin Centurion uses skill, All-Out Strike. Full Force Strike, the Goblin Centurion channels all its strength, sacrificing 10% of its health to unleash a devastating, lethal blow. The Goblin Centurion's sudden break from control caught Su Mushui and her companions completely off guard. As it hurled the spear, Su Mushui was in the midst of casting a spell. As the skill notification flashed through their minds, panic flickered in everyone's eyes. It was crucial to remember that Su Mushui possessed no defensive skills whatsoever. If struck by that spear, her fate would be uncertain. Su Mushui's face paled slightly. Her eyes, tinged with faint despair, seemed to have already foreseen her impending fate. At that critical moment, a crimson figure flashed past her like a bolt of lightning. That crimson figure was Bloodfang. It turned out that at this critical moment, Wang Yan commanded Bloodfang to activate its pounce skill. It instantly closed the distance to Su Mushui's side, perfectly intercepting the attack for her. Witnessing this, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. 27,190. An exaggerated damage number floated up from Bloodfang's body. The Goblin Centurion's strike had dealt nearly 30,000 damage, a stark reminder of the terrifying power unleashed during its frenzy state. Had that spear struck Su Mushui instead, the outcome was all too clear. Su Mushui only had around 24,000 HP, and her defenses were nowhere near as strong as Bloodfang's. After Bloodfang took the blow for Su Mushui, her dark matter spell finished casting. A meteor-like mass of dark matter slammed into the Goblin Centurion, dealing massive damage. Chen Yuan also unleashed several sword chi strikes at the Goblin Centurion. Under the buff of Wang Yan's aura, the Goblin Centurion breathed his last before he could even launch a second attack. Thanks a ton. You just saved my life. Though Su Mushui appeared calm on the surface, her slightly trembling hands and pale complexion betrayed the lingering fear in her heart. Seeing Su Mushui's lingering fear, Wang Yan realized their biggest problem. None of the three possessed self-defense skills. Against monsters, they relied almost entirely on aura buffs, grinding through with overwhelming damage. Chen Yuan was somewhat better off as a heavy warrior with decent inherent defense. As for Wang Yan, he'd remained hidden under his stealth aura the entire time. The monsters couldn't even locate him, let alone pose a threat. This meant Su Mushui was actually the most vulnerable member of the team. After the Goblin Centurion fell, the Goblin squad quickly collapsed and was wiped out. While Chen Yuan gathered the loot, Wang Yan turned to Su Mushui with concern. Are you okay? Want to take a break? Su Mushui shook her head. I'm fine. It was just a false alarm. Nothing scares me. Wang Yan was surprised by her resilience. She'd literally walked through the gates of hell just now. You need to be more careful next time. You're our main damage dealer. Besides, if something happened to you, I wouldn't know how to explain it to Uncle Su. Yeah, I know. Su Mushui knew she'd been a bit too hasty earlier. She'd rushed to reveal herself before the enemy's strongest Goblin Centurion had even moved, and her positioning had been off. She'd placed too much faith in Wang Yan's slow aura. Who could have guessed the Goblin Centurion possessed a control immunity skill? But when she heard Wang Yan say he wouldn't know how to explain it to her father, a flicker of embarrassment crossed her eyes. Who knew what she was thinking? Damn, that Goblin Centurion is seriously strong. We almost got wiped just now. Chen Yuan, having finished collecting the loot, let out a sigh of relief. He'd witnessed the entire harrowing scene. Good thing you reacted fast, old Wang. Hero saving the damsel in distress, heh. You looked so cool. If I were a girl you rescued like that, I'd definitely pledge myself to you. Chen Yuan winked at the pair, his eyes twinkling with playful teasing. You little rascal. Wang Yan raised his white bone staff and gave Chen Yuan's head a couple of sharp whacks. Unfortunately, Chen Yuan's heavy armor was as thick as his skin, so Wang Yan could only make a loud thud. Chen Yuan laughed heartily. Enough fooling around. We got lucky, dropped a necklace. From a Goblin Centurion, and its silver gear too. Chen Yuan handed the looted gear and items over to Wang Yan. It was a slender necklace crafted from pure silver, adorned with a dazzling ruby that shone brilliantly. Within the gem, a shimmering light seemed to flow slowly, pulsing rhythmically like a beating heart. Fevered heart silver, equipment type, necklace. Equipment level, LV20. Increases casting speed by 10% and intelligence by +9 when equipped. Active skill, fervor. Fervor greatly increases casting speed, boosts skill damage by 10% for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Interestingly, though the Goblin Centurion is a warrior, the equipment it dropped appears to be designed for mages. For mages, casting speed is a crucial attribute. Earlier, Sumushiwa found herself in danger precisely because she was in the middle of casting a spell and couldn't dodge immediately. Moreover, this gear comes with an active skill that temporarily boosts casting speed and spell damage. It's practically infinite firepower. Chapter 75, Tiger Roar. Overall, this item's stats are exceptional. A standard silver tier piece should fetch tens of thousands of yuan. However, this necklace's stats far surpass those of typical silver gear, and being an accessory, it should easily fetch over 100,000 yuan. Without a doubt, Sumushiwa was the perfect candidate for this item. Wang Yan's aura skills activate instantly, requiring no casting speed at all. Sumushiwa's Dark Moon Mage class excels in devastating destructive power, but her casting speed is relatively slow. This piece of gear couldn't be more perfect for her. Wang Yan handed the necklace to Sumushiwa. This gear should suit you perfectly. Sumushiwa took the necklace and examined it, quickly becoming utterly captivated. Not only did it boast excellent stats, but its appearance was stunning. A delicate, pure silver chain adorned with a crystal-clear ruby, exquisitely crafted. She slipped it around her neck. The three had previously agreed that any gear dropped while they were grouped together wouldn't be distributed through the standard bidding process. Instead, it would be allocated based on need. Thus, Sumushiwa didn't bring up the matter of payment. Need-based distribution meant the gear went to whoever it best suited in terms of attributes and class. This method meant that if one member got lucky, they might snag several pieces in a row. This method was typically reserved for long-standing, fixed teams or companions planning to group together long-term. Since Wang Yan could even give away a golden-grade pet egg, he certainly wouldn't quibble over such a minor matter. For him, building connections with reliable teammates was the top priority. Though Sumushiwa and Chen Yuan's team wasn't as formidable as Liang Tian's group, both showed tremendous growth potential and held great promise for the future. After dividing the loot, the group pressed onward. Sumushiwa was close to reaching level 20, while Chen Yuan needed only about one more level's worth of experience points. If everything went smoothly, they should have a chance to reach level 20 today. Once Bloodfawn reached level 20, Wang Yan wouldn't have to allocate all his experience points to it anymore. This was because when a pet and its master reached the same level, the pet could not surpass the master's level. Setting Bloodfang's experience sharing ratio to 100% earlier had been a deliberate choice on Wang Yan's part. As an aura master, his greatest weakness was his abysmal solo combat effectiveness. He possessed no offensive abilities of his own. But with Bloodfawn, things changed. Once he activated the aura for Bloodfawn, it became incredibly powerful, almost like it had cheat codes. Wang Yan was eager to see if Bloodfawn would awaken any new skills upon reaching level 20. Would it be the same blood rage that the level 30 plus dragon blood crocodile had used to become immune to magic? Or perhaps some other skill entirely? As a dark gold tier pet, Bloodfawn was already one tier above its mother. Perhaps its growth would make it even stronger than her. As the trio finished packing and prepared to continue toward the goblin camp, Bloodfawn let out an agitated growl beside Wang Yan. What? Monsters fighting? And a thick stench of blood? Wang Yan strained to decipher the message Bloodfawn was trying to convey in his mind. Communication between master and pet beast differed from human language. It was a direct exchange of consciousness. When Bloodfawn was lower leveled, it could only convey simple emotions and thoughts: hunger, joy, anger, and such. As its rank gradually rose, its mind seemed to slowly mature. Now it could convey more complex information to Wang Yan. Wang Yan relayed Bloodtooth's message to Chen Yuan and Sumushiwa. What do you think? Should we go check it out? Chen Yuan seemed quite interested, while Sumushiwa hesitated. The direction you mentioned isn't that close to the second zone? Wang Yan replied. Exactly. But I'm thinking of the old saying, while the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman benefits. If monsters are fighting, we can go take a look. If there's nothing to gain, we can just slip away unseen. Sumushiwa thought about it and realized he had a point. Let's go check it out then. Your Bloodfang nose is way too sharp, better than a ranger's eagle eye skill. Sumushiwa was right. This ability to track enemies solely by scent was something even a normal blood crocodile likely couldn't manage. Ordinary blood crocodiles could only detect scents in the air, but Bloodfang could pinpoint a target's general direction and location. Chen Yuan looked at Bloodfang, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. I wonder when my little blackie will grow to be as formidable as Bloodfang. Wang Yan chuckled. You're stingy with experience points, yet you want results without effort, huh? Chen Yuan's Shohei leveled up slowly and was only at level 9 now. That won't do. Chen Yuan shook his head repeatedly. You're sitting pretty, getting into Jiangnan University on a recommendation. No wonder you can talk big. If I don't get into a good university, my parents might force me to retake the exams next year. Let it grow at its own pace. There'll be plenty of opportunities later. Unlike Wang Yan, Chen Yuan's Aura Master was a combat-focused class, so his reliance on a beast companion wasn't as high. Wang Yan activated his stealth aura and led the group toward the direction Bloodtooth had indicated. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, they suddenly heard a tiger's roar echoing from roughly 2 to 300 meters ahead. The sound seemed to awaken the primal fear of tigers ingrained in human genes, sending a chill down their spines. After the roar faded, they heard a series of shrieking and squeaking sounds, unmistakably the cries of goblins. Tigers? Wang Yan's mind raced. Were there tiger-like beasts lurking in the shadowed forest? Wang Yan suddenly recalled a creature of formidable strength, the golden-spotted tiger king. This was an exceptionally unique monster. Possessing no special abilities, it dominated the mountains and forests solely through its formidable physical prowess. Rumor had it these beasts measured 5 to 6 meters in length, possessed terrifying bite force, and could deliver palm strikes with thousands of pounds of force, easily tearing prey apart. Moreover, the golden-spotted tiger king possessed remarkable jumping ability, capable of leaping 7 or 8 meters in a single bound. But isn't the golden-spotted tiger king a monster from the second zone? How did it end up here? With this question weighing on their minds, Wang Yan and the others quickened their pace, moving swiftly toward the source of the tiger's roar. Soon, they came upon a group of goblins, around 50 or 60 of them, all combat units surrounding a massive golden tiger, shrieking wildly. Several goblin corpses littered the ground nearby, each bearing massive claw marks and showing signs of a gruesome death. Others had their necks snapped clean off, gaping holes in their throats. Clearly, for reasons unknown, this band of goblins had crossed paths with the golden tiger. Chapter 76, The Golden-Spotted Tiger King's Lair. This was a golden tiger of almost exaggerated size. It appeared to be at least 5 or 6 meters long, reminding Wang Yan of some ancient creature called a saber-toothed tiger. However, this tiger appeared to be several times larger than a saber-toothed tiger. Its coat was golden flecked with white, distinctly more aesthetically pleasing than tigers with yellowish white fur interspersed with black stripes. Golden-spotted tiger king silver, level 38, solitary predator with extremely strong territorial instincts and a vengeful nature. Entering its domain without thorough preparation is strongly discouraged. Wang Yan recalled the monster compendium stating this golden-spotted tiger king was considered a minor elite monster, significantly stronger than others of its level. It was precisely because of its formidable strength that the golden-spotted tiger king could dominate such a vast territory alone. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot share the same mountain. Within the golden-spotted tiger king's domain, no other monster that could threaten its dominance was permitted to exist. Clearly, these goblins had run into bad luck, somehow stumbling into the golden-spotted tiger king's territory. With a thunderous roar, the golden-spotted tiger king leapt high into the air, landing instantly before a goblin warrior. This golden-spotted tiger king possessed an agility utterly mismatched with its massive frame. The goblin warrior swung his scimitar at the tiger's head, but the agile beast merely shifted its head slightly, effortlessly evading the blow. Then, with a single swipe of its paw, it unleashed tremendous force that sent the goblin flying backward. The goblin warrior slammed heavily into a tree. With a dull thud, the trunk shook violently, sending leaves scattering everywhere. Wang Yan and the others thought they heard the sound of bones shattering. A deep gash, exposing bone, ran across the goblin warrior's body, blood gushing relentlessly from the wound. The goblin warrior had long since lost consciousness, lying motionless on the ground, its fate unknown. Terror flashed in the eyes of the other goblins, but under the command of their goblin captain, they steeled themselves and charged toward the golden-spotted tiger king. However, most of the arrows fired by the goblin archers and the short spears hurled by the goblin spearmen were easily dodged by the golden-spotted tiger king. As for the goblin warriors, any who dared approach the golden-spotted tiger king met their end with a single swipe of its paw. Even when the tiger king was occasionally struck, its absurdly high defense and health pool allowed it to shrug off the damage. This golden-spotted tiger king possessed around 170,000 health points, with unknown defense stats. Yet, the damage dealt by the goblins only amounted to a mere 700 or 800 points. Not to mention most of their attacks were simply dodged outright. This goblin horde posed absolutely no threat to the golden-spotted tiger king, who rampaged through their ranks unimpeded, as if entering an empty field. After all, there was a full 10-level gap between them. These level 20-something goblins were no match for this nearly level 40 minor elite monster. Before long, the ground was littered with goblin corpses. The golden-spotted tiger king's only flaw was its lack of special abilities, relying entirely on brute strength in close combat. But its strength, agility, constitution, and every other attribute were absurdly high. In the blink of an eye, over half of the goblin squad numbering nearly 50 or 60 lay dead. It was a slaughter with no suspense whatsoever. Wah! The goblins' fighting spirit finally crumbled under sheer terror, and they resorted to their most proficient skill, flight. This time, however, the goblin captain did not sound the beast horn at his waist. It seemed well aware that no matter how many goblins arrived, they'd merely become fodder for the golden-spotted tiger king. The only question facing the golden-spotted tiger king regarding this flock of weaklings was whether it could stomach them all. After all, goblins were seasoned experts at flight, executing their escape with cunning and practiced efficiency. They didn't flee in one direction but scattered in all directions. After the enraged golden-spotted tiger king killed a few unlucky ones, the rest of the goblins had long vanished without a trace. Holy crap, that's insane! Shen Yuan stared wide-eyed. This level 38 common silver monster possessed combat power approaching that of a boss. Its stats didn't seem much weaker than those of a boss monster of the same level. Only its health pool fell far short of a boss's, as boss-level monsters typically had absurdly high health growth, roughly 3 to 4 times that of ordinary monsters. So what do you say, old Wang? Should we fight it? Wang Yan shook his head. It wasn't that he thought they couldn't win, his aura was perfectly countered against this tiger. This tiger possessed no special charge abilities nor skills to break free from control effects. Its vaunted physical prowess would only make it look like a dumb donkey under the slow aura. Wang Yan feared nothing more than high-stat monsters that relied purely on brute strength. I just had a brilliant idea. We might be able to use this tiger to our advantage, but we'll have to wait until we hit level 20. After killing a few goblins, the golden-spotted Tiger King abandoned its pursuit of the others. After circling the area, it headed toward the second zone. Wang Yan immediately exclaimed, "Quick, let's follow it." They patiently trailed the golden-spotted Tiger King while maintaining stealth. The Tiger King moved slowly, heading northeast directly toward the goblin camp. Wang Yan's heart leapt at the sight. The closer the Tiger King's lair was to the goblin camp, the more advantageous it would be for his plan. After about 10 minutes, the tiger halted before a small hill. It drank a few mouthfuls from the stream before disappearing into a well-concealed cave. Had it not entered the overgrown opening right before their eyes, the trio might never have noticed the cave's existence. It was clear this was the golden-spotted Tiger King's lair. Wang Yan pulled out the map, confirmed the golden-spotted Tiger King's approximate location, and marked it on the chart. Let's go. Our next task is to level up to 20 as quickly as possible. Like the goblin camp, the golden-spotted Tiger King's lair was located in the second zone. Given their current levels, Wang Yan and his companions were better off avoiding Zone 2, where they risked encountering monsters far too powerful for them. So Wang Yan led the group back to the border between the first and second zones. Wang Yan signaled Bloodfawn to lead them in searching for more goblin traces in the surrounding area. Soon, Bloodtooth signaled that he had detected the scent of a goblin squad. Upon arriving at the location, the trio discovered that this group was none other than the very same goblins who had just escaped from the golden-spotted Tiger King. They had relocated and regrouped once more. Wang Yuan chuckled. Ha! What a coincidence! The goblins looked utterly shaken and exhausted. Chapter 77, Portal to the Astral Plane. Ding! Your teammate Su Mushua has defeated a level 29 goblin Decurion. You have gained 1450 EXP. Ding! Your teammate Su Mushua has leveled up. Current level, LV 20. After over an hour of relentless effort, Su Mushua finally reached level 20. During that hour, Wang Yan and his companions encountered several more goblin squads, all of which were utterly annihilated. Wang Yan and his companions had become thoroughly familiar with the goblins' combat tactics, transforming into merciless goblin slayers. When the level-up notification sounded in Wang Yan and Chen Yuan's ears, they both looked at Su Mushua with surprise and delight. Wang Yan asked curiously, "So, what skill did you awaken?" Su Mushua closed her eyes, clearly checking her attribute panel. After a few seconds, she revealed an expression of delight. It's an AoE skill, but the damage isn't particularly high. Wang Yan felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. Low damage was the last thing he feared. It wasn't the damage output he worried about, but whether the skill's area of effect was broad enough. His aura synergized best with wide area, low damage skills. After all, the bonuses granted by the damage aura and holy attack aura were simply terrifying. Back in the underground labyrinth when he teamed up with Chen Ming, a single fire rain spell from Chen could instantly wipe out hordes of monsters. What was originally low damage area of effect damage would, under the enhancement of his aura, instead overflow with damage far beyond expectations. Su Mushua displayed her skill attributes directly before the two. Ether Gate summons multiple rifts of darkness, causing countless small dark particles to fall and deal damage to enemies in a large area. Cooldown, 20 seconds. As Su Mushua leveled up, Wang Yan's Bloodfawn also reached level 19. Chen Yuan's experience bar hovered around 70%, nearing his 20th level. Let's go find a goblin squad and test the power of your new skill. Wang Yan was eager to see Su Mushua's new ability in action. After searching for a while, the trio quickly located a goblin patrol moving through the forest. This goblin squad numbered over 30 members, making it a fairly large force, led by a goblin centurion. Su Mushua's expression shifted slightly upon seeing the goblin centurion. This goblin centurion had nearly cost her her life before. Don't worry, we're far enough away this time. Wang Yan noticed her apprehension and offered reassurance. Su Mushua's planar gate required a lengthy incantation, but its attack range was considerable. Moreover, Wang Yan's cloak of invisibility could ensure she completed the incantation safely. She wouldn't be revealed until after she dealt damage. The goblins plodded forward, seemingly without purpose. Suddenly, several black fissures appeared above their heads. What began as a small crack in the sky gradually widened like a crack in glass as Su Mushua chanted, growing larger and larger. This black fissure seemed to connect to the abyss of another world, a pitch-black void with no bottom in sight. Yet within this darkness, countless stars twinkled like scattered gems. The goblins seemed to sense something amiss. They looked up at the fissure overhead, yet their eyes held no panic, only a hint of curiosity. Voila gee! The goblin centurion looked up at the sky, his face filled with confusion. Clearly, it hadn't yet grasped the danger these fissures posed. In the blink of an eye, the fissure had expanded to nearly 100 meters. The gaping fissure, darkening the sky, seemed to tear open a patch of starlit sky in broad daylight. The scene resembled the apocalypse. Only now did the goblins below the fissure finally sense a hint of oppressive pressure, their expressions turning grave. The next instant, countless small dark particles rained down from the sky, falling rapidly like hailstones. These dark particles were no larger than hailstones, yet their descent was ferocious. They slammed into the ground, punching countless small craters and sending mud, sand, and gravel flying everywhere. 13,648. 15,678. What were originally skills of average damage became terrifyingly potent, akin to forbidden spells, under the aura's enhancement. Countless dark particles rained down relentlessly, beating the goblins into a bloody pulp. The goblins let out terrified screams and scattered in all directions, desperately trying to evade this sudden onslaught. Yet these dark particles pursued them like precision-guided missiles, relentlessly striking and pursuing the goblins. Their bodies were riddled with countless holes from the dark matter. Under the immense damage, the goblins collapsed to the ground with muffled thuds. They scattered in all directions, desperately trying to escape the attack range of the astral gate. But strangely, while the fissure continued to spew forth dark matter, it also began to expand. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to a radius of about 300 meters. Wang Yan and Chen Yuan watched in stunned silence. To say the least, the attack range of this skill was downright absurd. The storm of dark matter did not cease there. More and more dark matter poured out of the fissure, raging across the ground like a black blizzard, devouring all life in its path. Goblins fell one after another, their cries for help growing fainter by the moment. As time passed, the dark matter gradually dissipated, leaving behind a landscape strewn with corpses and utter devastation. Wang Yan was thoroughly satisfied with the effect of Su Mushua's skill, which perfectly maximized the advantages of his aura ability. Chen Yuan's eyes were filled with shock. An entire goblin squad wiped out like that. Just as Chen Yuan stood in stunned disbelief, a blood-soaked figure suddenly struggled to rise from the pile of goblin corpses. All eyes turned to the figure, the goblin centurion. Its eyes were bloodshot, clearly having entered a state of fanaticism. This goblin centurion proved stronger than ordinary goblins. After enduring this wave of dark matter, it still clung to life. Just as Wang Yan prepared to summon Bloodfawn to charge forward, Su Mushua acted first. She swung her staff, sending a dark orb hurtling toward the goblin centurion. Just as the goblin centurion's hand touched the crossbow at its waist, the dark orb exploded upon its body. The immense force blew the goblin centurion to bloody pulp, hurling him nearly 3 meters backward. He died instantly. After personally slaying the goblin centurion, Su Mushua smiled faintly, as if a knot in her heart had been untied. She gave Wang Yan a warm smile. Wang Yan paused for a moment, then gave her a thumbs up. Not bad. With your skill, taking the goblin camp should be a sure thing. Now it's just a matter of what skill Chen Yuan awakens. Chen Yuan laughed heartily. Why is all the pressure suddenly on me? I think Su Mushua's skill is more than enough. I'll just cheer you on from the sidelines. The three continued chatting and laughing as they ventured deeper into the forest. Chapter 78, Hunting Ants. Over the next hour, Wang Yan and the others were astonished to find no goblin groups anywhere in the entire eastern district. Wang Yan and the others felt a bit helpless. Looks like they've gone into hiding. Chen Yuan and Su Mushue also wore expressions of utter bewilderment. After all, goblins in the East District had once been so numerous they were practically a plague. These goblins frequently hunted other monsters in the East District for food and territory. They operated in squads of 10 to 20, working together seamlessly. Solo goblins stood no chance against them. It could be said that these goblins had severely squeezed the living space of other monsters. Yet who would have thought the notoriously vicious goblins of the East District would one day choose to hide? After all, no one ever dared provoke the Eastern District goblins. Fighting them was not only troublesome but also extremely dangerous. Monsters like the Goblin Centurion could easily wipe out weaker teams if they crossed paths. Wang Yan continued. But this is actually a good sign. At least it means the number of goblins in the camp has dwindled. They had slain quite a few goblins today, and Wang Yan estimated that the goblin population in the camp was now significantly lower than what they had seen yesterday. This was a positive development for his upcoming plans. No choice. Looks like we'll have to head to the Southeast Zone to level up first. The monsters in the Southeast Zone were considerably weaker than those in the East Zone, but correspondingly, the experience points were also much lower. Still, the Southeast Zone was the closest to the East Zone, making it the best option for now. At this moment, Chen Yuan was just a fraction short of the experience bar needed to reach level 20. His little black had also leveled up to 13. Though still far behind Bloodfang's level 19, it had grown into a decent combat force. The Dragon Blood Crocodile's base stats were already absurdly high. At level 13, Shohei boasted a whopping 67,000 HP, a feat unmatched by ordinary monsters or players of the same level. Consider that a heavy armor melee class like Chen Yuan's would only have around 17,000 HP at level 13. To speed things up, Wang Yan activated his invisibility aura, swiftly transporting the group to the southeast sector. As soon as they entered the southeast sector, Bloodtooth alerted Wang Yan and the others to the thick, pungent smell of blood permeating the air. Following Bloodtooth's guidance, the trio advanced and soon spotted over 20 hunter ants gnawing on several mangled corpses scattered across the ground. Hunting ants bronze, level 18, swarm monsters, excel at burrowing underground to ambush humans. These massive black ants were no ordinary insects, each measured over half a meter in length. Their carapaces were covered in backward-facing spines, the deep black shells resembling polished metal, visibly incredibly hard. Wang Yan and the others frowned at the sight. Su Muxue clutched her chest, her brow furrowed, clearly feeling nauseous but ultimately suppressing it. These were unmistakably human corpses, 5 bodies, it seemed, but they had been chewed beyond recognition by the hunting ants. Judging by the bloodstains around them, these people had died not long ago. The size of the skeletal remains suggested they were peers, roughly the same age as Wang Yan and the others. It seemed they too had come to the southeast district seeking rapid leveling. While the southeast zone was relatively safer than the east zone, that was only true for someone with Wang Yan's current strength. For newly awakened beginners, the west and south districts were actually safer choices. The monsters there were far weaker, supply stations were closer, and the risk of life-threatening danger was significantly lower. Wang Yan sighed. This group really has some bad luck, running into creatures like hunting ants. Wang Yan was intimately familiar with these creatures. The description in the monster compendium had left a deep impression on him. Despite their massive size, these hunting ants were also masterful diggers, excavating at astonishing speeds. Their typical range of activity was about 500 meters in diameter. They seldom venture above ground, instead pre-digging numerous tunnels within their territory. They remain motionless within these tunnels, waiting for prey to step into their traps. When they sense prey entering their hunting zone through ground vibrations, they burst through the soil from all directions to surround their target. Their emergence from the ground usually signifies that escape is nearly impossible. While these hunting ants possess only average individual combat strength, their true prowess lies in collective warfare. As the saying goes, many ants can bite an elephant to death. And these ants are half a meter long each, even a mammoth wouldn't stand a chance. Moreover, these ants possess a venomous stinger at their rear, capable of releasing toxins that induce paralysis and excruciating pain, making them extremely dangerous creatures. Within the first zone, these hunting ants were second only to the goblin squad in terms of danger. Su Muxue sighed. Perhaps they shouldn't have come here. Perhaps girls' hearts are more sensitive and fragile. Her tone carried a hint of sadness. Their parents will be waiting for them tonight. They must be heartbroken. Chen Yuan sighed and fell silent, clearly moved by Su Muxue's words. Yeah. I wonder whose children these kids are, whose brothers and sisters. After tonight, Tianshui City was destined to have several more broken families. Though Wang Yan felt a pang of emotion himself, he knew he would grow accustomed to it all eventually. Such was the fate of combat professionals. Combat professionals occupied the highest status in society, yet they also bore greater dangers and heavier responsibilities. Choosing this path meant preparing to lose one's life at any moment. In truth, throughout all of human history, it was only in the last few centuries that humanity established secure nations and city-states, maintaining a semblance of peace. Had it not been for the shift in the laws of nature centuries ago, which led to the mass emergence of various combat specialists in human society, mankind would likely still be trampled at the bottom of the food chain by all manner of monsters. In this perilous world, humanity is far from living in peace. Wang Yan and Chang said. Let's get moving. Teach these insects a lesson. Killing these hunting ants would also serve as vengeance for those unknown humans, offering solace to their spirits beyond the grave. At Wang Yan's command, Bloodfang charged forward first, with Shohei close behind. Both unleashed dragon breath, and the searing flames instantly roasted the hunting ants, making them sizzle. Su Muxue's dark moon blade and Chen Yuan's sword chi followed close behind. Even a level 20 plus goblin squad had been wiped out effortlessly by them. Dealing with these level 18 ants was now child's play. Almost the moment the group appeared, nearly half of the 20 plus hunter ants lay dead. Chapter 79, Summoning the Boss Again. The remaining hunter ants detected the party emerging from stealth. They swarmed toward Bloodfang, the one charging at the forefront, attempting to overwhelm it with sheer numbers. But under Wang Yan's command, Bloodfang didn't charge recklessly. Instead, it fought while retreating, carefully maintaining distance from the swarm. If it were carelessly surrounded, the simultaneous injection of venom from a dozen poisonous stingers would spell trouble even for Bloodfang's thick hide. Therefore, Wang Yan simply instructed it to maintain distance and use dragon breath to eliminate the hunting ants. Without the element of surprise from underground, the hunting ants' ground speed was merely average. Chen Yuan seized an opening, charging into the swarm and unleashing a shattering storm. In an instant, the entire group of hunter ants was obliterated, leaving only scattered limbs and broken bodies strewn across the ground. In the blink of an eye, the entire swarm was annihilated without putting up a fight. Just as Chen Yuan prepared to sheath his weapon, the group suddenly felt faint tremors beneath their feet. Chen Yuan, fall back first. Wang Yan urgently called out. Chen Yuan didn't dare take any chances. He immediately switched to a defensive stance and swiftly retreated back to the group. The moment his front foot retreated, over 100 hunting ants surged up from the ground where he had just stood. Had Chen Yuan not retreated, he would likely have been surrounded by them by now. The dense swarm of hunting ants had just emerged from the ground only to find Chen Yuan and the others vanished. They were unaware that Chen Yuan and his companions, including the 2 dragon blood crocodiles, had re-entered stealth mode. The ants waved their antennae, seemingly communicating among themselves. They crawled back and forth across the clearing, seemingly searching for traces of Chen Yuan and his companions. The dense swarm of hunting ants formed a dark, oppressive mass, an unsettling sight. Wang Yan quipped. Looks like we've stirred up an ant nest. If he guessed correctly, the hunter ant's nest must be nearby, which explained why they'd arrived so swiftly. Perfect timing. We couldn't be bothered to hunt them down ourselves. Sumushue stared at the ants before her with icy eyes. Perhaps witnessing the gruesome deaths of those adventurers had kindled a spark of hatred toward these insects within her. She began waving her nightfall staff, murmuring the incantation for portal to the astral plane. With the experience gained last time, Sumushue was clearly more proficient now, casting the spell several degrees faster than before. The rift in the sky rapidly expanded, tearing open a dark, chilling expanse of starlight above the swarm of hunter ants. The swarm remained utterly oblivious to the unfolding spectacle above. Their vision was mediocre at best. They typically detected threats through vibrations, scents, and pheromones. Moments later, dark matter rained down relentlessly, blanketing the ants below in indiscriminate strikes. Damage numbers surged like waves above the ants' heads, creating a spectacular scene. Enhanced by Wang Yan's aura, the dark matter dealt devastating damage, capable of killing a hunting ant within 2 or 3 seconds. The hunter ants scarcely had time to react before this hail of magical attacks, like a shower of miniature meteorites, claimed their lives. They didn't even have time to consider retreating underground before being instantly obliterated. Hundreds of hunter ants were wiped out, leaving only countless mangled bodies and shattered carapaces scattered across the ground. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yuan shouted excitedly. Way to go, Sumushue. That felt damn satisfying. Only you could pull this off. The ant corpses didn't linger long, slowly dissolving into a swarm of light particles that drifted away into the air, leaving behind a scattering of equipment mostly white-tier gear. Just as Chen Yuan was about to loot the gear, the group suddenly felt intense tremors beneath their feet once more. This tremor was even more violent than before, but unlike the previous one which had originated from multiple directions, this one seemed to emanate from a single point. Chen Yuan and the others grew solemn, their gazes fixed on the source of the tremor. Moments later, a colossal figure burst violently from beneath the earth, sending mud and gravel flying everywhere. It was a colossal hunting ant, its body as large as an ox. Unlike ordinary hunting ants, its head bore a pair of massive mandibles at the front, resembling powerful hydraulic pincers. These pincers were covered in sharp serrations. It was easy to imagine the devastating consequences of being caught in such a massive grip. Hunter Ant Soldier Bronze, Level 22. The strongest combatant within the hunter ant tribe. Normally nurtured by worker ants and tasked with protecting the queen, it only joins battle during critical moments. Possesses exceptional jumping ability. Wang Yan said. We've summoned the boss again. Watch out for its surprise attacks. That thing can leap a long way. Wang Yan was well aware of the hunter ant soldier's capabilities. They were several times larger than ordinary hunter ants, possessing not only the same hard exoskeleton and stinger but also an incredibly abnormal jumping ability. Despite their massive size, they could leap distances of around 10 meters in a single bound, truly astonishing. Moreover, their terrifying mandibles weren't mere decorations. Their jaw strength was astonishing, capable of easily crushing prey bones. These soldier ants are essentially the strongest members of the hunting ant colony. Due to their large size, they consume significant energy and food resources. Consequently, a hunting ant colony typically sustains only one soldier ant of this kind. As for why the queen ant isn't the leader, it's because the queen of the hunting ant colony never participates in combat. Her sole responsibility is to lay eggs. If the nest faces a fatal threat, the queen will prioritize the survival of the species by fleeing immediately. Other hunter ants, including the soldiers, will sacrifice themselves to protect her. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Wang Yan estimated the queen was already on her way. The soldier ant appeared and immediately locked onto Sumushue. Its body lowered slightly, its 6 legs bending ever so slightly. The next instant, its body tensed and all legs thrust forward violently. Its massive body then leapt forward like a grasshopper, charging straight towards Sumushue. Roar! Bloodfang let out a frenzied roar, unleashing dragon's might to suppress its foe while simultaneously activating its charge skill against the soldier ant. Bloodfang hurtled toward the soldier ants like a crimson cannonball, its speed surpassing theirs by a fraction. The two colossal creatures collided midair in a violent impact. With a thunderous crash, Bloodfawn landed steadily after the violent impact, retreating only half a step. In contrast, the soldier ant's massive body was sent flying backward, finally coming to a halt only after crashing into a tree. The tree, as thick as a man, snapped clean in half at the waist, sending splinters flying and leaves scattering everywhere. The sheer terror of Bloodfang's power was plain to see. Chapter 80, One-on-One with the Boss. Judging by this single collision alone, Bloodfang's overall strength already showed signs of suppressing the hunter and soldier ant. This was hardly surprising, given that both were boss templates. The hunter-soldier ant was merely a bronze-tier boss. Bloodfang, however, was a dark gold-tier boss. Although Bloodfang's level was about 3 levels lower than the ox-sized hunter ant soldier, the gap in quality wasn't something easily bridged by level alone. Typically, when adventurers inspect monster information, any boss-level creature displays a special hexagram symbol beside its health bar. Elite-level monsters display a pentagram, such as the Goblin Centurion and the Golden-Spotted Tiger King encountered earlier. Superior-tier monsters, slightly stronger than ordinary ones, display a triangle. The Goblin Decurion is likely of this tier. As for ordinary monsters, they display no markings whatsoever. As for pet information, others cannot see it unless the owner deliberately displays it. Wang Yan noticed a 6-pointed star emblem beside Bloodfang's health bar. This signified that despite being tamed as a pet beast, Bloodfang retained its boss attribute template. And it was a mutated boss template at that. The soldier ant, knocked flying, struggled painfully to its feet. It opened its massive jaws and leaped toward Bloodfang once more. Clearly, it refused to back down, determined to settle the score with Bloodfang in a direct confrontation. Bloodfang's temper flared. Though its pounce skill was still on cooldown, it chose not to unleash its dragon breath. Instead, it met the soldier ant head-on. In an instant, the soldier ant leapt to Bloodfang's flank, snapping its massive mandibles wide open in an attempt to clamp down on him. If it succeeded in pinning Bloodtooth, immobilizing it, it could then drive its stinger into Bloodtooth's body and release its venom. As the most formidable individual among the hunter ants, the potency of its venom far surpassed that of ordinary hunter ants. Just as the soldier ant's mandibles were about to close around Bloodtooth, the latter suddenly whipped its head, snapping its gaping maw open first and biting down on half of the soldier ant's mandibles. The instant it seized the soldier ant's mandibles, Bloodfang's body began spinning at breakneck speed. Snap! A sharp crack echoed as the soldier ant's mandible snapped clean off. With only one mandible remaining, the soldier ant could no longer inflict any damage on Bloodfang. The soldier ant clearly panicked, violently shaking its head in an attempt to break free and retreat. But Bloodfang gave it no chance. Shifting its target, it bit down on the soldier ant's left pair of legs, immediately following up with another deadly roll. Though these two strikes only dealt 30,000 damage, seemingly insignificant against the soldier ant's 1,600,000 health, everyone present knew its combat effectiveness had been crippled by half. Chen Yuan and Su Mushue watched with their jaws dropped. Watching these two colossal boss-level monsters clash felt like witnessing a monster movie. The battle was intense beyond belief. Just as the two prepared to rush in for backup, Wang Yan stopped them. Hold on. Bloodtooth told me it wants to duel this soldier ant alone. Bloodtooth's consciousness kept flooding into his mind, now brimming with an insatiable hunger for slaughter and combat. Wang Yan couldn't help but marvel at how Bloodfang was a born killer, cold-blooded, ruthless, and fiercely driven by the will to fight. The good news, however, was its unwavering loyalty to its master. Even when it wanted to duel the soldier ant, it first sought Wang Yan's permission. Seeing that Bloodfang was essentially guaranteed victory, Wang Yan agreed, letting it fully enjoy this battle. The soldier ant, now missing half its mandibles and 2 legs, finally realized it was no match for Bloodfang. It leapt backward, seemingly trying to create distance from Bloodfang. But with 2 legs missing from its original 6, its jumping ability seemed impaired. The distance covered was far shorter than before, only 7 or 8 meters, and its body nearly lost its balance. Bloodfang wasn't about to let it escape so easily. With a furious roar, Bloodfang unleashed its fully charged pounce skill, instantly closing the gap and sinking its jaws into the soldier ant's last remaining left leg. Immediately following, the death roll activated. With a sharp crack, the final leg on the soldier ant's left side was also torn off. Now the soldier ant had only half its legs left. Jumping was out of the question, even walking was a struggle. Bloodtooth pressed the attack, swiftly severing the soldier ant's remaining 3 legs, transforming it into a mere insect stick. The sight sent chills down both Su Mushue and Chen Yuan's spines. Chen Yuan sucked in a sharp breath. Whoa! Old one, your Bloodtooth is pretty twisted, huh? Su Mushue chimed in. No wonder it's a dragon blood crocodile, its combat style is truly brutal. But Su Mushue felt mostly elated. Witnessing Bloodtooth's formidable power filled her with hope for the 2 eggs her family corporation had taken for cultivation. Bloodtooth stood like a victor, gazing down at the soldier ants writhing on the ground. Roar! Its roar shook the mountains and forests, sounding like a resounding dragon's cry. Then, Bloodtooth unleashed a torrent of furious crimson dragonfire upon the immobilized soldier ants. 15,920. 16,415. 15,676. A string of damage numbers flashed across the screen. As the soldier ant's health bar rapidly depleted, its body was reduced to ashes. Ding! Your pet dragon-blooded crocodile has defeated a level 22 hunter ant soldier. You have gained 16,500 EXP. After slaying the soldier ant, Bloodfang strode proudly over to Wang Yan, rubbing against his pant leg in a playful manner. Well done. Wang Yan fed it a piece of jerky and gave its crocodile head a pat. No matter how ferocious Bloodtooth appeared before monsters, in Wang Yan's eyes, it was forever his little baby. Well, a 3-meter-long, over 300-pound baby. After the soldier ants died, besides dropping numerous materials, they also yielded a silver-grade piece of equipment. Chen Yuan picked it up and chuckled. Ha! This gear's mine, I won't hesitate to take it. He displayed the item's attributes for everyone to see. Chitin breastplate silver, equip level LV20. Equipping grants strength plus 20, physical defense plus 2080, magic defense plus 1872. Armor type, heavy armor. Without a doubt, this was a piece of equipment perfectly suited for Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan teased. Old Wang, now only your gear hasn't dropped yet. Wang Yan didn't care. Halo Master's gear isn't that easy to come by. As a niche subclass of the mage profession, Aura Masters had highly specialized gear requirements. Equipment suitable for other mages often proved unsuitable for them. But Wang Yan didn't care much about that either. After all, he didn't rely on gear to survive. Having the aura was enough. Chapter 81, Death Tornado. But seriously, your Bloodfang is ridiculously overpowered. You actually soloed that boss? Chen Yuan stared at Wang Yan's Bloodfang, his eyes brimming with envy. Not just Chen Yuan, Su Mushue's eyes were equally filled with envy. Although she had obtained 2 pet eggs, both hatchlings dragon blood crocodiles had been snatched away by her father to contribute to the clan. Chen Yuan glanced at his level 13 little black beside him. I wonder if my Shohei can ever grow to match Bloodfang's level. Wang Yan encouraged him. Of course it can. They're both dragon blood crocodiles, so they shouldn't be too different. It's just that your Shohei is too low level. Chen Yuan sighed. What can I do? If it weren't for the college entrance exams, I'd really want to follow your example and level up Shohei quickly. As he spoke, something suddenly occurred to Chen Yuan. Oh, right, my experience bar's already at 99%. I should be able to hit level 20 after taking down a few more monsters. That dead soldier ant had contributed a decent chunk of experience points to all 3 of them. Wang Yan glanced at the time. It was only around 2:30 p.m. Today's progress was exceptionally smooth, and their leveling speed was absurdly fast. It had only taken them the entire morning plus a little over 2 hours in the afternoon for Chen Yuan and Su Mushue to catch up to Wang Yan's level. Looks like we have plenty of time to head to the goblin camp today. Without wasting any time, Wang Yan ordered Bloodtooth to use his sense of smell to locate the next wave of monsters. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the group encountered a pack of roughly 10 windwolves. These creatures, which had once made them extremely cautious and vigilant, now posed no challenge whatsoever. The trio, along with 2 blood crocodiles, swiftly and effortlessly wiped out the entire pack. Ding! Your teammate Chen Yuan has leveled up. Current level, LV20. A faint white light flickered around Chen Yuan. Wang Yan watched him curiously, wondering what skill Chen Yuan would awaken. Judging by his performance before reaching level 20, Chen Yuan's talent was undeniably exceptional, even showing signs of potentially rivaling Su Mushue. Wang Yan believed that among this year's awakened professionals at Tianshui First High School, Chen Yuan could very well be an unpredictable dark horse. Chen Yuan closed his eyes, clearly reviewing the skill description. Moments later, ecstasy spread across his face. I've hit the jackpot this time, guys. He hastily displayed his skill description before Wang Yan and Su Mushue. Death Tornado /4 a miniature tornado composed of multiple sword energies, lasting 10 seconds. You may control the tornado's direction until it dissipates. Cooldown, 7 seconds. Just reading the description made it clear this skill was no ordinary ability. Chen Yuan continued. You guys probably don't know this, but among all known awakening skills for heavy warriors, this one ranks at least in the top 10. Not only is it immensely powerful, but it's also a sustained area of effect attack with some crowd control effects. Most importantly, it has an extremely short cooldown. After hearing Chen Yuan's explanation, Wang Yan finally understood why he'd been so excited. He grinned and punched Chen Yuan playfully. Nice one, kid. Wang Yan genuinely felt happy for Chen Yuan. Sometimes for a professional, even if their class isn't top tier, a skill set with high potential can still lead to a bright future. Congratulations! Su Mushue offered her congratulations to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan danced with joy, doing a backflip on the spot before scooping up Xiao Hei and planting 2 big kisses on him. That's enough, you look like a monkey. Wang Yan quickly stopped Chen Yuan, preventing him from making an even more embarrassing spectacle in front of Su Mushue. The 2 members of the Longyan team might still be nearby. They had been traveling while cloaked, and Wang Yan wasn't sure if those 2 Longyan team members could keep up with him. Still, if they saw Chen Yuan like this, it would be a bit awkward. Sorry, I got a little too excited. He patted Wang Yan on the shoulder. Let's go, old Wang. We're heading to the goblin camp. I'm absolutely pumped right now. Wang Yan replied. No rush. Before we head to the goblins, we've got one more thing to take care of. About 10 minutes later, the group arrived at a familiar small hill. Wang Yan checked the map and confirmed this was indeed the location. His gaze swept carefully over the hill, and soon, relying on memory, he located the entrance to the den the golden-spotted Tiger King had concealed with weeds. Isn't this the golden-spotted Tiger King's lair? Chen Yuan instantly recognized the familiar hill before them. Wang Yan nodded. That's right. This is the golden-spotted Tiger King's lair. I just don't know if it's home right now. Chen Yuan looked at Wang Yan in confusion. Old Wang, why did you bring us here? Are you planning to take down this tiger? Su Muxue chimed in. But this golden-spotted Tiger King is a full level 28. And it's not even a boss, just an elite monster. Killing it won't yield much experience, and there's no guarantee it'll drop gear. Wang Yan shook his head. No, we're definitely not fighting it. Not only would it be a hassle, but it'd be a waste of time. If it were just about hunting down this tiger, he wouldn't have gone to all this trouble to come here. Then what do you suggest? Wang Yan explained. The goblin camp now has at least 300 goblins, conservatively estimated. Yesterday alone, they witnessed over 300 goblins within the camp itself, and that doesn't even include the roaming goblin squads scattered throughout the entire eastern district. Although they had indeed killed many goblins, the survivors had likely retreated, concentrating their activities near the goblin camp. By afternoon, they could scarcely find any goblin patrols in the eastern district. Therefore, the number of goblins near the camp today would only be greater than yesterday's count. Those goblins are all monsters above level 20. Even though we've reached level 20 ourselves, it doesn't mean we're completely safe. Because we still don't know what the goblin chieftain is capable of. The monster compendium did contain records on goblin chieftains, but this unusually powerful one had clearly only emerged in recent decades. Wang Yan could only find scattered bits of information about this goblin chief online. In other words, they knew nothing about this goblin's abilities. Often, the unknown equates to danger. So, to be safe, I plan to lure this tiger to the front of the goblin camp to draw their attention. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up. Then we'll sneak into their camp during the chaos and kill the goblin chieftain? Wang Yan nodded. Exactly. That's the plan. Ah, not bad, old Wang. You're full of clever tricks. Chapter 82, Luring the Tiger Away from the Mountain. Wait here for me. Unless I'm in danger, don't come up. Wang Yan instructed Su Muxue and Chen Yuan. His reason for choosing the golden-spotted Tiger King over luring other high-level monsters to the goblin camp was clear. Though the golden-spotted Tiger King seemed like a war god against the goblins, effortlessly taking on many foes alone, its attributes were completely countered by Wang Yan's slowing aura. Because it possesses no special abilities, it relies solely on its formidable attributes and physical prowess to fight. Its resilience might be exceptionally high, rendering many crowd control abilities largely ineffective. However, Wang Yan's slow aura ignores toughness entirely, rendering the golden-spotted Tiger King's resilience utterly meaningless against him. Once slowed by Wang Yan's aura, it instantly becomes a sitting duck. Even if Wang Yan and the others wanted to kill it, it would only be a matter of time. Wang Yan slowly approached the cave entrance, causing Su Muxue and Chen Yuan to tense up involuntarily. Reaching the cave entrance, Wang Yan carefully pulled back the overgrown weeds covering it. Then, he pulled out his flashlight and shone it into the cave. The moment the light entered the cave, Wang Yan saw a pair of oval eyes reflecting a faint green glow, like a predator lurking in the darkness. Clearly, these eyes belonged to the golden-spotted Tiger King. Wang Yan immediately adjusted the flashlight to its maximum brightness, directing a blinding beam straight at the tiger's face. Blasted by the blinding light, the golden-spotted Tiger King let out a terrifying roar. As the king of beasts, when had it ever endured such an insult? Fixing its gaze on the audacious human before it, the tiger leapt forward in a single bound, lunging at the reckless creature. But the moment its paws touched the ground, it sensed something amiss. The golden-spotted Tiger King felt his body grow heavy, moving with great difficulty. Where it could normally leap over 10 meters with ease, this time it strained mightily only to cover a distance of barely 2 meters. For a moment, the Tiger King lost control of his body and accidentally fell flat on his face. Wang Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Roar! The golden-spotted Tiger King roared furiously, as if it wanted to tear the human before it to pieces right then and there. Wang Yan quickly backed away. Although the Tiger King's speed was reduced by 90%, its base movement speed was still considerable. Therefore, Wang Yan dared not be too overconfident, maintaining a safe distance of about 10 meters at all times. Soon, Chen Yuan and Su Muxue saw Wang Yan emerge from the cave entrance, with the golden-spotted Tiger King trailing behind him as if running in slow motion. Chen Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Holy crap, that tiger looks like it's glitching. Since the slow aura didn't affect allies, Chen Yuan and Su Muxue only knew Wang Yan possessed an area of effect slow ability. But they weren't entirely sure of its specific properties. Wang Yan glanced back at the golden-spotted Tiger King trailing behind him. He thought to himself that it was running far too slowly. At this pace, they'd likely reach the goblin camp after dark. So Wang Yan used his frequency conversion ring to adjust the slow aura's effect from 90% slow to around 80%. After the adjustment, the golden-spotted Tiger King's movement speed instantly increased significantly. Wang Yan couldn't help but marvel this golden-spotted Tiger King truly lived up to its reputation as a solitary elite-level monster. Even with an 80% slowdown, it could still maintain a decent pace. However, such speed still made catching up to Wang Yan and his companions quite challenging. Wang Yan and his companions jogged to create distance while guiding the tiger toward the goblin camp. Seeing it could never quite catch up, the golden-spotted Tiger King refused to give up. True to its skill description, it held a grudge. To prevent its escape, Wang Yan periodically hurled rocks at it, attacks lacking in force but brimming with insult. Infuriated by this humiliation, the tiger let out a terrifying roar, its eyes blazing with a hatred that seemed to want to devour Wang Yan and his companions alive. Wang Yan adjusted the effects of his slow aura as he ran, ensuring the golden-spotted Tiger King maintained a safe distance while not slowing him down excessively. Goblin Camp. A group of goblins worked feverishly to reinforce their defenses. Most of their old city walls had rotted away, requiring new timber to fill the gaps. Additionally, they needed to construct watchtowers and palisades to prepare for future security. The aged goblin chieftain patrolled the settlement. He moved with a slow, shuffling gait, his legs limping as he walked, relying on a wooden staff for support. One of the old goblin's eyes was cloudy and seemingly blind. Cough, cough, cough. He glanced around the goblin camp and let out a few coughs. Suddenly, a look of pain flashed across the goblin chieftain's face, as if some hidden ailment had flared up. It raised its arm, revealing a black magical rune etched upon it. At that moment, the dark magical rune glowed faintly, searing his arm with a sizzling sound. The goblin chieftain seemed drained of strength by the rune, his entire appearance growing more haggard. Shaking his head, he turned away, seemingly abandoning his patrol of the territory and heading back to his quarters. Suddenly, the goblin chieftain heard a piercing tiger's roar. He turned his head. The roar came from outside the camp. The goblin chieftain shouted urgently, "Ravawala!" The goblins within the camp immediately rushed toward the source of the roar. Not far from the goblin ramparts, they spotted a human warrior bearing a shield, leading a golden-spotted Tiger King toward their encampment. This warrior was Chen Yuan, who had switched to a defensive stance, holding a large shield before him. Wang Yan and Su Mushue had entered stealth mode, waiting nearby. Goblins positioned on the wooden walls and watchtowers unleashed a barrage of arrows and crossbow bolts at Chen Yuan, but his massive shield deflected most of the attacks, limiting the damage inflicted. Just as Chen Yuan lured the golden-spotted Tiger King beneath the goblin walls, he vanished from his position. Only the golden-spotted Tiger King and the goblins on the walls were left, staring at each other in bewilderment. At the same moment, Wang Yan lifted the slow effect from the golden-spotted Tiger King. After entering stealth mode, Chen Yuan returned to Wang Yan and the others. The trio watched the golden-spotted Tiger King with a hint of anticipation. The golden-spotted Tiger King scanned left and right, sniffing the air as if searching for Wang Yan and the others. But just then, some goblin with a wandering hand suddenly fired an arrow at the golden-spotted Tiger King. Enraged, the golden-spotted Tiger King roared, swatting the arrow clean in half with a single swipe of its paw. Then, with astonishing speed, it charged toward the walls of the goblin camp. Reaching the base of the wall, it leapt upward with astonishing height, then pushed off the wall with a single bound, effortlessly landing atop the ramparts. The goblins were utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 83, Ambush of the Goblin Chieftain. After leaping onto the wall, the golden-spotted Tiger King unleashed a brutal slaughter. Having been toyed with by those humans all along, it was seething with rage. Now that the humans were gone, it vented all its fury upon the goblins. Unfettered by the slowing aura, the golden-spotted Tiger King unleashed its terrifying strength, speed, and precise killing skills like a caged beast set free. Ha ha, it's working. Chen Yuan roared with laughter from the sidelines. Let's move quickly while we have the chance. Wang Yan and the others took advantage of the golden-spotted Tiger King's rampage through the goblin camp to head toward the mine. Having scouted the area yesterday, they were thoroughly familiar with the mine's layout. Following the clues on the secret passage map, they easily located the small cave entrance leading into the mine. Inside the cavern, utter darkness reigned. Fortunately, luminous stones were embedded at regular intervals throughout the caverns. These stones emitted a faint green glow, not bright, but sufficient to illuminate the path through the cavern. Holy crap, what are these stones? Could they be some kind of treasure? Chen Yuan was intrigued and couldn't resist reaching out to touch one. Su Mushue teased him. Aren't you afraid it might be radioactive? Su Mushue's words startled Chen Yuan, who quickly withdrew his hand. Wang Yan explained as they walked. It's just ordinary green fluorite. As long as it's exposed to sunlight for a while, it can glow for a long time. Green fluorite is a mineral found in this world. In human society, some alchemists process it further, combining it with monster crystal cores to create long-lasting illumination tools. However, goblins clearly lack such expertise. They likely unearthed a patch of green fluorite or sun-dried it for a while and then embedded it into various mine shafts. This type of green fluorite is quite common and not particularly valuable. Yet after sun exposure, it can emit a faint glow for decades, proving remarkably practical. After Wang Yan explained this to Chen Yuan, the latter had an epiphany. Old Wang, you really are our class's walking encyclopedia. You know everything under the sun. A hint of admiration also flashed in Su Mushue's eyes. This knowledge wasn't found in textbooks. She couldn't imagine how many books Wang Yan had read. After walking through the mine for a while, the three encountered a fork in the path. Following the map's instructions, they should take the left path. Entering the left tunnel and continuing onward, they finally caught sight of faint light ahead. Accompanying the light came faint tiger roars and the shrieks of goblins. Clearly, the mine's exit lay ahead. A surge of excitement filled them, and they quickened their pace. Turning a corner in the tunnel, the scene before them suddenly opened up. They had successfully entered the goblin camp through the secret passage within the mine. Low wooden structures and animal skin tents dotted the surroundings, but no goblins were in sight. Evidently, every goblin in the camp had been drawn away by the golden-spotted Tiger King. Emerging from the tunnel, the group immediately spotted the towering figure within the camp, the goblin chieftain. Its immense height made it stand out like a crane among chickens amidst the goblin crowd. The goblin chieftain stood observing the battle between the golden-spotted Tiger King and the goblins, showing no intention of joining the fray himself. Under the cover of their stealth aura, the trio quietly approached to about 30 meters behind the goblin chieftain. We'll strike together later. Try not to give it a chance to fight back. Without knowing the goblin chieftain's abilities, an instant kill would be ideal. Wang Yan adjusted the frequency of the frequency conversion ring to 60%. Instantly, everyone's attack power surged dramatically. Once everyone was ready, Wang Yan gave a sweeping gesture. Bloodfang and Little Black immediately charged forward. They simultaneously unleashed dragon breath at the goblin chieftain. Su Mushua activated the active skill of her zealotry heart necklace zealotry. In an instant, she summoned a portal to the astral plane, then her hands moved non-stop. Like an endless artillery turret, she alternately hurled dark moon blades, dark orbs, and dark matter. Chen Yuan raised his heavy sword and swung it down. A piercing whistle filled the air as countless sword energies converged before him, forming a towering vortex nearly 5 meters high. Under Chen Yuan's mental command, the vortex swept toward the goblin chieftain at breakneck speed. Hearing the commotion behind him, the goblin chieftain spun around, terror instantly etched across his face. Dragon breath, magic orbs, meteor shower, and a terrifying sword energy tornado. The goblin chieftain was instantly overwhelmed by this barrage of attacks, countless damage numbers floating above its head. Perhaps due to the 50% all attributes debuff, the goblin chieftain's defenses were as fragile as paper, utterly unable to withstand this barrage. In less than 3 seconds, the goblin chieftain's mangled, massive body crashed to the ground. Ding! Your pet, the dragon blood crocodile, has defeated LV30 goblin chieftain silver. You have gained 22,500 EXP. After the goblin chieftain fell, it dropped a gold-grade piece of equipment. Chen Yuan dashed over, scooped up the gear, and bolted without even glancing at its stats. Ha ha ha, old Wang, let's get out of here. The process of defeating the goblin chieftain went even smoother than expected. However, after the trio defeated the goblin chieftain, countless goblins quickly discovered the 3 intruders in their camp. Seeing their fallen leader, the remaining goblins were enraged. Wielding their weapons, they seemed to abandon the golden-spotted Tiger King entirely, charging toward Wang Yan and his companions. Wang Yan remained unconcerned. After all, they would re-enter stealth mode in mere seconds. Thanks to the golden-spotted Tiger King drawing attention earlier, the goblin chieftain didn't even have a single guard by his side. Just as the trio prepared to leave, an eerie phenomenon suddenly manifested on the goblin chieftain's body. His body inexplicably burst into black flames. The magical runes on its wrist began to glow with a blinding light. Moments later, the magical runes detached from the goblin chieftain's body and floated into the air. Moments later, the runes rapidly expanded, instantly enveloping an area hundreds of meters in diameter. The goblin chieftain has unleashed an abyssal curse upon you, abyssal cage. Abyssal cage. All creatures imprisoned within the abyssal cage cannot leave its confines. While trapped, skills such as stealth, teleportation, blink, charge, cannot be used. The cage persists for 10 minutes. A flash of shock crossed Wang Yan's eyes. Abyssal magic? How could a goblin be connected to the abyss? Chapter 84, I'm not pretending anymore. The abyssal demon race has existed on Blue Star for thousands of years. Legend holds that millennia ago, abyssal demons invaded Blue Star, unleashing slaughter that nearly obliterated human civilization. Not only that, but the abyssal demons tore open spatial rifts, unleashing countless monsters from other worlds to invade the entire Blue Star. Many species native to Blue Star were also affected by the energy spilling from these rifts, causing them to mutate. During this period, countless species went extinct, while countless new ones emerged. Humans were reduced to the lowest rung of the food chain, their survival space relentlessly squeezed by these otherworldly monsters. Even the creatures that had originally existed on Blue Star became threats to human survival due to the various mutations they underwent. According to historical records, the human population plummeted from 8 billion to a mere 300 million worldwide. This desperate struggle for survival persisted for thousands of years. Then, several centuries ago, a powerful cosmic law abruptly transformed the entire world. Powerful adventurers began to emerge among humanity, sealing countless formidable monsters within dungeons and leaving only a fraction active on Blue Star. From that point onward, humanity gradually grew stronger and rebuilt civilization. Even so, human activity remained confined. Beyond cities, forests, grasslands, lakes, oceans, these wilderness areas remained perilous to mankind. The deep abyss demons were among the few beings capable of shaking the heavenly seal. Jiangnan University, where Wang Yan would soon enroll, was situated near an abyssal demon's lair. Battling the abyssal monsters served as both a trial for Jiangnan University students and their duty as its scholars. Nearly every year, abyssal monsters tear open spatial rifts from the abyssal caverns to invade human territories. Thus, it can be said that abyss monsters represent one of the greatest threats to humanity. After all, during the Dark Age, humanity endured millennia of subjugation by these creatures on Blue Star. That this goblin chieftain had ties to the abyss monsters was truly surprising to Wang Yan. Su Mushui and Chen Yuan were equally astonished. Chen Yuan spoke up. Could there be more abyssal monsters lurking within this camp? Wang Yan shook his head. Unlikely. A small city like Tianshui definitely wouldn't have abyss monsters lurking around. If an abyss monster appeared here, it would be a major incident, causing an uproar throughout the entire city. I suspect it must have worshipped some abyssal deity, received a response from the deity, and been granted some mysterious power. Wang Yan recalled that the goblin tribe did indeed have customs of worship and sacrificial offerings to deities. Moreover, goblins were quite willing to serve as slaves to certain powerful and malevolent beings, willingly becoming their servants. In that light, this goblin chieftain must be a fortunate soul chosen by the abyssal deity. This would explain the goblin chieftain's extraordinary strength. His ability to lead the goblins in conquering the entire eastern sector of the Shadow would likely owed much to the mysterious power gained through sacrifice. Of course, such power comes at a price. No wonder the goblin chieftain ended up so weakened. It was clear he had severely depleted his own vitality. And this abyssal cage represented its last remaining reserve of power. The abyssal cage spanned an immense area. Imprisoned within it, alongside Wang Yan and the others, were the golden-spotted Tiger King and hundreds of goblins. As hundreds of goblins charged toward them, Su Mushui and Chen Yuan's expressions grew tense. This is bad news, damn it. This cage actually restricts stealth abilities. Not just stealth, any kind of blink or displacement skill is useless inside this cage. And stealth abilities were precisely the greatest asset of Wang Yan's squad. The reason they didn't need a tank and could still challenge goblin squads several levels above them was largely due to the immense power of the invisibility aura. Without the stealth aura, they instantly lost their greatest advantage. No matter how skilled they were no match for hundreds of goblins. Wang Yan, my planar portal still needs about 10 seconds to recharge. Su Mushui's voice carried a hint of panic, while Chen Yuan looked at Wang Yan with hopeful eyes. My Death Tornado's cooldown will be over soon. His Death Tornado only had a 7-second cooldown, the very reason it was his most powerful skill. Old Wang, what should we do? In this critical moment, the two instinctively placed all their hopes on Wang Yan. The enraged goblins charged toward them with frenzied roars, now less than 300 meters away. Behind them lay the mine, its entrance blocked by the abyssal cage. Goblins closed in from all sides, leaving them with no escape route. Wang Yan first activated his slow aura, drastically reducing the goblins' speed and preventing them from catching up for the time being. Then, Wang Yan activated his god-tier purification aura, hoping to see if he could purify the abyssal cage. Unexpectedly, a notification flashed in his mind. This abyssal cage is a cursed skill summoned by the power of the abyssal demon god, invoked through the sacrifice of souls by the goblin chieftain. Your level is too low to purify it. Damn, that's brutal? Wang Yan addressed Su Mushui and Chen Yuan. I can't purify this abyssal cage. Looks like we're stuck here. Hearing this, unease spread across both their faces, their expressions growing increasingly panicked. Wang Yan, however, remained remarkably calm. Don't worry, I still have a trump card up my sleeve. He had originally planned to kill the goblin chieftain and leave, but he hadn't expected the chieftain to conjure up this prison. Moreover, this prison couldn't be purified, it had to keep him trapped inside for 10 minutes. Since that was the case, he might as well lay his cards on the table and stop pretending. Wang Yan touched the frequency-shifting ring on his hand. Divine attack aura adjusted to 100%, increasing attack power and magic attack power by 1000%. The divine damage aura was adjusted to 100%, converting all damage into divine damage that ignored damage immunity, invulnerability, and evasion. Seeing the changes in the auras enveloping him, Chen Yuan and Su Mushui both stared in stunned silence. Old Wang, what is this? Wang Yan, your aura. Am I seeing things? These stats were downright absurd. For a moment, neither of them could quite believe their eyes. Wang Yan smiled faintly. Go on. Let these goblins see who's truly trapped in a cage. As Wang Yan adjusted the aura to 100%, Su Muxue and Chen Yuan's eyes regained their confidence. Chapter 85, Blood Red Rage. Chen Yuan charged forward first. He unleashed a death tornado directly at the goblin horde. Wherever the whirlwind swept, sand and stones flew, all manner of debris sucked into its powerful vortex before being shredded to dust by the furious sword chi within. As the tornado approached, the goblins, hindered by Wang Yan's slowing aura, struggled to evade and were swept into its maw. Under Wang Yan's aura, the tornado's damage became terrifyingly potent. Any goblins sucked into the vortex died within a second, with no chance of survival. Chen Yuan manipulated the tornado while continuously unleashing sword chi. Each slash instantly killed a goblin, its efficiency akin to mowing down grass. This was all thanks to Wang Yan's aura, which was simply absurdly powerful. Each of Chen Yuan's sword chi strikes dealt over 90,000 damage, all of it holy damage. Any skill that landed on a goblin meant an instant, no negotiation kill. Ordinary goblins stood no chance, and even a goblin chieftain at full strength might not survive. Moreover, Wang Yan's slowing aura rendered their movement agonizingly slow, leaving them utterly unable to dodge. Watching Chen Yuan, Wang Yan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. With all this sword chi and tornado magic, it seemed Chen Yuan was destined to walk further and further down the path of the wind mage. Perhaps even his rusty great shield would see little use in the future. Wondered if Chen Yuan even remembered his original dream of becoming a knight charging into battle. The two dragon blood crocodiles weren't idle either. They charged into the fray, lunging at the goblins and unleashing dragon breath attacks. Meanwhile, Su Muxue's astral portal had finally finished its cooldown. She swung her staff, summoning a rift in the starlit sky above the goblin encampment. To avoid harming Chen Yuan and the others, she positioned the rift behind the goblin army. The rift expanded rapidly, soon pouring down like a rain of death, thousands upon thousands of dark matter particles cascading from the heavens. A single strike from this dark matter meant instant, merciless death. Beneath the astral portal, countless goblins let out agonized screams and wails. They tried to flee this zone of death, but their movement speed restrictions meant they couldn't outrun the portal's expansion. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the goblin army, numbering several hundred, had been wiped out. When the astral portal dissipated, over 100 goblins, nearly 200, lay dead at Su Muxue's hands. The tide of battle turned in an instant. What should have been a one-sided slaughter now saw the goblins forced into a defensive position. In that moment, the goblins' will to fight collapsed. Some fled desperately, others fell dead, their ranks shattered beyond repair, armor discarded in disarray. Suddenly, Wang Yan noticed a gaunt goblin among the horde begin beating a leather drum strapped to its waist. This gaunt goblin appeared slightly taller than the average goblin. Its skin resembled that of a diseased creature, covered in white patches and completely devoid of hair. Moreover, its body was covered in bizarre symbols painted with some kind of white pigment. Goblin Priest Bronze, level 27, High Priest of the Goblin Clan, holding great prestige within the tribe. The Goblin Priest beat the drum while chanting in an odd language. Moments later, a crimson ripple spread outward from him. Goblin Priest used skill, Inspire. Inspiration cleanses negative status effects from allies within 200 meters, reducing the effects of negative status conditions they receive by 60% for the next 10 seconds and significantly boosting their combat will. As the crimson ripple spread, the goblins temporarily regained their movement speed, their eyes glowing red. The goblins' fighting spirit was reignited by the Goblin Priest's encouragement. They regrouped into formations, seemingly preparing to launch another assault on Wang Yan and his companions. This time, however, the slowing aura's effect on them was greatly diminished. At that very moment, a notification suddenly echoed in Wang Yan's mind. Ding! Your pet beast, the dragon blood crocodile, has slain a level 27 goblin decurion. You have gained 1350 EXP. Ding! Your pet dragon blood crocodile has leveled up. Current level, 20. Ding! Your pet dragon blood crocodile has awakened a new skill, Bloodlust. Blood Rage, increases size by 100%, boosts HP by 50%, enhances dragon breath range and damage by 30%, significantly raises defense and attack power, grants 30% damage reduction, doubles land movement speed and swimming speed, and grants immunity to all magic and debuffs for 180 seconds. Wang Yan's heart leapt with joy. This upgrade came at just the right moment. He had witnessed this Blood Rage skill before, unleashed by that level 33 Blood Dragon Crocodile. But Bloodfang's Blood Rage seemed like an advanced version. This might be due to Bloodfang's dark gold quality, whereas the level 33 Dragon Blood Crocodile was only gold quality, one tier lower. Its skill now included additional effects, dragon breath range and damage increased by 30%, along with a 50% HP boost and 30% damage reduction. Even its size increase had doubled from 50% to 100%. These enhancements were entirely absent from the previous Dragon Blood Crocodile. Wang Yan issued a command to Bloodfang in his mind. Activate Blood Rage. Take out that meddling Goblin Priest. This priest was a major nuisance. Originally, the goblins were slowed by 90%, allowing Chen Yuan and Su Mushue to deal damage relatively safely. But the presence of the goblin priest significantly weakened the slow effect, allowing the goblins to move more freely and posing a greater threat to Chen Yuan and Su Mushue. Upon receiving Wang Yan's command, Bloodfawn let out a furious roar. Bloodfang's body rapidly swelled. Its original length of about 3 meters suddenly stretched to 7 or 8 meters, transforming into the form of a prehistoric beast. Its crimson scales radiated rolling heat like flowing lava, while its black patterns seemed to come alive, resembling deadly venomous snakes. Its health pool surged from 176,880 to 265,320, a staggering increase of over 260,000 points. After Bloodfang's transformation, its savage, bloodthirsty eyes instantly locked onto the goblin priest amidst the goblin horde. It immediately unleashed its pounce skill, leaping over 40 meters in a single bound. Seeing Bloodfang hurtling toward him like a missile, the goblin priest froze in terror. His pupils dilated rapidly, and even his hands, mid-beat on the animal skin drum, froze in midair. Bloodfang landed beside the goblin priest, snapping its massive jaws shut around the creature's body. Its massive frame slammed into the ground, kicking up clouds of dust and causing the earth itself to tremble. Bloodfang clamped down on the goblin priest, exerting just enough force to snap its neck with a crack. The goblin priest didn't even have time to scream before dying instantly. Bloodfang flung its head back, tossing the goblin priest aside like a discarded ragdoll. Ding! Your pet dragon-blooded crocodile has slain a level 27 goblin priest. You have gained 1350 EXP. Chapter 86, The Gold Grade Ring. Bloodtooth charged straight into the goblin encirclement and, before the eyes of the horde, dispatched the goblin priest. The entire process was brutally simple, lacking any finesse, leaving the goblins in disbelief. Even Chen Yuan and Su Mushue were momentarily stunned by the sight of Bloodfang's enlarged form. Unlike Wang Yan, who had witnessed the dragon-blood crocodile's blood rage skill beforehand, the visual impact Bloodtooth delivered to them was nothing short of staggering. Only when the goblin priest's corpse hit the ground with a dull thud did the horde snap out of their daze. This crocodile dared to venture so deep alone, showing them not the slightest bit of respect. Roaring with fury, they raised their weapons and closed in on Bloodfang. In an instant, blades, crossbow bolts, spears, everything came crashing down upon Bloodfang. Bloodtooth roared in fury, unleashing its dragon's might to suppress them. 387. 367. 397. 425. A string of damage numbers floated above its body. Thanks to both dragon might and damage reduction, these goblins could only deal a pitiful 300 or 400 points of damage. For Bloodfang, with its 260,000 HP, such damage was practically negligible. Bloodfang whipped his body around, lashing his tail out toward the goblin horde. The single swipe instantly killed over a dozen goblins. Bloodfang then unleashed a dragon's breath, instantly incinerating several more goblins to ashes. Meanwhile, a goblin mage positioned at the rear of the horde finally found an opening to cast a spell. Waving its staff, it gathered countless fire elements at the tip, eventually forming a massive fireball. The goblin mage swung his staff, and the fireball shot toward Bloodfang at incredible speed. Moments later, the orb struck Bloodfang, erupting with a deafening boom. The fireball exploded violently, blasting a circular crater nearly 10 meters wide into the surrounding ground. Flames danced within the crater as thick smoke billowed, engulfing Bloodfang's entire body in the inferno. Chen Yuan and Su Mushue watched the scene unfold, their hearts tightening. Wang Yan, however, showed no sign of worry. Instead, he smiled faintly. As the flames slowly dissipated, a damage number of 0 drifted lazily above Bloodfang's body. Its entire body remained unscathed, not even a single scale missing. Instead, the fireball had thoroughly enraged Bloodfang. Its cold, crimson eyes instantly locked onto the goblin mage amidst the goblin horde. It leapt high into the air once more, charging toward the goblin mage. The goblin mage was scared out of his wits, abandoning his staff as he scrambled to flee, rolling and crawling in panic. But Bloodfang moved too swiftly. Before the goblin mage could take 2 steps, Bloodfang pounced, knocking him to the ground. Bloodfang sank its teeth in, snapping the goblin mage's neck clean off. The creature died instantly. Now, the goblin's eyes no longer held anger toward Bloodfang, but instead were filled with deep terror. This colossal beast seemed like a demon crawling out of hell itself. They saw not the slightest chance of defeating it. Without any clear leader, the goblins suddenly began fleeing for their lives, the entire goblin force instantly disintegrating into a scattered mess. Though the buffs bestowed by the goblin priest before his death still granted them temporary speed. But the entire goblin camp was now trapped within the abyssal cage. Where could they possibly flee to? Seeing the goblin ranks collapse once more, Su Mushue, Chen Yuan, and Xiao He immediately pressed their advantage, launching a relentless pursuit to slaughter the remaining goblins. The goblins, having lost all will to fight, posed no threat to them. The battle gradually turned into a one-sided slaughter. The stench of blood soon permeated every corner of the goblin camp. The goblins wailed and screamed in despair. The very cages that had once imprisoned Wang Yan and the others now became their own prisons. Even if they wanted to resort to their signature move escaping, there was no chance left. Soon, the remaining goblins were completely wiped out by their combined efforts. By then, Bloodfang's blood rage skill had worn off, and he returned to his original form. The goblin corpses dissolved into a swirling cloud of light particles, leaving only scattered gear behind. Most of the gear was plain white, with a few bronze items scattered among them. Nothing particularly valuable, though the group did gather a fair amount of materials. As the goblin corpses vanished, the camp instantly became deserted, with only pools of blood and the lingering stench of blood in the air bearing witness to the events that had just unfolded. Chen Yuan began clearing the gear from the ground. Suddenly, Su Muxue gasped. "Wang Yan, look at this!" Wang Yan walked over to investigate. Behind a wooden hut, a dying tiger glared at them with wide, furious eyes, its gaze fixed on the pair. This was none other than the golden-spotted tiger king Wang Yan had lured earlier. Its body was covered in wounds, and its health bar was nearly depleted. This was hardly surprising. No matter how fierce it was fighting alone. While the goblins had pursued Wang Yan and his companions, a portion of them had also been busy dealing with this golden-spotted tiger king. Moreover, it might have been caught in the crossfire of the astral portal. Finish it off. Put it out of its misery. The reason Wang Yan and his companions had been able to kill the goblin chieftain so easily was largely thanks to this golden-spotted tiger king drawing attention up front. When the abyssal cage descended, it had even helped shoulder some of the pressure for Wang Yan and the others. Su Muxue nodded. Waving her staff, she unleashed a dark orb that ended the golden-spotted tiger king's life. Chen Yuan finished gathering the loot and returned to the others. The abyssal cage had yet to dissipate, forcing the trio to wait within its confines. "Old Wang, you've been keeping your cards close to your chest, haven't you?" Chen Yuan chuckled, patting Wang Yan on the shoulder. Wang Yan smiled and said to the two of them, "Same old deal." Before he could finish, Chen Yuan cut him off. I get it. Keep it under wraps. Honestly, I don't get why you're so low-key. If I had that kind of skill, I'd want the whole world to know. Su Muxue countered. Not necessarily. As the saying goes, fame brings trouble. Wang Yan surely has his reasons. Seeing Wang Yan's expression turn slightly awkward, Su Muxue flushed slightly and quickly added. I didn't mean you're a pig, okay? Wang Yan sighed and waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. I get what you mean. Chen Yuan laughed heartily, then suddenly remembered something. He pulled a ring from his pocket. This is the gear I got from killing that goblin chieftain earlier, gold tier equipment, and it's a ring, too. Everyone stared intently. Covenant ring gold, equipment level, LV20. Grants 3000 shield points upon equipping. After the shield is broken, it requires a 10-second cooldown to regenerate. Active skill, Sanctuary Covenant. Protection Pact, when you take damage, your pets or summons can absorb a portion of it, adjustable up to 50%. Chapter 87, Special Event. This ring's stats are quite impressive, it's practically a life-saving artifact. A 3000-point shield is incredibly useful, and it also allows your pet beast to take damage for you. This effectively grants the owner up to 50% damage reduction before the pet dies. This is already quite impressive, considering many warrior classes' damage reduction skills don't reach this level. Wang Yan's Bloodfang, with its thick hide and astonishingly high health pool, becomes practically impenetrable when Blood Fury is activated. This ring couldn't be more perfect for him. However, the ring had no class restrictions, meaning all three of them could theoretically use it. Su Muxue spoke first. This ring isn't suitable for me. I don't have a pet or any summons, so the passive attribute would go to waste. Chen Yuan quickly added. I don't need it either. I wear heavy armor already and don't lack defense. This ring would be a waste on me. Chen Yuan paused before adding. Come to think of it, we've been teaming up for so long, and old Wang hasn't gotten any decent gear yet. This ring would be perfect for you. Since the trio formed their party, both Chen Yuan and Su Muxue had each obtained 2 pieces of silver gear, while Wang Yan had yet to find any equipment suitable for him. Seeing the others decline, Wang Yan didn't bother with further politeness. Fine, I'll take the ring then. As the team's core, his role as a crucial support class meant that only by ensuring his own survival could he maximize the team's overall gains. Wang Yan now possessed 2 ring-type items, a dark gold storage ring and a gold-tier contract ring. Having awakened only a few days ago, his gear already far surpassed that of many novice adventurers. After waiting about 3 or 4 minutes, a massive crack suddenly appeared in the abyssal cage in the sky. The fissure rapidly widened until the entire abyssal cage shattered into countless specks of starlight, scattering down to the ground. It's finally over. Let's go. Just as the trio prepared to leave the now deserted goblin camp, Wang Yan heard a notification echo in his mind. Congratulations on completing the special event eliminating the minions of the abyssal forces. You successfully slew the goblin chieftain infected by the abyss's power, thwarting its evil plan to sacrifice itself and summon an abyssal rift. You have earned the achievement Medal Guardian. Guardian, you slew the minions of the abyssal forces, thwarting their invasion plans. Possessing this medal grants you +10 to all attributes permanent and increases your abyssal forces' hatred by +10. Wang Yan was a bit dazed, while Su Mushua and Chen Yuan were equally astonished expressions. Clearly, they'd heard the prompt as well. You heard that too? Wang Yan asked the two. Yep. MHM. Wang Yan immediately fell deep in thought. The minions of the Abyss faction? Summoning an Abyss rift. He suddenly understood. Could it be that this goblin chieftain intends to sacrifice himself before dying, summoning an abyssal rift to exchange for the protection of the abyssal monsters over the goblin tribe? A wave of dread washed over everyone's faces. If an abyssal rift appeared on the outskirts of Tianshui City, the consequences would be unimaginably dire. Abyssal monsters were at least gold tier in rank, and their power far surpassed that of ordinary monsters of the same level. Should they truly descend, Tianshui City would likely face a catastrophe rivaling the beast tide outbreak of a decade ago. The true scale of the devastation would depend entirely on the size of the Abyss Rift. In any case, the Shadow Forest would inevitably become a restricted zone, and residents living in the northern suburbs of Tianshui City would be forced to evacuate. This was unavoidable. Su Mushue remarked. No wonder those goblins were logging to reinforce their camp. I thought they were trying to preserve it before their chieftain died, but it turns out they were preparing to summon abyssal monsters. Chen Yuan sucked in a sharp breath and cursed. Holy, that damn old Biden was planning something this massive? If he'd succeeded. I can't even bear to think about it. But Chen Yuan soon burst into laughter. So that means the old bastard spent all this time preparing, only to get killed by our sneak attack? Ha 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 ha. Wang Yan chuckled too. Man plans, but fate decides. Guess it was just his bad luck. For years, this goblin chieftain had ruled the eastern district unchallenged. No one dared come looking for trouble. He probably never dreamed humans would dare sneak into his camp for a surprise attack. Regardless, his plans had ultimately failed, and Tianshui City was temporarily safe. Suddenly, a notification echoed in everyone's minds. You have completed a special event. The current area will receive a regional reward. A regional notification is about to be issued. Would you like to remain anonymous? Chen Yuan and Su Mushua both turned to look at Wang Yan. What do you think? Should we go anonymous? Wang Yan shook his head. Why go anonymous? Aren't you guys taking the college entrance exams? This kind of regional notification can earn you extra points and not just a few. Didn't you say you wanted to apply to Jiangnan University with me? But Su Mushue's face showed hesitation. Didn't you say you wanted to keep it confidential? Chen Yuan chimed in. Exactly. Even if we two don't go anonymous, it won't matter if you go alone. By now, practically the entire Tianshui No. 1 high school knew the three of them were a fixed team. Even if Wang Yan went anonymous alone, it wouldn't work. Anyone could guess it was him. Unless all three of them anonymized together. Wang Yan shrugged indifferently. Don't worry. When the time comes, just tell the truth. Say the goblin chieftain was weakened, and we snatched an easy win. Wang Yan wasn't worried about this. It was just a goblin chieftain boss, and since it was only a regional notification, it wouldn't cause an international sensation. Once word got out, everyone would just think Chen Yuan and Su Mushue were amazing, while he, Wang Yan, would probably be seen as a freeloader. The only thing he needed to keep secret was his skill. If his aura ability were discovered by individuals with ulterior motives in other nations, that would be the real danger. Wang Yan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I really need to grow stronger quickly. Hiding like this all the time is exhausting. After persuading the two, they all chose to go public. Chen Yuan's face lit up with a relieved smile. Thanks, old Wang. Among the three, Chen Yuan had the weakest academic foundation. Cramming now would likely be too little, too late. With Su Mushue's grades, getting into the Supreme Academy was highly likely, but for Chen Yuan, it presented a real challenge. With this regional notification and reward, he was now virtually guaranteed success in the college entrance exam. And all of this was thanks to Wang Yan. Wang Yan chuckled. When did you become so polite? I should be thanking you for bringing me to the Shadow Forest to level up back then. Back when no one believed in Wang Yan, only Chen Yuan and Su Mushue chose to stand by him. Chen Yuan even fell out with his girlfriend over it, sacrificing his own leveling progress to train with Wang Yan. Chen Yuan's eyes suddenly stung a little. Damn, sand got in my eyes. He quickly turned away and discreetly wiped his eyes. Let's go, let's go. It'll be dark in 2 or 3 hours. We'll just do some more random monster hunting. I'll treat you guys to dinner tonight. Chapter 88, Boss Kills are where the gold is. Shadowwood Forest, western sector of Zone 1. Deep within the forest, a 5-person professional team stood locked in tense standoff with a pack of spiked boars. These spiked boars were exceptionally robust, each nearly twice the size of an ordinary domestic pig. One stood out, its frame 3 times larger than a regular domestic pig. This was a bronze tier boss, the Spiked Boar King. Spiked Boar King Bronze, level 15, a powerful boar king excelling in charging attacks, though lacking in maneuverability. The group of adventurers facing the Spiked Boar King was a professional squad led by Zhang Xingyi from Tianshui No. 1 High School. Jean Lu was also part of this squad, though Jiang Yueqi from earlier was no longer present. Besides Jean Lu and Zhang Xingyi, their team included an Earth Mage, a Shield Warrior, and a Ranger. All three adventurers were male and students of Tianshui No. 1 high school elite players Zhang Xingyi had recruited from other classes. Zhang Xingyi spoke up. Wang Chang, don't be afraid later. Charge straight and I'll shield you. Upon hearing Zhang Xingyi's words, the shield warrior named Wang Chang's tense expression eased slightly. He tightened his grip on the large shield in his hands and nodded. Don't worry, brother Zhang. The spiked boar king pawed at the ground with its front hooves, kicking up handfuls of sand as it huffed and puffed. Clearly, this was the prelude to its charge. The boar let out a low grunt before charging forward with blinding speed. Following Zhang Xingyi's instructions, Wang Chang charged straight at it, delivering a shield bash. Just before their collision, Zhang Xingyi swung his staff. A golden light instantly enveloped Wang Chang, forming a translucent shield before him. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as Wang Chang was sent flying backward. Fortunately, the holy light shield mitigated the impact, preventing serious injury. Instead, the wild boar king's charge halted abruptly upon being intercepted. The entire beast seemed dazed, its legs wobbling unsteadily. Now! Zhang Xingyi shouted, swiftly casting Holy Light Blessing upon Jean Lu. Holy Light Blessing increases attack power by 20%, boosts all attributes by 5%, and inflicts 10% light elemental damage with each attack. Empowered by the Holy Light Blessing, Jean Lu charged forward, swinging his short sword in a furious assault against the Boar King. The mage and ranger in the party also joined the assault on the Boar King. Zhang Xingyi cast Holy Light Blessing on each of them in turn. The Boar King, seeing the humans charging toward him, prepared to counterattack. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xingyi swung his staff again, unleashing a binding beam of light. Light's binding summons a prison of light, confining the enemy for 5 seconds. The Boar King instantly found himself immobilized, forced to endure the beating where he stood. Seeing their leader pinned down and beaten, the other spiked boars charged forward in unison. But as they charged, the Earth Mage had already conjured a long earthen wall, separating the Boar King from the others. The boars slammed headfirst into the wall, reeling from the impact, dizzy and disoriented. Next, the Earth Mage conjured a quicksand trap, trapping all the boars in the shifting sands and preventing them from aiding their leader. The others seized this opportunity to launch a fierce assault on the Boar King. Zhang Xingyi commanded from the rear, periodically refreshing his teammates' light shields. Thus, the 5 of them unleashed a furious beating upon the boars, and the Boar King soon breathed its last. The boar let out a final wail before collapsing, dropping a bronze tier equipment piece. With the Boar King slain, the remaining spiked boars posed no further threat. Some fled, while others were surrounded and killed by the squad. Ah, well done, everyone. Zhang Xingyi felt quite pleased after slaying the spiked Boar King. Our squad's combat prowess is impressive. A level 15 boss, and we took it down so easily. Jean Lu quickly chimed in with praise. All thanks to Brother Zhang's Holy Light Blessing and shield. Otherwise, how could we have taken down that Boar King so easily? The other 3 chimed in. Exactly. Brother Zhang's blessing and shield were absolutely game-changing. I'd bet you couldn't find a second support class player in the entire Shadowwood Forest who's as good as him. Nah, I'm just a slacker holding everyone back. If Brother Zhang hadn't been here, I probably wouldn't have dared to even glance at that Boar King until I hit level 20. Brother Zhang truly lives up to being a holy light priest. With skill power like that, his future is limitless. Everyone kept calling him Brother Zhang, and the constant praise made Zhang Xingyi feel a bit giddy, his smile never leaving his face. Ah, you guys are exaggerating. Without your teamwork, what good is my support play? Jean Lu remarked. Come to think of it, it's only been 4 days since the awakening ceremony, and our team has already taken down a boss-level monster. That must be a record, right? Zhang Xingyi chuckled. Records aren't important, but we probably are the first team to take down a boss-level monster without a practice partner. I've been checking the campus forums these past 2 days. Most teams encountering boss-level monsters just choose to flee and avoid them. The ranger added. I recorded our boss fight earlier. I'll post it on the campus forum tonight. Jean Lu seemed to recall the record Wang Yan and the others had set earlier. This first boss kill of ours, isn't it way more valuable than that so-called 90,000 yuan thing? The others chimed in. Exactly. What's so impressive about farming materials with 2 top-tier pets? I could do that too. Brother Zhang leading us to take down the boss, that's real skill. What good is farming tons of materials? Exactly. They're hyped up so much on the campus forum. If they're really that good, why don't they kill a boss and prove it? The crowd grew more animated with each comment, and Zhang Xingyi felt an immense sense of satisfaction. As the universally acknowledged strongest class among all professions awakened at Tianshui No. 1 high school this year, he'd been feeling overshadowed by Su Muxue lately. All because the trio of Chen Yuan, Su Muxue, and Wang Yan had been stealing all the spotlight. Today, after taking down that boss, he finally felt like he could hold his head high. Just as the group was chatting happily, a notification suddenly sounded in their minds. Regional announcement: the Goblin Shrimp Hand Squad, comprised of adventurers Wang Yan, Su Mushua, and Chen Yuan, has successfully defeated the level 30 Goblin Chieftain Silver. This completes the special event, earning them an achievement medal and triggering regional rewards. Zone reward: all resource yields in Shadowwood increased by +9%, rare item drop rate +3%, EXP +7%, monster density +20%, monster danger level reduced by 20%. Duration: permanent. Zhang Xingyi and the others were stunned. Chapter 89, the test reveals true worth. Zhang Xingyi, Jin Lu, and the others exchanged bewildered glances, their faces frozen in shock. The ranger who had earlier challenged, "If you're so skilled, why not kill a boss and prove it," swallowed hard. Holy! Did my mouth get blessed or something? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Wang Yan and the others promptly took down a boss, triggering a special event. It felt like it was staged just to slap him in the face. This can't be right. Did they mess up the announcement? Zhang Xingyi even wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Level 30? A silver tier boss? And the Goblin clan, widely regarded as the toughest in the first zone? Was there even the slightest chance this was possible? It was only the 4th day after the awakening ceremony. Even if Su Mushue was a super genius, she couldn't be this powerful, right? And what the heck is this Goblin Shrimp Hand team name? Does it mean Goblin Slayer? This squad name sounds like a joke. For such an important zone announcement, they pick such a casual name? Are they trying to be cute? Consider that many professionals never get the chance to earn a single achievement medal in their entire careers. This is downright childish. For a moment, Zhang Xingyi's mind was in utter chaos. He felt his entire worldview crumbling. Jin Logo murmured to himself. Impossible. How could this be? This is a level 30 boss. Even if you assembled a team of level 30 plus professionals, wouldn't you need at least 10 to 20 people? He racked his brain but couldn't fathom how Wang Yan and his team had managed it. And they'd even received a regional announcement and regional rewards. Such rewards carried immense significance. On a smaller scale, they benefited all adventurers in Tianshui City. On a larger scale, they accelerated the nation's development. Typically, after securing such a regional reward, the Tianshui City Professional Guild would award honorary medals and monetary bonuses. Coincidentally, they triggered the reward right before the college entrance exams. Their exam scores were practically guaranteed. Seeing Zhang Xingyi frozen in place, Wang Chan cautiously spoke up. "Brother Zhang, is it possible they brought practice partners to clear this together?" Before Zhang Xingyi could respond, Jin Lu interjected. Impossible. If sparring partners were present, even just observing their names would appear on the team roster. And the notification only listed 3 names, Wang Yan, Chen Yuan, and Su Mushue. That meant only these 3 professionals had slain the level 30 boss. No one else could have done it. A trio that had only awakened 4 days ago taking down a level 30 silver boss? If word got out, wouldn't it make everyone's jaws drop? Everyone fell silent, the joy from successfully slaying the Boar King vanishing in an instant. Jin Lu murmured softly. Maybe their pets are just too powerful. The others chimed in. Yeah. Their pet must be incredibly powerful. Otherwise, how could just the 3 of them take down a level 30 silver boss? Yeah, their pet must be something special to help them farm gold so fast. The Su family really spared no expense. Wang Yan sure is living the good life off his sugar daddy. Zhang Xingyi nodded silently. He knew that no matter how powerful a pet beast was, its level cap could never exceed its master's. Even the most formidable pet, even if it reached level 20, couldn't possibly take on a level 30 boss, right? Currently, Zhang Xingyi was the highest level member in the party, and he was only level 17. He considered his own leveling speed decent. Could Su Mushue and Chen Yuan really be that much higher than him? This was too absurd. He simply couldn't wrap his head around it. Jin Lu said. Hey, let them bask in the spotlight now. Remember, the college entrance exams don't allow pets. I'll be curious to see how they manage then. Wang Chang added. Exactly. As professionals, relying too much on pets won't cut it. In the end, it all comes down to your own strength. Zhang Xingyi shook his head. Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided to stop thinking about it altogether. The college entrance exams were just 2 days away. In these exams, the assessment of professional potential carried significant weight. He felt confident in his awakened profession. Moreover, after 2 days of training, his combat experience had grown richer and he was becoming increasingly adept at wielding his skills. The confidence in Zhang Xingyi's eyes gradually returned. Since they're being so loud about it, let's settle this on the exam grounds. He was also eager to see just how far Su Mushue and Chen Yuan could go without their pet beasts. Brother Zhang. Ranger whispered. Are we still posting that boss battle video tonight? The Earth Mage beside Ranger shot him a glare, signaling him to keep quiet. Zhang Xingyi's face flushed with embarrassment. Let's hold off for now, we'll see how things go. Anyway, the rewards in this area are pretty solid, plus the EXP bonus. Let's keep leveling up. Don't let outside factors shake our confidence. Now everyone in Quanchue City knew Wang Yan and his crew had just taken down a level 30 boss. If he posted a video of killing a level 15 boss, wouldn't that be courting embarrassment? Shadowwood Forest Supply Depot. Business at the Shadowwood Supply Depot had been booming lately. Originally, the Shadowwood's resource yields couldn't compete with some dungeons, so few high-level adventurers visited regularly. But with the high-level exams approaching, a flood of new adventurers poured into Shadowwood, and the supply station seized this opportunity to rake in a fortune. The station was bustling now, with many adventurers chatting and resting while snacking and sipping drinks. When the regional announcement appeared in everyone's minds, the once bustling station fell suddenly silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Regional announcement: the Goblin Shrimp Hands squad, composed of adventurers Wang Yan, Su Mushua, and Chen Yuan, has successfully slain the level 30 Goblin Chieftain Silver, completing the special event. They have earned an achievement medal and triggered a regional reward. Moments later, the entire supply station erupted in cheers. Holy, it's the zone reward. Ha ha ha. Awesome. Who are these three legends? Sitting at home, rewards fall from the sky, ha ha ha. What just happened? I took a quick sip of water and now there's a reward? Many Tianchue No. 1 high school students quickly stepped forward to claim the rewards. These three are from our school, Tianchue No. 1 high school. That's right, they're the newly awakened professionals from our school. That Wang Yan guy has been our school's top student in both academics and athletics for 3 consecutive years. That Su Mushue girl is the runner-up. Seeing Tianchue No. 1 high school students speak up, the other professionals all wore expressions of disbelief. You mean they're newly awakened professionals? That can't be right. This is a level 30 silver ranked boss. Did you guys get that wrong? In an instant, the supply station erupted into chaos as whispers and murmurs filled the air. Chapter 90, New Openings. If it's a newly awakened professional, they couldn't be higher than level 20 right now, right? How could they possibly take down a level 30 boss? Don't be ridiculous, folks. That's impossible. A level 30 silver tier boss isn't as simple as you think. And this is the Goblin Chieftain. Don't you know goblins always fight in packs? The roster only lists 3 members. It can't be what you're suggesting. Some higher-level adventurers at the supply station expressed skepticism toward the claims of these Tianchue No. 1 high school students. One adventurer remarked, "I know the goblins in the East District well. Our squad has been there a few times before. Those goblins are tough to deal with, they love to stick together and aren't easy to handle." Others chimed in. "Yeah, I know those goblins. They operate in squads with distinct roles, arguably the toughest monsters in the first zone. If they killed the goblin boss, they must have taken on over 100 goblins at once, that's my guess." Seeing the skepticism, the students from Tianchue No. 1 high school grew visibly flustered. "We're not joking. Those 3 really are from Tianchue No. 1 high school. Did you hear about that newbie trio who traded resources for 90,000 dragon coins at the supply station recently? That was them. I saw on the school forum yesterday that their team apparently has 2 really powerful pets. Could this be related?" When the crowd mentioned Wang Yan and the others' 90,000 coin incident, the professional adventurers all seemed to recall it vaguely. The incident had gained some traction in the Shadowwood region. But they still found it hard to believe. A trio of newbies, even with 2 pets, taking down a level 30 boss? That's just too unbelievable. Hard to imagine how they pulled it off. The regional announcement list wouldn't be fake, just check it out. Someone pulled out their phone and found the official website of Tianchue No. 1 high school. Holy crap, it looks legit. A professional player found last year's list of top performing students on Tianchue No. 1 high school's website. Ranked first and second were none other than Wang Yan and Su Mushue. If it were just one person, you could say it was a coincidence of names, but surely it couldn't be 2 people sharing the same name? A Tianchue No. 1 high school student chimed in. "And I know that Chen Yuan, he's Wang Yan's best buddy. Su Mushue is in our class, huh?" The Tianchue high students chattered away, and the crowd gradually began to believe their story. This is insane. A newly awakened professional squad taking down a level 30 silver tier boss? Are they trying to defy the heavens? Quick, check if the rewards have kicked in yet. Someone opened the system panel and indeed found the bonuses mentioned in the regional announcement listed under their attributes. They had already taken effect. Though limited to Shadowwood, this bonus was incredibly generous. Many novice adventurers came to Shadowwood because the monsters in the first zone were relatively easier to handle. The 3 zones beyond the first area are too unpredictable, with high danger levels and low monster density. It often takes over 10 minutes to encounter any monsters, so few adventurers venture there. Now, however, the entire Shadowgrove has received increased loot drops and experience bonuses, along with higher monster density and reduced danger levels. It's easy to imagine that with these bonus rewards, more high-level adventurers will flock to the Shadowgrove in the future. This zone reward, much like the recent citywide bonus, benefits all residents of Tianchue City. Whoever secures these rewards will be hailed as a hero of Tianchue City. Who cares how they did it? We all get to enjoy the benefits anyway, ha ha ha. Young people these days are something else. Anyone up for a drink? It's on me. Let's raise a toast and celebrate. In an instant, the supply station erupted with lively excitement. Tianshui No. 1 High School. Zhao Guofeng was busy in his office. Lately, due to the matter involving Wang Yan, he needed to submit numerous documents to the Tianshui City Vocational Union for Liang Tian. With the college entrance exams approaching, he was overwhelmed with preparations. A female teacher in a business suit was assisting him in the office, none other than Qinyao, who had previously helped Wang Yan with his training. As Wang Yan's homeroom teacher, Qinyao was the one most familiar with his situation. For the past 2 days, she had been serving as Zhao Guofeng's temporary assistant, helping him handle matters related to Wang Yan. The two were busy organizing documents, sending detailed student profiles and special skills to various universities, hoping to secure more admission spots or guaranteed enrollment slots before the college entrance exams. Amidst their work, a sudden regional notification alert echoed in their minds. Zhao Guofeng continued organizing documents as he remarked, "Not bad, this regional incentive. Our Tianshui city's been pretty lucky lately." Suddenly, Zhao Guofeng froze. Wait a minute, this Goblin Shrimp Hand squad. Upon closer inspection of the announcement, he realized the 3 team members' names were all too familiar. Wang Yan, Su Muxue, Chen Yuan. Aren't they all students from our school? Zhao Guofeng turned to Qinyao, and both saw a flash of shock in each other's eyes. When he first heard about the regional notice, he'd assumed it was the work of some high-tier professional team from Tianshui City. The idea of a rookie team securing a regional reward hadn't even crossed his mind. And this was a level 30 silver tier boss. But if it was Wang Yan, then it made perfect sense. That brat. Didn't President Li tell him to keep a low profile? Qinyao chuckled. Young people need some drive. It's only natural. But then a look of delight flashed across Zhao Guofeng's face. But this regional bonus comes at just the right time, right before the college entrance exams. This could add a significant number of points to his college entrance exam score. Moreover, if we report this regional reward upward, we could potentially secure a direct admission spot at a prestigious university. Quick, Teacher Qin, contact the Tianshui City Vocational Union. Our spot is secured. Zhao Guofeng's weathered face broke into a broad smile. This achievement meant more than just a spot. When recruiting students next year, he could proudly declare, "Our school has produced students who achieved regional awards." This was an excellent selling point. Qinyao was also delighted Wang Yan and Chen Yuan were both students in her class. With these 2 students achieving success as their homeroom teacher, she was sure to receive recognition from the school. Alright, I'll contact President Li immediately. Chapter 91, The Enthusiastic Supply Station. So, what do you think? Isn't this a pretty good name for our squad? Goblin Shrimp Hands, playful yet serious, showing off our strength with a touch of humor. Chen Yuan's face beamed with pride, as if openly hinting for Wang Yan and Su Muxue to praise him. Wang Yan and Su Muxue both fell silent for about 3 or 4 seconds. Ahem. It's good. It really suits your style. Su Muxue nodded in agreement. Well done. Don't do it again next time. Chen Yuan chose to selectively ignore the latter half of Su Muxue's remark. Ha ha ha, thank you. It's all thanks to my friends in the industry flattering me. The title Prince of Naming is truly undeserved by this humble Chen. Chen Yuan laughed heartily as he led the way with Shohei, seemingly quite pleased with himself. Wang Yan rubbed his forehead. You came up with that title yourself, didn't you? Su Muxue whispered. Has Chen Yuan always been like this? Wang Yan sighed. This condition of his has been going on for quite some time now. As dusk fell, the 3 returned to the supply station. The moment they stepped inside, a loud voice called out. Look! They're here! Is that the squad that killed the Goblin Chieftain? Wow, they really do look so young. That girl is so cute. The crowd buzzed with whispers. While Wang Yan and the others still looked bewildered, applause surged like a tidal wave. Cheers erupted, and someone even set off celebratory fireworks. Who knows where they came from? The trio instantly became the center of attention. Wang Yan instantly realized that students from Tianshui No. 1 High School must have shared their information with the other professionals at the supply station. Now fame was practically impossible to avoid. This regional reward benefited most of Tianshui City's professionals, so their excitement was understandable. A student from Tianshui No. 1 High School asked, Su Muxue, could you share how you took down the Goblin Chieftain? The question fell like a pin dropped, silencing the crowd as all eyes turned expectantly towards Su Muxue and her 2 companions. This was the burning question on everyone's mind. How had a mere 3-person team managed to take down a level 30 silver-ranked boss? Su Muxue quickly replied. Honestly, we're not as skilled as you all imagine. We were just incredibly lucky. She then shared the story they had prepared in advance. While leveling in the East District, we happened upon a weakened Goblin Chieftain. It must have been infected with some disease, causing all its stats to be drastically reduced. Its combat power was even weaker than that of an ordinary goblin. You could say it was on its last legs. We just got lucky picking up an easy kill and unexpectedly triggered a special event. Sumushua wasn't lying, the actual events had largely unfolded as she described. But just how much had the goblin chieftain's stats been weakened? What were the specific details of the kill? And what exactly triggered that special event? She left these questions unanswered, letting them fill in the blanks themselves. After Sumushua finished speaking, the others finally understood. Ah, so that's it. I knew it. How could a trio of newbies possibly take down a level 30 boss? Still, you did remarkably well. Even a weakened goblin chieftain must possess considerable strength. Yeah, Sumushua might even have a shot at getting into one of the 3 Supreme Academies this year. Wow, I'm so jealous of you guys. Why can't I ever get lucky like that? Bro, you're thinking too small. This is a blessing for the entire Tianshui city. After Sumushua explained, everyone finally accepted the fact that they had defeated the goblin chieftain from the bottom of their hearts. Now that the goblin chieftain was stricken with a severe illness, everything finally made sense. Everyone congratulated them, and students from Tianshui No. 1 High School even asked to take photos with them. However, most attention was focused on Sumushua and Chen Yuan, with few paying much heed to Wang Yan. Everyone basically assumed Sumushua and Chen Yuan were the mainstays of the team. Wang Yan's position was probably somewhere behind the 2 dragon-blood crocodiles. After all, more students sought photos with the 2 dragon-blood crocodiles than with him. Wang Yan was quite content with this arrangement. After all, he had been instructed to keep a low profile. Chen Yuan had originally planned to treat Wang Yan and Sumushua to a meal at the supply station, but the group there was simply too enthusiastic. So the trio made an excuse, slipped back into the city, and had dinner at Sai Xian. After dinner, they bid each other farewell and headed home. On his way back, Wang Yan strolled along the riverbank to help digest his meal, with Bloodfawn trailing leisurely behind him. It was Bloodtooth's first time exploring a city, and he was fascinated by everything around him. Though a 3-meter-long crocodile was conspicuous, it didn't draw much attention. People walking their pets on the streets were a common sight in this world, where companion beasts were ubiquitous. The variety was staggering, not just crocodiles, but even walking trees. As Wang Yan walked, he opened his friend list. As he expected, several unread messages already lit up the list. Xinyao had sent one, as had Zhao Guofeng, both offering congratulations. Of course, there was also Li Yingtian's complaint. You're getting me into trouble, kid. I'm getting chewed out by the higher-ups, but I gotta give you credit, nice work. Good thing you managed to salvage things. Saw the news online, the diseased goblin chieftain, right? Gotta admire your young folks' imagination. You actually pulled that off. Wang Yan felt both amused and exasperated. Chairmanly, it wasn't imagination. That goblin chieftain really is gravely ill. By the way, I have something important to report to you. Li Yingtian quickly replied. Oh? What is it? Wang Yan replied. This is serious. Where are you now? Let's discuss it in person. Half an hour later, Wang Yan arrived at the Tianshui City Trade Union and entered Li Yingtian's private office. To Wang Yan's surprise, there was another man in the office he hadn't seen before. The man had a square jaw and wore a black combat training uniform. A conspicuous scar, resembling a centipede, snaked across his fair complexion. For some reason, the moment Wang Yan saw this man, he felt an inexplicable sense of pressure. This man is dangerous. That was Wang Yan's first impression of him. Wang Yan, allow me to introduce Captain Su Jingfeng. His Dragon Flame squad has been responsible for your personal security recently. Wang Yan replied respectfully. Greetings, senior. Su Jingfeng gave Wang Yan a once-over, smiled faintly, and nodded. Chapter 92, Danger Signals. You've been taking it easy these past couple days, haven't you? You have no idea how much pressure I've been under from headquarters lately. Li Yingtian launched straight into complaining to Wang Yan. The higher-ups ordered me to arrange someone to help you level up and assign us some tasks. I had to beg and plead before they finally agreed to postpone everything until after the college entrance exams. Wang Yan felt a bit awkward. However, teaming up with Chen Yuan, Sumushua, and the others these past 2 days served 2 purposes: first, to repay their earlier kindness, and second, to build his own team. As an aura master, having capable teammates was essential. Once the exams are over, you can arrange things however you like. Wang Yan replied to Li Yingtian with refreshing candor. After all, it was only a matter of 2 days. He knew following Li Yingtian's plan would bring undeniable benefits. He still fondly remembered the days of leveling up alongside Li Yingtian and the others. Back then, Li Yingtian had supplied him with endless beast blood potions and assigned 2 priests for protection. That leveling speed was faster than riding a rocket. Oh, and your digital admission letter has been issued. Li Yingtian sent Wang Yan a website link in the chat list. Wang Yan clicked the link and found a file confirming his status as a registered freshman at Jiangnan University. The file contained his basic information and registration date. The official start date is October 1st, which is 2 months from now. Of course, you can report early, but just make sure you're there no later than October 1st. Wang Yan nodded. Since his registration was complete, all he needed to do was provide his identification at the university when the time came. From this moment on, he was officially a student of Jiangnan University, one of the 3 supreme institutions of higher learning in Dragon Nation. After reporting, the university would provide him with housing and a student ID card. Only with this ID card would he gain access to all the special facilities on campus. Wang Yan had heard that these supreme institutions featured simulated combat arenas and facilities for cultivating special abilities. Though he didn't know the specifics, he was filled with anticipation for all these things. Liang Tian said, "Your situation is unique, so tuition and fees have already been arranged for you. You only need to prepare your living expenses." Wang Yan's face lit up. "Thanks a lot, President Li." After all, tuition at the Supreme Academy was no small expense. Even with his current savings of over 25 million, encountering a single expensive artifact or piece of equipment could wipe out his entire fortune in an instant. So naturally, he'd save wherever possible. Wang Yan knew Liang Tian had undoubtedly played a significant role in making all these arrangements possible. He silently acknowledged Liang Tian's kindness in his heart. "Alright, enough about that. You said you had something important to report. What exactly is it?" Wang Yan activated his achievement system, displaying the newly acquired achievement badge before them. Guardian Medal: you have slain minions of the Abyssal forces and thwarted their invasion plans. Possession of this medal grants +10 to all attributes permanent and increases Abyssal forces enmity by +10. Upon seeing the badge Wang Yan displayed, both men's expressions instantly turned grave. Su Jingfeng, standing beside Liang Tian, asked sternly, "The Abyss? So the special event triggered by killing this goblin chieftain is connected to the Abyss?" Wang Yan nodded. After he, Chen Yuan, and Su Mushue killed the goblin chieftain and triggered the special event, most people focused their attention on the zone rewards. But few had bothered to inquire what event they had actually triggered. Most importantly, no one would connect this to the Abyss monsters. Wang Yan pulled out his phone, displaying several photos he'd taken at the goblin camp. On a patch of ground covered in magical symbols lay a nearly rotten deer leg. Positioned at the center of the magic circle, it appeared at first glance to be some sort of bizarre sacrificial offering. "We found this in the goblin chieftain's quarters." After defeating the goblin chieftain, Wang Yan and his companions had hoped to find treasure in his quarters. The moment they entered, a strong stench of decay hit them. They discovered a massive magic circle drawn in white powder across the floor, with the enormous deer leg placed precisely at its center. Wang Yan and his companions immediately understood this was the goblin chieftain's method of sacrificial communication with the abyssal evil god. He snapped several photos and saved them to his phone. Wang Yan recounted every detail of his experiences at the goblin camp with Chen Yuan and Su Mushue to Liang Tian and Su Jingfeng. "Does anyone else know about this?" Su Jingfeng asked, his expression grave. Wang Yan shook his head. "No, only the 3 of us know so far. We've decided to keep it confidential for now." Wang Yan specifically instructed Chen Yuan and Su Mushue to keep this matter confidential. Any matter involving the Abyss monsters was no trivial affair. If too many people learned of it, it would likely spark widespread panic. The terror of the Abyss monsters was etched into human history. No one was unaware of their dreadful nature. Hearing Wang Yan's words, Su Jingfeng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "You're doing the right thing. Spreading this kind of news would only cause unnecessary panic," Liang Tian added. "Not only that, but it might also give foreign powers an opportunity to cause trouble for us." Wang Yan was a bit confused. "What does this have to do with foreign powers?" Su Jingfeng nodded. "Of course it does. Do you understand what the goblin chieftain's connection to the abyssal evil god signifies?" Wang Yan shook his head, indicating he wasn't quite sure. Su Jingfeng explained. "It means the power of the abyssal rift is growing stronger. Even a weakling like the goblin chieftain can now forge a sacrificial bond with the power of the abyssal demon. If what you say is true, this is an extremely dangerous sign." Wang Yan quickly grasped Su Jingfeng's meaning. "Are you suggesting that such sacrificial arrangements might now exist across the entire nation?" Su Jingfeng nodded. "Exactly. In short, we can't afford to be overly optimistic about this." Su Jingfeng looked at Wang Yan and asked, "How much do you know about the Abyss monsters?" Wang Yan pondered for a moment before replying. "From what I've read, the Abyss is saturated with chaotic, unrestrained power. Any creature infected by this force gains immense strength, but also loses its mind and becomes utterly deranged, unable to control it. This force shapes the innate brutality of abyssal beings. Their obsession is to travel through spatial rifts into other dimensions, destroying and conquering every world they encounter." Chapter 93, Joining the Guild. Su Jingfeng chuckled. "Exactly. You could say these creatures are born pure evil. Even if destroying worlds brings them no benefit, they still crave watching the entire world burn. If, as you say, even a goblin chieftain can forge a pact with the abyssal power, what about other creatures? Think about it. Once the Dragon Nation is invaded by these abyssal monsters, what do you think those nations eyeing the Dragon Nation will do?" Wang Yan suddenly understood why Liang Tian had spoken that way. The Dragon Kingdom was vast and rich in resources, boasting expansive territories and abundant natural wealth. Should it face internal turmoil, it would present the perfect opportunity for nations that had long coveted its lands. While the rampant spread of abyss monsters could easily become a global catastrophe, humanity often proved far less united than imagined. Su Jingfeng's words made Wang Yan realize the situation was likely far more serious than he had imagined. Su Jingfeng pointed to the terrifying centipede-like scar on his face. This was left by a level 75 Heartripper demon. The doctor said if the wound had been half a centimeter deeper, I wouldn't have survived. Hearing Su Jingfeng's words, Wang Yan couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. Level 75? That must be an epic tier monster. The dark-clad man before him, Su Jingfeng, had actually survived a confrontation with such a terrifying monster. The epic tier felt impossibly distant to Wang Yan, who was merely a bronze tier or a master. The higher the tier, the slower the leveling process became. For a professional to break through to the epic tier, it was far more complicated than simply gaining experience by defeating monsters. Without a doubt, the man before him was undoubtedly one of the Dragon Nation's absolute elite. You know, for humanity, the abyss monsters have never truly been defeated. Su Jingfeng sighed. Centuries ago, when the rules of the Heavenly Way descended and human professionals emerged, the abyss creatures seemed to vanish in the short term. But this wasn't achieved by human strength alone. Wang Yan was well aware of this fact, documented in countless texts. Though humanity had escaped the Dark Ages, it had done so by harnessing the power of the Heavenly Tao's rules. Ever since, wherever an abyss rift appeared, it became a living hell on earth. Wang Yan recalled that roughly 2 centuries ago, a small nation called Nanhan Kingdom had been utterly annihilated by rampaging abyss monsters. Although these abyss monsters were later suppressed by international forces, Nanhan Kingdom vanished forever from the annals of history. Following this tragedy, refugees established a new nation on that land, naming it the Ice-Cold Kingdom. However, the Abyss Rift caused Binghan's national strength to decline. It was forced to become a puppet state under the Lighthouse Nation, its entire fate held in the hands of the Lighthouse Nation, no different from a stray dog. Wang Yan inquired. Is there any way to prevent such events? If monsters capable of connecting to the Abyss now existed throughout the Dragon Nation, wouldn't that place be in grave danger? Su Jingfeng nodded. There are certainly ways. Speaking of which, weren't you planning to go to Jiangnan University? Wang Yan nodded. That's right. Su Jingfeng smiled. Then do you know why Jiangnan University chose to build its campus right next to the Abyss Demon's Lair dungeon? Curiosity piqued, Wang Yan asked. Why? He had initially guessed it was to temper the students, but now, hearing Su Jingfeng's words, it seemed there might be other reasons? Su Jingfeng seemed to recall something and said. Never mind. This is all too early for you to understand. Just focus on improving yourself. Join the Central Court Guild. Once you grow stronger, you'll figure it out on your own. Wang Yan felt his curiosity piqued, though he couldn't help but think it was almost better left unsaid. Still, Su Jingfeng had a point. He was merely a level 20 aura master at present. Some matters simply weren't his concern just yet. Anyway, don't worry about this for now. Specialized personnel will handle it. You did exceptionally well this time. This intelligence is crucial for us. Su Jingfeng's gaze toward Wang Yan was filled with satisfaction. In just a few short days, Wang Yan had already delivered several pleasant surprises. With that, Su Jingfeng rose to his feet. Presently, I had originally planned to wait until after the college entrance exams to leave, but it seems I must return to the guild once more. Liang Tian hurriedly replied. Please go ahead with your business. Leave matters here to me. Su Jingfeng bowed his hands in acknowledgement. Thank you for your help. With that, Su Jingfeng hurriedly exited Liang Tian's office. Only Liang Tian and Wang Yan remained in the office. Chairman Li, what should we do next? Liang Tian smiled. What else can we do? Just carry on with our duties. Matters like this aren't within our control. Others will handle it. We should focus on doing our jobs well. Liang Tian glanced at Wang Yan. As for you, just focus on leveling up. Don't overthink it. Oh, and by the way, Captain Su came to Tianshui City this time specifically because of you. As he spoke, Liang Tian pulled a roll of sturdy paper from his drawer. The scroll appeared to be made of special material slightly yellowed in color, exceptionally sturdy, and with a texture resembling animal hide. This is the Central Court Guild's confidentiality agreement and employment application. Review it. If you agree, sign it, then activate the blood pact on the paper. Wang Yan skimmed through it briefly before signing his name. Then, using a small knife he carried, he pricked his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto his signature. The paper absorbed his blood like a sponge, soaking it up completely. His name flickered faintly before settling back into stillness. Wang Yan sucked on his finger, then handed the paper contract to Liang Tian. All done. Seeing Wang Yan's calm expression, Liang Tian remarked. I was wondering why you're not excited at all. Back in my youth, I tried every trick in the book to get into the Central Court Guild, but I never made it. You're sitting on a gold mine and don't even realize it, kid. Wang Yan scratched his head sheepishly. Well, honestly, it doesn't really matter which guild it is. As long as they pay on time. Liang Tian was instantly at a loss for words. He hadn't expected Wang Yan's perspective to be so straightforward and uncomplicated. Was this what made geniuses so different? There's no pay for the first month. That's your probation period. How much you get from the guild depends entirely on your performance. No pay for the first month? Wang Yan looked slightly disappointed. Liang Tian was getting a bit exasperated. Seriously, why are you so fixated on that measly salary? Do you even realize what the Central Court Guild means to a professional? Forget it, never mind you. Just remember to come find me here after the college entrance exams. I've got a mission to assign you. Wang Yan chuckled. No problem. Since there's nothing else, I'll head back now. After bidding farewell to Liang Tian, Wang Yan returned to his own home. Chapter 94, Campus Forum Discussion. After arriving home, Wang Yan turned on his computer and checked online. He discovered that this kill of the Goblin Chieftain hadn't sparked much attention across the entire network, unlike the nationwide rewards event that had ignited heated discussions everywhere last time. To be precise, it hadn't even made a ripple online. After all, it had only triggered a small area reward. For most practitioners in Tianshui City, it was naturally a win-win situation. However, practitioners outside Tianshui City paid little attention to it. Overall, only the campus network of Tianshui No. 1 High School and the local Tianshui forums were buzzing with heated discussions. Had Wang Yan and his team truly pulled off a cross-level kill on a level 30 silver tier boss, it might have captured national, even global attention. But after Su Mushue clarified they'd merely picked off a Goblin Chieftain in extremely poor condition, most people simply chalked it up to Wang Yan and his team getting lucky. Consequently, online discussions mostly revolved around envy of their luck. Many netizens also expressed plans to level up in Shadowwood Forest tomorrow. After today, the rewards from Shadowwood Forest would likely draw even more players. Wang Yan opened the school forum and found most threads revolving around Su Mushue, with only the occasional post mentioning Chen Yuan. Without a doubt, Su Mushue and Chen Yuan had become the talk of Tianshui First High School. He scanned the top few posts. Is the Dark Moon Mage truly the strongest? An analysis of Tianshui No. 1 High School's top goddess Su Mushue's strength. How much is the pet beast Su Mushue gave Wang Yan really worth? A rose thrown into manure. Why does Su Mushue stick by Wang Yan? Hidden Master. Heavy warrior Chen Yuan's strength isn't what you think it is. Math Genius's 10,000 word analysis. What impact will this regional reward system truly have? Can Shadowwood Forest replace Ancient Ruins as the best leveling spot for silver rank and above? Just reading these thread titles had Wang Yan chuckling. That's why they say prejudice is a mountain. Ever since Wang Yan awakened as an aura master, most people's perceptions of him had shifted. He was no longer the untouchable genius everyone once saw him as. It was clear many harbored deep prejudices toward the aura master profession. It wasn't their fault, really. Under normal circumstances, the aura master profession grows at an extremely slow pace. A level 1 aura provides only a 1% bonus. While this bonus might increase gradually with level progression, the rate of improvement remained extremely low for an extended period. Compounding this, aura masters consume mana at an alarming rate, yet their mana regeneration is painfully slow. Typically, aura masters can only rapidly restore yuan power by consuming equipment items. This inherently requires massive investments of both money and time to cultivate an aura master early on. For wealthy families, it's manageable, they can simply pour money into it. But for those from poorer backgrounds, it's a different story. They'll never get invited into a party anyway, their buffs are too weak. Low-level aura masters feel completely invisible in a group, just another liability needing protection. Without party invites and unable to solo monsters, coupled with the inability to afford training partners, the career path for such an aura master effectively ends there. Many aura masters and other players who've awakened to underwhelming classes sometimes abandon their combat roles altogether, seeking alternative paths. And if aura masters were merely weak early on but could grow stronger later, that might be tolerable. Certain classes do follow this pattern, underwhelming early on but becoming formidable after leveling up. However, the aura master only begins to function adequately at the dark gold tier and above. Note, this merely means they can provide normal support. They barely match the standard support offered by common classes like priests, wizards, or paladins, lacking any truly outstanding qualities. And this is achieved by gradually stacking a few aura attributes over time. In other words, the hardships an aura master endures early on are largely for naught, as they don't become significantly stronger than other support classes later on. However, once they reach the dark gold tier, aura masters finally rise from the bottom of the social hierarchy, no longer the universally despised class they once were. Wang Yan was relatively fortunate. Although his aura skills didn't seem to gain additional stats with level increases, their base stats were already off the charts from the start, leaving little room for improvement. While surfing the forums, Wang Yan stumbled upon a thread. Could it be that Wang Yan isn't as weak as you all think? This post stood out as a refreshing voice among the sea of criticism, piquing Wang Yan's curiosity. He clicked in to read it. The post's main argument was that Wang Yan might not be weak at all. In the author's view, if Wang Yan truly contributed nothing, then even with Su Muxue and Chen Yuan's strength, the team would still have glaring weaknesses. Not only would their offensive capabilities be limited, relying solely on Su Muxue's magical attacks as their primary damage source, but they'd also lack support and reconnaissance roles. They wouldn't even have any healing capabilities. Such a rudimentary team composition simply couldn't have achieved so many records. Therefore, the original poster speculated that Wang Yan must possess one or two aura skills with significant buffs, likely exceeding 10%. Only when Wang Yan wasn't the weak link in the team could Chen Yuan and Su Muxue's abilities be fully unleashed. Wang Yan glanced at the replies below. Sure enough, the original poster was getting absolutely slammed by netizens. Wang Yan, log in with your main account to speak. Could this OP actually be Wang Yan himself? If a bronze tier aura master's buff could really exceed 10%, every team would be scrambling to recruit them. A couple days ago in Shadowwood, I saw Chen Yuan's girlfriend choose to break up with him rather than team up with Wang Yan. I just don't buy it. If his aura is that powerful, why doesn't he step up and prove it? Forget 10%. If Wang Yan's buff is even over 5%, I'll eat my hat. If his aura were that powerful, plenty would want to team up with him. But look, Chen Yuan's his best buddy, Su Muxue's his girlfriend. See anyone else willing to team up with him? Wang Yan was speechless. When did Su Muxue become his girlfriend? How come he didn't know about this? Soon, the original poster's rational analysis thread was drowned out by the flood of comments. Wang Yan found it rather amusing, so he switched to anonymous mode and replied to the thread. OP, you'd rather believe Wang Yan has the skills than believe I'm Qinshi Huang. This reply garnered dozens of likes, making Wang Yan burst into laughter. Chapter 95, External Threats and Internal Troubles. An underground chamber in the capital city. Built dozens of meters below ground, it was a nearly completely sealed stone chamber. The chamber appeared to be a meeting room. At its center stood a marble table, surrounded by a ring of stone benches. The chamber was starkly minimalist, devoid of any furnishings beyond the stone table and its encircling benches. 8 people were seated around the table at this moment, Su Jingfeng being one of them. However, the seat of honor remained vacant, left empty. The others remained silent, waiting patiently. After about a minute, a holographic projection appeared at the head seat. The projection depicted a man clad in black, wearing a hood and mask over a loose-fitting robe. His features and build remained concealed, lending him an air of mystery. Only the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes hinted that he was a slightly older middle-aged man. His eyes, bearing a hint of world weariness, shone like cold stars, steady and resolute. Greetings, Chairman. The 8 individuals seated around the stone table rose in unison. The man raised a hand, signaling them to sit. Jingfeng, I hear you've discovered signs of an abyss monster attempting to invade? His voice was deep and commanding. Su Jingfeng stood up and said. That's right. Remember the Halo Master I mentioned to you before? Wang Yan, right? I vaguely recall him. That's the one. He's the one who reported this anomaly. Su Jingfeng recounted the events that unfolded after Wang Yan had slain the goblin chieftain that day. Everyone present frowned deeply. A monster successfully sacrificing to the abyssal evil god was no small matter. The middle-aged man shook his head. Why did it have to happen at this moment? He sighed, meeting the puzzled gazes of the others as he continued. I've received intelligence from our contact in Sakura Nation. They report that Sakura Nation has recently acquired a challenge order. At these words, concern flashed across every face in the conference room. A challenge order? This spells trouble. Sakura Nation never ceases plotting against our Dragon Nation. This challenge order is almost certainly aimed at us. It was truly a case of misfortune piling upon misfortune. Good things never come in pairs, but bad news always comes in droves. With the Sakura Nation holding the challenge order and the ever-looming threat of abyss monsters invading, the Dragon Nation suddenly found itself besieged by both external threats and internal turmoil. Su Jingfeng inquired. Do we know the rank of this challenge order yet? The middle-aged man shook his head. Our informant nearly paid with his life to obtain this intelligence. We have no further details. Challenge orders are categorized by tier. The most basic bronze tier challenge decree could only summon up to 500 enemy soldiers into the arena. Higher tier challenge orders could even ignite wars between nations, granting the issuing side a strategic advantage. The fact that they didn't know what tier Sakura Nation's challenge order was made things quite troublesome. Alright, everyone, no need to fret too much. Just focus on your duties. The middle-aged man said. Jingfeng, you've done well. I'll report this information. By the way, regarding the candidates for the national war, have all provinces submitted their recommendation lists? Su Jingfeng nodded. I've compiled them and will send them to you shortly. Also, regarding that aura specialist I mentioned earlier, you might find his evaluation report quite interesting. Su Jingfeng's words piqued the man's interest. Oh? Really? Send it over for me to review. Su Jingfeng retrieved his portable computer and sent Wang Yan's information to the man. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the man smiled. Not bad. Quite interesting. Seeing the black-robed man's reaction, the others around the conference table all showed a hint of surprise in their eyes. He's planning to go to Jiangnan University? Isn't that perfect? Isn't the Abyss's lair right near Jiangnan University? Su Jingfeng nodded. Exactly. I happen to be heading to Jiangnan University myself next. The man said. Good. This aura master named Wang Yan is now under your responsibility. Yes. In the deep mountains of a remote suburb of Sakura country, Kitahara Sasuke and Yashigahara Kunihiko stood atop a raised platform, surrounded by an open plaza. Before them stood 499 young professionals clad in black samurai armor. These youths were Sasuke Kitahara's loyal retainers, most appearing to be around 18 years old. Their eyes were vacant, their expressions blank, as if something had stolen their souls. They stood motionless in the cold wind, like machines. These children were all carefully selected by me. They only awakened their combat professions this year. Yoshio Kunihiko nodded. How long is their lifespan? Said Kitahara Sasuke. For ordinary death soldiers, their lifespan extends to around 30 years at most. However, to ensure the success of this mission, I will have them take the Crimson Lotus pills. After they return successfully, their remaining lifespan won't exceed 5 years. Yoshiko Kohiko said. I see. Thank you, Kitahara-kun. When these children return victorious, I will see to their proper care. With that, he bowed deeply to Sasuke Kitahara. Kitahara Sasuke stepped before the elevated platform, surveying the disciplined ranks of death soldiers below. He bellowed. The swords in your hands are the steel and fire of the great Sakura Empire. Your blood and bones are the dust and soil of the great Sakura Empire. For the glory of the great Sakura Empire, burn brightly. Hands! A deep voice echoed through the training hall. Moments later, a figure flashed by with such speed it was nearly impossible to track with the naked eye, only a blur remained. The figure swung the katana in its hand. A cold gleam flashed as the dummy made of bamboo poles bound together with straw mats had its hands severed in an instant. Legs! The command rang out again. Receiving the command, the figure moved at high speed once more, severing the legs of another dummy. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Body! Less than a second after the command, the figure swung again, the katana tracing a crescent-shaped arc through the air. The dummy, still suspended mid-air, was instantly cleaved in two, the cut as smooth as a mirror's surface. The moving figure finally came to a halt, revealing its true form. It was a young swordsman with short hair and pale skin, appearing to be only about 18 years old. Beside him stood an elderly warrior, his hair snow-white and face deeply lined with wrinkles. Very well, Asuka. There is nothing more I can teach you. This young swordsman was Kitahara Asuka, the prodigy swordsman who had recently awakened within the Kitahara clan. Master, why won't you give me the Crimson Serpent Pill? I don't want to disappoint the head of the family on this mission. The elderly warrior shook his head. You are different from them. Your path is still long. One day, you will enter the Kasuga Shrine and become the foremost sword saint of Sakura Nation. Chapter 96, A Classmate's Invitation. Early the next morning, when Wang Yan arrived at the Shadow Forest, he found a large crowd gathered in concentric circles around its perimeter. The number of visitors to the Shadow Forest today was noticeably higher than yesterday. The previous 2 days, he had mostly seen low-level adventurers at the forest's edge, newcomers who had just awakened their abilities and were leveling up in the outer areas. But today, Wang Yan clearly spotted numerous high-level professional teams. They made no effort to conceal their levels, and Wang Yan even caught glimpses of a few gold-tier adventurers. Clearly, they intended to venture deep into the Shadow Forest. Perhaps they were aiming for the third zone to try their luck, where monsters above level 40 roamed. It seemed the zone rewards had drawn quite a few adventurers here. After all, a 9% resource yield boost and a 7% EXP bonus were substantial incentives, not to mention the 3% increase in rare item drop rates. Wang Yan's arrival drew the attention of many present. The main reason was the Bloodfang following behind him, which was simply too conspicuous. Rumors about Bloodfang had been swirling on the forums these past 2 days, with many speculating that his pet must be either silver or gold tier. Those who recognized Wang Yan occasionally came over to greet him. While not as warm as their greetings to Su Muxue and Chen Yuan, Wang Yan had at least contributed to the regional rewards. This led many to treat him with relative friendliness. Hey, class leader Wang, good to see you again. Why are you alone today? Wang Yan heard the familiar voice beside him and turned to see it was indeed Gongyu. He glanced at his watch. No, I'm still with Chen Yuan and Su Muxue today. They should be here any minute. Oh, I see. Gongyu's face showed a hint of regret. I was actually planning to invite you to join our team. Gongyu gestured toward a nearby team forming not far behind her. Wang Yan glanced over and recognized several classmates from their class 7 or 8 students, both boys and girls, all familiar faces. They waved enthusiastically at Wang Yan. Wang Yan nodded back in greeting before turning to Gongyu and saying, Our trio is already well coordinated. Adding more people would just feel awkward. Gongyu chuckled. To be precise, you're more like a 5-person team since you've got 2 big crocodiles with you. She crouched down and stroked Bloodtooth's head. Bloodtooth glared at her, but out of respect for its owner, it held back. Wow, this guy's pretty fierce. She clapped her hands. Alright, since you have a team, we'll head in first. Wang Yan nodded. Good luck to you. Just as Gongyu was about to turn away, she suddenly spun back around and said mysteriously. Oh, and I heard that winning regional awards can apparently add quite a few points to your college entrance exam scores. Wang Yan nodded. Of course he knew that. Gongyu continued. And I heard from teacher Qiniao that since 2 members of the regional award-winning team are from our class 3-1, the school made an exception and added 10 points to our class's overall assessment score. Apparently, this affects the comprehensive score for the college entrance exam. So everyone in our class is really grateful to you and Chen Yuan now. Hearing Gongyu explain it, Wang Yan finally understood why his classmates had been so enthusiastic today. Though he was class 1's monitor, he wasn't as well informed about class affairs as Gongyu. He hadn't checked the class group chat on his phone in quite some time. Oh, I see. That's great. Wang Yan didn't dwell too much on the matter. Alright, I'll let you go. I'm off. Gongyu waved at Wang Yan, then turned and entered the shadowed forest with several classmates. Wang Yan waited another 10 minutes or so before Su Muxue and Chen Yuan also arrived at the shadow forest. He noticed that Chen Yuan looked different today, his face radiating pure joy. What's up? Got some good news? Chen Yuan laughed heartily. You wouldn't believe it, my parents were over the moon when I got home yesterday. They've never praised me like that in my entire life. They promised me that if I get into a good university, they'll buy me a castle. It's been my childhood dream. A castle? Wang Yan's tone betrayed his astonishment. How much does a castle cost? Wang Yan had never even considered that question before. You rich kids sure have some unique hobbies. Chen Yuan patted his chest with bravado. Old Wang, I owe this to you. If I really end up buying that castle, you'll come live with me. I'll give you half of it. Wang Yan chuckled. We'll see after you get in. Oh, and there's something I need to tell you guys. We'll talk about it on the way. The group entered the shadowed forest together. Su Muxue asked. Where are we going today? The goblins in the East District are gone. Monsters from other areas probably won't head there anytime soon, so the East District is temporarily worthless. Moreover, a significant number of new adventurers had flooded into Shadowwood today. Due to the zone rewards, other wilderness areas in Tianshui City were deserted today. Many adventurers wanted to try their luck in Shadowwood Forest. If they headed to the popular spots in Shadowwood, they might end up competing with other teams for monsters. Wang Yan said. Let's head to the northeast sector. I recall there's a river there. Wang Yan glanced at Bloodfang and Little Black. The northeast sector lay at the junction of the first and second zones. A large river ran through it, spanning both zones, and it was home to aquatic monsters. Generally, no one wanted to provoke these aquatic creatures. Not only were they numerous, but they also preferred to fight along the river's banks. Once they realized they couldn't win, they'd retreat back into the river. Except for certain specialized professions, most practitioners are ill-suited for combat in water. Thus, few adventurers venture near this river under normal circumstances. However, Wang Yan and his companions had the 2 dragon-blooded crocodiles, Bloodtooth and Little Black, with them. With them, Wang Yan and his companions should be able to deal with this group of aquatic monsters much more efficiently. Once the trio had ventured deep into the dense forest and Wang Yan confirmed no one else was around, he spoke up. Remember that sacrificial ritual array we found in the Goblin Chieftain's chamber yesterday? Chen Yuan and Su Muxue both nodded. What about it? Didn't you tell us to keep it secret yesterday? We haven't said a word. Yeah, I haven't even told my family. Wang Yan replied. We were right not to spread the word. This matter is likely far more serious than we imagined. Hearing Wang Yan's words, both of their expressions turned serious. Chapter 97, Distress Signal. Are you saying this incident could potentially become a national disaster? A look of shock flashed across both Chen Yuan and Su Muxue's faces. Exactly. After I reported this to the Tianshui City Professional Guild, they said this situation is likely not an isolated case. Su Muxue's eyes brimmed with worry. What do we do? How can we stop them? Wang Yan shook his head helplessly and said. This isn't something we need to worry about. Others will handle it. What we must do is maintain secrecy, avoid triggering widespread panic. We can't let this information spread and spark the greed of certain nations. Wang Yan couldn't help but sigh at how weak their current strength still was. After all, they were all newly awakened professionals. Many things were beyond their control. In this world, might ruled supreme. If there was anything they could do, it was to stay grounded and focus on strengthening themselves. For him now, the most crucial task was leveling up and awakening more aura skills. As for other matters, overthinking them would only lead to needless worry. Su Muxue and Chen Yuan understood Wang Yan's meaning. Then let's hurry up and level up now. Old Wang, the way you put it sounds pretty scary, like the apocalypse is about to hit. For a moment, both of them felt a heightened sense of urgency. Wang Yan gave a helpless chuckle. He didn't mean to be alarmist, but if the Abyss forces truly launched a large-scale invasion, how would that be any different from the end of the world? Once the Abyss forces launched a full-scale invasion, the entire Dragon Nation would be on the brink of collapse. At that point, the only thing that could help them survive the chaos would be their strength. Alright, stop overthinking it. Focusing on leveling up is what matters most. Wang Yan glanced at his attribute panel. He was currently at level 20 and would soon reach level 21. Bloodfang had now reached level 20, matching Wang Yan's level, so Wang Yan readjusted Bloodfang's experience share back to 50%. With just 4 more levels, Wang Yan would awaken his next aura. While his current auras were formidable in offense, they still fell short in defense and support. The more auras he awakened, the fewer weaknesses he would have. Before entering the forest, Wang Yan glanced at the map and remarked, "The monster in that river in the northeast district, I did some research last night. It appears to be a tribe of frogmen, amphibious creatures. There are also some black-toothed fish in the water, a larger species of piranha. The frogman tribe's location is upstream, right at the border between the first and second zones." Wang Yan's mission this time was specifically targeting those frogmen. Like dog-headed men and goblins, frogmen are humanoid creatures. Such creatures typically share a common trait: they possess a degree of intelligence and exhibit social habits similar to humans, making them social animals. This meant they usually fought in groups. This trait posed a challenge for ordinary squads, who usually avoided encountering monsters in large groups. However, for a team like Wang Yan's, with its extremely high damage output, they were actually better suited to seek out monsters that like to stick together. This approach significantly boosts their efficiency in eliminating threats. As Wang Yan spoke, the trio suddenly heard a piercing whistling sound echoing from the distant sky. Looking up, they saw a red flare shoot skyward, exploding into a lingering green smoke cloud that refused to dissipate. This smoke signal was all too familiar to them. It was Tianshui Middle School's distress signal. They had witnessed Zhang Xingyi and his group use it once before in the Eastern District. Chen Yuan frowned. "What's this? Is someone from our school in trouble?" Su Mushui also looked up with concern. Judging by the location, it seems to be in the West District. The West District was the most popular location in the entire Shadow Forest's first zone. Most monsters there hunted solo and posed little threat, while offering excellent leveling and experience gains. Consequently, the West Zone attracted the largest number of adventurer parties. But equally, competition in the West Zone was fiercest. Friction often erupted between teams, leading to frequent clashes and casualties. Su Mushui and Chen Yuan both turned to look at Wang Yan. He knew they were waiting for his decision. Though Wang Yan felt little attachment to his former classmates, Tianshui No. 1 High School remained his alma mater. Moreover, Zhao Guofeng and Qi Niao had extended him considerable assistance. Faced with this situation, he couldn't bring himself to stand idly by. "Let's go check it out." In the Western District, Gongyu stood holding a short sword and round shield, facing off against a group of people. Behind her stood the group formed by her classmates from Class 1, Grade 3 of Tianshui No. 1 High School. Among them lay a young man, severely injured and unconscious, his condition looking grim. His face was covered in blood, and a bone-deep gash ran across his right shoulder. The priest in the group was casting slow cure on him, attempting to stem the bleeding. The boy's face was deathly pale, likely from excessive blood loss, and he had completely passed out. The priest beside him applied a hemostatic agent to the wound, then used a healing skill to finally stop the bleeding. "You've gone too far." Gongyu's voice trembled slightly, her eyes blazing with fury. The opposing professional team facing Gongyu was small, consisting of only 6 members, 5 men and 1 woman. The leader, an older-looking man, stared down at the Tianshui No. 1 High School students with utter contempt. "Over the line? Didn't your teachers ever tell you that outside the city, strength reigns supreme? If you're useless, tuck your tails between your legs and get lost." A tall man beside him chimed in. "Fan, don't waste your breath on them." Despite his youth, the tall man sported a full beard and stood nearly 2 meters tall, his body thick with muscle. Clutching a massive sword, he strode forward several steps. "You worthless trash, listen up. This turf belongs to us, Tianshui No. 3 High School. If you know what's good for you, get the hell out now. Otherwise, not a single one of you will leave this forest alive today." Just then, a cold voice cut through the air from the side. "Oh? Tianshui No. 3 High School is so great? That's a bold claim." The Tianshui No. 1 High School students turned to see a group of 5 emerging from the thicket. Recognizing the familiar faces before them, Gongyu and the others instantly lit up with surprise and delight. "It's Jin Lu and the others, plus Zhang Xingyi." Jin Lu was also a student in Class 1, Grade 3 at Tianshui No. 1 High School, so Gongyu and the others naturally knew him well. As for Zhang Xingyi, being one of the 3 rare awakenings at Tianshui No. 1 High School this year, they recognized him too. Chapter 98, The Barbarian. They had long heard rumors of Jin Lu and Zhang Xingyi joining forces recently to form an exceptionally powerful team. Little did they expect to actually encounter them today. The collective tension in the group quickly dissipated. Everyone knew Zhang Xingyi had awakened as the extremely rare Holy Light Priest, while Jin Lu had awakened as the bloodthirsty Berserker. Both were exceptionally rare classes. Holy Light Priest was rated S tier, while bloodthirsty Berserker was rated A tier. Both are top-tier combat classes. With these two powerhouses standing up for Tianshui First High School, the situation became much simpler. Zhang Xingyi slowly paced over to Gong Yu and the others, furrowing his brow as he asked, "What's going on here?" Gong Yu replied, "We came here to level up. We didn't provoke them, but they told us to get lost and injured my teammate." Gong Yu pointed at the unconscious boy lying on the ground. "And they showed no mercy whatsoever. If we hadn't intervened in time, they might have actually killed him." Zhang Xingyi and Jin Lu frowned deeply upon hearing this. They hadn't expected the other side to be so ruthless. Among them, the one called Fan Gu appeared slightly older, but he was only around 20, not much older than Zhang Xingyi and the others. The rest all looked like students, seemingly the same age as Zhang Xingyi and his friends. Who would have thought they'd be so ruthless when it came to action? While it was true that for adventurers, stepping into the wilderness meant accepting that wealth and life were determined by fate, and fighting each other for loot was commonplace. But under normal circumstances, most would leave a line of mercy. Those who would resort to murder over a leveling spot at the slightest provocation were extremely rare. The tall man with the bushy beard sneered contemptuously when he saw Zhang Xingyi, Jin Lu, and the others standing in front of Gong Yu and her group. "What? You want to be the first to stick your neck out?" He lowered the massive axe from his shoulder, slamming the heavy blade onto the ground with a dull thud. "I've heard Tianshui First High students stick together like glue. Looks like that's true today." The man with the bushy beard suddenly twisted his face into a vicious sneer. "Well then, I'll send you all to meet your maker together." Zhang Xingyi sized up the tall figure before him and suddenly exclaimed. Nearly 2 meters tall, wielding a greatsword, thickly bearded. "Are you Xingzhou from Tianshui No. 3 High School?" The bearded giant perked up at Zhang Xingyi's words. "Oh? You know me?" Gong Yu and the others exchanged glances. It seemed they were all aware of Xingzhou's background. Xingzhou was somewhat famous locally in Tianshui City. He was the strongest rookie professional among those who had awakened this year at Tianshui No. 3 High School, no contest. His awakened class was Barbarian. This class was even rarer than Zhang Xingyi's Holy Light Priest. Barbarians were born with a magic resistance attribute that reduced magical damage by 90%, making them nearly immune to spells. Not only that, but barbarians also possess a base 50% toughness. Most astonishingly, a barbarian's strength attribute and HP growth are nearly triple that of a standard strength-type warrior, truly outrageous, making them akin to humanoid beasts. The barbarian class is rated SS tier, one rank higher than even the Holy Light Priest. Word is Xingzhou has secured a guaranteed admission spot at Kyoto University. Xingzhou's earlier remark had undoubtedly confirmed his identity. Upon confirming he was indeed Xingzhou from Tianshui No. 3 High School, the confidence in Gong Yu and the others' eyes instantly faded considerably. "Since you know who the hell I am, why aren't you getting the hell out of here?" Zhang Xingyi's face darkened, his pride stung. Originally, he and Jin Lu had only been passing by when they spotted the distress signal and decided to investigate. Little did they expect to encounter such a tough nut to crack. For a moment, he hesitated, the urge to retreat stirring within him. He knew full well how absurdly overpowered the barbarian class was. But leaving now felt like a slap in the face. Just then, Gong Yu stepped forward and said, "Why don't we call it quits, Jin Lu and Zhang Xingyi? We can always find another location. Besides, our injured need to return to the supply station for treatment and rest." She too could tell this group wasn't to be trifled with. If things continued like this, it might become impossible to resolve. Xingzhou seemed to have lost his patience. "Why aren't you leaving?" Zhang Xingyi's face darkened like storm clouds. After a moment's hesitation, he finally said to Gong Yu, "Let's go." Xingzhou and his men roared with laughter. "That's more like it. A bunch of useless trash trying to stick their necks out for others without even gauging their own strength." Zhang Xingyi had already turned to leave, but Xingzhou's humiliating words ignited a surge of rage within him. "What did you say?" He spun around, his staff whirling in his grasp. After a moment of chanting, a blade of light shot forth, aiming straight for Xingzhou's throat. Xingzhou roared with fury, gripping his greatsword and charging at Zhang Xingyi. He didn't even attempt to dodge the blade, choosing instead a brutally direct approach, slamming his entire body into it. The blade struck his body, shattering instantly into scattered golden sparks that vanished without delaying Xingzhou's advance in the slightest. Seeing Xingzhou charging toward them, Gong Yu and the others paled. They immediately unleashed a barrage of skills at Xingzhou, desperate to halt his advance. Ice breath, earth wall, arrows. Yet Xingzhou charged through as if invincible, unimpeded, moving as if no one stood in his way. Seeing this, Wang Chang, the shield warrior of the Golden Path team, rushed forward to confront him. Wang Chang swung his massive shield, aiming to stun Xingzhou with a shield bash. But Xingzhou swung his greatsword with tremendous force, delivering a powerful horizontal slash that sent Wang Chang flying backward. He crashed heavily to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His shield shattered clean in two, and his health plummeted by more than half in an instant. Only after watching Wang Chang's entire body fly through the air did Zhang Xingyi realize he had forgotten to grant him a protective shield earlier. The overwhelming pressure Xingzhou radiated was too intense. He seemed less like a human and more like a bloodthirsty beast. Zhang Xingyi had been completely frozen in fear, momentarily forgetting to cast any skills. Seeing Wang Chang fall, Gong Yu rushed forward to block Xingzhou. She knew clearly that if Xingzhou got close to Zhang Xingyi, they were finished. Seeing Gong Yu charge forward, Zhang Xingyi snapped out of his daze and immediately cast Holy Light Shield and Holy Light Blessing on her. Just as Gong Yu reached him, Xingzhou suddenly raised one foot and slammed it down with tremendous force. Instantly, a shockwave rippled outward from his foot. Gong Yu felt as if struck by an earthquake, her mind instantly reeling with dizziness. Chapter 99, Tree Shepherd Lu Zifan. Oh no, it's Warstomp. She's been stunned. Zhang Xingyi witnessed the scene. Before he could activate the purification in his hand, Gong Yu was already sent flying. Zhang Xingyi felt his mind go blank. He knew he had made another mistake. The sense of crisis Xingzhou brought was overwhelming, making him experience the feeling of walking the line between life and death for the first time. Under such pressure, his composure completely shattered. His body trembled uncontrollably, and mistakes followed one after another. Fortunately, he had previously cast the Holy Light Shield on Gong Yu. Though she was severely injured, her life was not immediately in danger. Holy Light Healing. Zhang Xingyi cast the healing skill on Wang Chang and Gong Yu, but his hands trembled slightly, his mind completely blank on what to do next. Glancing toward Jin Lu nearby, he was in no better shape. His face drained of color as he stood frozen, dagger raised, seemingly having no intention whatsoever of confronting Xingzhou head-on. He chickened out. The gap was simply too vast. Though they all belonged to rare professions, their actual strength was worlds apart. Just how powerful was Xingzhou? Just then, the ranger from Zhang Xingyi's party cast a detect spell at Xingzhou. Xingzhou's level finally flashed before everyone's eyes. Xingzhou Barbarian, level 22, bronze tier. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Xingzhou had already reached level 22, while Zhang Xingyi was only at level 17. As for the others, their levels were even lower. Jin Lu was only at level 15. Such a massive level gap, coupled with the opponent's unique class, explained why the disparity in strength between the two sides was so vast. Zhang Xingyi hesitated no longer, unleashing the Holy Light Bind skill to immobilize Xingzhou. We need to get out of here. Realizing the gap in strength, Zhang Xingyi finally understood that if they didn't flee now, they might all meet their end here. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than countless thorns erupted from the ground, wrapping tightly around everyone's legs and immobilizing them. His heart sank as he glanced behind Xingzhou. There stood the man they'd called Brother Fan, now wielding his staff. That skill. Is he a tree shepherd? Or a thorn mage? Another rare class? Zhang Xingyi's face paled. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. During last year's awakening ceremony at Tianshui No. 3 Middle School, a rare class had awakened a tree shepherd. He vaguely recalled that student's name was Lu Zifan. And just now, Xingzhou had addressed that man as Brother Fan. Could he be that tree shepherd named Lu Zifan? Lu Zifan gave a low chuckle. Think you can just leave? Did I give you permission? Despair washed over Gong Yu and the others. We're trapped. Help! I don't want to die here. They hadn't expected the enemy to possess such a wide-ranging control ability. Gong Yu swung her sword, trying to cut through the thorns beneath her feet. Yet the thorns seemed to possess regenerative powers, endlessly sprouting from the ground. She simply couldn't cut them all. Under Xingzhou's 50% resilience, the lightbind lasted only a little over 2 seconds. Xingzhou swiftly broke free and strolled casually before Jin Lu. So you're that bloodthirsty warrior from Tianshui First High? Gazing at Jin Lu's pallid face, Xingzhou's eyes brimmed with contempt, as if he were observing an insect he could crush underfoot at any moment. Many compare you to me. Do you even deserve it? He raised his massive sword, poised to strike. Jin Lu shouted. Hold on. Have you all lost your minds? What good would killing us do you? Is it really worth it just to fight over a patch of land for leveling up? Can't we just give it to you? Xingzhou lowered his greatsword at Jin Lu's words and burst into laughter. The very fact that someone as naive as you is even being compared to me is an insult. Xingzhou's eyes grew wild with madness. You call yourself a professional when you're not even prepared to kill or be killed? A useless piece of trash like you would be better off hiding at home drinking milk. Zhang Xingyi watched Jin Lu, immobilized by thorns, as he readied his purification spell. A ruthless expression flashed across his face. Sorry, Jin Lu. Zhang Xingyi thought silently. His purification spell was a single-target ability. Given the situation, he could only choose to save himself. I can't die here with you. I still have boundless potential. Zhang Xingyi unleashed purification, severing the thorns beneath his feet. Just as Zhang Xingyi prepared to flee alone, a sudden, violent gust of wind slammed into him. For some reason, a violent storm erupted around him, whipping up countless weeds and dust into the air. Moments later, a massive tornado abruptly formed, hurtling towards Xingzhou and the others at breakneck speed. Feeling the murderous intent concealed within the raging tornado, Xingzhou's expression instantly darkened. He prepared to dodge, only to find his legs felt as if lead had been poured into them, heavy as lead weights. Xingzhou instantly realized he had been slowed. But he couldn't comprehend it. He clearly had a 50% resilience buff. Why did his resilience seem to fail against this slow? He had no time to ponder further. The next instant, the raging tornado had already swept him into its maw. Xingzhou was instantly torn to shreds by the deadly vortex. Yet the tornado showed no sign of slowing, continuing its high-speed advance toward Lu Zifan and the others. Lu Zifan was instantly alarmed. He summoned two tall, sturdy Trey ants, attempting to block the tornado. Yet the moment the two 3-meter-tall Trey ants materialized, they were instantly shredded into dust by the vortex, sending wood chips flying everywhere. Lu Zifan was instantly petrified with fear. Each of his Trey ants possessed a whopping 100,000 HP. While their attack power wasn't strong, their defense was absolutely reliable. Yet two Trey ants, each with 100,000 HP, were instantly obliterated in a single strike? He shifted his feet, only to realize he'd been hit with a 90% slow debuff. Panic flashed across Lu Zifan's face as he shouted to his teammates beside him. Quick, quick, quick! The teleport scroll! Damn it, don't just stand there! Hurry up! His teammates snapped out of their daze and hastily pulled out a scroll, tearing it open. A flash of white light erupted, forming a large magic circle beneath their feet. Moments later, the figures of all five vanished into the blinding glow. Too bad about old Wang. They got away. Yeah, they sure are willing to spend. I remember those teleportation scrolls cost 50,000 dragon coins each. Two voices echoed behind Gong Yu and the others. Turning around, they saw three adventurers standing behind them, accompanied by two massive red crocodiles. These three were none other than Wang Yan, Su Muxue, and Chen Yuan. Chapter 100, An Awkward Reunion. Chen Yuan greeted the group. Sorry we're late. Are you all okay? Gong Yu and the others were fairly familiar with Chen Yuan. In class, Chen Yuan was the outgoing type who generally got along well with most people. But now, seeing that familiar Chen Yuan greeting them, they were so stunned they couldn't speak. Was this really the same Chen Yuan they remembered, the one who was always laughing and joking around? The heavy warrior class was indeed a powerful A-rank profession, but could it really be this strong? Zhang Xingyi and Jin Lu, a holy light priest and a bloodthirsty berserker, were beaten so badly by Xingzhou they couldn't even fight back. Yet Chen Yuan had taken down Xingzhou in a single move? After that deadly tornado swept through, Xingzhou was instantly torn to shreds and reduced to dust, leaving not even a corpse behind. The crowd stared at Chen Yuan in stunned silence, utterly baffled by how he had become so formidable. Chen Yuan waved his hand in front of the crowd. Hey, guys! I came all this way to save you, and you don't even say hello? Gong Yu and the others snapped out of their daze and hurriedly thanked Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, that move of yours, the tornado? Its power is insane. No wonder your three-person squad is so formidable. It turns out you're this strong. Chen Yuan was starting to get a bit carried away by all the praise. No, it's just an ordinary move. Only then did Wang Yan notice Jin Lu and Zhang Xingyi were also in the group. Three others followed behind them, likely also students from Tianshui No. 1 High School. Wang Yan asked curiously. What are you guys doing here? Gong Yu quickly explained. They must have seen our signal and came over to help. Many people knew that Chen Yuan and Jin Lu had some personal grudges stemming from Jiang Yueqi. But Chen Yuan didn't seem particularly bothered by it. After exchanging a few words with Gong Yu, Chen Yuan grasped the basic sequence of events. So they're willing to kill over a leveling spot? Wang Yan and the others were taken aback. While leveling grounds were important, surely they weren't worth such a desperate fight? Wang Yan shook his head and said. The Tianshui No. 3 high school crew has always had a bone to pick with us. You guys should be careful. They might look for an opportunity to retaliate. Gong Yu nodded. Thank you so much. It's a relief you arrived in time, otherwise we'd have been in real danger this time. Gong Yu suddenly remembered something and addressed Zhang Xingyi, Jin Lu, and the others. Thank you for stepping in to help. Even though Zhang Xingyi and Jin Lu hadn't done much to help, she felt she owed them the courtesy. Moreover, strictly speaking, Xingzhou and his men had actually let them go. It was Zhang Xingyi who had taken the first strike after being verbally humiliated by the other side, escalating the conflict between the two parties. Therefore, Zhang Xingyi was the one who instigated the fight. But considering Zhang Xingyi and Jin Lu had genuinely meant to help, Gong Yu chose not to dwell on the details. Jin Lu and Zhang Xingyi wore awkward expressions. They had come to rescue someone, only to find themselves nearly caught in the crossfire instead. Had Wang Yan and the others not arrived in time, it was uncertain whether their group would have made it out of the shadow forest alive. A wave of dread washed over Zhang Xingyi. Thankfully, he hadn't managed to flee alone just yet. If others found out he'd tried to abandon ship, his reputation at school would be utterly ruined. After all, abandoning your teammates was the most despicable act anywhere. Remember, just moments ago, Wang Chang and Gong Yu charged headlong into danger to protect him, fully aware of Xingzhou's formidable strength. In any party, roles like priests and mages were always the primary targets for protection. And here he was, the holy light priest everyone was protecting, actually trying to abandon them all and run away alone. Fortunately, Chen Yuan arrived just in time. Yet even so, Zhang Xingyi felt little gratitude toward Chen Yuan. He mostly felt he'd lost face big time. His original purpose in coming to help the others was to establish authority within the school, otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten involved in this trivial matter. If word got out that he'd stood up for Tianshui First High students, his reputation at school would soar. He'd assumed they were just a bunch of pushovers, but it turned out he'd kicked a steel plate. Xingzhou, the savage, and Lu Zifan from Tianshui No. 3 High School, neither was a pushover. This was already the second time Wang Yan and the others had come to his rescue. While the first time could be attributed to Zhang Yueqi holding them back, this time he was part of a 5-person team alongside Jin Lu and 3 other skilled fighters from different classes. Could the gap between us really be this vast? For a moment, Zhang Xingyi struggled to accept this reality. Though it was hard to swallow, Zhang Xingyi steeled himself and addressed Wang Yan and the others. "Thank you. This is the second time you've come to our rescue." Jin Lu stood nearby with his head bowed, unable to meet Chen Yuan's gaze. He had stolen Zhang Yueqi away from Chen Yuan right in front of him, and only later, when Chen Yuan flashed the purple gold merchant's guild black card, did he realize he'd messed with the wrong person. If that were all, it might have been bearable. But now, even his most prized strength, his combat prowess, pales in comparison to Chen Yuan's. Xingzhou, whose power had been so terrifying, couldn't even last a single move against Chen Yuan. Jin Lu was filled with regret. All because of Su Muxue, he had antagonized both Chen Yuan and Wang Yan. After pursuing Su Muxue for so long, he couldn't help but wonder how utterly she must despise him now. He stole a glance at Su Muxue and saw her picking up several pieces of equipment from the ground, the remains left behind by the fallen Xingzhou. No one present objected to Su Muxue's actions. After all, Xingzhou had been killed by Su Muxue's squad. The gear he left behind naturally belonged to them. To everyone's astonishment, after gathering the gear, Su Muxue handed every single piece over to Wang Yan. By all accounts, the person responsible for managing and distributing equipment, items, and resources within a team is typically its absolute core. This individual also serves as the squad leader. The role of captain is not decided lightly. After all, within a squad, crucial decisions, resource allocation, tactical planning, combat command, and so forth rest entirely with the captain. Therefore, the captain is usually the most influential member of the team. Everyone assumed Su Muxue should be the undisputed captain. But judging by Su Muxue's actions, it seemed Wang Yan was the one acting as captain? But how could that be possible? Wasn't Wang Yan just tagging along with Su Muxue and Chen Yuan to gain experience? Chapter 101, Something's Off. Wang Yan took the gear and examined it. Xingzhou's armor was nothing special, just a mix of bronze and silver grade equipment. But the greatsword he'd wielded earlier was quite intriguing. The entire blade glowed a deep crimson, possessing a ruby-like luster. Surprisingly, it was actually a gold-grade piece of equipment. Scarlet blade gold, equipment level and attribute scale with owner's level. Strength bonus and physical attack power increase with level, with attributes scaling up to level 40. Passive skill, Bloodlust. Bloodlust, after slaying any creature, collect blood essence. The stronger the creature, the more blood essence gathered. Every 100 points of blood essence collected grants 1% lifesteal. Lifesteal cap, 50%. Current lifesteal, 13%. This piece of gear is quite eye-catching. It's actually a gold tier weapon with growth potential. Gold tier weapons are relatively rare, with an ordinary one typically fetching hundreds of thousands. An upgradable weapon commands far more than that. A scaling weapon means its owner won't need to replace it until level 40, unless they find something better. Moreover, this greatsword boasts the highly practical lifesteal attribute, a trait coveted by most warriors. Wang Yan handed the greatsword to Chen Yuan. "Nice piece. Take a look." After taking the greatsword, Chen Yuan exclaimed in surprise. "Holy crap, these stats are insane." After a moment, he added. No wonder Xingzhou was so bloodthirsty, he was collecting blood essence all along. He glanced at Su Muxue and Wang Yan, scratching his head awkwardly. "Heh, this greatsword. I'm kinda tempted." Wang Yan cut straight to the point. "Take it then. Since we agreed on distribution based on need, this rule applies not just to gold grade weapons, but even dark gold and hero grade ones. Whatever you use is yours." Chen Yuan laughed heartily. "Alright, I won't hesitate then. I'll treat you guys to a meal later." Chen Yuan swapped out his previous Gale Giant sword and handed it to Wang Yan. "Let's sell this silver greatsword and split the money. We won't need it anyway." He swung the crimson sword in his hand, clearly delighted with this visually stunning and powerfully stat-boosted greatsword. A hint of envy flickered in the other's eyes. This was a gold-tier weapon, after all. Who would have thought Wang Yan's team actually followed the principle of distribution based on need? Such a distribution method was rarely seen outside exceptionally close-knit teams, as it inevitably meant someone would lose out. What surprised them even more was that both Su Muxue and Chen Yuan seemed to implicitly accept Wang Yan as their leader. During the equipment distribution earlier, Su Muxue had remained silent, seemingly deferring entirely to Wang Yan's decisions. Zhang Xingyi couldn't help but glance at Wang Yan several times, yet he didn't perceive anything particularly remarkable about him. Just a lucky aura user. That was Zhang Xingyi's internal assessment of Wang Yan. In his view, it was likely because the three had been close friends before, and Wang Yan had been something of a prominent figure at Tianshui First High School. He figured Chen Yuan and Su Muxue had simply followed Wang Yan's lead back then, and the habit had yet to fade. Since everyone's fine, we'll be heading out now. Zhang Xingyi addressed the group. He really didn't want to linger here any longer. Though he'd been rescued moments ago, his mood remained decidedly sour. After awakening as a holy light priest, he felt he was, at the very least, a chosen one, favored by the gods. Yet recently, Wang Yan and his group had stolen all the limelight, completely overshadowing his own brilliance, a reality he found hard to accept. Gong Yu replied. Alright, be careful. Thank you all for your help earlier. After Zhang Xingyi led Jin Lu and the others away, Wang Yan turned to Gong Yu and the others and asked, What are your plans from here? Gong Yu replied. We plan to head back to the supply station. Song Xiao has broken bones and needs treatment. Song Xiao was the one who had been severely injured by Xing Zhou and the others at the beginning. Although his external injuries had somewhat healed, a low-level priest couldn't treat broken bones. They had to bring him back to the supply station for a higher-level priest to handle it. Wang Yan nodded. Alright, be careful on your way back. Gong Yu and the others exchanged a few more words with Wang Yan and his group before bidding farewell one by one, leaving Wang Yan and his companions behind. So, old Wang, what do you say? Shall we continue to that big river in the northeast sector? Chen Yuan asked. Wang Yan remained silent. Only after Gong Yu and the others had walked far away did he shake his head and say, No, we'll search around here. Chen Yuan looked utterly bewildered. Search? Search for what? Wang Yan smiled. Do you really think the Tianshui No. 3 high school kids would kill someone over a spot to level up? Su Muxue added. Ever since earlier, this didn't feel right. I'd been thinking about it too. She propped her chin in her hand, pondered for a moment, then said, While there are more teams in the West District and conflicts do happen, it usually just comes down to a fight. Unless it's over something really valuable, it's unlikely they'd go as far as killing someone and making enemies. Hearing their words, Chen Yuan suddenly sensed something was off too. Could it be that Xing Zhou has a particularly murderous intent? Wang Yan shook his head. If it were just him acting alone, the others would likely try to stop him. As he spoke, Wang Yan pulled out the map. So in my view, the only possibility is that there's some secret here, and they don't want anyone else getting close to this place. After speaking, Wang Yan surveyed their surroundings and cross-referenced the map, quickly pinpointing their location. After studying the map, Wang Yan chuckled. Heh, just as I thought. Chen Yuan hurriedly asked. What is it, old Wang? Did you find something? Wang Yan placed the map in front of them and pointed out several locations on it. The areas with the highest monster density in the western sector are here and here. He pointed out several locations in succession before concluding. And this is where we are now. The monster density here is relatively low, it doesn't even rank among the popular leveling spots in the West District. This is the entrance to the West District, still a long way from the best leveling spots. In other words, if they were fighting over leveling spots, with their strength, there's absolutely no reason for them to vie for this territory, let alone kill over it. Su Muxue agreed. We've been here for a while now and haven't seen any other teams. Looks like this isn't exactly a popular spot. Chapter 102, Hidden Treasure. Chen Yuan looked utterly astonished. Damn, old Wang, you know all this stuff so well? Wang Yan said. Isn't that perfectly normal? To maximize our leveling efficiency, I definitely need to do my homework in advance. To select the most suitable leveling spots, Wang Yan had thoroughly researched the monster distribution and terrain of the outer perimeter, the first zone, and even the second zone, committing all the details to memory. Within the first and second zones, point to any spot on the map, and he could rattle off the common monster types and their distribution patterns in that area. I'm seriously impressed, old Wang. You're still the best. Out of all the people present earlier, only Wang Yan had noticed something amiss. So this place must hide some treasure worth all this commotion? Chen Yuan's eyes lit up instantly, his whole body brimming with excitement. Su Muxue said. It's likely a hidden boss or secret map, something of significant value. Because just before Gong Yu and the others left, they shared a crucial piece of information with Wang Yan and the others. Among those who escaped using teleportation scrolls was a professional adventurer named Lu Zifan. Lu Zifan was somewhat well known in Tianshui City, having awakened as a rare class last year. His awakened class was Tree Shepherd, specializing in plant-based magic with strengths in area control and summoning. Lu Zifan had been recommended for admission to Qingmu University in the capital. Though slightly less prestigious than Kyoto University, it was still an excellent institution. Gong Yu and the others speculated that Lu Zifan had likely been invited back to Tianshui No. 3 High School as an honorary alumnus to participate in some school events, which explained his presence in Tianshui City. If they managed to secure Lu Zifan, it means this artifact is beyond their capabilities. Only a master like Lu Zifan can handle it. Chen Yuan was instantly overjoyed. What are we waiting for? Let's get searching. After studying the map for a while, the three divided up a section and began searching for suspicious clues. Initially, Wang Yan speculated there might be a hidden boss or something nearby. So he had Bloodfawn sniff the air and scan the surroundings for footprints, droppings, or crushed leaves and grass. But strangely, after searching for a long time, he still found nothing. Soon, 10 minutes passed, yet the trio had nothing to show for their efforts. Chen Yuan and Su Muxue also failed to uncover any valuable clues. Occasionally, other adventurer parties passed by, glancing curiously at the trio before moving on without stopping. Gathering together, Chen Yuan asked, "So, anything to report?" Wang Yan shook his head. "I haven't found anything over here." Su Muxue also reported no discoveries. She remarked, "This is strange. Could there be some secret mechanism or passage hidden here?" Chen Yuan replied, "That doesn't make sense. It's just trees everywhere. What kind of secret passage could there be?" Chen Yuan felt a bit discouraged. "If we keep searching like this, it feels like a waste of time. I just don't get it. What could they have found that we missed?" He glanced at Wang Yan. "Old Wang, do you think we're overthinking this?" Wang Yan smiled faintly. "Don't worry, we still have one more option." Chen Yuan perked up at once. "What's that?" Wang Yan replied. "Simple. We'll just wait right here." Seeing Chen Yuan's puzzled expression, Wang Yan explained. "If there really is something amiss here, they'll definitely come back the way they came. If there were treasure here, how could Lu Zifan and his crew just let others wander around? After all, they'd killed without hesitation to secure this territory. Therefore, Wang Yan reasoned they would definitely return." Chen Yuan suddenly understood, and a hint of admiration flashed in Su Mushue's eyes. Regardless of anything else, Wang Yan's mind was undeniably far more perceptive than most. Most crucially, he seemed to maintain his composure no matter what. Earlier, Gong Yu, Zhang Xingyi, and the others had all panicked, but only he had noticed the unusual nature of the entire incident. Chen Yuan chuckled. "Haha, old Wang, you're the smart one. No wonder you're the top student and I'm the bottom of the class." Wang Yan glanced at his watch. "Alright then, to save time, let's wait here for an hour. If he doesn't show up within that hour, it means I really was overthinking things." After speaking, Wang Yan scanned the surroundings. Confirming no one was nearby, he activated his invisibility aura, enveloping all three in concealment. To conserve energy, he adjusted the invisibility aura's effect to just 1%. This way, it would only consume 0.1 energy points per second. No matter how low the stealth aura was set, the invisibility effect itself remained unchanged. The only variables were the movement speed while hidden and the cooldown time required to reactivate the aura after it was broken. The trio found a suitable spot and began patiently waiting. Time ticked by second as the trio remained concealed beneath the invisibility aura, chatting while they waited. Occasionally, one or two groups of professional adventurers passed by. Unable to see the concealed Wang Yan and his companions, they didn't linger long. After waiting for quite some time, they still hadn't spotted Lu Zifan and the others. Soon, over 20 minutes had passed, and Chen Yuan gradually lost his patience. He stood up and walked around the area, still finding no trace of Lu Zifan and the others. He glanced at Wang Yan and Su Muxue, who were resting with their eyes closed. He opened his mouth to speak, but closed it again. Thus, the three waited patiently for another 5 or 6 minutes. Bloodfawn, lying motionless on the ground basking in the sun, suddenly turned his head, as if he had noticed something. Wang Yan opened his eyes. Another passing team? Whenever other teams passed by, Bloodtooth, who always detected the scent first, would mentally alert Wang Yan in advance. From afar, the trio heard voices drifting toward them. "Brother Fan, we're screwed. If the mentor finds out Xing Zhou is dead, how are we ever going to explain this to him?" "Yeah, Fan, he was our top seed from Tianshui No. 3 High this year." "Explain? What the hell are we explaining? He loves stirring up trouble. I told him to keep a low profile. We could have just snuck through the secret passage and avoided all this. But he had to show off in front of those Tianshui No. 1 high school snobs. Now look what we've done. Not only did we get killed by someone else's backup, but I wasted one of my teleportation scrolls too. Besides, once you're out in the wilderness, it's all about fate. Just because he was the top seed doesn't mean he had to die, right?" Hearing the voices approach, Wang Yan and his companions felt a surge of hope. He followed the sound and saw a squad approaching their location. Chapter 103, Disguise Technique. The squad consisted of 5 members, 4 men and 1 woman. They appeared to be a combination of 2 spellcasters, a ranger, and 2 melee fighters. Leading the group was none other than Lu Zifan, whom Wang Yan and the others had encountered before. Though only a year older than Wang Yan and the others, Lu Zifan had a mature demeanor, sporting a goatee and wearing glasses. His distinctive features made him instantly recognizable to Wang Yan and the others. The trio exchanged a knowing glance and followed them with seamless coordination. Upon arriving at this location, Lu Zifan and his group acted with extreme caution. They stood still, scanning their surroundings as if to confirm no other unnecessary individuals were present. Lu Zifan scanned the area, then suddenly signaled to the ranger in their group. The ranger abruptly drew a flintlock-like device and fired a gleaming bullet skyward. The bullet flew upward for only about 3 meters before exploding, flashing a dazzling white light. After the flash faded, Lu Zifan scanned the area once more, appearing to breathe a sigh of relief. "Let's go. Looks like no one's following us." Chen Yuan, puzzled by this inexplicable action, asked curiously. "Old Wang, what are they doing?" Wang Yan explained. "That's a ranger-specific tool of flashbang grenade. It can blind enemies and detect stealth units nearby." Su Mushues suddenly understood. "So he's afraid someone might be following him?" Wang Yan nodded. Lu Zifan is quite cautious, but this only confirms they must know some secret. Despite Lu Zifan's extreme caution, he could never have imagined that Wang Yan and his companions were right under their noses. Even if Wang Yan and his 2 companions spoke loudly right in front of them now, they wouldn't notice a thing. This wasn't his fault. Normally, an invisibility skill capable of ignoring detection abilities while blocking sound and light would require at least a dark gold rank assassin to master. Lu Zifan murmured. "You haven't told anyone else about this, have you?" A man beside him replied. "Of course not, brother Fan. We didn't even tell our mentor, only you." Lu Zifan's expression softened with satisfaction. "Good. Very good. But brother Fan, what if our mentor asks about Xingzhou later? How are we supposed to explain it?" Lu Zifan replied impatiently. "What else can we do? Just tell the truth. Xingzhou messed with the wrong person this time. My 3 guardians are defensive summons, each with 100,000 HP. That kid one-shot me instantly. Forget Xingzhou, even I wouldn't be confident facing him." Lu Zifan's expression clearly showed lingering fear. "Brother Fan, once this is over, should we gather more people and take revenge on those from Tianshui No. 1 High School?" "Yeah, Fan Gu. If we can't take down that heavy warrior, how can we not handle the rest of Tianshui No. 1 High School?" The group seemed fixated on Chen Yuan's killing of Xingzhou, discussing how to settle the score. Wang Yan overheard their conversation, and a flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Lu Zifan turned to look at the group behind him, his tone tinged with disdain. "Only school-age kids like you would come up with such a stupid idea." Lu Zifan's words left everyone stunned. He continued. "What does Tianshui No. 1 High School or Tianshui No. 3 High School have to do with you? Your own success is what truly matters. Once you leave school, does the institution have even a penny's worth of relevance to your lives?" The expressions of those behind him darkened at his words. One soldier in the group forced a smile. "Brother Fan speaks the truth." Lu Zifan snorted coldly. "Don't take offense at my bluntness. In this world, you've got to be a little selfish. If you can't grasp that, you'll end up like Xingzhou sooner or later." As they spoke, they approached an area thick with weeds and stopped before a cluster of bushes. Wang Yan froze upon seeing their movements. This spot was precisely where he had just searched. Yet he hadn't detected anything unusual here. Could there be something peculiar about this spot? Lu Zifan and the others came to a halt before the thicket. Lu Zifan studied the bushes, then exhaled a long breath. "Thank goodness. We made it just in time." He glanced at his watch. If we'd been 10 minutes later, this camouflage would have worn off. As he spoke, Lu Zifan waved his wand. A burst of green light erupted from its tip, and the thicket before them suddenly transformed. The once dense thicket vanished abruptly, revealing a large, man-made pit dug into the ground. Within the pit, a massive obsidian slab could be faintly discerned, half hidden amidst weeds and earth. The slab bore numerous magical inscriptions carved into its surface. Rectangular in shape, it measured roughly half a meter wide and 1 meter long. The lower right corner was missing, yet the edge was perfectly smooth, not chipped off, but cleanly cut. So it was a disguise spell. After witnessing this from behind, Wang Yan tapped his head, suddenly understanding. "No wonder I searched this area for ages and found nothing." Wang Yan silently berated himself for not thinking of this sooner. Had he known, he would have swept the area with his purification aura. Su Mushue remarked. "Judging by the color of the soil, this pit must be freshly dug." After dispelling their camouflage spells, Lu Zifan and the others' expressions grew tense. Lu Zifan pulled a piece of obsidian from his robe. It resembled a pyramid triangle, about the size of a palm. He carefully placed the obsidian onto the missing corner of the stone slab. The triangular obsidian fit perfectly onto the stone slab, precisely filling the missing corner. Once attached, the obsidian seemed to fuse with the slab, becoming one with it, restoring the entire slab to its original integrity. Then, the inscriptions carved into the obsidian slab began to glow. Moments later, a shimmering ring appeared before everyone. It was a teleportation portal, identical to the one Wang Yan and the others had seen at the dog-headed man camp by the freshwater lake. Clearly, Lu Zifan and his companions had activated a temporary hidden instance. Lu Zifan and the others were overcome with excitement. Who would have thought the treasure map was real? Ha ha ha. Brother Fan, let's hurry inside. We're going to strike it rich now, ha ha. Chapter 104, Martyr's Graveyard. Seeing Lu Zifan and the others so excited, Wang Yan and the others grew excited too. Chen Yuan burst into loud laughter. Ha! Who'd have thought this bunch actually stumbled upon a treasure trove? Su Mushua smiled. Judging by that portal, they must have found a treasure map too. This portal bore a striking resemblance to the one they discovered when heading to the goblin camp earlier, though it was even larger. This meant the monsters within this portal would be stronger. But conversely, the rewards would undoubtedly be more generous. After a burst of cheers, Lu Zifan and the others entered the portal one by one. Quick, let's follow them. Wang Yan and the others immediately followed. Once the first person entered the portal, it would close within 30 seconds to prevent other adventurers from entering. Lu Zifan and his group had barely stepped into the instance when Wang Yan and the others followed close behind. A blinding flash of white light erupted, and in the blink of an eye, the group found themselves transported to a new location. This was a seemingly enclosed underground space, with stone brick floors and granite walls. The bricks and granite had been polished to a mirror-like finish, suggesting considerable effort had gone into its construction. At first glance, it felt like they had entered a sealed stone box. However, the underground chamber was sufficiently spacious, with the ceiling rising 4 or 5 meters above the floor. Suspended from the ceiling every 10 meters or so were massive chandeliers, each laden with candles. What felt slightly eerie was that the moment the group entered this dungeon, the candles seemed to sense something and suddenly ignited, flooding the underground space with light. The candlelight reflected off the smooth granite ceiling and walls, instantly flooding the entire space with brilliant illumination. Seeing the surroundings, Wang Yan instantly recalled a dungeon he had visited before the frigid tomb. The architectural styles of the two dungeons were strikingly similar, except that the frozen tomb was filled with bleached bones, dust-covered floors, and cobwebs in every corner. Here, however, the floor was spotless, the walls and ceiling smooth and clean, as if someone had been maintaining it regularly. A system prompt suddenly sounded. Welcome to the Martyr's Graveyard. Level 1520, Bronze. Fanatical believers sacrificed their lives to earn divine favor, achieving eternal life as they desired. But was this truly a gift from the gods, or an inescapable curse? Note, if your party leaves the instance before defeating the martyr leader, you will receive no rewards. All experience and loot obtained will be forfeited. As the system prompt appeared, the group began to grasp what this place was. Lu Zifan and the others were captivated by the scene before them. They looked around in awe, their eyes sparkling with excitement, completely unaware of the three invisible figures trailing behind them. Chen Yuan asked. Old One, what should we do next? Should we take them out? Now that they'd successfully entered the dungeon, these three were of no value to them. The monsters in hidden dungeons yield high experience points. We can't let them get away with it for free. Chen Yuan added. Wang Yan shook his head. No rush. Don't underestimate this dungeon just because it's only level 1520. It's a hidden dungeon after all, and the monster's strength remains unknown. Wang Yan glanced at the excited Lu Zifan and the others before him. Let them scout ahead for us. Experience points don't matter. The most valuable rewards in hidden dungeons like this usually come from the boss. While waiting earlier, Wang Yan had already looked up Lu Zifan's background. He had been recommended for advanced studies at Qingmu University in the capital and was now a silver-tier professional. A silver-tier professional was vastly superior to a bronze-tier one. With such free combat power clearing the path ahead, Wang Yan and his group could simply reap the rewards. After surveying their surroundings, Lu Zifan and his group headed deeper into the tomb. Wang Yan and the others followed at a comfortable distance behind them. Wherever they walked, chandeliers laden with candles would automatically light up. Once they moved far enough away, the chandeliers would extinguish once more. The eerie silence, combined with the unnaturally pristine floors and walls, made Lu Zifan and the others feel increasingly tense. They had already traveled about 100 meters without encountering a single monster. As they ventured deeper, the surroundings gradually opened up. Soon, they arrived at a place that resembled an altar. It was a circular space, with even the ceiling forming a dome-like structure. Unlike the pristine granite walls encountered earlier, both the floor and walls here were covered in murals. These murals depicted not tangible objects, but a cluster of geometric patterns resembling lotus flowers. Arranged in a strict symmetrical design, they radiated outward from the apex of the dome, gradually spreading across the entire altar's walls and even the floor. The deep blue background, dotted with white specks of light, made the entire altar appear as if it were floating in the vast, empty expanse of the starry sky. At the very center of the altar stood a stone statue upon a stone platform. This statue depicted a male figure, approximately 3 meters tall, with a robust physique and graceful lines, exuding great beauty. The stone material was smooth and rounded, clearly the result of meticulous carving. Candlelight reflected off its surface, casting a faint halo that lent the statue an aura of divine radiance. What the hell is this? Having seen no monsters yet, Lu Zifan grew irritable and spat at the statue. How come there's not a single monster here, yet they put up this crappy statue? As he spoke, Lu Zifan raised his magic staff, seemingly intending to attack the statue. The others in the group tried to dissuade him. Brother Fan, let's keep moving. That statue might be some kind of trap or mechanism. Better not to touch it. A flicker of hesitation crossed Lu Zifan's eyes before he finally lowered his staff. Alright, let's keep moving. There was only one passageway in this tomb, which saved them the trouble of exploring. They simply had to follow the path until they reached the end. After Lu Zifan and the others moved forward, Su Mushue stared at the stone statue, lost in thought. This statue? Wang Yan inquired. What? Do you recognize it? Su Mushue replied. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the god of life of Ira. He presides over grain, agriculture, and fertility, symbolizing abundance and harvest. Wang Yan was curious. How do you know that? Indeed, many legends about deities circulated throughout this world. But most people held little interest in such tales. Chapter 105, Avila, God of Life. These tales of deities mostly originated from certain specialized professions. They claimed to be able to communicate with the gods and that their own powers were bestowed by divine grace. And the profession claiming the strongest connection to the gods is, naturally, the priesthood. The deity whose power priests claim is bestowed upon them is none other than Avila, the goddess of life. This belief began spreading widely after the emergence of large numbers of human professionals. The reason many remain uninterested isn't due to disbelief. If the abyssal dark gods are proven real, isn't it equally plausible that other deities exist in different dimensions? The primary reason for disinterest lies in the fact that these deities typically establish connections only with specific professions. Ordinary practitioners need not interact with deities, nor does it hinder them from drawing power from their awakened professions. Some have compiled a book detailing these deities, but such knowledge isn't found in textbooks. Generally, only professions like priests, wizards, shamans, and the like pay attention to these matters. Su Mushue said. My sister is a priest, so I know a little about it. Wang Yan and Chen Yuan immediately understood. I see. Wang Yan analyzed. In that case, I suspect these monsters' abilities are related to regeneration and healing. But none of us three have skills that reduce healing effects. Chen Yuan chuckled. Old Wang, you're being too cautious. With your aura protecting us, we don't need any attribute advantages, we can just push straight through. He glanced again at Lu Zifan and the others ahead. Besides, we don't need to worry about these anyway, it's not our fight to win. As a silver tier professional, Lu Zifan surely wouldn't struggle against a bronze tier special instance. Just as the three were discussing, a sudden cry of alarm echoed from ahead. They looked toward the source of the noise and saw a group of humanoid creatures clad in red cloth garments approaching Lu Zifan and his companions head-on. Monster information appeared before their eyes. Martyr Bronze, level 15. Achieved immortality through heart sacrifice, sustaining eternal life in a peculiar, half-living, half-dead form. Wang Yan examined them closely and noticed that every single martyr bore a gaping hole in the fabric over their chest. Through the torn fabric, a massive gash resembling a knife wound was visible where their hearts should be. They possessed no hearts, only hollow, gaping wounds. Strangely, the wounds neither bled nor healed, as if preserved permanently by some peculiar bodily mechanism, a sight that felt eerily unsettling. While these martyrs outwardly resembled humans, everyone possessed deathly pale skin and bloated bodies, as if they had been soaked in water. Their eyes were vacant, devoid of any thought, and their movements were bizarre, as if driven by instinct, nothing more than a group of walking corpses. Their eerie appearance reminded Wang Yan of the legendary zombies from Legends. Indeed, this group of martyrs appeared to be nothing less than a horde of beast-like zombies. No wonder, when they first entered the graveyard, the system had remarked during its upgrade, they have achieved eternal life as they desired, but is this truly a divine blessing, or an inescapable curse? Transformed into this state, what meaning could so-called immortality possibly hold? Unlike ordinary zombies, these martyrs appeared to retain traces of their former professions. Some wielded long swords and greatswords, while others carried bows, crossbows, wands, and other weapons. Wang Yan couldn't help but mutter. Could it be that these martyrs were all ordinary adventurers in life? At that moment, the martyrs launched their assault on Lu Zifan and his companions. Intruders! Slay them! For the glory of the gods! The martyrs' words were slurred and indistinct, as if they had lost most of their ability to speak. It took Wang Yan and the others considerable effort to decipher the meaning behind their words. Lu Zifan, seeing monsters finally appear, showed no panic but instead wore a look of delight. He swung his staff and a flash of green light erupted. Then, countless green leaves materialized before him. Spinning at high speed like flying blades, they hurtled toward the martyrs. Sharp as blades, the leaves sliced deep, bone-exposing wounds into the martyrs' bodies. Some martyrs even had limbs severed clean off. But a strange phenomenon occurred. After their limbs were severed, these martyrs rapidly regrew new ones. The horrific wounds inflicted by the flying blades also healed remarkably quickly. Lu Zifan couldn't help but exclaim. What incredible regenerative abilities! Seeing the martyrs about to counterattack, Lu Zifan immediately summoned two sturdy, towering treants. These two thick-skinned treants stood at the front, absorbing the martyrs' attacks. Not only did they possess exceptional defense, with thick bark and sharp thorns to ward off damage, but they also boasted an enormous health pool of 100,000 HP. The martyrs launched a coordinated assault on the two treants, yet failed to inflict significant damage. The treants swung their fists, delivering blow after blow against the martyrs, but the effect was mediocre. These treants moved slowly and possessed limited offensive power. Each punch landed slower than the martyrs' recovery speed. Lu Zifan paid them little mind, however. Their sole purpose was to stall the martyrs. After a brief incantation, Lu Zifan summoned countless resilient thorns. This was the same technique he had used earlier to trap the students from Tianshui No. 1 Middle School. This group control skill could immobilize targets for over 10 seconds before the thorns were destroyed, making it one of the core control abilities of the Tree Shepherd class. In an instant, the martyrs were bound by thorns, unable to move. Whether due to their deranged minds or diminished cognitive abilities, they did not attack the thorns with weapons. Instead, they tried to break free by sheer brute force. This only caused the thorns to tighten further, eventually covering their entire bodies and rendering them completely immobilized. Lu Zifan sneered contemptuously and said, "These monsters have strong regenerative abilities. Focus your firepower and take them down one by one." Despite their unique regenerative abilities, these monsters were only level 15 creatures. Dealing with them proved effortless for Lu Zifan. Once entangled by the thorns, they were virtually helpless, reduced to lambs awaiting slaughter. Chapter 106, Triple Experience. What followed was much simpler. With the monsters immobilized, slaughtering them was easier than butchering pigs. The other adventurers in the party swarmed in, swiftly dispatching the entire group of martyrs. The female priest in the group exclaimed, "Wow, that's a huge amount of experience points." The others wore expressions of astonishment. These monsters' XP is at least 3 times that of level 15 monsters outside, right? No wonder it's a silver-grade treasure map. We've hit the jackpot this time. Too bad Xingzhou found this map, but he won't live to enjoy it. The group felt a mix of emotions, but mostly they were thrilled by the generous experience rewards. Though the martyrs hadn't dropped any valuable gear, the experience alone was worth every penny. The generous XP made the Tianshui No. 3 high school students ecstatic, except for Lu Zifan, who wasn't particularly thrilled. As a silver-ranked professional, he gained little experience from defeating these monsters due to party sharing and level penalties. What truly piqued his interest was what treasures this dungeon might hold. After the martyrs' demise, while the experience points were high, not a single piece of equipment dropped, only a pile of materials. Lu Zifan felt somewhat annoyed. He wasn't after materials. He had joined this party solely for the treasure map. The greatest value of treasure maps lay in their potential to yield extremely rare items and equipment. Moreover, the chance of obtaining rare items and equipment was unrelated to level. He'd even heard tales of level 10+ adventurers obtaining a small treasure map that yielded epic tier gear. Of course, such events were extremely rare. Under normal circumstances, hidden dungeons unlocked by treasure maps would only yield gear and items 1 tier higher than regular bosses. But that's precisely the allure of treasure maps. Who knows if you might suddenly get incredibly lucky and find a piece of gear that propels you to new heights? Watching the excited crowd, Lu Zifan impatiently said, "Keep moving. These monsters are trash, no threat to me. I won't gain any experience anyway, so I might as well help you guys level up." The ranger beside Lu Zifan quickly interjected, "Thanks to Brother Fan. Without him, we'd never have stood a chance against these monsters." Exactly. These monsters are way too strong for level 15. Brother Fan's binding skill is seriously awesome. Once you unleash it, all we have to do is pick up the loot. I propose that whatever treasures we find, Brother Fan gets the lion's share. We'll just tag along and reap the benefits. I agree. Me too. Only after this round of flattery did Lu Zifan's mood improve slightly. He directed the tree men to scout ahead as they pressed deeper into the tomb. Chen Yuan, listening nearby, felt a sudden surge of excitement. "Holy crap, did you guys hear them say these monsters give triple XP? That's way more than that goblin camp we ran into back then, right?" Wang Yan nodded. "These monsters seem far stronger than those goblins, so the higher XP makes sense." These martyrs not only fought like professionals but also possessed formidable self-healing abilities. If you couldn't take them down quickly, you'd get stuck in an endless battle. For an average level 15 party, dealing with these monsters would be no easy feat. But Lu Zifan, after all, was a rare silver tier mage. Dealing with these monsters was well within his capabilities. What do you say, old Wang? Should we take them out ourselves? We can't let them hog all that experience. Chen Yuan clearly coveted the experience points the others were gaining. Wang Yan shook his head. "I wouldn't recommend it. While I don't know where they got that treasure map, I have a feeling this dungeon isn't straightforward. Let's observe the dungeon boss's situation first. With them clearing the path, we can gauge the boss's strength." Wang Yan knew full well that in hidden dungeons, the boss and the final reward were the most crucial elements. As for experience points, those could be gained by slaying ordinary monsters. It was merely a matter of time. Judging by the strength displayed by these martyrs, the boss of this hidden instance was likely formidable. Rather than coveting a little experience, it was better to let Lu Zifan and the others test the boss's true strength. Generally speaking, the most dangerous aspect of facing a boss was not knowing what tricks it had up its sleeve. If the boss unleashed a surprise attack, one careless mistake could easily wipe the entire party. This is precisely why hidden dungeon bosses are so formidable. Since many hidden dungeon bosses have never been encountered before, there's no prior experience to draw upon. This significantly increases the difficulty of clearing hidden dungeons. While hidden dungeons allow mid-fight exits if you can't win, you can always bail to save your character. However, in hidden dungeons, exiting means all experience and loot are reset to 0. Not only is all your effort wasted, but the valuable treasure maps become useless too. In contrast, dungeons like the underground demon's lair are relatively easier to tackle, as the monsters and bosses within are well known. As long as no unexpected complications arise, they pose less of a challenge. Lu Zifan and his group pressed forward, while Wang Yan and the others trailed behind at a safe distance, maintaining their stealth. Passing through the grand hall with its towering divine statues, they traversed another 100 meters before arriving at what appeared to be a dining area. A long table dominated the center of the dining hall, flanked by rows of neatly arranged chairs. Like the rest of the place, it was immaculately clean, not a speck of dust in sight. Wang Yan couldn't help but wonder if the monsters here suffered from OCD. Other dungeons were filthy, either covered in skeletal remains and cobwebs, or drenched in blood with a thick, pungent stench. But this tomb was spotless everywhere, with clean and tidy walls and floors. If not for the twisted, grotesque martyrs, he might have mistaken this place for an underground chapel of devout believers. As Lu Zifan and the others stepped into the dining hall, they heard the crisp ringing of a dinner bell. Then, countless martyr monsters poured into the dining hall from doors all around. This time, the martyrs' appearances were different. Their forms appeared even more bizarre and varied. Some had arms longer than their legs, dragging on the floor. Some were enormous in stature, standing a full 2 meters tall, resembling miniature giants. Others had grown enormous, razor-sharp claws, resembling the talons of wild beasts. Chapter 107, The Mutant Martyr. In short, these monsters were all bizarre and grotesque, their forms having nearly transcended the boundaries of humanity. Bronze rank Mutant Martyr, level 16. Tormented by agony and the brink of death, they lost their sanity and could no longer control their body's growth. This led to the deformation of their organs and limbs. Driven by unbearable suffering, they now act solely on bestial instincts. The system prompt gave everyone a rough idea of what was going on. It turned out these martyrs possessed the ability to regenerate and heal their bodies, yet they existed in a limbo between life and death, perpetually tormented by agony. This agonizing torment prevented them from dying, yet they could not live as normal beings either. Gradually, they lost their sanity, and even their physical growth became distorted, transforming them into monstrous beings neither fully human nor ghostly. Upon reading the monster's information prompt, Shen Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Holy crap, are these people really considered blessed by the god of life? This is just too tragic. Su Mushue pondered for a moment before replying. It's less a blessing and more a curse. She paused before continuing. Judging by this instance's background info, these martyrs must have been fanatically devoted to the god of life. In the end, they sacrificed their own lives to beg Avila, the god of life, for immortality. So I suspect their blasphemous act against life angered the goddess. That's why she turned them into these half-living, half-dead creatures, doomed to eternal suffering. Wang Yan sighed. To pray to the god of life by sacrificing one's own life. I wonder how twisted one's imagination must be to conceive such an absurd method. As the three conversed, Lu Zifan and his companions had already engaged the group of mutated martyrs. These mutated martyrs were one tier above ordinary martyrs, slightly stronger in combat, and vastly outnumbered their opponents. They poured out from behind every door, and within moments, over 100 of these twisted martyrs had gathered within the cramped restaurant. Though their bodies had become grotesquely deformed through mutation, their strength and constitution surpassed those of the previous martyrs, and their regenerative abilities were even more formidable. Flesh. Hunger. Devour them. The horde of monsters emitted waves of low growls and snarls, surging toward Lu Zifan and his companions like a swarm of grotesque zombies. But before Lu Zifan, a silver-ranked warrior, these level 16 monsters were utterly insignificant. Lu Zifan ordered the two Treants to charge forward, then swung his staff. Moments later, a thicket of thorns erupted from the ground, entangling the horde of mutated martyrs. This time, however, Lu Zifan stopped his teammates who were preparing to charge forward. Hold back. Let me handle this. I'll thin their numbers first. Lu Zifan swung his staff again, murmuring a few syllables. The thorns binding the monsters suddenly began to stir restlessly, thickening and lengthening at a visible pace. Moments later, the tiny thorns on the vines exploded in size, each growing to about 20 to 30 centimeters in an instant. These spikes instantly turned the 50 or 60 mutated martyrs in front into sieves, killing them in an instant. With 50 to 60 mutated martyrs cleared away at once, the group felt the pressure ease considerably. Alright, you can move in now. Under Lu Zifen's command, the others charged forward, engaging the remaining mutated martyrs in combat. Seeing Lu Zifen's performance, Wang Yan couldn't help but remark. This tree shepherd class is incredibly powerful. While level advantage played a role, Lu Zifen's demonstrated prowess was extraordinary. It was clear his class skills far surpassed those of ordinary mages. Su Muxue remarked. This class is rated a tier in the global class evaluation system, but it's among the top tier within that a tier. While the tree shepherd isn't exceptionally powerful in solo combat, the tanking and crowd control capabilities of the treants they summon are incredibly strong, making them highly sought after in group play. DPS mages like Su Muxue typically require team coordination. Lu Zifen, however, as a control support mage, actively adapts to his teammates, seamlessly integrating with any team composition. Under Lu Zifen's leadership, they swiftly cleared this wave of mutated martyrs. Unlike the previous martyrs, these mutated martyrs not only offered substantial experience points but also dropped a significant amount of gear. Amidst the sea of bronze tier base gear, there was even a silver tier item. The group eagerly scooped up the gear and handed it all over to Lu Zifen. Brother Fan, you can decide how to distribute these items. Honestly, we don't mind if you keep it all. Yeah, those monsters were basically only taken care of by Senior Lu. I wouldn't mind if he took it all. For them, having someone of Lu Zifen's caliber guide them through leveling was already a huge blessing. Plus, each of them had obtained a decent haul of materials. These materials could fetch a decent price, making the gear itself less important. Lu Zifen was quite satisfied with everyone's reaction. Don't worry, everyone. I'll definitely distribute this gear fairly. No one will be shortchanged. At his words, a hint of delight flashed across everyone's faces. Thanks, Brother Fan. Thanks, Senior. And so, while fawning over Lu Zifen, the group pressed on toward the next stage. Chen Yuan watched with envy. What a waste. Those guys must have gained tons of experience, not to mention all that gear scattered on the ground. Wang Yan chuckled. I get what you're thinking. Seeing others profit hurts worse than losing money yourself. Chen Yuan replied. You bet. As Lu Zifen and the others pressed forward, they encountered more and more martyr teams. Fortunately, with Lu Zifen as their pillar of strength, they easily dealt with every group of martyrs they encountered. After eliminating hundreds of martyrs, the group finally reached an open expanse. It was a vast plaza, roughly the size of 2 basketball courts. The ground was paved with tiles, but unlike before, these tiles were broken and filthy, a stark contrast to the neatness of the previous graveyard. The group vaguely discerned dark red and black stains scattered across the tiles. At first glance, they mistook them for filth, but upon closer inspection, they realized they were dried bloodstains. At the square's center stood a colossal divine statue, identical to the statue of Avila, the god of life, they had seen before. However, this statue was already somewhat dilapidated, cracked in many places, and even missing chunks in several spots. Chapter 108, Mutant Martyr. At the far end of the square stood a church resembling a dilapidated palace. The church was sizable but looked extremely dilapidated, covered in cobwebs, with several large holes in the roof. Some bricks on the outer walls had rotted away, and the plaster had peeled off. Yet the sheer scale of the structure hinted at its former grandeur and splendor. Time had reduced it to decay, its former glory now faded. You have arrived at the prayer square. The system prompt echoed in everyone's minds. After surveying the plaza, Lu Zifen remarked. If I'm not mistaken, that church should be where the boss is located. All eyes turned toward the church, their expressions tinged with excitement. The boss's location was often where the dungeon's hidden treasures lay. They stepped onto the square's worn tiles and headed toward the church. Just as they passed the enormous, decaying statue, they heard the sound of stone cracking. The sound originated from the stone statue at the square's center. What's going on? Lu Zifen and the others immediately took a few steps back upon hearing the strange noise. Moments later, they watched in shock as the statue standing tall in the square shattered from the middle. It crumbled into scattered stones, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar that kicked up a cloud of dust. What's going on? How did it shatter on its own? Just as Lu Zifen and the others were startled, a sudden chorus of roars erupted from all around the square. The roars sounded like the howls of some kind of beast, but they couldn't identify what kind of beast it was. The crowd looked around and saw numerous bizarre-looking creatures crawling out of the shadows surrounding the square. The earlier barrage of roars and growls had originated from them. These monsters resembled hairless giant apes, with thick, muscular builds and enormous frames, each standing 3 to 4 meters tall. Their smooth skin was an unhealthy pallor, completely devoid of any hair. Their bald appearance was downright repulsive. Their bodies were covered in bulging muscles, and their hands and feet bore extremely sharp claws. They opened their gaping maws, glaring menacingly at Lu Zifen and his companions, their throats constantly emitting threatening growls. Mutant Martyr Bronze, Level 18. Endless growth has made their physiques far stronger than ordinary humans, but it has also transformed them into true monsters and beasts. Without the system's prompt, the group would never have associated these bizarre creatures with humanity. Not only did their physical traits completely diverge from humanity, they didn't even walk upright. Instead, they crawled on all fours like apes. Yet these powerful creatures were all muscularly built, resembling tanks, and clearly possessed formidable strength. These mutated martyrs poured out of the shadows surrounding the square. Within a mere minute, over 30 had gathered in the plaza. Suddenly, one of the mutated martyrs let out a furious roar, picked up a shard of rock from the plaza, and hurled it at Lu Zifan and his companions. Lu Zifan heard the whistling sound of the projectile cutting through the air beside him. The next instant, he saw the warrior beside him get knocked flying, sent 2 or 3 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Blood trickled from the warrior's mouth, and his armor was dented from the impact. Fortunately, his robust physique allowed him to remain combat-ready. What incredible strength! Lu Zifan exclaimed in awe. But he quickly smiled indifferently. But no matter how powerful, it's still just bronze-tier trash. As the other mutated martyrs picked up stones from the ground, preparing to hurl them, terror spread across the faces of the onlookers. These mutated martyrs possessed monstrous strength. The stones they hurled were like cannonballs. Even the most defensive guardian warrior in their group had lost a quarter of their health from a single strike. If those stones struck them, wouldn't it take half their lives? But Lu Zifan showed no sign of panic. He murmured, "Wooden prison." Lu Zifan swung his staff, and suddenly, thick branches surged from beneath his feet. These branches twisted and intertwined like giant serpents, weaving into a hollow sphere that enveloped the entire group. The stones hurled by the mutant martyr slammed against the wooden prison. The wooden prison proved incredibly resilient. Despite being struck by cannonball-like rocks, it remained unscathed, deflecting every stone back into the air. Witnessing this, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were safe, at least for now. Lu Zifan's movements never ceased. He slammed his staff forcefully onto the ground, cracking the tiles beneath. Then, several streams of green magical elements coalesced. In an instant, a magical summoning array materialized outside the wooden cage. As the array sharpened, a towering figure materialized from the void. Through the cracks in the wooden cell, the crowd could see it was a creature resembling a tree ant. Its entire body was covered in branches and leaves, forming limbs and a torso that allowed it to walk on the ground. Unlike a tree ant, however, it was smaller in stature and covered in vibrant, giant red blossoms. Demon Realm Flower Silver Level 27, remaining existence time, 29 seconds. The party saw the basic information of this bizarre creature through the prompt. After Lu Zifan summoned the Demon Realm Flower, it opened its numerous giant blossoms, spraying a cloud of pink mist from within. This mist was directed toward the mutated martyrs in the distance. Wang Yan and the others watching nearby nearly got caught in the mist and immediately stepped back. The moment the mist touched the mutant martyrs, they collapsed as if electrocuted, their bodies convulsing violently. They've been hit by my summoned beast's floral poison. They're temporarily incapacitated. Attack now. Lu Zifan dissolved the wooden prison trapping the group. Hearing his command, the others charged forward without hesitation. The mutated martyrs, now enveloped in the mist, possessed immense strength they could not wield. Lying helpless on the ground, they could only watch helplessly as the humans launched their attack. Lu Zifan didn't overestimate his abilities. His Demon Realm Flower could only persist for 30 seconds, and its venom couldn't be stacked continuously. Its venom could only induce a state of poisonous paralysis lasting roughly 10 seconds. During those 10+ seconds, Lu Zifan didn't idle. He continuously unleashed offensive spells, aiding his teammates in eliminating the mutated martyrs. Through their combined efforts, the original 30+ martyrs were swiftly whittled down to just a handful. After recovering from the floral poison, the martyrs, now outnumbered, posed no further threat to Lu Zifan and his group. They were swiftly dealt with by Lu Zifan's team. Chapter 109, Entering the Church. After the chaotic battle, Lu Zifan and his team had smoothly dealt with this group of mutant martyrs. Brother Fan is truly amazing. I didn't expect these monsters to be so strong. This level 15 dungeon is way too difficult. Yeah, thank goodness Brother Fan was here. For an average level 15 party, clearing this dungeon seems pretty much impossible, right? After taking down the mutant martyr, the group chattered excitedly. This time, the looks they gave Lu Zifan were filled with admiration and awe. Unlike their earlier deliberate flattery, this time they genuinely believed Lu Zifan was formidable. It could be said that Lu Zifan had single-handedly suppressed these terrifying mutant martyrs. The power he displayed had utterly won them over. The admiring gazes of the others felt incredibly gratifying to Lu Zifan. They picked up the equipment scattered on the ground and respectfully presented it to Lu Zifan. This time, the martyrs dropped 5 or 6 bronze tier items and 1 silver tier item, a truly bountiful haul. They began to rest and recuperate on the spot, restoring energy, healing wounds, and taking the opportunity to inventory their loot. Under Lu Zifan's dominance, only one warrior sustained minor injuries during the entire battle. After the priest healed him, his wounds quickly healed. Chen Yuan watched from the sidelines, filled with envy. Damn, old one, look at them. When we killed that boss, we only got 2 silver grade items. They haven't even seen a boss yet, and they've already dropped 2 silver grade items. Wang Yan chuckled. It's normal. This dungeon is clearly on a different difficulty level than the one we went to. The monster's strength forced even Lu Zifan to unleash quite a few skills. Clearly, a standard party of level 15 adventurers wouldn't stand a chance against this dungeon. This dungeon's difficulty level required at least a party of level 25 adventurers to clear it with any ease. An average level 15 party would likely be forced to abandon the dungeon at the mutant martyr stage, possibly even suffering casualties. Maybe their treasure map is a medium-sized one? Su Mushu suggested. Treasure maps are categorized into 3 tiers: small, medium, and large. The level of the hidden dungeon unlocked by a treasure map depends on the level of the monster that dropped it. The higher the treasure map's grade, the better the rewards in the hidden instance. Wang Yan said. If that's the case, it couldn't be better. I'm already looking forward to the boss rewards. They'd endured all this time precisely for the final boss's rewards. Not far away, Lu Zifan and the others rested briefly at their location, waiting for their skills to recharge while replenishing their energy. Lu Zifan said. Everyone, be careful. The boss should be next. This dungeon isn't easy, so the boss will likely be formidable. Though concern flickered across the team's faces, excitement dominated their expressions. While a powerful boss might be daunting, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. A stronger boss meant better rewards, especially with a silver tier tree keeper anchoring their team. Lu Zifan's demonstrated prowess filled everyone with confidence. After preparing, they began advancing toward the dilapidated church. Wang Yan and the others followed close behind, keeping pace with Lu Zifan's group. Upon entering the church, they found it utterly dilapidated, dust covering every surface. The furnishings were in disarray, with tables and chairs scattered haphazardly, offering no glimpse of the church's former grandeur. They cautiously stepped inside, yet found no trace of the boss. They looked around and suddenly noticed a wooden coffin beneath a pile of scattered chairs and stones right in the center of the church. Lu Zifan and the others approached and gathered around the coffin. Strange. How did a coffin end up here? They cleared away the debris piled atop the coffin piece by piece, only to discover that the top lid was transparent. Whether made of glass or crystal, the cover was remarkably clear. Through the dust, they could faintly make out the corpse lying inside the coffin. Lu Zifan reached out, brushing away the dust covering the lid to get a clear look at the person inside. It was a man with blonde hair and blue eyes, appearing to be only about 30 years old. Despite lying in the coffin, his body and skin showed no signs of decay whatsoever. His fair skin was actually rosy and radiant, looking not at all like a corpse, but rather like a robust man in his prime lying asleep inside. The team members murmured among themselves upon seeing the figure inside. Holy crap, this guy looks so creepy. He looks like a vampire. That skin is so pale, like he's been dead for 3 days and soaked in water. Wait, no, he is dead. This coffin being here is just too weird. Could it be connected to the boss? Just as the disaster relief team murmured among themselves, suddenly, the man inside the coffin abruptly opened his eyes. Ah! Holy, it's a zombie. The girls in the group let out a shriek, and the others were startled as well. Everyone scrambled backward. Bang! The coffin lid shattered as the blonde-haired, blue-eyed man inside leapt out with a violent jerk. He stood before them, his posture elegant, his gaze cold. Heretics! You have trespassed into this sanctuary, disturbed my slumber, and desecrated the domain of the divine. In that case, in the name of the God of life, your hearts shall be offered as sacrifice. May the gods forgive your sins. At that moment, the man's information finally appeared before the crowd. Looker bronze level 23, martyr leader, zealous believer, immortal. Only then did the group realize that the man slumbering within the crystal coffin was the final boss of this dungeon. Looker reached out, grasping at the void, and a scepter flew from the coffin, landing in his hand his staff. The staff in his hand flashed with blinding golden light. Looker used the skill, Holy Light Guardian. Holy Light Shield imparts a potent shield of holy light upon oneself, absorbing incoming damage. Looker used the skill, Holy Blessing. Holy Blessing increases attack power in all attributes, dealing additional light elemental damage with each attack. Chen Yuan, hiding in the distance, murmured in astonishment. Holy, so this boss is actually a Holy Light Priest. Zhang Shengyi, whom they had encountered earlier, was also a Holy Light Priest. Wang Yan also remarked. This is the first time I've seen a boss that looks almost human. The boss before them looked no different from an ordinary adventurer. Chapter 110, Hammer of Holy Light. Watching Lucar continuously cast various buffs and status effects upon himself, Lu Zifan and the others could no longer sit idly by. Lu Zifan reacted fastest, striking first. After summoning 2 Traians, he continued waving his staff, conjuring thorns to bind Lucar. To his surprise, Lucar swung his staff, and golden wings formed from converging lights suddenly appeared on his back. Looker used the skill, Wings of Holy Light. Holy Wings grants temporary flight capability upon activation. With a flap of his wings, he soared into the air in an instant. The thorns summoned by Lu Zifan strained upward, desperately trying to reach Looker's ankles. But the thorn's reach was severely limited, posing no threat whatsoever to Lucar soaring above. Seeing Lucar actually fly, the 2 warriors in the party were instantly dumbfounded. They possessed no ranged aerial combat skills. As for the 2 spellcasters in the party, besides Lu Zifan the Tree Warden, there was only the priest. Ordinary priests, unlike holy light priests, typically only possess skills to support their allies and had little combat capability themselves. Beyond that, only the ranger remained. He drew his hand crossbow and began firing at Lukal in the sky. Seeing that his Thornbind spell had no effect and his summon Treyant was useless, Luzithan quickly switched skills, unleashing a torrent of flying leaf rain to attack Lukar mid-air. Both crossbow bolts and flying leaves struck Lukar's shield, bouncing off the holy light shield without shattering it. After all, Luzithan was a control and support-oriented spellcaster. Damage output was not his forte. Pathetic mortal. Lukar sneered. I am the messenger of the gods. I shall play my victory song over your corpses. He swung his staff, gathering golden light into a colossal hammer of holy light in midair. Wang Yan watched in shock. He recognized this move. During his battles alongside Liang Tian and the others, Sumuqing, the holy light priestess tasked with protecting him, had once unleashed this very holy hammer of light. Its power was staggering, but its cooldown period was exceedingly long. Moments later, Lukal swung his staff, and the colossal hammer of holy light descended from the sky with overwhelming force. The hammer was aimed squarely at the warrior standing at the forefront of Luzithan's team. Lukar's casting was too swift. It all happened in an instant. The warrior had no time to dodge and could only raise his shield to brace for the blow. Seeing the dire situation, the priest in the party immediately cast a protective shield on the warrior. Luzithan raised his staff to counter, but hesitation flickered across his face. In the end, he chose not to cast a spell. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the hammer of holy light smashed into the ground, carving a deep crater. Instantly, dust and debris flew everywhere. The dull thud felt like it shook everyone's eardrums and internal organs, as if a thunderclap had exploded right beside them. Wang Yan's face betrayed his astonishment. As a level 23 bronze tier boss, Lukar's holy light hammer was far less powerful than Sumuqing's hero tier version. Yet its destructive force was utterly disproportionate to what one would expect from a bronze tier boss. At the epicenter of the explosion, a massive crater gaped open, looking as though it had been blasted by explosives. As the dust settled, the group saw a mangled, bloodied body lying at the bottom of the pit. The warrior's armor lay shattered around him as he remained motionless in the pit. Professional Chen Yangjun bronze tier, level 16, has fallen in battle. The system notification sent shockwaves through Luzithan's entire party. One-shot kill. The boss had used just one move to instantly kill their tank, the heaviest hitting defensive warrior in the party. Chen Yuan, watching nearby, let out a startled cry. Holy crap! Is this real? This boss is ridiculous. If it lands a few more hits like that, won't Luzithan's team get wiped out? Wang Yan shook his head. If I'm not mistaken, that move probably has a long cooldown. And it's likely his strongest ability. While it was normal for treasure map bosses to be stronger, they shouldn't be ridiculously overpowered. Therefore, Wang Yan suspected this skill must have significant limitations. If it could be used infinitely at high frequency, even with a silver tier expert like Luzithan in the party, they might not stand a chance against this boss. These people are too reckless. Logically speaking, a level 15 treasure map dungeon should only be attempted by players around level 25. Although Wang Yan and his group had cleared a similar level 15 treasure map dungeon, it was largely due to Wang Yan's absurdly overpowered aura skill that made the fight feel so effortless. But the adventurers before them were just a group of ordinary level 15 players. Even with Luzithan leading the charge, he wasn't omnipotent. Such situations were bound to happen. Then again, who could resist the temptation after obtaining such a precious item as a treasure map? Treasure maps circulating on the market were scarce, practically priceless. No one was willing to hand such an opportunity over to others. Wang Yan surmised they feared delays would breed suspicion. Over time, mistrust would inevitably arise among teammates. No matter who held the treasure map, it would inevitably spark suspicion from the others. Rather than that, it would be better to use the treasure map early and take a gamble. But they thought that by inviting the expert Luzithan to oversee things, everything would be fine. That notion was a bit too naive. Wang Yan, however, was somewhat surprised by Luzithan's reaction. Earlier in the square, he had witnessed Luzithan deploy a skill called Wooden Prison. This skill seemed capable not only of imprisoning enemies but also of protecting allies. Yet when the shield warrior named Chen Yangjun was in mortal danger just now, Luzithan didn't use his skill to save him. Could it be that he was too nervous, causing his reaction time to lag? Regardless, in Wang Yan's view, Luzithan bore significant responsibility for the shield warrior's death. Meanwhile, chaos had erupted within Luzithan's team. Chen Yangjun's death had completely shattered the rationality of the other members. Witnessing a classmate and teammate they'd spent every day with die like that seemed to shatter their psychological defenses. We can't do this, brother Fan. This boss is too strong. We have to retreat. Let's get out of this dungeon while we still can. The warrior standing not far from Chen Yangjun wore a look of sheer terror. Yangjun, just like that? No way. Chen Yangjun was his best friend. They'd known each other for years. Seeing his dear friend die like that, crushed as easily as an ant, was something he couldn't accept. Chapter 111, Let Him Die. Lu Zifan, seeing the chaos erupting around him, barked angrily. "Shut up, you idiots. His skill must have a long cooldown. Don't panic. We need to find a way to avenge our fallen comrade. Otherwise, all our efforts to get here would have been for nothing. Those who quit the instance would lose all previously gained experience, materials, and equipment. Moreover, the deducted portion would not be compensated to other teammates. Therefore, Lu Zifan absolutely refused to leave the instance at this critical moment. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, we still have a chance to defeat this boss." Lu Zifan's words calmed the others somewhat. Lu Zifan was now their anchor, their sole hope. Though the terror hadn't completely faded from their faces, they had at least regained their composure and returned to combat readiness. Lu Zifan swung his staff, unleashing the wooden prison skill that should have been cast on Chen Yongjun moments ago. His gaze drifted casually toward Chen Yongjun's corpse nearby, a fleeting hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Yes, he hadn't been caught off guard. He had every chance to save Chen Yongjun. He had almost instinctively prepared to unleash the wooden prison skill to protect him. But his reason told him he couldn't do it. This boss was simply too powerful. His wooden prison skill had an extremely long cooldown. If he used it on Chen Yongjun now, he'd have to wait 120 seconds before being able to use it again. Who knew what could happen in those 120 seconds? If Lucar's next Holy Hammer attack was ready, who knew who would be the next casualty? What if Lucar targeted him, Lu Zifan? After all, he was the greatest threat to Lucar within the entire party. The defining trait of humanoid bosses was their exceptional intelligence. After just 2 more exchanges, the enemy would surely realize eliminating Lu Zifan meant this team stood no chance. He certainly didn't count on that level 14 female priest to save him. Relying on her would only repeat Chen Yongjun's fate. Wooden prison was his only self-preservation skill and currently his sole chance to control Looker. Now that Looker was soaring through the air, his thorn bind was utterly useless against him. Moreover, Looker paid no heed to the treant Chen Yongjun summoned, as it posed no threat whatsoever. 2 of Lu Zifan's most prized abilities were now nearly useless. Moreover, Lucar's class appeared to be Holy Light Priest, meaning it possessed purifying skills. Even the poison mist from his Demon Realm flower might prove ineffective. The wooden cage was the only control skill Lu Zifan possessed that wasn't affected by purification. After weighing his options, Lu Zifan resolved to let Chen Yongjun die. As Lu Zifan cast the wooden prison, he silently thought to himself. If you want to blame someone, blame your incompetent priest teammate. It's all her fault for being too weak to protect you. After casting wooden prison, Lu Zifan didn't immediately summon the branches to break through the ground. Instead, he waited for the perfect opportunity. In the sky, after instantly killing another opponent, Looker murmured once more. God, please do not forsake me. Teach my hands to fight, grant me strength and courage. Your guidance is my faith and fortress, my tower and salvation. Looker, like a madman, muttered incessantly as his staff whirled once more, gathering golden light before him. Lu Zifan shouted. Ding Dao, distract him. Hear me? Priest, shield him. The Ding Dao he referred to was the only other warrior left in the party. But he wasn't a tank, he was a balanced warrior whose defense couldn't compare to the late Chen Yongjun's. As the boss prepared to unleash another skill, Ding Dao heard Lu Zifan order him to step forward and draw the boss's attention. His legs nearly buckled with fear. Yet he knew he was now the only melee class left in the party. If even he couldn't step up, the entire party would be doomed. Ding Dao steeled himself and charged forward, picking up a stone from the ground and hurling it at the airborne Looker. With no ranged attacks available, this was his only way to provoke the boss and draw Looker's attention. His action succeeded brilliantly in enraging Lucar. Looker swung his staff, unleashing a blade like golden light. Looker used the skill, Holy Light Slash. The golden blade struck Ding Dao, slicing a deep gash that exposed bone. Ding Dao collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his wounds. Yet he did not die, losing only 2/3 of his health. The party's priest promptly cast a healing spell, stemming the bleeding. Clearly, Lucar's Holy Light Slash was far less devastating than his earlier Holy Light Hammer. Chen Yuan, watching from a distance, remarked. Damn, old Wang, you guessed it spot on. That move really was the boss's strongest skill. Though Wang Yan had guessed correctly, he felt no sense of triumph. He pondered inwardly, if he, Chen Yuan, and Su Mushue faced this boss together, what were their chances of victory? Their current squad's advantage lay in their ability to cloak the entire group. Combined with the bonuses from the attack aura and damage aura, they could unleash explosive damage from the very start. Moreover, the Divine Tear Slow aura, combined with Chen Yuan and Su Mushue's extremely powerful ranged damage capabilities, allowed them to easily handle many slow-moving opponents. But their team's weakness was glaringly obvious: a severe lack of defensive capabilities. If they fail to instantly eliminate the enemy with high burst damage and allow it to counterattack, they'll be in serious trouble. This Lucar could fly, rendering the 2 dragon blood crocodiles largely ineffective against it. His Holy Light Shield seemed absurdly resilient. The ranger had been relentlessly attacking it, yet it still hadn't broken through. Even with their aura buffs, Chen Yuan and Su Mushue might not be able to take him down instantly. Moreover, as a holy light priest, he likely possessed skills like dispelling negative status effects. Neither Wang Yan's slow aura nor Bloodfang's dragon's might skill could significantly affect him. If he closed in and unleashed a holy hammer, Wang Yan wouldn't know how to respond in the moment. Perhaps then, he'd have no choice but to rely on the shield and damage reduction from his contract ring, charging forward to absorb the damage and create an opening for Chen Yuan and Su Muxue. But whether he'd survive that hammer blow? Well, he'd have to pray to the gods, just like this Luca did. As Wang Yan pondered this, the warrior named Ding Dao shouted excitedly, "Brother Fan! I'm not dead! Ha ha ha!" Chapter 112, Transformation. Lu Zifan frowned but paid no heed to Ding Dao. He had no time to concern himself with Ding Dao's fate, nor did he particularly care about his survival. He only needed Ding Dao to hold the front line and absorb Looker's attack. Whether he lived or died was utterly irrelevant. The moment Ding Dao drew Looker's attention and Looker swung his blade of holy light, Lu Zifan struck. He commanded the branches he had concealed beneath the earth to burst forth, piercing through the soil and shooting upward. These branches, like lurking venomous snakes, shot toward Lucar with lightning speed. Moments later, the branches rapidly wove themselves into a massive spherical cage midair. Looker clearly hadn't noticed the branches suddenly attacking from beneath his feet. In a moment of distraction, he was trapped inside the spherical cage. Lu Zifan's face lit up with delight. He continued manipulating the branches, causing the wooden cage to grow increasingly lush, its branches thickening and densifying. Once the cage was complete, Lu Zifan swung his staff. The wooden prison dragged Lucar, suspended midair, and slammed him heavily onto the ground. Looker hit the ground with a heavy thud. The wings of holy light on his body instantly vanished, and his holy light shield shattered. 1450. After battling for so long, this was the first time Looker had taken damage. He let out a muffled groan, clearly in pain. Damned mortal, daring to desecrate the messenger of the gods. Looker rose to his feet and unleashed another blade of holy light. Numerous branches of the wooden prison were instantly severed, but new growth quickly sprouted from the broken sections. Seeing how resilient the wooden prison was, Lucar abandoned the idea of cutting through it with blades of holy light. The blade's cooldown was far too long. Breaking through this prison would take an eternity. "Your radiance is the sword in my hand," Looker murmured softly, shifting the staff to his left hand. Countless dazzling golden rays of holy light slowly gathered in his right palm. Seconds later, the golden light coalesced into a long, luminous blade. Looker used the skill, Sword of Holy Light. Everyone watched in astonishment. This holy light priest actually possessed such a melee skill. Looker swung the blade at the wooden prison. With a single strike, numerous branches snapped clean in two. The severed branches hissed and crackled, as if scorched by intense heat, losing their ability to regenerate. As the wooden cage was about to be destroyed by Lucar, Lu Zifan remained utterly composed, showing not a trace of panic on his face. Just as Lucar summoned the Sword of Holy Light, he too had been casting a spell. He summoned thorns once more, attempting to bind Lucar. This time, Lucar was grounded, his movements restricted by the wooden cage. He could only watch helplessly as countless thorns erupted from the ground, crawling over his entire body and binding him tightly. But Lucar was, after all, a holy light priest. For holy light priests, the purify skill to remove negative status effects was the most fundamental. Upon realizing his confinement, Lucar immediately cast holy light purification to dispel the golden light binding him. A golden light flashed over his body, and the thorns seemed to burn away, turning into a cloud of black smoke that dissipated into thin air. In an instant, Lucar regained his freedom of movement. Watching this unfold from afar, Lu Zifan's lips curved upward in a triumphant smile. It seemed he had anticipated Lucar's move all along. Lu Zifan raised his staff and chanted, summoning the Demon Realm Flower. The Demon Realm Flower approached Lucar, unfurling its enormous petals to spew a stream of pink floral poison at him. Soon, a pink poisonous mist enveloped Lucar. But this time, his purification skill was still on cooldown, and he remained trapped within the wooden prison. Even surrounded by the poisonous mist, he was utterly helpless. His movements with the light sword slowed, as if his entire body had gone numb, his hands frozen mid-air. Now! Now! Lu Zifan shouted to his remaining teammates. Seeing Lucar immobilized, the rest of the team couldn't hide the wild excitement in their eyes. Lu Zifan dispelled the wooden prison to avoid hindering his teammates' attack. Now, Looker knelt on the ground, his body rigid as stone. His eyes burned with fury, yet he couldn't move an inch. The remaining rangers and warriors in the squad charged toward Looker, arrows and swords raining down upon him. The two previously idle Traians also joined the fray, beating Looker mercilessly. Lu Zifan wasn't idle either, summoning countless whirling leaves that sliced through Looker's body. Looker's health rapidly plummeted, dropping by half in no time. As a priest, his constitution wasn't particularly robust. Damned mortals! Looker suddenly roared in fury. His form rapidly swelled, his clothes bursting and tearing apart. His skin turned an eerie dark blue, muscles bulging rapidly, sharp claws sprouting from his limbs, and fangs protruding from his mouth. Now, Lucar resembled a colossal humanoid beast. His current form bore a striking resemblance to the mutated martyr encountered earlier in the square, though vastly larger in stature. At the center of Looker's chest, just like the other martyrs, a gaping hole had opened, revealing no heart within. "I will tear you apart and devour you," Looker roared furiously, the toxins within him seemingly no longer restraining his movements. However, as his form grew larger, he seemed to lose his sanity. Instead of attacking his opponents purposefully, he chose to assault the nearest tray ant. Lu Zifen's heart leapt at this sight. Though Lucar's power and attack had surged after its transformation, the tray ants it summoned possessed thick, tough skin. He wasn't afraid of high damage, he only feared the enemy wouldn't target the tray ants. Now, as Lucar tore into the tray ant with frenzied bites, it suited Lu Zifen perfectly. Seizing this moment, Lu Zifen summoned countless thorns once more, binding Lucar tightly. Though the transformed Lucar possessed immense strength, his brute force proved useless against the resilient thorns. No matter how he struggled and tore, the serpentine thorns tightly coiled around his body, quickly rendering him immobile once more. No matter how strong he is, he's still just a bronze-tier boss. A hint of disdain flashed in Lu Zifen's eyes. Though the encounter had been perilous, he had ultimately brought the situation under control. Die. Lu Zifen extended his staff, lightly tapping it forward. A vibrant green light flared. In the next instant, countless sharp thorns erupted from the thorns, piercing Looker like a sieve. Chapter 113, The Fountain of Life. Roar. Countless spikes pierced Looker's body, eliciting a pained roar of fury. Blood gushed from every wound, quickly staining his body crimson. By now, Lucar had descended into utter madness. He seemed to have lost the ability to speak, capable only of a bestial growl. He struggled even harder, but no matter how he thrashed, he couldn't break free from the thorn's grip. Instead, his excessive force caused the thorns to pierce his wounds deeper, accelerating his blood loss. Lucar's health bar rapidly diminished. 13,819. 14,592. 13,794. A string of damage numbers flashed above his head, signaling he was nearing his end. Lu Zifen's other teammates weren't idle either, seizing the opportunity to unleash relentless attacks, daring not to waste a single second. Soon, under the relentless assault from Lu Zifen's group and the two tray ants, Lucar's health finally hit rock bottom. Roar! Looker let out a mournful cry as his body gradually shrank, transforming back from beast to human form. Staggering, he took 2 steps before collapsing to the ground, his face etched with despair, eyes brimming with tears. "God, why have you forsaken me?" With these final words, Looker drew his last breath. His body dissolved into specks of golden light, gradually fading away. Chen Yuan, watching from afar, remarked. "Damn, I thought they wouldn't be able to handle it?" Su Muxue remarked. "After all, he's a silver-tier professional. A bronze-tier dungeon was no challenge for him." Upon witnessing Lucar's death, Wang Yan's eyes instantly sharpened. "Get ready. The treasure should be appearing soon." The instant Lucar died, the entire church suddenly brightened. Originally shrouded in darkness with no artificial light, an unknown source now flooded the space with golden holy light, transforming the entire cathedral into a dazzling, resplendent scene. The crowd gasped in astonishment. It was as if a miracle had descended upon the world. Suddenly, a blinding golden light pierced through the ceiling and flooded the church interior. This golden beam seemed to pierce through the distant sky, penetrating layer upon layer of dark clouds, landing precisely where Lucar had fallen. As the crowd stared at the golden light, they saw a golden teapot floating within it. Crafted from ceramic inlaid with golden ornaments, it was exquisitely beautiful. When its information appeared before everyone, they were all startled. Fountain of Life Dark Gold. Consuming this heals all wounds and permanently increases your maximum HP by level 4002, scaling with level. If divided into multiple portions, the enhancement value scales proportionally with the number of portions. Everyone was stunned. Dark Gold. And it's an attribute-enhancing treasure. This is absolutely priceless. The rest of Lu Zifen's team gasped in awe. Not only was this a rare dark gold tier item, but it also permanently enhanced attributes. Among all equipment items, gear holds the most stable value. One-time consumables are relatively low in value, while items that permanently enhance attributes are among the rarest types. If a dark gold one-time item could fetch millions on the market, then putting a permanent stat-boosting item on the market, they couldn't even begin to guess its true worth. Such items are virtually non-existent on the market. Who would be foolish enough to sell one? Remember, everyone's level progression is limited. After advancing from a common rank to hero level, that is, after reaching level 60, the pace of leveling up becomes incredibly slow. For those with slightly weaker aptitude, reaching level 60 is practically the end of the road. Each level up grants 8 attribute points, 5 primary attributes and 3 secondary attributes. This means a player reaching level 60 can only obtain a maximum of 480 attribute points. Items that permanently boost attributes like this essentially raise a player's level cap. Most remarkably, the Lifespring's enhancement effect isn't a one-time boost, it scales with the user's level. Each level grants an additional 4002 HP. At level 20, this translates to an instant 80,000 HP boost upon consumption. That's 80,000 HP. For any class, having 80,000 more HP than peers at the same level is an absolutely massive advantage. Not to mention that each subsequent level up grants an additional 4,002 HP compared to others. This is a priceless treasure. The crowd quickly grasped the true value of this fountain of life. They erupted into cheers and excitement. Ha, we're going to be rich. This treasure is worth far more than just dark gold grade. What a blessing from above. Thank goodness we didn't sell that treasure map back then. But seeing Chen Yongjun's body not far away, they felt a pang of sadness. Sigh, Xingzhou is dead, and now Chen Yongjun too. If only they were still alive. If Xingzhou had known this dungeon was this powerful. Sigh. It's all those bastards from Tianshui No. 1 High School. If they hadn't killed Xingzhou, this dungeon run wouldn't be so damn hard. Right. Once we get out, we'll hunt down those scumbags from Tianshui No. 1 High School and get revenge. The group wore complex expressions, a mix of joy, resentment, and sorrow, yet only Lu Zifan remained expressionless. The others noticed Lu Zifan's unusual state and quickly calmed down. Clearly, there was a significant problem at hand. Lu Zifan's group consisted of only 4 people. Chen Yongjun was dead, and Ding Dao had been lucky enough to survive the boss's attack. This meant that if the spring water were divided equally, it would be split into 4 portions. This meant the potency of the fountain of life would be diluted, granting each person roughly 1000 HP per level. While still decent, it paled in comparison to the potential 4000 points. Ding Dao was the first to discern Lu Zifan's thoughts and quickly spoke up. Brother Fan, surviving this dungeon and defeating the boss is all thanks to you. Everyone had witnessed Lu Zifan's performance earlier. There was no doubt he had been the most crucial factor. Without Lu Zifan, they would have been forced to abandon the dungeon and suffer a pointless casualty. It could be said that by the final stages, this battle had become a one-on-one duel between Lu Zifan and Looker. The rest of them had merely provided support. Brother Fan, how about this? You take half of the life spring, and the remaining half will be split evenly among the 3 of us. Chapter 114, The Distribution of the Fountain of Life. Brother Fan, how about this? You take half of the life spring, and the remaining half will be split evenly among the 3 of us. Ding Dao asked cautiously, watching Lu Zifan's expression, afraid he might dislike the proposal. Upon hearing Ding Dao's words, Lu Zifan merely glanced at him without speaking. He rested his chin in his hand, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, Lu Zifan sighed, still saying nothing. The 3 exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Lu Zifan's meaning. The female priestess in the group quickly spoke up. Senior Lu, how about this? We didn't contribute much to this battle, but we did provide the treasure map. She bit her lower lip as if struggling to make a decision. How about this? You take 2/3 of the life spring water, and we'll split the rest between the 3 of us. What do you say? To curry favor with Lu Zifan, the 3 had already made a significant concession. Dividing 1/3 of the life spring among 3 people meant each would only gain a little over 400 points to their maximum HP. But what could they do? Lu Zifan was undeniably the driving force this time. The group began to regret their choice. Had they known the dungeon's rewards were so generous, they should have waited until they were higher level. Though they'd successfully cleared the dungeon with Lu Zifan's help, most of the rewards had gone to him. But since it had come to this, rather than antagonize Lu Zifan, it was better to do him a favor and cultivate a good relationship. Lu Zifan remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. Ding Dao grew impatient. Brother Fan, please say something. Is this plan viable? Give us a clear answer. If it's not, we can always discuss alternatives. Yes, I know we didn't contribute much, but this treasure map was discovered by our team after all. Whatever you're thinking, you can tell us. No sooner had Ding Dao finished speaking than Lu Zifan suddenly burst into laughter. You guys? The others didn't know what Lu Zifan was laughing about and looked at him in confusion. Why do you think I haven't said anything? Lu Zifan flashed an eerie smile. Though his lips still curved upward, his eyes swiftly turned as cold as ice. I was merely waiting for my skill to recharge. At his words, everyone froze, then their expressions turned to sheer terror. Oh no, he wants to kill us. Get out of the instance now. Ding Dao shouted, but it was too late. Thorns had silently spread beneath their feet, instantly binding them in place. When adventurers are afflicted with movement-impairing debuffs like immobilize, stun, paralysis, suppression, they cannot exit the instance. Lu Zifan walked slowly toward the female priestess with his hands behind his back. He pinched her cheek, his face twisted with contempt. I've had my eye on you for a while. A level 15 priest without even a purify skill? Your shields and buffs are pathetically weak. He gave her cheek a light pat. If it weren't for your decent looks, I doubt they'd have brought you along. The girl was petrified with fear, her body bound by thorns, unable to move. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Please, senior, don't kill me. I'll do anything you ask. I swear I won't tell a soul about today. Lu Zifan burst into laughter. You guys seemed pretty attached to Xingzhou and Chen Yongjun, didn't you? Well, I'll send you down to reunite with them. A teen should always be complete. Ding Dao and another ranger immediately grew anxious. Brother Fan, this is unnecessary, right? We'll give you the fountain of life, okay? We'll hand over every piece of gear and material we have. Please don't kill us. Lu Zifan merely shot them a contemptuous glance. Ha, a bunch of fools. A level 15 party daring to tackle a hidden dungeon in a medium-sized treasure map? Even with Xing Zhou here, you wouldn't stand a chance. Scum like you are going to die sooner or later, it's just a matter of time. I'm merely giving you an early send-off. Hearing Lu Zifan's words, the group instantly realized he was determined to kill them today. Their spirits collapsed instantly. The female priestess wailed with heart-wrenching grief. I don't want to die. Please spare me. I'll do anything you ask. Ding Daozha cursed furiously. Lu Zifan, you heartless bastard. May you rot in hell. Even as a ghost, I won't let you off the hook. Lu Zifan observed their reactions with a faint smile, then snapped his fingers. The thorns binding the crowd erupted with countless sharp spikes, instantly and effortlessly killing all three. The warrior with slightly higher health managed to hold on for a few more seconds before finally succumbing. A bunch of fools, thinking you could seek revenge on first high students. Looks like you haven't the slightest clue about the gap between us. Lu Zifan snorted coldly. You deluded fools who can't face reality disgust me with your stupidity. Giving you the fountain of life would be a waste. He turned to gaze at the fountain of life, floating in the distance within a halo of golden light, a look of fervor in his eyes. You're mine now. Yet, the moment Lu Zifan took a step forward, the life spring suspended midair vanished abruptly. It vanished abruptly, leaving him utterly unprepared. No! Lu Zifan let out a wail. What happened? Where's my fountain of life? It's gone? He rushed to the golden light, reaching out to grab it, only to grasp a handful of air. How could this happen? How could this happen? Damn it! Where's my fountain of life? Lu Zifan's voice grew increasingly frantic. He yanked at his hair, his eyes bloodshot. Could there be a pickup timer? Impossible. That's impossible. I've never heard of hidden dungeon boss rewards having pickup timers. What the hell is this? Am I seeing ghosts? He glanced back at the corpses of the three men. Could they really have turned into vengeful spirits? Lu Zifan felt his brain was about to melt. He charged toward the three corpses, swinging his staff and smashing it hard against Ding Dao's skull. Damned useless fool, give me back my fountain of life. Just as Lu Zifan was on the verge of madness, a figure stepped out of the void, laughing heartily at him. Ha, old Wang, stop teasing him. Look at him, he's like a clown. Lu Zifan froze for a moment, then exclaimed. It's you! He instantly recognized the man before him as the heavily armored warrior who had once unleashed a whirlwind of sword energy in the shadowed forest. That's right. It's me. Chen Yuan raised his blade. This time, let's see if you can escape. Lu Zifan's heart skipped a beat. He knew firsthand just how terrifying Chen Yuan's tornado strike could be. Just as he prepared to exit the instance, excruciating pain suddenly shot through his legs. He looked down to see two enormous red crocodiles had latched onto his legs, their jaws clamped tight. Chapter 115, Unexpected Level Up. Ah! Lu Zifan let out a piercing scream. With a sharp crack, he distinctly felt both his leg bones snap clean off. The next moment, he sensed an overwhelming surge of energy above his head. Looking up, he saw a massive dark matter object, as large as a small meteorite, hurtling toward him at breakneck speed. Lu Zifan tried to flee, but two crocodiles clamped down on his legs with deadly grip. In his panic, he endured the excruciating pain in his legs and commanded two tree ants to block Chen Yuan. Just as he raised his staff to cast a spell, one of the red crocodiles leapt up and bit clean through the arm holding the wand. Ah! Lu Zifan let out another agonized scream. His severed arm fell to the ground along with the staff, and his body lost balance, forcing him to kneel. At that moment, the dark mass struck him, knocking him back and causing him to spit blood. 51,003. A terrifying damage number floated above Lu Zifan's head. Lu Zifan, who had only slightly over 80,000 HP to begin with, lost more than half of it in an instant. Terror flashed in his eyes. Chen Yuan's death tornado was already primed, unleashing a massive whirlwind that swept toward Lu Zifan. The blood fang beside Lu Zifan bit into his flesh, then flung him headlong into the maelstrom. Before he could even utter a scream, he was torn to shreds by the vortex, dead beyond any hope of revival. A mage without teammates for cover, ambushed first, and facing Wang Yan's aura buff. Under these circumstances, even a gold tier mage might not survive against Wang Yan and his group, let alone a silver tier one. Had his teammates still been present, he might have been able to stall for time with their help, gaining a chance to fight back. It could only be said that he had brought this upon himself. Only after Lu Zifan's death did Wang Yan lift his stealth. In his hand was the priceless life spring he had just looted. He originally had no permission to pick up this item, since the boss had been killed by Lu Zifan's team. That's why, even though he had obtained the fountain of life, he couldn't store it in his inventory. Now that Lu Zifan's entire party had been wiped out, the fountain of life had become ownerless. Chen Yuan laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha. With this fountain of life, our trip here has been worth it. Su Muxue also let a rare smile touch her lips. I remember my father saying that an item like this, which permanently boosts attributes and is of the dark gold tier, should fetch tens of millions on the market. Chen Yuan shook his head. Not just that. You're talking about items that provide a one-time stat boost. This fountain of life increases stats as your level grows, its value should be even higher. But Chen Yuan quickly added. Of course, something this valuable? I doubt anyone would actually sell it. Wang Yan weighed the fountain of life in his hands, estimating it contained roughly a liter of the life-giving water. Reading the attribute description, he couldn't help but think of Avila, the god of life. A thought flashed through his mind, and a prompt appeared before his eyes. You have chosen to divide the fountain of life into 3 portions, maximum of 10 divisions. Confirm? Yes. Without hesitation, Wang Yan made his choice. A flash of golden light erupted, enveloping Wang Yan's palm in dazzling radiance. When the light faded, the exquisite flask holding the fountain of life had split into 3 smaller vessels. Detailed information appeared before Wang Yan's eyes. Small portion of the fountain of life, dark gold. Consuming this heals all wounds and permanently increases your maximum health by level 1334, scaling with level. The attributes remained unchanged, except the health growth per level was reduced to 1334. Wang Yan handed the other 2 bottles of life spring to Su Muxue and Chen Yuan. Both shot Wang Yan grateful looks. They didn't engage in polite niceties with Wang Yan, knowing his character well. When it came to resources, he always insisted on absolute fairness and never wavered from his decisions. Who wouldn't love a captain like that? As they accepted the life spring from Wang Yan, he smiled at them and raised the small bottle in his hand. Cheers! He unscrewed the cap and swallowed the nectar of life in one gulp. Sweet, fragrant, and smooth. Like the blend of flower nectar and mountain spring water, it carried a subtle sweetness and an indescribable fragrance that soothed the soul. A cool sensation spread from his mouth down his throat, transforming into a warm current as it settled in his stomach. Wang Yan felt as though his body were bathed in sunlight, utterly blissful. He greedily swallowed the last drop of the life spring when a notification flashed on his watch. You have consumed the fountain of life. Your current level is 20. Gained additional health points, 26,680. Gained additional health growth per level, 1,334. Wang Yan was thoroughly satisfied with the effects of the life spring. Originally a fragile mage, his level 20 health pool had barely exceeded 20,000 points. Now, with an additional 26,000 plus HP, his health pool had effectively doubled. Combined with the Ring of the Covenant he had previously obtained, Wang Yan's defensive capabilities now far surpassed those of other mages at his level. Moreover, as he continued to level up, his health pool would only grow even larger. After drinking the life spring water, Chen Yuan and Su Muxue also wore expressions of joy. It was clear their health pools had also grown considerably. Surveying the corpses of Lu Zifan and the others scattered around them, Chen Yuan felt a pang of emotion. Who would have thought? They worked so hard to get that treasure map, only to end up paving the way for us. Wang Yan added. If they'd kept a lower profile from the start, none of this would have happened. It all started because Xing Zhou had harbored murderous intent toward Gong Yu and the others. Had he merely punished the Tianshui First High School group and let them go, he might not have met his end at the hands of Wang Yan and the others. What a waste. This dungeon must have offered substantial experience points and materials. Chen Yuan sighed. Wang Yan chuckled. Don't be too greedy. Let's get out of here quickly, this instance is probably about to close. The 3 exited the instance together. A blinding flash of light enveloped them, and they reappeared in the western sector of the shadowed forest. As their surroundings gradually came into focus, Wang Yan noticed 2 flashes of white light swiftly pass over each of them, the telltale sign of leveling up. Startled, Wang Yan opened his attribute panel only to discover he had inexplicably reached level 22, a double-level jump. What the hell just happened? The trio looked utterly bewildered, clueless as to why their levels had mysteriously increased. Just as they stood dumbfounded, a system notification suddenly echoed in their minds. Chapter 116, Inheritance. Due to the complete annihilation of the party formed by the professionals Lu Zifan, Ding Dao, Chen Yangjun, and others, your party is the sole survivor of the hidden instance. Your party will automatically inherit all experience, materials, equipment, and other gains obtained by the opposing party within the instance. Wang Yan's heart leapt with joy upon seeing the message. He turned to the 2 beside him and asked, "Did you get the notification?" Chen Yuan's face lit up with delight. Ha ha ha, who would have thought? I was worried all that experience and materials would go to waste. After killing a professional, only the equipment they wore would drop. As for everything stored in their storage spaces, including their corpses, it would vanish after a period of time. Some speculated this was likely a rule of the Heavenly Way designed to prevent professional players from killing each other. Yet even with such a rule in place, many professionals still engaged in bloody conflicts. Not to mention the clashes between professionals from different nations. When conflicts arise between nations, professionals essentially become the primary combat force. Humanity's belligerence has remained largely unchanged throughout history. After Wang Yan inquired, he learned that both Chen Yuan and Su Mushua had ascended to level 22. Not only that, their storage spaces now held numerous materials all dropped by the martyrs. Even all the gear Lu Zifan and the others had just acquired had ended up in their pockets. In essence, they had gained a substantial amount of materials and gear for free. Moreover, the experience from this instance allowed each of the three to level up by about 2 levels, yielding an astonishingly high experience return. As their levels reached 20, the pace of leveling began to gradually slow down. Had they only ventured to the northeastern river today, reaching level 22 so quickly might not have been possible. Wang Yan glanced at his current attribute panel. Information: God tier aura master Wang Yan. Level 22. Attributes: Intelligence 120, Strength 32, Constitution 32, Agility 32. Elemental Power 634,1000 points. Skills: Divine Damage Aura, God tier Attack Aura, God tier Stealth Aura, God tier Purification Aura, God tier Slow Aura. If Wang Yan's guess was correct, he only needed to level up 3 more times to awaken a new skill. If only he could awaken a defensive aura. What Wang Yan desired most now was a defensive God tier aura. Had it not been for their weak defenses, the moment they entered the hidden instance, he would have decided to kill Lu Zifan and the others immediately. It was precisely because their 3-person team had certain weaknesses that he dared not act rashly without knowing the boss's capabilities. Come to think of it, did you know that when one team dies in a hidden instance, all their gains are inherited by the other team? I've never heard of such a rule before. Chen Yuan asked curiously. Such matters were likely unknown to most unless experienced firsthand. Wang Yan replied. It's actually quite normal. Generally speaking, unless it's a large-scale dungeon, standard-sized dungeons can only accommodate up to 10 players at most. Most teams entering dungeons are full parties of 10. It's rare for 2 teams to go in together. 2 teams going in together makes resource distribution tricky, and if the boss drops any loot, wouldn't they end up fighting over it? Su Mushua added. Exactly. And for hidden dungeons unlocked by treasure maps or special items, selfish players naturally prefer fewer participants. The fewer people, the more resources each gets. Plus, once the hidden dungeon portal opens, it usually closes within 30 seconds after the first adventurer enters. Other teams wouldn't stand a chance getting in. Wang Yan suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh, I just remembered someone shared a tip online before. If a small party finds a treasure map, after opening the instance and the first person enters, the rest should stay behind and keep watch for about 10 seconds before going in. That way, other parties can't sneak in while you're distracted." So overall, situations like Wang Yan's group were extremely rare. Lu Zifan and his group, lacking experience and blinded by greed, rushed in headlong. They never imagined 3 others were following them, cloaked in invisibility. Wang Yan glanced at the time. It was already nearing noon. Let's head to the supply station for lunch first. After a busy morning, though they hadn't made it to the northeast zone as planned, this hidden dungeon had yielded a rich haul, a pleasant surprise. The West District was relatively close to the supply station, and the group soon made their way through the dense forest to reach it. By midday, the supply station always bustled with activity. Especially since the regional rewards had been activated recently, the Shadowwood supply station had become even livelier. At times, the restaurant even ran out of seats, business booming like crazy. Wang Yan and his group didn't have to worry about this issue, though. They had already become familiar with the supply station staff. Ever since the manager named Wang Shun saw Chen Yuan's black card last time, the station staff treated Chen Yuan's group with extraordinary warmth. Every time they came to eat, a private room was reserved for them. The trio entered the supply station, intending to recycle the resources they'd acquired that day. Many inside recognized the trio and greeted Wang Yan and his companions warmly. Ever since their trio claimed the regional reward, they'd gained a bit of fame in the Shadowwood area. While Wang Yan wasn't particularly fond of the fame, Chen Yuan thoroughly enjoyed it. Especially when attractive female adventurers asked for his contact information, Chen Yuan's face would light up like a blooming chrysanthemum, beaming with delight. Wang Yan stood in line at the recycling counter, waiting to turn in his materials. Just as he patiently waited, a sudden commotion erupted from a corner of the supply station hall. "What? You want 50 grand for this piece of junk? Are you out of your mind?" An angry male voice drew the attention of several people. A timid female voice replied, "This prop is extremely rare. I checked all the online trading platforms, and no one else is selling it." Wang Yan's attention was also drawn over. He turned his head to look. He recognized an old acquaintance, Zhang Xingyi, accompanied by Jin Lu and several other teammates. Coincidentally, though he wasn't particularly close with Zhang Xingyi, they kept running into each other time and again. You could call it fate. Though he had no personal connection with Zhang Xingyi, the latter seemed to be on good terms with Jin Lu. This made Wang Yan harbor no particular fondness for him. Jin Lu and Chen Yuan also had some history between them. Back when he first met Su Mushua, Jin Lu had repeatedly provoked him. For some reason, though, Jin Lu had been keeping a low profile lately, rarely coming to provoke them. Chapter 117, Water Repelling Bead. Wang Yan looked over. The voices arguing came from the vendor stalls at the supply station. Occasionally, some adventurers would set up temporary stalls there to sell gear and items they had obtained. This market area wasn't actually provided by the supply station, it had originally been just an empty lot. However, some adventurers, reluctant to sell decent gear with decent stats directly to the station which only offered rock-bottom prices, would instead trade them for water-repellent beads. For common materials or equipment with little value, the buyback prices were actually quite fair. However, gear with unique attributes that are difficult to appraise isn't suitable for direct recycling at the supply station. But these players also find it bothersome and time-consuming to sell them at the auction house or the Adventurers Guild. So they simply set up stalls right here at the supply station, hoping other adventurers might pick them up on the spot. This doesn't conflict with the supply station's business and actually brings in some foot traffic, so the station usually doesn't stop these vendors. Rare? Come on, sweetie, take a good look. This is just a bronze grade item. Even low-level silver gear only goes for a few thousand. You think I'm a sucker? Zhang Xingyi was getting annoyed. Earlier, he'd spotted some intriguing items the girl was selling and had generously offered to let her name her price for the whole lot. He hadn't expected this girl, with her innocent and cute appearance that seemed trustworthy, to quote such an exorbitant price. Zhang Xingyi, who always valued his reputation, suddenly felt a bit humiliated. His original plan, when he generously told her to name her price, was to buy these items and gift them to his teammates. After all, as the team leader, occasionally giving small gifts to his teammates could not only strengthen their bonds but also reinforce his position as the boss. But whether she saw him as a sucker or just wanted to fleece him, she opened with a whopping 50,000. A bronze tier item for 50,000? He'd have to be out of his mind to buy it. But refusing to buy it? The prideful Zhang Xingyi feared being looked down upon, accused of being broke. Ever since awakening as a holy light priest, Zhang Xingyi's status among his classmates had skyrocketed. People often compared him to Su Muxue. Some believed Su Muxue, the Dark Moon Mage, was universally acknowledged as the strongest. Others, however, argued that while Zhang Xingyi's individual combat prowess as a support class might fall short of Su Muxue's, his contribution to the team's overall strength easily secured him the top spot. In short, regardless of the debate, he and Su Muxue were universally acknowledged as the two strongest individuals at Tianshui First High School. Zhang Xingyi often basked in this recognition, thoroughly enjoying the adulation. Yet Zhang Xingyi's family background pales in comparison to Su Muxue's. He comes from an ordinary household, with parents who are both regular employees in Tianshui City. Though his future now seemed limitless, how much savings could a level 10 plus professional possibly have? Faced with the young girl's exorbitant demands, Zhang Xingyi's meager savings left him unable to outright refuse the price. Instead, he grew flustered and irritated. Curiosity piqued, Wang Yan followed the crowd of other professionals as they gathered around. His gaze fell upon the items displayed on the young girl's stall. Water-resisting bead bronze, no level requirement. When held in the mouth, allows breathing underwater, significantly increases underwater movement speed and underwater vision. 10 such water-resisting pearls lay neatly arranged on a red cloth spread across the ground, each uniformly green in color. Upon reading the item's properties, Wang Yan's eyes lit up. He looked back at the girl. Petite in stature, she appeared to be only about chest height to Wang Yan, who stood roughly 1.8 meters tall. She wore slightly worn clothes, faded jeans and a black short-sleeved t-shirt with a small hole in the right sleeve. The weather was gradually turning colder, yet the girl was dressed rather lightly, suggesting her family's financial circumstances weren't particularly prosperous. Yet she possessed a sweet, innocent beauty, the kind of petite, endearing charm reminiscent of a neighbor's little sister, radiating warmth and approachability. Yet her expression now held a hint of grievance as she explained to Zhang Xingyi. This really isn't just some ordinary bronze artifact. My grandfather got it from a hero-level monster. I only brought it out to sell because I needed the money urgently. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Perhaps due to her shy nature and being surrounded by so many people, the girl's face flushed bright red. She lowered her head slightly, hesitant to meet the gaze of Zhang Xingyi and the others. Zhang Xingyi wore a skeptical frown, clearly unconvinced. Jean Lu beside him spoke up with a hostile tone. You think we're fools? A typical bronze-grade equipment item is worth a few thousand yuan at most. Even if it's rare, it can't possibly fetch tens of thousands. Zhang Xingyi chimed in. Exactly. And you claim it dropped from a hero-tier monster? Who are you trying to fool? The girl looked on the verge of tears. I'm not lying to you. If you think the price is wrong, you don't have to buy it. Zhang Xingyi felt as if he'd been stabbed by her words. Wait, what do you mean? Think I can't afford it? Who do you think you're looking down on? The girl hurriedly explained. That's not what I meant. Wang Yan watched the two argue, but then heard Su Mushua's voice beside him. Hey, isn't that Xiaoying from our class? Wang Yan turned his head slightly. You know her? Su Mushua nodded. Yeah, she got a pretty good class this time, a druid. After her awakening ceremony, I actually tried to ask her to team up, but she turned me down. Wang Yan and Chen Yuan looked at her in surprise. Chen Yuan exclaimed. No way. Someone actually dared to turn you down, Miss Su? Seeing Su Mushue's displeased expression, Chen Yuan quickly added. Ahem, just kidding. What I meant was you're a dark moon mage. No sane person would refuse to team up with you. Su Mushue replied. I was actually puzzled at the time. I thought we got along pretty well, so I kept wondering if I'd done something to offend her. Su Mushue glanced at Xia Ying in the distance, sighed, and a flicker of sympathy crossed her eyes. I only found out recently that her father is seriously ill. She's been at home caring for him, with no time to level up or prepare for the college entrance exams. I heard her father's illness requires a specialized high-level physician to treat it, and the medical expenses are no small sum. I was planning to organize a class fundraiser for her, but she refused. Wang Yan and Chen Yuan suddenly understood. No wonder she was setting up a stall here. It was to raise money for medical expenses. Typically, supply stations don't scrutinize equipment attributes when recycling, they only consider level and quality. The water-repellent pearls in her hands would only fetch a few thousand yuan. However, selling them at the professional guild or auction house would take a long time and incur handling fees. For someone needing cash urgently like her, setting up a stall at the supply station was the most practical option. Chapter 118, 10,000 per piece. Zhang Xingyi retorted angrily. Listen, it's not that I don't have the money. It's that your stuff just isn't worth that much. The surrounding crowd murmured in agreement. That girl's being greedy, charging so much for a bronze item. Yeah, and it's not even an item that boosts combat power or attributes. If we're talking about the water-repelling pearl's biggest selling point, it's probably the lack of level restrictions. Someone pulled out their phone and searched for it on an online trading platform. Hey, you know what? This item's pretty obscure, nobody's selling it online. Hearing this, others pulled out their phones to search as well, and sure enough, they found no one else selling the water-repelling pearl. But someone quickly chimed in. Rarity alone doesn't mean much. An item's value depends on its stats. Who in their right mind would go running into water for no reason? Exactly. Isn't it common knowledge that wild waters are dangerous? This thing is okay for collecting, but it probably has no practical use. Well, I don't know how to price this thing, but 50,000 is definitely too much. The crowd chattered away, mostly siding with Zhang Xingyi. First, since most people hadn't seen this item before, there was no established market price. Second, avoiding water's edge in the wild is practically common sense among professionals. Because dangerous monsters often lurk in wilderness waters. Underwater, movement speed and visibility are severely limited, making combat extremely disadvantageous. You never know if a seemingly calm pond hides a deadly aquatic monster beneath its surface. For most aquatic monsters, their abilities are halved once they're on land. But underwater is their absolute domain, where they can often demonstrate combat power far exceeding that of monsters of the same level. Creatures like the dragon-blood crocodile, capable of long-range pouncing and spewing dragonfire breath even on land, are exceptionally rare. Thus, while the water-repelling pearl's properties seemed intriguing, most viewed it as little more than a novelty trinket. Seeing the crowd's opinions leaning toward his own, Zhang Xingyi's face flashed a hint of smug satisfaction. It seemed others agreed with his assessment. This little girl was clearly trying to rip him off. Listening to the cacophony of opinions, Xia Ying's face flushed deeper, her eyes growing slightly moist. She felt deeply wronged. Never before in her life had she been publicly accused by so many people. The more they talked, the more heated they became, as if she truly were a fraud. But this price had been given to her by her father himself. How could her father and grandfather possibly deceive her? When grandfather was still alive, he often recounted their encounter with the dragon. They had initially thought it was just a snake den, but instead, it concealed a heroic-level dragon capable of summoning wind and rain. The dragon had surged out of the pond, launching an immediate attack that left them no chance to flee. Fortunately, the dragon was in the midst of shedding its skin and was extremely weakened, allowing them to barely hold their ground. They battled the Dragon Lord for over 3 hours, sacrificing 5 lives before finally slaying it. They recovered numerous treasures from the dragon's lair. After selling some of the loot, they distributed the proceeds. Part went to the families of fallen comrades, and the remainder was divided equally among the survivors. This water-repelling pearl was one of the treasures obtained from that dragon lair. Xia Ying wiped her eyes and silently gathered the red cloth from the ground, seemingly preparing to leave. Zhang Xingyi, observing her, assumed she felt guilty and ashamed, wanting to flee. He looked at her with disdain, his tone laced with condescending pity. It's not that I'm trying to make things difficult for you, nor that I can't afford it. It's just that your price is outrageous. This bronze-grade item simply isn't worth that much. The crowd of onlookers grew larger by the minute. Perhaps Xia Ying's striking appearance played a part in drawing attention. The unlikely pairing of a beauty and a shady merchant inevitably piqued the curiosity of onlookers. Zhang Xingyi himself seemed surprised that his outburst had drawn such a crowd. Rarely in the spotlight like this, Zhang Xingyi decided to be generous. Alright then, since we're classmates, how about 10,000 per bead? I'll take 5. What do you say? His tone was almost patronizing, as if Xia Ying were getting some kind of bargain. The word no was already on Xia Ying's lips, but hesitation crept into her heart. She desperately needed money. Her family had already sold nearly everything they could. Her father's condition was worsening. Every day delayed meant his illness could grow more severe. 5 beads at 10,000 each meant 50,000 yuan. If she could get that money, she could at least buy some medicine to stop her father's condition from worsening. But to hire a high-level physician to fully cure his illness would require at least 400,000 yuan. Even selling all 5 remaining beads wouldn't cover that 40,000. Selling the beads at such a low price would be like drinking poison to quench thirst. But what if we don't sell them, and these beads become unsellable forever? Would father even survive until the day the water-repelling beads were all sold? Countless conflicting thoughts surged within Xiaoying, tangling her mind. She remembered the day she became a druid. Her teacher had congratulated her, saying her future held boundless promise. But now, Xiaoying had no idea where her future lay. These past 2 days, consumed with caring for her father, she hadn't had time to level up and remained stuck at level 1. Her father's condition was worsening, and she felt utterly helpless. A fog clouded Xiaoying's eyes, and she felt as though she could see nothing. Her hopes, her future, her father, everything gradually blurred. If only grandfather were still here, Xiaoying couldn't help but think. So, will you sell it for 10,000 yuan? Zhang Xingyi was growing impatient. People around them whispered. This guy's actually pretty decent, willing to pay 10,000 yuan. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't pay that much. I'd say 7,000 tops. Any more than that is out of the question. Xiaoying said. This is the money I set aside for my family's medical treatment. Could you possibly? Zhang Xingyi grew slightly annoyed. Look, what you use this money for is none of my business. We're doing business here, not charity. I'm already being generous offering 10,000 for one piece, okay? First it's a hero-level monster drop, then it's money for medical treatment. Where does all this and that come from? It's 10,000 yuan, and I won't pay a single cent more. Sell it if you want, or just forget it. Xiaoying's face twisted in agony. Her knuckles turned slightly blue as she clutched the bead, her mind a tangled mess of conflicting thoughts. Chapter 119, I'll take them all. Watching the bustling crowd, Su Muxue suddenly whispered. Wang Yan, Chen Yuan, do you have money in your cards? Lend me some first, I'll pay you back tomorrow. Su Muxue addressed the two unexpectedly. Wang Yan asked. You want to buy her water-repellent bead? Su Muxue nodded. Yeah, Xiaoying is one of the few friends I have in class. We get along pretty well. Su Muxue couldn't help but sigh. She awakened such a promising class, yet this happened. I was planning to organize a class fundraiser for her, but she stubbornly refused. Buying these beads from her is my way of helping out. Su Muxue said somewhat sheepishly. My family keeps a tight grip on money, and I don't have much on me. Could you guys lend me some? Wang Yan waved his hand dismissively and murmured. Well, I'm afraid I'll have to say sorry about that, haha. Turns out I actually need these beads myself. Truthfully, Wang Yan had intended to buy these water-repelling beads the moment he first saw them. It wasn't out of sympathy for Xiaoying, but because he planned to head to the big river in the northeast district this afternoon. These water-repelling beads might just come in handy. Originally, Xiaoying had claimed these beads were drops from hero-level monsters, but Wang Yan hadn't believed her. Hero-tier monsters rarely dropped bronze-tier items. But just moments ago, as Bloodfang approached the crowd, Wang Yan suddenly sensed the creature's keen interest in the beads. It had mentally conveyed a message of desire to Wang Yan. It really wanted these beads. Though Wang Yan couldn't fathom why Bloodfang coveted these water-repelling pearls, this reaction indirectly hinted that they were indeed no ordinary trinkets. Therefore, no matter what, he absolutely had to get his hands on these water-repelling pearls. You want them? Seriously? Su Muxue stared at him in surprise. Yeah. Aren't we heading to that river in the East District? Maybe these beads will come in handy. While the three whispered among themselves, Xiaoying and Zhang Xingyi were haggling over the price. How about 20,000? These water-repellent beads were found in a hero-level boss's cave. They might have some other value. Zhang Xingyi waved impatiently. I'm wasting my time with you. If you think these items are so great, keep them as family heirlooms. With that, Zhang Xingyi turned to leave. At that moment, he spotted a familiar face approaching none other than Wang Yan. Zhang Xingyi looked at Wang Yan with a rather complicated expression. Though they weren't particularly close, they kept running into each other these past few days. But that was to be expected. The shadow forest was small enough that running into someone you knew was perfectly normal. Seeing Wang Yan again stirred a slight irritation within Zhang Xingyi. Before the awakening ceremony, Wang Yan had been the undisputed top student at Tianshui First High School. But after the awakening ceremony, Zhang Xingyi felt the title should change hands. Wasn't it obvious who was more powerful between a holy light priest and an aura master? Yet the series of events that had befallen Wang Yan could only be described as enviably fortunate. Even after Zhang Xingyi awakened as a holy light priest, his popularity on the school forum still couldn't match that of Wang Yan, a mere aura master. So he simply turned his head away, pretending not to see Wang Yan. Wang Yan paid it no mind, striding straight to the utterly despondent Xiaoying and declaring, 50,000 per stone, huh? I'll take all 10. The moment Wang Yan spoke, everyone around froze. Even Xiaoying was stunned. Really? You're taking all of them? Hey, aren't you Wang Yan? Xiaoying recognized Wang Yan, staring at him in disbelief, her mouth slightly agape, eyes wide with shock. Zhang Xingyi turned his head, his expression darkening. What was Wang Yan playing at? Was he trying to show off his wealth in front of him? For a moment, Zhang Xingyi suspected Wang Yan might be targeting him. But Wang Yan didn't look at him. Instead, he continued. Yes, that's right. Add me as a friend. I'll transfer the money directly through the friend list. Xiaoying couldn't contain her excitement. Alright, hold on a sec. I'll add you as a friend right now. People around them murmured quietly. Has this guy lost his mind? That prop is worth 50 grand? Probably trying to impress a girl. Hey, isn't that Wang Yan over there? No wonder. Their team probably isn't short on cash. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Wang Yan completed the transaction, transferring 500,000 credits to Xiaoying's account. Then, under the stares of the crowd, he stowed 10 water-repelling pearls into his storage ring. This action sparked another wave of gasps from the crowd. Holy crap, this guy has a storage ring. No wonder he's splurging to impress girls, turns out he's loaded. How much is a bronze storage ring worth again? Probably hundreds of thousands. Generally, novice adventurers relied on storage backpacks. Storage rings offered portability but cost dozens or even hundreds of times more than ordinary storage backpacks. Unless you're a practitioner rolling in cash with nowhere to spend it, most stick with storage backpacks until they level up. Upon receiving the money, Xiaoying was nearly overcome with joy. Thank you, Wang Yan. I really can't thank you enough. I should be going now. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out anytime. Wang Yan nodded. All right. Xiaoying hurried off, likely to share the good news with her father. Wang Yan turned to Chen Yuan and Su Muxue beside him. Let's go. We'll recycle the gear and grab a bite to eat. This time at the martyrs' graveyard, they'd looted a substantial amount of materials and gear, recovering a total of 160,000 dragon coins. Each person received over 50,000 dragon coins. While dining in their private room, Chen Yuan brought up Wang Yan's earlier purchase of the water-repelling bead. Old Wang, never would have guessed you had such a compassionate side. Wang Yan replied indifferently. Kind-hearted? Not exactly. But these water-repelling pearls, they're probably not as simple as you all think. As he spoke, Wang Yan retrieved a water-repelling pearl from his storage ring. Bloodtooth, who had been lying nearby, perked up instantly. Bloodtooth stared intently at the water-repelling bead, its eyes fixed and unblinking. Nearby, Xiaohei seemed to sense something too, gazing longingly at the water-repelling bead in Wang Yan's hand. But it was a bit afraid of Bloodfang and dared not get too close, only watching from a distance. Want it that badly? Here, take it. Wang Yan offered the water-repelling bead to the dragon-blood crocodile. Unexpectedly, Bloodtooth snapped it up in one gulp and swallowed the entire bead whole. Holy! Chen Yuan was stunned. It actually ate it? Wang Yan was stunned too. Is that even edible? Chapter 120, Unexpected Advancement. Bloodtooth swallowed the water-repelling pearl whole, as if swallowing a whole plum. It won't get an upset stomach, will it? Chen Yuan asked anxiously. Su Muxue watched Bloodtooth's actions and fell deep in thought. It probably won't upset its stomach. Most beasts have robust constitutions and aren't easily affected by what they eat. Even swallowing a chunk of iron wouldn't bother it much. Su Muxue crouched down and pried open Bloodfang's jaws. Bloodtooth obediently opened wide, revealing the pearl had been swallowed whole. Nothing remained in its mouth. But I don't understand why it swallowed this bead. Mutant beasts have strong instincts, they usually don't eat things they don't need. Wang Yan glanced at the other dragon-blood crocodile nearby Xiaohei. Earlier, when Bloodtooth had begged for the water-repelling pearl, Xiaohei had watched from the sidelines, its eyes filled with longing. He murmured in confusion. Could there be something peculiar about this water-repelling pearl? It seems Little Black is quite interested in it too. The two turned to look and found it was indeed so. Xiaohei stared at Wang Yan with pleading eyes, as if begging for food. Just as the trio pondered this, a notification suddenly flashed in Wang Yan's mind. Your pet beast, the dragon-blood crocodile, has consumed a special item and is currently advancing its abilities. Time remaining, 1 hour 15 minutes. Upon completion, the dragon-blood crocodile will gain enhanced affinity with water elements, randomly acquire water-type skills, strengthen its dragon bloodline, and receive an all-attribute boost. Wang Yan froze for a moment before his face lit up with wild excitement. What's up, old Wang? Why so excited all of a sudden? Chen Yuan looked at Wang Yan curiously. Wang Yan didn't speak, instead sending the system notification to both of them via the friend list. After reading the notification, both men looked stunned. Chen Yuan was visibly excited. Holy crap, this is like getting a skill for free. And it boosts stats too. Su Muxue exclaimed in surprise. I remember now, wild beasts have a unique way of advancing. They devour the crystal cores of beasts of the same elemental type. Of course, only certain beasts with a certain level of spiritual awareness do this, and it must be beasts of the same elemental type. She looked at the other water-repelling pearl in Wang Yan's hand with astonishment. If this water-repelling bead can strengthen Bloodfang's dragon bloodline, that means it must have come from some creature possessing dragon blood itself. Wang Yan suddenly recalled Xiaoying mentioning earlier that these beads were obtained from hero tier bosses. At first, he hadn't paid it much mind, he only needed the bead's water-repelling property for his exploration of the northeast zone. He hadn't been particularly concerned about its origin. So, does that mean Xiaoying was telling the truth? Wang Yan turned to look at Su Muxue. How well do you know Xiaoying? Would you mind sharing what you know with us? Su Muxue thought for a moment and said, Xiaoying is a genuinely good person. If she weren't, I wouldn't have become friends with her. I don't believe she would lie. I tried to organize a class fundraiser for her, but her father insisted he'd never accept anything that wasn't rightfully his. It's a matter of principle. Even in such dire straits, his family still holds fast to that principle. When someone is this stubborn about principles, do you really think she'd lie just to inflate the price? Su Muxue sighed at this point, her tone tinged with emotion. I heard her family used to be quite well off. Her grandfather was apparently a senior instructor at the Tianshui City Trade Union before some misfortune led to their decline. Wang Yan and Chen Yuan listened to Su Muxue's words with deep emotion. They had assumed Xiaoying's family was ordinary, unable to even scrape together 500,000 yuan. Little did they know they had once enjoyed prosperity. Wang Yan couldn't help but recall his own past, scraping by for nearly a decade on a mere 200,000 yuan in compensation. Such was the helplessness of ordinary people. A monthly salary of a few thousand yuan wasn't even worth a single bronze-tier piece of equipment for a professional. Though his bank account now held over 20 million yuan, who would have guessed that just days ago he'd been agonizing over a few hundred yuan in monthly rent? Putting Su Muxue's words into context, Wang Yan surmised that the water-repelling pearl must have been passed down from Xiaoying's grandfather's generation. He stroked Bloodfang's head. Having swallowed the water-repelling pearl, Bloodfang now rested with eyes closed, its wide jaws agape and utterly still, exactly as it looked when basking in the sun. Want another one? Wang Yan offered the water-repelling pearl to Bloodfang, but the creature showed no reaction this time, lacking the intense craving it had displayed earlier. This left Wang Yan slightly disappointed. It seemed Bloodfang's capacity for absorption was quite limited. It can't take any more. Looks like it won't need another one anytime soon. Wang Yan tossed the water-repelling pearl to Xiaohei, who had been watching eagerly nearby. Xiaohei was overjoyed, swallowing the bead whole before retreating to a corner to digest it, just like Bloodfang had done. Chen Yuan froze, clearly having received the notification message himself. He stood up. Old Wang, I'll transfer the money to you. Wang Yan pushed him back down. Cut it out, sit down. Chen Yuan shook his head. No way. These water-repelling pearls cost 50 grand each. That's no small sum. Brothers should keep accounts clear. After a brief tug of war, Chen Yuan finally transferred the money to Wang Yan. Wang Yan took out another bead and examined it closely. Who'd have thought a bronze-grade item could actually evolve a pet beast? Yet its description doesn't mention a single word about it. Originally, Wang Yan had bought 10 water-repelling pearls in one go. Besides needing them himself, he'd also intended to help Xiaoying out. But now it seemed he'd hit the jackpot. Moreover, this water-repelling bead might not even be the most precious item in Xiaoying's family. After all, the Dragon Clan had a habit of hoarding treasures. If a team of adventurers managed to raid a dragon's lair, they might just find themselves on the national wealth rankings the very next day. Wang Yan shook his head in self-reproach, feeling he'd overthought things and grown a bit greedy. He opened his contacts list and sent Xiaoying a message. Xiaoying, are you there? Xiaoying replied promptly. What's up, Wang Yan? Is there a problem with the water-repelling bead? Even from her message alone, Wang Yan could sense her nervousness and caution. It was clear she desperately needed this money, fearing Wang Yan might change his mind at any moment. No problem, the water-repelling bead is fine. I just have a question I'd like to ask, would you be willing to share? I'm looking into the origin of this water-repelling pearl. Earlier, you mentioned it dropped from a hero-level monster? After sending the message, Wang Yan waited patiently for a reply. About a minute later, Xiaoying responded again. That's correct. I know you might not believe it, but this bead is indeed connected to a hero-level monster. Chapter 121, The Story of the Water-Repelling Pearl. To be precise, it wasn't a regular hero-tier monster, but a hero-tier boss. In the chat window, Xiaoying detailed the story of how her grandfather's party had accidentally encountered a dragon-like serpent years ago. Half of the 10-person party perished before they finally managed to slay the dragon. Although they found many treasures in the cave, their mood remained heavy. After that incident, Xiaoying's grandfather stopped organizing freelance adventuring parties and instead became an instructor at the Tianshui City Professional Guild. This water-repelling pearl was one of the treasures obtained from the Dragon Cave back then. Wang Yan was stunned upon hearing this. He never imagined such a profound story lay behind this seemingly ordinary bronze-grade artifact. After chatting with Xiaoying for a few moments, he closed the chat window and relayed her story to Chen Yuan and Su Muxue. Su Muxue remarked, "I see. That explains why the water-repelling pearl could facilitate Bloodtooth's evolution." Wang Yan knew Su Muxue's family specialized in pet beast breeding, so she would certainly be knowledgeable in this area. He turned to her and asked, "If I can obtain more items dropped by dragon-type creatures in the future, could Bloodfang keep evolving indefinitely?" Su Muxue chuckled. "It's not that simple. If only it were that easy." She explained. "Not all crystal core items are easily absorbed. It still depends on luck. The beast's instincts tell them what they can absorb and what they can't. If it can't absorb it, feeding Bloodfang dragon blood won't help either. And even if it can absorb the water-repelling pearl, the number of times it can do so is likely limited. It might work this time, but next time it might not be interested." Su Muxue looked at Bloodtooth with a hint of envy. "So, you really are incredibly lucky." Hearing Su Muxue say this, Wang Yan finally realized just how fortunate he'd been this time. It was pure accident. It was one of those rare, unforeseeable strokes of luck. Wang Yan suddenly spoke up. "By the way, about Xiaoying, should we bring her along this afternoon? Didn't you say her class is pretty impressive? What was it again?" "Druid. Her awakened profession is Druid, just like Lu Zifen's Treekeeper. It's rated a class in the global profession evaluation system, and she's among the top tier within that class." After saying this, Su Muxue hesitated before continuing. "Are you sure you want to invite her? She's only level 1 now. I'd love to help her out, but I'm worried it might slow down your leveling progress." Wang Yan waved dismissively. "It doesn't matter to me anyway. Level isn't important to me." After the college entrance exams, Liang Tian would likely assign Wang Yan a mountain of tasks. By then, even if he wanted to level up slowly, he probably wouldn't be able to. Chen Yuan chimed in. "I don't mind either. We're already level 22. If it's just for the college entrance exams, leveling up further seems unnecessary. For students taking the college entrance exams, a level above 20 is already considered highly commendable. Whether they get into top universities depends on their actual performance on the exam and future potential assessments." Chen Yuan continued. "If that girl is only level 1, no decent school would admit her, right?" Wang Yan nodded. "Tomorrow is the last day. Such a promising career path, it would be such a shame if her future were limited by her level. Isn't she your friend? Our team is short on members anyway. The more diverse our roles, the better." Wang Yan admittedly had some personal motives at play. He wanted to build a team that truly belonged to him. Although the teammates Liang Tian had assigned him were strong, they were ultimately a team led by Liang Tian. If something needed handling later, or if they had to tackle a hidden dungeon, his own team would undoubtedly be more trustworthy. Wang Yan knew a little about the Druid class. Druids were versatile, capable of transforming into various beasts for close combat while also using nature magic to support and heal allies. Often, versatility meant mediocrity, capable of doing everything yet excelling at nothing. But with Wang Yan's aura enhancing it, that would be different. Su Muxue felt touched by their words. "Alright, I'll contact her shortly." Afternoon. After lunch, Wang Yan and the others didn't head straight to the northeast sector. Instead, they found a resting spot near the supply station to wait. Earlier, they had contacted Xiaoying to ask if she wanted to join their team. Xiaoying felt both flattered and a bit overwhelmed. At first, she worried her low level might slow the group down. But after Su Muxue's persistent urging, Xiaoying was finally persuaded and agreed to join. However, she needed some time to handle matters with her father. Wang Yan and the others weren't in a hurry, as Bloodfang and Little Black required over an hour to complete their evolution. During this period, they were unable to engage in combat. Therefore, even if the group didn't wait for Xiaoying, they would still have to hold off until the two creatures finished evolving. Shadow Forest, Western Sector. Zhang Shengyi and the others made their way through the forest, occasionally pulling out their map for reference. As they advanced, the group exchanged casual conversation. Zhang Shengyi remarked, "That Wang Yan kid really has money to burn. He's buying bronze gear for 50 grand apiece." Jean Lu chimed in. "Yeah, he's a total sucker. But..." Jean Lu paused before continuing. "But his brother Chen Yuan seems loaded. Maybe Chen Yuan fronted him the cash." Jean Lu recalled seeing Chen Yuan use the black card from the Capital Merchants Guild at the supply station that day. After telling his father about it that day, his father had given him a thorough scolding and made him go apologize to Chen Yuan. But Jean Lu was too sensitive to swallow his pride. In the end, he couldn't bring himself to approach Chen Yuan. Ever since that day, he'd harbored a growing sense of apprehension toward Chen Yuan. Families holding the Capital Exchange's black card could easily target a small company like their Genie Corporation if they wanted to. After fretting for a while, Jean Lu heard no reports of commercial retaliation against his family's company, and he finally relaxed. What puzzled Jean Lu most was why someone from such a wealthy background as Chen Yuan would associate with Wang Yan. And judging by his demeanor, he seemed utterly obedient to Wang Yan, treating him like an undisputed leader. Jean Lu couldn't help but envy Wang Yan's incredible luck. First Su Mushue, now Chen Yuan, both had befriended him. The Earth Mage in the group remarked. Probably because he thinks that girl is cute. It's weird that Su Mushue isn't even upset about it. Chapter 122, Evolution Success. Zhang Xingyi continued. That Wang Yan sure is full of himself. After hanging out with Chen Yuan and Su Mushue for a few days, he must have gotten a big head. Spending 500,000 on bronze items and buying 10 at once. With that kind of brain, I really don't know how he managed to become the top student in both academics and martial arts at Tianshui No. 1 High School. Jean Lu said. I looked into his family background. His household circumstances don't seem great. They live in an old neighborhood, renting an apartment. I even heard he was 2 months behind on rent before his awakening ceremony. Hearing Jean Lu's words, the others all wore expressions of contempt and sneered. What a complete wastrel. He's barely made any money and already thinks he's hot stuff. People like that never amount to anything. Honestly, only Brother Zhang deserves to be called the true top student at Tianshui No. 1 High School in my eyes. Absolutely. Based on this year's college entrance exam results, I doubt anyone can match Brother Zhang. Hearing everyone's praise, Zhang Xingyi's face broke into a broad smile, his lips curling upward in suppressed delight. Speaking of which, Jean Lu also grew excited. After all, he was one of the 3 rare specialties at Tianshui No. 1 High School. The mere existence of this rare specialty ensured his college entrance exam scores wouldn't be anything to sneeze at. I'll be damned if I don't see how many points Wang Yan scores on the college entrance exam. When it came to the college entrance exams, everything hinged on individual ability. Moreover, humanities scores wouldn't carry much weight in the assessment. The exam placed greater emphasis on a professional's combat-related comprehensive abilities and growth potential. The group chatted as they wandered through the Western District. When they reached a popular leveling spot, they found it already packed to the brim. In an open area smaller than a soccer field, they spotted no fewer than 3 professional squads. Zhang Xingyi frowned. Damn it, where did all these people come from? How are we supposed to level up like this? Wang Chang, the shield warrior in their group, sighed helplessly. Nothing we can do about it. Ever since Su Mushue and the others got that regional reward, Shadowwood has become the hottest leveling spot in Tianshui City. And the West District is the best area in the entire Shadow Forest. At the mention of Su Mushue and the others, both Zhang Xingyi and Jean Lu's expressions darkened slightly. Ugh, we're like headless flies, circling around here for ages and still haven't found a decent spot. Are we even gonna level up today? We barely encountered any monsters, but we ran into a bunch of player groups. What's wrong with these people? Why do they have to crowd into such a small area and fight over monsters? The group sighed in unison. Jean Lu urged. Let's keep searching further ahead. Wang Yan was lying on a wooden chair, eyes closed, basking in the sun. Suddenly, a notification flashed through his mind. Congratulations! Your dragon blood crocodile has successfully evolved. Your dragon blood crocodile's dragon bloodline has been strengthened, increasing all attribute growth by 5%. Your dragon blood crocodile has gained enhanced affinity with water elements, boosting its underwater combat effectiveness, swimming speed, and the potency of its water-type skills. Your dragon blood crocodile has mastered a new water-type skill. Please open the pet panel to view. Wang Yan perked up at the series of notifications. He quickly summoned the pet panel in his mind. Dragon blood crocodile dark gold. Level, LV22. Power type mutant monster. Dragon bloodline activated. Holds immense growth potential. Skills, Pounce Bite, Dragon Breath, Death Roll, Dragon's Might, Bloodlust, Water Prison, Deep Sea Vortex, Water Dragon Bolt. Leap Bite, the dragon blood crocodile lunges forward, dashing up to 25 meters scaling with level to bite its target. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Death Roll, after biting an enemy, the dragon blood crocodile spins violently, inflicting devastating tearing damage. Dragon Breath ejects a scorching dragon's breath that incinerates everything in its path. Dragon's Might inflicts fear on all nearby hostile creatures, reducing movement speed by 50%, attack power by 40%, casting speed by 30%, and increasing skill cooldowns by 10% for 20 seconds. Blood Rage increases size and health by 50%, enhances Dragon Breath's range and damage by 30%, significantly boosts defense and attack power, grants 30% damage reduction, increases land movement speed by 100%, boosts swimming speed by 100%, and grants immunity to all magic and negative effects for 180 seconds. Water Prison creates a water prison, trapping creatures within and preventing movement. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Deep Sea Vortex summons a massive whirlpool that drags enemies in, preventing escape while inflicting stun and massive damage. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Water Dragon Shot fires a high-pressure water projectile to severely wound enemies. This skill retains full power underwater. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Wang Yan's heart skipped a beat upon seeing the interface. After consuming the water-repelling pearl, Bloodfang not only gained an all-attribute boost but also acquired 3 skills at once. All 3 were water-based abilities, 1 control skill, 1 single target damage skill, and another combining area control with area damage. This was utterly absurd. After all, Wang Yan himself needed to level up 15 times just to gain 3 extra skills. Bloodfang had essentially snatched 3 skills for free. The water-repelling pearl's value to Wang Yan now far exceeded its inherent attributes. For a moment, Wang Yan even felt like he'd taken advantage of Xiaoying. Seeing the delighted look on Wang Yan's face, Chen Yuan hurried over and asked, "What's up, Wang? Did your Bloodfang evolve successfully?" Su Muxue, standing nearby, also approached with curiosity. Wang Yan immediately displayed the Bloodfang's attribute panel for both of them to see. Chen Yuan and Su Muxue were both stunned. "Holy crap, am I seeing things? 3 skills?" he muttered. "Xiaoying's water-repelling pearl only sold for 50,000? What a huge loss." Suddenly, Chen Yuan's expression changed as he exclaimed with delight. "My Xiaohei has successfully evolved too." His expression turned intense as he seemed to be examining Xiaohei's attribute panel. Soon, however, his face fell. "Man, I'm so bummed. Why did my Xiaohei only awaken 1 skill?" He displayed the attribute panel, revealing that Xiaohei had only evolved the Water Dragon Bullet skill. Wang Yan offered comfort. "It's probably because his level is too low. Xiaohei's level was nowhere near Bloodfang's, only at level 18. Maybe as it levels up, it'll learn new skills." Su Mushue's words, however, were far less diplomatic. "Not necessarily. This likely relates to rarity tiers. Wang Yan's Bloodfang is a dark gold tier pet. After all, a gap is perfectly normal." Seeing Chen Yuan's disheartened expression, Su Muxue offered some consolation. "But your Xiaohei is already quite formidable. Don't sweat the small stuff, a gold tier mutant pet is already incredibly powerful." As the three were chatting, a frantic female voice suddenly rang out from behind them. "Sorry, I'm late." Chapter 123, A Treasure Found. Facing Wang Yan and Chen Yuan, Xiaoying appeared extremely reserved. She greeted them both, but only when standing beside Su Muxue did she seem slightly more at ease. "At first, I thought Muxue was joking with me. I'm only level 1 now, are you really willing to take me along?" Wang Yan gave her a friendly smile. "What's wrong with level 1? Everyone starts there. Your class is pretty solid, you've got great potential. By the way, how's your father doing?" Seeing Xiaoying's puzzled expression, Wang Yan explained. "Su Muxue already told us about your family situation. You don't mind, do you?" Xiaoying shook her head quickly. "Of course not. Muxue is so kind. She even tried to organize a class fundraiser for me before." Mentioning her father seemed to lift Xiaoying's spirits considerably. "I hired a shaman to treat my father at home. He's already much better now. With a few more days of rest, he'll be fully recovered." As Xiaoying spoke, her voice grew slightly emotional. She bowed deeply to Wang Yan. "It's all thanks to you, Wang Yan. If you hadn't bought those water-repellent beads, I don't know if my father would have." Xiaoying's voice caught slightly, and her eyes grew faintly red. "Thank you so much," Wang Yan quickly replied. "No, it was just a normal transaction. There's no need for thanks. Besides, these water-repellent beads are truly remarkable, they're definitely worth the price." Wang Yan didn't hold back, explaining to Xiaoying the remarkable effects the water-repelling beads had on Bloodtooth and Little Black. Xiaoying had been worried her water-repellent beads weren't worth the price, but Wang Yan's explanation instantly eased her mind. Su Muxue asked with concern, "Is that witch doctor really that skilled? He cured the illness in just a moment?" Xiaoying nodded. "Yeah, she's really skilled. I heard she's quite high level, at least epic tier or above. Plus, for a high tier practitioner, her fees are surprisingly low. She seems to be leaving Tianshui City soon. I really got lucky. If it had been any other healer, they might not have been able to cure my father." Hearing this, everyone finally understood. A medical bill of over 400,000 yuan might be astronomical for ordinary people, but for high-tier professionals, it was indeed not expensive. For them, acquiring 40,000 yuan was as easy as drinking water, they didn't need to earn it through medical practice. Wang Yan surmised that this witch doctor treated patients purely out of kindness, but since one person's strength was limited, she had set a fee threshold. It was unavoidable if she practiced medicine entirely free of charge, she simply couldn't manage the workload alone. Wang Yan said, "Let's go. First, I'll help you level up. What skills do you have now?" Leveling from 1 to 20 was actually quite swift, as practitioners were still in their novice phase at this stage. With someone guiding them, it was even faster. Only after reaching the silver tier does the leveling pace gradually slow down. I only have 1 healing skill right now." Xiaoying displayed her skills for everyone to see. Nature's Healing restores health to allies within a 50-meter radius. When targeting a single ally, the healing range extends to 200 meters. Healing effectiveness scales with magical attack power. The moment everyone saw Xiaoying's skill, they all gasped in astonishment. Chen Yuan exclaimed, "Impressive! It's actually a group healing skill." Wang Yan and Su Muxue were equally astonished. Typically, a druid's first skill is an elemental damage ability like Rock Spike, Lightning Strike, Wind Blade, that sort of thing. These skills usually deal moderate damage, comparable to a standard mage. It was extremely rare for someone like Xia Ying to start with a group healing skill. Most priests, with average luck, wouldn't learn group healing skills until level 20-30, and their healing output was usually fixed. Yet Xia Ying's healing skill was actually tied to her magical attack power. In other words, the higher her magic attack power, the more effective her healing becomes. This came as a pleasant surprise to Wang Yan, whose attack aura significantly boosted offensive power. His team had truly struck gold. Seeing everyone's admiration, Xia Ying felt a bit embarrassed. Is this skill really that great? I was actually more interested in transformation-type skills like turning into a little deer or something. Wang Yan replied earnestly. It's not just good, it's absolutely fantastic. Earlier, while waiting for Xia Ying, Wang Yan had looked up information on the druid class to better coordinate with her. For your class, the probability of awakening group healing as your first skill is probably less than 5%. You're incredibly lucky, and the healing range is excellent too. Hearing Wang Yan's words, Xia Ying broke into a delighted smile. Next, the group departed the supply station. On the way, Wang Yan briefly explained their destination and important precautions to Xia Ying. Until you reach level 15, you don't need to attack monsters. Just stay hidden and focus on healing us. Xia Ying asked curiously. Invisibility? But I don't know how to become invisible. Wang Yan gave her a mysterious smile. Glancing around to ensure no other adventurers were nearby, he activated his invisibility aura. Xia Ying gasped in surprise. Wow, is this group stealth? That's amazing. She gasped again when she realized the aura's range extended over 2,000 meters. She looked at Wang Yan with a mix of admiration and confusion. Many at school claimed Wang Yan had become completely useless after transferring to become an aura master. But judging by this aura skill, he certainly didn't look useless at all. Wang Yan continued explaining to her. As long as you don't actively attack monsters, your stealth won't be broken. So just stick close to us and follow along. Xia Ying nodded obediently. Okay, I understand. By the way, Captain, are we heading to the northeast zone? But I recall the east and northeast zones are the toughest areas, right? The southeast zone seems a bit easier than those two. Wang Yan nodded. That's right. The area north of the east zone is indeed the toughest. Monsters near the east zone travel in packs, forming their own tribes and clans, and they prefer group combat. But that also means fewer people there. He turned to face the group. I wonder if you noticed the number of people at the supply station today is at least double what it was yesterday. Wang Yan smiled. If I'm not mistaken, the West District must be swarming with people by now. Chapter 124, The Bustling Shadow Forest. As Wang Yan had anticipated, the West District was now bustling with activity. Zhang Xingyi and his two companions zigzagged through the district, circling it extensively before finally spotting some wild monsters. But soon enough, other teams began closing in. No one wanted to waste time and energy fighting over territory. Once two teams clashed, it could easily lead to bloodshed and injuries, not to mention fostering lasting grudges. Yet no one was willing to give up prime territory, so everyone had no choice but to endure sharing their leveling zones with others. Many teams chasing zone rewards grumbled bitterly. These players had researched guides and maps online beforehand, only to arrive at Shadowwood Forest and find the number of adventurers here was practically greater than the monsters. Some adventurers, seeing the situation, decisively chose to leave for other wilderness areas in Tianshui City. Though this wasted considerable time even with Tianshui's relatively developed transportation system, the city was vast. Shadowwood Forest was located roughly north of the city, while another popular spot lay south of the city. The round trip meant an entire morning wasted. Most adventurers refused to waste this opportunity, embracing that might as well make the most of it mentality. Crowds packed the first zone, cursing and scrambling for monsters in an unprecedented spectacle. Meanwhile, Wang Yan didn't rush to the river near the northern district. Instead, he led his group to a spot slightly south of the eastern district. Xia Ying was only level 1 in the party, so Wang Yan decided to help her level up first. At level 1, Xia Ying possessed only one group healing spell, Nature's Healing, and a single target lightning strike ability. This was the unique aspect of druids. Besides possessing shape-shifting and nature magic skills, they could also learn elemental abilities. Unlike most mages, who could only master one elemental school, be it ice, fire, lightning, or others. Druids, however, can awaken spells from multiple elements. Of course, their power pales in comparison to mages, serving primarily as supplementary damage output. Therefore, Wang Yan was quite eager to see what skills Xia Ying would awaken once she reached level 10. Generally, adventurers are likely to awaken multiple skills within their first 10 levels. After level 10, however, most awaken one skill every 10 levels. Of course, certain special or exceptionally powerful classes might awaken a new skill every 5 levels. Take Wang Yan, for instance, he awakens a new aura skill every 5 levels. Xia Ying walked among the group, her brow radiant with joy. Over the past few days, she had heard many stories about Wang Yan's trio. Their various exploits were all the rage on the campus forums. The most discussed topic, naturally, was how the three of them had completed a special event, triggering a regional reward. Such events were typically documented by the Tianshui city authorities, and their names would be permanently recorded in the city's official event chronicles. This had sparked envy among the students of Tianshui First High School. Regardless of the rewards, the honor alone was enough to make countless hearts yearn. Xiaoying never imagined she'd have the chance to team up with this renowned trio. Right after the awakening ceremony, many teams sought to recruit Xiaoying because her awakened profession was quite promising and she was well liked at school. However, Xiaoying declined all offers due to her responsibility of caring for her father. As the college entrance exams drew near, no one invited her anymore. Her level was too low. Joining a team would incur an experience penalty as compensation for low-level players, which would indirectly slow down the others' progress. So Xiaoying had prepared herself to give up this year's exams and wait for next year instead. Though this decision would significantly impact her future prospects, Xiaoying refused to abandon her father over such matters. What Xiaoying never expected happened as if blessed by the gods. In just one short morning, both her father's medical expenses and her team-up problem were resolved simultaneously. No, it wasn't divine favor, it was them. Xiaoying glanced at her teammates, her gaze settling on Wang Yan. Her heart swelled with both relief and profound gratitude. To put it mildly, Wang Yan's appearance had truly altered the course of her destiny in some profound way. Xiaoying couldn't help but recall the negative rumors about Wang Yan circulating on the school forum. She shook her head. Wang Yan was such a good person. No matter what others said, she was determined to repay this kindness properly. Due to her introverted nature, Xiaoying remained reserved throughout the journey, staying silent whenever Wang Yan and the others chatted. To avoid leaving her out, Wang Yan steered the conversation toward her. Hey Xiaoying, which university are you aiming for in the college entrance exams? Su Muxue chimed in. Yeah, Xiaoying, have you decided which university you'll apply to? Caught off guard by the sudden questions, Xiaoying felt a flicker of panic. She quickly replied. College? I haven't really thought about it yet. Have you two already decided? Su Muxue smiled. Yeah, all three of us are planning to go to Jiangnan University. Want to join us? We can keep our team together then. At the mention of Jiangnan University, Xiaoying's expression dimmed slightly. Jiangnan University? That's one of the three most prestigious universities. She forced a smile. Someone like me. I wonder if I could even get in. Plus, I heard tuition at elite universities is really expensive. Hearing Xiaoying's words, the others suddenly remembered that her family's financial situation was indeed very bleak. Even if she managed to get into Jiangnan University, she might not be able to afford the high tuition fees. It was unavoidable. Prestigious universities were equipped with the nation's most advanced facilities and boasted the country's top faculty resources, and those professors' salaries weren't cheap. Even with government subsidies for universities, tuition remained steep. Take Jiangnan University as an example. Over 4 academic years, the tuition alone for the first year was around 500,000 yuan, and that didn't include living expenses or miscellaneous fees. For professionals, it might not be exorbitant, but for ordinary people, it was astronomical. Judging by Xiaoying's family situation, they wouldn't be able to come up with that kind of money anytime soon. Wang Yan quickly reassured her. Your profession is quite promising, and your level 1 awakening skill is solid. As long as you level up a bit more, getting into a good university is very achievable. As for tuition, it's actually quite simple. Professionals earn decent incomes. There are still 2 months between the college entrance exams and the start of the academic year, right? If you work hard to save up, you should be able to cover the first year's tuition pretty quickly. Wang Yan's words instantly kindled hope in Xiaoying's eyes. Yes. I'll work hard. Jiangnan University, right? I'll give it my all. Chapter 125, Spider Cave. You have entered Spider Cave. As Wang Yan and his companions stepped through the cave entrance, a notification chime sounded. Earlier, they had encountered several packs of wind wolves, which Wang Yan and his companions had dispatched with remarkable ease. Because these wind wolves were simply too weak, Wang Yan hadn't even bothered to activate his aura. Xiaoying was also coasting within the party. Following Wang Yan's instructions, she remained hidden within her stealth aura, waiting for the right moment to cast group healing. However, Chen Yuan and Su Muxue's firepower was overwhelming. The wind wolves never even got close enough to threaten them. Thus, Xiaoying could only stand by quietly, sharing in the experience gains. After eliminating several groups of wind wolves, Xiaoying smoothly reached level 4, just moments away from level 5. As before, Wang Yan and the others left one wind wolf behind to summon its pack. But while pursuing the last wolf, they unexpectedly stumbled upon a cave. Wang Yan suggested they investigate. The moment they stepped into the cave entrance, a prompt sounded. Spider Cave? I think I've heard of this place. Wang Yan pondered for a moment before recalling the rumors he'd heard online about the Spider Cave. This cave ranked among the most dangerous in the entire first zone. A professional adventurer had once accidentally stumbled into it. From the footage he recorded, it appeared to be the territory of a monster called the celestial wolf spider. The wolf spider's level wasn't particularly high, around 15. Moreover, they weren't particularly large, only about the size of a basketball. A single wolf spider possessed almost no combat capability. Among level 15 monsters, the wolf spider's individual combat strength is practically negligible. Not only are they small, but they also have low health, making them fragile. Their attack methods are also quite limited. Their primary attack involves leaping toward enemies, biting them, and injecting venom. However, their health is so low that they are often killed before they can even reach their target. However, their strength lies in their extraordinary reproductive capacity and sheer numbers. Wang Yan vividly recalled how the entire cave in that video was swarming with wolf spiders. The sheer number of wolf spiders here was staggering. The videographer had barely entered the cave when they encountered their first wave over 100 spiders. Logically, these fragile little spiders, no matter how numerous, should be nothing more than easy prey. However, the wolf spiders possessed a unique ability. They could spew a cloud of poisonous mist with a range of about 5 meters. In open terrain, this mist is practically useless. First, its damage is low. A level 15 player could easily stand in it for 5 or 6 minutes without issue. Second, its limited range, just 5 meters, meant no one would be foolish enough to walk into it willingly. Yet within the spider's airtight lair, this mist becomes a god-tier ability. The moment an intruder entered, the tarantulas would simultaneously spew their venomous mist, filling the entire cavern and making it impossible to move. The most troublesome aspect is that the fog's damage stacks and persists for an extended duration. Even after adventurers eliminate the first wave of spiders, venturing deeper into the cavern remains extremely difficult. Thus, this spider cave was naturally classified as one of the most dangerous areas in the first zone. Wang Yan shared his knowledge of the cave with the group. After hearing this, everyone hesitated. Chen Yuan pondered for a moment before asking, "Old Wang, don't you have a purifying aura? Could it cleanse this toxic mist?" Wang Yan shook his head. "It can purify, but if we enter the toxic mist, we'll still suffer continuous damage." Wang Yan's purification aura was highly effective against one-time poisoning skills. However, for persistent poison effects like this one, even after purification, there was still a 0.5-second delay before the damage stopped. In other words, even with Wang Yan's aura active, they'd still suffer continuous damage from the fog, just at a significantly reduced rate. Although Wang Yan's god-tier purification aura might dispel the fog, the wolf spider would keep spewing it continuously. After listening to Wang Yan's explanation, Chen Yuan asked, "Should we still go in? Maybe find another spot?" Wang Yan shook his head and turned to Xiaoying. "Xiaoying, how much health can you restore per second for us now?" Xiaoying opened her interface to check and replied, "Currently, about 2,300 HP per second." Wang Yan nodded. As a level 20 mage, his health pool hovered around 26,000 points. That meant it would take Xiaoying over 10 seconds to fully restore his health. This rate should be sufficient to counteract the poison mist's continuous damage. Xiaoying continued, "Captain, do you want me to keep the healing skill active the entire time? But if I keep it up constantly, my mana might not last. I can only sustain it for about 3 minutes at most." Keeping the group healing spell active would leave Xiaoying no time to regenerate her mana. Wang Yan smiled without responding, instead activating his god-tier attack aura. He recalled that Xiaoying's group healing skill scaled with her magical attack power. Though Wang Yan had only activated the divine attack aura at 30% effectiveness, the 300% attack power boost still left Xiaoying utterly astonished. Xiaoying covered her mouth in astonishment. "Captain, this aura. Oh my god, am I seeing this right? A 300% attack power boost? This. She seemed so stunned she couldn't find words. Chen Yuan and Su Muxue, however, wore expressions that suggested they were already accustomed to it. Wang Yan inquired, "What about now? How much is your recovery rate?" Xiaoying hurriedly checked her skill panel. My current HP regeneration per second is over 6,900. Xiaoying's eyes sparkled with delight. She displayed her skill attributes for everyone to see. A regeneration rate nearing 7,000 per second meant that for a professional with over 20,000 HP, she could fully restore their health in just about 3 seconds. This was simply too outrageous. Wang Yan nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. This effect was nearly identical to what he had anticipated. A healing rate of around 7,000 HP per second, even Holy Light Priest Zhang Xingyi's divine healing might not match that. Moreover, this was a group heal. As Xiaoying leveled up, her healing range expanded from 50 meters to 80 meters. Once she reached higher levels, that range would likely expand further. Wang Yan couldn't help but think, if Xiaoying could join him in the national war, this health regeneration would be practically like having invincibility. Exactly. This way, the poison mist's damage becomes negligible. Xiaoying only needs to activate nature's healing for 1 second whenever our health dips around 7,000. That way, your mana will definitely be sufficient. Chapter 126, The Frenzied Bloodfang. Wang Yan felt more and more certain that bringing Xiaoying into the team had been an absolutely correct decision. Her healing abilities were precisely what their team desperately lacked. Without Xiaoying this time, they would have had to abandon the spider cave. Their three-person squad excelled at stealth and burst damage for instant kills, but they had no effective strategy for situations requiring sustained health regeneration. Wang Yan pondered whether he should recruit more members to gradually expand his team. However, he decided to postpone that consideration until after arriving at Jiangnan University. Forming a team now only to have everyone scatter after graduation would be a waste of effort. Even whether Chen Yuan and Su Muxiue could get into Jiangnan University with him remained uncertain. Alright, let's head inside. Clear out every wolf spider along the path, don't let them flank us. After agreeing on their strategy, the group began venturing deeper into the spider cavern. Wang Yan didn't hold back, immediately activating multiple auras. Xiaoying glanced at her status bar, where the Purification Aura and Holy Damage Aura were displayed, and was once again stunned. Her gaze toward Wang Yan instantly shifted. Although Wang Yan's trio had been a hot topic on the campus forums lately, most people's opinions about Wang Yan were fairly consistent that he was merely a spot for grinding experience, likely holding less status within the team than the two crocodiles. After all, Wang Yan was merely an aura master. Yet the strength Wang Yan had demonstrated before and after had left Xiaoying utterly baffled. If an aura mage could reach this level, wouldn't his value be comparable to that of Su Muxiue, Zhang Xingyi, and others? The cave contained no light sources, and neither Wang Yan nor his companions possessed illumination spells. Wang Yan could only attach an illumination stone made from a crystal core to his staff. All four also donned headlamps for illumination, finally bathing the entire cavern in light. Two dragon blood crocodiles led the way ahead. As the group advanced deeper, the cave gradually widened. Suddenly, a hissing sound filled the air. Following the light, they saw countless spiders surging from the cave ceiling. These spiders were entirely brown, adorned with white stripes and covered in fine hairs. The cave walls were completely covered in these tarantulas, forming a dense, hair-raising mass that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Blood Fong, leading the way, reacted fastest. He unleashed a furious dragon's breath, instantly incinerating over a dozen spiders. Something bizarre happened. As the spiders were incinerated, their bodies exploded, leaving behind a cloud of toxic mist. The narrow confines of the cave allowed the toxic mist to gradually spread toward the group. So that's it. Not only do they spew poisonous mist, but their bodies also explode into it after death? Wang Yan pondered this new discovery, a trait he had never encountered before. As Bloodfang attacked, the other wolf spiders simultaneously released their poisonous mist. In an instant, the green poisonous mist filled the entire cave. Countless spiders leapt from the walls, swarming toward Bloodfang. In an instant, his body was completely covered by the dense mass of wolf spiders. Standing beside Wang Yan, Xiaoying saw Bloodfang surrounded and immediately wanted to cast Thunderfall to help him. But Wang Yan grabbed her staff firmly. You don't need to fight. Stay hidden and wait for the right moment to cast healing. Xiaoying glanced at Wang Yan's calm and composed expression and nodded immediately. Bloodfang, thick-skinned and tough, was now covered in wolf spiders. Each spider opened its massive fangs to bite into him, injecting venom into his body. Bloodfang erupted in fury. It unleashed its blood rage directly, its body swelling to several times its original size until it nearly filled the entire cavern. Instantly, it became immune to all toxins within its body. Bloodfang executed a high-speed roll on the spot, flinging countless spiders flying in all directions. It lunged, biting and spewing fire, wielding both claws and tail to instantly slaughter a swarm of wolf spiders. Bloodfang charged headlong into the spider swarm, fighting alone. Before Chen Yuan and Su Muxiue could fully engage, Bloodfang had already eliminated most of the 100 or so wolf spiders. Its killing spree only intensified, even chasing the spiders around the next cave bend. All the others could see was the distant, faintly visible torrent of flames and the deafening clashes echoing from the cave's depths. Wang Yan shook his head helplessly. Once Bloodfang got into a fight, it tended to enter a berserk mode. But Wang Yan didn't bother commanding it. Its health pool was far thicker than his own, and now in its blood-crazed state, it was immune to magic and debuffs. These wolf spiders couldn't scratch it. The group hurried forward, keeping pace with Bloodfang. Any stray wolf spiders that slipped through were easily dealt with by Chen Yuan and Su Muxiue. Soon, the toxic mist engulfed the group. With the mass of dead wolf spiders, the cave was now filled with green poisonous mist. The entire cavern was shrouded in smoke, obstructing their vision to some degree. Initially, the party only lost a few dozen HP points per second. However, as the toxic mist accumulated, the rate of HP loss gradually accelerated. Thanks to Wang Yan's active purification aura, the fog's damage was significantly reduced, stabilizing at around 200 points per second. Wang Yan calculated that at 200 points of damage per second, his health would only last about 2 minutes. No wonder the spider cave was classified as a dangerous zone within the Shadowwood. But on the flip side, the experience rewards here were extremely satisfying. These wolf spiders were far easier to kill than ordinary level 15 monsters, yet they yielded the same amount of experience points and in greater numbers. As Bloodfang went on a killing spree, Xiaoying's level shot up like a rocket. Every so often, a flash of white light would appear on her body, and in the blink of an eye, she'd level up to 6. The group pressed deeper into the cavern. Despite their progress, the passage showed no signs of widening. The passage remained barely taller than a person, no wider than 2 meters, perpetually shrouded in toxic mist. After leveling up twice, Xiaoying finally understood how Wang Yan and the others had achieved those astonishing records. The efficiency and speed of their monster slaying was unmatched. Perhaps no other team in the entire Shadowwood could come close. Within mere minutes, Xiaoying's backpack swelled with a mountain of materials. That crocodile named Bloodtooth was so powerful it baffled her. They essentially followed Bloodtooth around to pick up loot, as it single-handedly took down nearly 80 to 90% of the wolf spiders. If she remembered correctly, this dragon blood crocodile seemed to be Wang Yan's pet. A hint of admiration flickered in Xiaoying's eyes as she looked at Wang Yan. Chapter 127, Mental Link. Xiaoying turned her gaze to Su Muxue and Chen Yuan. The two of them worked with the old Taoist with seamless coordination, their combat clean and efficient, wasting not a single ounce of energy. The wolf spiders that Bloodfawn had missed were easily dealt with by them. She couldn't help but silently marvel what an incredibly powerful team this was. Xiaoying felt as if she were in a dream. She couldn't fathom what merit she possessed to have been accepted into such a formidable team. She recalled how, moments earlier, her nerves had nearly made her forget Wang Yan's warning and act to rescue Bloodfawn. Had she done so, her stealth would have been compromised, potentially putting herself in grave danger. This thought filled Xiaoying with shame. In such a formidable group, she felt utterly inadequate and insignificant. Even Chen Yuan's giant crocodile, Shohei, seemed to serve a greater purpose than she did. Ugh, I'm such a liability. What if they kick me out of the team tomorrow? For a moment, Xiaoying was consumed by anxiety and self-doubt. She didn't know if Wang Yan would be dissatisfied with her and kick her out of the team. She could see now that Wang Yan was the undisputed leader of this team, calling the shots on most matters. If Wang Yan decided to let her go, even as Su Mushua's friend, there probably wasn't much she could do about it. Xiaoying stole a glance at Wang Yan, only to find him not paying her any mind. Instead, he was intently observing their surroundings. After spending time with Wang Yan, Xiaoying felt that although he was friendly, he gave off an air of profound mystery. Beneath his calm expression, it seemed impossible to discern what he was truly thinking. No, I have to push myself harder. I must prove my worth to the captain. Xiaoying silently resolved, keeping a constant eye on her teammates' health bars, ready to heal them at any moment. On the Bloodfang side, the giant spiders kept pouring in, seemingly without end. Bloodfang showed them no mercy, slaughtering every single one that appeared. After about 2 minutes, the seemingly endless onslaught finally ceased. No new spiders appeared. Wang Yan conservatively estimated they had slain close to 500 or 600 of them. Bloodfang's bloodthirsty rage state finally ended, and it returned to its normal size. Wang Yan called for a halt. Alright, we'll pause for a 30-second rest. The cave was filled with toxic mist, so Wang Yan didn't plan to linger too long. During the break, Xiaoying healed the group several times. Each time, she only needed to cast natural healing for 1 second to fully restore everyone's health, consuming very little mana. Wang Yan glanced at Xiaoying, who had now reached level 8, a remarkably swift progression. So, Xiaoying, any new skills awaken yet? Xiaoying nodded. Yeah, I did. I heard the notification just now. Having been in constant combat, Xiaoying hadn't yet had time to examine her newly acquired skill. Wang Yan nodded with satisfaction. Awakening a new skill at level 5 clearly demonstrated Xiaoying's considerable potential for growth. Xiaoying closed her eyes. Moments later, she revealed her skill to everyone. Mental Link creates a mental connection between your summoned creatures and up to 5 additional allies, enabling direct telepathic communication and the sharing of visual perceptions within each other's minds. Maximum range, 1000 meters, scales with level. While in the mental link state, all participants are considered a single mental entity. If subjected to a mental attack, the attack is nullified if the attacker's mental strength is not superior to that of the mental entity. Xiaoying explained. Currently, this skill can only connect 5 teammates, but both the number of participants and the range increase with level. It seems that at a certain level, the number limit can be bypassed entirely. Wang Yan and the others lit up upon seeing this skill. Excellent. Absolutely excellent skill. Wang Yan exclaimed 3 times upon seeing this skill. This skill appeared to lack any offensive capability and offered no attribute boosts. But Wang Yan instantly recognized its value. Without a doubt, it was an exceptionally powerful team skill. Previously, as the team leader, Wang Yan had to command battles. But communication between him, Chen Yuan, and Su Muxue was mostly just shouting. Since both were ranged attackers, they could group up, making shouting orders relatively convenient. But in larger groups, like a 10-man party, things could quickly devolve into chaos. That's when the leader's skills truly mattered. Moreover, Wang Yan had heard from Liyingtian that in some larger dungeons, the team had no choice but to spread out. That's when they needed special communication equipment. If communication gear got damaged during combat, it would be a major headache. But now, with Xiaoying's skill, he no longer needed to worry about that. Wang Yan had already experienced the convenience of mental communication firsthand. When he communicated with Bloodfang, it happened entirely within their minds. A single thought was enough for the other to understand his meaning. It couldn't be more convenient. This proved crucial in combat. For instance, if someone in the party spotted danger, the time lag between their warning and the others reacting could be significant. But with this mental link, a single thought was all it took for his teammates to grasp his meaning. In combat, that tiny fraction of a second could very well save a teammate's life. Moreover, Xia Ying's skill also allows for shared vision, which is immensely valuable especially on the battlefield during national wars, where information sharing is a crucial ability. Wang Yan's gaze towards Xia Ying grew increasingly satisfied. This Xia Ying truly was a talent. He posed a somewhat concerned question to Xia Ying. By the way, does this mental link skill consume a lot of mana? Xia Ying shook her head. This skill consumes almost no mana. The rate of consumption is slower than my mana regeneration, so I can keep it active indefinitely. This put Wang Yan completely at ease. Alright, activate the skill later. That way we can get used to this method of communication. As he spoke, Wang Yan retrieved several pieces of equipment from his inventory. Some were plain white, others bronze, all dropped from the Skywolf spider moments ago. Wear these for now. You can swap them out once you get better gear. Xia Ying had the worst gear in the entire party. She possessed nothing beyond a staff and a storage backpack. Xia Ying felt both flattered and overwhelmed. No, I. Wang Yan shoved the gear into her hands. Our team distributes gear based on need. Don't be shy. Alright, let's keep moving. Xia Ying was deeply moved. Thank you. Thank you all. Chapter 128, Shared Vision. After asking around, Xia Ying learned that Wang Yan's team distributed resources based on need. As for sold items and equipment, they were split evenly among members, never distributed based on individual strength or role. She'd heard some teams allocated loot based on members' strength and class effectiveness. As a newly joined member, Xia Ying had essentially received a full set of gear for free, which made her feel a bit awkward. Yet this kind of team felt genuinely more human to her. Most importantly, Wang Yan's team's monster-killing efficiency far exceeded her expectations. While she knew Wang Yan's trio was formidable, she hadn't anticipated just how powerful they truly were. She had initially assumed Su Mushui and Chen Yuan were the mainstays of this team. Now it seemed Wang Yan was the true powerhouse. With the sheer power of his aura alone, he could elevate any team's overall strength to a whole new level. Xia Ying couldn't help but think to herself. He really is still that genius from before. I just don't understand why he's so low-key, hiding his true strength. Xia Ying glanced at Wang Yan, only to find him staring back at her. Her cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Unaware of her reaction, Wang Yan said, Xia Ying, activate the mental link. Let's see how it works. Oh, okay. Xia Ying promptly activated the skill. Moments later, Wang Yan felt a gentle stream of psychic energy slip into his mind. This mental force connected him not only to Chen Yuan and Su Mushui, but even to the two dragonblood crocodiles. Can you hear me? Wang Yan asked his teammates mentally, transmitting the message through thought rather than speaking aloud. No problem. Got it. Received. Almost the instant Wang Yan sent the message, the other three replied. Wang Yan nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. This thing works way better than communication devices. Wang Yan carefully sensed the faint yet tangible mental link in his mind. Its power was gentle and unobtrusive. Closing his eyes, Wang Yan discovered he could roughly sense his teammates' locations. Even the positions of Bloodtooth and Little Black, who were clearing the path ahead, were clearly discernible. Moreover, Wang Yan experienced a peculiar sensation. Whenever he wished, he could instantly shift his perspective onto either Bloodtooth or Little Black. Wang Yan attempted to shift his perspective onto Bloodtooth. Everything before his eyes suddenly shifted. Wang Yan felt as if he had possessed Bloodtooth's body, seeing everything clearly through its eyes. So that's how it is. The colors Bloodtooth perceives seem different from ours, but they appear sharper. It's no wonder beasts have superior vision to humans. This sensation felt like an out-of-body experience, yet Bloodtooth's field of vision remained beyond his control, leaving him slightly unsettled. Switching his perspective back, Wang Yan let out a long sigh. How was it, Captain? Xia Ying asked eagerly. Very good. No, actually, it's excellent. Wang Yan replied. He looked at Xia Ying, growing increasingly satisfied with his teammate. Wang Yan continued. And I have an idea. Generally speaking, can't druids summon some contracted creatures? If this mental link can connect with summoned creatures, it might serve as a reconnaissance tool. I just tested it. I can share Bloodfang's perspective. That means this mental link should also work with pets and summoned beasts. Everyone's eyes lit up at Wang Yan's suggestion. They had always been lacking in reconnaissance capabilities. Though Bloodfang possessed keen senses, pinpointing enemies solely through scent proved exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, their stealth aura often allowed them to spot foes first. Still, having reconnaissance capabilities was undoubtedly better than none. Have you forgotten? I have an owl named Coco. Su Mushui exclaimed excitedly. Only then did Wang Yan and Chen Yuan recall that Su Muxue also had a pet beast, a stunningly beautiful owl, the one without combat abilities. Su Muxue occasionally released it to retrieve equipment, but it was rarely seen otherwise. Even though Coco can't fight, she can fly high and fast enough. If we could see from her perspective, couldn't we use her for reconnaissance? Wang Yan quickly praised the idea. That's a great idea. We'll definitely try it once we leave the cave. Listening to everyone chime in one after another, Xiaoying felt a bit overwhelmed. The power of this mental link seemed far greater than she had imagined. Wang Yan looked at Xiaoying, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Xiaoying, you absolutely have to work hard and get into Jiangnan University. Once you're in, maybe we can form a permanent team. Xiaoying's abilities were truly exceptional. Group healing, mental link. Wang Yan had no idea how many more surprises she could bring him. Hearing Wang Yan propose forming a permanent team with her, Xiaoying's face instantly lit up with a look of flattered surprise. Me? Am I really good enough? She found it hard to believe. After all, the players who teamed up with Wang Yan were powerhouses like Su Muxue and Chen Yuan. She was just an 8th level druid. What qualifications did she have? Moreover, given the sheer strength of Wang Yan's aura, it seemed only others would be begging to join his team, no matter who he chose. Overwhelmed with emotion and gratitude, Xiaoying replied. Alright, I understand. I'll give it my all. See you at Jiangnan University. Su Muxue said. Alright, let's keep moving. We're still dealing with the toxic mist. The group pressed forward through the spider cavern. With the mental link established, communication among them became far more seamless. Xiaoying periodically restored the group's health. Each time, she only needed to maintain a 1-second group heal to fully restore everyone's health, so her mana barely depleted at all. Though she was only level 8, her contribution to the party was undeniably significant. After traversing the spider cavern for some time, they noticed the passages gradually widening. New wolf spiders began appearing. These were slightly higher level than the previous ones, ranging from 16 to 19. Moreover, these spiders possessed an additional skill: spider silk spray. The silk strands would wrap around the party members, slowing their movement speed. However, Wang Yan's purification aura proved effective against these threads. The moment they shot out their silk, Wang Yan's purification aura instantly purged it clean, leaving their efforts futile. Blood Fang, meanwhile, went on another killing spree. These fragile wolf spiders were as fragile as paper in its jaws. Chen Yuan and Su Muxue unleashed their full firepower, relentlessly harvesting one wolf spider after another. Chapter 129, Venomous Exploding Wolf Spiders. To everyone's surprise, as they advanced, the number of wolf spiders not only failed to decrease but actually grew steadily. Countless spiders poured forth from every corner and wall, an endless tide engulfing the area. They charged fearlessly, as if guarding something sacred, surging like a tidal wave toward the bloodfangs at the forefront. Even the thick-skinned bloodfang had its health chipped away by tens of thousands. But it was all for naught. Xiaoying, concealed within her invisibility aura, activated the natural healing skill. Within mere seconds, Bloodfang's health was fully restored. Bloodfang countered with a dragon's breath, instantly killing countless wolf spiders. Chen Yuan wouldn't be left out. Charging forward, he unleashed a death tornado slash, instantly engulfing over 100 wolf spiders in the storm and tearing them to shreds. They could only explode helplessly into a cloud of poisonous mist, becoming experience points for the group. Seeing the sky wolf spiders multiplying relentlessly, the group showed no trace of worry. Instead, they beamed with delight. Ha ha ha, old Wang, we totally hit the jackpot here. This EXP is insane. Xiaoying, the lowest level member of the party, watched her experience bar surge as if it were on steroids. It skyrocketed relentlessly, and in the blink of an eye, she had leveled up 3 times, reaching level 11. Even Wang Yan and the others, already at level 22, each gained a level, reaching level 23. Though these wolf spiders were all under level 20, their sheer numbers made them formidable. Moreover, this spider cave was clearly extremely challenging. A typical level 20 team would never be able to level up here. It could only be said that under Wang Yan's aura, their team composition was downright absurdly overpowered. His purification aura mitigated the poison mist's damage. Xiaoying provided high-value group healing, while Chen Yuan, Su Muxue, and Bloodfang delivered devastating damage. All these factors combined allowed them to run rampant through the spider cave. For an ordinary party, the toxic mist alone would be a headache. After slaying countless wolf spiders, the group gradually emerged into an open clearing. This clearing was nearly half the size of a basketball court, a vast expanse compared to the cramped, narrow caverns they traversed before. By the light of their torches, they discovered the area was covered in numerous white giant cocoons. These cocoons stood nearly waist high. What felt eerie was that they seemed to pulsate like living things, rising and falling as if breathing. Wang Yan scanned the clearing and counted at least 50 to 60 of these enormous cocoons. The moment the group stepped onto the clearing and caught sight of the cocoons, they suddenly began to stir with agitation. Their breathing accelerated sharply, causing the entire cocoons to heave violently. Suddenly, with a loud boom, one of the white cocoons burst open. After the explosion, hundreds upon hundreds of palm-sized spiders poured out like a tidal wave, surging toward Wang Yan and the others. Wang Yan and his companions were startled. Information about these small spiders instantly appeared before their eyes. Venomous exploding wolf spider bronze level 19, a unique variant of the wolf spider. Possesses extreme mobility. Its combat tactic involves detonating its own body to spray highly toxic and corrosive liquid. Wang Yan keenly observed that these venom explosion wolf spiders possessed unusually large abdomens, seemingly filled with a green, nearly translucent liquid. This fluid was undoubtedly their venom. As these small spiders moved across the ground, they seemed to fly, their speed terrifyingly fast. They surged toward Wang Yan and his companions from a distance, their speed suggesting they would reach them within seconds. Simultaneously, dozens of giant cocoons around them began emitting a series of boom, boom, boom sounds, each one bursting open in succession. Thousands upon thousands of tiny venomous exploding tarantulas appeared before them simultaneously, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Wang Yan reacted swiftly. Within a second or two after the giant cocoons exploded, he immediately activated his slowdown aura. In an instant, the venomous exploding wolf spiders which had possessed bizarrely swift movement seemed to be struck by a petrification spell, unable to move an inch. Mushue, activate the astral portal now. Wang Yan commanded Su Mushue to launch an attack through their mental link. While directing Su Mushue, he also ordered Bloodfawn to retreat immediately. These venomous exploding wolf spiders were all suicide-type monsters, and the explosive power of such creatures was undoubtedly formidable. Even with Bloodfang's defenses, it likely couldn't withstand the blast head-on. And there were thousands upon thousands of them, countless venomous exploding wolf spiders. Even if each one only dealt a few dozen points of damage, it would be enough to send Blood Crocodile packing. Su Mushue hesitated briefly before immediately beginning her incantation upon receiving Wang Yan's command. Bloodfawn reacted swiftly too. Upon receiving Wang Yan's command, he immediately retreated while spewing dragon breath to clear the closer poison exploding wolf spiders. Chen Yuan, push forward and unleash your tornado spell to buy Su Mushue time to chant. The base movement speed of these venomous exploding wolf spiders was simply too fast. Even with Wang Yan's applied slow aura, several had already closed to within 5 meters of the group. Upon receiving the order, Chen Yuan charged forward and unleashed a deadly tornado strike. The vanguard venomous exploding wolf spiders were instantly torn apart by the furious tornado. Unlike the regular wolf spiders, when a venomous exploding wolf spider died, its body emitted a dull, explosive crack, sounding like a firecracker. Following the explosion, a toxic mist slowly rose, accompanied by splashes of green liquid. This green liquid sizzled upon contact with the ground, corroding it into small pits. The sight sent a chill down everyone's spine. What if that liquid had splashed onto a person? Fortunately, the venomous exploding wolf spiders were still far from the group, sparing them from this terrifying liquid. As the furious tornado dissipated, Su Mushue's astral portal completed its summoning. Dark matter rained down like hailstones, its coverage steadily expanding. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Countless explosions echoed as the venomous exploding wolf spiders perished en masse, splattering green liquid everywhere. Though these venomous exploding tarantulas posed a significant threat, like ordinary tarantulas, their greatest weakness lay in their defense. Su Mushue's single astral portal, empowered by Wang Yan's aura, instantly wiped out the entire swarm of venomous exploding tarantulas. Xiaoying, watching nearby, was utterly stunned. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Such powerful coordination made Xiaoying feel that even in the entire Tianshui city, it would be hard to find a stronger team of the same level. After the venomous exploding wolf spiders perished, various equipment scattered across the ground, and Xiaoying's bag suddenly held a large pile of materials. Only now did she truly grasp why Wang Yan could amass resources worth 90,000 yuan in a single day. Chapter 130, Transformation Technique. A flash of white light erupted. Under Xiaoying's astonished gaze, she leveled up to 13. After eliminating this swarm of venomous exploding wolf spiders, she had gained 2 more levels. Xiaoying felt as if she were dreaming. Was this leveling speed not a bit too astonishing? Even hiring a professional training team probably wouldn't yield such exaggerated efficiency. After all, sparring partners were rarely low level. Training companies typically assign higher-level sparring partners to help new players level up quickly. Even so, their levels usually hovered above 30. Such high levels naturally came with a certain experience penalty. The strength of a trainer lies in their efficiency at killing monsters and minimizing experience points gained. So, wouldn't killing more monsters just solve the problem? But now it seemed questionable whether those trainers' efficiency could truly rival Wang Yan and the others. For a moment, Xiaoying found herself unsure. The combat prowess Wang Yan and his group displayed was completely beyond what one would expect from practitioners at this level. And Xiaoying knew full well that all of this was thanks to Wang Yan's god-tier aura attribute. Here are a few decent pieces of gear. They should suit a druid well. You can equip them. Just as Xiaoying felt as if she were in a dream, Wang Yan snapped her out of it, tossing several pieces of gear her way. Most were bronze-tier gear, but among them was a silver-tier chestplate. Xiaoying took the gear in a daze, too stunned for words. After just a short time with Wang Yan's party, not only had her level skyrocketed to 13, but she'd completely upgraded her entire gear set from staff to armor. She estimated that this entire set, including that silver-grade chestplate, would easily exceed 100,000 gold. After equipping the new gear, Xia Ying returned her old items to Wang Yan. Glancing into her backpack, she discovered it filled with various materials. Just these materials alone, Xia Ying estimated, could fetch tens of thousands of yuan. Xia Ying felt as if she were in a dream. Just this morning, she had been fretting over whether she could sell a few tens of thousands worth of water-repelling pearls. Now, her backpack held materials worth tens of thousands more. Wang Yan and the others clearly weren't new to this kind of situation. They quickly sorted out the equipment and items for distribution. Noticing Xia Ying staring blankly nearby, Wang Yan walked over and asked eagerly, "So? You've leveled up to 13. Did you awaken any skills at level 10? Xia Ying promptly opened her attribute panel, revealing her newly awakened level 10 skill without reservation. Shapeshift transforms into animal form, continuously consuming a small amount of mana. Unlocks additional forms as level increases. This skill was considered a standard feature for the druid class. Most druids could unlock some form of shapeshifting, like transforming into a werewolf, a giant bear, or other creatures. Xia Ying explained. Right now, I can only transform into ordinary animals like birds, fawns, or small fish. I don't have much combat power yet. As she spoke, Xia Ying waved her wand and instantly transformed into an utterly adorable fawn. Its head held high bore a pair of slender antlers, gracefully curving backward. Its eyes were crystal clear, its nose small and delicate, twitching occasionally as it keenly sniffed the surrounding air. Its grayish-brown fur was dotted with white spots resembling plum blossoms. Gazing at the adorable little deer before him, Wang Yan almost couldn't resist reaching out to pet it. But Wang Yan suddenly remembered this fawn was transformed by Xia Ying and quickly withdrew his hand. Wow, so adorable. Su Muxue, however, had no such reservations. She scooped up Xia Ying in her deer form and rubbed her cheek against the fawn's head, making Xia Ying feel a bit embarrassed. Shen Yuan also praised. This skill is really interesting. Wang Yan pondered. While transforming into ordinary animal forms offered little combat utility, it proved exceptionally useful for disguise. However, Wang Yan couldn't think of many other uses for it at the moment. He'd have to wait for Xia Ying to discover more applications through her own practice. Xia Ying shifted back into human form and continued. According to the skill description, if I keep leveling up, I'll be able to transform into more forms. Then I'll be able to shift into a combat form. Wang Yan nodded. An upgradable skill? That's actually quite promising. Skills with sustainable progression were relatively rare, yet held the greatest potential for growth. Some druids might awaken the werewolf form skill. Others might awaken battle bear form. However, Xia Ying's shapeshifting skill seemed to encompass multiple transformation possibilities. Wang Yan had some understanding of the druid profession, though not particularly deep. Still, he suspected this kind of scalable skill was probably one of the rarer types. Let's keep moving. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a boss-level creature in this cave. After a brief rest, Wang Yan prepared to lead the team deeper into the cave. This spider cave presented an exceptionally high difficulty, nearly on par with a high-level dungeon. Wang Yan sensed this wasn't just an ordinary monster gathering spot. He suspected a boss-level creature lurked within. At the far end of this clearing, they discovered a new cave entrance. Upon entering, the terrain narrowed once more. Strangely, the toxic mist began to dissipate as they entered, temporarily freeing the group from its effects. This was an exceptionally long cave. They traversed it for at least 5 or 6 minutes before the space gradually widened again. Gradually, they noticed numerous spider web-like strands covering the cave floor. These strands covered the entire cave floor, feeling like cotton beneath their feet. The sticky threads clung everywhere, making it difficult for the group to walk. If it weren't for the web covering the entire floor, Wang Yan would have burned it all to ashes. After walking for several more minutes, they finally reached another open space similar to the previous one. This chamber, like the last, was about half the size of a basketball court, surrounded by rough rock walls showing no signs of excavation. Clearly, this was a naturally formed cave that the wolf spiders had discovered and claimed as their own. Unlike before, however, there was no path forward here. Sealed rock walls enclosed the entire area. It was evident this must be the very end of the spider cavern. Yet there was nothing here. Aside from the dense web cover everywhere, the boss Wang Yan had imagined was nowhere to be found. Could I have misjudged this? The space wasn't particularly large. One glance could take in the entire surroundings. Forget the boss, there weren't even any giant tarantulas or cocoons. Just a sea of cobwebs. Chapter 131, The Queen Tarantula. Looks like there's no boss here, old Wang. Shen Yuan's tone carried a hint of disappointment. Just as he was about to step forward, Wang Yan stopped him. Hold on, don't move yet. For some reason, Wang Yan sensed something peculiar about this place. So he commanded Bloodfawn to emerge from invisibility, intending to send it to explore the area. Unexpectedly, the instant Bloodfawn materialized, a massive black shadow suddenly leapt down from the cave ceiling. Everyone jumped in fright, only then realizing the shadow was a colossal spider. Queen Tarantula Bronze LV-20, a stealthy predatory spider skilled in camouflage. Its venom is deadly prey ambushed by it often falls with a single strike. The giant spider's information appeared before them. Wang Yan finally understood this spider boss had employed some form of camouflage technique. Thankfully, he hadn't allowed Chen Yuan and the others to reveal themselves rashly earlier. The queen wolf spider suddenly pounced on Bloodfang, sinking its fangs into the creature and injecting its venom into its body. A series of massive health loss numbers continuously rose above Bloodtooth's head. 12,390. 11,285. 13,784. In just a second or two, Bloodfang lost nearly 30,000 HP. For Bloodfang, who possessed over 100,000 HP, this was hardly significant. He was essentially a walking blood bank, boasting not only terrifyingly high health but also absurdly high defense. But this damage truly startled Chen Yuan. Had the queen wolf spider ambushed him instead of Bloodfang just now, he might well be half dead by now. After being injected with the toxin, a string of debuffs appeared in Bloodfang's status bar. Poisoned, weakened, paralyzed, bleeding. It seemed the queen wolf spider's venom not only dealt massive damage but also inflicted numerous debuffs. But Bloodfang reacted swiftly. Before Wang Yan could even issue a command, it activated Blood Rage. Its body rapidly swelled in size, and all the debuffs vanished instantly. Seeing this, Wang Yan nodded with satisfaction. Bloodfang's combat instincts were truly formidable. Without needing any active command, it had instantly delivered the most perfect countermeasure. With its debuffs removed, Bloodfang unleashed a dragon's breath attack directly at the queen wolf spider. The queen wolf spider couldn't dodge in time and was instantly scorched, suffering severe injuries. Ambush-type monsters like the queen wolf spider relied on one-hit kills. Though its venom was potent, once exposed, it lost all threat. Wang Yan activated his slow aura, while Chen Yuan and Su Muxue closed in simultaneously, unleashing sword chi and dark moon magic upon the queen wolf spider. The queen wolf spider proved as fragile as the other wolf spiders around her, collapsing swiftly. The queen wolf spider exploded, scattering materials across the ground along with a single silver-grade equipment piece. Spider Silk Gauntlets Silver, equip level, LV-15. Each attack while equipped inflicts a 10% slow effect on enemies. Physical attack plus 1845. Unfortunately, this was a weapon exclusive to fighters, unusable by Wang Yan and his 3 companions. They could only sell it. Seeing a level 20 boss defeated so effortlessly left Xia Ying utterly stunned. She knew Wang Yan and his team had defeated a level 30 silver grade boss before, but Su Muxue later explained it was just luck. Now Xia Ying couldn't help but doubt, was it really just luck? Wang Yan tallied their gains from the Spider Cave expedition. Beyond materials and gear, everyone had leveled up to 23, with 24 within reach. Of course, Xia Ying reaped the greatest rewards. Not only had she leveled up to 13, but she also scored a full set of bronze and silver grade gear for free. After leaving the spider cave, the group noticed the sky had gradually grown dark. Wang Yan checked the time. Too bad. We were planning to head to the North District's Great River today, but looks like we'll have to postpone it until tomorrow. Given the time, it was clearly too late for them to reach the North District today. Still, Wang Yan didn't feel shortchanged. The experience gained in the spider cave was substantial, hardly inferior to what the North District offered. Wang Yan glanced at the other 3. Come to think of it, tomorrow is the last day. After tomorrow, the college entrance exams would officially begin. Of course, this had nothing to do with Wang Yan. He'd already received his acceptance letter and only needed to wait for the enrollment date. Chen Yuan and the others all shared a wry smile. Oh, stop it, you're stressing me out. The college entrance exam is crucial for every career seeker. Getting into a top university determines how many resources they'll have access to later on. Wang Yan smiled and said, don't overthink it, just do your best. Wang Yan had considerable confidence in them. Su Muxue, of course, was a given. Not only did she excel in humanities subjects, but her awakened profession was exceptionally powerful. As for Chen Yuan and Xia Ying, while their class power might not match Su Muxue's, their skill combinations were exceptionally potent. Chen Yuan was a rare heavy warrior specializing in sword energy skills. Xia Ying, meanwhile, was a team-oriented druid mage. Their skill synergies were among the best in their respective classes. Chen Yuan chuckled and teased. Ha, easy for you to say. You've already got a guaranteed spot at Jiangnan University. Talk is cheap when you're sitting pretty. Xia Ying's expression turned startled upon hearing this. What? Wang Yan has already been admitted to Jiangnan University? Chen Yuan laughed heartily. Yeah, why else do you think we're all trying to get into Jiangnan University? It's all because of him. No choice, old Wang's our golden ticket now. Can't let him slip away. Su Muxue didn't argue, silently acknowledging Chen Yuan's words. Xia Ying stared at Wang Yan in astonishment. But Wang Yan, why? Do you know there's been a lot of talk about you on the campus forum? Wang Yan shook his head. Don't pay them any mind. He offered no further explanation, but Xia Ying saw the calmness in his eyes. Suddenly, Xiaoying felt as though she understood something. Perhaps this was the pride of a genius, she thought to herself. The three headed to the recycling station together. Their haul from the spider cave had been substantial, and Xiaoying received a full 110,000 dragon coins. Staring at the balance in her account, Xiaoying felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Well then, see you all tomorrow. Remember, tomorrow is the last day, be sure to arrive early. Wang Yan bid farewell to the others at the entrance of the Shadow Forest. The moment he stepped into the taxi, however, he immediately received a message from Li Yingtian. Wang Yan, could you swing by the guild? Captain Su wants to see you. He has some matters to discuss with you. Wang Yan was puzzled upon seeing the message. Captain Su? Wasn't he the leader of the Dragon Flame Squad from the Central Court Guild? Wang Yan recalled that the last time he saw him, Su had mentioned he was heading back to the guild. Why was he returning so soon? But Wang Yan didn't ask further. He replied, I'll be right there. Chapter 132, The Stone Steel and Past Memories. Though dusk had already fallen, Wang Yan harbored no complaints about Li Yingtian's sudden summons. Lately, thanks to the yuan force pool provided by the Tianshui City Professional Guild, Wang Yan no longer had to worry about depleting his yuan force reserves. His aura skill seemed to consume far more yuan energy than that of an ordinary aura master. Calculating his yuan energy expenditure over the past few days revealed an astronomical figure far beyond what Wang Yan could afford on his own. Now, Li Yingtian had arranged a continuous supply of the yuan force pool specifically for him. Even though Wang Yan had used a considerable amount while leveling up on his own these past few days, Li Yingtian hadn't uttered a single complaint. Deep down, Wang Yan genuinely wanted to do something for the Tianshui City Professional Guild. Otherwise, constantly freeloading off the guild made him feel a bit awkward. Wang Yan stowed Bloodfang into its pet sphere and hopped into a taxi. Now, Bloodfang, like Wang Yan, had reached level 23. Its body had grown to nearly 4 meters in length, making it impossible to fit inside a regular taxi. Even after reaching adulthood, Bloodfang still hated the pet ball as much as it did when it was young. Every time Wang Yan stored it in the pet sphere, he had to soothe it thoroughly afterward. Driver, take me to the Tianshui City Guild. Hey, kid, heading to the guild at this hour? If I recall correctly, they stop handling external affairs at 5 p.m. The taxi driver turned his head curiously toward Wang Yan. Though he spoke thus, his hands never paused as he swiftly started the vehicle. It's fine, just take me there. I'm looking for someone. Hearing Wang Yan's response, the driver didn't press further. He chatted with Wang Yan as he drove. Young man, you're a newly awakened professional, right? You combat professionals really have it rough. I hear a lot of newly awakened professionals have gone missing in the Shadow Forest lately. You know how it is. Sigh. They say missing, but deep down, we all know what really happened. The driver's words made Wang Yan think of the students from Tianshui No. 3 Middle School who had been wiped out. He wondered how Tianshui No. 3 High School would react when they discovered several of their prodigies had perished. But honestly, Tianshui No. 3 High School only had themselves to blame. Wang Yan replied calmly. It's okay. That's just how combat professionals are always prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. The driver chuckled. You're young, but you've got some serious awareness for your age. Wang Yan's eyes darkened slightly. Awareness? In truth, those words had been imparted to him by his long-deceased father. His father had hoped he would grow into a formidable combat professional, gain admission to a prestigious university, and bring honor to their family. Father, when you died protecting Tianshui City, you surely had no hesitation or regret, right? Wang Yan gazed out the window, his eyes drifting unfocused. The driver was quite talkative, which Wang Yan found somewhat unnerving. He rarely conversed with strangers and could only offer half-hearted responses. Soon, the vehicle carrying Wang Yan arrived beneath a familiar 10-meter city wall. After a brief inspection, the soldiers guarding the gate waved the vehicle through. But as they entered the city walls, Wang Yan noticed someone hammering away at the massive stone monument standing behind them. Wang Yan furrowed his brow, a look of confusion crossing his face. Hearing Wang Yan's puzzled voice, the driver followed his gaze and asked, Young man, do you know what that stone monument is for? Wang Yan nodded. Of course I know. It's to commemorate those who sacrificed their lives 10 years ago. How could Wang Yan not know? Among the many names carved into that stone monument were those of his own parents. That's right. It's for the beast tide that attacked the city 10 years ago. Thanks to these heroes. Sigh, if not for them, who knows how many people in Tianshui City would have died. That monument has been looking a bit worn lately. The Tianshui City government specially hired some stonemasons to restore it. Is that so? Wang Yan breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared they were planning to tear down the monument. If that were the case, Wang Yan couldn't accept it. In his heart, his parents had always been heroes of this city. They shouldn't be forgotten. Exactly. It's almost the 11th anniversary of that beast tide. Our city should hold the memorial ceremony as usual. At this point, the driver's tone turned indignant. Damn it, honestly, I suspect that Beast Tide 10 years ago definitely had something to do with Sakura Country. Those bastards with ulterior motives. Wang Yan hummed in acknowledgement. Truthfully, many across the entire Dragon Nation understood it was a conspiracy orchestrated by the Cherry Blossom Nation. They just lacked proof. The Beast Tide uprising orchestrated by Sakura Nation had cost countless people their families, loved ones, and dear friends. Wang Yan's parents were among the countless Dragon Nation citizens who perished in that catastrophe. Since the advent of the Great Cataclysm era on Blue Star, to prevent internal strife among humanity, the United Nations prohibited nations from initiating wars. Thus, this matter ultimately fizzled out. Competition and even hatred between nations persist. They will never vanish. But humanity currently faces a greater enemy and an unfinished mission. Those legendary, formidable monsters. Those lands yet to be reclaimed. Despite humanity's current appearance of flourishing prosperity, the transition from barely surviving to achieving stable prosperity has only spanned a mere few centuries. Compared to the millennia-long reign of the abyssal demons, this 500-year prosperity feels alarmingly brief, raising doubts whether it is merely a deathbed glow of human civilization. It makes one wonder if it could be destroyed in an instant at some point, plunging humanity back into darkness. Therefore, the United Nations absolutely forbids humanity from squandering its strength and resources on the futility of war. As one of the world's most powerful and largest nations, Dragon Nation bears the responsibility of reviving all humanity. Thus, faced with Sakura Nation's reckless actions, it could only endure repeated provocations. But Wang Yan cared not for such considerations. He had sworn an oath he would never let his parents' sacrifice be in vain. He vowed that one day, the Cherry Blossom Nation would pay the price, a price so devastating that even the ruthless and insane nation would tremble in fear. Before that day came, he needed to grow far stronger. Right now, he was still far from ready. The towering stone monument gradually faded from Wang Yan's sight. Wang Yan withdrew his gaze, his emotions gradually settling. Wait for me, Dad, Mom. Your son will avenge you. About half an hour later, the vehicle pulled up outside the entrance of the Tianshui City Vocational Guild. Young man, we're here. Thanks, sir. Wang Yan paid the fare and stepped out, only to find someone already waiting for him at the entrance. Chapter 133, on the National War. Brother Chen Ming. Wang Yan recognized the man before him, dressed in a full set of mage robes. It was Chen Ming, the Yang Yan mage who had teamed up with him during their challenge of the Extreme Cold Tomb. Chen Ming also served as the second in command of Liang Tian's squad. When Liang Tian was absent, Chen Ming took charge of commanding the team. Wang Yan remembered him distinctly, a mage with devastating damage output, the team's primary DPS. Ah, long time no see, Wang Yan. Chen Ming laughed heartily and immediately embraced Wang Yan. It had been roughly a month since they last met after clearing the frigid tomb. Brother Chen, what are you doing here? I just happened to be here on some business, but President Li stopped me and wouldn't let me leave. He said he had something to assign me. Chen Ming patted Wang Yan on the shoulder. Come on, they're already waiting for you. Chen Ming led Wang Yan to the guild's office, the familiar president's chamber. Upon opening the door, Wang Yan saw Liang Tian, Su Jingfeng, and two unfamiliar young men and women. President, Captain Su, I've brought the person. After exchanging greetings, Liang Tian introduced the two unfamiliar individuals to Wang Yan. These two are members of the Dragon Flame Squad. They've been responsible for your safety these past few days. Wang Yan gave them a friendly smile and nodded. Thank you both for your hard work. I appreciate it. Liang Tian pointed to the tall, slightly tan man and said, This is Xiao Lan, an epic tier knight warrior. The man seemed somewhat haughty, his gaze toward Wang Yan carrying a hint of interest, but more so disdain. Next, Liang Tian pointed to the other woman and said, This is Zhao Xiaodao, usually called Peach. She's an epic tier assassin. Zhao Xiaodao possessed an agile, athletic build, resembling an elegant and swift cat. Beneath her black, form-fitting combat suit lay a perfectly sculpted figure. Though her figure and beauty were undeniably eye-catching, Wang Yan couldn't shake the feeling that she possessed some unique method to conceal her presence, making her easy to overlook, whether intentionally or not. Hearing that both were epic tier, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise. Both appeared remarkably young, seemingly under 30, yet their prowess already rivaled that of Liang Tian. After the introductions, Liang Tian addressed Wang Yan. The main reason we asked you here today is that Chairman Li wants to discuss matters related to the national war. Wang Yan immediately understood. Liang Tian had previously informed him that he had been selected as a candidate for the national war. Although the national war was scheduled to begin in a month, Wang Yan would inevitably be at a disadvantage in terms of level compared to those who had awakened 10 years ago. However, his aura skills group buff was simply too crucial. Even if it meant forcing him into the fray, sending him to the national war was a necessity. As soon as Liang Tian finished speaking, Su Jingfeng slowly walked up to Wang Yan and asked, How much do you know about the national war, Wang Yan? Wang Yan paused briefly before replying. The national war is held roughly every 10 years. Any awakened professional within that decade is eligible to participate. However, teams can only compete under their nation's banner. The heavenly Tao rules assign nations to different divisions based on their strength, with final rankings determined through various tournament formats. The higher a nation ranks, the greater the rewards it receives. Long-term rewards expire before the next national war begins, only to be reinstated when new rankings emerge. Wang Yan shared everything he knew about the national war, all textbook knowledge. Su Jingfeng nodded in satisfaction. Exactly. Simply put, each national war is a redistribution of global resources. The last war crowned Lighthouse Nation as champion. They've now won 2 consecutive titles. Using the rewards from these wars, Lighthouse Nation has pulled far ahead of many other nations. They are now undeniably the strongest country in the world. Su Jingfeng's explanation was more straightforward than Wang Yan's. He continued. Since you have some understanding of the national war, do you know why Dragon Nation hasn't performed well in recent years? Wang Yan paused, struck by Su Jingfeng's point. Despite being among the world's top 3 powers, Dragon Nation had only secured 6th place in the last national war. The previous one had been slightly better, but still only 5th. Wang Yan pondered for a moment before replying. I've heard many nations resort to some unscrupulous tactics. Before he could finish, Su Jingfeng cut him off. Those are certainly contributing factors like Sakura Nation using banned substances, or Lighthouse Nation employing special biotech to enhance operatives. These methods grant temporary power boosts, but they come at the cost of shortening operatives' lifespans and sacrificing their future potential. But these dirty tricks aren't the main reason. Su Jingfeng sighed. Dragon Nation has developed too rapidly in recent years. Its practitioners now rank among the world's elite. This pace of advancement has instilled fear in numerous nations. He looked at Wang Yan and said, carefully choosing his words. Let me put it plainly, if you intend to participate in the national competition this time, you'd best assume we'll be facing off against at least 5 nations, led by the Lighthouse Nation. Wang Yan's heart skipped a beat as he instantly grasped Su Jingfeng's meaning. Over the years, the Lighthouse Nation had grown overwhelmingly powerful, forging alliances with numerous countries. Wang Yan instantly grasped why Dragon Nation hadn't secured a favorable ranking in recent years. I see. So this national competition isn't as fair as I thought. If the Lighthouse Nation and its allies united to target Dragon Nation in the competition, then no matter how strong Dragon Nation's professionals were, they wouldn't stand much chance of claiming the championship. Su Jingfeng patted Wang Yan on the shoulder. But don't worry too much. No matter how tough the war gets, no one dies. Just do your best. Wang Yan knew this well. The national war took place within a special secret realm generated by the rules of the heavens. Once a professional player was deemed dead within this realm, they would be eliminated. However, the practitioners themselves wouldn't suffer any harm, they'd simply be eliminated. This functions similarly to the training arenas found in many prestigious academies. The martial arts arena was precisely such a device for generating secret realms, allowing practitioners to engage in combat training without risk of injury. Su Jingfeng sighed. The recent news that Sakura Nation received a challenge order has me even more concerned. Chapter 134, War in National Destiny. Challenge order? The assembled crowd gasped in unison. Su Jingfeng nodded. That's right. The news hasn't been made public yet, but it won't be long. The higher-ups have already discussed it and will announce it after the college entrance exams. The exact tier of this challenge order remains undetermined, but even a bronze tier order, the largest scale accommodating up to 500 participants, would be a formidable undertaking. A look of anxiety spread across everyone's faces upon hearing this. Su Jingfeng turned to Wang Yan. What do you think, Wang Yan? How familiar are you with challenge orders? Wang Yan furrowed his brow. In my view, challenge orders are likely the only legitimate means of warfare available to us at present. Su Jingfeng smiled faintly, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Wang Yan's perspective struck him as intriguing. Interesting. Go on. Wang Yan continued. When my teacher explained the challenge order in class before, I was actually quite confused. We all know the United Nations strictly prohibits war. If any nation attempts to initiate hostilities under UN law, other nations must collectively intervene to impose severe penalties on the aggressor. UN law is sanctioned by the rules of heaven. Failure to enforce it invites punishment. All eyes focused on Wang Yan. Facing a room full of dignitaries, this young man remained neither servile nor arrogant, showing not a trace of nervousness as he analyzed the situation with seriousness and composure. At the time, I couldn't understand why, if the UN forbids war, it doesn't regulate challenge orders. As far as I know, an epic tier challenge order essentially amounts to a full-scale war between two nations in terms of scale. And crucially, even in national wars, the most serious form of competition between countries, no one dies. But challenge orders are fought to the death. Once a challenge order is issued and its rules are set, neither side can concede defeat or surrender. The contest determines both victory and survival, ending only when the conditions for victory are met. This behavior is indistinguishable from actual warfare. At this point, Wang Yan's expression suddenly grew complex. Later, I finally understood. It dawned on me that regardless of which nation prevails, humanity's overall strength is growing. Hearing this, Su Jingfeng's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected this 18-year-old youth before him to possess such profound insight. Wang Yan smiled bitterly. I repeatedly calculated the gains from past challenge orders and discovered that while the losing side faces severe penalties, the victorious side receives enormous rewards. When you balance the gains against the losses, even with countless professionals perishing, humanity's total resources still increase. Even the rewards from national wars have expiration dates, but the rewards from challenge orders are permanent. Therefore, ordinary wars merely squander countless resources and deplete countless combat-ready professionals. While challenge orders are as brutal as war, they represent a form of warfare beneficial to all humanity. I even suspect challenge orders are a warfare format encouraged by the rules of the heavens. Otherwise, high-level dungeons and elite bosses wouldn't yield such items. Wang Yan shook his head. In other words, the United Nations indeed, the very rules of heaven couldn't care less about which nation wins or loses, nor about how many lives are lost in war. What matters to them is the development of all humanity, the progress of all mankind. If this trend continues, the strong will grow stronger while the weak grow weaker. Powerful nations can legally plunder weaker ones through challenge orders, and the annexation of weaker nations is only a matter of time. To me, this is an endless war. In the end, only the mightiest nation will prevail. That victorious nation will become both the hope and the ruler of all humanity. Wang Yan smiled. This is only logical. 10,000 bronze-grade weapons cannot match a single sacred-grade weapon. Power is best concentrated in the hands of the few. But whether our dragon nation will emerge victorious in the end remains to be seen. Everyone understood the implication in Wang Yan's words. The strongest nation at present was the Lighthouse Nation, an adversary of the Dragon Nation, and the Lighthouse Nation had a host of allies. Viewed this way, the Dragon Nation's fate did indeed appear somewhat precarious. The gaze everyone directed at Wang Yan shifted noticeably. Even Liang Tian had to admit his grasp of the challenge order fell short of Wang Yan's. Su Jingfeng asked, "Did you come up with all these theories yourself?" Wang Yan smiled. "I'm afraid I've made a fool of myself. I just like to tinker around when I have nothing else to do." Su Jingfeng shook his head. "No, your analysis is quite sound. I'm just a bit surprised students your age usually don't take much interest in such matters. Kids your generation were born into peaceful times, how could they ever ponder such things?" Su Jingfeng's tone carried a hint of resignation. "Some kids idolize Japanese cultural trends, hoping for friendly relations between our countries. They naively believe peace can solve everything. Unlike you, they haven't grasped how cruel this world truly is." Wang Yan seemed to recall something, his eyes growing wistful. "Truthfully, I should be no different from the young people you speak of." Su Jingfeng looked at Wang Yan with curiosity. Wang Yan continued. 10 years ago, the beast tide erupted. My parents perished in that onslaught. Almost the entire world knew it was the work of Sakura Nation. The Dragon Nation petitioned the United Nations for an investigation, but in the end, no conclusive evidence was found, and the matter was left unresolved. Wang Yan's voice trembled slightly with emotion. Back then, I couldn't understand why a small country like Sakura could wreak havoc on our territory and walk away scot-free. Why didn't we fight back? Aren't we one of the top 3 nations in comprehensive strength? I felt humiliated and outraged then, but later I finally understood. As one of the 3 permanent members of the UN Security Council, our Dragon Nation bears the mission of reviving all humanity. If the Dragon Nation lost its composure and launched a revenge attack against Sakura Nation, that would be falling into their true trap. Su Jingfeng and the others stared at Wang Yan in astonishment. Liang Tian, Chen Ming, Xiaolan, Zhao Xiaotao, and everyone present wore expressions of profound shock. No one could have imagined that this 18-year-old youth before them could deduce so much based solely on conjecture. Su Jingfeng found himself at a loss for words, and could only pat Wang Yan on the shoulder. The catastrophe of 10 years ago was both a national disgrace and an unforgettable agony for the city of Tianshui. Chapter 135, The Real Battle. Of course. Wang Yan added. Understanding all this doesn't mean I'll let it pass lightly. I will obtain the challenge order and repay Japan tenfold for everything that happened in Tianshui City. The steely resolve and thirst for vengeance in Wang Yan's eyes caught Su Jingfeng off guard. He laughed heartily and slapped Wang Yan's shoulder hard. Good. Very good. That's how a true son of the Dragon Nation should be. Su Jingfeng continued. But the land of cherry blossoms may be small, it's still no pushover. He turned to Wang Yan with a smile and asked, "Do you know why the land of cherry blossoms is so fixated on our Dragon Nation?" Wang Yan pondered for a moment before asking, "Is it about territory?" "Exactly. It's all about territory." Su Jingfeng found himself increasingly impressed by the young man before him. The land area of the land of cherry blossoms is only 1/25 that of the Dragon Kingdom. And the size of a nation's territory directly determines the quantity of resources it can produce. As you can see, all resources sustaining human civilization depend on what monsters produce. Monster crystal cores are our primary energy source, materials from monsters form the foundation of our manufacturing, and even the flesh of certain monsters serves as a major food source for humanity. As an island nation, it's only natural for Sakura Nation to covet Dragon Nation's territory. However, Su Jingfeng reassured Wang Yan. The gap between Sakura Nation and Dragon Nation is simply too vast now. They no longer have the means to shake Dragon Nation's foundations. At the very least, events like those of 10 years ago will never occur again. Wang Yan listened to Su Jingfeng's words but shook his head. In my view, it's only a matter of time before Sakura Nation launches an all-out assault on Dragon Nation. Su Jingfeng looked at him curiously. Oh? Why do you say that? Wang Yan replied. You mentioned that Sakura Nation covets Dragon Nation because it needs to expand its territory. That is certainly one reason, but I believe there is a more crucial factor. That is, Sakura Nation's geographical position means its territory is surrounded by the sea. I recall reading in a geography book that the ocean remains one of the realms humanity cannot yet explore. The extent to which sea monsters have mutated and evolved remains entirely unknown. Legend has it that 200 years ago, a coastal nation called Yamen was destroyed after provoking a mysterious sea monster. Li Yingtian interjected. I know that story. They say it was a colossal sea beast whose true form no one has ever seen. Its body was so immense it could block out the sky, like a small mountain. Legend has it that it single-handedly unleashed a tsunami nearly 100 meters high, utterly terrifying. Wang Yan nodded. Exactly. Before the sea, human strength is as insignificant as an ant. And the entire Sakura Nation lived in constant fear like this, never knowing when their country might cease to exist. Such fear is enough to drive people mad, making them act without regard for consequences. Su Jingfeng chuckled. You're not wrong about that. Only a bunch of madmen could concoct something as reckless as the Crimson Serpent Pill. He sighed. I didn't expect you to know so much. Since that's the case, I suppose I needn't explain any further. Enough idle talk. I came here today to show you what real combat truly means. Wang Yan asked in confusion. True combat? Su Jingfeng nodded. Exactly. I know you've leveled up a bit and fought some monsters, but let me tell you this, you're not necessarily a true warrior yet. You know absolutely nothing about real combat. Wang Yan was momentarily stunned by Su Jingfeng's words. Su Jingfeng stood up and walked to the office door. Follow me. You won't grasp this through words alone. Su Jingfeng pushed open the door and stepped out, with Wang Yan and the others following behind. They left the guild's administrative area and took the elevator to the 3rd floor. It was Wang Yan's first time here. When the elevator doors opened, he discovered that the 3rd floor of the Tianshui City Professional Guild had been transformed into a martial arts arena. Such training grounds could generate specialized secret realms. These realms could simulate various environments: mountain peaks, snowfields, grasslands, deserts. Professionals could teleport into these realms to engage in duels and training, either individually or in teams. Suffering fatal damage within the training grounds would eject one from the realm, though the individual remained unharmed. Thus, the training ground served as an exceptionally safe method for honing combat skills. Of course, this training method isn't affordable for everyone. Not only does each activation consume a certain amount of crystal cores, but constructing a training ground requires extremely rare secret realm stones. Schools below the university level generally lack such arenas, and the more prestigious the institution, the more formidable its training grounds tend to be. Wang Yan had heard that Jiangnan University's training ground could even simulate a space the size of a city. The Tianshui City Practitioners Guild's training ground was clearly not open to the public. Wang Yan had scarcely heard of its existence before and was seeing it for the very first time. Su Jingfeng stood at the entrance and asked. I hear you have a formidable dragon blood crocodile? Wang Yan nodded. He knew such information was hardly a secret to the Central Court Guild. That's right. My team found 3 pet beast eggs, one of which was dark gold grade. That's my dragon blood crocodile. Su Jingfeng chuckled. Must say you've got some luck. Now, if I cap my level at 20 and you and your pets fight me 2-on-1, do you think you could take me down? As Su Jingfeng spoke, he tapped and swiped at the virtual interface, seemingly adjusting settings. After a few seconds of thought, Wang Yan replied earnestly. I'd say I have a 90% chance of winning. Wang Yan wasn't being modest or flattering, he chose to share his honest assessment. He knew the man before him, Su Jingfeng, was undoubtedly stronger than he could have imagined. If he weren't formidable, he wouldn't be serving as captain of the Central Court Guild's team. Moreover, just standing beside him normally made one feel an indescribable sense of pressure. Even so, Wang Yan possessed absolute confidence in his own abilities. He had researched extensively online. A glowmaster with skills as formidable as his was not just 1 in 10,000, it was likely unprecedented in history. If Su Jingfeng's level was suppressed to within 20 levels, then his skill repertoire would certainly be limited. And that was without even considering the combat advantage of fighting alongside Bloodfang, whose attributes were exceptionally powerful. Wang Yan was certain that in terms of skill power and Bloodfang's attributes, he completely outclassed his opponent. Chapter 136, Martial Arts Secret Realm, The Unfamiliar Forest. Ha! A 90% win rate, huh? Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, Su Jingfeng merely smiled faintly. Confidence is good for a young man, but as I said, today I'll show you what real combat truly is. Wang Yan instantly grasped Su Jingfeng's meaning. Wait, you really intend to fight me? Su Jingfeng replied. Of course. To be precise, it should be me against both you and your pet beast. If I only explain it with words, you won't grasp what I mean. Su Jingfeng's fingers tapped rapidly across the light screen, swiftly completing the setup. The training ground activated and the box embedded with the secret realm stone began spinning rapidly, signaling the realm's formation. Su Jingfeng turned to Wang Yan and said. So, words are useless. Now, I'll suppress my level to 20 and have a duel with you. Hearing Su Jingfeng propose a duel, Wang Yan felt a sudden surge of tension. Although Su Jingfeng intended to suppress his level to 20, Su Jingfeng was, after all, a member of the Central Court Guild. Moreover, Wang Yan had heard from Liang Tian that the Dragon Flame Squad was a special, mysterious unit within the Central Court Guild. Anyone who made it into this squad was undoubtedly an exceptionally powerful professional. Not to mention that Su Jingfeng was the captain of the Dragon Flame Squad. Of course, despite his nerves, Wang Yan remained confident in his chances of victory. As he had stated earlier, he estimated his odds at around 90%. Even if Su Jingfeng possessed formidable strength, it couldn't change the fact that Wang Yan's skills were powerful and his Bloodfang attribute was absurdly overpowered. Alright, bring it on. However, a hint of concern quickly flashed across Wang Yan's face. But wouldn't that be a bit unfair? It'd be like two of us at level 20 taking on you at level 20. Maybe you could bump up your level a bit? Su Jingfeng chuckled and replied. No need. You're an aura mage, you lack the ability to fight alone. If I didn't let your pet accompany you, it would actually make me seem like I'm picking on you. Su Jingfeng paused before continuing. Levels don't matter. When it comes to combat, level isn't the most important factor. Level 20 is sufficient for me. No sooner had Su Jingfeng finished speaking than Xiaolan burst into laughter beside him. This is the first time I've seen someone fighting the captain and actually asking him to bump up his level. You're way too cocky, kid. Wang Yan glanced at Xiaolan, noticing a subtle, meaningful smile playing on the lips of Taozi beside him. For a moment, Wang Yan felt a pang of self-doubt. Could Su Jingfeng's combat prowess truly be far beyond what he'd imagined? But he couldn't quite wrap his head around it. With the same 20-level suppression, what could possibly set Su Jingfeng apart? With attributes and skill power completely overwhelming, did Su Jingfeng possess some other secret weapon? Before he could ponder further, Su Jingfeng had already activated the combat arena's switch. Two massive blue light circles materialized before the crowd, each roughly 10 square meters in size. This meant each circle could accommodate up to 10 practitioners and their pets. In other words, this training ground was a relatively small-scale simulation arena, capable of replicating only moderately sized scenarios. This was quite normal, however, as large training arenas were typically only found in higher education institutions. Su Jingfeng stood alone within the left circle. He nodded to Wang Yan, who understood. Wang Yan drew a pet sphere from his waist and summoned Bloodtooth. Wang Yan, accompanied by Bloodfang, stepped into the light circle on the right, preparing to enter the training ground. Confirm when ready. Confirm. A flash filled Wang Yan's vision, followed by an instant sensation of weightlessness. When he opened his eyes again, the guild hall had vanished and he found himself in a completely unfamiliar environment. Surveying his surroundings, Wang Yan recognized a dense forest, towering trees reaching skyward in every direction. Judging by the golden leaves carpeting the ground, it must be autumn here. Golden leaves hung from the branches of the towering trees. A cool autumn breeze swept through, sending countless withered yellow leaves swirling down in a flurry. Feeling the cool autumn breeze brush past him, Wang Yan couldn't help but marvel at the authenticity of the secret realm. It was virtually indistinguishable from the real world. The scenery here was indeed quite beautiful, but Wang Yan had no heart to appreciate such sights at the moment. He knew that the moment he stepped into the martial arts arena, the battle would begin. The instant he entered the martial arts arena space, Wang Yan immediately activated his invisibility aura. As his and Bloodfang's figures gradually faded into transparency and vanished from their original spot, a sense of security settled over Wang Yan. As long as I activate the invisibility aura, I will definitely be the first to strike. Wang Yan mused inwardly as he scanned the area for Su Jingfeng's presence. Since he's also level 20 now, he can't possibly have that many more skills. At level 20, Wang Yan possessed 5 auras, an exceptionally high number for an aura master. Some classes awaken a few more basic skills within the first 10 levels, but overall, the number remains limited. Come to think of it, Wang Yan still didn't know Su Jingfeng's class. However, he had noticed a sharp dagger always tucked at Su Jingfeng's waist. Could he be an assassin or something similar? In any case, Su Jingfeng was most likely a melee class. Regardless, Wang Yan had already devised his next strategy. The moment he spotted Su Jingfeng, he would have Bloodfang initiate the attack while he himself stayed hidden to observe the fight. Though he couldn't fathom where Su Jingfeng drew his confidence from, Wang Yan believed this battle was practically a sure win for him. Bloodfang possessed exceptionally high health and outstanding defense. For a physical attacker like Su Jingfeng, it would be extremely difficult to take down Bloodfang quickly. All Wang Yan needed to do was remain hidden within his stealth aura, allowing Bloodfang to draw the attacks. No matter how skilled Su Jingfeng was, he couldn't directly attack Wang Yan while he was cloaked by the invisibility aura. As for Bloodfang, if its health dropped too low, Wang Yan could simply order it to retreat. As long as Bloodfang didn't attack within a second, it would re-enter stealth mode. Of course, this was merely Wang Yan's worst-case scenario. He didn't believe Bloodfang, with its boss-level attribute template, would be defeated by a level 20 player like Su Jingfeng. As long as Wang Yan stayed safely within the invisibility aura, Su Jingfeng would be forced into a one-on-one fight with Bloodfang. No matter how one looked at it, Su Jingfeng seemed to be at an absolute disadvantage in this fight. Chapter 137, Already Lost. Wang Yan strolled through the golden forest, his footsteps crunching softly on the golden fallen leaves beneath him. With every step, he scanned his surroundings meticulously. For some reason, Wang Yan felt as if every blade of grass and tree was an enemy, as if Su Jingfeng were lurking everywhere. Am I just being overly nervous? Wang Yan forced himself to steady his breathing, trying to calm the tension in his heart. For some inexplicable reason, the moment he entered the training grounds, Wang Yan was overcome by an indescribable sensation. It felt as though he had been targeted by some bloodthirsty beast. Is this just my imagination? Or is the pressure getting to me? Wang Yan felt this aura clinging to him like a flesh-eating ulcer, staring intently and refusing to let go, as if he had already been locked in its sights. As if this secret realm were a vast hunting ground, and he was the prey awaiting slaughter. He couldn't fathom why this feeling had taken hold. Wang Yan considered himself far from mentally fragile. Even in dire straits, he could maintain his rationality and focus on the situation at hand. Yet this prickly sense of impending danger clung to his heart like a thorn, making his breathing heavy and labored. Huff. Stay focused. Wang Yan shook his head, exhaling deeply to clear his mind of distracting thoughts. As he walked, he scanned his surroundings carefully. This secret realm didn't seem particularly large. Wang Yan estimated it wouldn't be long before he encountered Su Jingfeng. What do you think, Bloodtooth? Smell anything off? Wang Yan silently asked Bloodtooth in his mind. Bloodtooth indicated it detected no unusual sense. Wang Yan sighed. Though Bloodtooth possessed keen senses, it could never fully replace reconnaissance-type skills. It was exceptionally sensitive to the scent of blood, but its ability to distinguish ordinary odors was far inferior. Compounded by the constant autumn winds blowing through the forest and the interference of various floral and vegetal scents, it was even harder for Bloodtooth to locate Su Jingfeng. Wang Yan activated his stealth aura and searched the woods extensively. Just as he began to suspect Su Jingfeng might possess some form of stealth ability himself, Wang Yan finally spotted Su Jingfeng in a relatively open area. Su Jingfeng stood motionless on a patch of grass, like a silent stone statue. His hands hung naturally at his sides, his posture straight and upright, yet his eyes were tightly closed, as if he were deep in meditation. So relaxed? Wang Yan frowned. Su Jingfeng clearly held him in no regard whatsoever. Standing there motionless with his eyes closed, he showed not the slightest sign of guarding his surroundings. Could this be a feint? Wang Yan knew Su Jingfeng couldn't possibly be unaware of his skills. To comply with the Central Court Guild's arrangements, Wang Yan had reported detailed information on all his skills. Su Jingfeng must have been fully aware of every single one. If he knows I have the stealth skill, why is he so relaxed? Wang Yan pondered for a long time but couldn't figure out the reason. Fine. Since you're so cocky, let me see what you've got. Bloodfang, attack. Wang Yan mentally commanded Bloodfang to attack. After moving to a suitable distance, Bloodfang launched a direct pounce at Su Jingfeng. It shot forward like a crimson bolt of lightning. Yet, the instant Bloodfang lunged, Su Jingfeng's eyes snapped open. With a side roll, he effortlessly dodged Bloodfang's attack. What lightning-fast reflexes! Wang Yan was startled by Su Jingfeng's movement. Earlier, Wang Yan had deliberately instructed Bloodfang to attack from behind, meaning Su Jingfeng should have had no time to react. Yet the instant Bloodfang launched its attack, Su Jingfeng reacted as if he had eyes in the back of his head. After Bloodtooth's attack missed, he unleashed a dragon's breath at Su Jingfeng. Facing Bloodfang's scorching dragon breath, Su Jingfeng didn't retreat, he advanced instead. He leapt high into the air, executing a side flip mid-flight. With an impossibly precise maneuver, he evaded Bloodfang's dragon breath by a hair's breadth. In the next instant, Su Jingfeng landed beside Bloodfang, drawing the short dagger from his waist. He swung the dagger at Bloodfang, sending two tangible streaks of blade light hurtling toward the beast. Two damage numbers shot up from Bloodfang's head. 5023. 5108. Seeing these damage numbers, Wang Yan actually felt a sense of relief. Although Su Jingfeng was formidable, he had suppressed his level to 20 and hadn't displayed overwhelmingly powerful stats. Bloodfang's stats completely outclassed Su Jingfeng's. Under its high defense, each of Su Jingfeng's attacks only dealt a little over 5,000 damage. Keep in mind that Bloodfang possessed over 100,000 HP. Even if it stood completely still and let Su Jingfeng attack, it would take him a considerable amount of time to finally defeat it. Blood Fong, keep attacking. Wang Yan commanded Blood Fong mentally. Simultaneously, he activated his attack aura, holy damage aura, and slow aura. With Bloodfang's monstrous stats amplified by these auras, any contact with Su Jingfeng would mean an instant kill. When Wang Yan activated his sorcery aura, he noticed Su Jingfeng's expression visibly shift. A smile spread across Wang Yan's face. This was a 90% slow effect. Even Su Jingfeng's exceptional evasion skills would be useless. No matter how skilled he was, he wouldn't be able to escape Bloodfang's pursuit. Outside the training ground, Li Yingtian and the others watched everything unfold on a massive screen. When they saw Wang Yan activate the aura, Li Yingtian shook his head. Captain Su is in trouble now. Wang Yan's aura is just too overpowered. Li Yingtian paused briefly before continuing. Wang Yan's slow aura can reduce movement speed by around 90% and it ignores all tenacity bonuses. Captain Su's agility might not be able to shine through. Upon hearing Li Yingtian's words, Xiao Lan and Zhao Xiaotao both chuckled simultaneously. Li Yingtian and Chen Ming looked at them in confusion. Zhao Xiaotao remarked calmly. Wang Yan has already lost. Both men froze at her words, puzzled by her unwavering confidence in Su Jingfeng. From any angle, Wang Yan clearly held the upper hand in the current battle. Inside the martial arts arena, the instant Wang Yan activated his aura, he suddenly realized Su Jingfeng had vanished from his original position. The instant Su Jingfeng vanished, Wang Yan was struck by a terrible premonition. A chill ran down his spine. Your shield has shattered. A warning rang in Wang Yan's ears as the 3,000-point shield formed by his contract ring shattered instantly. Immediately afterward, Wang Yan watched his health bar plummet rapidly as a string of damage numbers appeared above his head. 6,081. 5,810. 5,934. Chapter 138, Effortless Kill. Wang Yan turned his head and found Su Jingfeng's cold, ruthless face right behind him. Although the protection contract of the Covenant Ring redirected some of the damage onto Blood Fong. But Wang Yan was, after all, a mage with a fragile constitution. Su Jingfeng's short sword flashed relentlessly, unleashing a barrage of slashes that instantly drained Wang Yan's health bar. You have been defeated. Simulation ended. A flash before Wang Yan's eyes, and the forest vanished. The next moment, he reappeared outside the training grounds. Except for Xiao Lan and Zhao Xiaotao, Li Yingtian, Wang Yan, and the others all wore expressions of astonishment. Truthfully, before the battle began, Li Yingtian and the others had also believed Wang Yan held a greater chance of victory. They knew little of Su Jingfeng's combat skills, but they were well aware of how absurdly powerful Wang Yan's aura was. Yet the outcome of the battle had completely defied their expectations. Wang Yan and Su Jingfeng had barely exchanged blows. In less than a minute, Wang Yan was effortlessly defeated by Su Jingfeng. Su Jingfeng looked at Wang Yan and smiled. How about it? Want to go again? A wry smile appeared on Wang Yan's face. No, I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. But I can't figure out exactly how I lost. Would you mind explaining it to me, senior? Since Su Jingfeng said he'd do it again, it meant his earlier victory hadn't been down to luck. If they fought again, Wang Yan believed Su Jingfeng would still find a way to locate him while he was cloaked. But Wang Yan simply couldn't fathom it. Throughout their entire battle, he had remained under the cloaking aura the entire time. This had been his battle strategy from the start: let Bloodfang fight Su Jingfeng while he remained hidden under the cloak the entire time. That way, even if Bloodfang was killed by Su Jingfeng, the worst outcome would be a draw. From the outset, Wang Yan had been certain Su Jingfeng couldn't detect him concealed within the invisibility aura. His god-tier invisibility aura rendered him undetectable by any perception-based skills or items. Wang Yan couldn't fathom how Su Jingfeng had possibly detected him. After speaking, Wang Yan added, "If it's inconvenient for you, senior, then never mind." Wang Yan understood that Su Jingfeng's discovery method might involve his combat secrets. And for a professional, these were the trump cards of combat. So if Su Jingfeng didn't intend to share them, Wang Yan wouldn't press the matter. Su Jingfeng replied casually, "I don't mind telling you. It's hardly a secret. My profession is an illusion swordmaster. I can create illusions to aid me in battle." With that, Su Jingfeng snapped his fingers, and two illusions materialized beside him. These illusions looked exactly like Su Jingfeng himself, down to their expressions and movements. Wang Yan stared at them intently for a long while, unable to discern any difference between them and Su Jingfeng himself. Su Jingfeng then walked to the target range at the martial arts field. Drawing the short sword from his waist, he swiftly swung it at a black stone target. A blade-like aura struck the target, carving a deep gash into the stone. Su Jingfeng turned to the crowd and explained, "This sword-like energy you see? That's actually an illusion I created." Wang Yan inquired, "So all your illusions can be used for attack?" Su Jingfeng nodded. "Correct. All illusions can attack, though their damage is inferior to my true form." Wang Yan frantically searched his mental archives. If he remembered correctly, the Phantom Swordsman class was rated nearly B tier in the profession evaluation system, while the combat style of summoning illusions appeared somewhat elusive. In reality, phantom swordsmen weren't particularly outstanding in either offensive or defensive capabilities. While these illusions possessed some offensive capability, they were all extremely fragile. A single area of effect skill could often wipe out the entire phantom army. For a moment, Wang Yan was utterly shocked. He had assumed Su Jingfeng would be a powerhouse class. Over this period, Wang Yan had faced off against quite a few rare classes, including powerful ones like the barbarian Xing Zhou and the treekeeper Lu Zifan. Yet none had instilled in him the same sense of overwhelming pressure as Su Jingfeng. Wang Yan pressed on. What intrigues me most is how you detected me. If I recall correctly, the Phantom Swordsman class doesn't possess any scouting abilities, does it? Su Jingfeng didn't answer Wang Yan's question directly, instead saying, "You young adventurers have a significant misconception about combat awareness. You rely too heavily on your skills and attributes, neglecting the growth of your innate combat instincts." Upon hearing Su Jingfeng's words, Wang Yan suddenly felt as if he understood something profound. Su Jingfeng continued. In your view, a person's strength is determined solely by attack power, defense, skills, and class. This mindset is sufficient for dealing with monsters. Su Jingfeng walked over to the control console beside the training ground, tapping and gesturing at the screen as if operating something. He continued while manipulating the controls. But if you try to apply that combat mindset against other players, you'll likely end up dead. As he spoke, Su Jingfeng's actions caused a massive translucent screen to materialize before the group. Wang Yan recognized that Su Jingfeng had activated the training ground's replay function. This was one of the training ground's key features. After simulated combat concluded, practitioners often reviewed their performance through the replay function. As the saying goes, a spectator sees things more clearly. Watching their own battles often allowed them to gain more combat experience. Su Jingfeng fixed the camera angle on himself. The screen showed Su Jingfeng entering the simulated battlefield and immediately summoning 4 illusions. Under his control, these 4 illusions hid in the 4 cardinal directions. Some hid beneath fallen leaves, while others concealed themselves in the treetops. Su Jingfeng's concealment techniques were highly professional, achieving stealth comparable to that of a skilled rogue or assassin, clearly the result of specialized training. Once the illusions were concealed, Su Jingfeng stood motionless, waiting for the prey to come to him. Immediately after, Wang Yan detected Su Jingfeng's position. At this point, Su Jingfeng explained. One of my skills allows me to teleport to the location of my illusions. When you saw me vanish from my spot, I had actually teleported onto one of my illusions. I know you're curious, how did I spot you, right? Su Jingfeng smiled as he looked at Wang Yan. You're right. Your invisibility aura is truly formidable, undetectable, and capable of blocking sound. But there's no such thing as a perfect stealth skill in this world. Chapter 139, Combat Instinct. Su Jingfeng paused the footage on the screen and zoomed in. When I was fighting your pet, I was actually observing everything around us. My attention never once focused on your pet. Su Jingfeng pointed at Wang Yan's feet. Even though you were invisible, when you stepped on these fallen leaves, they and the dry grass would slightly indent, forming an almost imperceptible footprint. It was through these footprints that I determined your approximate location. The rest was simple. I just teleported to the nearest illusion and attacked you. Once you took damage, your invisibility would naturally lift. As an aura master, once I'm close enough, you have no means to resist. Your pets won't have time to save you either. For a moment, Wang Yan was at a loss for words. He never imagined his pride and joy, the god-tier stealth aura, could be so brutally and effortlessly dismantled. Wang Yan forced a bitter smile. Is that all? That's exactly it. Su Jingfeng's expression turned serious. This is real combat. Every detail or unexpected event on the battlefield can decide life or death in an instant. Wang Yan pressed further. But what if you hadn't spotted me back then? Wouldn't you have lost? Su Jingfeng chuckled. You still underestimate the combat instincts of a high-tier professional. True, as you say, if I hadn't spotted you, I would have been the one to die. But I can tell you this, even if we did it 10 more times, I'd still have over a 90% chance of finding you. You're curious why I didn't say 100%, right? Even the most elite practitioners wouldn't dare claim a 100% victory rate in combat. That's why giving your absolute all is essential, no matter the opponent's level. Wang Yan's lips twitched, as if he wanted to say something but held back. Su Jingfeng saw through Wang Yan's thoughts and said, Of course. You're not stupid, right? As we face off more times, you'll inevitably devise better strategies, and my win rate will only get lower and lower. I have to admit, your aura skill is truly formidable. You're a genius that comes along once in several centuries. Su Jingfeng had intended to say once in a millennium, but the entire Blue Star had only entered the Great Mutation era a few hundred years ago. But remember this, the world is full of geniuses. Not every genius survives to the end. Just like our duel today, you only get one life. Losing in the training grounds means you've already died once. If this battle had occurred in reality, you wouldn't get a second chance. Wang Yan silently acknowledged Su Jingfeng's words. A loss is a loss, any further talk is just hindsight. He pressed on. So for a professional, is combat instinct the most crucial thing? Su Jingfeng replied. Exactly. You could put it that way. Battle situations are incredibly complex. Even two people with identical professions and skills can display vastly different combat effectiveness due to differences in their combat instincts. As he spoke, Su Jingfeng suddenly turned to Wang Yan and asked, "Do you know Xiao Jianyun?" Wang Yan nodded. "Of course I do. Xiao Jianyun, the top warrior of the Dragon Nation, hailed as the Dragon Nation's first war god. Su Jingfeng continued. Exactly. But what you might not know is that Xiao Jianyun's actual profession is just an ordinary warrior class, not even a rare one." Hearing this, a flash of astonishment crossed Wang Yan's eyes. Xiao Jianyun, renowned worldwide, was merely an ordinary warrior class? Su Jingfeng continued. "Remember this, Wang Yan, class strength and attribute power aren't everything." Wang Yan asked. "Then how can I improve this so-called combat intuition?" Su Jingfeng smiled faintly and replied. "There are no shortcuts. Only through relentless combat and accumulated experience can combat instinct become second nature to you. That's precisely why I called you here. The national war is about to begin. After the college entrance exams, higher-ups will assign some professionals to team up with you. They're all candidates for the national war. You'll need to practice coordinating with each other. Like combat instinct, team coordination also requires long-term refinement." Su Jingfeng gestured toward Xiaolan and Zhao Xiaotao standing nearby and said, "Earlier, it was just a one-on-one fight between us, with fewer variables. But in team combat. Frankly speaking, with your current combat experience, my team could wipe yours out effortlessly." Having witnessed the battle firsthand, Wang Yan had no doubt about the truth in Su Jingfeng's words. But Wang Yan sighed. "I understand your point, but my profession is Aura Master." As an Aura Master, Wang Yan's duty was to activate auras to enhance his teammates' combat power. His options for other actions were extremely limited. When it came to combat instincts, Wang Yan couldn't figure out how to improve herself. "To be honest, I still don't know how to proceed." Upon hearing Wang Yan's words, Su Jingfeng pondered for a moment before saying, "I can offer you a general direction. As an Aura Master, you don't need to focus most of your attention on combat itself. That's actually a significant advantage. You can fully leverage this advantage by directing your attention toward analyzing the battlefield situation. You should know that support classes like priests and wizards often bear the responsibility of commanding their teams. Their class traits mean they don't need to engage in combat extensively themselves. Your Aura Master profession, however, is even more suited to command than theirs." Su Jingfeng's words gradually brightened Wang Yan's eyes. Su Jingfeng truly lived up to his reputation as Dragon Flame Squad's captain. A single sentence had pointed Wang Yan in the right direction. Su Jingfeng continued. "Given your professional abilities, you're highly likely to assume a captaincy role in the future. So you'd better start thinking now about how to lead your team to victory. Don't fall into the traps I set for you again. Such careless decision-making could cost your teammates their lives." Wang Yan nodded. Though Su Jingfeng's words were blunt, he had indeed learned a great deal from him today, and he felt deeply grateful. "After the college entrance exams, I'll assign you some missions and conduct a combat evaluation analysis. We'll build a national war team centered around you, tailored to your strengths, to serve as the main force for this campaign." Hearing this, Wang Yan nodded in agreement. But Su Jingfeng immediately shifted his tone. "To claim the top spot in the national war, you must strengthen this war instinct of yours." Wang Yan pondered Su Jingfeng's words for a moment. It was true. Though he now possessed the Aura Master profession, his combat experience remained limited. He needed more battle experience to enrich himself. Only then could he truly make a name for himself in the national war. "You're right." Chapter 140, Frogman. Regarding the national war and the issue of forming a team for it, Wang Yan had already prepared himself mentally. However, since that team existed solely for the national war, Wang Yan felt it was still necessary to form his own squad. Currently, Chen Yuan, Su Muxue, and even the newly joined Xia Ying all seemed like solid candidates. Especially Xia Ying, her class traits were remarkably well suited to his own. Given the strength of these three, their chances of getting into Jiangnan University together should be quite promising. With one more day remaining, he could use this time to help them grow further. After bidding farewell to Su Jingfeng and the others, Wang Yan walked home alone, his mind still pondering the wisdom Su Jingfeng had imparted. Even setting aside Su Jingfeng's status, Wang Yan found his perspective deeply resonant. According to Su Jingfeng, the most crucial factor in gauging a professional's strength lies within the professional themselves. If one were to describe it concretely, it could be termed combat instinct. This combat instinct was far more complex than mere raw fighting power. It encompassed analyzing battlefield situations, assessing both allies and enemies, and much more. Wang Yan couldn't help but reflect on his current squad and his own circumstances. Gradually, new insights began to surface in his contemplation. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Wang Yan arrived at the familiar Shadowwood forest. The dense crowd in the Shadowwood now seemed the norm, a clear testament to the lingering buzz from the regional announcement. Wang Yan ignored the stares of the crowd, mentally mapping out his plans for the day. Unexpectedly, Xiaoying arrived right after him. "Good morning, Captain. You're here so early." Xiaoying appeared in good spirits, a stark contrast to her initial state when they first met. The most noticeable change was her confidence. Now, her father's illness had taken a turn for the better, and money was no longer such an urgent concern. Yesterday alone, she had leveled up over a dozen times. In just 2 short days, her life seemed to have turned upside down. And all of this was thanks to the young man standing before her, his expression calm and composed. Recalling yesterday's dreamlike monster grinding experience, Xiaoying still felt as if she were in a dream. So the moment she saw Wang Yan, Xiaoying's eyes lit up. Wang Yan, however, remained unfazed. "Today is the last day before the college entrance exams. Level up as much as you can, it'll give you a better shot at success." Mentioning this instantly made Xiaoying feel anxious. Nothing was more headache-inducing than exams, especially since this one was the college entrance exam. But then Xiaoying remembered that Wang Yan had already secured early admission to Jiangnan University. Didn't that mean he was actually going out of his way to guide them? How could anyone be this kind? Xiaoying unconsciously gripped the hem of her shirt. She had to work even harder. Though, it seemed like she didn't need to do much in this group. All she had to do was keep the share active and occasionally cast group healing. Xiaoying couldn't help feeling a bit helpless. Following such a powerful team, it seemed like she didn't have to do much at all. Wang Yan noticed her fluttering eyelashes but her silence, and couldn't help but ask with a smile, "What are you thinking about?" Xiaoying snapped back to reality, her face flushing instantly. "Ha? Before she could explain properly, a shout came from nearby. "Old Wang. Still up so early?" The voice instantly identified Chen Yuan as the one who had arrived. Wang Yan smiled. "Not bad. He's a bit earlier than yesterday." Chen Yuan looked full of fighting spirit. "Of course. Today's the last day. I thought it over last night. I can't do much about the academic subjects, so I'll have to pin my hopes on combat. Sure, my theory isn't strong, but I'm pretty damn good in actual fights, right? That's it. Those guys won't want me?" Wang Yan couldn't help but chuckle. But honestly, there wasn't much exaggeration in his claim. Chen Yuan really was a formidable fighter, his skills were genuinely powerful. Wang Yan couldn't help but recall Su Jingfeng's words from yesterday. Even as an ordinary warrior, he could rise to the top ranks. Not to mention, Chen Yuan's own foundation wasn't bad either. Wang Yan therefore offered his unreserved affirmation. "Well said. Among the 3 supreme academies, Jiangnan University places the greatest emphasis on practical combat training. Regardless of how feasible it may be, at least the direction is correct. If you're strong enough, you might just pull it off." "Put." Chen Yuan cocked his neck. "What do you mean might? They'd be fighting over me, right?" "Ha!" Wang Yan couldn't help but laugh. "2 compliments and you're already getting cocky. Ha ha." Soon, Su Mushue arrived. Compared to Wang Yan and Chen Yuan, Su Mushue and Xiaoying were much more familiar with each other. As soon as she arrived, the two chatted enthusiastically for a while, just like Wang Yan and Chen Yuan had been doing. With everyone present, Wang Yan pulled out the map. As planned, today's destination is the northeast region, the upper reaches of the Great River, the Frogman tribe. It should be similar to the Goblin tribe we encountered before. Like goblins, the Frogmen possess a certain level of intelligence. Given our combat style, their tendency to stick together actually works in our favor. The northeastern region's reputation for ferocity was nothing short of notorious. Those frogmen were just as troublesome as the goblins before them, because they too lived in groups. They often appeared in large groups, which was a nightmare for newcomers. Xiaoying felt a flicker of worry at first, but recalling the team's heroic performance yesterday, she silently swallowed her concerns. Chen Yuan and Su Mushue had no objections. Especially Chen Yuan, who stroked his chin thoughtfully while muttering to himself, "This tribe's quite large. Wonder if we'll stumble upon a treasure map or a hidden boss." Xiaoying couldn't help but glance sideways. What a wild one. Upon reaching the northeast region, the first thing the four noticed was the great river spanning the first and second zones. The two vast zones were clearly divided by this river, a boundary as distinct as the ancient Shuhan demarcation line. The river itself was several dozen meters wide. Looking down at the water, the surface appeared relatively calm, and the current wasn't particularly swift. Further upstream from here, we'll likely start encountering teams of frogmen. If those frogmen can't hold their ground, they'll flee. Once they're in the river, chasing them becomes unpredictable. We have no idea if monsters lurk in those waters. Just then, Wang Yan's words trailed off abruptly as he glanced instinctively at Bloodfang. Correction, there are monsters in the river. Not just in the river, but also not far ahead of us. Ha! Xiaoying gasped in surprise. So sudden? Wang Yan crouched down, ruffled Bloodfang's head, and simultaneously activated his stealth aura. Don't worry. Same as always, prepare for battle. Chapter 141, The Little Dog. The invisibility aura activated, and the four figures vanished from sight. Wang Yan patted Bloodtooth's head. The dog, sharing a telepathic bond with him, immediately led the way. Seeing this, Wang Yan rose and waved his hand. "Come on, follow me." The group swiftly crept forward. Having done this countless times before, they'd honed their skills to perfection. Their pace was swift, and before long, they spotted a small squad ahead in the distance. A quick glance revealed roughly 20 members. Frogman Warrior, level 25. A standard frogman with exceptional jumping ability but fragile physique. Excels at attacking enemies with long staffs. The majority of this squad consisted of such frogman warriors, with levels fluctuating around 25. Apart from appearing slightly more slender, they looked exactly like upright frogs, dark green skin covering their bodies, each wielding a long staff. But one creature stood out. Compared to the slender frogman, this one appeared considerably more robust. At least he didn't look like a skinny dog. His weapon was equally distinctive, a giant hammer nearly as tall as he was, with a head larger than his own skull. Seeing this, one couldn't help but wonder, could this guy even swing such a massive thing? Frogman Heavy Warrior Bronze, level 27. A rare special type of warrior, among the elite of the Frogman tribe. They possess immense strength, but in exchange, they sacrifice the typical agility advantage of standard frogmen. Wang Yan scanned the squad again and found this oddball was the only exception, the rest were just ordinary frogman warriors. Seemed like they wouldn't be too tough to handle. Wang Yan swiftly devised a tactic, crouching low and whispering quietly. Bloodtooth, Little Black, and Shen Yuan, each of you approach from a different direction. Wait for my signal, Little Black, you strike first. I'll immediately activate my slow aura. At that moment, Mu Shui, you focus your ranged fire on the one swinging the sledgehammer. With my slow effect active, that guy will be a sitting duck, forced to take hits passively. Once Mu Shui engages, Xiaohe and Shen Yuan, you two strike immediately. Both nodded in understanding. Wang Yan turned to Xiaoying last. Xiaoying, activate your share ability and heal as needed. Xiaoying nodded eagerly. Don't worry, I got this. Wang Yan couldn't help but smile. This girl seemed to be getting more and more motivated. Seeing them closing in, Wang Yan gave the signal. Go! Shen Yuan chuckled eerily and darted off in one direction, while Xiaoying immediately activated the shared vision. Bloodtooth and Little Black followed close behind. With the shared connection active, the group could perfectly synchronize their thoughts and execute commands without hesitation. Soon, Shen Yuan and the other two silently closed in. One person, two crocodiles, they had surrounded a group of frogmen. Quack quack. Quack quack quack. The heavily armored frogman was still babbling away when Wang Yan's mind suddenly snapped into action. Strike! Arg! With a roar, Bloodtooth materialized instantly, lunging at the frogman before him. At several meters long, Bloodfang's current size meant its weight was no joke. With one lunge, the scrawny frogman was knocked flat to the ground. Bloodfang opened its gaping maw and began tearing into him. The sudden roar of the colossal beast sent shivers down the entire frogman squad. Glancing over, they saw the massive red and black crocodile had already sunk its jaws in. Chaos erupted instantly within the squad. When did this happen? The heavily armored frogman, clearly the squad leader, froze in shock at the sight. He immediately erupted in curses. Damn it! That monster just charged right at us. Are you all blind? Don't panic. Spread out. Of course, Wang Yan and the others couldn't understand a word. They could only vaguely sense from his contorted features that he was cursing up a storm. With the heavy armored frogman's command, the team suddenly found its anchor. The commotion caused by the charging behemoth settled considerably. But immediately after, an overwhelming sense of suppression descended. Wang Yan's slow aura had activated. In truth, it wasn't just the slow aura holy damage and an attack aura activated simultaneously. The battle reached its climax in that instant. The frogman squad, whose ranks had just begun to settle, immediately erupted into chaos once more. This wasn't just a monster charging head-on after all, only one had been targeted that way. They say better a friend die than me, so even if they panicked earlier, it was only to a limited extent. But now, the suppression was squarely and directly upon them. All frogmen. On the ground, the blood-stained fangs clamped onto the frogman's head, rolled once, snapping the poor bastard's head clean off. But the blood-stained fangs flicked the head away with a flick, opening its gaping maw to let out a roar. A palpable aura of savagery swept across the entire scene. The frogmen closest to it nearly wet themselves in terror. Bloodfang showed no mercy, immediately pouncing like a tiger among wolves. Truth be told, with their scrawny, weak builds, they looked utterly harmless. Several frogmen scrambled to stab wildly with their sticks. But 2,175. 2,153. That pitiful damage? It was practically tickling them, okay? At that moment, a dim streak of light plummeted toward the stunned heavy armor frogman. Boom! A faint rumble echoed through the scene, leaving the heavy armored frogman utterly stunned. As the dark energy fluctuations still swirled around him, the heavy armored frogman felt his health bar plummet. Damn it! A sneak attack! There's another enemy! The heavy armored frogman was now completely panicked. His speed was slower than that of ordinary frogmen, and now, afflicted by such an exaggerated slowdown effect, he felt utterly immobilized. Every movement felt like struggling through thick mud. But luckily, when he turned his head, he spotted the one who had ambushed him. It was a human woman. Too bad she was a bit too far away. A human-like look of hatred flashed in heavy-armored frogman's eyes as he immediately began barking orders in a rapid-fire stream of commands. But before he could finish his orders, another deafening explosion erupted. And not just from one location. Xiao Hei and Chen Yuan had struck from the other side. The already chaotic squad found themselves completely surrounded. On one side, the Bloodtooth continued its rampage, snapping off a head before whipping its head around to unleash a dragon's breath. Flames swept through, and the frogman's screams filled the air. There was no escape, absolutely none. On the other side, Xiaohei, who had just charged into the frogman, seemed wildly excited by Bloodfang's ferociousness. But the most astonishing spectacle unfolded on the final flank. No one knew when Chen Yuan had slipped into the frogman's ranks, unleashing a devastating storm of shattering blows. Chapter 142, Ambition. Wang Yan watched in astonishment. That kid Chen Yuan was truly cunning. He hadn't followed the coordinates exactly. His actual position was slightly off from where Wang Yan had anticipated. But the spot he chose was packed with frogmen. Somehow, he moved with seamless fluidity. As Su Muxue made her move, he spun wildly into the fray. With the aura boosting his power, massive damage erupted. In just 2 seconds, severed limbs began flying everywhere. The scene. Somehow, this guy feels like he's missing something. He should be shouting Demacia right about now. Su Mushue's damage was relentless. One wave of attacks would land, and the next would immediately follow. Her focus remained squarely on the heavily armored frogman, so she relentlessly pounded away at that one unlucky target. Within mere seconds, over half the frogman squad lay dead or wounded. The few remaining minions, crippled by a 90% slow, had no chance of escape. Under such crippling slow, their only advantage became laughable: those slow-motion jumps. Wang Yan wanted to say, "You might as well not jump at all." Xiaoying timely cast a 1-second group heal. Truthfully, she wanted to do more. But there was nothing she could do. Bloodtooth and the others had only lost a tiny bit of health, and her 1-second group heal had already overflowed with healing. What could she do? She was helpless too. Moments later, every frogman was cut down. The final heavy armor frogman was taken down by Su Muxue and Chen Yuan's combined effort, a long-range tornado strike. The scene quickly fell silent once more, leaving behind a scattered pile of gear. Not much, just 3 or 4 white tier items, plus 1 bronze tier piece dropped by the heavy armor frogman. Such gear was completely useless to them now. They simply gathered it up to sell later. Chen Yuan stood beside the heavy armored frogman's corpse, one foot planted firmly on its body. Shouldering his greatsword, he grinned widely. This is exactly what I meant. It's a piece of cake. Wang Yan chuckled softly. Alright, it's just one squad. What's there to brag about? Come over here. Ha! Chen Yuan chuckled, swinging his greatsword as he hurried over. Seeing the harmonious atmosphere, Xiaoying beside him couldn't help but curve her lips upward. This team is truly wonderful. Not only were they powerful. More importantly, everyone in the team was genuinely kind, so kind. Wang Yan pulled out the map, crouched down, and laid it on the ground. The others immediately gathered around. Wang Yan pointed to a spot on the map. Here, this is our current location. This is where we first encountered the frogman squad. It means that from here upstream, the entire area is within their operational range. Chen Yuan and Su Muxue nodded in agreement, though they still weren't entirely sure what Wang Yan intended to do. Wang Yan looked at Su Muxue. My suggestion is this, Muxue, release your owl. With Xiaoying's shared vision, we can conduct a general reconnaissance. Ideally, we should locate the frogman's lair. This frogman tribe likely resembles the goblins we encountered before, but we are no longer the same as we were then. If possible, I want to wipe out this tribe completely on this final day. Xiaoying couldn't help but open her mouth slightly. Su Muxue and Chen Yuan, however, felt differently. They had seen it long ago. Wang Yan and his 2 companions were each bolder than the next. Chen Yuan was so excited he started grinning like an idiot. Su Mushue's lips curved slightly, clearly intrigued, and she promptly released the owl. Xiaoying couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight. She understood Wang Yan's proposal to wipe them out in a single day had been unanimously approved without a word. Good grief, this team was ruthless, one after another. Chen Yuan was one thing, his eyes gleamed with the hunger of a ravenous wolf. And Su Muxue? Without a word, she released her pet. Quietly getting things done. Xiaoying silently activated the share function, linking the owl as well. Instantly, Wang Yan switched his view to the owl, and the others clearly did the same. Su Muxue gave it a gentle pat before the owl flapped its wings and flew away. Scouting, at least for the frogman tribe, posed no danger to this flying creature. Wow, so this is the flying perspective? Pretty cool. I wish I could fly too. Wang Yan silently activated his stealth aura, ensuring everyone's safety while switching viewpoints. He couldn't help but grin and tease, a flying heavy warrior? You really dare to dream big. You actually want to take to the skies. Chen Yuan shrugged it off, instead turning the question back on Wang Yan. Wouldn't it be cool if you could fly? A flying aura master, don't you want to take to the skies? Wang Yan, I would too. So tempting. Su Muxue couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. Nothing unusual was detected within the camera's field of view for now. The owl was still struggling to fly outside. The group took advantage of the lull to chat idly. Hey, you guys, the college entrance exams are tomorrow. Don't forget I won't be there to help you during the test. You've gotten used to having me around, so don't mess up in. At this mention, all three suddenly paled, clearly envisioning some dreadful scenario. Chen Yuan quickly whimpered, oh no. If I don't get into Jiangnan University, I'll cry myself to death. I'll never be able to latch onto anyone's coattails again. Though sharing the same perspective, Xiaoying still instinctively glanced sideways. Who would believe it? Outsiders assumed Chen Yuan and Su Muxue were the standouts in this unrivaled team. Little did they know that these two geniuses were actually revolving around Wang Yan as their core. In fact, Chen Yuan's mindset was all about tagging along. Xiaoying couldn't help but think of herself. Truthfully, she was tagging along too. She knew it all too well. Over the past 2 days, she hadn't done much at all. Calling it freeloading wouldn't be an exaggeration. Yet strangely, Wang Yan seemed genuinely optimistic about her. She remembered clearly when he had explicitly extended an olive branch to her. If Wang Yan's true strength were exposed, wouldn't she be the envy of countless people? This was an opportunity one Wang Yan had personally handed to her. So, I absolutely must get into Jiangnan University. I absolutely must. Xiaoying silently vowed within herself. She hadn't even noticed it herself. Never in her entire life had she felt this resolute. When the time comes, unleash all your abilities. You still have a strong chance. I'm not exaggerating. Jiangnan University truly prioritizes practical skills above all else. When evaluating a professional's capabilities, academic performance is only part of the equation. What matters more is your overall competence and your combat instincts. Though your academic performance is admittedly lacking. Chen Yuan instinctively turned his head. Chapter 143, The Frogman Chieftain. Hey, bro, you can't rub salt in the wound like that. Don't I have any dignity left? Chen Yuan wore a face of utter despair, his expression exaggerated to the extreme. Unfortunately, everyone was focused on the owl's perspective and missed his spectacular performance. But what the hell is this combat instinct nonsense? Su Muxue also appeared to be listening intently. If Chen Yuan hadn't asked, she would have blurted it out herself. Wang Yan paused to think. How to explain it? It's roughly the combat power you can unleash under identical circumstances. That's my own understanding. I call it combat instinct. For example, if someone swings a blade at you in that split second, some people instinctively step back, while others kick straight for the wrist, knocking the weapon away. The greater the crisis, the more it reveals how powerful a person's combat instincts truly are. Of course, that's one aspect. As Wang Yan spoke, Su Jingfeng's words from yesterday came back to him. Do you know Xiao Jianyun? The Dragon Nation's greatest warrior. Who hasn't heard of him? Chen Yuan interrupted his thoughts, exclaiming in surprise. Wang Yan curled his lips slightly, a look of inexpressible astonishment flickering in his eyes. The Dragon Nation's foremost warrior, yet Xiao Jianyun isn't even a rare class. He's just a common warrior class. Ha? Chen Yuan let out an exaggerated gasp. You gotta be kidding me, bro. He's the top warrior in the entire country. You're telling me he's just an ordinary warrior class? Then what the hell have all the other warriors been doing, training their asses off or something? Su Muxue and Xiaoying couldn't help but look stunned, clearly taken aback by the revelation. Wang Yan couldn't help but smile faintly. Watching others react in astonishment was rather amusing. Wondered if Su Jingfeng had felt the same back then. Wang Yan sighed softly. We still have a long way to go. Even though we seem to have a slight lead now, compared to truly powerful professionals, we're embarrassingly weak. Of course, this isn't self-deprecation. It's a perspective. What truly measures a professional's strength has never been the power of their profession or the strength of their attributes. It's about the big picture perspective on combat, the split-second reactions at critical junctures, even something like my own ability to analyze battlefield conditions during these days of grinding monsters. These are all manifestations of true strength. A string of muttered words, like a seminar, yet also a self-reflection. The other three remained silent, their eyes reflecting deep contemplation. After a moment, Su Muxue's eyes flickered. You seem different today. Suddenly so profound. This isn't the kind of thing us newbies would think about, is it? Did you run into a master? Wang Yan froze. Ha? You caught me. As expected of Su Muxue. That clueless Chen Yuan is still brainstorming over there. Wang Yan gave a mysterious smile. The sage of Quebec. This answer instantly grabbed the attention of the three. A true master? What kind of master? How tall is this master? Wang Yan pondered briefly. About a meter tall? Chen Yuan? Su Mu Xue. Sighing, so the big shot has a sense of humor after all. Wang Yan chuckled softly to himself. I can't say too much. All I can say is, when he dropped to level 20, I teamed up with Bloodfang to take him down. I had every aura active, even stealth, and he had 0 detection skills. But the moment we started, I got one shot instantly. Su Mu Xue's eyes narrowed sharply, her beautiful gaze quickly filling with shock. Over the past few days, she had witnessed firsthand the sheer level of combat power Wang Yan and Bloodtooth possessed when they were fully committed. Yet he claimed he was one shot? Meanwhile, Chen Yuan abruptly switched his perspective back, gripping his greatsword firmly. Old Wang. I suddenly feel like I've got a direction. That master, he's the role model I aspire to become. Su Mu Xue heard these words, and a hint of peculiarity flashed in her eyes. Could it be that you're saying this because he got one shot? Chen Yuan froze for a second, then suddenly broke into a sheepish chuckle. Ha ha! Don't go spilling the beans like that, it's kinda embarrassing. Wang Yan. The frogmen were quite numerous. Compared to the goblin tribe, they were arguably even more numerous. From the moment the owl took flight, Wang Yan had already spotted no fewer than 6 or 7 squads within his field of vision. And that was just flying in a straight line. By this calculation, the frogman tribe's numbers were likely no less than the goblin tribe's, certainly exceeding 1,000. After this reconnaissance, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache coming on. There were simply too many of them. Wiping them all out would be no small feat. But with so many frogman squads scattered around the perimeter, there might be opportunities to exploit. Not long after, Wang Yan spotted a vast expanse of tents within his field of vision. From the high vantage point, the tents were clustered along the edge of the forest. Beyond the trees lay the riverbank. Roughly judging, the distance to the actual riverbank was about 100 meters. This distance placed them neither too far nor too close to the great river. It was clear this distance had been carefully chosen. If monsters lurked in the water, they would have enough time to react if attacked. And should danger arise on land, they could retreat into the water. Following remote commands, the owl perched in the trees, surveying the vast frogman settlement from above. Tents were everywhere, an overwhelming number of them, with frogmen constantly moving in and out. Among these frogmen, Wang Yan spotted several individuals who stood out distinctly from the ordinary frogmen. Those wielding sledgehammers were only a small minority. Many more wielded battle axes, greatswords, and spears. And extremely few wielding wands. Clearly, these few resembled goblin mages, the ones that needed to be dealt with first. If only we had an assassin in the group, Wang Yan couldn't help but think. Finally, before the tallest tent, Wang Yan spotted an exceptionally massive figure emerge, barking and yapping at the guards at the entrance. This creature was nearly twice the height and twice as muscular as an average frogman, completely outclassing the scrawny little dogs in stature. He even wore a crude crown perched atop his head. Wow, is this supposed to be the Frog Prince? Frogman Chieftain Silver, level 30. This is a frogman lord in his prime. As chieftain, he possesses all abilities of frogmen except those of heavy warriors. Spellcasting is his most prized skill, and his water magic even surpasses that of the high priest. Reading this detailed description, Wang Yan felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Chapter 144, Operation commences. It wasn't just Wang Yan, everyone present felt their expressions grow grave upon reading this description. This chieftain possessed nearly every ability of a frogman. In other words, wielding a staff, he was a boss-level mage. But if he wielded a great hammer, this guy could instantly transform into a boss-level warrior. Moreover, unlike heavy armor frogmen, his jumping ability clearly wasn't restricted by his class. This guy was practically a hexagonal warrior. Chen Yuan sucked in a sharp breath, his lips twitching slightly. Old Wang, this job, isn't it getting a bit too much for us? The atmosphere suddenly felt heavy. But the next second, Su Mu Xue suddenly spoke in a low voice. What are you freaking out about? This is just reconnaissance intel. We haven't even finalized our tactics yet. Doesn't that make Wang Yan's earlier talk about combat proficiency pointless? Ha! Chen Yuan froze at the rebuke, but soon, his eyes took on a peculiar glint. You know what? You actually listened to old Wang. You're already putting his advice into practice this fast. At that remark, Su Mu Xue immediately fell silent. From the owl's perspective, no one could see the faint blush spreading across Su Mu Xue's cold, aloof face. Wang Yan couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Why drag him into this out of nowhere? Don't interrupt. Wang Yan refocused his attention, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Chen Yuan didn't press the teasing further. Though he was stubborn as a dead duck and had to make a snide remark, he had taken Su Mu Xue's meaning to heart. No panic. He needed combat discipline. He'd learned from that veteran who'd taken down Wang Yan in seconds. With a solemn expression, Chen Yuan scrutinized the viewfinder intently for a long while. Finally, scratched his head. This is tough. Really tough. He was already a tough boss to begin with, and now he's got a whole army with him. With just the two of us, or rather, 2.5, no matter how fierce we are, we can't take him down. He could drown us in a flood of spit. Wang Yan couldn't argue for a moment. Because what he said was true, that was exactly their current predicament. Last time, we found a tool tiger. It took the brunt of the pressure from the foot soldiers. That tactic should be called borrowing a knife to kill, watching the tiger fight from the mountain, divide and conquer, capture the leader to subdue the bandits. Flawless. Chen Yuan gave him a thumbs up. No wonder you're a top student, you know so many idioms. Wang Yan was speechless. I'm not even making this up, it's right there for the taking. Not bad yourself. Ha ha. Chen Yuan chuckled softly. Then may I ask, strategist, what tactics should we employ this time? Wang Yan swept his sleeve dramatically and declared in a deep voice, excellent question. Outnumbered, how do we break through? We must win through unconventional means. Chen Yuan immediately leaned in eagerly. Then may I ask, military strategist, where exactly lies this ingenuity? Su Muxue silently turned her head, her face a picture of utter exasperation. These two clowns were beyond belief. Were they performing a comedy routine? Chen Yuan playing the straight man was one thing, nothing surprised me about that guy. But Wang Yan, what's your deal? Playing the straight man now? Xia Ying, however, wasn't speechless. On the contrary, she found it utterly hilarious, covering her mouth tightly to stifle her laughter. You guys get it, right? My treasure trove of a team. Little did they know, Wang Yan's head was spinning several times over. Facing a chieftain with no weaknesses, how do you break this game? Who the hell knows how to break it? Wang Yan instinctively tried to continue, but Su Muxue reached out and nudged his arm. Wang Yan immediately fell silent. The camera was still on Owl, so Wang Yan had no idea who had nudged him. But even if he used his butt to think, it definitely couldn't be Chen Yuan or Xia Ying. Chen Yuan was still struggling to lane against him. As for Xia Ying, she wouldn't dare. So it had to be Su Muxue. Wang Yan shut his mouth and racked his brains. After a long wait, the air suddenly fell silent. Chen Yuan was a bit bewildered. Strategist? Strategist? Get lost. Chen Yuan? When the owl finally fluttered back, it was already over 10 minutes later. It was at this moment that the tactical strategy was finally finalized. Su Muxue stowed away the owl, Wang Yan put away the map, and the group exchanged a silent glance before rising in unison. They continued their ascent upstream in perfect harmony. Upon closer observation, one would notice that though only a brief moment had passed, the eyes of Chen Yuan and his two companions no longer held any trace of hesitation. Chen Yuan's eyes now blazed with that familiar fighting spirit like a hungry wolf charging. As for Su Muxue, her coldly beautiful face still held traces of lingering astonishment in her eyes. The more she interacted with him, the clearer the brilliance of this top-ranked prodigy became despite her own status as the second-ranked student in their year. This stark sense of disparity was utterly intoxicating. In that brief moment just now, she had heard him meticulously orchestrate every move, considering virtually every factor to the utmost degree. Moving silently, Su Muxue's gaze instinctively lingered on him, her eyes seeming to hold the warmth of starlight. He was truly remarkable. Same as always, don't alert them. In the woods, pressed close to a tree trunk, Wang Yan's deep voice echoed. Not far ahead, a frogman squad was clearly visible. Counting this one, it was already the fifth squad they'd encountered, excluding the first wave they'd taken out. Over an hour had passed. Based on Wang Yan's estimation, they should now be very close to the frogman's base. The group quietly bypassed the patrolling squad. Sure enough, the outlines of tents soon came into view ahead. We're here. We're here. Old Wang, all the glory and riches are at stake in this battle. Chen Yuan's voice trembled with excitement. Looking closely, one could even see the guy was practically shaking with anticipation. This was the exhilaration of impending battle, the surging fighting spirit burning fiercely. Chen Yuan was practically ready to swing his blade until it bent. Wang Yan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at his expression. With the battle imminent, this momentum was quite promising. Chen Yuan seemed to be transforming more and more into a warrior charging into battle. Wang Yan raised his hand to signal calm, his expression gradually turning serious. Hold your excitement for now. Listen up, everyone. Though we've made detailed plans, unexpected situations remain possible. This battle won't be easy. Remember, war means people will die. Therefore, everyone must obey orders without question. If the situation becomes untenable, retreat immediately. Understood? The solemn tone caused Chen Yuan and the others to pale slightly. Over the past few days, this was the first time Wang Yan had displayed such a grave demeanor, and a sense of urgency crept into their hearts. This wasn't a game, it was real combat. Seeing that they had all taken his words to heart, Wang Yan nodded silently. Move out. Chapter 145, Perfect Prediction. The great river flowed silently. In the open expanse below, the wind blew fiercely. Wang Yan's hair blew to one side in the wind, giving him a somewhat comical appearance. But his expression remained stern. In his field of vision, all team members were already in position. Bloodtooth and Little Black had already gone into hiding at the edge of the camp's opposite side. Chen Yuan was positioned near the riverbank. As for Su Muxue, her position was the farthest behind Wang Yan at a considerable distance, even beyond the camp's edge. Beside Wang Yan stood only Xiaoying. Yet their positions had already drawn them almost entirely into the camp. This was to ensure the stealth aura could fully cover every single person. Ribbit, ribbit. Ribbit, ribbit. The croaking voices of the frogmen echoed intermittently in their ears. They were loud, but Wang Yan and his companions remained utterly silent. They remained utterly still, eyes fixed warily on their surroundings, even their breathing instinctively slowing. This long-planned battle was about to erupt at any moment. Until, moments later, Wang Yan's gaze suddenly sharpened as he reached forward. Move. A single thought, amplified by their shared connection, instantly spread through the group. At that very moment, two edges of the campsite within the forest erupted simultaneously in blazing flames. Whoosh! The flames spread with astonishing speed, fueled by the strong winds along the riverbank. Within mere seconds, they engulfed a considerable area. But that wasn't the most crucial part. The crucial point was that these were no ordinary flames, they were dragon's breath. The intense heat instantly ignited everything in its path. Trees, branches, dry twigs, and weeds on the ground, and even the tents in the jungle. Gwa! Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit! Shouts erupted instantly within the camp as more and more frogmen's eyes fixated on the blaze. Most creatures possess an instinctive fear of fire. Especially a group of frogs. Chaos erupted instantly within the camp. Those nearest the flames began scrambling for their lives. The cries and sounds of flight grew louder and louder, threatening to turn the entire camp into utter chaos. The flickering flames grew ever more intense within the jungle. This light reflected in Wang Yan's eyes as he stood quietly in place, a faint smile even playing at the corners of his mouth, as if completely detached from the surrounding chaos. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. This sudden gust of wind felt exactly as he had anticipated. The first link had been perfectly secured. Next, Wang Yan's gaze settled upon the largest tent. Your tribe is on the verge of chaos, Frog Prince. It's time for you to show yourself. As if to confirm Wang Yan's thoughts, within 2 seconds, a large figure emerged from the tent. Wali wali wa. Gua gua li gua ji. Even from a distance, Wang Yan couldn't make out what the creature was barking about. Even if he could, it wouldn't make any sense. But Wang Yan saw the sentry at the entrance report to him, and then the Frog Prince gazed off toward the 2 flickering points of light in the distance. In the brief time that had passed, the jungle was now thick with combustible materials. Combined with the fact that the flames were dragon fire, the blaze had already begun to rage with considerable scale. Any further delay would inevitably lead to an uncontrollable forest fire, its scorching spread becoming utterly unstoppable. The Frog Prince's inner state was impossible to gauge, but judging by his frantic gestures, he seemed quite pleased. Under his command, blue lights soon began to appear throughout the camp. Wang Yan looked closely and realized the lights were actually emanating from the tips of wands. Gripping these wands were frogmen clad in dark crimson robes. Frog Priest Bronze Level 28. As the only magic-wielding class within the Frog tribe, Frog Priests hold an extremely exalted status, second only to their leader, the Frog Chieftain. Water magic is their innate talent. Their stats were all similar, roughly 7 or 8 Frogman Priests, each around level 27 or 28. As the glow from their wands intensified, water spheres larger than a person began to coalesce. They hurled these spheres toward the raging inferno. Either use magic to extinguish the fire, or face becoming a barbecue feast. The spectacle of the water spheres soaring skyward was quite magnificent, tracing smooth, rounded arcs as they flew. This scene unfolded before everyone's eyes, and Xiaoying, standing nearby, couldn't help but stare in utter shock. Exactly the same, absolutely identical. Up to this point, every response from this frogman tribe mirrored Wang Yan's rehearsal perfectly. Xiaoying was utterly at a loss for words to describe her feelings. This guy, he must be a monster. They were all watching the same reconnaissance footage, yet how could he analyze so much from it? He even perfectly predicted the enemy's movements. My goodness, is this what the captain meant by combat acumen? It was simply breathtaking. So what happens next? Xiaoying instinctively looked up at the sky. Suddenly, a massive fissure ripped open in the sky, and it kept tearing wider and wider. In mere moments, the rift stretched over 100 meters wide. From the profound darkness, countless twinkling stars gradually emerged, as if revealing an entire abyss of boundless deep space. One dark orb after another poured down in rapid succession from the massive fissure. The rolling, crushing energy fluctuations nearly engulfed everything, making the scene resemble a torrential downpour. Far behind Wang Yan, Su Muxue stood beside a large tree, one hand braced against its trunk while the other gripped her staff tightly. At the tip of that staff, a lustrous gem emitted a dim, faint glow. Her moment of high-stakes action had been seamlessly executed. Though her intervention exposed her to the open air, she remained far beyond the tribe's boundaries, pressed close to the tree. Beyond the chaos, deep within the jungle, a small figure stood quietly, stirring not a single ripple. Watching the dark hailstones rain down with abandon, Su Muxue kept a watchful eye on her surroundings while a faint smile touched her lips. This position should be just right, shouldn't it? She had clearly seen the spots where those water spheres had risen. And that brightly lit, oversized tent. Spanning over 100 meters, it had nearly enveloped them entirely. Su Muxiue couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. This was nothing short of a thrilling spectacle. The battle unfolded with the perfection of art. My first act has made a flawless entrance. What about your prediction? Will it remain flawless until the very end? Chapter 146, that is their king. Quack quack. Quack quack, quack quack. Screams, cries of agony, the clatter of objects being knocked over. And the continuous rumbling caused by the hail falling on the scene. If the initial blaze had merely stirred up a bit of commotion, this widespread assault now plunged the entire tribe into utter chaos. The camp was now utterly in disarray. Beneath this grand, dark hailstorm, nearly all the frogmen were cowering and fleeing. Yet across such a vast expanse, how many could possibly survive amidst this sky-filling slaughter? Under the immense damage, the overwhelming majority of frogmen had their bodies pierced clean through. 65,312. 63,193. 64,581. These vertical columns of damage numbers appeared in vast clusters. That's right. Wang Yan's activated attack aura boosted the damage by a full 60%. That meant 6 times the damage. Facing a chieftain at peak combat strength, Wang Yan saw no need to hold back. His first strike unleashed the highest damage output he had demonstrated thus far. Thanks to this, the frogman chieftain suffered massive casualties in the very first exchange. Nearly all the frogmen near him were wiped out. Only the frogmen outside the range of the dark ice rain were fortunate enough to survive. But faced with this sudden, devastating blow, even the outer ring frogmen were thrown into utter chaos. At the very center, the largest of them all was clutching his head and stomping his feet in the icy rain. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Walla walla walla. Wang Yan couldn't make heads or tails of what this creature was croaking about. But, judging by the looks of it, it didn't sound like anything good. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that a new chapter was about to begin. Wang Yan took a deep breath and silently activated the 4th aura. God tier slow aura. 90% slow effect activated. A sluggishness like quicksand descended upon the battlefield in that instant. This was the final straw that broke the camel's back. On an already chaotic battlefield, the crushing pressure from a restriction of this magnitude was unimaginable. Within a mere 2 seconds, the frogmen descended into utter chaos. Their will to fight shattered completely. A single bullet might not amount to much, but when faced with the explosive chaos of 100 shells tearing through the air, well, Wang Yan could only say, "I'd be freaking out too." Of course, Wang Yan couldn't care less about the state of those grunts outside. At most, it was the frog priest since he just used his water ball and was in cooldown. A few getting crushed made Wang Yan feel a bit better. But now, Wang Yan's focus was firmly on the frog prince. This guy was surprisingly calm in the face of the slowdown. Though he still clutched his head with both hands, he suddenly fell quiet, his eyes cautiously scanning the surroundings. At this point, as the chieftain, even if the frog prince was a complete moron, he should have realized something was up. This was a premeditated war. The frog prince spun and bolted away. Though the slow motion effect made it look comical, he was close enough. Amidst the wreckage of the shattered tent, it was a mystery how he managed to spot it, but he instantly plucked out a wand with pinpoint accuracy. Duong! With the staff in hand, he slammed it down onto the ground. At last, the chieftain's figure radiated a semblance of authority befitting a leader. You have to admit, the presence was undeniable. But the very next second, less than 10 meters before him, a whirlwind of sword energy erupted, charging toward him with lightning speed. Following the whirlwind, a figure wielding a heavy sword stared at him with a savage grin, the great blade still swinging in his hand. Swish! Swish! Sword chi slash! The frog prince was instantly stunned. Chen Yuan saw it clearly, his wide eyes filled with utter bewilderment. What the hell? How did he suddenly appear out of nowhere? Could he have been invisible? 10 meters, closing in. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. Even if he reacted as fast as lightning, at this distance, he'd be helpless, right? But what he never could have imagined was that this was only the beginning. Before the sword chi tornado could strike his face, excruciating pain erupted from his back. Appearing behind him were none other than Bloodfawn and Little Black. 2 dragon breaths erupted simultaneously, joined by Qin Yuan's attack from the front. 3 assaults converged, striking simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, massive damage piled up above his head. This was the true terror of shared awareness. With minds in perfect sync, the team's coordination skyrocketed like a cliff edge leap. After the explosive damage erupted, Chen Yuan and his 2 companions immediately charged forward. Shatterstorm. Bite down, death roll. These 3 were giving it their all, unleashing maximum damage in an instant. Maxed out. Truly maxed out. The frog prince let out a piercing scream. The staff in his hand was no longer recognizable as a staff. The thing instantly doubled as a rolling pin, wildly swung about by the frog prince. 3 against 1, and it hurt like hell. Who wouldn't panic in this situation? But Chen Yuan and his 2 companions seemed utterly fearless. Even if it meant taking a beating from his rolling pin, they were determined to trade blows and land one more cut on him. This was the lethal trap Wang Yan had painstakingly set in absolute vacuum that might never be replicated again. Within 100 meters, the only living thing left was the frog chieftain himself. Everything else was a pile of frog corpses. Under Wang Yan's exaggerated attack buff, a skill meant for clearing minor enemies over a large area had been turned into a forbidden spell by Su Muxue. She had cleared this entire area. This rare opportunity, even if he couldn't be killed, they had to inflict as much damage as possible. Once those guys on the perimeter close in, the three of them are done for. The three of them were locked in a fierce fight. Meanwhile, Wang Yan, positioned on the periphery, felt his expression grow increasingly grave. Because an unexpected situation had arisen. He saw it clearly. Just as the frog prince began screaming in agony, the numerous frogs on the periphery all turned their heads in unison. Then, suddenly, their eyes turned red as they began charging toward the center with reckless abandon. The scene was utterly shocking. All panic and fear seemed to vanish in that instant. That 100-meter wide vacuum zone now resembled a table laden with dazzling delicacies. And the countless frogs in the outer circles were like starving wolves who hadn't eaten in 10 days. Their expressions were demonic, mouths snarling incomprehensible croaks as they ran frantically, driven to hysteria. Even with a 90% slowdown, they moved with agonizing slowness. They charged forward relentlessly. The scene seemed to become a full-scale encirclement from all directions. In truth, what lay at the center was no delicacy. It was their king. Chapter 147, Forced Kill. At that moment, Wang Yan and the other two still on the periphery couldn't help but grow solemn. This was the first time their squad had encountered a tribe with such cohesive strength. War, at this very moment, finally took on a bloody, brutal flavor. For the Frogman tribe, this scene was nothing short of brutal. Wang Yan's heart clenched in response. It was madness. Their expressions and movements were utterly insane. They were sprinting back with all their might, desperate to aid the enormous creature at the center, the one bellowing like mad. That was their chieftain, their king. Fortunately, the god-tier slow aura remained active. Hope, therefore, lingered. Though they were hysterical, a 90% slowdown was simply beyond their ability to overcome. Slow down, just a little slower. Wang Yan found himself silently praying along. They had to hold out until they took down the chieftain. They absolutely had to. At that moment, Su Muxue on the periphery issued an attack request. Wang Yan immediately scanned the area, noticing all the frogmen charging toward the center. It seemed as if only the chief remained in their sights, nothing else existed. Wang Yan silently approved Su Muxue's request. One after another, dark orbs of magic shot toward them from the distance. Swish! Swish! These orbs didn't even require precise aiming, they simply slammed into the crowd. Amplified by the attack aura and holy damage aura, these single target strikes unleashed even more staggering damage. Impact meant instant death. Not a single frogman could withstand a second hit. Though it seemed like a drop in the bucket against the massive frogman horde, better than nothing? Your ally Su Muxue has killed a frog warrior, gaining 3,521 EXP. Your ally. Wang Yan understood Su Muxue was trying to contribute too. After all, Chen Yuan and the others were under immense pressure. One by one, the frogmen were pierced through, yet the others on the battlefield seemed oblivious. They remained frenzied, they continued to fight to the death. Their croaking shrieks, though still raucous, somehow sounded heroic and tragic in this scene. Wang Yan couldn't help but marvel at the sight while inwardly sweating bullets. The frogman chieftain's health bar plummeted rapidly, now hovering dangerously low. After all, the damage output from the three of them was truly staggering. But at that very moment, a faint golden glow suddenly emanated from the frogman chieftain's body. What's this? Ribbit, ribbit. Ribbit, ribbit. Chen Yuan, standing before him, instantly flew into a rage. He continued hacking wildly with his greatsword while cursing furiously. What the hell are you babbling about? I can't even understand you. Clang. The greatsword swung down with another fierce blow. Shut your mouth. Clang. But the next second, Chen Yuan's face flashed with shock. Ding. Frogman Chief activated his skill, Frogman's Glory. Ding. You have been afflicted with a negative status effect. Your movement speed is reduced by 30%, your attack power is reduced by 10%, and 30% of your attack damage will be negated. Is this his ultimate move? The others hurriedly checked the Frogman Chieftain's status. Frogman Glory. The Frogman Chieftain channels Frogman power, unleashing an aura of glory. All frogmen within the aura gain 50% increased tenacity and 10% damage bonus. The chieftain himself gains an additional 30% damage reduction and 30% attack bonus. Simultaneously, all enemies within the aura will suffer a 30% movement speed reduction and a 10% attack power decrease. This is a dual-purpose support skill. Its effects make it an absolute game-changer in team fights. But Wang Yan's reaction was lightning fast. The purification aura activated the very next second. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. What the hell kind of debuff is that? I'll cleanse the whole thing in one go. And that resilience buff? Useless, okay? My slow ignores resilience. So, looks like this time, the Frog Chief suddenly pulled off a big play. Against a different enemy, this buff might have even turned the tide. But against Wang Yan? Useless. Chen Yuan and the others quickly caught on, and Chen Yuan couldn't help but grin wildly. You bastard. I thought you were finally going to stand up to me, and this is it? This is it? This is all you got? Shatterstorm. The cooldown ended, and Chen Yuan immediately swung his massive sword wildly once more. Meanwhile, on the periphery, so many frogman warriors. At first, they were stunned. It was the glory of the frogman. The chieftain had unleashed his fury. But soon they realized. Whoa! How come it feels kinda useless? Did the chieftain really unleash his skill? Where's my resilience? The frogmen were perplexed. Yet even in their confusion, they charged toward the chieftain without hesitation. He was their king. Their supreme ruler. Now, enemies were ambushing their chieftain. How could they stand idly by? Wah wah wah! The war raged on relentlessly. Until the 100-meter vacuum zone, through the frogmen's valiant efforts, finally shrunk to 50 meters. At the very center, the towering giant frog's massive body finally crashed to the ground. Ding! Your teammate Chen Yuan has defeated the level 30 frog chieftain Silver. You have gained 46,563 EXP. Ding! Your level has increased. Ding! You have received attribute bonuses, +5 to all attributes and 20 free attribute points. On the ground, a gleaming treasure chest floated up from the body of the frog chief. All around, the relentless frogmen halted in unison at that very moment. Then, from all directions, a wave-like chorus of croaks suddenly erupted. It was the mournful wail of an entire frogman tribe. In the midst of it, Chen Yuan froze, stunned by the sound. Glancing around, he realized these creatures had already closed in. There was no time for celebration. Chen Yuan swiftly snatched the treasure chest away. Little Black Bloodtooth, get ready to run. The plan must advance to its next phase. The decapitation phase was complete. Now it was time to clean up the remaining foot soldiers. But their numbers. Chen Yuan couldn't help but shiver slightly as he met the frogmen's hate-filled stares. Despite the racial divide, Chen Yuan understood their gaze instantly. They want to kill me. You insolent frogs. I am the man who follows the mysterious powerhouse who instantly slays Wang Yan. A mere bunch of frogs? You dare attack me? On the periphery, Su Muxue halted her attack the moment the frog chieftain fell, now slipping back into stealth mode. Gazing at Wang Yan's distant figure, Su Muxue's eyes flashed with an almost frenzied excitement. What comes next is the real showdown. We should be able to hold our ground, right? A faint smile curved Su Muxue's lips. At that very moment, Wang Yan, who had remained motionless, took his first step. Follow me. Chapter 148, Breaking Through. From here on out, it'll be pure chaos. Focus on healing everyone and just stay close to me. Wang Yan's voice carried a hint of urgency. Xiaoying surveyed the chaotic scene around her, a wave of tension washing over her. According to the plan, the next phase was equally crucial. But unlike before, she herself had become a pivotal factor in this phase. During this period, her role would be immense, truly immense. I can do this. Xiaoying silently encouraged herself, quickening her pace to match Wang Yan's stride. At that very moment, within the vacuum zone's center, Bloodfang's body suddenly radiated an overwhelming aura of power. Like the wrath of heaven itself, it descended upon the entire arena in an instant. Dragon might. Of course, this was only the beginning. After a split-second pause, the three figures vanished. But after becoming invisible, their formation no longer revolved around Chen Yuan. Sprinting at the forefront was Bloodfang. Chen Yuan, Bloodtooth, and Xiuhei covered the 50-meter gap in the blink of an eye. Viewed from above, their direction of flight mirrored Wang Yan's path on the opposite side. They were converging. Just ahead lay the vast legion of frogmen gathering in droves. Bloodtooth, charging at the very front, flashed a sudden crimson gleam in his eyes. Splash! A tremendous splash erupted from the water. Right before Bloodtooth and his men, distinct splashes erupted from the dense sea of frogmen. These waves churned, swept, and raged, their scale almost absurdly vast. It spanned a full 100 meters, nearly matching the size of the astral portal itself. In just 2 seconds, the vast splashes grew increasingly turbulent, finally coalescing into a surging torrent. Viewed from above, it was unmistakably a colossal whirlpool. Deep-sea vortex summons a massive whirlpool that drags enemies into its center, trapping them and inflicting stun and massive damage. Cooldown, 60 seconds. A wide area control skill, a masterpiece from Bloodfang. Indeed, since the battle began, Bloodtooth's role had been pivotal throughout. Yet throughout this prolonged engagement, Bloodtooth had kept its ultimate ability reserved. Even when focusing fire on the frog chieftain, Bloodfang held back on using these abilities. And now, this area of effect skill, comparable to a portal, finally begins to reveal its true might. Within a 100-meter radius, countless frogmen were caught in its grasp. They roared and screamed in terror. Yet without exception, every single one of them was swept into the churning waves. The colossal vortex spun with frenzied intensity. The frogmen within were utterly unable to control their bodies, tossed by the waves as they rolled with the vortex. From afar, the scene resembled nothing less than boiling dumplings. Or perhaps, to use another analogy, a super-sized washing machine? It was utter chaos. The field control technique took effect, instantly alleviating the immense pressure on Chen Yuan and his team. Bloodtooth and Little Black simultaneously unleashed dragon flames, spewing them at the frogmen, blocking their path ahead. Whoosh! A massive wave of damage numbers flashed across the screen. Simultaneously, a faint aroma of roasting flesh began wafting through the air. But Chen Yuan and his team had no time to discern whether it was pleasant or foul. Run! Run like hell! Breaking out of the encirclement in time, that was their sole objective now. In the distance, Su Muxue, who had been running alongside Wang Yan, suddenly crouched beside a large tree as she timed her move perfectly. The astral portal. The deep-sea vortex had cleared a significant path, but its range was ultimately limited to just 100 meters. Though effective, it couldn't fundamentally alter the situation. The astral portal's location lay at the outer edge of the deep-sea vortex. The two large area skills nearly formed a connection, forcibly pointing Chen Yuan and the other two in a direction. Skirting the vortex's edge, the trio retreated outward at a brisk pace. Dark hail raged ahead, its dense barrage of damage so thick it blurred the vision. One figure after another fell, yet hope seemed within reach. Seeing this situation unfold, Wang Yan adjusted his position as he followed Chen Yuan's group, silently letting out a sigh of relief. At least for now, the situation remained relatively stable. If they could break through this encirclement, their subsequent actions would be smooth sailing. Guerrilla warfare, after all. Without their chieftain, they were scattered sand. Their annihilation was merely a matter of time. Time ticked by, and the deep-sea vortex's range had nearly been fully traversed. However, the vortex's skill effect was also nearing its end. The vortex began to dissipate. Beyond its crowd control, the deep-sea vortex itself dealt significant damage. With Wang Yan's enhancement, that damage was quite substantial. This wave of area of effect control claimed the lives of many frogmen. By now, casualties among the nearly 1,000-strong frogman squad had reached between 15 and 20%. Ahead lay the clearing recently cleared by the astral gate. The frogmen, eyes bloodshot, roared as they closed in on the trio. Yet their efforts proved largely futile. The slow aura, a 90% reduction in speed, was no joke. They couldn't rush to aid the frogman chieftain, and surrounding Chen Yuan and his two companions left them stretched thin. The glimmer of hope for a clean escape grew ever brighter. Until, finally, they crossed the entire span of the astral gate. And beyond that, moving forward meant engaging in a real, bloody charge. The final stage had arrived, a scene of bayonet-to-bayonet combat. At this point, Chen Yuan once again took Bloodtooth's position, charging forward with his shredding storm. Bloodtooth and Little Black trailed just slightly behind Chen Yuan, flanking the main force to provide immediate backup. At the same moment, Xia Ying's healing effects made their first appearance on the battlefield beside Wang Yan. Sustained group healing. After unleashing a wave of crushing storm, Chen Yuan's eyes were already bloodshot. Countless clubs rained down on him in a chaotic barrage. While the damage was negligible, sheer volume proved overwhelming. After just one wave of assault, Chen Yuan felt his mind churning. An indescribable urge now seemed utterly impossible to contain. As if stirring within him, Chen Yuan's expression grew savage. He swung his greatsword and charged forward without hesitation. Kill! The roar was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. As blood crocodiles, Bloodtooth and Little Black possessed a ferocity several levels beyond Chen Yuan's. Witnessing his fury, they became even more fearless. Charge! Heels continuously activated on his body. He thought to himself, damn it, I'm a warrior. Who the hell am I afraid of? Kill! Chapter 149, Gear Explosion. By the time Chen Yuan and his group broke through, roughly a minute had passed. Anyway, Bloodtooth's deep-sea vortex cooldown was already up. Bloodtooth wasted no time, unleashing another skill instantly. Whoosh! Massive waves surged across the vast expanse, swiftly recreating the scene of the colossal vortex. Chen Yuan and his two companions finally gained a moment to catch their breath. In just a short time, Chen Yuan's health had already dropped by a third, and that was with healing constantly taking effect. One could only imagine the sheer amount of damage this brute had absorbed. Despite the immense damage taken, within 2 or 3 seconds, Xia Ying's healing had already pulled his health bar back up. Fully restored. There was no way around it. Xia Ying could perfectly absorb Wang Yan's buffs. This meant Xia Ying's healing output was simply absurd. Chen Yuan and the other two, covered in blood, immediately charged forward again. By now, the most critical moment had essentially passed. That 1 minute between the deep-sea vortex and the astral portal was actually the most perilous moment. Now, they had crossed all perils. They kept running, gathering together. Once they broke free from the astral portal's influence, Chen Yuan finally reunited with Wang Yan. Behind them lay the vast swath of frogman troops. But now, those bastards had been completely shaken off. The encirclement could no longer hold them. Chen Yuan was covered in blood, gasping for breath. Most of that blood belonged to the frogmen. Yet Chen Yuan's face was flushed with excitement. His first words were, "Old Wang. Tell me, did I hold my own today?" Wang Yan was at a loss for words. How the hell should I know if you're tough or not? At a loss for words, Wang Yan could only give him a thumbs up before quickly changing the subject. Enough chatter. Let's get out of here first. We need to find a place to settle down. Chen Yuan chuckled happily, offering no rebuttal, just a silly grin. It seemed this guy was quite pleased with his performance today. And indeed, he was. Even if he'd relied on Xia Ying's healing to push through, facing that many enemies, his courage was nothing to scoff at. He really had the guts to charge in. Over on Su Mushue's side, she had also completely stopped fighting and slipped into stealth mode, closing in rapidly. As the group continued their retreat, Chen Yuan flashed a smile at Xia Ying trailing behind him. "Xia Ying, thanks a ton. Your healing output was off the charts. Without you, the three of us would have been wiped out inside. Our health bars just couldn't hold up." Caught off guard by Chen Yuan's sudden praise, Xia Ying flushed crimson with embarrassment. "No, it's all thanks to the captain's overwhelming aura. I didn't do anything special, it's just what I should have done." Chen Yuan smiled, noticing her lingering shyness, and didn't press the matter further. Shortly after, Su Mushue, who had been kiting on the periphery, returned as well. The group reunited, and it was clear Su Mushue's eyes sparkled with excitement. But now wasn't the time for chatter. They continued their retreat. Only after pulling back a considerable distance did they finally halt beside a large tree. "Alright, let's rest here for now. There aren't many frogmen left, and with the stealth aura, they won't detect us." Chen Yuan had been waiting for this signal. He immediately plopped down onto the ground, his greatsword clattering to the earth. "Damn, I'm exhausted. I didn't feel it during the fight, but now that it's over, I realize this job isn't for the faint of heart. It's bloody exhausting." Wang Yan couldn't help but smile faintly at the sight. "Everyone did a great job. You all performed exceptionally well during this operation. Every single one of you is a hero." Chen Yuan grinned. "You bet. The four of us? We're all absolute beasts, right? With this kind of track record, who in the school could even compare?" Chen Yuan's eyes lit up. "Seriously, they're probably still playing house right now. Unlike us, we can already take on a whole tribe head-on." Su Mushue added, "It's all thanks to Wang Yan's excellent command." Chen Yuan suddenly froze, his expression turning oddly peculiar. "It's like I'm that stray dog by the roadside who just got kicked." Everyone's physical exhaustion was immense. The long trek earlier, followed by that intense battle afterward. Even after resting for a while, they still felt somewhat overwhelmed. Especially Chen Yuan. He had fought with such reckless abandon during the assault that by the time the battle ended, he was the most exhausted of them all. Rest alone was simply insufficient. Thus, they decided to retreat temporarily, returning to the supply station to recuperate before proceeding. Chen Yuan declared, "I need a feast." Inside the private room. For today's meal, Chen Yuan had reserved another private room. No choice as a VIP black card holder, the manager downstairs was simply too eager to please. After ordering, Chen Yuan specifically requested extra meat for Bloodtooth and Little Black. These two big guys were definitely the main attractions today. Before the dishes arrived, the four chatted idly. Chen Yuan pulled out the crate looted from the Frogman Chieftain. "Old Wang, this is the chest looted from the Frogman Chieftain. What do you think?" Wang Yan pondered for a moment upon hearing this. Just open the chest. The chest itself wasn't particularly valuable. Compared to that, leveling up was far more important. But the question now was, who should open it? Wang Yan thought about it. It seemed all three of them had already opened chests before. But there was one person who hadn't. Wang Yan looked at Xia Ying. "This momentous task falls to you. Come on, let's open our loot and see what we got." "Huh?" Xia Ying froze in surprise. Me? That doesn't seem right. You all fought hard for this, and now I'm the one opening the chest?" Su Mushue gave her a gentle tug. "Go ahead and open it. Don't overthink it. Come on." "Exactly." Chen Yuan laughed heartily. "We've all opened chests before, and besides, we really relied on you today, Xia Ying. Without you, we wouldn't have made it out. Silver tier boss chests are super thrilling to open." Xia Ying's cheeks flushed slightly. She glanced hesitantly at Wang Yan, who gave her an encouraging look. Finally gathering her courage, she stepped forward. "A silver tier boss chest. They're actually letting me have this chance? What kind of amazing teammates are these?" Xia Ying couldn't help but feel thrilled inside. "Notice, you have obtained 1 glory scepter gold. Notice, you have obtained a pair of boots of glory silver. Notice, you have obtained 1 ring of glory silver. Whoa! Not bad at all." Gold gear dropped. Everyone couldn't help but feel a surge of delight, and Xia Ying grew even more excited, her cheeks flushing brighter. Gold gear. A silver boss chest actually dropped gold gear. Check the gear stats. If it fits, keep it for use. Chapter 150, The War God Descends. Scepter of Glory Gold, equip level 20. Grants 10% cooldown reduction and 30% spell power upon equipping. This was the only piece of gold equipment, but upon seeing its stats, everyone present couldn't help but light up. Though the bonuses seemed straightforward, just 2 stats, there was no doubt both were incredibly valuable. Especially the 30% spell power. Such a boost was exceptionally generous for an equipment stat. Only Su Muxue and Xiaoying were suitable candidates for this item. Su Muxue remained silent for a moment, and Wang Yan and Chen Yuan also hesitated to speak. Xiaoying, however, reacted swiftly. Her face lit up with delight as she turned to Su Muxue. These stats are practically tailor-made for you. I don't really need the cooldown reduction right now, it'd be wasted on me. You should take it. Su Muxue hesitated for only a second before nodding generously. Alright, I won't be polite then. After accepting the staff, 2 items remained. These 2 silver grade items appeared rather ordinary, lacking any special qualities. The group unanimously agreed to sell them as scrap at the supply station for cash. With that, half of the loot from this battle had been dealt with. As for the other half, Chen Yuan glanced at the others, leaning forward slightly. Ahem, I'd like to say a few words. Ha? Su Muxue and Xiaoying both looked at him in surprise. Dude, is this really the right time to be putting on airs? Can't tell the difference between the big and small kings, huh? Wang Yan gave him a half smile. Of course, there was no hidden meaning behind it, he simply found it amusing. Watching Chen Yuan put on this show, Wang Yan sensed he'd already figured it out. Sure enough, after holding his face stiff for ages, Chen Yuan finally couldn't resist the corners of his mouth curling upward. Guys, I leveled up again. Level 25. And I unlocked a new skill too. Chen Yuan slammed his fist on the table with such force it looked like he was commanding the world, his eyes scanning the room with a look that made everyone else seem like ants. One wave of slaughter, and I charged straight to level 25 today. Talk about a killer move, right? Chen Yuan couldn't help but burst into laughter, his demeanor radiating pure triumph. Finally, I've made a name for myself today. Ha 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 ha. But Xiaoying was fine. Her level was the lowest, still quite a distance from 25, so she couldn't help but feel a bit amazed. Level 25, that should be enough to tower over all the other students in their year. But Wang Yan and Su Muxue weren't so easily impressed. Wang Yan had guessed it long ago, so he wasn't surprised at all. But Su Muxue looked utterly astonished. Level 25? That's incredible. Ha? Chen Yuan was momentarily dumbfounded. Did that really come out of Su Muxue's mouth? Damn it, no way. There's definitely something fishy here. Sure enough, the next second, the expression on Su Muxue's face vanished like smoke, replaced by a surprisingly calm reply. But you seem to have forgotten we're teammates. Experience points are shared. Su Muxue's lips curved into a faint smile. Oh, and by the way, I unlocked a skill too. Chen Yuan's expression stiffened slightly. He felt utterly miserable, like he'd just been kicked in the balls. Damn it, he'd completely forgotten about that. But since he'd already put on that act, Chen Yuan steeled himself and showed off another move. God of War Descent, skill activated. You leap into the air, gaining 50% damage reduction and immunity to all control effects for 3 seconds. Upon landing, a God of War force field with a 100-meter radius is generated. The God of War force field lasts up to 10 seconds. While active, you gain 50% damage bonus. Enemies within the field are silenced for 1 second and suffer 30% damage reduction until the field dissipates. Skill cooldown, 60 seconds. A long string of skill effects appeared, drawing everyone's attention. As they read on, astonishment spread across their faces. This was just one skill, yet its effects formed an extensive list. Moreover, it was a rare long-range displacement skill of force displacement. Once activated, it ignored all crowd control until landing utterly, brutally straightforward. Even Wang Yan couldn't help but show a hint of awe in his eyes. A god-tier skill, a god-tier skill. You're a heavy warrior, and with this insane skill. Wow, kid, you've hit the jackpot with this move. Heavy warriors often aren't the standout role in a squad's composition. While they appear to balance offense and defense, in reality, pure tanks generally outclass them in damage absorption, and dedicated warriors far surpass them in output. This role is more like a screwdriver wherever it's needed, it gets the job done. But this skill unlocks a whole new realm of possibilities for Chen Yuan. Extreme range displacement, paired with crowd control, damage reduction, and debuffs. Once activated, Chen Yuan instantly becomes as tanky as a dedicated tank, incredibly tanky. And on top of that, it grants a 50% damage boost. How utterly broken is that? Of course, the displacement effect is even more crucial. Admiration flashed in Wang Yan's eyes. At a critical moment, this skill might just turn the tide of battle. Not bad, really not bad. Chen Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. What could be more satisfying than Wang Yan's words of praise? Just how insane is Wang Yan? Everyone knows that. Even a freak thinks it's good, ha ha ha. His ego thoroughly satisfied, Chen Yuan felt himself soar once more. His gaze settled on Su Muxue with a hint of challenge. So, what do you think, Su the scholar? Is this skill impressive enough? Su Mu Shue. Even though she knew he was showing off, she had to admit the skill was undeniably powerful. So even if she wanted to deliberately put him down, she couldn't think of anything to say to hurt him in the moment. Su Mu Shue couldn't help but sigh in resignation. Well, it's decent. It really is pretty impressive. There was no way around it, this was genuinely beyond criticism. Chen Yuan instantly beamed, his face breaking into a chuffed grin. It was as if he'd already emerged victorious in this battle of wits. It was like the most solemn, most serious bet between guys. You've got me beat. Who could resist that? Chen Yuan couldn't help but break into a smile. Alright, keep it low key. But I've already shown off everything. Su the scholar, aren't you going to make an appearance? Chapter 151, they are the ones. Put. Look at Chen Yuan. So childish. Su Mushua rolled her eyes and casually released her own skill description. On the surface, she appeared utterly calm and composed. But if you looked closely, you could still see a hint of anticipation in Su Mushua's eyes. Clearly, she wasn't nearly as calm as she appeared on the surface. Dark Moon Bloom, you channel the power of the Dark Moon, summoning its projection into the void. While the Dark Moon persists, it transforms a 300-meter radius into the Dark Moon's domain of judgment. Within this domain, Dark Moon flowers proliferate, and moonlight inflicts minor damage upon enemies. Additionally, enemies trapped within the sanctioned grounds cannot escape and will be immobilized for 2 seconds, suffering a 20% reduction in all attributes and a 40% increase in cooldown duration. The Dark Moon can persist for a maximum of 10 seconds. Skill cooldown, 60 seconds. Another lengthy skill description had everyone staring blankly. Good grief. How to put it? You've got the upper hand with all those words. Seeing such lengthy descriptions, their hearts sank. This skill was bound to be as explosive as God of War descending. And indeed, reality matched their expectations. It was explosive. 300 meters in range, 300 meters. This absurdly wide range was just ridiculous. Though the damage output might seem modest, that's beside the point. Wang Yan fears nothing more than lacking damage. This skill's true value seems to lean more toward crowd control. It even throws in that nasty cooldown increase effect. Just imagine, if the enemy casts a skill with a long cooldown, this effect kicks in, and they're instantly screwed. They can't fight. They can't land a single hit. Just picturing that scene made Wang Yan's lips curve into a smile. These two skills? How to put it? A big circle trapping a small circle, a realm of death. Silence, immobilization, plus a whole slew of debuffs. TSK. Who wouldn't be stunned by that? Chen Yuan was completely dumbfounded, utterly speechless for the moment. Wang Yan was also at a loss for words. After a long pause, he finally managed to utter 2 words. Damn impressive. That's the gist of it. But that assessment seemed a bit too brief. But it packs a punch. What kind of flattery could possibly top those 2 words? Awesome. Truly awesome. Su Mushue couldn't help but lift the corners of her mouth slightly, the amusement in her eyes impossible to hide. Is that it? Is that all? See? Wang Yan praised me too. Awesome. Seriously awesome. Before long, the dishes arrived. The group continued their casual conversation while eating. Regarding these 2 skills, Wang Yan shared his own insights and some new possibilities. Listening to his insights, both men felt they gained a lot. It must be said that many of Wang Yan's ideas were truly eye-opening. By the time everyone had finished eating, even Chen Yuan was slumped in his chair, clutching his stomach. The atmosphere gradually shifted to post-meal murmurs. A few light-hearted exchanges seemed to strengthen the team's cohesion. Xia Ying included. Though she remained reserved, Xia Ying's demeanor visibly relaxed during this casual conversation. Until, after a brief silence fell over the room, Su Mushue suddenly changed the subject. This morning, that Frogman tribe. Did you notice when the Frogman chieftain was surrounded? Wang Yan immediately looked up. You mean the Frogman warriors surrounding him? Su Mushue's eyes brightened slightly. So he had noticed too. Su Mushue nodded. Those Frogman warriors? I actually felt at first that those monsters were like robots, kill them and be done with it. But with this Frogman tribe today, I think I saw for the first time. How should I put it? A complete, independent, distinct civilization belonging to the Frogmen themselves. Yeah, that's exactly it. Su Mushue couldn't help but light up, her eyes practically glowing as she looked at Wang Yan. Their reaction back then was truly heart-wrenching. Every single frogman, from all directions, rushed to aid their chieftain. Su Mushue's gaze grew distant. At that moment, I felt like I'd become the villain. But Chen Yuan and the others were truly in danger, so I kept shooting at them. Chen Yuan listened, feeling completely lost. Back then, he'd been too busy fighting to notice the scene. But Wang Yan understood completely, for he too had witnessed that shocking spectacle. Wang Yan took a deep breath. I suppose this is war, a war so vast it could wipe out an entire race. Brutal, tragic, a fight to the death. Faced with the threat of extinction, the cohesion of these frogmen is truly astonishing. Compared to those goblins, they seem far more civilized, more like a truly intelligent species. But you really shouldn't feel guilty about it, Wang Yan said, turning to look at Su Muxue. This is Dragon Nation. We're not the invaders, they are. At these words, Su Muxue's eyes widened in shock. Xiaoying, who had been listening silently, also showed a slight change in expression. Exactly. No matter how tragic their plight, they were the ones who started this war. Xiaoying had been right beside Wang Yan at the time. What Wang Yan witnessed, she too had witnessed. They had all endured that horrific ordeal, yet upon hearing Wang Yan's words, a sudden clarity washed over them. Both my parents died in the war. If you look at the bigger picture, there are countless others like them. Since this upheaval began, so many years have passed, and far too many have perished on the battlefield. If humanity declines, then our fate won't be much better than those frogmen. Chen Yuan's eyes finally widened in shock at this revelation. There's a theory that our class awakenings are actually closely tied to various aspects of our individual selves. Take someone who's cowardly and afraid of death, they're unlikely to awaken to a powerful combat profession. So old Wang, no wonder you awaken such an insane aura master, turns out you've got such a grand vision. Wang Yan. Get lost. Stop trying to flatter me. Put. Chen Yuan sneered dismissively. What a bunch of weirdos. Who even refuses to listen to flattery? Hey there. Learn from me, this is what true magnanimity looks like. We can handle any kind of flattery. Chen Yuan began winking and nodding. Come on, come on. My heart is huge, hurry up and butter me up a bit. You might not like it, but I sure do. Wang Yan. Su Muxue rolled her eyes and silently turned away. Only Xiaoying followed suit, covering her mouth to stifle a giggle. Chapter 152, New Skill. That afternoon, the group headed out again to grind levels. The frog chief had already been defeated, and the remaining frogmen were now scattered like loose sand. This was an opportunity they couldn't afford to miss. Throughout the afternoon, the four fully embodied the essence of blitzkrieg and guerrilla warfare, executing nothing but flawless surprise attacks. The entire process can only be summed up with one word: exhilarating. Finally, facing the frogmen's shattered base camp, Chen Yuan and Su Muxue got their wish, witnessing the power of the new ultimate move firsthand. The scene. It was pure visual spectacle. Especially Su Muxue's Dark Moon Blossom, it was absolutely explosive. By the time the entire frogman tribe was utterly annihilated, the sun had already set in the west. Though the afternoon's intensity matched the morning's relentless pace. But the rewards were plentiful. By the end, both Su Muxue and Chen Yuan had leveled up to 27. The morning's major gains came from taking down the frogman chieftain, the big boss. The afternoon, well, that was purely a numbers game. They were overwhelmed by sheer hordes of frogman grunts. As for Wang Yan, thanks to Bloodtooth splitting the experience, he hadn't reached level 25 by the morning. But he leveled up in the afternoon. The new skill was called Divine Skill Cooldown Aura. This skill is still incredibly overpowered. Its range was identical to other auras, but its effect? A 90% reduction in cooldowns. Upon seeing this skill, even Wang Yan himself was left speechless. 100% holy damage, 10x attack power, full duration purification, 90% slow, and now a 90% cooldown reduction? Wang Yan could only say, who else could match this? Wang Yan felt that now, his teammates should be worried about a new problem: their mana bars. They should be freaking out about whether their mana reserves could withstand such insane buffs from Wang Yan. Meanwhile, Xiaoying had finally reached level 20 as well. In comparison, she was the last one to level up today. At level 20, she naturally gained a new skill. Xiaoying's skill was called Forest Fury. It was a wide area control skill, her first ability with genuine offensive capability. Upon unleashing Forest Fury, she could summon Vine Phantoms to bind enemies, trapping them for 3 seconds. Up to 5 Vine Phantoms could appear simultaneously. However, this skill possessed an additional effect: if Xiaoying was in her transformed state when casting it, the maximum number of Vine Phantoms would double. That means 10. This quantity is quite impressive, though unfortunately, the cooldown is a bit lengthy. A full minute to recharge. Still, it was remarkably impressive. Considering her situation, Wang Yan offered her a suggestion. He suggested she practice transforming into animal forms whenever she had free time. The fawn was just one option, ideally, something that could fly, like some kind of bird or something. Wang Yan boldly speculated that this transformation skill might become one of the absolute core elements of her future path. Much like the Wrath of the Forest, her animal form might grant her powerful additional blessings. This aligned perfectly with the name Druid. Xiaoying took it to heart and transformed into a small bird on the way back. At first, she couldn't fly. If not for Su Muxue's quick reflexes catching her, she would have smacked right into the ground. Just thinking about it still hurt. In the blink of an eye, time passed. The group had already reached the edge, about to return to the city area. Perched on Su Muxue's shoulder was a small bird, creating a scene of perfect harmony. Su Muxue appeared much more approachable. This little bird, of course, was Xiaoying in disguise. Ever since Wang Yan offered his advice, Xiaoying had been pushing herself relentlessly, maintaining her bird form all the way back. Now, she had gained a basic grasp of flight. It must be said, she was quite impressive. But unexpectedly, at the edge of the forest, several familiar figures came into view. Oh? Coming back this late? Is this a last-minute scramble? Wang Yan instinctively glanced over. It was Zhang Xingyi. Several others accompanied Zhang Xingyi, all seemingly classmates from the same cohort. Seeing Wang Yan and the others, these three were no strangers to fame. They certainly recognized them and knew that things between them and Zhang Xingyi weren't exactly smooth sailing. Yet none of them spoke up. Only Zhang Xingyi wore a distinctly sarcastic expression. Hey, Su Mushue, grinding levels with a glow master? Must be a pain, huh? TSK. Take my advice, his days as the top student are long gone. Now it's the era of the professionals. You know what level I am now? Let me tell you, it's not too late to change your mind. The college entrance exam is tomorrow, but after that summer break, we'll still be grinding levels. Between a holy light priest and some so-called aura master? Ha! Is there even a choice? Before Zhang Xingyi could finish, Su Mushue shot him a cold glance. Get lost. That expression, that demeanor, it was as if she were looking down on a disgusting toad. Zhang Xingyi's face froze instantly. The olive branch he'd been about to extend was abruptly retracted, leaving him feeling as though he'd swallowed a fly. But worst of all, you actually told me to get lost? I'm a holy light priest. Everyone's watching. How am I supposed to save face now? Zhang Xingyi's face darkened instantly. Oomph. You take kindness for ingratitude. You're clearly a dark moon mage, yet you insist on dragging along this dead weight. You'll regret it when you're held back worse than an ordinary mage. Just you wait. Su Mushue couldn't help but take a deep breath. A burden, what a burden. Wang Yan doesn't give a damn about you lot. Forget about being his opponent, you don't even deserve to be noticed by him, yet here you are, shamelessly fawning over him. Su Mushue silently recalled Wang Yan's calm, indifferent expression, and strangely, her anger began to fade. Get out! Get out! Get out now! Su Mushue waved him away with exasperation, not even bothering to look at him. Holy, Zhang Xingyi exploded at that attitude. You think you're swatting flies here? Zhang Xingyi, holy light priest. Am I a fly? Zhang Xingyi's rage turned to laughter. Just as he was about to retort, he suddenly noticed Chen Yuan turn his head and glance at him. Just one glance. Zhang Xingyi shuddered violently. In that instant, a chill swept over him, as if a blood-soaked cleaver had been thrust directly into his face. His hair stood on end. When Zhang Xingyi snapped back to his senses, his heart was pounding wildly. That's Chen Yuan? No way. What's going on? That kid Chen Yuan, how could he have that look in his eyes? It was as if he was about to pounce at any moment. Damn it! Chapter 153, cute yet deadly. After surviving the morning's massive monster onslaught, it's no exaggeration to say that if Chen Yuan really put his mind to it now, his strength was far more formidable than before. Those who'd truly seen blood and fought bayonet to bayonet on the battlefield carried an aura no ordinary person could match. What Chen Yuan possessed now was undeniably the genuine aura of a killer. That desperate, life-or-death struggle had almost completely transformed him. Though he hadn't yet attained the aura of a seasoned veteran, the iron-blooded, ruthless killing intent he now carried was utterly beyond comparison to that of a novice adventurer. He had become a true warrior. Or perhaps we could be a bit more confident and drop the like altogether. Facing such a formidable opponent, Chen Yuan glared fiercely. It was hardly surprising that Zhang Xingyi, a mere pastor, was intimidated. But Zhang Xingyi was a man who valued his dignity. To be intimidated into silence by a mere glance, was that even acceptable? He had to make a move. What are you staring at? I know you're formidable, no need to put on airs with me. You wouldn't be leading a Halo Master without some real skills. Chen Yuan? Chen Yuan was momentarily dumbfounded. Damn it, with the way you were acting, I thought you were going to show off your skills. But then you suddenly started praising me? But in an instant, Chen Yuan sensed something was off. You bastard, this isn't flattery, it's blatant backstabbing. Putting down my teammates to make me look good? Trying that on me? And besides, others might not know the situation, but he certainly did. Putting Wang Yan down to make himself look good? He was practically blushing. Chen Yuan quickly grew displeased. This talk was making him lose face. But unexpectedly, Su Mushue exploded first. Her pretty face turned cold as she snapped her head away. If you dare spew more garbage from your filthy mouth, don't even bother coming home tonight. You can just sleep at the hospital instead. Forget taking the college entrance exam tomorrow, that filthy mouth of yours belongs in the ICU. Wang Yan instinctively glanced at Su Mushue. It seemed like that Yan Luo Wan was back. That little expression, it was so cute yet fierce. Wang Yan didn't let Zhang Xingyi's sarcastic remarks get to him. When his profession awakened, he'd already braced himself for this. His class was destined to be a force that commanded the battlefield, destined to become the absolute core of a mighty army. From the very beginning, his teammates were of Li Yingtian's caliber, tackling high-level dungeons. He even had an achievement badge to prove it. Compared to that, the so-called Zhang Xingyi. Nothing but a monkey. Who in their right mind would feel offended by a tiny ant scuttling about on the ground? They weren't even on the same level. On the contrary, Wang Yan found Su Mushua's sudden return to fierceness utterly amusing. Though she was all cute and fierce, Wang Yan suddenly found her inexplicably adorable, you know? Wang Yan caught himself thinking this and his lips twitched slightly. What the hell am I doing? Damn it. Of course, Su Mushua was completely unaware of Wang Yan's inner turmoil. At this moment, Su Mushua was clearly getting genuinely annoyed. Though petite in stature, her gaze was truly fierce. The dark moon mage emerging from the shadows utterly emotionless. Wang Yan even felt like she might suddenly draw her sword at any moment. Wait, no, pull out her staff. Got it? Dare utter another word, and you can dial 911 right now. That cold voice, paired with that condescendingly indifferent tone, nearly made Zhang Xingyi explode with rage. He was a holy light priest. Who dared to hit him? Zhang Xingyi's face darkened to an extreme degree, and the look he shot Wang Yan grew even more sinister. It was all his fault. If not for him, how could things have come to this? I don't know where you get the nerve to think I'm afraid of you. Let me see just how powerful you, a Halo Master, truly are. Ha! Song Hui. Move. The bastard actually ordered his teammates to attack. The unlucky soul named Song Hui's face turned grim in an instant. If it weren't for the Holy Light Priest class having some redeeming qualities, he'd never have teamed up with scum like this. But thinking of the college entrance exams, Song Hui gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Since things have come to this, don't blame me for what's about to happen. But seriously, Brother Zhang's class is genuinely powerful. You too, are you ready? Excuse me. With that, a heavy sword flashed in Song Hui's hand. He was a heavy armor warrior, just like Chen Yuan. With Song Hui already drawing his weapon, his teammates beside him wouldn't stand idly by either. Beside him, a burly, heavy-set man stood with legs spread wide, a massive shield flashing in his hands. His imposing presence matched his massive frame. Further back, two women drew wands in their hands. Judging by this setup, they were genuinely preparing for battle. Seeing this scene, Chen Yuan, already feeling uneasy, immediately lost his temper. Damn it! You think you're something special, huh? A low growl escaped his lips as Chen Yuan unleashed his full killing intent without restraint. With his heavy sword in hand, Chen Yuan's entire demeanor transformed, becoming like a man-shaped beast. He charged straight at Song Hui, sword raised. Yes, there were 5 opponents across from him, but Chen Yuan charged straight into the fray alone. The ferocity of a warrior was on full display. In comparison, those guys over there. They were truly in a different league. Calling them complete amateurs wouldn't be an exaggeration. First in line, Song Hui stared at Chen Yuan's unyielding gaze and felt every hair on his body stand on end. Damn it, this wasn't the stance of someone looking for a fight, he was here to kill. As a heavily armored warrior, Song Hui found himself unexpectedly weak in the knees. But the distance between them was already short. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yuan was upon him. With the arrow already on the string, there was no turning back. Fortunately, at that moment, a faint golden glow suddenly illuminated Song Hui's body. This was Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang's holy light spell had arrived. Zhang Xingyi's holy light not only provided sustained healing to a single ally. If the ally is at full health, it can alter the skill's effect, transforming it into a continuous 10% defense boost for the ally until the holy light spell ends. This skill was nothing short of a blessing for frontline warriors. While grinding mobs, this skill alone gave both him and Fatty so much more confidence. With holy light active, Song Hui felt his fighting spirit surge back when facing monsters. Damn it, we're all heavy warriors, like I'm scared of you. But the next second. Clang. A heavy, thunderous clang. Only at this moment of true confrontation did Song Hui's expression finally change. A dramatic shift. This. How could this be? How is this possible? Chapter 154, The Affectionate Principle. After all, they were all from the same school. Chen Yuan held back considerably, not using any skills at all. As for Song Hui, he'd never been particularly eager to fight, though he wasn't stupid either. So this time, both men swung their heavy swords directly at each other. Chen Yuan charged forward first, relying solely on his own strength without any buffs. But Song Hui? He had holy light spell active. Yet the moment their blades clashed, a thunderous clang echoed. All eyes fixed on the scene as Song Hui suddenly trembled violently. As if struck by immense force, he stumbled backward, stumbling 4 or 5 steps in rapid succession. Once he steadied himself, Song Hui instinctively looked up, his face now frozen in utter horror. His eyes looked like he'd seen a ghost. What the hell? Are you cheating with that power? We're all warriors, and we've only awakened a few days ago. How could your power be this immense already? In that instant, a powerful tremor surged through him, accompanied by immense force radiating from the blade. His hands instantly went numb, and the sword nearly slipped from his grasp. It felt like facing an opponent from an entirely different tier. After the shock faded from Song Hui's eyes, it was replaced by utter disbelief. Such power meant absolute offensive capability. And he had additional defensive enhancements. In other words, Chen Yuan's actual offensive power was utterly crushing his own. Under these circumstances, there was only one plausible explanation: Chen Yuan's level was already high enough to crush him outright. You! What level are you? Chen Yuan let out a cold laugh at the sight, hoisting his heavy sword onto his shoulder. Oomph, you're nothing but a frog in a well. You! Song Hui's face darkened. Beside them, Zhang Xingyi, who had maintained a stern expression throughout, now found his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Faced with this bizarre situation, even he, who had been putting on a brave front, began to feel uneasy. This Chen Yuan seemed to be strong to an almost absurd degree. If Chen Yuan was this formidable within the same squad, how could Su Muxue possibly be any less? She was a dark moon mage widely acknowledged as possessing the greatest potential among the current trio of prodigies. If it came down to it, she might prove even more troublesome than Chen Yuan. Zhang Xingyi's expression shifted, and hesitation finally began to creep into his mind. This situation today, it seemed best avoided. This one's too thorny. Zhang Xingyi shot Wang Yan a hateful glare. You lucky bastard. All you know how to do is hide behind a woman. Oomph. Let's get out of here. Upon hearing this, Song Hui instantly breathed a sigh of relief and promptly turned to follow suit. But as they departed, the looks they shot at the others had clearly changed. Watching them disappear, Chen Yuan shrugged, sheathed his heavy sword, and walked back. So, old Wang, didn't embarrass you, did I? Wang Yan gave an indifferent smile. Though he didn't care much, Chen Yuan had, after all, avenged him. Wang Yan slapped him on the shoulder. You know what? At least with that outfit, you're starting to look more and more like a seasoned warrior. Whoa! Ha ha ha! That's high praise. Not bad, old Wang. You know what? Your compliment feels way better than all that sycophantic flattery. Wang Yan was speechless. This isn't flattery. I know. That's exactly why it feels good. My brother, a genuine compliment. Who wouldn't be happy about that? Chen Yuan chuckled, nudging Wang Yan with his elbow. Hey, once we get back to school after class, let's find a place to grab a bite. Tomorrow's the college entrance exam, so let's treat ourselves to a nice meal today. My treat. Wang Yan couldn't help but glance at Su Muxue and the little bird perched on her shoulder. Some rich idiot with money to burn is treating us again. Shouldn't we give the rich guy some face? Chen Yuan immediately clasped his hands in a bow. Thank you, esteemed guests, for gracing us with your presence. Ha! Everyone burst out laughing. Before they knew it, they were back at school. Tomorrow was the college entrance exam, and the school had notified everyone to return one last time before the test. Considering everyone's leveling progress, the meeting was scheduled for this evening. Walking back through the familiar playground, the sound of classmates chatting filled the air. The atmosphere suddenly felt so harmonious, like they'd stepped back into the ivory tower. For a moment, it felt like stepping into a different world. This ordinary, peaceful atmosphere felt almost too good to be true. School life, it really is wonderful. Back in the classroom, the homeroom teacher held a class meeting, going over numerous reminders and sharing hopeful visions and blessings. Blah blah blah, a whole lot of it. But Wang Yan also sensed something. Returning to school had somehow improved the class atmosphere considerably. It felt a bit like returning from the front lines after narrowly escaping disaster. Everyone seemed as dear as family. It felt like everyone could sense the beauty of being back in school. After the meeting, the homeroom teacher called Wang Yan and his two classmates aside. Unexpectedly, Principal Zhao Guofeng had also arrived. They must have known that Chen Yuan and Su Muxue were Wang Yan's teammates. They weren't like those clueless fools outside who didn't know the truth. They were aware of Wang Yan's situation. And if you're hanging with Wang Yan, how could you be anything but exceptional? Not to mention, Chen Yuan and Su Muxue themselves weren't ordinary professionals. Zhao Guofeng showered the three with warm greetings and inquiries. His attitude couldn't have been more cordial. Finally, Zhao Guofeng dropped a bombshell. Wang Yan, you've already been pre-admitted to Jiangnan University. After the college entrance exams, you can directly choose one silver-grade equipment piece from the school treasury, any piece you want. As for you two, if either of you gets accepted by one of the three supreme academies, you'll get the same deal. Pick any silver-grade item you want. Wow! Chen Yuan gasped in astonishment, his mouth agape. Though his family wasn't short on money, this wasn't about money at all. This was the profound favor of his alma mater, the recognition from the principal himself. Damn it, he could brag about this to his grandchildren when he was old. It was a symbol of honor. Wang Yan and Su Muxue exchanged glances. Such good fortune naturally brought smiles to both their faces. The three hurriedly thanked the principal and, of course, their homeroom teacher Qingyao as well. After a warm exchange of pleasantries, the trio finally departed under the expectant gazes of the principal and homeroom teacher. That evening, fine wine and sumptuous dishes flowed freely. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Wang Yan received a message from Li Yingtian. He was invited to meet at a coffee shop. Today, all the other students were taking the college entrance exams, but he didn't have to participate. He didn't need to prove himself through exams. He's quite skilled. With no plans of his own, Wang Yan readily agreed. Morning, coffee shop, bright sunshine. By the window on the second floor, warm sunlight streamed in, bathing Li Yingtian's face and making him seem even more approachable. Please sit down, Wang Yan. No need to be so formal. Wang Yan smiled politely and sat down as instructed. You know what? These people are actually quite nice to him. Chapter 155, New Team Member. We asked you here today to discuss some matters with you. Inside the private room, the coffee had already been served. Li Yingtian switched from his relaxed state to work mode. His tone immediately grew more serious. First, regarding the arrangements made earlier by Captain Su. According to Captain Su's previous plan, he would build a team specifically tailored to you, with you at its core, to serve as the main force for future national battles. Currently, several candidates have been selected for this squad, and they arrived in Tianshui City last night. They're already here? That fast? Wang Yan couldn't help but be surprised. Seeing Wang Yan's reaction, Li Yingtian couldn't help but chuckle. After all, this is a team specifically crafted for you. The sooner they interact and coordinate with you, the better the results will be. I can give you a sneak peek: the people coming this time are no ordinary characters. Admittedly, Wang Yan's curiosity was instantly piqued. He'd already gotten a taste of Su Jingfeng's combat prowess. If Li Yingtian personally selected them, what kind of professionals could they be? Wang Yan felt a genuine stir of anticipation. If even Chairman Li says so, I'll definitely be watching with bated breath. Li Yingtian appeared confident. Rest assured, you'll be satisfied. Next comes your assignment. For the foreseeable future, you'll be working alongside this newly formed squad. They'll help you level up, and it'll also be a process for you to get to know each other and build teamwork. I trust you understand how crucial this process is. Wang Yan nodded in agreement. He certainly had no objections to that. Are you kidding? A big shot like that offering to help him level up? Only a fool would turn down such a great opportunity. Seeing Wang Yan's attitude, Li Yingtian felt reassured. Alright, that puts my mind at ease. Taking a sip of coffee, Li Yingtian visibly relaxed. The rest is just minor details. One thing regarding that challenge token. We estimate they're getting closer to activating it. It could happen tomorrow, or any day after that. That's also one reason we're rushing to level you up. Regarding this, Wang Yan, you must also be prepared. Wang Yan took a deep breath. That bunch of thieving scum from Sakura country. Just wait. Someday. Wang Yan nodded solemnly. Next, regarding the future of the new squad after deliberation, it has been decided that this team is fundamentally being formed for the national war. But after the national war concludes, whether this squad continues to exist is entirely up to you. The higher-ups won't interfere, it's entirely your decision. After all, I've heard that you've been keeping a low profile these past few days, leveling up with your classmates. I hear you guys get along pretty well. What's that, about 90,000 or something? Li Yingtian's expression was half smiling, half mocking, tinged with a hint of sarcasm. Ah! Wang Yan couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. Li Yingtian waved his hand dismissively. Just kidding. Young people, you know? I may be getting old now, but I was young once too. Back in the day. Li Yingtian's smile froze for a moment before he shook his head with a wry smile. Though I don't think I was quite as flashy as you back then. Damn it, how am I supposed to respond to that? But Li Yingtian clearly meant no offense. A few light-hearted remarks had actually brought them closer together. In short, Wang Yan, what I want you to understand is this: to a large extent, you represent the even brighter future of our Dragon Nation. But Dragon Nation won't forget that. Right now, you're still just a kid. Though you are a rising star, the nation won't impose excessive restrictions on you, nor will it shortchange you. Hearing these words, Wang Yan felt a warm glow in his heart. Being a Dragon Nation citizen, it felt truly wonderful. After the conversation ended, Li Yingtian led Wang Yan straight to the professional guild. According to Li Yingtian, the new recruits should be at the professional guild right now. They had arrived in Tianshui City last night and were now gathered at the guild to prepare for their upcoming mission. Upon reaching the guild's office entrance, Li Yingtian suddenly halted. Ready? Ha! Wang Yan froze for a moment before realizing he was referring to meeting the new teammates. Wang Yan couldn't help but smile wryly. This weird uncle was still teasing him at a time like this. Li Yingtian smiled faintly and patted Wang Yan on the shoulder. Relax. You're the one and only aura master in the world, the strongest support player to ever exist. While they're all formidable, you're no less than any of them. Wang Yan felt a slight stir of emotion. So he was actually encouraging him. It seemed those guys were all freaking monsters, and Li Yingtian was worried that suddenly encountering such powerhouses might mess with his mindset. Wang Yan was genuinely moved to tears. This eccentric uncle was truly too kind. But on the flip side, if these new recruits could make Li Yingtian react like this, just how insane were they? Wang Yan felt his anticipation only grow. The door opened and Li Yingtian stepped inside. Sorry to keep you waiting. Look who I brought with me, our genius aura master, Wang Yan. As he finished speaking, Li Yingtian stepped aside, revealing the scene within the office to Wang Yan. First to catch his eye was a young man sitting cross-legged on the sofa, leaning back. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be in his early 20s. He wore a loose-fitting black shirt and pants, had very fair skin, and possessed a pair of distinctive almond-shaped eyes. It had to be said, he looked kinda handsome. Probably caused trouble for countless girls. But what made Wang Yan notice him at first glance certainly wasn't his looks. The moment Wang Yan saw him, he sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from this man. An incredibly powerful one. It felt like the kind of presence forged by long-term dominance. Simply sitting there, he commanded absolute centrality within sight. Even his expression carried a peculiar coldness, and his gaze radiated a palpable sense of detachment. As if he didn't give a damn about anyone else. Yet it wasn't arrogance. This guy's vibe, it felt like he didn't need arrogance at all. He was born to be the center of attention. Damn it. Wang Yan suddenly understood why Li Yingtian had specifically warned him before entering. Damn it, ever since he'd crossed over to this world, Wang Yan had never encountered anyone quite like this. This bastard was practically. Damn it, he was the protagonist. Not me. I was the imposter. The fake. Wang Yan took a deep breath, his attention quickly drifting elsewhere. Beside the aloof man, on the small side sofa, sat a woman with a graceful figure. She wore tight-fitting pants, a simple t-shirt, and a super short women's denim jacket. Damn, she's a beauty. Chapter 156, The Naughty Sister. Wang Yan noticed the woman appeared to have exceptionally long legs. Especially with that ultra-short jacket, its hem barely reaching her ribs, which made her proportions quite explosive. Adding to that figure, she sported a head of platinum blonde, wavy long hair, and it looked like she had plenty of it. Overall, she was the epitome of a sophisticated older woman, the kind who exuded undeniable poise. Her aura suggested a free-spirited, capable powerhouse. But when Wang Yan's gaze met hers, she suddenly curved her lips, her eyes gleaming with a raw intensity that seemed almost predatory. So this is the legendary Wang Yan? Not bad looking. Got a girlfriend yet? Ha! Wang Yan was momentarily speechless. It must be said, this woman was undoubtedly the second person to leave a deep impression on him. What caught Wang Yan's attention wasn't her slightly offbeat attitude. What truly astonished him, even left him speechless, was the sudden shift in her gaze during their brief eye contact. Her eyes seemed to speak volumes. In that instant, before she even spoke, Wang Yan instantly understood her meaning. She was interested in him. Of course, this wasn't genuine interest. Wang Yan wasn't that self-absorbed. The phrase mainly referred to that look. Take now, for instance. After Wang Yan's obvious moment of surprise, the woman's gaze shifted instantly. A half smile, half sneer, as if she truly locked onto her prey. She found herself quite amusing. Damn it, you're flirting with a little boy here. That look in her eyes clearly meant just that. Wang Yan couldn't help but feel offended. What's the meaning here? Show me how it's done? Align with me? But on the other hand, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of wonder. Her eyes were truly magical. Hearing her blurt out such a startling remark, several people in the office couldn't help but glance at her. Especially Li Yingtian. A wry smile flickered across his face. Wang Yan instantly understood the meaning behind it. He was helpless. Right in front of him, this woman dared to speak so bluntly, and he was helpless about it. This undoubtedly reveals one thing: the individuals present here are likely all of very high standing. So high, in fact, that even Li Yingtian, the president of Tianshui City's Guild of Professionals, held no sway over them. Wang Yan remained impassive. Beside him stood a burly man. Indeed, giant seemed a more fitting description for this man. His frame was simply enormous. He wasn't muscular, nor was he obese. He was simply built exceptionally robust. If you could cast his shadow, it would likely be 2 or 3 times larger than anyone else's. Beneath that frame, he sported a full, bushy beard. The style screamed one word: tough. Too tough. As for the farthest corner, seated there was a very thin man. He didn't look old, but he was tall. Sitting there with a cold expression, he gave off a cool vibe. Wang Yan took in all 4 figures at a glance. Each gave off a distinct vibe. One thing was clear, though none of them were simple characters. Wang Yan's gaze returned to the woman, addressing her question first. I'm only 18. Asking me that question would be more appropriate for the person sitting next to you. Him? I couldn't care less about him. That guy doesn't seem like a good person. The girls who like him could form a line stretching from Shanghai all the way to Beijing. What chance would I have? As she spoke, the woman's gaze grew significantly more meaningful. Little rascal, only 18 years old, but you're no angel. Trying to dig a hole for me right off the bat? You've got some nerve. It was just a little teasing, and you're holding a grudge? The aloof guy seemed genuinely surprised. This kid-s got some nerve. Interesting. Li Yingtian clapped his hands at the perfect moment. Alright. Since everyone's here, I'll be the one to introduce you all. Wang Yan, you all know his situation. How about each of you introduce yourselves one by one? Let our classmate Wang Yan get to know everyone first. No one objected. First up was the woman who'd immediately asked if he had a girlfriend. I'll go first. Surprisingly, the woman seemed to have regained her composure. Song Wanxiu, Star-Eyed Mage, level 76. My specialties are damage dealing and crowd control. But after finishing her sentence, Song Wanxiu suddenly blinked her eyes. There are too many people here. That's all I can say. If you want to know more, come find me privately. Good grief. Wang Yan couldn't help but twitch his lips, and even the others exchanged embarrassed glances. Seriously, sis, is it really okay to be so blatant? Next up was the cold-hearted guy, who promptly took the floor. His tone was as detached as his demeanor, creating an immediate sense of distance. Shinhaochen, profession, Flame King, level 78, primary role, damage dealer, specializing in Southern Brightness Flame. Ha! Hearing this, Wang Yan's eyes narrowed in focus. Southern Brightness Fire. Was it truly Southern Brightness Fire? In certain myths and legends, Southern Brightness Fire was the flame of the divine beast, the vermilion bird. These individuals were no ordinary players. So perhaps, just maybe, it really was? Wang Yan held onto a sliver of hope. Then there was the man with the bushy beard. My name is Zhang Xiong. Wherever I go, I'm the tank standing up front taking the hits. Seems like everyone around me says my arms look tough. Oh, well. My class is Fearless Charger, level 76. Captain Su mentioned you have an aura that boosts attack tenfold. My class trait is that both my defense and health are affected by attack bonuses. Because of that, even though I'm a tank, I've maxed out my level points into attack stats. Zhang Xiong scratched his head as he spoke, looking almost adorably clueless. Wang Yan, with your tenfold attack aura, I feel like I could be ridiculously tough. We'd make a great team. Wang Yan couldn't help but stare in astonishment. A tank specializing in attack? The higher the attack, the higher the HP and defense? This is... what a genius! And just as he said, this guy really did compliment him perfectly. It was damn near ideal. When his aura kicked in, this guy's buffs would instantly multiply by 10. That health bar, it was beyond imagination. Su Jingfeng really was the guy sent to find him. That he could track down talent like this. Damn! Wang Yan flashed a gentle smile. Pleased to meet you. As you said, we really do complement each other well. You look quite a bit older than me, so I'll call you Brother Zhang from now on. Looking forward to working with you. Actually, Wang Yan wanted to call him Uncle Zhang. Because this guy had a full beard, giving him that quintessential Western uncle vibe. But the next second, Zhang Xiong suddenly interjected, I'm actually not as old as I look. Chapter 157, Southern Brightness Departing Fire. I'm 28 years old. Ha? How old? Ha 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 ha. Song Wanxiu couldn't help bursting into laughter beside him. Wang Yan stood stunned for a long moment, utterly. He could only offer an awkward chuckle. Well, sorry about that. I'll just call you Brother Zhang. Ah, that's fine, Brother Zhang it is. Holy cow, this was so awkward it could kill you. Wang Yan swore he really hadn't meant to be rude. Honestly. Who'd believe you're 28? Finally, there was that tall, lanky, cold-looking guy. The moment Zhang Xiong spoke, he seemed to transform from an imposing giant into a warm, approachable big brother. As for this tall, slender, cold-hearted guy, Wang Yan never expected this one to have such a huge contrast either. That is, my name is Thunder Spike. No, wait, it's Wang Lei. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous. Wang Yan. He nearly froze solid. No wonder he looked so cool. I thought he was aloof, but turns out he's socially anxious. Wang Yan quickly forced a friendly smile. Hi, Brother Lei. We're teammates now, so please take care of me. I don't know what your ability is yet, Thunder Assassin? Yeah, that's right. I'm a Thunder Assassin. I can channel thunder, move super fast, and I'm a level 77 epic tier character. Alright, at least I know a little now. Wang Yan felt his head spinning. Why was meeting someone so exhausting? He glanced around and saw everyone staring at him. Liang Tian tried to mediate again, but Wang Yan cut him off. Wang Yan showed no sign of nervousness. Alright, I have a basic understanding of your situations. But Shinhaochen, regarding your ability, is it truly the Southern Brightness Fire? Shinhaochen seemed to have answered this question countless times before, responding without hesitation. It might be someday, but it's not that extreme right now. My first skill is called Southern Brightness Fire. Part of its effect functions like a passive skill. My flames will transform into Southern Brightness Fire, and all my attacks will gain the burning property. The burning property manifests in two primary ways. First, it grants innate AoE damage. All my attacks affect multiple targets. Second, if my allies are within the Nanming Lihua, they gain a shield equal to 10% of their maximum health. This shield has a 3-second cooldown upon breaking. Third, it never extinguishes. Whoa! Damn, this trait. This burning trait is brutal. He's a natural AoE mage, and his flames never die. Plus the shield's support effect. Damn it, truly worthy of the name Southern Brightness Departing Fire. Combining these traits, Wang Yan suddenly saw a vivid image in his mind. Once this guy engages in battle, the entire mountain range instantly becomes a sea of flames. Whoa. Alright, I've got a general grasp of the situation. As for me, you all knew my background before coming here, but there's something you don't know. HM? The others perked up instantly, and Liang Tian, who'd been observing quietly, also brightened. He seemed to have a vague idea of what was coming. Wang Yan smiled faintly. I've just awakened a new skill. Its effect is 90% cooled. Clunk. At those words, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. How much? Now it was their turn to shout out the figure. The voice belonged to Song Wanxiu, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise. Wang Yan couldn't help but curve his lips at her reaction. You wicked sister, you finally met your match. Even Xin Haochen, who had been casually leaning back on the sofa, suddenly sat up straight. Wang Yan was pleased with their reactions. With this cooldown reduction, everyone can chain their skills together much faster. Before, I thought that with such high damage output, what my teammates lacked was skill cooldown, that intense, relentless barrage of attacks. But now, it seems mana depletion is the real concern. The others stared at Wang Yan's demeanor, speechless. Admittedly, the kid did carry himself with a certain air of a true powerhouse. But for some reason, they couldn't shake the feeling he was just showing off. And in reality. Ha 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 ha. Wang Yan chuckled inwardly. You bet. I'm totally showing off. Southern brightness fire, you think you're hot stuff? Damn it, I'm not afraid of you one bit. With this power boost, you'd better get down on your knees and call me daddy. Everyone gathered together on the sofa. Liang Tian included. After the initial introductions, the situation became fairly clear. Though they weren't close yet, it didn't matter. As teams competing in the national war, they'd inevitably grow familiar over time. There was plenty of time ahead. That's all I have to say. The rest is up to you. You came to Tianshui City with specific orders, right? Xin Haochen leaned forward, adopting a serious demeanor. Indeed, Captain Su has already provided us with some arrangements for our upcoming situation. At this point, Xin Haochen paused. I hear you also have a mutated dark gold tier beast companion? Wang Yan nodded vigorously, casually summoning Bloodtooth from nearby. Bloodtooth had grown considerably, now nearly 3 meters in length. Its sudden appearance in the office made the space feel rather cramped. Chairman Li, this place feels a bit cramped. Clearly pent up in its pokeball, Bloodtooth immediately expressed its displeasure upon release, nudging Wang Yan's leg repeatedly with its massive head. A smile slipped onto Wang Yan's face as he reached out to pat its head. His name is Bloodtooth. He carries the bloodline of the dragon blood crocodile. His dragon bloodline has awakened, allowing him to wield dragon flame and dragon might. Beyond his innate crocodile abilities, he's also awakened 3 additional water-type skills. The others couldn't help but scrutinize Bloodtooth. Its fearsome, predominantly red body was covered in intricate black patterns. Admittedly, Bloodtooth did possess a far more striking beauty than ordinary blood crocodiles. This was the unique romance of a beast. They'd all seen blood crocodiles before, but compared to Bloodfang? No contest. A dark gold grade beast truly is a gift from the heavens. With this little one by your side, its future is bound to be bright. It's safe to say he'll elevate the entire blood crocodile species to new heights. Wang Yan. Hey, late autumn, Bloodtooth can understand us. Don't praise him so bluntly, his tail's practically in the sky. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Bloodfang's tail shot straight up into the air. It. Everyone was taken aback, unable to suppress their laughter. After a moment, Xin Haochen steered the conversation back on track. As per Captain Su's plan, our focus now is to help you level up, and also get to know each other better. As for Bloodfang. Chapter 158, The Sovereign Squad. As an Aura Master, Bloodtooth is your sole means of combat. Its growth is equally essential. Therefore, the leveling process will be undertaken by you and Bloodtooth together. Wang Yan nodded in agreement. By now, Bloodfang's status was beyond question. If these people dared to leave Bloodfang behind, Wang Yan might very well flip the table and call it quits on the spot. Though these individuals were powerful, he alone was truly unique. As for Liang Tian's earlier worries about pressure, inferiority complexes, and such. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Seriously, I'm the world's top support. Do you really think I'd feel inferior? Now, onto the specific arrangements. Our first stop, the Ice Cave. It's an epic tier dungeon. Though our team isn't fully assembled yet, tackling a dungeon of this tier isn't a problem for us. There's not a single mediocre player among us here. Not to mention, we have the added bonus of you, the surprise from the Dragon Nation. Wang Yan nearly smiled faintly at the remark. While the guy's praise did feel kinda satisfying deep down. But he couldn't lose his basic cool. He couldn't possibly act like he did with Chun Yuan, cracking jokes and entertaining everyone. But Song Wanxiu suddenly grew mysterious. Little brother, let me tell you a secret, this dungeon has a surprise. Ha? What kind of surprise? For the sake of the surprise, Wang Yan decided to ignore her words for now. But unexpectedly, Song Wanxiu wore a meaningful smile, her beautiful eyes filled with a lingering gaze that seemed to whisper endless sweet nothings. Want to know? Call me sis. Wang Yan. Let's just say, her eyes were truly terrifying. They were utterly mesmerizing. And this big sister she mentioned clearly wasn't meant in a proper sense. Wang Yan gave an awkward chuckle. Late autumn sister, even if you don't tell me, I'll find out eventually, right? Song Wanxiu suddenly leaned forward slightly. Stop calling me Sister Wanxiu. I'll teach you call me sister. Oh my. Wang Yan was stunned. Sure enough, those two words really weren't proper terms in her vocabulary, proof positive. Wang Yan wasn't falling for that. Well, the weather's nice today, huh? So, when are we heading out? Qin Haochen and Wang Lei both wore faint, ambiguous smiles. Clearly, they both understood. Wang Lei hadn't expected that despite his social anxiety, he understood quite a lot. Only Zhang Xiong, the senior member, remained clueless. What's the difference between calling her late autumn sister and just sister? Aren't they both just sister? Everyone immediately turned to look at him, their expressions speaking volumes. Poor old brother, the difference is huge. With unspoken agreement, no one present bothered to explain it to him. Qin Haochen went along with Wang Yan's suggestion, effectively avoiding an awkward silence. Departure time, we can head out shortly. Before we go, there's something we need to confirm. As per Captain Su's suggestion and our unanimous agreement, Wang Yan, starting today and going forward, you will be the leader of this squad. Regarding this, I trust you've prepared yourself mentally? Wang Yan nodded. Of course he was. His professional background meant he was naturally capable of handling more responsibilities and noticing more issues. Being captain isn't the issue, but isn't it a bit premature to make me captain now? Qin Haochen chuckled softly. Don't worry. You'll inevitably have to stand on your own someday. Given your circumstances, it's only natural. With us backing you up, starting sooner isn't a problem. Wang Yan actually felt a bit of pressure for a moment. These were all epic tier fighters, nearing level 70. To command a battle of this caliber? Phew. Wang Yan took a deep breath. Alright, no problem. I'll do my best. When the time comes, I'll be counting on all of you. If anything goes wrong, please bear with me. The elder brother's expression softened. It's fine. I'll be right here in front taking the hits. Don't worry. Just go for it boldly. With us here, you'll have plenty of chances to grow. Wang Yan nodded politely. He had to admit, this big brother really lived up to the name. Next up is the matter of our team name. Do you have any suggestions for our team's name? Ha? Me? Wang Yan was taken aback, then his expression turned distinctly awkward. Are you sure you want me to name it? My suggestions might be a bit flashy. But Qin Haochen's eyes lit up. That's perfect. We're a national team competing on the global stage. Being flashy won't hurt our international image at all. Oh, is that so? Wang Yan thought it over carefully. It seemed he had a point. After all, Dragon Nation was already surrounded on all sides. So what if I'm a bit flashy? Dragon Nation's enemies couldn't possibly multiply from here. Wang Yan pondered seriously, and a name gradually formed in his mind. Junlin. The mere utterance of those two words instantly lit up the faces of those present. Reign supreme over the world, Junlin. That's actually quite fitting. Surprisingly, everyone agreed it was perfect. Wang Yan smiled. If you like it, that's fine. I was actually worried it might be too arrogant. What kind of pretentious nonsense is it to call yourself sovereign ruler? Song Wanxiu chuckled softly. You know what? Given your strength, claiming to reign supreme isn't exaggerated at all. The team you assemble won't have a single rival that can stand against it. You'll be unstoppable. Whoa, wait, why was she suddenly praising him like this? Wang Yan nearly felt overwhelmed by the flattery. Not at all, not at all. You guys are incredibly strong too. Barely in your 20s, yet you're already at the epic tier. And your abilities are downright insane. The group couldn't help but laugh along. Alright, enough with the mutual praise. Now, one last thing. Wang Yan listened attentively. Qin Haochen's expression turned serious. While our squad appears formidable in combat, we're actually lacking a dedicated support role focused on logistics and positioning. Though you're also a support, your abilities so far have been more about buffs or utility. Healing and survival mechanics, those are our current weaknesses. After all, we've only been together a short time. This team will gradually expand in the future. But for now, facing an epic level dungeon, your personal safety is far from guaranteed. While I can provide shields, their strength is simply insufficient. To address this, Captain Su had us bring you a piece of gear before we arrived. Oh wow. Gear too? Damn, having the state backing you really pays off. They've thought of everything in advance. Wang Yan's eyes lit up. Soon, Qin Haochen handed him the gear. Ding! You have obtained a new item, Immortal Holy Armor Heroic. Chapter 159, The Battle Begins. Immortal Holy Armor Hero, equipment level 20, HP increased by 10%. Special effect, Immortality. When the wearer's HP drops to 3%, they enter an absolute HP lock state, preventing further HP loss. This effect lasts for 5 seconds. Upon expiration, the wearer's HP is restored to 30%. Cooldown, 1 hour. Reading the equipment description, Wang Yan nodded in agreement. It was pretty much what he expected, a powerful survival item, essentially equivalent to the name blade. However, its duration was a full 5 seconds, and upon triggering, it also provided additional health regeneration, a feature the name blade lacked. Wang Yan accepted it without hesitation, recognizing it as crucial insurance for their upcoming leveling grind. Alright, everyone. Any final thoughts? If not, we should prepare to depart. Apart from Song Wonshio spouting a bit of trash talk, no one else said anything further. With everything in order, the group immediately set off for the ice cave. The dungeon's location lay deep within the wilderness after all, it was an epic tier instance. By the time they arrived, it was nearly noon. Ding! You have unlocked the epic tier instance ice cave. Please select your desired difficulty level. Wang Yan had never tackled a dungeon of this caliber and wasn't entirely sure what to do, so Qin Haochen made the call. The difficulty chosen was hard. It was only one tier above easy. It seemed that, perhaps due to this being their first collaboration, Qin Haochen's choice was conservative. The scene shifted before their eyes. Soon, everyone noticed the ground beneath them had changed color, now a brilliant, crystalline ice blue. It didn't look like snow-covered ground, nor did it resemble ice. Ice simply didn't possess such a pure hue. Against this backdrop, a massive snow-capped mountain loomed before them. The closest feature was a conspicuous cave entrance. Its entrance was remarkably wide, with a height likely exceeding 10 meters. Clearly, this cave before them was the so-called ice and snow cavern. The group exchanged glances, and Zhang Xiong, the eldest brother, stepped forward without hesitation. Follow me. Clearing the path is my job. Wang Lei took a half step back. I'll bring up the rear. My reflexes are quicker, so covering the rear is my job. Wang Yan took the middle position, and thus the group advanced in formation. Matching the earth's hue, the cave walls revealed themselves to be a crystalline blue, just like the ground outside. Though seemingly transparent, they couldn't see anything deeper inside. Nothing at the entrance means everything's inside this cave. The monsters should appear any moment now. As they moved forward, Qin Haochen observed his surroundings while murmuring quietly. Wang Yan rubbed his arms twice. It was surprisingly cold in this ice cave, quite realistic. Glancing back briefly, Wang Yan's pupils suddenly contracted slightly. Behind them, the entrance they had come through had vanished. Where the entrance had been, there was now only a gleaming ice-blue wall. This was a dead end. Their only direction was forward. Wang Yan gathered his focus and began to intently observe his surroundings. Until, not long after. Look up! Wang Yan suddenly barked. Everyone looked up in shock. Above them, on the ice-blue rock walls of the cavern's dome, countless creatures of the same icy hue had appeared. These creatures resembled bats more than anything else, as they hung upside down from the ceiling. Yet judging by their size, even with their wings folded, they already appeared nearly as large as a third-grade elementary school student. Just imagine how enormous they'd be with their wings fully spread. Even more terrifying was their sheer number. They were densely packed across the entire dome. Wang Yan's expression grew serious. We have anti-air capabilities, right? With 2 mages in the party, aerial combat skills shouldn't be in short supply. Wang Yan took a moment to check his teammates' expressions and noticed they didn't seem the least bit panicked. As if this were nothing more than a piece of cake. Damn, looks like I underestimated them. This kind of minor situation was nothing to worry about, right? Relax, it's no big deal. You should have some faith in us. At the end, Qin Haochen added, and have confidence in yourself too. As the words fell, Wang Yan's peripheral vision suddenly filled with a vast expanse of crimson. Stunned, Wang Yan looked up to see the monsters above him. Each one had sprouted blood-red eyes. The next second. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The scene was beyond description. As far as the eye could see, the upper half of the entire cavern seemed to fill up in an instant. All that could be seen were these creatures, their massive wings flapping wildly. Ice Spirit Guardians, level 71. As the outer guardians of the ice caverns, they regard all outsiders as mortal enemies. Swift as lightning, their wings are sharper than blades. Cold Surge, the Ice Spirit Guard's sole ability. It releases a frigid aura around the caster, dealing minor damage while inflicting a 60% slow and 10% damage reduction. Upon seeing this information, Wang Yan suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. This info panel, it really was just a minor monster. As a swarm of icebergs swooped down in a chaotic rush, Qin Haochen, positioned at the center, stomped his foot violently. In an instant, his eyes blazed crimson, and the surrounding temperature skyrocketed at an almost rocket-like speed. On the ground, an enormous, intricate crimson magic array ignited simultaneously, only to be swiftly engulfed by the rapidly spreading crimson glow. In the blink of an eye, crimson lotuses bloomed everywhere. Wang Yan immediately sensed a faint crimson, translucent sphere of light forming around him, enveloping him like a protective shield. This was Qin Haochen's skill, the separating fire shield. So, the phenomenon beneath his feet, could this be his first skill, Southern Brightness Departing Fire? Chaos erupted on the scene, leaving Wang Yan no time for further thought. The moment Qin Haochen stomped his foot to initiate his attack, Wang Yan activated his auras simultaneously. Sacred Damage, Attack Aura, Purification Aura, all three auras activated simultaneously. The ground, already covered in flames, was instantly enveloped in a faint, glowing light. At that very moment, the dense swarm of icebergs above had already descended to attack. Wang Yan narrowed his eyes. He could even see the sharp, icy glint along the edges of their wings. Those very wings now served as deadly weapons, slashing down relentlessly toward the group. The frigid air raged unchecked. Chapter 160, The Overwhelming Southern Brightness Fire. Facing such a scene, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of urgency. Because the blades were already swinging down, it was the instinctive protection of life. But beneath his feet, the flames that had clung to the ground suddenly surged upward. Lin Tian. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed through the scene. The low-lying flames covering the ground suddenly erupted into dense columns of fire, shooting almost instantly toward the dome. Everyone felt their vision nearly overwhelmed by the red pillars in an instant. Then, nothing but fiery red. Countless strange birds were engulfed by the flames, their entire bodies bursting into blazing infernos in the blink of an eye. The scene. Ever heard of grilled ice birds? Ding! Your teammate Qin Haochen has slain a level 71 Ice Spirit Guardian. You have gained 12,500 EXP. Ding! Your teammate Qin Haochen has defeated the level 71 Ice Spirit Guardian. You have gained 12,500 EXP. The notifications kept ringing out, leaving Wang Yan momentarily stunned. Damn it, this is why they call it Southern Brightness Inferno. One touch and it instantly engulfed the entire body. This was just too insane. Ever since the flames touched them, the damage numbers on the monsters hadn't stopped. 375,000. 375,000. Damn, this massive AoE damage is way too overpowered for group fights. Wang Yan inwardly marveled, instantly activating his god tier stealth. In an instant, everyone vanished from sight. Except for Qin Haochen. In just a few seconds, the icebergs in their field of vision began vanishing en masse, until finally, every last one was utterly annihilated. Wang Yan was momentarily at a loss for words. The pillars of fire that had stood across the cavern also began to dissipate, leaving only scattered flames still burning on the ground. The bare, ice-blue ground left Wang Yan baffled. He couldn't fathom how these flames had ignited. What you're seeing now is my first skill, Southern Brightness Separating Fire. Those are the flames on the ground. Originally, this skill only covered a radius of 30 meters, but now its maximum range has grown to 1 kilometer. What? Wang Yan's mouth twitched. 1 kilometer. Holy crap, holy crap. That was against flying creatures. If it were land-based creatures. One skill from this guy, and the entire area would turn into a massive inferno. Qin Haochen smiled. It's not as exaggerated as you imagine. The flames themselves don't deal much damage at low levels. At higher levels, this skill is more of a signal to initiate combat. My Southern Brightness Departing Fire requires this skill to activate. Without it, it's just ordinary flames. Is that how it is? If that's the case, it's still pretty insane, right? Then there's Ascending Heaven. This skill's current maximum ascent height is 100 meters. I can adjust the quantity by percentage myself. Just now, I activated it at full power. As he spoke, Qin Haochen turned to Wang Yan. Neither of these skills is actually my primary damage output. But with you, they can be now. A rising star, truly living up to the hype. Wang Yan shot him a slightly surprised glance. He could tell this guy seemed like he was killing it, but the real credit was all his. That display he just pulled off was merely expansive in scope. It hadn't actually dealt that much damage. Wang Yan chuckled. Now I see you and Brother Zhang are both perfectly suited for me because your range is just big enough. Even if the actual damage output isn't high, that doesn't matter. I'm your extra damage output. Qin Haochen finally cracked a rare smile, shedding his usual cold demeanor. It's an honor to be your teammate in the national war. I look forward to learning from you in the future. Whoa! He sure knows how to talk. Wang Yan pursed his lips, but the next second, a smile spread across his face. He got it. This guy had been putting on airs, but now he couldn't keep it up. Because he'd tasted the sweetness. Two skills that were practically useless on their own had been transformed into massive area forbidden spells under Wang Yan's enhancement. Damn it, who wouldn't be tempted by that? This aloof guy was losing his cool. Wang Yan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Sure enough, no damage-dealing class could resist my aura. Even you, cold-hearted guy, have to warm up. Qin Haochen waved his hand again, and the flames still burning on the ground sizzled out, revealing a floor covered in gear. Wang Lei chimed in from behind, well, I'll go grab the gear first. I'm fast. With that, Wang Lei immediately scampered off. Wang Yan hesitated for half a second. Let's all go together. Don't make it seem like we're picking on time-space. No one objected, and the five of them began gathering gear together. They chatted as they gathered. I've told you all this to help you better understand our true capabilities. They haven't even shown their full strength yet. With your buffs, I could clear the entire area with just 2 skills. But truthfully, every one of them is no ordinary adventurer. Oh, and you know the Middle Court Guild, right? I'm guessing Captain Su has probably already invited you? Wang Yan suddenly had a look of realization. You're all from the Central Court Guild? That's right, just from different squads. For the National War, our original squads all unconditionally stepped aside. Saying this, Qin Haochen glanced at Song Wanqiu. Next wave, I won't be stepping in. It's your turn. Song Wanqiu showed no sign of pressure, even hinting at anticipation. No problem. Tenfold damage, full divine damage buff. I can hardly wait. After entering the cavern, the occasional flirtatious glances she'd cast at Wang Yan seemed to vanish entirely. Wang Yan looked pensive. Of course, his thoughts weren't on Song Wanqiu. He was pondering the gap in power. This marked Wang Yan's first collaboration with someone of epic tier. The epic tier seemed far stronger than the hero tier by more than just a little. And these weren't just ordinary professionals either. Wang Yan understood he needed to adapt quickly. Soon, the loot was gathered, and the group pressed onward. After clearing this wave of monsters, Wang Yan felt noticeably more relaxed mentally. To be precise, he felt more confident. A mere hard difficulty? A piece of cake. They continued onward for quite some time, nearly 10 minutes. But they hadn't encountered anything. Have you noticed how this cave seems to be getting bigger? Wang Yan observed the ceiling thoughtfully as they walked. It definitely has. That means any monsters that appear later will be larger in size. Song Wanqiu also looked up, her expression serious. Bigger? Wang Yan took a deep breath. Just then, a sudden, violent tremor erupted ahead. Chapter 161, The Terrifying Big Brother. Everyone stopped in their tracks at once. The tremor felt like an earthquake. The group stared ahead in stunned silence. Before them, a massive light array suddenly materialized on the ground. Immediately afterward, a blurry, colossal figure gradually took shape within the light array. Whoa! That big! The immense shadow loomed before them, causing Wang Yan's eyes to widen slightly. Huge! Absurdly huge! Before them stood a colossal super-sized bear covered in white fur. The cavern kept expanding. Now, the dome's height visually reached about 30 meters. But this giant bear? Its head was practically touching the ceiling. Holy! Standing within the cavern, the group looked like tiny ants before it. Wang Yan's heart clenched painfully. Seriously, what the hell are you guys facing at epic tier? Is this thing even beatable by humans? Wang Yan snapped back to his senses, immediately activating his stealth aura, attack aura, and holy damage aura. Enough talk. Let's just go invisible first. Ice Field Overlord Epic, level 75. Good news, the Ice Queen invited only 2 combatants to the frozen caverns. Bad news, you've encountered one of them. Bad news, as the name implies, this one alone is sufficient to reign supreme across the ice fields. The bizarre description left Wang Yan momentarily speechless. The giant bear, revealing its form, let out a primal beastly roar the instant it appeared. The sound echoed through the cavern, amplified by the natural acoustics like a built-in karaoke system. Deafening. The roar unleashed not only the beast's ferocity but also an instinctive panic in human hearts. Facing a colossal beast, humans inevitably felt fear. Fortunately, the invisibility aura had already taken effect. Wang Yan murmured, the aura's active. What now? Just charge in? Wang Yan genuinely wondered if a flanking maneuver might be more prudent against such a creature. That is, kite him. But in a cave like this, just one bear was nearly filling the entire space. Kiting him? Wait, maybe it wasn't impossible after all? Just as he pondered this, the giant bear suddenly lost sight of his target and flew into a rage on the spot. Roar! A fierce roar. Then, to everyone's astonished gaze, the giant bear curled up into a ball. Then, rolling. That thing rolled over here. Holy! It's rolling over here. Wang Yan's pupils contracted violently. Slowing aura. The deceleration aura activated instantly. With a 90% reduction in speed, the momentum this massive creature had just gained plummeted back down. Turtle pace. Wang Yan breathed a slight sigh of relief. At that moment, Zheng Xiong, who had been leading the charge, flashed a bright look in his eyes. He turned to Wang Yan and offered a confident smile. Since we've run into this situation, I might as well show you what I'm capable of. Zheng Xiong smiled as he turned back, extending his right hand horizontally. A faint, deep gray glow coalesced, and in the blink of an eye, a shield of light materialized in his hand. The shield appeared perfectly rectangular, its surface smooth and devoid of any ornate details. Wang Yan blinked. This must be Zhang Xiong's class-specific ability, much like Qin Haochen's Southern Brightness Fire. Except this shield seemed only about 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide. While substantial compared to human size, the creature before them stood nearly 30 meters tall. Facing something like that, what exactly do you expect to accomplish with a 3-meter shield? Before Wang Yan could speak, Zhang Xiong, who had already turned to face the giant bear, suddenly dropped the shield to the ground. Then, the 3-meter-tall, 2-meter-wide shield suddenly began to surge in size. 5 meters tall and 3 meters wide. Then, 10 meters tall and 5 meters wide. Wang Yan's eyes widened in shock. Under Wang Yan's stunned gaze, Zhang Xiong raised this 10-meter-tall shield and faced the slowly rolling giant bear. He charged. That's right. The guy charged straight at it. Fearless charge. A tough guy's roar. Then came a bone-crunching collision, heavy and gut-wrenching. Boom! Wang Yan was so stunned his mouth fell slightly open. He witnessed it firsthand. The 30-meter-tall colossal bear not only halted instantly from the impact, but was even knocked back, bouncing once on the ground. Holy monster! A freaking monster! What kind of god-tier teammates are these? Wang Yan was utterly speechless with shock. Not just Wang Yan, even the others showed obvious shock in their eyes. Song Wanqiu's mouth twitched. Truly a one-man fortress, fearless and unstoppable. With that 10-fold attack buff active, this guy isn't even human anymore. Did you see that? The bear got knocked right off its feet. Wang Yan. What the hell? Under my buffs, my teammates have all turned into monsters. Damn, this visual impact. Who among you folks can relate? Well then, it's my turn now. Song Wanqiu stood up straight, a look of intense excitement spreading across her face. Wang Yan instinctively looked in her direction. At that very moment, Song Wanqiu's eyes suddenly glowed faintly, radiant like starlight. Behind her, a pair of equally dazzling, star-strewn eyes, magnified dozens of times, hovered above her head. In that instant, Wang Yan felt an overwhelming mental pressure crushing down upon him. Though not directed at him, Wang Yan could clearly sense it, even perceiving the air's slight distortion. Divine prohibition. Wang Yan looked toward the giant bear. Above its head and beneath its feet, a slowly rotating 7-pointed star appeared simultaneously. In the next instant, each point of the star extended additional threads of starlight, connecting to corresponding points on the other 7-pointed star. In an instant, a prison formed from 7-pointed stars solidified, completely sealing the giant bear within. This was clearly a single target control skill, Wang Yan instinctively thought. But immediately afterward, the 7-pointed star prison began filling with starlight. The speed of this filling was astonishingly fast. In less than 2 seconds, the giant bear inside had completely vanished from sight. The cage had solidified into a physical form. In that instant, Wang Yan was struck by a strange illusion. This beautiful starlight formation didn't resemble a cage at all, it felt more like a coffin. The next instant, all the starlight shattered explosively. The scene was instantly bathed in dazzling starlight, countless points of light drifting around like a shower of starlight rain. However, Wang Yan's attention was quickly drawn away from this beautiful spectacle. For he saw a string of astronomical numbers appear above the giant bear's head. 560,000. 560,000 damage. Chapter 162, one more time. This damage output was undeniably absurd. Wang Yan recalled her self-introduction, primary damage and control. Judging by the current situation, that description was no exaggeration. With strikes of this caliber, the massive bear before them suddenly seemed less imposing. It was practically just for show, right? In no time at all, the massive beast lay utterly defeated on the ground. In that moment, Wang Yan felt he had gained a certain understanding of this squad's capabilities. Though Wang Lei hadn't yet made his move, with the precedent set, Wang Yan could now form a clear expectation of what Wang Lei was capable of. They collected the gear and pressed onward. Ahead, the group encountered several more waves of monsters. The outcome was predictable, however. Under their overwhelming firepower, the journey proceeded smoothly with minimal delays. Until, at a certain moment, the world before them suddenly opened up. The end of the cave had been reached. It was a vast chamber, hard to imagine such an enormous space existed within the bowels of a snow-capped mountain. Attention, you have entered the Ice Queen's bedchamber. The prompt appeared, and then, within this vast chamber, a voice suddenly echoed, ethereal yet brimming with fury. How dare you, insolent humans, to trespass into this queen's bedchamber? Prepare to die. The instant the voice faded, a colossal, oppressive force crashed down. Ding! You have received the special effect Royal Authority Suppression. All attributes reduced by 20%. Ding! You have received the special effect Frost Domains Continuous Suppression. Movement speed reduced by 30%, skill cooldowns increased by 30%. Damn it, this boss actually possesses dual suppression effects. For most teams, without sustained purification effects, this suppression becomes a major headache. However, Wang Yan remained composed, silently activating his purification aura before focusing intently into the depths. Suppression? Is it that powerful? Sorry, but I won't let you suppress me. Under Wang Yan's gaze, the space dotted with scattered snowflakes stretched out, revealing a towering platform above. At the summit of the long staircase, a solitary throne stood displayed. Before this throne stood a majestic woman clad in an ice blue gown, her head crowned with an ice blue diadem. She held a scepter fashioned from crystal and ice. Ice Queen Epic, sovereign of the ice caverns, the supreme ruler of this realm. Her power, like her beauty, is beyond reach. Yet, at this moment, the expression on the Ice Queen's face was utterly baffled. Suppression, completely ineffective? How could they possibly cast Purify on everyone? Wang Yan gazed intently from afar, a quiet chuckle rising within him. This guy seems to be having a rough time. Wang Yan knew the decisive moment had arrived. Instantly, he activated every single aura at once. Except for invisibility, every single buff was now fully active. Support is ready. The rest is up to you. Beside him, Song Wancho's face radiated confidence. No problem. At that very instant, far above on the high platform, the Ice Queen's scepter clattered to the ground. Hateful humans, it's time for you to meet your maker. In an instant, a blizzard storm coalesced into a torrential flood, roaring forward like a colossal wave. Ahead, Zheng Xiong made no warning, a massive shield materialized and clattered to the ground. In an instant, everyone behind him was enveloped within its protection. Boom! The howling of ice and snow reached Zheng Xiong's face in mere moments. The collision of the storm even caused a thunderous roar to reverberate off the massive shield. But, it was completely useless. Zhang Xiong himself didn't even flinch. The giant shield stood firm, as steady as a mountain. Snow mist swirled thickly around the scene. At that very moment, Qin Haochen's flames finally appeared on the battlefield. Though the space was vast, the crimson light array was even greater. In the blink of an eye, the ground was completely engulfed by a sea of flames. Intense heat began to rise, instantly clearing the snow mist from the scene. Once more, the figure of the Ice Queen was revealed. Only now, she was surrounded by the sea of flames that engulfed the land. Even beneath her feet. At that very moment, the familiar seven-pointed star appeared upon the Ice Queen's body. The binding took effect. How dare you! You lowly humans! The Ice Queen still barked like a dog. But the flames churning on the ground were already roaring up her body. The massive damage had begun to take effect. Yet, this seemed merely the beginning. Wang Yan kept his eyes on the entire scene. He saw Qin Haochen raise his hand. In the distance, a faint crimson glow began to coalesce upon the slowly rotating seven-pointed star, which was gradually solidifying into tangible form. Soon, it expanded into a massive formation larger than the seven-pointed star itself. Snap! The moment the seven-pointed star shattered completely, the massive formation above unleashed a torrent of white-hot light. It was almost a pillar of white-hot light, instantly engulfing the Ice Queen's body completely. Wang Yan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Just how absurdly damaging could this thing be? Moreover, Wang Yan had also noticed. Qin Haochen and Song Wancho's actions clearly involved a degree of coordination. Just as the southern brightness fire blossomed across the ground, Song Wancho's binding technique activated. This was clearly creating an opening for Qin Haochen. And Qin Haochen seized it perfectly. Wang Yan didn't even see the damage inflicted by the seven-pointed star before the blazing white pillar crashed down. Seamless coordination. Therefore, during combat, one must not only watch the monster's movements but also keep an eye on teammates. For that smooth combo flow. Starlight Chain. Wang Yan suddenly heard Song Wancho's voice again. Her eyes shone like the moon, radiating an otherworldly brilliance. The dazzling, magnificent light made her appear almost divine. Wang Yan turned his gaze back to the battlefield. Around the towering pillar of flame, brilliant streaks of starlight had begun to appear. Yet the pillar of flame still burned relentlessly. When the white-hot flames finally dissipated, the starlight beams simultaneously unleashed chains. Snap! 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 From all directions, chains connected to the Ice Queen's body. Another flawless connection. 90% cooldown, not bad at all. Wang Yan heard Qin Haochen mutter to himself and turned to see the guy grinning. Perhaps noticing Wang Yan's gaze, Qin Haochen looked back, his excited smile growing even more pronounced. Give me 2 seconds. Just 2. Got it. One more time. Chapter 163, Bloodtooth Transformation. Wang Yan couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. But as he watched the pillar of fire descend once more in the distance, Wang Yan sensed he might have grasped a new direction. He realized he had underestimated the true power of the 90% cooldown reduction aura. With this aura's enhancement, his teammates could accomplish so much more. Wang Yan couldn't help but think of Captain Su. If this skill were in his hands, he'd probably make it do all sorts of amazing things. Wang Yan couldn't help but grin. His aura master seemed far more powerful than he could have imagined. Several minutes slowly passed. Under Song Wancho's relentless control, the Ice Queen couldn't mount any effective resistance. Qin Haochen, meanwhile, operated like a relentless damage machine. The Ice Queen would never have believed that she, a master of ice and snow, would one day be roasted alive. After the Ice Queen emitted a cryptic, indistinct sound, the battle finally drew to a close. Ding! Your teammate Qin Haochen has defeated the Ice Queen. You have gained 100,000 EXP. Ding! You have successfully cleared the ice cave. Please exit the instance within 10 minutes. This dungeon had been breezed through effortlessly. The flames covering the ground dissipated and the strange aura surrounding Song Wanchio vanished. The group all seemed visibly excited. Especially Song Wanchio, her face was beaming with an excited smile. Awesome! Absolutely awesome! I managed to control everything from start to finish. Saying this, Song Wanchio turned to Wang Yan. My dear little brother, your aura is truly amazing. How about getting a little closer to your big sister? Wang Yan. Wow, showing your true colors the moment the battle ends, huh? Song Wanchio batted her eyelashes. Just kidding. First tell your big sister how many levels did you gain from clearing this stage? At that mention, Wang Yan couldn't help but let a hint of joy show on his face. Level 29 now. Almost at 30. Once I hit 30, I can awaken a new aura. That's not all. Song Wanchio said mysteriously. At level 30, adventurers experience explosive growth. You know that, right? Of course Wang Yan knew. Level 30 was a watershed moment. Hurry up and check what the boss dropped at the end. Only then did Wang Yan suddenly recall, hadn't she mentioned there'd be a surprise earlier? Could it be the surprise was in the final boss chest? Wang Yan felt his heartbeat quicken. She shouldn't be joking like this. So, even at her level, she found it surprising. Right, this operation was planned by Su Jingfeng. Meaning this was actually his doing. Wang Yan suddenly felt even more excited. Ding! You have opened the boss treasure chest epic. Ding! You have obtained one piece of frostbite soft armor epic. Ding! You have obtained one frost magic staff epic. Ding! You have obtained one frost crystal. Ice crystal? A faint suspicion began to form in Wang Yan's mind. This item alone had no grade, so it might be the surprise. Ice Snow Elemental Stone, a mystical elemental stone imbued with the power of ice and snow. Consuming it grants your pet beast the power of ice and snow, with a chance to deepen its bloodline. This. Wang Yan couldn't help but glance at Bloodfang beside him. This was specifically meant for Bloodfang. No wonder. So that's it. Wang Yan instantly grasped Su Jingfeng's intention. Since he himself possessed no offensive capabilities, Su Jingfeng intended to make Bloodtooth stronger. It was undoubtedly a clever approach. Wang Yan immediately grabbed the Ice Snow Elemental Stone. Bloodtooth seemed to sense something too, nudging closer and starting to tug at Wang Yan's pants. Wang Yan couldn't help but chuckle. Looks like it really works. Here you go. Bloodtooth swallowed it in an instant. Wang Yan could sense Bloodtooth's thoughts. After swallowing the elemental stone, Bloodtooth mentally informed Wang Yan that it was beginning digestion. With that, Wang Yan felt reassured and safely stored it back into the pet beast sphere. Now he could stow it away openly. As for the remaining gear, it seemed less important in comparison. The group exited the instance. Outside, the sky had already turned to afternoon. Though nightfall was still some time away, there wasn't much they could accomplish in the remaining hours. They decided to call it a day. Time to head home. Wang Yan had initially thought absorbing the Bloodfang would take some time. The Bloodfang now exceeded 4 meters in size. Having leveled up alongside Wang Yan, it had reached level 25. Placing it back into the incubation chamber was clearly impractical now, so Wang Yan had no idea how long the incubation process would take. But unexpectedly, by evening, Bloodtooth had already completed its incubation. At home, Wang Yan released Bloodfang and was instantly startled. This is Bloodtooth? Lying on the floor was a massive crocodile over 5 meters long. Its body still bore black stripes, but the base color was no longer blood red, it had turned ice blue. Even its eyes shimmered with a faint golden glow within the icy blue. Wang Yan stood frozen for several seconds, his eyes filled with unmistakable awe. Beautiful, absolutely stunning. Holy crap, you're still Bloodfang. How did you end up like this? Bloodtooth's eyes were truly beautiful, crystal clear, blue gold. Wang Yan glanced at Bloodtooth's stats and quickly noticed his interface had undergone a major transformation. Ice Dragon Crocodile Dark Gold. Level 25. Power Type Mutant Monster. Dragon Bloodline activated, simultaneously gaining ice and snow powers. Holds immense potential. Skills: Pounce Bite, Dragon Breath, Death Roll, Dragon's Might, Ice Rage, Ice Prison Pierce, Ice Sea Vortex, Ice Dragon Bolt, Polar Blizzard. Wang Yan stared in astonishment. Many of Bloodfang's skills had mutated, and it had even gained a new skill, Polar Blizzard. This transformation was rather extensive. Wang Yan began examining them in detail. Bite: the Ice Dragon Crocodile releases icy power to shield itself, leaps forward up to 100 meters scalable, bites the enemy, and deals massive damage. Holy crap, 100-meter leap? Like riding a rocket? Dragon Breath expels a freezing dragon's breath that freezes everything in its path. This dragon's breath has also become ice-attributed power. Dragon's Might and Death Roll remained unchanged, while Ice Rage was merely a renamed version of Blood Rage. Ice Sea Vortex was a rebranded Deep Sea Vortex. But the rest have changed. Ice Prison Pierce releases an icy prison to trap enemies, continuously generating ice spikes that attack them, dealing frequent minor damage. Ice Dragon Bolt fires a dragon-shaped energy blast at enemies. Hits deal massive damage and freeze targets for 2 seconds. The original versions of these skills didn't possess such extensive effects, they've clearly been modified. Finally, there's the newly introduced Polar Blizzard. Chapter 164, The Unexpected. Arctic Blizzard, the ice dragon crocodile unleashes a polar force field that moves with it, generating a powerful blizzard within its boundaries. This inflicts massive damage on all enemies within range. The field has a maximum radius of 100 meters, scalable, lasts 30 seconds, and has a 180-second cooldown. Upon seeing this skill, Wang Yan instantly grasped its purpose. It was clearly a large area AoE ability, but its true defining feature was its ability to move alongside Bloodfang. This meant the skill could be flexibly combined with other abilities. Take Pounce, for instance. When Bloodfang charges straight ahead with this thing activated, the scene. Wow! Looking at the now completely transformed Bloodfang, Wang Yan felt like he liked it even more. My little guy, you sure know how to make a splash. You're truly amazing. Bloodfang narrowed its eyes, rubbing against Wang Yan's leg. Seems this little guy really loves compliments. Wang Yan soon discovered that after this evolution, Bloodtooth could actually shrink its size. But this ability had its limits. The smallest it could become was roughly the size it had been at birth. In other words, small enough to fit in a pocket. Wang Yan cradled it in his palm. Perfect. Now if you ever don't want to go back into your Pokeball, I'll just tuck you in my pocket. Ha! Don't mess with me, I've got a monster in my pocket. While Wang Yan was interacting with Bloodfang, his phone buzzed with a new message. It was Chen Yuan. The college entrance exams were over, and the three of them had made plans to get together and hang out with Wang Yan. Wang Yan readily agreed. Early the next morning, Wang Yan slipped out the door with little Bloodtooth tucked away. Central Tower. This was one of the tallest buildings in Tianshui City. Within this Tianshui landmark lies a renowned establishment known as the Nine Heavens Restaurant. Perched at an impressive height, the restaurant offered sweeping views over nearly half of Tianshui City. It was Wang Yan's first time here. As soon as he stepped onto the first floor, he spotted Chen Yuan and the other two waiting in the reception area. Wang Yan smiled and greeted them. Who let you sit here? Pay up. The others looked up in surprise, then burst into laughter upon seeing Wang Yan. Nice one, old Wang. Quietly eyeing up this spot? No way you're getting any money out of us. How about some other kind of penalty? Wang Yan grinned. Then I'll make you eat less today. Chen Yuan's eyes widened. Just stick with the fine. I treat you like a brother, and you're trying to kill me. Xia Ying giggled quietly beside them. Su Muxue, meanwhile, gazed at Wang Yan with bright eyes. Though it had only been a day since they last met, it felt like an eternity had passed. The four of them rode the observation elevator upstairs together, the ground rapidly receding beneath them. The college entrance exams are over. How did everyone do? At the mention, Chen Yuan gave a mysterious smile. Guess. Wang Yan was speechless. How am I supposed to guess? Chen Yuan slung his arm around Wang Yan's shoulder. You were so set on heading to Jiangnan, what else could we do? We had to accompany our friend through thick and thin. Don't worry, we're all in Jiangnan City. Wang Yan breathed a slight sigh of relief. Thankfully, they'd all end up together after all. Me and Chen Yuan are heading to Jiangnan University just like you. Xia Ying's situation is special as a druid. Jiangnan Support Academy in Jiangnan City suits her better. The academy's dean is actually a druid himself. Wang Yan looked at Xia Ying. Specialization is key. Your choice is spot on. Since we're all in Jiangnan City, we can still look out for each other going forward. What I told you before still stands. Don't refuse me when I form my team. Xia Ying's eyes flashed with panic. Of course not. How could I refuse? This is an opportunity others would kill for. The group couldn't help but laugh. Ding! The elevator arrived. Stepping out, they were greeted by an elegantly understated interior. The decor here was quite sophisticated, clearly the result of specialized design. Chen Yuan had made a reservation and presented his black card. The front desk attendant's expression changed upon seeing it, and they promptly called over a server. Led by the attendant, the group made their way deeper inside. Before they had gone far, a faint commotion grew increasingly clear. Why should we give it to you? We ordered this dish first. Wang Yan looked toward the person shouting and was startled to recognize Zhang Xingyi. Damn, he was here too. Seems he's here for the same reason, celebrating the end of the college entrance exams. But he'd gotten into an argument with someone. Wang Yan glanced at the neighboring table nearby. As his gaze fell upon them, his eyes narrowed slightly. Their features were distinctly different from those of Longhua people. Their identities seemed obvious. Japanese. A hint of coldness flashed in Wang Yan's eyes. On the scene, the waitstaff tried their best to mediate, but neither side showed any signs of backing down. Instead, the shouting match continued unabated. There's an old saying in your dragon country, he who recognizes the times is a hero. Hand over this dish to us, and I'll cover your entire bill. How about it? Getting a free meal at Nine Heavens, you can go home and gloat about it, right? Smack! Zhang Xingyi suddenly slammed his hand down on the table. Who needs your measly $2? And you talk about knowing when to bow out? Do you even know who you're talking to? I'm a Dragon Nation citizen. The moment those words left his mouth, many eyes in the room lit up. Damn, that sounded proud. I am a Dragon Nation citizen. Yamamoto suddenly snorted derisively, Dragon country people, huh? But immediately afterward, he seemed to realize his remark was inappropriate and quickly suppressed his smile. But the guests at the microbar were all watching in plain sight. This bastard clearly looked down on the people of the Dragon Nation. Zhang Xingyi's face darkened. Let me make this clear, I don't care how you behave in the land of cherry blossoms. On the soil of our Dragon Nation, you must abide by our Dragon Nation's rules. First come, first served. That's the rule. The entire venue erupted in cheers. Well said. Good lad. That's the spirit. Yamamoto and his group couldn't help but look increasingly grim. Seeing the entire crowd turning against them, a cold, ruthless glint began to flash in Yamamoto-kun's eyes. Damn it! Shut your filthy mouths. Do you even know who I am? You bunch of ignorant civilians. The crowd fell silent in shock. Could it be, these little cherry blossom brats had some kind of special status? At that, the crowd gradually quieted down. A smug look spread across Yamamoto-kun's face as he turned his gaze toward Zhang Xingyi. Friend! There's an old Chinese saying, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. I advise you not to stir up trouble for yourself. Surely you don't want to make a big fuss over a mere dish? Right now, hand over that dish to us immediately, and I'll pretend nothing ever happened. Chapter 165, Familiar Lines. The pressure was now squarely on Zhang Xingyi. He knew retreating now was absolutely out of the question. But he, Zhang Xingyi, possessed only a modicum of natural talent. The situation facing him, however, remained entirely unclear. He wasn't completely stupid. He could bluff his way through professional showdowns, but when it came to a real high-stakes situation, his shallow foundation wouldn't hold up at all. What to do? Could it be that he really had to concede to these Japanese people? Though it was merely a dish, its significance now transcended mere food. It was the backbone of the Dragon Nation. But just as Zhang Xingyi was caught in this dilemma, a voice suddenly echoed through the restaurant. Since when did a bunch of Japanese brats get the right to make noise on our Dragon Nation's soil? That piercing voice cut through the murky atmosphere like a beam of light piercing through a swamp. Everyone instinctively turned to look, and Zhang Xingyi's face betrayed a flash of shock. It was him. It was Wang Yan? Yamamoto-kun naturally turned his gaze toward Wang Yan as well. Yamamoto-kun's expression darkened considerably at the unexpected troublemaker. Friend, think carefully. The trouble he's in will now fall squarely on your shoulders. Oomph. Wang Yan sneered coldly. Trouble? Just a bunch of cherry blossom country brats. What kind of trouble could they possibly cause? You lot, are all you cherry blossom country people this ignorant of your place? By the time he finished speaking, Wang Yan had already walked over to Zhang Xingyi's table. He glanced at Zhang Xingyi's stunned expression but paid it no mind. I'm putting this out there today, you don't have to give him this dish. If anything happens, just give my name. Zhang Xingyi's eyes widened in disbelief. He? How could he dare? Wasn't it said that he had absolutely no connections? That his family was dirt poor even before his awakening? But, if he truly had no connections, then Wang Yan's current aura. This wasn't the aura of an ordinary person. Even if someone told him right now that Wang Yan was a rich kid or the son of an official, Zhang Xingyi would probably find himself believing it. His aura was truly formidable. Wang Yan turned, his cold gaze fixed on the Japanese men across from him, his eyes sharp and piercing. You all heard that. This dish is non-negotiable today. Yamamoto was absolutely furious. Do you know who I am? Not even the emperor himself could change my mind. His thunderous roar split the air, reverberating throughout the entire venue. Everyone's eyes widened involuntarily, their scalps tingling and blood surging through their veins. What a thrill! That roar embodied the very spirit of the Dragon Nation. This is how a true Dragon Nation man should be. Not far away, Sumushiwa stared at Wang Yan with eyes so bright they seemed to gaze upon her own peerless hero. Xiaoying was no different, and even Chen Yuan, that guy, had stars practically shooting out of his eyes. Seeing the momentum reach its peak, Wang Yan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Truly worthy of the moniker Master of Extra Cash, his lines were absolutely explosive. As for that Yamamoto fellow. Faced with Wang Yan's overwhelming presence, the bastard's arrogance actually began to wane, his expression shifting between dark and light. Wang Yan couldn't be bothered to care about this guy's background, it made no difference to him. A mere handful of Japanese, even if they rebelled, he could crush them. Friend, we do have a saying in our Dragon Nation, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Now, I return that saying to you, word for word. Finish your meal and scram back to your tiny little corner of the world. The cherry blossoms are blooming back home. You should go see them. It'll remind you of your mother. Thud. Yamamoto-kun jolted violently, his chest slamming against the table. Bastard. How dare you insult me? Wang Yan's lips curled slightly as he turned to face Zhang Xingyi's table. If these jerks dare cause trouble again, they can come straight to me. This dish is mine, and I won't give it up. Got it? The others at the table were still reeling from the shock, nodding blankly. But Zhang Xingyi, seeing Wang Yan about to leave, suddenly called out, "Wait!" Wang Yan lowered his gaze to find Zhang Xingyi's expression filled with hesitation. Wang Yan saw right through him. "Don't bother thanking me, and don't dwell on the past. Let me tell you straight, we're not cut from the same cloth. The only reason I stepped forward today is because we're both people of the Dragon Nation. That's all. I have business to attend to. Excuse me." With that, Wang Yan turned and walked away. Everyone at the table couldn't help but stare at his retreating figure. Zhang Xingyi's expression was filled with complexity. The group quickly entered the private room. The moment the door closed, Chen Yuan let out a startled exclamation. "Hey, old Wang. You're something else. I had no idea you could be so fierce." "Ha, did you see Zhang Xingyi's face? That kid was scared silly, ha ha." Wang Yan gave a faint smile, seemingly unfazed by the commotion. As they took their seats, Chen Yuan couldn't help but marvel at Wang Yan's composed expression. "Man, you really don't think much of him, do you?" Wang Yan shook his head and chuckled. "We're not even in the same league. What do you expect me to do? If I went head to head with him, it'd be like lowering myself. Besides, I need to keep a low profile." Meanwhile, Su Muxue kept a close watch on Wang Yan, her eyes betraying a hint of suspicion. "I need to keep a low profile. Why would it be me who needs it?" Su Muxue recalled Wang Yan's profession and the fact that he'd been directly admitted, and suddenly a few suspicions formed in her mind. Wang Yan quickly changed the subject. "Oh, right, let me show you something worthwhile." With that, Wang Yan pulled the blood fong from his pocket, placed it in his palm, and set it on the table. "Look, what is this?" The blood tooth in his palm glowed with an icy blue light and black patterns, appearing small and exquisitely crafted. "But that shape." Chen Yuan stared at the blood fong in astonishment. Isn't it a dragon blood crocodile? But this color. Seriously, where did you get a new crocodile from?" Wang Yan gave a half smile, half grin before turning and placing the blood fong on the ground. "Grow!" Bloodtooth, sharing a telepathic bond with Wang Yan, instantly understood his command. And so, a 5-meter crocodile suddenly appeared in the private room. Everyone jumped to their feet in shock. Seeing their stunned expressions, Wang Yan's face broke into a smile. All right, no more suspense. This is the ice dragon crocodile. Its other name is Bloodtooth." "Huh? What?" Chen Yuan froze in shock. "Bloodtooth? Damn it, don't mess with me. Come on, tell me, besides being a crocodile, what part of it resembles Bloodtooth?" "What part?" Wang Yan smiled without responding. Chapter 166, High EQ. Wang Yan's identity remained undisclosed, so he didn't elaborate much, only mentioning that he'd coincidentally found an item to upgrade Bloodtooth. Neither Su Muxue nor Chen Yuan pressed further on the matter, understanding the unspoken agreement. Their family backgrounds weren't exactly ordinary, so neither of them was completely clueless. They vaguely understood that upgrading the blood fawn likely wasn't straightforward, and Wang Yan's standing might no longer be what it once was. But since Wang Yan hadn't said anything, he likely had his own reasons. They silently chose to go along with it. Then Wang Yan introduced the blood fawn's new abilities, leaving them both green with envy. Especially Su Muxue, her family specialized in pet beast research. She understood better than Chen Yuan or Xiaoying what this evolution truly meant for blood fawn. Ice Dragon Crocodile. This title signaled that blood fawn was beginning to transcend its original bloodline, its potential ceiling rapidly expanding. Perhaps before long, with its next evolution or the one after that, Bloodfang's rank could climb even higher. This was no idle speculation. You guys, the college entrance exams are over now, but don't slack off on your training. As for me, I probably won't have much time to train with you guys lately. Whether you choose to find someone to mentor you or whatever, just do whatever works fastest. Su Muxue propped her cheek on her hand, resting the chopsticks on the table as she pondered thoughtfully. Chen Yuan, however, glanced at Wang Yan with a hint of surprise. Before he could even swallow his food, he blurted out. All right, leave it to me. You just focus on your work. Come out for a bite or a drink when you have time. Seeing this, Wang Yan suddenly sensed something was amiss. Wang Yan raised his glass first. Here's to our future. As the glasses clinked together, a warm current surged within Wang Yan. He understood they must have already realized his uniqueness. Though they hadn't said a word, they had already begun to align with him. The meal stretched on for quite some time. Afterward, the group left together. The university arrangements had been finalized, but the principal had made a promise earlier. Wang Yan even recalled the principal mentioning that he should prepare a full body photo for nomination to the Hall of Fame. Wang Yan didn't hide this from Su Muxue and the others. He went straight to a photo studio to get one taken. After all, they had already guessed some of the details. Flashbulbs flickered. On the monitor, Wang Yan stood in a formal suit, the interplay of light and shadow sharply defining his features. Young man, you're quite the handsome fellow. This photo turned out exceptionally well. How about it? Satisfied? Wang Yan paused for 2 seconds before turning to look at Su Muxue and Xiaoying. What do you two think? He didn't ask Chen Yuan. He felt asking a guy about this sort of thing might not be reliable. The girl's sense of aesthetics was probably more on point. It looks great. The captain is so handsome. Xiaoying seemed quite innocent, her big eyes sparkling. Su Muxue, however, seemed far more reserved. She merely stared at the photo and nodded. Yeah, it's fine. Let's go with this one. Her reaction seemed rather muted. But then she suddenly added, oh, and since opportunities to come out specifically for photos might be rare, why not get a few extra prints to keep? Wang Yan thought about it. That made sense. He'd only get busier from now on. He'd even made a point to notify Song Wanqiu and the others about coming out today. They'd come all this way, and he'd been neglecting his duties here. That didn't seem very considerate. Wang Yan decided to just get 5 prints made full body shots, which probably wouldn't get used much anyway. But unexpectedly, Chen Yuan spoke up, then why not add 3 more copies? 1 for each of us. Wang Yan was taken aback. What was he getting at? Chen Yuan chuckled. You know what I mean. Keeping photos of you like this now could be really meaningful later. Wang Yan froze. Wow, he's got something up his sleeve. He meant that once he became famous, these photos would be worth their weight in gold. Wang Yan chuckled softly. Want me to sign them for you? Ha ha ha, you little rascal. Wang Yan shook his head and chuckled, then turned to tell the shopkeeper to print 10 copies. What Wang Yan didn't see was Chen Yuan behind him turning to glance at Su Muxue, winking, then lowering his head to send a message on his phone. You owe me one. Su Muxue. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she quickly looked away. This guy. How did he figure that out? A reply quickly appeared on Chen Yuan's phone. Got it. Chen Yuan couldn't help but laugh. My emotional intelligence is off the charts. After telling the shopkeeper his request, Wang Yan turned back and looked at the 4 of them for a moment. How about we take another group photo? Chen Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. That's great. That's great. Yeah. Here's the plan. The 4 of us take 1 group shot, then you take separate shots with each of us 3. Ha 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 ha. Chen Yuan couldn't help but grin widely. Oh, and one more thing, change out of that outfit. Let's not be so formal for the group shot. Wang Yan stared at Chen Yuan suspiciously. While his suggestions made sense, there was something about the way he was grinning that felt off. Meanwhile, Su Muxue stared blankly at Wang Yan. After a moment, her face flushed even redder. She lowered her head and pulled out her phone. This favor is huge. Chen Yuan froze, glanced down at his phone, and immediately broke into a wide grin. Click. In front of the camera, Wang Yan wore a khaki trench coat and sparkling glasses, his right hand tucked into the coat pocket. His gentle demeanor made him look like a senior at a university campus. Beside him, Su Muxue, her cheeks flushed, linked her arm through his. She lifted her head to gaze at his face. Her eyes sparkled. Watching the photo's effect on the monitor, Chen Yuan clapped enthusiastically. Perfect. Perfect. This one. Absolutely perfect. Wang Yan looked at Chen Yuan in confusion, feeling that something was off about the guy. What was going on? What was this guy hiding? And this pose was pretty strange too. Even though Chen Yuan kept insisting it was for the camera, Wang Yan still found it odd. One look at the photo, and holy cow, this was clearly a couple's shot. Wang Yan was speechless. He stole a glance at Su Muxue and noticed she was also staring at the screen. It's rare to see Yan Luo Wan's little face all flushed. That rascal, he's got her blushing. But you know what? It actually looked kind of cute. After taking the photos, the group headed back to school together to see the principal about getting their gear. Wang Yan picked out a bracelet, a silver grade piece called the Starry Sky bracelet. It possessed an active skill, firing a starlight projectile. Though the skill itself was rather lackluster, it didn't matter, Wang Yan could enhance it. Perfect match. Chapter 167, Merciless Starlight Eyes. Wang Yan was indeed enjoying a rare day off today, with nothing extra on his plate. Plus, Chen Yuan was acting strangely, insisting they stay put. So they decided to hit the streets for some fun. Along the way, Wang Yan gradually sensed something amiss. That kid kept nudging Xiaoying forward, forcing him to stay with Su Muxue, trailing behind like a puppy. Wang Yan couldn't help but wonder, could it be that this kid had feelings for Xiaoying? But Su Muxue was acting strangely today too. For some inexplicable reason, she kept blushing all afternoon. Weird. The next day, Wang Yan ended his vacation and transformed into a diligent bricklayer. Leveling up. Already at level 29, he was determined to reach the threshold of level 30 today. Upon reaching level 30, professionals received a significant power boost. Wang Yan was genuinely looking forward to this. In fact, by mid-morning, Wang Yan had already reached level 30. Because of this, Song Wanqiu and the others gained another buff, a shield. The defensive aspect he'd been longing for had finally materialized. And as always, the skill's effect was incredibly powerful. Divine Shield Aura grants allies a shield equal to 1000% of the caster's maximum HP. A shield worth 10 times your health. Talk about terrifying. Damn it, ever seen a gray health bar? Song Wanchio and his crew had 10 of those. 10 full bars of gray health. Absolutely insane. By the end of the day, Wang Yan's level had finally plateaued at 31. Once you hit level 30, leveling up clearly gets harder. After returning home, Wang Yan took a moment to check his current stats. Information: God tier Aura Master Wang Yan. Level 31. Attributes: Intelligence 172, Strength 41, Constitution 41, Agility 41. Elemental Power 5000 points. Skills: God tier Damage Aura, God tier Attack Aura, God tier Stealth Aura, God tier Purification Aura, God tier Invisibility Aura, God tier Cooldown Aura, God tier Shield Aura. These stats aren't outrageous, but the skills are numerous. 7 skills at level 31. This is a configuration only a top-tier practitioner could possess. Most practitioners don't even awaken a single skill by level 5. While pondering his situation, Wang Yan suddenly received a call from Su Jingfeng, of all people. Wang Yan was puzzled. He should be busy out there, so why would he have time to call? Could it be about the effects of that ice-snow war? But when he answered, it turned out Su Jingfeng had business to discuss. An address was immediately sent over. Wang Yan immediately summoned Bloodtooth and hailed a cab to head out. Su Jingfeng summoning him meant serious business. Most likely, new orders had arrived. As soon as he pushed open the door, Wang Yan saw that Su Jingfeng wasn't alone. Liang Tian was there too, along with Qin Haochen, Song Wanchio, and the others. Finally here. Come sit down. Liang Tian immediately pulled Wang Yan inside. Observing the somber expressions on everyone's faces, Wang Yan felt a vague sense of foreboding. Why the urgency in summoning me? Has something happened? Su Jingfeng nodded solemnly. The challenge order has been activated. Wang Yan's heart sank. It's already here? Though he had anticipated it, the news still weighed heavily on his heart. This wasn't an ordinary battle, it was a war. War meant a fight to the death. Of the two sides entering the challenge, only one would ultimately survive. Observing Su Jingfeng, Wang Yan gradually sensed the iron-blooded aura emanating from the captain of the Long Yan squad. His gaze was so stern it seemed as though he himself were about to step onto the battlefield. Wang Yan's expression also grew solemn. Rest assured, they should have briefed you on my status. I'm already at level 31. This battle will be a resounding victory. Su Jingfeng stared at Wang Yan for a long moment, observing the sharp intensity in his eyes. After a brief pause, the corners of Su Jingfeng's lips lifted slightly. Very good. It seems you've prepared yourself mentally. No need for further words. Now, let's discuss the specifics. This challenge order is indeed at the beginner level. The scale is 500 participants total, with all members restricted to under 18 years of age. In other words, their pool of candidates is limited to newly awakened novices. They're directly targeting the fresh blood of our Dragon Nation's new generation. Battlefield portals have now appeared in major cities. Within 24 hours of the challenge order's activation, we can select our participants. But once that 24-hour window closes, recruitment will be random and mandatory. The challenge commences at 1 p.m., which is noon in Sakura Nation. We must formulate our response before 1 p.m. tomorrow. Wang Yan pondered, what happens once we enter the battlefield? The battlefield is divided into 2 zones, a desert terrain and a swamp terrain. Our position is in the desert zone. Position: Wang Yan noted the word keenly. Meaning the landing points weren't random, they were clearly defined zones. Wang Yan nodded. What about personnel selection? I'd like to reserve a few spots. Su Jingfeng instantly understood Wang Yan's meaning. You mean Su Muxue, Chen Yuan, and Xiaoying? Are you certain? Wang Yan nodded. Since we're divided by factions, with me here, they won't face any danger. This may be a war, but it's also an opportunity. Su Jingfeng fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. Alright, we'll proceed as you suggest. The remaining selections will follow standard protocol. No problem. Good. That covers the current situation. Su Muxue and the other 2 are yours to handle. If there's nothing else, you can go get some rest. Wang Yan nodded cheerfully. Gazing at Wang Yan's youthful face, Su Jingfeng took a deep breath. Do your best. Wang Yan grinned. Don't worry, I got it. Wang Yan departed. As the door closed, Su Jingfeng turned to Qin Haochen and the others. What do you think? Qin Haochen hesitated barely at all. He's fine. The people who chose to follow him won't be a problem either. Su Jingfeng paused, a hint of surprise in his eyes. It's rare to hear you say something like that. You trust him that much? Qin Haochen looked utterly convinced. He's a smart man. Su Jingfeng remained silent. Song Wanchio spoke up instead. He made the right choice picking Su Muxue and those young people. Even though this is a faction war, they've grown together and trust each other more than strangers ever could. They work together much better. Even if danger does arise, those few can shield him. To put it bluntly, we can afford to lose others, but not Wang Yan. Su Jingfeng glanced at Song Wanchio. Truly the unfeeling star eyes. But you're right. We truly can't afford to lose this kid. Chapter 168, What kind of love is this? Making this kind of call in a taxi wasn't exactly convenient. Back home, Wang Yan dialed Chen Yuan's number. This kid had transformed into a warmonger upon hearing the news, he agreed without hesitation. Then came Su Mushui. Wang Yan? It's me. I need your input on something. On the other end, Su Mushue's expression gradually smoothed out. So there really is something. Go ahead, what's up? Wang Yan paused. You know about the challenge order? Su Mushue paused. I know about that. My dad just warned me not to go. Wang Yan was momentarily speechless. He hadn't expected that person to already know. But with her father openly opposing it beforehand, what could he do now? Wang Yan found himself caught between a rock and a hard place. Though this was a mission for the nation, it wasn't exactly forcing anyone, was it? After all, this battlefield was one of no quarter. Only when one side was completely wiped out would it truly end. But Su Mushue spoke up quickly, since you called me, that means you're going, right? Yes, I'll go. Su Mushue fell silent for a moment, drawing her knees up to hug her legs. Several seconds passed in quiet. Are you absolutely certain? Wang Yan froze. That tone. Weren't you saying you wouldn't go? Su Mushue replied, just answer me. Wang Yan couldn't help but fall silent. He felt like he already knew what Su Mushue meant. If I go, will you come with me? Even though your father actually opposes this. Wang Yan felt momentarily at a loss. He felt as though he had stumbled upon something truly extraordinary. Yan Luo Wang, is this real? Su Mushue's face flashed through his mind, and Wang Yan was surprised to find that the first image that came to mind was that group photo. He wore a trench coat, while she linked her arm through his, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at him. Wang Yan remained silent for a long while, unsure what to say. Finally, he answered blankly. Yes, I will definitely be there. Su Mushue's voice came quickly. Good. I'll be there tomorrow too. With that, Su Mushue chuckled softly. It's just a challenge order. The four of us? We're not afraid of anyone, huh? After the cheerful laughter faded, she said, I'm going to find my dad. You go call Chen Yuan and the others. See you tomorrow. With that, the call ended. Wang Yan stared blankly at the phone, his gaze slightly unfocused. Not only did she know about the challenge order, she understood why I sought her out, and she knew Chen Yuan and the others would be there too. It seemed like the moment she mentioned the challenge token, Su Mushue knew everything. Wang Yan pressed her hand to her forehead. No way. Why do I feel like I'm the only fool here? That kid Chen Yuan had been acting weird all day yesterday. Living room. A middle-aged man with an upright posture sat on the sofa in his pajamas, watching the news. Spotting Su Mushue emerge, Su Che glanced at her. What's up, sweetheart? Came to watch the news? Su Mushue pursed her lips hesitantly before silently sitting down on the sofa. Dad, why did you oppose me participating in the challenge order? Su Che remained outwardly composed, but a faint smile played at the corners of his eyes. I've already explained the dangers of the challenge order to you. It's a fight to the death. How could I possibly let you go into such a perilous situation? Su Mushue couldn't help but protest urgently, but it's about defending our homeland. As citizens of Dragon Nation, how can we cowardly shirk our responsibilities? Dad, your daughter is a dark moon mage. Su Che snorted coldly. I don't care about your responsibilities. All I know is you're my precious daughter. If you die on the battlefield, what am I supposed to do? But... Su Mushue shrank her neck and murmured softly, what about my sister? Suddenly, Su Che exploded. How dare you? What kind of nonsense is that? You two are both my precious daughters. Neither of you can come to harm. Do you understand? With that, Su Che snorted coldly. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Let me tell you, don't even think about it. Tomorrow, your mother will be watching you at home. You're not allowed to leave the house. With that, Su Che strode away. Su Mushue stood there, her little face blank with confusion. She couldn't believe it. Her usually gentle father had suddenly lost his temper like this today. What was going on? Her father hardly ever raised his voice at her. Su Mushue stood there, utterly bewildered. Maybe sneak away? He wouldn't be home tomorrow anyway. That's it. Su Mushue couldn't help but press her hand to her forehead as she returned to her room, a look of resignation on her face. Wang Yan, oh Wang Yan, this girl is running away from home for you. You blockhead. Meanwhile, just as Su Mushue entered her room, a woman's figure emerged from the kitchen. She glanced at her daughter's room before hurrying back to her own. Hey, old Su, didn't you call me earlier today and tell me not to stop Mushue if she wanted to go? Why are you suddenly against it now? What do you know? Listen to me. Stay home tomorrow, but don't watch her too closely. If she wants to go out, just turn a blind eye and let her go. Ha? What's this about? Heh, you didn't know, did you? That Wang Yan kid must have asked our Mushue out. If she doesn't even dare sneak out, what kind of love is that? Xia Ying had no objections to this. She didn't even ask any questions. Upon hearing all three were going, she immediately agreed. With that, Wang Yan's heavy burden was suddenly lifted. But after that burden came an even heavier one. The battlefield space. Truth be told, Wang Yan did feel the pressure mounting. Having brought them in, he was determined to bring them back out safely, no matter what. If this had been earlier, Wang Yan might not have made this decision. But now, Wang Yan dared. Because of the God-tier shield aura. With both shields and invisibility as double insurance, what was there to worry about? He simply refused to believe the enemy could chip away at a shield with 10 health bars. They'd never manage it, even if they worked themselves to death. A fierce glint began to flash in Wang Yan's eyes. Little Sakura, since you've handed me this opportunity, don't blame me for being ruthless. This time, I'll just collect a little interest. Time flew by. Early the next morning, Wang Yan set off for the professional guild, where the four had agreed to meet. To his surprise, Chen Yuan was the first to arrive, looking rather haggard with dark circles under his eyes. Wang Yan frowned. What's with those eyes? What time did you go to bed last night? Chen Yuan's face immediately soured at the question. I couldn't sleep at all last night. Just thinking about the big battle got me so damn excited. Ha 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 ha. Wang Yan burst out laughing. Just as expected, this kid was a real warmonger. To his surprise, when Su Mushiwa arrived, her complexion also looked rather poor. Wang Yan couldn't help but ask, didn't you sleep well either? Chapter 169, my dad's here to grab me. Me? Who else didn't sleep well? Su Mushiwa instinctively scanned the room. Xia Ying and Wang Yan looked fine, but Chen Yuan was sporting huge dark circles under his eyes. Chen Yuan gave an awkward laugh. I'm so excited I can't sleep. Su Mushiwa was speechless for a moment. My dad absolutely refuses to agree. I have no idea what's gotten into him, he even got angry last night. He hardly ever gets angry with me. Chen Yuan was taken aback. Then what are you doing here now? Su Mushiwa glanced at Wang Yan. I snuck out. Holy crap. Chen Yuan stared in disbelief, immediately giving her a thumbs up. But Wang Yan wasn't one to just watch the show. Last night's conversation was still vivid in his mind. Wang Yan now understood why she had insisted on coming. Add to that the suspicion that had begun to take root last night. All this made Wang Yan's expression grow considerably more complex. Thanks. Su Mushiwa studied Wang Yan's expression closely, and soon a hint of amusement flickered in her eyes. But she held back the laughter. If my dad comes chasing after me, you guys better cover for me. After all, this is official business, we're bringing glory to the nation. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan watched the pair intently, shifting his gaze between Wang Yan and Su Mushiwa. A different kind of look quickly appeared in the young man's eyes. This atmosphere, something's definitely up. Something's definitely going on between these two, ha. Chen Yuan immediately nudged Wang Yan. Hear that? Talk some sense into uncle. Don't let him snatch away Su, the academic superstar. Xia Ying and I don't carry much weight, we need your silver tongue to work its magic. Wang Yan's heart skipped a beat at those words. Damn you, Chen Yuan. What do you mean, steal her away? You bastard, stirring up trouble again. You little bastard, you saw through the scheme all along, didn't you? Damn you. Wang Yan immediately kicked him with his foot. Get lost. Whoa. What the hell, buddy? Suzhou University's top student, help me. That morning, everyone seemed swamped with work. Liang Tian assigned a staff member to give Wang Yan and the other three a crash course. The focus was on science popularization, analysis, and past challenge order case studies. After a morning of last-minute cramming, Wang Yan felt the direction had indeed become much clearer. By noon, the group arrived at the back courtyard where Liang Tian and the others were gathered. Surprisingly, Wang Yan spotted two additional figures. Zhang Xingyi and Jin Lu. Seeing Wang Yan and his three companions arrive together, Zhang Xingyi's expression visibly grew complex. That day, Wang Yan had stepped forward to rescue him. Though Zhang Xingyi had previously looked down on Wang Yan, since that day, Zhang Xingyi had sensed something was off. Wang Yan was likely not what he had always assumed him to be. Within their team, Wang Yan had consistently held a stable position, even appearing to be the backbone. This likely concealed deeper reasons. Today's revelation of Tianshui City's roster for the challenge order only solidified his suspicions. With only 250 spots available, the Dragon Nation wouldn't let them in to die. These spots weren't something anyone could just walk into. At this level, connections barely held sway, let alone for someone like Wang Yan. Wang Yan's abilities must possess something truly unique. As for Jin Lu, the kid's face still looked a bit off, but he showed no signs of another outburst. It wasn't just because of Chen Yuan's black card. It was also because, upon seeing the list, he'd immediately challenged it. Him? Are you kidding me? A useless aura master like him made the cut? The one who answered him was none other than Liang Tian himself. How dare you? You're a bloodthirsty berserker who barely made the cut, yet you dare to pick and choose? Who gave you the audacity to question the nation's selection? If you don't want to go, get the hell out now. Jean Lu could even sense the chill emanating from Liang Tian's face. Jean Lu nearly froze in shock. Only Zhang Xingyi pulled him back and he quickly bowed his head in apology. So now, seeing Wang Yan and Su Muxue standing together, the four of them even chatting and laughing, he could only swallow his resentment. Once everyone was present, Liang Tian approached Wang Yan. So, how confident are you? Seeing this, not just Zhang Xingyi, but even Su Muxue and the other three were stunned. This was Liang Tian, the head of the Tianshui City Practitioners Guild. Were they that familiar? And that tone, it almost felt like he was placing all his hopes on Wang Yan. No way. Wang Yan nodded solemnly. Rest assured, I won't gamble with their lives, nor will I gamble with the Dragon Nation's reputation. Victory is assured in this battle. Liang Tian nodded with satisfaction. Excellent, truly excellent. I can already envision it. You young people are carrying the new future of our Dragon Nation on your shoulders. Wang Yan grinned. A brilliant future. The others were even more stunned. Confusion and bewilderment quickly gave way to a creeping sense of dread. What exactly was Wang Yan's true identity? But unexpectedly, as the final moment approached, Su Che arrived on the scene. Su Muxue's face went pale instantly. She instinctively grabbed Wang Yan's sleeve. Wang Yan. My dad. My dad's here to arrest me. Wang Yan turned to see it was indeed Su Che. However, Liang Tian was also present, so Wang Yan didn't panic too much. Soon, Su Che approached. Liang Tian naturally stepped forward to greet him. Chairman Su has arrived. With the battle imminent, it's understandable that Chairman Su would come to offer some final words of advice. Your daughter is right over there. Su Che smiled and shook hands. Thank you for your care, Chairman Li. Not at all. As he drew closer, Su Che's expression turned stern, appearing as though he had indeed come to confront them. As for Su Muxue, her position clearly showed she was subtly hiding behind Wang Yan. Su Che remained impassive. Well done, young lady. You've grown up, spread your wings, and now your old man can't control you anymore. Su Muxue was momentarily stunned. Dad, this isn't about stubbornness. It's about bringing glory to our country. Su Che snorted coldly, we'll settle this later. Only after his words fell did Su Che's gaze finally land on Wang Yan. For just a second. His expression suddenly softened into one of warmth. Mr. Wang Yan, it's good to see you again. Su Muxue nearly froze in shock. What the hell? Weren't you being so fierce? Where'd all that fierceness go? Wang Yan was also a bit bewildered. Hello, Uncle Su. Well, Muxue might have acted impulsively, but after all. Alright. Su Che waved his hand, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Good lad, calling her Muxue now. I understand. I didn't come here to lay down the law. Even if I were, I'd wait until you're back. Su Muxue. Damn it, can't escape it after all, huh? Su Che solemnly clasped Wang Yan's hand. Wang Yan, I won't waste words. I'll just say this. This challenge order Muxue is entrusted to your care. I implore you to bring Muxue back safely, without a scratch. This isn't just a citizen of Longwu speaking, it's the entrustment of a father. Chapter 170, Entering the Arena. The moment the words fell, Su Muxue's eyes instantly reddened. Wang Yan, gazing at the burly middle-aged man with his kind expression, noticed the solemnity in his eyes. Vaguely, Wang Yan sensed something different. Was he referring only to Su Muxue's safety? Wang Yan now keenly sensed that it was likely not entirely so. Although he specifically mentioned it was in reference to this particular challenge order. But Wang Yan sensed that his meaning went far beyond that. Wang Yan instinctively glanced at Su Muxue and immediately noticed the faint redness in her eyes. His heart skipped a beat. It felt like a tidal wave had just crashed over him. What the hell, you two father and daughter, are you rehearsing this in advance or something? Wang Yan felt an odd weight settle over him, as if he'd been carrying a simple pole on his shoulders only to suddenly have a mountain dropped onto them. As he recalled the past, Wang Yan realized his mind kept returning to that one photograph. Looking back now, it seemed that photo was actually quite fitting. A faint smile touched Wang Yan's lips as he withdrew his gaze and addressed Su Che solemnly. Uncle Su, rest assured. Since I dared bring her along, I'm confident I can bring her back safely. I will ensure she returns safely. Su Che stared at Wang Yan for 2 seconds before finally nodding. He couldn't tell if he'd gotten the answer he wanted. Perhaps not. Because Wang Yan, that guy, didn't leave a single loophole in his words. But with matters having reached this point, lingering any longer would be inappropriate. Su Che glanced at Su Muxue, said nothing more, waved his hand, and turned to leave. He knew Su Muxue's capabilities well enough. He understood he didn't need to say more. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Liang Tian, Su Che quickly departed. Chen Yuan crept up quietly. Hey, have you met Uncle Su before? Yeah. Whoa. You're something else, meeting Uncle Su so early on. Wang Yan shot him a disapproving glance. You little brat, you think I can't tell what you're implying? Wang Yan ignored him because at that moment, although Su Mushue's eyes were no longer red, she still didn't seem to be in a good mood. Clearly, the earlier atmosphere had given her some kind of illusion, and that feeling was hard to shake off right away. This situation left Wang Yan utterly stumped. He had no clue how to handle it, so he resorted to randomly changing the subject to divert her attention. It's about to begin. Everyone, get yourselves ready. Remember the Frogman tribe? The war we're facing now will be 100 times more brutal than that. Prepare yourselves mentally, the targets and the challenge orders are real, living people. Xia Ying's face instantly paled. Even Chen Yuan's expression turned serious, clearly conjuring up some graphic imagery in his mind. As for Su Mushue, sure enough, her attention was diverted. Wang Yan felt considerably more at ease. The challenge order officially commenced. As the head of Tianshui City's professional guild, Li Yingtian produced a black token and activated a vortex. This was the battlefield space generated by the challenge order. Under the tense and anxious gazes of Li Yingtian and the others, Wang Yan led them inside. The world spun violently. When solid ground finally met their feet, Wang Yan immediately felt a dry, scorching breeze. As far as the eye could see, the landscape was engulfed in a sea of yellow sand. It was literally sand. As far as the eye could see, nothing but sky and desert stretched out before them. Glancing around, he saw Su Mushue and the others nearby, which eased his mind. He then opened the virtual map. This was a feature of the battlefield space, allowing them to view their real-time locations and those of their team members. At that moment, Wang Yan noticed numerous glowing circles appearing nearby, figures materializing within them one after another. The numbers swelled rapidly, soon filling the air with a cacophony of noise. But Wang Yan didn't pay immediate attention. He was studying the map. According to the map, they were currently positioned in the southwest corner, with a sandy yellow background beneath their feet. In contrast, the northeast corner displayed a deep emerald green. Clearly, that was the swampy terrain of Sakura country where they were located. Wondering what the map's scale might be, Wang Yan furrowed his brow and thought. It really is a desert. This is my first time in one. Chen Yuan marveled at the surroundings, looking visibly excited. Old Wang, with so many people here, what should we do? Wang Yan snapped back to attention and began surveying the people around them. They were all newly awakened novices, looking quite inexperienced, clad in a variety of gear. But with so many of them, it was hard to tell them apart at a glance. Wang Yan pondered briefly before forming a plan. Don't rush. Let's wait and see. Chen Yuan didn't immediately grasp Wang Yan's meaning. Wait? Wait for what? Time is money. This saying was vividly emphasized in the battlefield space. This place awarded contribution points. Though the area was broadly divided into two factions, teaming up was still possible. They were both allies and rivals. The benchmark for competition? Which team racks up more kills? Under these rules, the side that strikes first holds the advantage. Of course, it could also mean rushing to their deaths sooner. Chen Yuan was clearly growing impatient, but after all this time, Wang Yan still commanded respect. Chen Yuan knew Wang Yan must have his reasons. Sure enough, not long after, a loud shout suddenly rang out from the chaotic scene. Everyone, quiet down. Listen to me. The crowd immediately quieted down considerably. With so many people, Wang Yan couldn't see who was barking like a dog, but he heard the voice continue. We're the team from the Demon City. We have a Blast Flame Mage, an Extreme Ice Mage, a Holy Shield Knight, a Heavy Sword Warrior, and the rest are all rare classes too. Most importantly, we have an S-rank top-tier Thunder Mage leading us. Do I even need to explain how powerful an S-rank class is? Enough talk. Rare class players willing to join us, come stand behind me. Listen up. We only want rare classes. We're building an elite squad with nothing but rare classes. With this kind of firepower, we'll be unstoppable. Flip, there's still a stack of empty promises left. And honestly, those lofty promises held some real appeal. Soon, the crowd began to shift, clearly starting to gather. After all, an all-rare class team was a pretty compelling hook. And with an S-rank class leading the charge? Soon, a large group gradually came into view. Chen Yuan's face darkened. Old Wang, what do we do? Chapter 171, Battlefield Dynamics. Wang Yan stood observing the situation, showing no reaction whatsoever. Hearing Chen Yuan's concern, Wang Yan offered a faint smile. Bro, haven't you forgotten? Professional strength isn't absolute. Especially not when it comes to me. Chen Yuan froze, then his eyes suddenly lit up. Whoa! Right. You don't need any of that. Even a pig would fly in your hands. Su Mushue couldn't help but roll her eyes. Who are you calling a pig? Chen Yuan froze, then burst into laughter. Gradually, the situation on the scene had developed to a certain point. Over there, a large crowd had gathered. At a glance, there were likely over 100 people. Compared to them, the scattered groups of professionals here and there, scattered like loose sand, were nowhere near as intimidating. Wang Yan noticed a distinct white figure at the very front of the opposing group. It appeared to be a white trench coat, complete with a high collar, making the entire outfit stark white and incredibly conspicuous. At that moment, a henchman stood beside him, head bowed as he delivered a report. Boss Tian, everyone's almost here. Should we take roll call now? Just to make sure no imposters slip in, and to confirm our numbers. Brother Tian stood there silently, his chin hidden beneath the high collar of his trench coat, revealing only half his face. Without uttering a word, he merely gave him a cold glance and nodded. The lackey immediately scurried off. He remained standing there, his gaze fixed quietly on the distance, the direction of the northeast. The scattered individuals still lingering at the scene were as if invisible to him. Wang Yan withdrew his gaze, a faint curve lifting the corners of his mouth. Chen Yuan, we can begin now. As for the rest, we'll take anyone willing to join us. But this is your only chance. After this, we won't accept anyone else. And don't mention me. Chen Yuan listened intently to Wang Yan's demands with a serious expression. After a moment's internal deliberation, he nodded. Just as he turned to leave, he suddenly noticed someone standing beside him. You? Why are you still standing here? Aren't you going over to them? Jin Lu must have already gone, right? Zhang Xingyi seemed a bit embarrassed, but the next second, he steeled himself and spoke up. Jin Lu has already gone, but I don't want to go over there. I want to follow you guys. Oh? Chen Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Why? Su Muxue and Xiaoying couldn't help but turn their heads. They watched as Zhang Xingyi took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling slightly. Clearly, this guy was churning with inner turmoil, as if he'd mustered every ounce of courage he possessed. Yet he voiced his thoughts. I believe following you holds greater promise. The statement caught everyone off guard. But Zhang Xingyi's gaze immediately fixed on Wang Yan. Even though Wang Yan hadn't once glanced his way. Yet he stared intently at Wang Yan's profile, as if making a monumental decision. Wang Yan, I realize now that you probably never really cared about me. But for what happened last time, I'm truly grateful. I was wrong about everything before. I was too young and immature. But we're still alumni, and the future is long. Please, let bygones be bygones. I'm apologizing to you. Chen Yuan and the other two were stunned. This kid. Wow, this kid's got guts. All three turned to stare at Wang Yan in astonishment. After all, Wang Yan was the one at the heart of the conflict. But Wang Yan remained standing there, not once turning his head throughout the entire exchange. I've never held anything against you, not before, and I never will. I made myself perfectly clear last time. Back then, we stood united against a common enemy for the sake of our nation. This time is no different. The three stared at Wang Yan, speechless for a moment. This was clearly not the moment for them to speak. Yet Wang Yan's meaning was perfectly clear to all of them. Help? They would certainly help. But only within the confines of national borders. Once we're back on our own turf, what you do, kid, is none of my business. That was Wang Yan's meaning. Zhang Xingyi stared blankly at Wang Yan for a moment before lowering his head slightly. I understand. The look in his eyes held a hint of gloom. He understood this circle was no longer open to him. The other two naturally paid him no mind. Chen Yuan soon began bellowing loudly. Everyone! Look this way! Listen up! We want ordinary professionals. And any rare professionals who want to join, we want you too. But this is your only chance. I can't guarantee what results we'll achieve here, because success depends on everyone's collective effort. But I can guarantee this squad will have the highest survival rate of any group in this entire challenge, no question about it. That's all I have to say. Believe it or not, it's up to you. If you believe, come join us now, we'll conquer the world together. Tian Shan. A young man clad in black samurai armor barked the name in a solemn, low voice. Tian Shan Sato glanced sideways. Have all members been accounted for? Yes. All present. Tenzan Sato gave a slight nod, adjusted his collar, then turned and walked toward the other side, his face now bearing the same solemn expression. Lord Kitahara, the headcount is complete. Please instruct us on our next course of action. The same samurai attire, but this one was white. The only white. He stood apart from the formation, a considerable distance away, gazing alone into the distance. He seemed to radiate an air of superiority. Kitahara Asuka turned, surveying the ranks now standing in perfect order. A hint of satisfaction flickered across his stern face. Very good. Dispatch 100 men, divided into 10 groups, to conceal themselves along the marsh border. Report immediately upon detecting any movement from those Dragon Nation forces. The remaining 150 men, also divided into 10 groups, will hide in the forest and await orders. Taniyama Sato felt a twinge of confusion at these orders. Was this an ambush? The men selected this time were all young. Compared to these death soldiers enhanced by forbidden arts, those Dragon Nation soldiers were nothing but weaklings. Was such a tactic really necessary? Despite his doubts, Sato immediately obeyed the order. Soon, one figure after another began to vanish. Once everyone had withdrawn, Kitahara Asuka looked at Tanaka, who had returned to report. Tanaka-kun, you seem troubled. Taijima startled, how dare I, sir? Lord Kitahara is remarkably perceptive. Asuka Kitahara smiled faintly. There are no outsiders here. No need to be so formal. Even if you didn't say it, I know what you're thinking. You believe we should take the initiative, correct? Chapter 172, Storm Clouds Gathering. Lord Tensan nodded. Truth be told, that was precisely his thinking. A confident smile spread across Kitahara Asuka's face. Then guess what those Dragon Country people are thinking? Tian Shanjun's eyes narrowed. Kitahara Asuka noticed the look on his face. This is a struggle between nations. No one retreats before the battle begins. Without a doubt, their thoughts will mirror yours. Therefore, it's foreseeable that their next move will be a long march into our marshlands. And what will we be doing at that moment? Tian Shanjun seemed to grasp the thread of reasoning. You're sending them out to scout. This isn't just reconnaissance, it's familiarizing themselves with the terrain. When the battle begins, they'll be fighting on our home turf. Kitahara Asuka's lips curled upward. Very good. You're quite good. But you've overlooked one crucial point. Tengaku immediately bowed his head. Please enlighten me, Lord Kitahara. The smile vanished from Kitahara Asuka's face as he lifted his gaze toward the sky. I am the Crescent Moon Swordsman. Night is my domain. Chen Yuan's shouting initially had only a modest effect. After all, without any gimmicks, they had virtually no name recognition. But those ordinary practitioners themselves didn't possess many advantages. There was no doubt that Brother Tian wouldn't take them. Scattered like this, they were better off joining Wang Yan's side. So, ordinary professionals began gathering quickly, their numbers steadily growing. People have a herd mentality. This mentality quickly spread to the others. In the end, the remaining 100 or so people did indeed all gather around Wang Yan. At this point, the scene had completely split into two factions. On the other side, the henchman Song Jinyo looked rather grim. Brother Tian, look at this. Brother Tian seemed deep in thought, snapping back to attention at the sound of the voice. He instinctively glanced over at Wang Yan's group. Their numbers were nowhere near as large as his own. Brother Tian's expression remained unchanged. Just a rabble. Ignore them. Have everyone below deck prepare. We're setting sail. Got it. Brother Tian withdrew his gaze, his eyes drifting back to the distant horizon. A chill seemed to stir deep within his gaze. Meanwhile, on Wang Yan's side, Wang Yan surveyed the assembled group, then glanced back at the man in the white suit. See you later, buddy. With that, Wang Yan silently activated his god-tier invisibility aura. Swish! Instantly, over 100 people vanished from the scene. This sudden spectacle instantly stunned the crowd across from them. Holy crap! Where'd they go? They were right here a second ago. Huh? What the hell? What's going on? Is this a haunted place or something? The group erupted into a clamor. The loud cries quickly reached Wang Yan and his group. Now, the others began to notice something was off too. Until someone noticed a new line had appeared in their status bar without warning. Invisibility status active. You are now under the effect of a divine tier invisibility aura, entering stealth mode. This state cannot be detected by scouting or similar skills. If you perform an attack action, your stealth will be forcibly terminated. After ceasing attacks for 1 second, you may re-enter stealth mode. The moment this notification appeared, chaos erupted. Holy! Holy, holy! Someone buffed me with invisibility. Look at your own status bars, guys. Whoa! Me too! Me too! Holy crap, so this is group invisibility? There's over 100 of us here. Damn, who's this badass? Which big shot pulled this off? The scene erupted with continuous gasps. Amidst the crowd, Zhang Xingyi silently stared at his status bar. The words God-tier invisibility aura pierced his nerves like a dagger. His mind went completely blank. Auras? What else could it be? This was an aura master skill. And who else could be the aura master present besides Wang Yan? The words God-tier invisibility aura felt like a mountain crashing down, crushing his heart with their weight. Wang Yan, he truly wasn't an ordinary aura master. So he was this ridiculously powerful? A single aura granted stealth to over 100 people, sustained stealth at that, and damn it, undetectable too. Who the hell could stand this? What kind of absurd aura master is this? Zhang Xingyi couldn't help but stare at Wang Yan at the front. His eyes revealed not a shred of emotion. Stunned. Zhang Xingyi was utterly stunned. Chen Yuan and the others stood at the front, watching the chaotic crowd and suppressing their amusement. They weren't worried either. This aura didn't just grant invisibility, it also blocked sound. Their shouting was no problem at all. Seeing everyone so utterly flustered, they felt a sense of pride. Oomph, now you know who the real deal is, huh? Moments later, a voice cut through the chaos. Silence. The voice wasn't loud. Yet it seemed to carry a certain magic, and the scene quickly fell silent. Wang Yan spoke calmly, without haste or urgency. As I mentioned earlier, within this squad, setting aside other considerations, your survival rate alone stands unmatched across the entire battlefield. Now, you should have begun to grasp the truth of that statement. No sooner had Wang Yan finished speaking than someone below erupted in excitement. You're amazing, boss. Exactly. You're nothing short of a miracle, boss. Wang Yan's expression remained impassive, showing no reaction to the praise. He simply raised his hand and gestured for silence. Alright, no need to heap praise on me. I'm just the one speaking up. Ha! Only then did the crowd realize the real mastermind was someone else? But thinking about it, such godlike skills wouldn't be shown off lightly. Wang Yan chuckled inwardly. You've all witnessed the results. I hope you understand, if this squad had the guts to gather you all here, it means they can lead the vast majority of you to safety. But there is one crucial condition: everyone must obey orders without question. Absolute compliance is non-negotiable. Let me be clear, if anyone dares to disrupt discipline during the operation, we will kick you out immediately. Now, anyone with objections, step forward. You can leave immediately. His voice rang out, echoing across the vast desert. But as expected, no one stepped forward. Wang Yan nodded. Very well. Our operation is about to commence. As long as you obey orders, I pledge here and now that I will spare no effort to lead us all back alive. But understand this, since you still have the chance to bring glory to our nation, shouldn't you prove with your strength that you're not inferior to anyone? Chapter 173, Battle Report. The motivational speech went on at length. Once everyone was pumped up like they'd been injected with adrenaline, Wang Yan began leading the group on their march. Under stealth, everyone's movement speed received an additional boost, allowing the main force to advance swiftly. Wang Yan had no intention of devising complex tactics. While such planning might be necessary for others, it was utterly unnecessary for him. Seriously, his skills were designed to dominate large-scale battles. His entire class was born for the grand battlefield. Time slowly passed. By late afternoon, the group had witnessed firsthand the majestic grandeur of solitary smoke rising straight into the sky across the desert. The terrain ahead began to reveal Gobi deserts, oases, forests, and streams. Then, it was nothing but swamp terrain. Throughout this journey, the group witnessed the battlefield's most remarkable feature. Monsters existed here. And there were quite a few of them. But thanks to the cloaking effect, the group passed through unscathed, moving boldly along their path. It was during this journey that the group's sense of belonging to this squad grew ever stronger. It was easy to foresee that if they had attempted this journey alone, or if they had followed that other elite squad, they would have encountered countless obstacles. They likely wouldn't have even reached the land of cherry blossoms before suffering significant losses. But now? What a thrill! The monsters seemed to have turned blind. Until a moment later, as Wang Yan marched forward, he suddenly sensed a mental transmission from Bloodfang. Something's wrong. Wang Yan's heart tightened. He immediately slowed his pace while initiating communication with Bloodfang. He had long been familiar with Bloodfang's keen sense of smell. Guided by Bloodfang, Wang Yan soon noticed something unusual ahead in the shaded forest. The trees here weren't particularly dense, but their branches were thick and sturdy. It was already dusk, and in such terrain, the dim light made hiding people completely feasible. Wang Yan halted abruptly, turning to ask, anyone skilled in detection? Step forward immediately. A lean young man stepped forward without delay. I can do it. Wang Yan gave him a quick once-over. Briefly describe your ability. The lean man replied, my detection ability is psychic in nature. I can sense the number and location of enemies within a certain range. Wang Yan pondered, will your detection alert the enemy? Does this count as an offensive effect? The skinny guy shook his head, his eyes brimming with confidence. They won't notice a thing. It's not an offensive ability, so it won't cancel out the aura effect. You can count on it, boss. That's pretty good. Wang Yan beckoned him over. Come here. Look ahead, up in the trees. There's an enemy presence in that area, but the exact numbers are unclear. Got it? The skinny guy's eyes lit up. Got it. Leave it to me. With that, the skinny guy closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they had turned a pale blue. Within seconds, Wang Yan heard the kid start muttering, 1, 2, 3, 4. 10. There are 10 of them in total. Only 10. A moment of doubt flickered in Wang Yan's eyes. 10 people? What kind of force is that? They didn't look like scouts, but as combatants, their numbers seemed too small. Could it be a small squad? Perhaps the enemy hadn't gathered in large numbers at all, but was instead infiltrating in small squads? This was rather intriguing. Such a decision seems a bit too foolish. Wang Yan immediately spoke up, Xiaoying, establish a mental link between us two. Xiaoying understood and complied immediately. Soon, Wang Yan saw through the skinny guy's eyes. Quite remarkable. The surrounding trees and environment seemed to fade into the background, but those 10 people glowed with a distinct, faint light. They were as conspicuous as light bulbs. Just as he'd said, they were all up in the trees. Wang Yan felt relieved. If that was the case, then things would be much easier. Wang Yan recruited 10 more ranged attackers, those with lightning-fast reflexes, and 10 tree-climbing assassins. The 10 ranged attackers took their positions below, ready to fire simultaneously at Wang Yan's command. Then the 10 assassins immediately charged up to finish off the survivors. The scene. Crack. Crack. One by one, the bodies fell to the ground. Only 2 remained, still gasping for breath. A group dragged one of the unlucky bastards back, their faces glowing with excitement. This was their first time killing a cherry blossom brat with their own hands. It felt damn exhilarating. And the battle itself? What battle? It was nothing but target practice. TSK. This squad was truly something else. They watched as the unlucky one was dragged over and slammed onto the ground. Wang Yan glanced at a girl beside him. Her name was Zhang Wen, whom Wang Yan had just recruited into the team. She spoke Japanese. Ask him what their battle plan is. Zhang Wen immediately began chattering away in Japanese. But no sooner had she finished than the unlucky guy on the ground lifted his head, his face twisted into a vicious grimace. Bastard! Damn it! Wang Yan gave a cold laugh and scanned the man's body. See that? This guy's covered in wounds. The cherry blossom brats right in front of us. Anyone interested? Go make them feel good. Holy! Damn it, a bunch of eyes turned green. Me! No way! Let go of that cherry blossom brat. I'll handle him. Ding! Battle report alert, Dragon Nation's 2nd Squadron has eliminated a small-scale team of 10 from Sakura Nation. Note, this report will not be displayed to Sakura Nation members. The battle report sounded, and Wang Yan couldn't help but freeze for a moment. This was the first time such a thing had appeared. It seemed they were the first to take the plunge. Wang Yan questioned the 2 survivors amicably and ultimately received identical answers. Their leader was named Kitahara Asuka. What a strange name, Asuka, the flying bird. Wait till I see you, I'll make sure you fly for real. This Kitahara Asuka had given them 2 orders. First, they were to take turns as sentries during the day. Second, at sunset each evening, everyone must return to await unified deployment. Upon hearing this news, Wang Yan immediately lifted his head. Thankfully, the moon hadn't risen yet. But judging by the sunset on the horizon, it wouldn't be long. The sun had already dipped halfway below the horizon. Time was running out. Wang Yan immediately rallied the main force and set off at full speed. This was an opportunity. The enemy forces were currently scattered, with each wave consisting of only a few individuals. This was undoubtedly the perfect moment for a decisive, overwhelming assault. Once they regrouped, it would inevitably escalate into full-scale warfare. If they could defeat them one by one, they should certainly target the smaller units first. With Bloodfawn leading the way through this rapid advance, it wasn't long before Wang Yan encountered the 2nd enemy squad. See that cluster of branches over there? Everyone with ranged attacks start pounding the hell out of it now. Chapter 174, Encirclement and Counter-Encirclement. Before a light screen, Li Yingtian sat in his office with a solemn expression, his eyes deep in thought. Not far from Li Yingtian sat a man bearing a scar on his face. Su Jingfeng. It was already evening, and Su Jingfeng had rushed back to Tianshui City. Staring at the holographic display, watching the unfolding scene inside, Wang Yan had already led his men to begin suppressing the situation with firepower. Yet Li Yingtian's expression remained far from pleasant. He turned his head to look at Su Jingfeng beside him. Captain Su, what's your take? Su Jingfeng didn't turn around, his eyes equally thoughtful. Barring surprises, this might be a trap. Logically, a full day has passed. The reconnaissance of the terrain should have been completed long ago. There's no reason for the enemy to split their forces. Especially since they specifically mentioned gathering at dusk. I suspect the sunset timing holds some special significance. At Li Yingtian's age, he had naturally lived through the previous national war and possessed considerable experience with battlefields of this scale. He already sensed something amiss about the situation, and hearing Su Jingfeng's words only deepened his unease. I hope they can turn danger into safety. Su Jingfeng kept his gaze fixed on the screen, but upon closer inspection, his face didn't seem overly troubled. A challenge order like this could easily be considered a small-scale national war. Its appearance at this time isn't entirely bad for him. Think of it as early practice. With a force of 250 men, as long as the losses aren't too heavy, we can still bear the cost. Li Yingtian heard these words and pondered them carefully, his heart suddenly filled with even greater worry. He sensed it. Su Jingfeng didn't seem optimistic about the current situation either. The sun descended swiftly. The light grew increasingly dim, and the various long-range attacks rising from the forest were as dazzling as fireworks. Those unlucky souls above were still lost in their daydreams when the sudden assault caught them completely off guard. The firepower was too intense, leaving no room for maneuver. Without a doubt, the squad was wiped out on the spot. Ding! Battle report alert. The battle report notification visibly energized everyone present. But Wang Yan remained unmoved. He glanced up at the sky, noticing the sunset was about to disappear completely. Given the timing, it seemed unlikely they'd have enough time to take down another squad. Wang Yan felt a pang of regret and immediately ordered the main force to continue their search. If only they had arrived here sooner. But even after the sun had completely set, the team failed to locate a third squad. Wang Yan watched the darkening sky and fell deep in thought. Fortunately, the stealth aura was active. Otherwise, this environment would be genuinely dangerous. According to the intelligence they'd obtained, the enemy should have already gathered by this time. This meant that any future encounter would likely escalate into a large-scale battle. Meanwhile, the enemy would surely notice the absence of two squads and sense something was amiss. Given this situation, how should this battle be fought? Within the forest, the light was incredibly dim. The sparse moonlight was largely blocked by branches and leaves, making it difficult to discern the figures of the black-clad warriors. But Kitahara Asuka remained conspicuous, clad entirely in white. Lord Kitahara, the headcount is complete. 2 squads are missing, one of 10 men and one of 15. They were the squads at the 8 o'clock position. Not a single one has returned. Hearing this, Kitahara Asuka's eyes narrowed, but his expression quickly turned amused. 8 o'clock direction, advancing deep into our territory with overwhelming strength. Interesting. Spread the word, the main force from the Dragon Nation has arrived. It's time to give them a little surprise. With that, Kitahara Asuka drew a deep breath and lifted his gaze toward the bright moon in the sky. After all these years, this day has finally come. Moon Goddess, grant me your power. Wang Yan chose to lead his team deeper into the territory. The confidence behind this decision stemmed primarily from the cloak of invisibility. Without it, Wang Yan would absolutely have to resort to some tactics. But now, since the enemy couldn't see them at all, what was there to play around with? After marching for about half an hour, Wang Yan suddenly waved his hand sharply. Everyone stop. Beside him, Bloodtooth had already issued a warning there were people ahead. And it seemed like there were quite a few of them. Wang Yan immediately summoned his tool guy. Enemy presence ahead. Quick, scan the situation. As he spoke, Wang Yan gave Xia Ying a meaningful glance. Xia Ying understood immediately and established a mental link. Soon, Wang Yan saw a large group of figures about several dozen meters ahead, steadily closing in. Their pace wasn't particularly swift, and their formation was quite scattered, but their numbers were undeniably substantial. At a glance, it truly looked like a vast sea of people, covering an enormous area. Wang Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. A force this large could only mean one thing: this was the enemy's main contingent. Wang Yan began to ponder silently. There was no doubt about it, the enemy now knew they were in the forest. This scattered formation, spaced apart yet never too distant, covering such a vast area, clearly signaled a large-scale search operation. They were hunting them. This setup clearly signaled an intent to annihilate them completely. Yet this formation seemed far from ideal for Wang Yan and his men to maneuver effectively. At the very least, the chances of launching a lightning strike were slim to none. The enemy's positions were too widely dispersed; it was nearly impossible to wipe them all out in one go. Once combat commenced, it would inevitably become a protracted, large-scale battle. This was far from the ideal outcome. Wang Yan craved a decisive victory without losing a single man. Right, where was their leader? That Kitahara Asuka? Wang Yan began searching intently. Soon, a figure clad in white emerged from behind a tree. A white samurai uniform. Wang Yan's eyes narrowed. All the surrounding enemies were clad in black, yet this one wore white. Standing out from the crowd, he clearly wasn't someone to be taken lightly. Highly likely, this must be Kitahara Asuka himself. Wang Yan couldn't help but ponder silently. Was there any chance he could find an opening to take him out instantly? But given the current situation, that seemed highly unlikely. Wang Yan fell silent for a moment before turning to look behind him. Everyone, prepare for battle. Additionally, we need several assassins with high mobility and burst damage capabilities. Operatives possessing these traits, step forward now. The crowd exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. Within moments, 4 or 5 figures stepped forward. Wang Yan immediately pulled them forward. First, each of you introduce your abilities. Chapter 175, the battle begins. Among these individuals, one possessed a rare class. The rest were all common classes, their innate abilities not particularly strong. Frankly, they were too mediocre. But Wang Yan didn't dwell on it, he'd be backing them up anyway. Wang Yan had Xia Ying establish a mental link between them. Listen up, all 5 of you have an additional mission. See that guy in white? Soon, this place will erupt into full-scale combat. But you won't be needed on the main battlefield for now. Your target is that guy in white. You'll receive additional enhancements far more potent than your current stealth abilities. With these boosts, sneak around to his back and approach silently. Your chances of a successful ambush will skyrocket. Ideally, you should eliminate him instantly. The expressions on all 5 faces turned utterly bizarre. Holy crap, this battle is downright treacherous. The kicker was, others would struggle to pull off such cunning. Stealth came with risks of detection, yet this guy faced none. Who knows what city this guy is from? The group made up their minds, never provoke him again. Take a detour. The order given, they immediately slipped away quietly. Wang Yan commanded the main force to slowly retreat, maintaining a safe distance from the enemy's troops. Simultaneously, he instructed them to lock onto their respective targets. Once the attack commenced, the initial wave must secure tangible results. Then, through the vision link from his scouts, Wang Yan saw that the old six gates had all closed in on Beiyuan Fei Niao. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. What are you laughing at? Shen Yuan turned, suspicion in his eyes. It's wartime, what's so funny? Just remembered a famous saying. Ha? Wang Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. War is a dirty game, and I am a dirty player. As the words fell, Wang Yan roared, all units, heed my command. Engage. At that very moment, the God tier damage aura activated, granting a 10% boost. The God tier attack aura activated, granting a 20% boost. The moment the auras activated, gasps erupted across the battlefield. Holy! Look at the boost! Holy, this is insane! Ah! Mine too! Holy crap, double attack and holy damage! I'm bowing down to you, bro. In the dim jungle, young warriors clad in black samurai armor gripped their weapons, scanning their surroundings with intense focus. But just then, a massive crimson fireball suddenly materialized out of thin air, hurtling toward them at lightning speed. Holy crap! Something's up! A flurry of Japanese chatter erupted. However, this was merely the beginning. Following the fireball, water spheres, wind blades, and two-eyed arc light blades suddenly erupted from ahead, one after another. At first glance, it resembled a massive wave of attacks, crashing down upon them in an instant. The young people on the scene were momentarily stunned. Damn it, where did that come from? Defend yourselves. Where's the tank? Tank, hold the line. Damn it, my spells aren't ready in time. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Everyone defend. Screams of alarm echoed across the battlefield. But these attacks came far too suddenly. Not the slightest warning, these things seemed to materialize out of thin air, appearing only to immediately rain down upon them. The massive wave of attacks was bearing down. Tanks raised their large shields or sprouted thick armor plating. But they couldn't hold them back. Not even a little bit. How could there possibly be so many tanks? Tanks were the scarcest element in their formation. They came to kill, not to be beaten. But now, those with tanks covering them were fortunate, but the unlucky souls left exposed were doomed, forced to turn tail and flee for their lives. But how could they possibly make it in time? The barrage instantly engulfed the unlucky souls at the very front. Instant death. The scene resembled a wheat field being harvested. A vast swath of bodies fell instantly. At the rear of the formation, Kitahara Asuka was both shocked and furious, his expression darkening to a grim frown. Fall back. All ranged units retreat immediately. Tanks and melee units push forward first. Quick! His broken Japanese bellowed feebly, but it had little effect. Those destined to fall still collapsed in droves. In just a few seconds, at least 20 or 30 fell, and that was with their formation spread out. Had they been in tight formation, their 200-plus force would have been decimated. Kitahara Asuka's face darkened to a grim shadow. 8 Yaru. The words had barely left his mouth when a piercing whistle suddenly tore through the air from behind. Ambush! Kitahara Asuka was startled and immediately ducked, rolling forward. Someone was behind him. And not just one. Kitahara Asuka was both shocked and furious. Had these Dragon Country people all turned into ghosts? They'd gotten right up close and she hadn't sensed a thing. Though he dodged the blade itself, the cold light that shot out condensed into a faint, sharp blade, striking him squarely. Massive damage instantly appeared. 9,863. 9,527. 13,207. The rare class player, Old 6, dealt the most devastating blow, instantly inflicting over 10,000 damage. With just this one wave, a brilliant golden light erupted from Kitahara Asuka's body. What? Kitahara Asuka's eyes widened instantly. This is passive invincibility. In just one wave, his life-saving gear had been triggered. His face paled noticeably. Are you kidding me? What kind of insane damage is this? One sneak attack and his goddamn legendary blade is gone? Kitahara Asuka couldn't believe it. When had young Dragon Nation players become this powerful? His face twisted into a grimace. This couldn't go on. They had to retreat now. The enemy had clearly come prepared, ambushing them specifically here. Even he himself had been targeted. If this continued, they'd all be finished here today. Retreat. Full withdrawal. Hokuhara Asuka roared in Japanese, simultaneously summoning a light sword in his hand. The blade itself was a silvery white. Damn you, Dragon Nation. You'll pay for this. With a roar filled with hatred, Asuka Kitahara swung his sword with all his might. Swish. A blinding flash erupted, carving a crescent moon in the air. The light was overwhelmingly intense, its piercing, icy edge terrifying. All 5 of them paled in terror. This didn't look like a rookie's attack at all. What kind of newbie was this? You must be cheating. Amidst the gasps, the light illuminated their pale faces. That single strike had nearly killed them all. On the sidelines, Wang Yan, who had been observing the battle, suddenly narrowed his eyes. Shields, activate. The God tier shield aura activated, granting a 10% boost. Though the boost was minimal, shields as long as their health bars appeared on all 5 players. Chapter 176, The Sycophant. At this critical moment, all 5 of them paled. None could comprehend the source of this overwhelming might, but they knew one thing: they might die here. Yet the next instant, a surge of power suddenly enveloped them. They stared in disbelief as their health bars were instantly filled to the brim with gray energy. Clang! A powerful shockwave erupted, sending all 5 reeling several meters backward. They snapped back to their senses. Whoa! I'm not dead? A shield! It's a shield! A shield just appeared on us. I saw it too, damn it. That shield is as long as my health bar. And I'm still taking damage. Without that shield, I'd be dead already. It's an enchantment. We got a shield aura. Holy. Damn it, this guy's the real deal. He's awesome. One by one, they were all in awe. Across the battlefield, Kitahara Asuka stared at them like she'd seen a ghost, utterly speechless. He didn't die? Damn it, you gotta be kidding me. My health bar dropped by a certain percentage and I got a corresponding percentage buff? Damn it, my attacks were nearly doubled just now. And he still didn't die? Kitahara Asuka was paralyzed with shock. Without a word, he immediately turned and started fleeing. His invincibility was about to end, and he was practically empty-blooded. One hit and he'd be toast. Staying any longer? Not even a god could save him now. Healer! Healer! Heal me now! He screamed in utter despair as he sprinted away. Tonight's events had completely shattered his understanding of reality. First, these bastards appeared like ghosts and launched a surprise attack. Then he, Hokuhara Asuka, found himself surrounded by 5 assassins. A single clash could shatter his legendary blade. Even more absurdly, his class's signature ability, sacrificing himself to take an enemy down, failed to take a single soul with him. Damn it, this S-rank, low-health swordsman felt like he was made of plastic. As he sprinted away, Kitahara Asuka assessed the battlefield situation. By now, the Dragon Nation's ranged attacks had already slaughtered numerous death soldiers, and their melee classes were closing in. It was one-sided, utterly one-sided. They charged like they weren't afraid of death, each taking on 2 of us at once. Kitahara Asuka's mood was absolutely dreadful. Retreat! Everyone fall back with me. Ding! Battle report alert: Dragon Nation's 2nd Squadron has eliminated 82 members of the Cherry Blossom Nation. The battle report sounded, and Wang Yan at the front of the crowd raised his eyebrows slightly, looking as though he wasn't particularly satisfied. This was the first wave of the surprise attack. By all accounts, the element of surprise should have yielded the best results. Unfortunately, they had only managed to eliminate fewer than 100 men. Calculating the numbers, the enemy had now lost a total of 107 men. Less than 150 remained. Wang Yan pondered carefully. The main reason for this wave's outcome was the enemy's overly dispersed formation. Such positioning made it impossible to concentrate firepower or execute an encirclement. It could only be described as killing as many as possible. Wang Yan pondered carefully. If he could command these forces to form a spearhead thrusting deep into the enemy lines, ideally splitting them completely into 2 separate groups, the gains might have been significantly greater. After all, with the shields active, everyone had a layer of protection. In the end, he had played it too safe. Wang Yan stood silently, reflecting on his choices. But his teammates were all beside themselves with excitement. This was a major victory. They had eliminated over 80 enemy soldiers with the sacrifice of a 0 falcon and fewer personnel. It was nothing short of a major triumph. And the key to this overwhelming victory undoubtedly came from that unassuming Aura Master. The crowd couldn't help but erupt in astonished shouts. That Aura Master is awesome. That guy is awesome. I bet no one will dare call Aura Masters trash anymore. Damn. From now on, the Aura Master is my dad. As the crowd cheered, 5 young figures approached Wang Yan together. Unlike the others' excitement, they looked guilty. Boss, we held you back. We failed the mission, none of us killed a single enemy. Wang Yan snapped back to reality, glanced at their expressions, and a faint smile quickly spread across his face. It's fine. You did exceptionally well. I witnessed the entire process. That Beihuan Feineo's profession isn't simple. Given you had no prior knowledge of the enemy, achieving this much is commendable. The 5 exchanged glances before lowering their heads again. The more Wang Yan spoke like this, the more bitter the taste in their mouths grew. Even if he was powerful, they had 5 people. It was 5 against 1, and with that powerful aura, it was nothing short of humiliating. The 5 felt their hearts surge. Next time, please send us out again. We will kill him next time. Wang Yan couldn't help but curve his lips upward. The team's cohesion was already taking shape. Yellow sand swirled through the air. Compared to daytime, the desert's temperature had plummeted to an extreme low. It was like night and day. The sheer scale of Wenchang City was utterly staggering. Amidst the swirling sand, a large group of people trudged slowly through the desert, their faces as sullen as frostbitten eggplants. A whole day had passed, an entire day. Not only had they failed to cross the desert, but they had lost over a dozen men. They hadn't even spotted anyone on the other side yet, and they were already losing members. What kind of situation was this? Throughout the day, they encountered all manner of monsters in the desert at least 10 times. Ding! Battle report indicates. The battle report sounded once more. As the report played, everyone's eyes widened uncontrollably when the number 82 appeared. 82. A full 82. The enemy only numbered 250 in total, and they had already nearly wiped out half of them. Yet here they were, not only failing to kill any enemies, but still stuck in the desert. Chaos erupted on the scene. Some were on the verge of breaking down, bursting into tears. Quiet! A furious roar echoed from the front, finally calming the group. Song Jinyao, the sycophant, took a deep breath and looked toward the white figure ahead. Brother Tian, could this battle report be wrong? They only have a little over 100 men, dozens fewer than us. How could they possibly kill so many? Lu Tian's expression was equally grim as he frowned, his gaze fixed intently on the distance. To achieve this with such a rabble, they do have some skill. But that's about all they've got. They undoubtedly encountered the enemy's main force. With their numbers, to take down so many foes, they've likely been nearly wiped out by now. Hearing this, Song Jinyao seemed to suddenly grasp the situation. Whoa! You're right, Brother Tian. They must be nearly wiped out. Heh, you're the man, Brother Tian, you saw right through the situation. Chapter 177, The Game. Lu Tian ignored the flattery. Pass it on. Tell everyone not to worry. Though we don't know how they managed it so quickly, there's no doubt about it, the roughly 150 people left in Sakura country are all ours. Yes, Brother Tian. I'll go right away. On the light screen, Wang Yan's pensive expression was clearly visible, while Liang Tian's face was filled with amusement. That kid. With just over 100 men, he sent over 200 of the enemy running for their lives, ha ha ha. Well done. Excellent fighting. Those Sakura Nation bastards deserve to learn the might of our Dragon Nation. Beside him, Su Jingfeng's face also held a faint smile. But it quickly faded. This is indeed a victory for now, but achieving such results again next time won't be so simple. The same tactics won't work twice. The smile vanished instantly from Liang Tian's face. Su Jingfeng was right. Who falls into the same trap twice? Next time, the enemy would surely be prepared. So what Captain Su is saying is, how much chance do Wang Yan and the others have going forward? Are we supposed to just wait for the main force to rendezvous? Those kids haven't even made it out of the desert yet. Su Jingfeng shook his head slightly at the remark, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. Of course there's still a chance. It all depends on how that kid Wang Yan plays his hand. Deep within the jungle, Wang Yan sat cross-legged on the ground. Not just Wang Yan, everyone was resting on the ground, huddled in small circles, excitedly chatting away. After such a fierce battle, they all needed rest. That was Wang Yan's reasoning. After all, they'd trekked all day, professionals were human too. As for their whereabouts, those cherry blossom brats had fled in panic, leaving behind traces that were easy to track. Within Wang Yan's small circle, Chen Yuan propped his head up, a look of confusion on his face. This is bizarre. How could those guys run so fast? Our people couldn't catch up at all. Only by using stealth recovery could we catch up, but the moment we moved, their cloaking broke, and they immediately pulled ahead again. It's unnerving. Wang Yan nodded in agreement. That's precisely why I ordered the pursuit halted. Dragging this out would inevitably lead to casualties among our people. Such losses are entirely unnecessary. Chen Yuan looked furious. This is bizarre. We're all professionals. How come their skills let them run so fast? Even the tanks are dashing about. Wang Yan's gaze grew deep as his voice softened considerably. Have you heard of Kagura? Ha? What kind of maru? Wang Yan couldn't help but chuckle. I've heard it's a forbidden drug. Taking it unleashes hidden potential, but it shortens your lifespan to just 30 or 40 years. The people we encountered today are likely all death-defying warriors who've taken this forbidden drug. Their ability to flee so swiftly is probably one of its effects. Whoa! You're telling the truth. Chen Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. When I was fighting them, I actually saw quite a few of them with bloodshot eyes. I was wondering what kind of profession could make them look like they had pink eye. Turns out they were on banned substances. The others couldn't help but ponder silently. So what are you planning to do next? Su Mushue sat beside Wang Yan and asked. Wang Yan thought carefully for a moment before sighing. Our numbers are limited. It's difficult to completely surround them. To wipe them out in one go, we'd need perfect timing and favorable conditions. For now, we'll have to play it by ear. After a short rest, we'll resume the pursuit. We're all professionals. Going days without sleep is no problem at all. The atmosphere gradually quieted. The night was beautiful, the moon full and bright. About half an hour passed before Wang Yan stood up. Assemble the team. Chen Yuan's heart skipped a beat as he sprang to his feet. Everyone assemble. Grab your gear. We're getting ready to fight. The loud voice carried with considerable force. And sure enough, everyone moved swiftly, their faces even glowing with excitement. Killing those cherry blossom bastards seemed inherently pleasurable. The group resumed their march. With Bloodfawn leading the way and the enemy's trail to follow, pursuit was no trouble at all. The group immediately picked up speed. Lord Kitahara. Lord Kitahara. Up ahead, Kitahara Asuka's complexion was no longer pale, but his face was dark and sullen. Speak! The cherry blossom-clad lackey behind him wore a pained expression. Lord Kitahara, please stop and rest for a moment. We've been sprinting for over half an hour. Many of us are injured and simply can't keep going. Kitahara Asuka narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced back at the remnants of his main force. At a glance, his army had dwindled drastically. This stark contrast felt like a personal humiliation, darkening his expression further. But the survivors were all gasping for breath, their faces pale. Worse still, some were hopping along, limping as they fled. The scene was both grotesque and heartbreaking. After a 2-second silence, Kitahara waved his hand impatiently. Halt and rest. But don't just sit down anywhere. Pass this on, everyone, split into 3 sections. Form 3 concentric circles, spacing yourselves no less than 5 meters apart. This. The lackey looked utterly confused, but quickly obeyed the order. Getting a break was already a blessing. These men moved swiftly, completing the formation in no time. Hokuhara Asuka's face remained composed as he surveyed the surrounding formation, lost in thought. The events of the night kept flashing through his mind. Those damned Dragon Nation people, what kind of secret weapon did they possess? It was utterly beyond comprehension. Halt! Less than half an hour had passed when Wang Yan sensed Bloodfang's warning. The enemy's presence had been detected. In stealth mode, their movement speed received an absurd 100% boost. It was no wonder they moved so swiftly. Wang Yan quickly summoned his toolman and began reconnaissance as usual. When he saw the enemy, they were arranged in 3 large concentric circles, layer upon layer, each figure spaced far apart. Wang Yan couldn't help but fix his gaze on the figure at the very center, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. This bastard really is a menace. In such a short time, he'd managed to devise a formation that perfectly countered Wang Yan's tactics. Though their numbers were significantly reduced, this formation still covered an immense area. Completing the encirclement was now nearly impossible. He couldn't very well have his men form a hand-in-hand chain to encircle the enemy. That would only lead to them being picked off one by one, resulting in heavy casualties. Damn it, what the hell do we do now? Wang Yan's eyes narrowed in thought as he pondered whether there was any way to wipe them all out. But after much deliberation, no viable solution seemed apparent. Still, one avenue wasn't entirely out of the question. Wang Yan began weighing his options internally. Chapter 178, Renewed Hostilities. When total annihilation was impossible, maximizing the gains from the operation became the primary objective. Wang Yan carefully analyzed the situation in his mind and quickly made a decision. This time, they might need to be bolder. Shen Yuan. I'm assigning you a task. Confident? Shen Yuan perked up instantly at the mention, yes. Without even asking what the mission entailed, the guy just yanked his neck and shouted his answer. Wang Yan couldn't help but smile. Very good. Listen up. From now on, I'm going to completely separate everyone's roles. We won't be fighting in a chaotic mess anymore. This means we're essentially splitting into different troop types. Your task is to take direct command of the close combat unit. How does that sound? Holy, this is basically leading troops into battle. Shen Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. This is great news. Ancient commanders led their troops into battle. Never did I think I, Shen Yuan, would get such an opportunity today. Damn it, you're my brother through and through. Shen Yuan drew his greatsword. What else is there to say? Just tell me what to do. Wang Yan couldn't help but curve his lips upward. Sure enough, this kid would be over the moon about something like this. You see. Moments later, roughly 40 to 50 men were assigned to different tasks, nearly half the group divided up. The remaining few were support roles, leaving roughly 30 individuals for ranged attacks. Wang Yan moved swiftly, his actions decisive and efficient. The enemy was in a state of rest, a rare and prime opportunity. Before long, a murderous intent flared in Wang Yan's eyes. All units, heed my command. Engage. Suddenly, a vast expanse of dazzling light flared to life. But this was only part of it. The other part ignited directly within the enemy's own positions. For instance, Bloodtooth's Ice Sea Vortex. For this first wave of action, Wang Yan's requirement was simple. All units with ranged attack capabilities must prioritize area of effect attacks. The wider the area, the better. The purpose of this was singular. At that moment, the enemy's position was already descending into utter chaos. Raging ice water surged into towering waves, and that was only part of it. In many places, the earth itself began to warp, and vast swaths of monstrous spikes erupted from beneath the surface. One fellow clutched his rear with an utterly bizarre expression, looking as if he'd just endured some excruciatingly painful ordeal. Or thick vines churned through the earth like earth dragons rolling, sending those who had just stood up crashing back down. Truth be told, this wave of attacks wasn't particularly devastating. It couldn't even compare to the previous ambush. But the defining feature of this assault was its sheer scale. This wave of chaos nearly engulfed the entire enemy position. Nearly everyone resting on the ground was now mired in the quagmire. Not to mention, a vast array of multicolored area of effect attacks was already hurtling down from the sky. They would likely hit the ground in under 3 seconds. This instantly threw the entire position into utter chaos. Damn it, stop. Ah, my ass. Enemy attack. They're back. Enemy attack. Arg, help me. Screams echoed in rapid succession, intertwined with chaotic curses. Amidst the chaos, Kitahara Asuka stumbled violently, his expression instantly turning grim. Damn it. Damn dragon country bastards. Think I'm made of clay? No sooner had the words left his mouth than something beneath his feet suddenly pushed up through the earth. It was a thick tree branch, like a tentacle, lunging toward his mouth. Clang. A burst of sword light sliced the bizarre thing clean in two in an instant. Yet, Hokuhara Asuka's face twisted as if he'd swallowed a load of. This was nothing short of an insult. A disgraceful humiliation. Damn it. Yet immediately afterward, a startled cry rang out from the distance. Woof 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 woof. Someone was calling out, charging toward them. They were charging toward them. Hating the sight, Asuka Kitahara watched as a savage-looking figure charged in, wildly swinging a massive sword. Behind him followed a small band of men. Though their numbers weren't great, their discipline was ironclad. No one charged recklessly, they all followed the spinning figure like a sharp blade plunging deep into the camp. As they advanced, Kitahara Asuka calculated their trajectory and froze in shock. They're charging at me? Damn it! Flying Bird Kitahara gritted his teeth, gripping his long sword as he charged forward. Damn dragon country bastards! Think our Kitahara clan is easy to bully? The scene descended into utter chaos, yet Amikawa, clad in white, charged alone toward Chen Yuan. Men! Follow me and hold them off! The battlefield shifted in an instant. Kitahara Asuka's shout had indeed rallied a small group of men. Amidst the chaos, it felt like two razor-sharp blades colliding head-on. From afar, Wang Yan, silently observing the situation, snapped his fingers. Divine Shield Aura. This time, the target was Chen Yuan's close combat spearhead unit. After careful consideration, Wang Yan set its strength to 20%. 2 shield health bars. Damn it, with his own included, they'd effectively become 3 health bars. Not to mention the triple damage boost and 10% holy damage bonus. With this buff, even with fewer numbers, they'd be unstoppable, right? Kitahara Asuka's target was crystal clear Chen Yuan, charging at the very front. As for the others, his subordinates would handle soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. But who was Chen Yuan? Charging on the front lines, he now bore a buff, one that was twice as potent as anyone else's. That's right, Wang Yan had personally tailored his buff, granting him an aura effect twice as potent as anyone else's. With such enhancement, the man was practically blinded by bloodlust. Seeing someone dare to block his path, Chen Yuan didn't even think twice, he swung his sword and hacked straight at them. You! His ferocious roar echoed across the battlefield, like a butcher. For a moment, Hokuhara Asuka's mind went blank. This guy didn't look human at all, his eyes were pure death wish. But with the arrow already on the string, Feinyao had no choice but to meet the blow head-on. Clang! A thunderous clang echoed through the arena. Chen Yuan was halted in his tracks by a single sword strike. This time, Chen Yuan's eyes finally cleared considerably. He was dealing 6 times the damage, yet this guy could stop him with a single strike. Just how high was this guy's level? Little did he know, on the other side, Beiyuan Feinyao was equally baffled, stumbling backward and flying over 10 meters away. Damn it! I'm level 33, and this dragon country guy is even stronger than me? But before he could recover, flashes of cold steel suddenly whistled in from all directions. Kitahara Asuka's pupils contracted violently. This is bad. Chapter 179, A Resounding Victory. The scale of this battle was immense. Nearly everyone had been assigned a specific task by Wang Yan. Take the mages stationed not far from him, for instance. After the initial wave of area of effect attacks, what remained were devastating single target strikes. No need to aim, just smash it right into the enemy's rear lines. That's right, not the closest enemies, but deep into the enemy rear. As for the enemies right in front? Umfa Bloodfawn stood right beside Wang Yan. If anyone dared to get close, did they think this beast was a vegetarian? Besides, Wang Yan wasn't the only one with a pet. Meanwhile, the other side was now the core battlefield. Those 5 scoundrels from last time, their underhanded tactics seemed to have evolved considerably. Chen Yuan led his men charging forward, with the 5 lurking within their ranks, yet they hadn't made a move. It wasn't until Beiyuan Feinyao clashed head-on with Chen Yuan that the 5 scoundrels instantly closed in. Their coordinated assault was seamless, instantly trapping him in a tight circle. Swish! 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 Blades flashed wildly. Feinyao's clothes were nearly shredded to shreds, blood gushing from his body like a fountain. But what was truly sickening was the water-blue aura that suddenly erupted from his body, enveloping him like a light sphere. As North Original Asuka snapped back to his senses, horror filling his eyes, rage and fury made him grit his teeth. It's you again. It's always you five. Bastards. Damn it, what the hell are you barking about, you little bastard? Clang. 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 Daggers and short swords rained down on him in rapid succession, delivering dozens of strikes in mere moments. Yet, every single one was blocked by that sphere of light. Watching the five continue their frenzied assault, Asuka Kitahara was furious beyond words. You'll pay for this. Retreat. Retreat now. In the distance, Wang Yan narrowed his eyes. Another life-saving gear. This guy sure is tough. But now you want to retreat? A bit too late, don't you think? Seeing that Baiyuan Feineo had been intercepted, Chen Yuan had long since led his men to continue their charge. Only after penetrating deep into enemy territory did Chen Yuan begin redirecting his forces, aiming to completely divide the battlefield. Meanwhile, the ranged attackers ceased their wide-area slaughter and began coordinating with Chen Yuan's movements. Firepower suppression, escorting the advance. Kitahara Asuka was furious enough to burst a blood vessel, yet he was utterly helpless. How could he break this deadlock? How could he possibly turn this situation around? He just fired right at your face without a word. What kind of battle is this? Especially since his own legendary blade had been destroyed in a single clash and this was the second time. Damn it! You'll pay for this. Kitahara Asuka could only spit out threats, nothing but impotent rage. As for Wang Yan, he never even bothered to send anyone after them. Because this time, the spoils were substantial. Once the mop-up operation concluded, the battle report sounded off as expected. Ding! Battle report alert! Dragon Nation's 2nd Squadron has just eliminated 81 members of Sakura Nation. With the enemy now at just over 150 points, this figure had surpassed half their total. Though it appeared similar to the first engagement, it was fundamentally different. This time, Asuka Kitahara's formation was clearly prepared. In contrast, their own casualties were mostly minor injuries. With the support of healers, they'll be back to full strength in no time. This could be called another zero-loss victory, right? The crowd erupted in excitement, everyone chanting the name Aura Master. It was clear the Halo Master profession was about to go viral. Damn it! Another victory. Now the enemy's down to 60 or 70 men. Hell, we're already guaranteed to win. Liang Tian roared with excitement, his smile impossible to contain. Su Jingfeng, however, remained calm, his eyes fixed intently on the holographic display. Captain Su, why aren't you saying anything? Our Dragon Nation has this one in the bag now. Su Jingfeng offered a faint smile. With Wang Yan stepping in, this challenge was always going to be a sure win. What I'm here to see isn't victory. I want to see this kid's current abilities, his condition, his weaknesses. Liang Tian pondered, instinctively wanting to continue, but the words died on his lips. It seemed the topic was deeply taboo for him. Su Jingfeng, however, wasn't focused on him. Did you notice? After this battle, our side still has 0 casualties. Truthfully, even without the aura buff, I believe he had the capability to expand our gains. But he didn't. This kid's sense of belonging to the Dragon Nation seems stronger than we ever imagined. Liang Tian's heart skipped a beat as a sudden thought struck him. Captain Su, did you know? Just a few days ago, in a restaurant, this kid ran into. If my calculations are correct, they're down to only 60 or 70 men now, right? Su Mushue nodded. True. Their numbers are definitely smaller than ours now. Chen Yuan couldn't help but grin. Awesome. I can practically see the dawn of victory. Once we all return triumphant, we'll be heroes. Damn it, I'm gonna demand a reward from my old man, and a big one at that. Wang Yan shot him a look. The battle isn't even over yet, and you're already dreaming big. You want something big? How big exactly? Ha? Chen Yuan froze. Well, old Wang, that's not something you just blurt out. Wang Yan froze, stealing a glance at Su Mushue. He noticed she turned her gaze elsewhere at some point. Immediately, he shot her a sharp, annoyed look. We're at war. Stop thinking about nonsense. Getting carried away, are we? How can someone like you lead troops? Don't you know that a proud army is doomed to defeat? Chen Yuan gave an awkward chuckle and kept quiet. Wang Yan snorted. He'd seen how fiercely the guy had been fighting earlier. He was just putting him in his place, lest his mind wander off to the Peach Blossom Mountains and flowing streams. The risks on the lower battlefield seem to have dropped significantly. What are your thoughts moving forward? Su Mushue steered the conversation back. Wang Yan's expression grew serious. Unless Fei Niao of Baiyuan is a complete fool, he must realize the tide has turned against him. And this is a fight to the death. My guess is he's down to 2 options now. Either he sets an ambush to ambush us when we arrive, drenching us in a counterattack. Or else, the other side. The other side? Su Mushue's eyes narrowed sharply, as if suddenly grasping something. You mean the other team? Squad 1? Deep within the wilderness, dense forests stretched out. It was now the latter half of the night. Beneath a large tree, a man from Sakura country leaned against the trunk, panting heavily, his face looking extremely grim. Surrounding him was a large group of men clad in black samurai attire. They chuckled and whispered among themselves, occasionally glancing at the figure beneath the tree. Their gazes held an unmistakable hint of peculiarity. Because. Chapter 180, Flowered Underpants. Because the man beneath the tree wore nothing but scattered strips of tattered cloth, revealing his floral boxers below the waist. This bizarre attire was utterly mind-blowing. Higashihara Asuka was panting heavily, but his eyes never left the map. They had been fleeing southeastward from the northeast corner of the map. Now, their location was not far from the border. A wave of agitation surged through Kitahara Asuka. Taijima-kun. How many of them are there? Did you get a clear count this time? Reporting to Kitahara-kun, the battlefield is chaotic and I cannot confirm the exact number. But absolutely no more than 200. I even suspect they might not even have 150. Asuka Kitahara narrowed his eyes. So it was as he suspected? Truthfully, he had sensed the same. But the string of failures had left him feeling utterly defeated. He felt utterly foolish now. Even now, he still didn't understand how the other party could be so elusive. Damn it, what the hell was going on? Glancing back, he saw that the remaining numbers were now less than 100. Asuka Kitahara couldn't help but feel a deep sense of sorrow. I failed the clan chief, failed the great Sakura Empire. But this was the challenge realm. Once they had stepped into this place, there was no turning back. Asuka Kitahara's eyes hardened with a fierce glint. Since the tide had already turned against them, winning was no longer the immediate concern. The question now became, how could he squeeze every last drop of value from what remained? Even if we fail at the last moment, I, Asuka Kitahara, will tear a piece of flesh from you. Order the troops to rest in place. In 20 minutes, we advance into the desert. At that moment, Asuka Kitahara's gaze suddenly froze. What are you all staring at? This. Everyone instinctively lowered their heads, though some couldn't suppress their laughter. Put. Lord Kitahara's flowered boxers are really something, ahem. Ha ha ha. Kitahara Asuka quickly sensed something was off and followed the glances of the peeping eyes downward. Ha? Kitahara Asuka's eyes widened instantly. Damn it. Time passed quickly. Half an hour later, Wang Yan led the team forward once more. By now, the unit's discipline was ironclad. Every soldier obeyed orders without question. The lessons learned from several battles had clearly won everyone over. No wonder the buffs were simply too tempting. Damage output was absurdly high, and they were nearly impossible to kill. They couldn't begin to imagine how utterly hopeless the people of Sakura country must feel. This time, however, Wang Yan led the march at a deliberately slow pace. Even a cornered beast fights back, let alone in a war where the outcome was already sealed. As the leader now, Wang Yan had to take responsibility for the group. They'd made it this far safely, he couldn't afford to screw up at the last moment. What if there really was an ambush? They had followed the trail for a long time, until one moment when Wang Yan noticed the route ahead had changed. A major shift in direction. Those bastards practically made a right-angle turn. Wang Yan glanced at the map, and soon, a smile curved his lips. The situation seemed to be unfolding just as he'd anticipated. They were too tough to handle, so they went looking for an easier target. This meant the white-clad show-off and his crew were now in danger. Glancing at the sky, Wang Yan began silently calculating. There was no doubt about it, they absolutely couldn't step outside the desert's boundaries right now. They might still be some distance from the transition zone. Though they hadn't engaged any monsters along the way, Wang Yan was well aware of their numbers. The actual situation could only be worse. In that case, the Sakura Nation scum would need some distance before encountering the first squad. Wang Yan took a deep breath and urged the team to quicken their pace. They were about to enter the desert, and pursuit in such terrain was no simple matter. Footprints and such would be buried by sandstorms in no time. If they lost track of them, it would spell trouble. Worse still, Team 1 might even face danger. After all, Baiyuan Fei's strength was no joke. He even managed to hold his own against Chen Yuan with his six-fold power boost. That kind of strength is no joke. Hurry! Keep up! Hey, Brother Tian, how much longer until we get out of this desert? Amidst the swirling sand, the group moved forward slowly. This pace? It wasn't just slow, it was crawling. There was no helping it, the desert in the dead of night was bitterly cold. Even though they were all professionals, each of them was frozen stiff, their faces turning blue and their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Hearing the voice, Lu Tian up front grew grim and opened the map once more. As he stared at their current location, Lu Tian's expression darkened further. Half an hour had passed. Yet on the map, their position had barely shifted at all. Damn it, crawling on the ground couldn't be any slower than this. Lu Tian glanced back at the other states, about to unleash a torrent of curses. But seeing their faces as pale as death, each of them shaking violently, he took a deep breath of the frigid air and held his tongue. He couldn't help but shiver himself. There was no helping it, it was simply too cold here. He was probably the highest level character here, yet even he couldn't withstand it. How could the others possibly endure? After all, the team included several fragile mage support characters. Lu Tian's face darkened, but circumstances were stronger than will. Even impotent rage was useless. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Everyone, halt immediately. Those with fire element abilities, start a fire right now to warm us all. There was no other choice. If they kept going like this, they'd freeze to death before even leaving the desert. Even if it meant wasting yuan power, there was no time to worry about that now. Damn it! While the allied squad was slaughtering enemies up ahead, they were freezing to death one by one in the rear. He couldn't even bear to imagine that outcome. Even if he made it to the underworld, his ancestors down below would beat him to death. Though the group halted, joy spread across every face. They could finally light fires. The flickering flames became beacons piercing the darkness. In this desert, where not a single ray of light existed beyond the moon's faint glow, the brightness here could be seen clearly even a kilometer away. Not long after, atop a sand dune a kilometer away. Ugh! I can't take it anymore. Lord Beihuan, I'm freezing to death out here. Kitahara Asuka didn't turn around, afraid he might laugh. Behind him, Yamamoto Koen, his henchman, stood bare-chested, clad only in matching floral boxer shorts. Kitahara continued forward. Reaching the crest of the dune, the view suddenly opened up. A faint white glow spread across the desert, as if draped in a sheer veil. Yet upon this veil, a single point of light flickered like a speck of brightness on white paper. Asuka Kitahara couldn't help but widen his eyes. Chapter 181, A Cornered Beast Fights Back. What's that? A fire? Higashihara Asuka blinked hard twice. Once she confirmed it was indeed a real flame, a smile spread across her lips. In this desolate wasteland, where nothing existed beyond moonlight and utter darkness, what did this sudden flash of light signify? It meant people. Kitahara Asuka swiftly scanned the map, and soon the joy on his face became impossible to contain. All hands prepare. Everyone startled, then saw the flames below the sand dunes. Their expressions darkened instantly. A murderous intent slowly crept onto Kitahara Asuka's face. Listen up. This force before us is different from that elusive group we encountered earlier. They are a conventional force. You all saw what they're doing now. They're lighting fires. As you can see, they're nothing more than flesh and blood. We are all warriors of the great Sakura Empire. Before, we were beaten into submission without the strength to fight back. Are you content with that? Now. The moment to prove our loyalty to the great Sakura Empire has arrived. Blah blah blah, a whole load of trash talk. Soon, a group clad in black samurai armor crept silently along the sand dunes. In the darkness, the backlit sand dunes perfectly concealed their forms. Without careful observation, one would never notice they had already approached. At the very edge of the light-dark boundary, the shadowy figures charged forward without a word. The distance between the two sides was now less than 200 meters. Yet the other team was still gathered around their campfire, warming themselves. The mages wielding wood and fire attributes had, for once, executed a rare display of coordinated magic. Unfortunately, it proved to be their death knell. The blinding firelight filled their eyes, dulling their vision. Only when the gap narrowed to under 100 meters did a startled cry finally pierce the air. Whoa! Over there! Is someone there? Am I seeing things? Everyone immediately spun around. Shadowy figures charged forward with all their might. One figure stood out starkly, a pale, naked man wearing only flashy floral boxer shorts. Damn it! Enemy! Get up! They're closing in! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Shouts of alarm began to echo in rapid succession. But at that very moment, brilliant flashes of light erupted from the enemy's bodies. Some were ice or fireballs, others lightning swords. These ranged attacks flew like ancient arrows, unleashed in a blinding barrage. Damn it! Hold the line! Where are the tanks? Get the hell forward! It's about to rain down. No way, retreat first. Retreat now. In mere moments, the team descended into utter chaos. The familiar scene seemed to overlap with a memory from the past. As Kitahara Asuka charged forward, a cruel curve formed at the corner of his mouth. Now that's more like it. This is the true spirit of the great Sakura Empire. Those damned Sulyuan people, they deserve nothing but to cower and flee. Damn it, whatever that ghostly squad is up to, it's bloody maddening. If I catch you, I'll make you pay. Brother Tian. Brother Tian. They're charging in. These must be Sakura Empire forces. What do we do? Amidst the chaos, Lu Tian had already risen to his feet. Though a hail of ranged attacks was already pelting down, Lu Tian showed no sign of panic. Instead, he fixed his gaze intently on the distant figures, his eyes burning with intense excitement. You're right, you're absolutely right. These are the remnants of the Cherry Blossom Nation. The numbers match perfectly. I never imagined, truly never imagined, that I, Lu Tian, would get another chance to face them. Lu Tian's excitement grew more intense, erupting into a fierce roar. What the hell are you running for? You were all whining about never encountering enemies. Now that you have, you're running for your lives? Useless. All of you are useless. Lu Tian was about to roar again when his lackey, Song Jinyao, suddenly paled and lunged at him. "Brother Tian, danger!" Boom! A massive bolt of lightning crashed down, the ground flashing with electric light in an instant, scorching large patches of sand and gravel black. Sparks of electricity danced across his body as Lu Tian was knocked flat on his face. He swiftly kicked the creature off him. "Get off me!" Glancing down, he saw his pristine, handsome clothes now stained with scorch marks and dust. Lu Tian's face suddenly twisted with rage. "Damn it! Listen up, all of you! Charge with me! A little damage like this won't kill us. Whoever dares to retreat, I'll kill you right now. Charge! All of you, charge!" As the words fell, a staff appeared in Lu Tian's hand, clanging to the ground. Thunderfall! Hum! The staff in his hand suddenly flashed with intense lightning. Suddenly, dense bolts of thunder crackled down from the sky ahead. Judging by the scale, the area affected was surprisingly large, and the sheer power was undeniably formidable. A rare thunder mage class, this fellow clearly possessed considerable skill himself. The battered squad, now in disarray, had no choice but to grit their teeth and launch a counterattack. Even if the enemy's firepower seemed overwhelming, they had to charge forward regardless. Several dozen meters away, Kitahara Asuka's attention fixed on Lu Tian, his eyes burning with intense murderous intent. "Found you! Commander of the Dragon Nation! And you're wearing white, look how dashing you are! You've chosen your path to death!" Swish! 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 In the desert, human footprints suddenly appeared all over the ground. It was Wang Yan and his group. "Hurry! Everyone, hurry! They've probably already started fighting. We can't let them get the kills." This challenge order came with contribution points at stake. Though they'd secured most of the kills so far, more contribution points were always better. This system determined the challenge rewards. As they crested the towering sand dunes, everyone suddenly saw flickering lights below the ridge. Clearly, the battle had begun. Wang Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of urgency. "Quick! Everyone move faster! All hands, follow me into battle! Our allies are in dire straits, they'll be dead before long. As fellow countrymen, it's our duty to rush to their aid and fight fiercely. Hurry! We absolutely cannot let those enemy heads escape." Good heavens, upon hearing this, everyone's eyes took on a peculiar glint. "Your scheme is so transparent, I could hear it from several meters away. Ask us about reinforcements, not a preemptive strike, right?" But despite their internal grumbling, they all cooperated flawlessly, sprinting faster than rabbits. From afar, the scene looked exactly like a band of bandits charging down the mountain in a wild rush. Chapter 182, Open Theft. Kill/down these damn cherry blossoms. Damn it! The roars erupted from every corner of the battlefield. One man swung his broadsword with brutal force, striking a fierce counterattack. The blade proved surprisingly formidable, sending the opposing cherry blossom soldier staggering backward with each blow. But before it could pause, a heavy warhammer swung down with brutal force, sending its head flying clean off. Yet some Dragon Nation warriors, blinded by bloodlust, found themselves stabbed through the heart by a samurai sword from behind. The battlefield had descended into close-quarters combat, a full-fledged bayonet charge. The mosaic red scenes of bloodshed covered nearly every corner of the battlefield. Amidst this chaos, Lu Tian stood at a distance, his staff crackling as he unleashed bolts of lightning. Unexpectedly, a figure had silently crept up behind him. The sharp whistling of wind filled the air, startling Lu Tian. He heard Japanese words growing louder and closer. "Damn Dragon Nation bastard! Strip off that fancy outfit of yours." In the blink of an eye, the scene unfolded with startling suddenness. Lu Tian instinctively rolled away while swinging his staff out in a wide arc. Clang! The clash of metal echoed, and Lu Tian felt an overwhelming force surge through him, instantly numbing his entire arm. The staff slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Damn it! He'd lost his weapon. Lu Tian rolled several times on the ground, clutching his arm as his expression darkened. This guy, even though he looked like a warrior, his strength was just too absurd. He might be a mage, but he wasn't exactly helpless in close combat, at least he was far stronger than the average person. But that instant just now, Lu Tian's expression darkened. This guy was undoubtedly a high-level opponent. The enemy had likely identified him as a commander and come specifically to ambush him. Worse still, the enemy might be a commander too. Lu Tian felt a pang of sorrow. Their current battlefield position wasn't actually that disadvantageous after all, the enemy didn't have numerical superiority. But they certainly weren't the dominant force either. After all, they'd been ambushed first, and everyone was in terrible shape. As Lu Tian frantically racked his brain for a countermeasure, he suddenly spotted a trail of footprints appearing on the ground in the distance. The speed was absurdly fast. The next instant, a fierce whistling sound pierced the air. Swish! Kitahara Asuka, poised to strike a fatal blow, froze in shock at the sound. Yet when he spun around, he saw nothing. Yet the fierce gust of wind was already slapping his face. Almost instinctively, Kitahara Asuka raised his sword in front of him. The next second. Boom! The sound that erupted from the spot could almost be described as a roar. Only now did Lu Tian finally see what had charged at them. It was a massive crocodile, a crocodile with an incredibly dazzling appearance. The creature even stuck out its tongue at him in a surprisingly human-like manner. Slurp. Then it charged forward once more. Lu Tian instinctively turned his head, only to see that the Beihuan flying bird, which had been standing in place just moments ago, had already flown dozens of meters away. Lu Tian's jaw dropped. Monster! Just then, deafening battle cries erupted from the distance. You bastards! How dare you attack our allies? Have you all gone mad? Brothers, charge! Don't let them harm a single hair on our allies. Wipe them out. Charge! Lu Tian stood frozen in shock. Under the moonlight, a horde of savage-looking figures closed in, as if they'd just come down from the mountains. Their exaggerated expressions suggested they weren't facing enemies at all, but merely a bunch of mischievous monkeys. A fish bombing scheme. For a moment, Lu Tian thought his own idea was absurd. But the next second, his expression abruptly changed as he leapt to his feet. Could it be? Lu Tian's eyes darted around frantically. But after searching for a long time, he realized he couldn't see the figure from his memory anywhere. Could it be, not him? Then what the hell is going on with these people? Damn it, it must be him. God damn it, these bastards killed so many and still aren't satisfied. Now they're trying to steal the credit. You bastards don't want to leave me a single thing. Lu Tianqi's chest heaved as he couldn't help but yell at the top of his lungs, First squad, charge like hell. Kill 2 and you break even, kill 3 and you're making a killing. Charge. The moment the words left his mouth, Wang Yan's squad erupted in defiance, each soldier howling in response. Brothers, charge. Our allies are already trembling. But we're still here. We won't let the enemy get a single step closer to our comrades. Second squad. We can't let them have the enemy. Damn it, how'd you spill the truth like that? Lu Tian's face darkened like storm clouds, every fiber of his being aching with rage. Furious. By now, he had seen through it all. These cherry blossom brats suddenly storming in, this couldn't be a coincidence. Why? Because more than half of them were already dead. And in the blink of an eye, Wang Yan and his crew had already closed in. Clearly, these cherry blossom brats had been pursued relentlessly all the way here. And yet, these bastards still dared to infiltrate their ranks. What does that tell you? The enemy had taken them for easy prey. Damn it, Lu Tian felt like his teeth were aching from sheer rage. Damn it, Wang Yan and his crew were all Death Stars, but when they got to him, they turned into soft targets, huh? Boom! A distant roar suddenly echoed. Lu Tian instinctively looked up to see Baiyuan Fei Nao launch off the sand dune like a cannonball. He tumbled over 100 meters. But before he could stop, a flash of blue light streaked past. Over 100 meters, this light had nearly spanned the distance in a single flash. Arg! A piercing howl echoed immediately afterward. But that wasn't all. Immediately after, a massive blue light ring illuminated the area. Within that circle, icy winds howled, snowflakes swirled, and shimmering light spilled forth like a dream. A polar blizzard. Lu Tian instinctively swallowed hard. What a ferocious crocodile. Whoever owned this pet must be incredibly powerful. This move packs a serious punch. In the distance, Wang Yan stood impassively atop the desert, flanked by Xia Ying and Su Muxue. Wang Yan's gaze was mostly fixed on Bloodfang. This time, things were different from before. This time, Wang Yan had dispatched Bloodtooth to personally keep an eye on that scoundrel, Kitahara Hidori. Although Kitahara Asuka was formidable, Wang Yan harbored little concern. Because the shield he had activated for Bloodfang was at full power. 11 layers of health bar. Combined with tenfold damage, 100% holy damage, and Xia Ying's constant vigilance. Bloodfang's buffs were practically armed to the teeth. The outcome of this was evident. That Kitahara Asuka seemed genuinely formidable. Wang Yan could sense it through Bloodfang's status. But under such overwhelming buffs, even a tri-body being couldn't make a dent. He didn't even have the leisure to command his army. The battlefield had long descended into chaos. Chapter 183, Victory. Wang Yan roughly calculated that the first squad had actually killed quite a few people. But not many. The morale and combat effectiveness of these two squads were simply not on the same level. True, most of his men were ordinary professionals. So what? Not much time had passed before Wang Yan sensed Bloodtooth's presence. Kitahara Asuka was dead. Bloodfang, clutching Asuka Kitahara's corpse in its jaws, slowly traversed the battlefield strewn with chaos. It seemed out of place in this scene. When it drew near, Bloodfang set down the corpse. Wang Yan glanced down. It was indeed Asuka Kitahara, beyond doubt. The manner of her death was not a pretty sight. After all, it had been killed by a crocodile. This unlucky soul had clearly experienced the delight of death's final convulsions, for its limbs were no longer intact. Seeing the creature's blood-soaked face, Wang Yan recalled the first time he had encountered it. Back then, he'd been clad in white, standing out distinctly from the others. TSK. Wang Yan's gaze turned cold. You little bastard, you'd better keep your eyes wide open down there. You won't be the last one. Thud. A corpse hit the ground with a heavy thud. This was the enemy's final corpse. Looking out across the battlefield, complete silence had settled over the scene. The remaining Dragon Nation professionals, covered in blood, their bloodshot eyes still instinctively searching for enemies. But in truth, there were no enemies left. All 250 professionals from Sakura Nation had been utterly annihilated in this battle. Under the moonlight, the desert, illuminated into a grayish-white hue, was now saturated with the glaring crimson of blood in this very area. Ding! Battle report announcement. Dragon Nation's first squadron has just eliminated 25 members of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Dragon Nation's second squadron has just eliminated 37 members of Sakura Nation. Ding! Battlefield notice, Sakura Nation's total of 250 members now stands at 0 survivors. Dragon Nation's total of 250 members now stands at 232 survivors. The victor of this challenge is Dragon Nation. Challenge rewards are being processed. A series of announcements seemed to officially bring this battle to a close. After a brief silence, the scene erupted in deafening cheers. We won! We won! Haha, we're the victors. Damn right! We're unstoppable. Awesome. I took out 8 of them. Ha 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 ha. The cheers and leaps of joy seemed especially grim against the backdrop of this blood-soaked land. Not far away, Wang Yan and the others revealed themselves as their stealth aura faded. Chen Yuan strode back from the distance, his greatsword slung over his shoulder. His face flushed with excitement as he looked at everyone, momentarily speechless. Finally, he charged forward and gave Wang Yan a bear hug. Wang Yan! Get off me, you bastard! You're rubbing all that blood on my clothes. Damn you, you jerk! Chen Yuan pushed Wang Yan away with a look of disgust. Like I wanted to be near you anyway. Chen Yuan rolled his eyes and shifted his gaze toward Su Muxue. Seeing Su Muxue's narrowed eyes, Chen Yuan immediately cringed and retreated. Then it was Xia Ying's turn. When Chen Yuan's gaze suddenly froze on her, Xia Ying flinched backward in fright, instantly transforming into a bird and fluttering onto Su Muxue's shoulder. Ha 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 ha. Wang Yan and the others burst into laughter. The challenge rewards were still being tallied. Wang Yan glanced at the still elated group, then raised his hand and clapped. Everyone, listen up. All members of Squad 2, let's gather one last time, okay? All eyes instantly turned to Wang Yan. Though the war had ended, those who had followed Wang Yan all understood where the true key to their victory lay. It was no exaggeration to say that without that aura master, their great victory would never have been possible. And so, even though the fighting was over, seeing Wang Yan calling them together, everyone gathered once more. Wang Yan specifically had Chen Yuan take roll call. The final tally brought an involuntary smile to Wang Yan's lips. Brothers! Remember what we promised when you first arrived here? Our promise back then was this: under my command, regardless of anything else, your survival rate would be the highest on the entire battlefield. And now, I can tell you with a clear conscience we delivered. Throughout this entire war, our team has lost 0 comrades. Not a single one of our brothers has fallen. Not a single one. Brother Yan is awesome. The Aura Master is awesome. The cheers were almost deafening. On the other side, the scattered members of Squad 1, watching the disciplined formation of Squad 2, couldn't help but see the light fade from their eyes. They had believed that under Lu Tian's leadership, they would form the strongest team imaginable. Little did they expect. For some, the fallen comrades included their own kin, and their faces were etched with profound sorrow. At this moment, the regret in their hearts was beyond words. Their fallen comrades would never return. But Wang Yan's words were not yet finished. Brothers, most of you here are just ordinary professions, right? But now, use your voices to tell me, are ordinary professions inferior? Damn it! Such words struck like a drumbeat in their hearts. The gap between professions was the deepest, heaviest pain in their hearts. Yet now, through a single battle, Wang Yan had led them all to forge a legend with their own hands. Not bad. The deafening roar was no longer a shout, it was a howl. What they shouted was their refusal to accept defeat, their refusal to give in. Wang Yan smiled and nodded slightly. And honestly, this feeling of leading a team was deeply gratifying. Brothers, though this battle has ended, your lives continue. Perhaps one day in the future, I'll see you all again. I hope that when that day comes, your eyes will still shine as brightly as they do today. So what if it's an ordinary profession? Whether you're strong or weak, only your fists decide that. Boom! A thunderous crash. The office desk shook violently as Li Yingtian slammed his palm down, then leapt to his feet. Damn! Damn it, well said. Li Yingtian's face flushed crimson with excitement, but the next second, he suddenly realized someone else was there. His expression stiffened. Turning to see Su Jingfeng's stunned face, he gave an awkward chuckle. That kid really gets the blood pumping. Never thought at my age, today would feel like being young again. Captain Su, please don't take offense. Su Jingfeng couldn't help but smile back. Ding! Challenge Rewards Settlement initiated. Chapter 184, Rewards. The announcement of the challenge victory didn't just echo through the battlefield space. This news, capable of stirring the entire nation, rang out clearly in every ear. At this moment, the entire nation of Dragon Country was already celebrating. Ding! Challenge settlement has begun. First squad, 143 members total, 18 casualties, 25 enemy kills, contributing 7% to overall combat effectiveness. Reward, level +2 for all members of Squad 1. Second squad, total members 107, casualties 0, enemies killed 225, overall contribution rate 93%. Reward, all members of Squad 1 receive a +3 level boost, +10 points to all attributes, and an additional 30 free attribute points. In recognition of Squad 2's outstanding performance, the Challenge Chamber will grant an additional bonus of 10 points to all attributes for Squad 2. Whoa! The announcement instantly sent shockwaves through the battlefield. The disparity in rewards was like heaven and earth. Team 1 only gained 2 additional levels. Such a reward, well, it was better than nothing, perhaps? But Squad 2? That was a massive haul of attribute points. These points were calculated separately, independent of the attribute points granted for leveling up. This is a fundamental enhancement. Holy, such a massive gap. Many in Squad 2 were jumping for joy on the spot. Holy! This is insane. Brother Yan is the man. Cheers erupted like a tidal wave. Not just them, even Wang Yan felt a surge of surprise. A reward that fundamentally boosted their capabilities was truly beyond expectations. But unexpectedly, just as everyone was celebrating, a furious voice suddenly rang out nearby. Shame on you. It's all your fault. You showed up at the last minute to snatch the easy points and steal our contribution points. Those last enemies should have been ours. The words instantly silenced the jubilant battlefield. Under the spotlight, Lu Tian stood there, his clothes charred black, his face twisted into a hideous grimace. It was truly. Chen Yuan exploded on the spot. You! Are your eyes stuck up your ass? Is your head made of? If we hadn't come to save the day, do you have any idea how many more of you would have died? You've already lost 18 men. They were all our Dragon Nation brothers. And you know what? When those words hit, even a significant portion of the first squad's members visibly flinched. Embarrassing. This record was too damn embarrassing to even mention. But Lu Tianyi's words seemed to hit a nerve. Bull. My squad's full of rare classes, we didn't need your bunch of useless jerks to bail us out. You're just here to steal contribution points. Damn bunch of lowlifes. You cling to contribution points like your lives depend on it. Fine. Take it. Attributes? I don't give a damn. Damn, that smug look almost made Chen Yuan pull out his knife. But then, the battlefield space issued a notification. Ding! Settlement complete. Challenge space will close shortly. Please prepare. Then, everyone's vision blurred. The backyard of the professional guild. Same place. Same vortex. Several figures materialized before the vortex with a whoosh, their eyes momentarily unfocused. But immediately after. Whoa, there's a lot of people. Liang Tian, Su Jingfeng, numerous staff members of the professional guild. Even Su Che and Su Mushue's father. The group was momentarily bewildered, but the next second, thunderous applause erupted all around them. Wang Yan and the others stared blankly, each face radiating genuine admiration. A complex mix of emotions washed over them. Finally, Liang Tian spoke up, his voice filled with emotion. Welcome home, our little heroes. A triumphant return. Whoosh. Another wave of applause erupted. This time, it was Wang Yan and the others who felt a bit embarrassed. Thank you all, thank you all. Chairman Li and Captain Su, we've done our best. Liang Tian suddenly laughed even harder, slapping Wang Yan's shoulder hard. Good lad. You did well, very well indeed. That speech, it didn't just fire up those young lads. Even this old man here got so fired up I could barely wait to grab my rifle and head straight for the battlefield. Wang Yan was momentarily dumbfounded. You guys know what happened inside? Liang Tian nodded. Of course. We saw everything that happened inside. Not just us, the leaders and guild masters of countless professional guilds across our Dragon Nation have witnessed it too. They all witnessed it. Wang Yan fell silent. That kid in white, unless something unexpected happens, you're done for. Wang Yan's gaze immediately shifted to Su Jingfeng. Captain Su. Su Jingfeng nodded. Well done. You handled that perfectly. He held back his praise, afraid Wang Yan might get too cocky. Wang Yan smiled. I'm just support. This is a victory for all of us. Well said. Su Jingfeng's eyes suddenly gleamed brightly. Indeed. Excellent. Ha ha. You youngster, you absolutely must grow up smoothly. Our Dragon Nation has a promising future ahead. In the end, Su Jingfeng couldn't hold back. Wang Yan grinned widely. Then came Su Che. This well-built middle-aged man, though his expression still carried an air of authority, now wore nothing but a satisfied smile. Daddy! Su Mushue exclaimed excitedly. Su Che's eyes widened in surprise before he softened into a smile directed at Wang Yan. Su Mushue. The atmosphere was actually a bit awkward. Two people had been left out in the cold. One was Zhang Xingyi. Though part of Wang Yan's team, he'd essentially been a deadweight throughout, barely making any impact. The other, naturally, was Jean Lu. His expression was dark and awkward, his situation utterly delicate. Just then, 3 black executive sedans pulled up outside the large iron gate at the entrance. As the vehicles came to a halt, several men in military uniforms swiftly exited the first car and strode purposefully toward the courtyard. Many present noticed this scene, their expressions shifting noticeably. Tonight, Tianshui City will host a celebratory banquet specifically for you young heroes. All of you must attend punctually, this is a major honor. Liang Tian was still speaking when the soldiers approached from behind. Chairman Li, excuse us. Liang Tian turned around, his eyes narrowing instantly. Mr. Wang Yan, we request your presence with us. The scene left those around them staring in astonishment. Su Jingfeng stepped forward and waved his hand. Wang Yan may leave for now. Rest assured, it's for the best. Hearing this, Wang Yan felt his heart settle. It seems someone wanted to see him. Please vote for membership. Writing this book is hard work. Chapter 185, The Mysterious Black Card. Though their attitude toward Wang Yan remained friendly, the inherent authority of their military uniforms was undeniable. Watching Wang Yan being specially summoned by 2 soldiers, many present couldn't help but feel even more shocked. Who could have imagined they were specifically here for Wang Yan? Those 3 low-key black SUVs parked by the entrance, could they also be here to pick up Wang Yan? In a neglected corner, Jean Lu watched Wang Yan's retreating figure, his expression darkening. Why him? Seriously, this setup is super cool, right? Why does it have to be Wang Yan? Wang Yan naturally had no idea what the others were thinking. 2 soldiers, one in front and one behind, came to a stop in front of the 2 cars in the middle. The one in front even opened the door for Wang Yan. Mr. Wang Yan, please get in. His tone was extremely courteous. Wang Yan nodded amiably, sensing in his heart that the person he was about to meet was likely someone of considerable stature. Glancing inside, he saw someone already seated in the back. It was a middle-aged man with graying hair, who appeared to be quite advanced in years. But the aura emanating from him. Though he sat quietly, his gaze entirely amiable, the instant Wang Yan met his eyes, it felt as if a mountain loomed before him. There was no overt hostility or aggressive aura, yet this 5-star presence was undeniably real. Wang Yan's heart skipped a beat. Then, remembering Su Jingfeng's parting words, he quickly regained his composure and climbed into the car with a heavy sigh. So what if he was a big shot? His visit could only be for good intentions, Wang Yan was certain. Slam! The door closed softly. The old man beside him let a faint smile touch his face. Young Wang Yan, I hope summoning you this way didn't frighten you? Wang Yan's heart skipped a beat. This is it. He called me young friend, what else needed to be said? Nothing. Just that one title alone made the other party's stance crystal clear. He's here to befriend me. Wang Yan politely shook his head. You flatter me, senior. As a young man of the Dragon Nation, it would be my honor to be summoned. With these words, Wang Yan adopted an exceedingly humble stance. The elder visibly approved. Though his innate abilities were nothing short of extraordinary, and he had just led his men to a flawless victory with 0 casualties. But this young man, who was riding high on unparalleled glory, showed not a shred of arrogance. The vehicle began moving, its destination unknown. Wang Yan wisely refrained from asking, appearing remarkably composed and utterly without panic. The admiration in the old man's eyes began to overflow. He took credit without arrogance, remained unflappable in crisis. No wonder he could lead a group of complete strangers to such heights on the battlefield. He truly had some skills. The old man couldn't help but chuckle softly. Alright, no need to be so formal. Just think of this meeting as keeping an old man like me company. We can just chat about everyday things. I witnessed the vast majority of the real-time developments on the battlefield. Frankly speaking, Wang Yan, you did exceptionally well. Especially at the end, the encouragement you gave to those ordinary Su comrades. Without exaggeration, given the stature you held in their hearts at that moment, those few seemingly casual words of yours could have changed their entire lives. The old man's tone carried a hint of emotion as he continued, those are the young people of our Dragon Nation, Wang Yan. Based on those words alone, you've already proven yourself an exceptional commander. Serving under you is a blessing for them. Though Wang Yan understood these words were true, and he had indeed pondered such things himself. But this barrage of praise still felt overwhelming to him, and he appeared genuinely embarrassed. Senior, you're being far too generous with your praise. If you keep this up, I might get a big head. Ha ha ha. Laughter filled the car. Wang Yan gradually relaxed a bit. Truthfully, given my abilities, if I truly wanted to handpick my teammates, there probably wouldn't be anyone who could outcompete me. But I didn't do that. I believe you don't need a rare class to be a great professional. This war is already practically mine to win. Since that's the case, and we're all Dragon Nation citizens, all hopes for Dragon Nation's future, I can certainly lend a hand to others within my capabilities. Then what about Zhang Shengyi? Wang Yan paused, surprised he knew about this. Wang Yan's tone turned serious. First and foremost, our primary stance is that we are all Dragon Nation citizens. TSK. The old man immediately smiled with satisfaction. Good. Very good. Hey kid, what's your take on the military? Wang Yan thought to himself, damn, so he was waiting for this moment. In other words, the man before him was a high-ranking figure from the military. Wang Yan adopted an impeccably earnest demeanor. To become a soldier of the Dragon Nation would be the honor of a lifetime. The old man's face lit up. You're absolutely right, it truly is a lifelong honor. Since that's the case, would you be interested in joining the military for some training? Wang Yan smiled. That might not be possible in the short term. I still need to attend university. I hear Jiangnan University is situated on the edge of a magical realm that piques my interest. A look of regret flashed across the old man's face. Jiangnan University, indeed. It is an outstanding and unique institution. I understand your choice. As he spoke, the old man pulled a card from his pocket. What's this? The old man pressed it into Wang Yan's hand. Though you have studies to complete now, the military's doors will always be open for you. This old man will be waiting for you in the army. Wang Yan was flattered and taken aback. How can that be? Take it. The old man's tone grew slightly stern, and Wang Yan froze. This guy, practically shoving it at me. Seeing Wang Yan no longer refuse, the old man finally smiled with satisfaction. Don't overthink it. This card doesn't signify anything special. On the contrary, it's the reward you rightfully deserve. Wang Yan, you are worthy of its status. Wang Yan couldn't help but look down. The card was black and gold, with little decoration or inscription. Only one side bore a strikingly prominent national emblem. Wang Yan's heart skipped a beat. It seemed this card was no ordinary item. The car finally came to a stop near Wang Yan's home. The old man glanced at the somewhat desolate surroundings and couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Xiaoyan, once you get into college, you should find a better place to live. We can't let our little hero live in such modest circumstances. If you're ever short on cash, just let me know. I'll apply for it from the higher-ups. We can definitely afford an apartment. Wang Yan couldn't help but chuckle, but, truth be told, his heart felt warm. Thanks, Uncle Wang. I can afford to move on my own now. I will when the time comes. Chapter 186, Reward. The banquet was scheduled for the evening, so Wang Yan returned home to assess his current overall situation. Those extra attribute points were seriously sweet. Then he got a good night's sleep. On the battlefield, they had been fighting non-stop for a full day and night. As evening fell, Wang Yan took a taxi to the hotel with Little Bloodtooth. It was only after seeing messages from Su Muxue and Chen Yuan that Wang Yan learned the scale of this celebratory banquet was surprisingly grand. Participants scattered across the country had all gathered in Tianshui City. Taking the elevator upstairs, they soon reached the lobby entrance. But before they even stepped inside, Wang Yan heard the chaotic voices from within. Seriously, Minggu killed a ton of those cherry blossom brats too. Exactly. You guys didn't see it when Tian unleashed that thunderfall, the sheer expanse of lightning was absolutely spectacular. Bro is so badass. Wang Yan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Brother Tian, was that the guy in the all-white outfit who was just showing off? Just then, a voice suddenly cut through the air. Oomph. Bull. Awesome my ass. The war's over, and you can't even get out of the desert. That's hilarious. Smack. A violent thud echoed. Someone had slammed their fist on the table. What the hell did you say? Damn it. Say it again if you've got the guts. This time, Wang Yan recognized the voice. It sounded like Chen Yuan's. That booming voice was unmistakable. Don't you get it? I'll say it again. You lot are ing full of yourselves. So full of yourselves you can't even make it out of the desert. You've probably never even seen a swamp forest, have you? That's ing hilarious. Damn it. You looking for trouble? Seeing the situation escalate, Wang Yan felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Enough. A sharp command cut through the air, instantly silencing the entire scene. Dead silent. Spotting Wang Yan standing in the doorway, the members of the second squad lit up one by one. Brother Yan's here. Brother Yan. After a brief pause, as if suddenly bound by unspoken understanding, they all responded in unison, Hello, Brother Yan. Wang Yan. What's with all this? What kind of spectacle is this? Some kind of gang? Cut it out, okay? Wang Yan walked in with a cold expression, his gaze quickly settling on that Tian brother. TSK. That guy had already changed out of his scorched white shirt. TSK. Seeing Wang Yan enter with such fanfare, Lu Tian's expression darkened noticeably, his eyes flashing with palpable hostility. Not only had this guy stolen all his thunder, but he'd snatched up every last reward too. He hadn't gotten a single extra attribute point. Now, seeing him, Lu Tian practically seethed with hatred. But Wang Yan couldn't care less. He merely shot him a cold glance before looking away. Since this is a celebratory banquet, let's put aside matters unrelated to the celebration for now. With that, the matter was settled. Everyone instantly understood Wang Yan's meaning. Having spoken his piece, Wang Yan didn't want to dampen everyone's spirits, so he quickly steered the conversation back to a more festive tone. This celebration banquet exists because of our great victory. In this triumph, every one of you is a hero. So eat your fill. The mood instantly shifted. Brother Yan, you rock. The room quickly erupted in lively chaos once more, while Wang Yan made his way over to Chen Yuan and Su Mushue's table. You guys got here pretty early. How's the celebration banquet feeling? Pretty good, right? You bet. Thanks to you, I get to enjoy this feast too, huh? As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yuan leaned in. Hey, old Wang, what was that about this morning? What did they call you for? Su Mushue and the others instantly perked up with curiosity. Wang Yan smiled at the question. Do you know what a secret is? Chen Yuan gasped in surprise. No way. Secrets? That won't do. There should be no secrets between us. Wang Yan smiled without responding. Put. Chen Yuan immediately turned away. Where's Xiaoying? The three of us are sticking together, no talking to that secretive guy. Xiaoying covered her mouth and giggled. Just as the banquet was about to formally begin, Liang Tian arrived. He brought not only himself but also some valuable items. After a pile of meaningless pleasantries, Liang Tian finally dropped the bombshell. He brought rewards. This banquet serves both as a celebration of our achievements and as a reward for your efforts. First up is Wang Yan. Liang Tian had wanted to add some introductory remarks. But upon second thought, he held back. It wasn't the right time to say it now. Wang Yan, listen carefully. Your reward is as follows. First, a full set of dark gold gear. After the banquet, come with me back to the guild. You can exchange any equipment below dark gold tier for dark gold gear any you choose. Whoa! A full set of dark gold gear. That level was no small feat. Some of them didn't even own a single dark gold item yet. Wang Yan promptly flashed a smile, putting on a satisfied expression. This is probably banquet etiquette. Second, a new beast pet. We've contacted the local Sioux group. Considering your situation, they've specially provided you with a beast pet egg as your second reward. Note, this beast pet egg starts at dark gold tier. If you have the ability to contract it, hero tier is also possible. Whoosh! The entire venue erupted in an uproar. Many people immediately stood up. Not just them, even Su Mushue, whose family owned the Sioux group, showed obvious shock on her professional face. The highest tier hero grade. What did that even mean? But that wasn't all. Third, the sacred primordial stone. I won't go into detail about its function, but Wang Yan, you should understand what this means for you. Wang Yan instinctively touched the blood fong in his pocket. Understood. Good. Now, the final reward, a cash prize of 50 million. Wow, holy crap. Wang Yan, who had only been mildly surprised, suddenly lit up with genuine delight. Liang Tian stared in stunned silence for several seconds before finally chuckling and shaking his head. This kid. Do you even realize how valuable all the previous items were? Yet it's this last bit of money that truly makes you happy. Honestly. Liang Tian couldn't help but feel helpless. He understood that Wang Yan had lived a hard life before. Pulling himself together, Liang Tian prepared to continue. But unexpectedly, at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Put. Like he deserves it? It's all luck. A mere aura master. Who here isn't stronger than him? Damn it. The scene fell instantly silent. Absolutely, all eyes were on him. From the back, Lu Tian muttered bitterly with envy, his teeth clenched so hard they seemed ready to shatter. Damn it, this is a true hero. Sure enough, Liang Tian's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 187, Dawn's Light Set. Bull. If Wang Yan isn't worthy, does that make you worthy? You're not worthy of a damn thing. Let me tell you. The whole nation saw your pathetic performance on the battlefield. You only made it to this victory banquet because of Wang Yan's grace, and you still have the nerve to spout nonsense. You're shameless. The thunderous tirade echoed relentlessly through the grand hall, nearly stunning the entire crowd with its sheer force. In that brief instant, the chairman truly revealed his terrifying aura. As for Lu Tian, the guy was momentarily stunned, his mind going blank, unable to utter a single word. Liang Tian snorted coldly, no longer paying him any mind. Next, the distribution of rewards for all members of the second squad. Oh, here it comes. My turn. The crowd's attention snapped back into focus. As an aura master, many combat-oriented items were useless to Wang Yan. This time, however, the rewards were specifically tailored to his situation. Especially the pet beast. To be honest, Wang Yan was genuinely surprised by the pet beast reward. After the banquet concluded, Wang Yan followed Liang Tian to the Guild of Professionals. Liang Tian genuinely liked Wang Yan. Not only because Wang Yan was a formidable aura master, but also because his demeanor and conduct were generally impeccable. A top-tier genius who remained humble and unassuming. Who wouldn't like that? Liang Tian specially recommended a set of equipment for Wang Yan. A complete set. Some gear possessed set bonuses, collecting multiple pieces activated additional effects. Such sets are often significantly more valuable, nearly doubling the price of comparable gear of the same tier. Liang Tian wouldn't have handpicked the set to harm him. Wang Yan accepted the set and examined it. It was indeed a pleasant surprise. The set bore the name Dawnbreak. According to Liang Tian, this set originated from Sichuan province, home to the highest mountain in the Dragon Nation. That province had long been renowned as a sacred land. The main weapon of the Dawnbreak set was particularly well suited for Wang Yan. Dawnlight Scepter Dark Gold requires level 30. Equipping grants the active skill Dawnlight Radiance. Dawn's Light, channel Dawn energy through the Dawn Staff to unleash up to 30 Dawn meteors across a 200-meter radius, dealing massive damage to one or multiple targets within range. Cooldown, 180 seconds. This is actually a skill that balances single target and area of effect damage, and the range is no small matter. A 400-meter diameter circle falls within its firepower range, quite impressive for an equipment skill. As for Wang Yan, his aura requires no cooldown and no spell power. It's almost as if he has no particular needs. Thus, an additional skill becomes his optimal choice. This Dawn Staff is truly perfect for him. As for the rest, there were no specialized skills. All equipment was level 30, enhancing various attributes. And finally, the set effect. Dawn's Radiance 3-6, all your skills gain an additional 30% skill range. Dawn Radiance 6-6, all your skills gain an additional 100% skill range. Double. This effect is absolutely insane. Whether it's auras or Dawnlight, everything gets doubled. That means meteor showers range now spans a 400-meter radius. Awesome. Wang Yan was genuinely thrilled with this set. Though the set effect's skill range didn't appear to offer much obvious enhancement, it was undoubtedly the most suitable for him. Wang Yan's excitement was palpable. President Li. Liang Tian waved his hand with satisfaction. You little brat, I'll show you. Alright. I know you're pleased, and I'm pleased too. You've earned it. Seeing how much you genuinely like it puts my mind at ease. The remaining matter concerns the pet beast. I've already discussed this with director Su Mushue's father, whom you know. You can go directly to him when the time comes. Oh, and I can let you in on a little secret. Ha! Wang Yan's eyes lit up instantly. Inside information? Liang Tian grinned. To be honest, something pretty special has actually come up on his end recently. Come to think of it, this actually involves you too. Remember when you brought back those 2 dragon blood crocodiles for Chairman Su? Those 2 pet eggs have been incredibly valuable to them. Now, this new batch of beast pet eggs we've cultivated? It's all thanks to those 2 dragon blood crocodiles from back then. Hearing this, Wang Yan couldn't help but grow even more curious. The bloodline carried by dragon blood crocodiles is essentially dragon bloodline. So, it stands to reason that this new batch of beast pet eggs would likely carry some dragon bloodline, correct? Chairman Li, what kind of beast pets are they exactly? Liang Tian shook his head mysteriously. I can't say. I've already told you more than I should have. This is top secret information. You must keep it under wraps. Don't say I told you. As for the specifics, you'll find out once you get there. Wang Yan. Damn, you know how to build anticipation. He'd spoken, yet not fully revealed the truth. Wang Yan fell into deep thought. In that case, if the opportunity arises in the future, I could try to find more rare beast pet eggs for Su Che. If such an opportunity truly arises. After all, Su Che has been quite kind to him. Not to mention the connection with Su Mushue. The next day, Wang Yan called Su Mushue. Mushue? Are you busy? Su Mushue sounded a bit surprised. No. Is there something you need? Wang Yan paused. I want to come over for a bit? Would you mind? Ha? Su Mushue froze. This was something Wang Yan would say? Come over? What exactly did this mean? Was he here for something, or just to hang out? Or was he actually here to? Wang Yan smiled. Well, it's about that reward of mine, a beast pet egg. President Li said I should just find Uncle Su. Oh, I see. Su Mushua realized with a flash of understanding. Though she felt relieved, there was a strange emptiness in her heart. That little rascal. Su Mushua went to ask her father about the situation and soon sent Wang Yan a message. Head straight to the company. Wang Yan readily agreed. He met her downstairs at the company building. Standing by the entrance, Su Mushua's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she scanned the street, searching for something. Spotting Wang Yan step out of his car, her eyes lit up with delight. You're here. That was pretty quick. Wang Yan closed the car door. With a beauty waiting, of course I rushed over. Sorry to keep you waiting. Not at all. I just got here myself. Come with me, Dad's upstairs. Chapter 188, New Beast Pet. Upstairs in the office, Su Mushua led Wang Yan to the door and knocked. A commanding voice came from inside, come in. Concise and commanding. Su Mushua pushed the door open, revealing Su Che seated at his desk, head bent over documents. Dad, Wang Yan is here. Su Che looked up. For a split second, an overwhelming aura of authority that of a chairman pressed down. But it lasted only a moment. Upon seeing Wang Yan enter, Suche immediately broke into a warm smile. Mr. Wang Yan is here. Please come in and take a seat. Now, he couldn't address Wang Yan as Little Wang like before. Because Wang Yan had now earned his stripes, and Suche's primary identity was chairman. To continue addressing him that way would be inappropriate. The three walked to the reception area, where Su Mushue promptly began pouring water. Suche smiled warmly. Wang Yan, you're here about that pet egg reward, right? Did President Li mention anything about it? Wang Yan immediately feigned ignorance. What explanation? Suche smiled. Well, you see, within our Su group, we happen to have some good news. This news hasn't been made public yet. Oh? Wang Yan looked intrigued. Something related to beast pets? Exactly. Suche's face lit up with delight as he spoke. Remember those 2 dragon blood crocodiles you brought last time? Well, the latest breakthrough from those 2 has just emerged. Wang Yan's eyes lit up. A new breed? Suche nodded. Hold on a moment. With that, Suche made a phone call. Send over a level 1 finished product of S035. After giving the order, Suche returned with a folder, smiling. This breakthrough just happened. Even Mu Shui doesn't know about it yet. Hearing this, Su Mushue couldn't help but roll her eyes, a rare display of cuteness for her. Sitting down and taking a sip from his teacup, Suche began his introduction. Alright, let me tell you both about it. Regarding the S035 experiment, the experimental subject is a rather unique breed of beast pet, the Maine Coon cat. This breed has real-world counterparts on Blue Star, originating from the United States. It's only in recent decades that they've spread globally. However, unlike their real-world counterparts, the Maine Coons existing as monsters have developed exceptionally ferocious personalities. Moreover, their physically superior builds, far stronger than ordinary cats, are no longer mere decorations. It's fair to say that in the monster world, these cats could be called the Cat Kings. We've conducted numerous experiments involving dragon bloodlines, and so far, the Maine Coon has shown the most promising results. Suche handed over the folder he was holding. Take a look. These are the first batch of final products we've bred. The earliest ones have already successfully hatched. Since it's an entirely new breed, we've simply given it a new name, the Maine Dragon Cat. Take note, this isn't a traditional dragon cat. This is a Maine Coon King infused with dragon blood. Wang Yan and Su Mushue leaned together, studying the images in the folder. Suche made it sound quite intriguing, but Wang Yan looked down and thought. It's just a cat. In the photo, it was barely bigger than a palm. But its eyes were extraordinary. In the photo, they were a pale gold too. Crystal clear, like gemstones. Suche watched them with a faint smile. Doesn't it look just like any ordinary cat? You'll see when you meet it. It's not nearly as cute as it appears. Honestly, Wang Yan was starting to get curious. Soon after, a knock sounded at the door. A staff member arrived carrying a pet carrier. Wang Yan peered inside with curiosity. Inside the pet carrier sat a silver gray kitten. This is a silver tabby Maine Coon dragon cat. Care to guess its level? Wang Yan's mind raced. Could it be hero grade? Ha ha ha. Suche burst out laughing. You've got some nerve guessing that. Going straight for hero grade on your first try. Not? Could it be dark gold tier again? But after his laughter subsided, Suche's voice grew solemn. It really is. Wang Yan's pupils contracted involuntarily. Suche's face broke into a smile again as he walked over to the pet storage bay. Ready? Wang Yan froze. Suddenly, Suche flung open the door. Whoosh! Instantly, a palpable aura of ferocity washed over them. Though the intensity seemed low, the level of pressure was incredibly heavy. Even Bloodfang himself, in his current state, likely couldn't muster such a level of pressure. Suche smiled warmly. Feel it? That's dragon might. This little one, the dragon bloodline, is almost perfectly integrated within him. It's nothing short of a miracle. Wang Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. The intensity of this dragon's aura isn't determined by how high one's level is, but rather by innate talent. Besides, this little one is only level 1 right now. Is its dragon aura already this powerful? Wang Yan examined the Silver Tabby's stats panel. Silver Tabby Maine Coon Dragon Cat Hero, level 1. An all-around mutant monster possessing agility, strength, and intelligence. Dragon bloodline fully activated. Growth potential incalculable. Skills: Dragon King's Claw, Phantom Step, Main Dragon Breath, Dragon Might, Dragon King's Descent. Wow, starting with 5 skills? Bloodfang only had 3 at the beginning. And Dragon's Might? That's a skill Bloodfang only acquired at level 15, yet this little guy was born with it. This is seriously powerful. Wang Yan paid particular attention to Dragon Breath and Dragon King's Descent. Main Dragon Breath emits either a massive area of effect scatter breath or a highly penetrative piercing breath. This Dragon Breath does have specific applications. Dragon King's descent unleashes bloodline power, causing the main Kun's size to forcibly increase by 50%. During this effect, gains a 50% boost to all attributes and 30% damage reduction. Lasts 180 seconds with a 10-minute cooldown. This is clearly a buff-type skill that will significantly boost one's combat effectiveness. A hint of satisfaction flickered in Wang Yan's eyes. Frankly, Wang Yan felt it would be difficult to find a more suitable beast companion than this seemingly adorable little cat. What do you think? Interested? Su Che glanced over at the perfect moment. Determination flashed in Wang Yan's eyes. It's decided. Su Che nodded and closed the cargo door. But don't speak too soon. Whether it works out depends on the outcome of the contract. Su Che walked over to the desk and retrieved a contract. Though this is a hero-tier beast pet, the success rate is quite high. With ordinary viviparous beast pets, forget hero tier, even dark gold tier might fail. But this one is different. Chapter 189, The Beauty Trap. Wang Yan immediately perked up. What do you mean by different? Su Che replied, its personality. Typically, after a beast pet chooses to bond with a master, it gradually becomes dependent on them, so the demands on the master are extremely high. But it's different. Maine Coons, in comparison, possess a distinctly independent and self-reliant nature. Rather than relying on their owners, they place greater faith in their own strength. Therefore, for them, the master's strength isn't the most crucial factor. Su Che placed the contract on the table. Want to give it a try? Wang Yan pondered for a moment. So this meant that while other people's beast pets tended to prefer combat-oriented owners, Maine Coon dragons could also get along with support-type owners? Wang Yan dripped his own blood onto the contract. How is its current level of sentience? Su Che's lips curved upward. Far higher than a dragon-blood crocodile. Damn, Bloodfang felt like he'd been kicked in the gut. Wang Yan pondered briefly, then decided to just show it his stats panel outright and shoved the contract right at it. It has intelligence, and it's not low? Then I'll just shove my power right in your face. Surprisingly, this tactic worked like a charm. After a moment's hesitation, the little beast actually accepted the contract. Wang Yan immediately sensed its consciousness. Hello, my new master. An interesting consciousness. Noble, dignified, even carrying a hint of pride, yet also a touch of warmth. That was Wang Yan's first impression. Wang Yan reached out his hand, and the little creature quickly extended its paw, placing it on Wang Yan's hand. Wang Yan couldn't help but smile, lifting it up into his arms. Wow, so tiny and adorable. Its fur was incredibly soft and seemed a bit longer than that of ordinary cats. Silver Tabby Maine Coon Dragon Cat. Let's give you a name. Silver King. How about that? The little one swished its tail and nodded in a surprisingly human-like manner. Wow, this sentience is no joke. Wang Yan reached into his pocket and pulled out little Bloodfang. Meet Bloodfang, my other beast pet. Being different species, they probably couldn't communicate. Moreover, Wang Yan noticed a hint of nobility lingering in Silver King's silver-gray eyes. I'm the most noble. Wang Yan couldn't help but chuckle. He really is proud, retaining some feline traits. Su Che remarked with a sigh beside him. Exactly. This newly emerged species not only retains feline traits but also possesses characteristics unique to Maine Coons, namely, their dependence on their owners. Though they're far more independent than ordinary beast pets, they're also far more loyal than ordinary cats. Wang Yan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Su Che glanced at Su Muxue, who was watching enviously, and gave a slight pout. Currently, there's only one hero tier left, with a cameo code pattern. Breeding continues, and higher tiers will inevitably appear. This remaining one is just right for a girl. So, it's yours? Su Muxue was instantly overjoyed. Really? Su Che said sternly, remember, you're a combat professional. Your own strength is the foundation. Su Muxue couldn't help but pout. Wang Yan nearly stared himself dumb. Yan Luo Wang? Is this really something you'd do? Su Che's expression shifted like a chameleon, his face quickly breaking into a smile again. If you have time, let us take them all out to level up together. They're all from the same batch anyway. Wang Yan expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Su. This gift is truly immense. Ah. Su Che waved his hand dismissively. No need for formalities. I'll have someone bring that Kelmy-colored one over too. Sakura Country. Bang! The door burst open violently. A middle-aged man in a suit strode in, his face dark with anger. Mr. Yamashima, a whole day has passed. Where is your answer? Inside the room, a middle-aged man kneeling on the floor rose with a heavy sigh, looking utterly devastated. Mr. Aoyagi. I'm utterly incompetent. I still haven't found any trace of that Dragon Country professional. Well. The challenge order has been utterly defeated under your watch, and now you can't even track down a single person. Yamashima, I am deeply disappointed in you. Yamashima immediately bowed his head. Sito snorted coldly. Yamashima, I gave you a chance. Unfortunately. In that case, it's time for you to pledge your loyalty to the Great Sakura Empire. With that, the visitor didn't spare him another glance before turning and striding away. Bang! The door slammed shut with a heavy thud. Inside, Yamashima stood with a dark expression, his gaze unfocused as he drifted to one side. A katana lay propped against the desk. Yamashima's expression gradually twisted into a grimace. Next door. Yamashima-kun has already pledged his loyalty to the great Sakura Empire. But now, our mission must continue. Inside the room, 7 or 8 people sat on either side of the long table. A bespectacled, small-eyed, plump man stood up. Mr. Aozora, I have an idea. Speak. A sinister gleam flashed in the short, plump man's eyes. There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, heroes can't resist the allure of beauty. Based on what we know so far, the target's identity remains unknown, but their location is definitely within Tianshui City. Why not send one of our Sakura Nation's beautiful female agents there? Lord Qingtang's expression brightened considerably. After a moment's thought, a sinister smile spread across his lips. This proposal is quite good. To die at the hands of a woman, that would be nothing short of a disgrace. Sawara-kun, does your intelligence division have any suitable candidates? Another figure rose. Reporting to Mr. Sahara, considering the preferences of the Dragon Nation, there are twin agents, Masami Hashino and Nami Hashino. They should be quite suitable. Very well. This matter is entrusted to you. Ensure results are delivered. Dismissed. Kermit beige. This shade is close to khaki, yet also akin to golden yellow. It is, in essence, a unique beige. When worn by a Maine Coon cat, this color exudes an even greater sense of nobility. Wang Yan named his cat Silver King, while Sumushua named her Kelmish-colored Maine Coon kitten Rice King. TSK. Wang Yan chuckled the moment he heard the name, causing Sumushua to blush, a rare occurrence for her. That very day, Wang Yan and Sumushua took the 2 little ones out to level up. Though Sumushua was the primary combatant, the cooldown aura made it manageable. Against those low-level monsters, Sumushua's basic attacks alone were more than enough to handle them. Not to mention Wang Yan's equipment skills. So that very day, both little guys started leveling up rapidly, reaching level 10 in the blink of an eye. Silver King and Rice King started with identical initial skills, but now each had awakened a new ability. This was a clearly wide-area skill combining both group attack and group control. Its name was Main Tide. Chapter 190, The Death of Lu Tian. Main Tide, sweeping the land with Totoro's might, unleashing a 50-meter wide scalable tidal wave that crushes enemies. Hits deal significant damage and knockback. This should be the first control skill these 2 little ones have awakened. Wang Yan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Silver King and Rice King are identical now. When they unleash the skill together, it's double the fun. Sumushua adored me Wang immensely, clutching the little one tightly. Even though both Silver King and Rice King had begun to grow rapidly in size. What were once palm-sized creatures were now nearly the size of ordinary adult kittens. According to Sumushua's estimation, Silver King and Rice King would likely need to reach level 30 before achieving their final forms. That is, their complete forms. Right now, in their world, they were still just little kittens. If only they'd been there during that Frogman incident. We wouldn't have been in such dire straits. Wang Yan cradled Silver King, while Bloodtooth trotted along behind them. Actually, that incident wasn't all bad. Without that baptism of fire, Shen Yuan might not have matured so quickly. You saw him in the challenge space leading his troops into battle, charging at the forefront like a butcher at work. TSK. Sumushua couldn't help but chuckle. You're right. Actually, it's not just him. Following you, all 4 of us have grown so much. As the sun dipped below the horizon, 2 figures cradled the little kitten across the wilderness, accompanied by a crocodile trotting along behind them. The scene was lovely, warm and heartfelt. Wang Yan had already made up his mind, over the next few days, he'd focus on leveling up Silver King and Rice King. At the very least, he wanted them to gain some combat capability first. Time passed slowly. Several days later, Wang Yan and Sumushua returned with the little ones as usual. But unexpectedly, the moment they returned to the city, Sumushua suddenly stopped. That's my dad's car. Wang Yan froze. Sure enough, parked by the road ahead was a Binkulu. Why would Dad come himself? He's usually so busy, Sumushua wondered. Could something be wrong? Wang Yan chuckled softly. Why not go ask? Come on, let's not keep Uncle Su waiting. The 2 approached. Sumushua double-checked the license plate before opening the door. Dad! What brings you here? Suche turned around, his gaze falling on the silver-haired and golden-haired children in their arms. I came to see the little ones and to pick you both up. Hop in. The car started moving soon after. Wang Yan couldn't help but marvel. He really is a big boss. This car isn't cheap. And honestly, the ride is quiet and smooth. It's expensive for a reason. Wang Yan found himself thinking that once he got to Jiangnan University, he'd treat himself to a nicer ride too. After all, he wasn't exactly short on cash anymore. Gear might be expensive, but his equipment was all rewards. At that moment, Suche glanced at Wang Yan in the rearview mirror. I came to pick you up not only to see the Silver King and the Rice King, but also to tell you something. Lu Tian, you know him, right? Lu Tian? That show-off guy? Wang Yan now knew that guy was called Lu Tian, supposedly from the Demon City. Su Che nodded. He was the leader of the first squad in the challenge space. He was killed last night. What? Wang Yan and Su Mushue both felt their pupils contract. Su Che continued, many of your former teammates were visiting Tianjue City for the first time. Since it was summer vacation, quite a few chose to stay and sightsee instead of leaving immediately. Lu Tian was one of them. I only learned this morning that he died in his hotel room last night. Lu Tian is backed by the Lu family from the Demon City. They're no small operation. Upon hearing this news, the Lu family flew into a rage. Then this afternoon, I received new intelligence. The Lu family suspects you, Wang Yan, might be the real mastermind behind this. Ha? Wang Yan was stunned. Su Che glanced at Wang Yan through the rearview mirror and smiled faintly. But don't worry. You've been with Mushue these past few days. Your movements within the city can be tracked by surveillance. As for the wilderness, Lu Tian never even went there. So, the allegations against you are pure fabrication. They might come question you, just tell them the truth. Su Che let out a cold chuckle as he spoke. The Lu family really thinks there's something special. In that cold sneer, Wang Yan seemed to detect a hidden meaning. It seemed to imply, even if you did kill someone, the lowly Lu family couldn't touch you. The Lu family? Nothing but a bunch of clowns. Wang Yan felt a pang of shame. We're law-abiding citizens, after all. After a moment's thought, Wang Yan asked, Uncle Su, what was the cause of death for that Lu Tian? Su Che's expression turned slightly peculiar upon hearing this. Yang deficiency. Ha? Yang depletion? Wang Yan was dumbfounded once more. What does yang depletion mean? Su Che glanced at Wang Yan's bewildered expression in the rearview mirror, his own look growing even more peculiar. Exactly what you're thinking. Wang Yan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Wang Yan struggled for words, utterly speechless. He's quite formidable. But can this really be classified as murder? Su Che shook his head. I can't say for sure. But given how high profile this case is, I suspect there might be an issue with the forensic examination. Wang Yan's eyes narrowed. Are you referring to the poison's composition? Su Che nodded. It's just a hunch. This whole thing is so absurd, who would ever? His words abruptly trailed off. Su Che shot a meaningful glance at Su Mushue and swallowed the rest of his sentence. Clearly, it wasn't appropriate to say that in front of him. But Wang Yan understood the implied meaning. As if anyone would force themselves on someone who clearly wasn't into it. Are they crazy? Don't they value their own life? Absolutely ridiculous. The car pulled up outside Wang Yan's residence. Su Che turned back. If anything comes up, call me. Or call Chairman Li. Your identity isn't public knowledge yet, even I only have a vague idea. Anyway, don't worry. We've got everything covered. A wave of warmth washed over Wang Yan. Got it. Thanks, Uncle Su. Su Che nodded, watching Wang Yan step out of the car. But the moment he stepped out, Wang Yan saw the door of a minivan open not far behind. Clatter. 4 men stepped out. All dressed in plain clothes, their affiliations unclear. Wang Yan knew it was a case of talking about the devil and having him appear, so he stood his ground. The 4 men charged toward him, their voices menacing. Wang Yan, right? There's a matter that appears to involve you. We need to conduct some inquiries. Chapter 191, Investigation. Hearing this, Wang Yan couldn't help but frown slightly. Their tone was sharp and aggressive, sounding less like an investigation and more like a confrontation. Wang Yan's gaze grew colder. Investigate me? What are your credentials? Where are your IDs? How dare you? Someone nearby snorted coldly. You think you're pretty tough, huh? Trying to resist inspection? The leader raised his hand to stop him. His eyes narrowed, radiating an intense coldness, as he pulled an ID from his pocket and opened it. Is that enough? Wang Yan focused his gaze. Lu Jinmi. The ID, a legitimate one at that. Now Wang Yan understood. He's a respectable man, but at the same time, he's also a member of the Lu family. No wonder he carries himself like he's owed 8 million by everyone. Wang Yan's tone softened slightly. Ask your questions. Lu Jinmi tucked away his credentials, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Yan. Where were you last night? Wang Yan replied, at home sleeping, of course. Can anyone vouch for that? Wang Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. I'm a student. There's no one else in my house. How am I supposed to prove that? So you can't provide an alibi. Damn it. You bastard, why don't you just go ahead and convict me outright? Even someone with a temperament like mine couldn't take this. Wang Yan's eyes turned noticeably colder. I don't understand what you're talking about. There are plenty of surveillance cameras around my house, right? When I came home, when I left this morning, where I went, it shouldn't be hard for people in your position to check, should it? Second, I still don't know what exactly you're investigating me for, why you're investigating me, or why you suspect me. Shouldn't you at least explain a little? Lu Jinmi paused upon hearing this. After all, Wang Yan's points held merit. However, in this era, the methods available to commit a murder were simply too numerous. Lu Jinmi replied coldly, Lu Tian died last night. And you had a grudge against Lu Tian. Naturally, you can't escape suspicion. Wang Yan couldn't help but laugh. His death has nothing to do with me. Given his personality, surely I'm not the only one who had issues with him. Are you planning to arrest everyone? Lu Jinmi flared instantly. Wang Yan. Mind your tone. Are you refusing to cooperate with the investigation? Wang Yan widened his eyes. Is this refusing to cooperate? I'd say you're the one slandering me. What do you mean I can't provide an alibi? Are you, Lord Lu, just going to convict me outright? Wang Yan let out a cold laugh. Lord Lu, remember this, you bear the same surname. If you wield such authority, why bother with the law at all? Your Lu family is the absolute ruler. Is that to your satisfaction? Lu Jinmi's expression turned completely icy. Wang Yan. You've refused to cooperate during the investigation and displayed an extremely hostile attitude. We will now enforce compulsory measures. Please come with us. We have the authority to temporarily detain suspects. Wang Yan narrowed his eyes. Just then, beside them, a car door opened. A sharp voice cut through the air. In broad daylight here in Tianshui City, I'd like to see just which comrade has such authority to act this way. Ha! A sharp rebuke caused several faces to pale. Lu Jinmi's expression darkened instantly. Damn it, he'd completely forgotten about this. Su Che himself was sitting in that car. Lu Jinmi's face twitched twice, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. But soon, Lu Jinmi forced a smile onto his face. So Chairman Su is here. It's like this regarding Lu Tian's case. A higher-up suspect Wang Yan is a major suspect, so we need to take him back for questioning. Su Che regarded Lu Jinmi coldly, his tone showing no sign of softening. The higher-ups? Which higher-ups? The higher-ups in Tianshui City, or the higher-ups in your Lu family? Lu Jinmi's expression froze, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. This kid was deliberately trying to block him. What made him worthy of such protection from the esteemed Chairman Su? Su Che snorted coldly. Let me tell you this isn't the Magic City. Your Lu family's tricks won't fly here. If you want to make an arrest, fine. Have your so-called higher-ups call me, call Chairman Li Yingtian, call Chairman Song Guoguang, call Captain Su Jingfeng. Lu Jinmi's mouth twitched and he quickly lowered his head slightly. Damn it, did it really have to come to this? Even Song Guoguang's name was brought up. Song Guoguang? That's the provincial guild president, a level far above even Li Yingtian. And then there's Su Jingfeng, who knows what kind of heavyweight that guy is. Lu Jinmi couldn't help but size up Wang Yan. Who would have thought? Never would have guessed this kid had so many powerful people backing him. Lu Jinmi knew he wouldn't get anything today no matter what. With a sour expression, he waved his hand dismissively. It was my oversight. Let's go. The group departed with grim expressions. Watching their car drive away, Wang Yan turned to Su Che. Uncle Su, thank you for saving me. The sternness that had graced Su Che's face moments ago had vanished completely. He looked at Wang Yan with a gentle expression. No need for formalities. Go home and rest well. If anything comes up, just let us know. With us old-timers around, the sky won't fall. Oh, and one more thing. At this point, Su Che paused, a peculiar glint returning to his eyes. About that killer. I've already shared my theories on Lu Tian's death with you. You're about the same age as Lu Tian, you should be careful too. Ha! Wang Yan froze for a moment, then couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. What does that even mean? Dying from sexual exhaustion, and now you're telling me to be careful? Isn't that basically telling me not to go wild? Su Che turned and got into the car. Unexpectedly, Su Mushua rolled down the window again, baring her teeth menacingly. Did you hear me? Watch your back. Wang Yan nearly froze. Got it. Oomph. Watching Wang Yan's retreating figure, Su Mushua couldn't help but chuckle. The car started moving, and within moments, Wang Yan's figure vanished around the corner. Night fell. At a certain bar, Zhang Xingyi sat with a few people in a corner booth. The music was upbeat, but Zhang Xingyi's expression remained utterly unmoved. He sat brooding, drinking in silence. Those around him exchanged glances before quickly starting to cheer loudly. Brother Zhang. Got something on your mind? Come on, let's have a drink. I'll toast to you, Brother Zhang. Zhang Xingyi snapped back to reality, offering only a perfunctory smile as he raised his glass to clink with theirs. Though the music blared, their raucous chatter drowned it out. The entire scene played out perfectly before the eyes of everyone nearby. Not far away, two stunningly attractive women exchanged a silent glance before quickly winking at each other. Oh! So many handsome guys here, especially this young man. The beauties approached enthusiastically, one arm naturally draping over Zhang Xingyi's shoulder. Instinctively, she pressed her body against his with the movement. How about grabbing a drink? Chapter 192, The Twins. Zhang Xingyi felt dizzy. Given his status, he could confidently say he had no shortage of women. But these two women before him were different. They were twins. How wonderful twins are, well, those who understand. Truly captivating. And these twins were exceptionally beautiful. Absolute perfection. Zhang Xingyi couldn't help but wonder inwardly, could this be his lucky break? Meanwhile, Wang Yan slept soundly. The so-called investigation? He hadn't given it a second thought. The next day, Wang Yan contacted Su Muxue, planning to go leveling up in the wilderness as usual. But unexpectedly, Su Muxue said Xiaoying had invited her out shopping. Wang Yan thought it over and decided it would be best if all four of them went out together. Thus, Chen Yuan was once again pulled into the group. Off to wander around. Let's check out this store. I bought some clothes from their brand before and they were really nice. Inside the mall, the two girls exchanged a knowing smile and turned to dash inside. Wang Yan and Chen Yuan each carried a bubble tea in a shopping bag, sharing a glance that was equally warm but tinged with a bitter smile. Just then, Chen Yuan turned her head and suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Startled, she exclaimed, "Hey! Look over there!" Wang Yan froze, following her gaze. Across the way, two tall, slender beauties were each arm in arm with a guy in between them. They were actually twins. Upon seeing the guy in the middle, Wang Yan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Zhang Xingyi. This guy sure knows how to play the field. Wang Yan couldn't help but take another look at the twins. It had to be said, the two girls were truly beautiful. Not only were their figures slender and perfect, but their faces were also stunningly gorgeous. One carried shopping bags while the other clung tightly to Zhang Xingyi, both smiling radiantly as they chatted. They looked utterly like birds clinging to their mate. But as Wang Yan watched, a hint of suspicion began to creep into his eyes. Was it just his imagination? Looking at the seemingly clingy younger sister, Wang Yan felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if he wasn't looking at a beautiful woman at all, but a cold-blooded executioner. He shook his head. Why was his mind wandering to such thoughts? Weird. Hey! Stop staring. Mind your manners. Su Muxue is still here. Chen Yuan nudged Wang Yan, snapping him back to reality. Whoa! A wave of alarm surged through Wang Yan. Something was off. Definitely off. This couldn't be a mistake. Wang Yan took a deep breath, suppressing the tremor within. He was certain that feeling he just experienced was nothing short of a sense of impending danger. In other words, these twins were dangerous. In the blink of an eye, both sides drew closer. Zhang Xingyi suddenly spotted the two approaching figures and instinctively halted his steps. Wang Yan? What a coincidence. What brings you here? Wang Yan remained impassive. Just out for a stroll with Mu Shui and the others. Zhang Xingyi nodded in understanding. I see. Before he could finish his sentence, before he could even attempt to make small talk, Wang Yan gave a brief nod and turned to walk into a nearby shop. Zhang Xingyi froze in place. Just then, Su Muxue emerged from inside. Wang Yan. Why aren't you coming in? Quick, come see if this dress looks good on me. As she tugged at Wang Yan's sleeve, Su Muxue spotted Zhang Xingyi waiting outside the door. Only then did she grasp the situation. But she only gave a quick nod before swiftly pulling Wang Yan inside. Chen Yuan, following behind, naturally trailed after them. Compared to Wang Yan, Chen Yuan harbored even less goodwill toward Zhang Xingyi. Watching their retreating figures, Zhang Xingyi couldn't help but take a deep breath. He understood that Wang Yan was making it clear he didn't want much to do with him. It seemed he truly couldn't fit into this circle. A wave of gloom washed over Zhang Xingyi. It was his fault, all because he'd been blind to the truth before. Igu, should we go in and take a look too? Unexpectedly, the girl beside him suddenly spoke up, causing Zhang Xingyi's eyes to widen in surprise. Was she offering him a way out? These two sisters were surprisingly considerate. Zhang Xingyi gently stroked the delicate hand resting on his arm. Yame wants to go in. What about you, Nami? Nami smiled gently. If my sister wants to go, I'd be happy to accompany her. But it really depends on what brother he thinks. Hearing this, Zhang Xingyi felt utterly at ease. Hoshino Yame, Hoshino Nami, these two sisters truly understood his thoughts. Let's go. We'll take a look inside too. Inside the store, Su Muxue held a dress up to herself, adjusting it. What do you think of this one? Wang Yan was at a loss for words. It looks great. This color really suits you. Chen Yuan chimed in, would you say that if I tried a different color? Wang Yan immediately shoved him away. Get lost. Chen Yuan chuckled foolishly, while Xiaoying was chattering away around Su Muxue. When Su Muxue finally seemed tempted and followed Xiaoying into the fitting room, Wang Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Turning around, he saw Chen Yuan had already sat down to rest nearby. Wang Yan immediately plopped down next to him. If I ever go shopping with them again, I'll eat my hat. Chen Yuan, I recorded it. Wang Yan's mouth twitched. Just then, Chen Yuan nudged Wang Yan again. Look over there, they're coming in too. This guy. Both twins are here. Who'd have thought he'd be so lucky with women? Wang Yan scanned the area and quickly spotted Zhang Xingyi near the entrance. Wang Yan narrowed his eyes. That's not so certain. Ha? Chen Yuan turned his head. What do you mean? Wang Yan smiled, slipping into riddle master mode. Not so simple. What's not simple? Wang Yan smiled without answering. Not long after, Su Muxue emerged dressed in the new outfit. She glanced at herself in the mirror before quickly returning to the fitting room with a frown. Wang Yan couldn't help but give a wry smile at the sight. Meanwhile, Zhang Xingyi, who had just witnessed the scene, couldn't help but let a hint of envy show on his face. Their relationship was truly close. Zhang Xingyi could tell it was a pure friendship. Ah! Zhang Xingyi could only sigh silently. Beside him, Hoshino Nami and Hoshino Masami exchanged a glance, understanding each other's meaning with just a look. Brothery, that guy seems pretty free right now. Why don't you go talk to him? Zhang Xingyi snapped back to reality, exhaled deeply, and shook his head. No need. He understood that Wang Yan didn't care for him, and approaching him would be pointless. To his surprise, Masami linked her arm through his and smiled softly, then let me help brothery. Zhang Xingyi froze. What? Hoshino Yame gave a mysterious smile before turning and walking toward Wang Yan. Zhang Xingyi froze. Hey, you. Nami quickly pulled Zhang Xingyi back. Don't worry. Leave it to Yame. Hearing this, Zhang Xingyi's eyes softened with relief, though a hint of wariness lingered. The two women he'd dismissed as mere decorations seemed far more capable than he'd imagined. They knew he wanted to curry favor with Wang Yan. They'd seen right through his intentions. Fine. Go ahead. Zhang Xingyi narrowed his eyes and said. Chapter 193, Watch my cat do a backflip. Hey there, handsome. Was that your girlfriend just now? She's gorgeous. Seeing Hoshino Masami suddenly approach, not just Chen Yuan, but even Wang Yan was stunned. Thanks, Wang Yan replied instinctively, only realizing something was off after he'd spoken. Damn it, what girlfriend? She's not even my girlfriend yet. As for Chen Yuan. The guy rubbed his nose, utterly questioning his existence. I mean, am I not handsome? Why didn't she hit on me instead? Unbelievable. Yamami smiled brightly. I'm Hoshino Yamami. That's my sister, Hoshino Nami. You're friends with Zhang Xingyi, right? He says you're really talented. Wang Yan gradually snapped back to reality, wondering what kind of game these twins were playing. Zhang Xingyi flatters me. He's quite talented himself. I didn't know you were looking for me? Yamami pulled out her phone. I don't even know your name yet. Can I add your contact info? Handsome guy, turning down a beautiful girl is just rude, right? You wouldn't refuse, would you? Well, Wang Yan was utterly speechless. I'll be rude, what are you gonna do about it? Glancing over at Zhang Xingyi and the gracefully poised Nami beside him, Wang Yan hesitated briefly before pulling out his phone. My name is Wang Yan. Nami beamed instantly. I knew it. A guy this handsome couldn't possibly be rude. Ding. The sound of a successful scan echoed. Yame waved her phone with a smile. I won't bother you anymore, Wang Yan. Remember to accept the friend request. With that, Yami swayed her hips as she walked away. Watching her retreating figure, Wang Yan's gaze fell into deep thought. What exactly were these twins up to? Could it be? He dared not think it. Meanwhile, as Yame walked back, she exchanged a natural glance with Nami. The two shared a silent, knowing smile. Wang Yan, huh? Interesting. A man even Zhang Xingyi would curry favor with clearly no ordinary figure. And Wang Yan somehow managed to hold a dominant position within it. Could that mysterious powerhouse be you? On the way back, Chen Yuan dropped off Su Muxue and Xiaoying one after another. By the end, only the two of them remained. Once the inconvenient passengers had all disembarked, Chen Yuan immediately showed his true colors. Hey, old Wang. About those twins today, what's the deal? Seeing him winking and making suggestive faces, his expression lecherous as anything, Wang Yan couldn't help but roll his eyes. What's going on? What could possibly be going on? Just focus on driving. No way. I've been holding back all day. I didn't even dare bring it up when Su Muxue was around. Wang Yan chuckled and shook his head. I haven't even gotten approval yet. What the hell situation could there be? Chen Yuan turned his head. I'm not talking about that. I'm asking why you agreed to add her. Didn't you and Su Muxue get lost? Chen Yuan chuckled foolishly. Fine, I won't bring it up. But then tell me the real deal. What's the deal with those twins? Wang Yan took a deep breath. It's still hard to say for sure. But one thing's certain, those twins aren't just decorative. They're no ordinary pair. That Zhang Xingyi? Oomph, lucky bastard? More like a disaster waiting to happen. That bad? Chen Yuan gasped. A honey trap? Or something else, kidnapping for ransom? Wang Yan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Come on, man. None of that makes sense. What era do you think this is? I can't say exactly what's going on yet. Let me try to get some information first. Chen Yuan fell silent for several seconds before suddenly turning his head. This trying to get in touch? Are you serious? Get lost. Thud. The car door slammed shut, bidding farewell to Chen Yuan. As Wang Yan walked back, he pulled out his phone and accepted the friend request. Did Big Brother Wang Yan finally remember me? Boo-hoo! Seeing the cute emojis sandwiched between the text, Wang Yan couldn't help but chuckle. There was something oddly unsettling about it. Kind of thrilling. What do you even want by adding me? If you don't say, I'm deleting you. This move was all about playing the cool guy. Sure enough, the other side played it safe first. Big bro, don't. Man, this is some high-level play. The intermittent replies went on for hours. During this time, Wang Yan also added her sister, Nami. Online 1v2. Throughout this process, Wang Yan gradually realized. The twins had a clear objective. They wanted to see if his cat could do a backflip. But Wang Yan made it clear that Yin Wang wouldn't do something that stupid. High-end hunters often appeared disguised as prey. Wang Yan played the innocent guy, refusing to take the bait. Because, honestly, how could he possibly believe that? Wang Yan suspected they had ulterior motives. He just hadn't uncovered them yet. Wang Yan decided to let them stew in their own juices for now. The next morning, the leveling grind resumed. Chen Yuan and Xiaoying also joined the fray. Upon seeing the Silver King and the Rice King, Chen Yuan and Xiaoying were utterly awestruck, their envy practically bubbling over. In this atmosphere, the leveling grind became considerably more entertaining. Xiaoying, in particular, managed to transform into Mi Wang's likeness, causing Mi Wang to bare his teeth at her in mock anger. That evening, upon returning home, Wang Yan received an acceptance letter from Jiangnan University. Though he'd known the outcome all along, Wang Yan still felt a surge of excitement the moment he held the letter in his hands. The premier institution. Mom and Dad, did you see that? After discussing with Chen Yuan and the others, they quickly finalized their plans. In 2 weeks, they would set off for Jiangnan University. That same evening, Li Yingtian called. Hello, Chairman Li? Wang Yan, how are you? Those people yesterday didn't scare you, did they? Wang Yan recalled the investigation and shook his head with a smile. Nothing to worry about. If you've got nothing to hide, you've nothing to fear. Li Yingtian laughed heartily. Rest assured, this has nothing to do with you. The surveillance footage proves your innocence. They won't bother you again. Thank you, Chairman Li. Wang Yan had assumed Li Yingtian was just calling to reassure him, but it turned out to be more than that. Regarding that Lu Tian matter, I need to remind you of one more thing. According to the latest developments, Lu Tian's death is likely connected to Sakura country. Wang Yan couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock. The Cherry Blossom Nation did this? Those damn bastards. My guess is that this incident occurred immediately after the challenge order concluded, so it's highly probable it's connected to events within the challenge space. So Wang Yan, do you understand what I mean? Even though you concealed your identity as an aura master inside, you still need to be careful. If they truly came for the challenge space, then in fact, they're actually after you. Wang Yan listened to this string of analysis, his jaw dropping as he sucked in a sharp breath. Who'd have thought the source was me all along? Those bastards. Li Yingtian sighed. Good that you understand. The investigation will move forward as quickly as possible, but you must be extremely careful yourself. Got it? Understood. Chapter 194, Entering the Arena. The call ended. Wang Yan stared at the darkened screen, his eyes deep in thought. For some reason, the mention of Japan being a suspect immediately brought the twin sisters to mind. Is this a delusion? Or intuition? Wang Yan frowned. Could it be possible that these twin sisters were truly the ones who killed Lu Tian? But upon closer reflection, Wang Yan felt such speculation was overly hasty. After all, up until now, he hadn't sensed any clear intent from them. Forget evidence, he hadn't even caught a single hint of anything suspicious yet. After pondering for a while, Wang Yan's fingers tapped the screen. Looks like it's time to make my move. Since the enemy hadn't slipped up yet, he'd give them the chance to do so. To achieve such an effect, it naturally required Wang Yan to have a proper encounter with the twins. But Wang Yan declared, if I don't go to hell, who will? At this thought, Wang Yan couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn up. The show is about to begin. With his strategy set, Wang Yan began subtly dropping hints to lure them in. This tactic wasn't particularly difficult, it was like dangling a little sweet treat in front of them. Just a little trick. But unexpectedly, the twin sisters reacted with astonishing enthusiasm. They actually sent an invitation almost immediately. Seeing the message, Wang Yan let out a cold laugh. Already so eager? I thought this was supposed to be high-level stuff. Is this it? Wang Yan didn't respond immediately. A little restraint now and then was essential to avoid arousing suspicion. But these two desperate girls quickly found an excuse. Brother Wang Yan, though I don't know the specifics, I heard from Zhang Xingyi that there seems to have been some unpleasantness between you two. So this invitation is really meant to help smooth things over between you two. Brother Wang Yan, for our sake as sisters, please do us the honor. We beg you. Wang Yan nearly laughed out loud. And what about the other part? Hoshino Masami, the other part, what do you think, brother? Oomph. Wang Yan snorted. Is there a reward for guessing correctly? Hoshino Masami, of course. I'll let you in on a secret, there might be a surprise. Wang Yan, alright, I'll take a stab. My guess is, this other side involves you two having your own little plans too, right? What kind of thoughts? Wang Yan, that's something I can't say. All I can say is, I've already figured out what you mean. Hoshino Masami, so what do you mean, Wang Yan? Wang Yan, time and place. It's settled. Hoshino Masami cheered, turning to embrace her voluptuous sister. Sis, look. He agreed. Nami's eyes lit up. Really? Glancing down at the chat log, Nami's face quickly broke into a smile. This Wang Yan. He's not so hard to handle after all. He couldn't hold back so quickly, coming over even though he knew we were flirting with him. Masami lifted her chin triumphantly. Of course. Don't you see who's seducing him? That fool couldn't resist a bit, okay? Nami chuckled softly as she pinched Yame's petite nose. Yes. It's all thanks to our brilliant Yame. Any man would fall head over heels for you. Yame lifted her head haughtily, her beautiful eyes brimming with contempt. Because men are all scum. Nami sighed softly, ruffling Yame's hair. Alright, let's reply to him first. Send him the time and place. Yame snapped back to reality. Right. I almost forgot. Meanwhile, Wang Yan glanced at his phone with an expressionless face. We discussed it with Zhang Xingyi. Tomorrow night at 8, Drunken Wind Pavilion. Is that okay with you, brother Wang Yan? Wang Yan's gaze remained cold. No problem. The fish had taken the bait. The following evening, Wang Yan stood fully dressed before the mirror. His gaze grew distant. Could this be a trap? After a moment's thought, Wang Yan decided he should keep some options open. What if even the Silver King and Blood Fawn couldn't control the situation? Wang Yan ultimately sent a message to Su Muxue briefly outlining the current situation, then left home and strode off. Meanwhile, the phone in his coat pocket buzzed a few times before falling silent once more. Following the floor, the light from the bathroom door in the corner was visible. Peering through the crack, a hazy silhouette could be seen in the steamy bathroom, freely stretching her graceful form under the flowing water. And honestly, despite being called the Yen Luo King, this figure was anything but lowly-like. Drunken Wind Pavilion. Compared to the bustling downtown area, Drunken Wind Pavilion was situated in a relatively secluded location. Nestled in this area, the surrounding atmosphere naturally felt much quieter. The small building was quite elegant, a 4-story structure with an antique exterior that stood out as remarkably stylish amidst the steel jungle. You sure know how to pick a spot. Wang Yan quipped, wondering what kind of romantic encounter awaited him. Upon reaching the door of room 402, Wang Yan pushed it open and his pupils instantly contracted. What was this? The room was bathed in a soft pink glow. Seriously, what kind of person uses lighting like this? Was tonight's romantic encounter going to be this thrilling? But what truly shocked Wang Yan was his own state. Ding! Attention, you are now under illusion control. The effect will activate in 1 second. Shock filled Wang Yan's eyes as he immediately activated his purification aura. Looking around the room, it was just a simple private booth. Aside from the chairs being wide enough for 2 people, nothing else seemed out of the ordinary. Directly across from him, Hoshino Nami and Hoshino Masami were now staring intently at him. As for Zhang Xingyi, the guy was actually seated off to the side. Wang Yan's mind raced in an instant. He froze in place, his gaze suddenly blank and vacant. Where exactly did this illusion originate? Could it be the sisters' abilities? Seeing Wang Yan frozen in place, the sisters exchanged a glance. Masami giggled softly. Wang Yan? Wang Yan felt a surge of tension, yet he remained utterly unresponsive. Yame visibly relaxed. It worked. Wang Yan, close the door now. The tone behind those words shifted abruptly. Hoshino Yame's playful teasing vanished, replaced by a cold, commanding order. Wang Yan's heart skipped a beat. Could this control effect mean losing one's mind, becoming their puppet to command and dispose of? Wang Yan chose to keep up the act, turning to close the door. Seeing this, both sisters visibly exhaled in relief. Alright, the control is in effect. The rest will be easy. Nami nodded instinctively, but her eyes kept darting back to Wang Yan. Do you think he could be that mysterious powerhouse? Hearing this, Yame sneered coldly. Why not just ask him? With that, Yame called out coldly, Hey! Over here! Wang Yan's heart clenched at the sound of her voice. Just moments ago she was calling him Brother Wang, and now she was turning her back on him like that? I'll make sure you pay for this. Chapter 195, The Performance. Wang Yan mechanically walked up to Hoshino Yame. She immediately stood up and placed her hand on his shoulder. Wang Yan, do I look pretty? Damn it! Wang Yan was utterly speechless inside. But this was clearly a critical moment. He had to play along to see through their scheme. After all, Wang Yan wasn't truly under their control. With a sudden resolve, he fixed her with a gaze full of devotion. The nation will remember my sacrifice. Beautiful. Yame smiled triumphantly. Do you like it? Wang Yan looked utterly intoxicated. I love it. Ha ha ha. Yame laughed so hard she couldn't stop. So, did you like it, sis? Pretty? Of course she's pretty. Then do you like her? Wang Yan was overcome with excitement. I do. Oomph. Hoshino Yame suddenly snorted derisively, turning her head to look at Nami. See that, sis? That's the true nature of men. Nami frowned at the sight, surprised that the seemingly refined Wang Yan would stoop to such affectation. She remembered clearly that Wang Yan had a girlfriend. Zhang Xingyi had mentioned her name was Su Muxue. Even with a girlfriend, he still had designs on the two of them. Typical male behavior, as always. Nami shook her head and sighed. Alright, tell me. Who among you is the strongest core member in the challenge space? Ha? Wang Yan's heart jolted violently. The strongest core member, that's me, isn't it? Damn it. So the real target really is me. Liang Tian actually guessed correctly. The fatal question struck and Wang Yan's mind raced. In a flash of inspiration, a single sentence burst from his lips. It's Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan? Both sisters were startled, their minds instantly recalling the boy who had stayed by Wang Yan's side that day in the shop. Could it really be him? But he clearly respects you. Among the four of you, you're the backbone, right? Wang Yan fired back without hesitation. Because I'm the class monitor and the Su family's son-in-law. Plus, I have the dragon-blooded crocodile. The Su family gave me our strongest combat asset. While he's highly talented, his status pales in comparison to mine. Besides, he needs to conceal his identity to avoid drawing enemy attention. The sisters couldn't help but ponder. So that's how it is. So he's using your prestigious status as cover for himself? Wang Yan nodded. You could say that. Hoshino Masami turned to Nami. Sis, even though he's a shield, his value isn't insignificant. I don't think we should kill him. Hoshino Nami nodded solemnly. I agree. His status is prominent and his authority is considerable. We can use him to gather all their geniuses. Masami's eyes lit up. Great idea. It's just a bit of a shame. Masami turned back to appraise Wang Yan. This guy, he's quite handsome. I'd love to see him stripped naked, trembling before us. He. Nami snorted, you. What's so appealing about that? Haven't you had enough of Lu Tian? It's utterly disgusting. Behave yourself. The greater good comes first. Yame sighed helplessly. Fine. The greater good comes first. Nami turned to Wang Yan. Send a group message to your class. Tell them to head to Villa 21 in Luanting residential area. You guys just finished the college entrance exams, right? Just tell them you're about to head off to university. Call it one last class reunion. Wang Yan's heart sank. These two vicious women weren't satisfied with killing Lu Tian. They were planning to wipe out the entire group. But upon careful consideration, Wang Yan concluded the charade could still be maintained under the current circumstances. He pulled out his phone and began sending messages as instructed. Soon, the class group chat erupted. Luanting Villa? That's one of the best villa complexes in Tianshui. Class monitor, did you buy a villa? Class president, why are we meeting there? Is there something planned? Wang Yan explained according to their version of events. Oh, I see. Since it's our last gathering before graduation, everyone should try to make it. You're right. No excuses allowed. Anyone who dares skip it, we'll all come over to your place. Seeing their classmates' doubts dispelled, the sisters exchanged a knowing smile. But just then, Wang Yan's phone suddenly rang, startling all three of them. The screen displayed two words in bright letters. Chen Yuan. It's him. That powerful guy. Listen carefully. Nami sprang to her feet. You absolutely cannot arouse his suspicion. You must get him to come along with us. You handle the rest on your own. Got it? Wang Yan took a deep breath and nodded. Bro, time to test our teamwork. He answered the call. Hello? What's up? Chen Yuan sounded puzzled. Hey, old Wang, what's with the sudden call? Even I didn't know. Did you really buy a house at Luanting Villa? Wang Yan, yeah, just bought it yesterday. Fully furnished. Checked it out last night, pretty nice. Too bad you weren't there. You insisted on heading out to grind levels. Let me tell you, there's a pool hall in the villa. We're both getting busier these days. Remember back when we used to battle it out in the pool hall? If you'd come, I'd have challenged you to a rematch. On the other end of the line, Chen Yuan listened to Wang Yan's light, nostalgic chuckle, but he couldn't muster a single smile. Instead, Chen Yuan's eyes widened in shock. Yesterday, he had indeed gone out to grind levels, but he hadn't gone alone. All four of them had gone together. When did it turn into buying a villa? And billiards? All he knew about Wang Yan during high school was that he was all about studying. Sure, Chen Yuan loved playing pool, but that had absolutely nothing to do with Wang Yan. And fierce battles. Wang Yan had never even set foot in a billiards hall. Chen Yuan's expression turned unusually stern as countless possibilities flashed through his mind. Old Wang, what the hell is going on here? Could it be that this isn't really Wang Yan? But how could he mistake Wang Yan's voice and tone? This was undoubtedly Wang Yan himself. Then why? Why did Wang Yan mention two incorrect pieces of information? Chen Yuan had a sinking feeling that Wang Yan must have run into trouble. If that's the case, could it be that these two pieces of information which they both knew were false were actually a hint? Chen Yuan took a deep breath, his expression grave. Then we'll wait until tomorrow. The gathering is tomorrow night. Don't chicken out, then whoever backs down is a coward. Wang Yan gave a dry chuckle, but inside, he felt reassured. Chen Yuan didn't argue back. This meant he had already sensed something was amiss. TSK, my brother's the real deal. Alright, no more chit-chat. See you tomorrow night. Don't be a no-show. Alright, you bet. The call ended, and Chen Yuan's face paled slightly. Old Wang must be in trouble. What should I do? What should I do? Right. Su Mu Xue. First, ask her if she knows anything. Do you know where old Wang is right now? Reply immediately if you see this is an absolute emergency. Chapter 196, A False Alarm. On the sofa, Su Mu Xue, a towel wrapped around her head, stared intently at her phone with a grave expression. Upon seeing Chen Yuan's message, Su Mu Xue immediately responded. What's going on? Chen Yuan immediately called her back. Hello? Do you know where Wang Yan is right now? He might be in danger. Su Mu Xue's eyes widened slightly as she quickly recalled the message Wang Yan had sent. First tell me, how did you find out? What's going on? Chen Yuan paused. She sensed something was wrong too? Chen Yuan immediately cut to the chase. I just called old Wang, something's definitely wrong with him. He mentioned two incorrect pieces of information and brought up the past. I feel like he was hinting at me. This must be a distress signal. Su Mu Xue couldn't help but frown. Hold on, I just got a message from Wang Yan, but I didn't see it because I was in the shower. Wang Yan said he sensed something off about those two women with Zhang Shengyi, so he went to the meeting. You mean those twins? Chen Yuan slapped his forehead. Oh no. Old Wang told me right away that something was off about them. Looks like he was right. Old Wang is in danger now. Su Mu Xue paused, feeling a wave of unease wash over her as she listened to Chen Yuan. But after turning it over in her mind, Su Mu Xue still felt something wasn't quite right. Wang Yan had explicitly told her he was going to act as bait. Could it be that Wang Yan's current situation was special? Given his abilities, plus Bloodfang and Silver King, under what circumstances would Wang Yan give you such a hint? Ha? Chen Yuan couldn't help but pause. Something didn't feel quite right. First, Wang Yan's tone when answering the call was steady, clearly not like someone who'd just been in combat. Second, under what circumstances would he need to resort to hints? Coercion. But logically speaking, with Wang Yan's exaggerated amplification, once he lost his temper, Bloodfang and Silver King might as well have been sent flying into the sky. Even if they couldn't win, they shouldn't be forced into submission, right? Are you saying Wang Yan was pretending to be coerced or controlled? Acting it out for those twins? Su Mu Xue furrowed her delicate brows, pondered for a moment, then glanced at the clock. Wait another half hour. If things still aren't right after that, we'll storm in and rescue them. No, we go now. Once the half hour is up, we storm in. The call ended, and Wang Yan stood frozen in place. You really bought a villa? Wang Yan shook his head. No, my family lives right here. Buying a villa wouldn't be unreasonable, it makes more sense that way. Why else would we need to meet at a villa? You're surprisingly clever. Yame chuckled softly. Not bad. Looks like Chen Yuan definitely won't back out now. Nami nodded. The rest, we'll see tomorrow. She turned to Wang Yan. Once you get back, carry on as usual. Got it? Wang Yan obediently nodded. Understood. Hand over your phone. Wang Yan's heart skipped a beat. Was she going to inspect his phone? But Nami merely produced a small device with a flashing red dot and attached it to the back of the phone. This is a tracker. Don't mess with it, got it? Understood. Naishua handed the phone back and turned to look at Yame. Any other instructions? If not, he can go now. Or, why don't you play with him first? You did say he's quite handsome. Playing for real is fine too, you know? Hearing this, Yame's eyes narrowed with suspicion before breaking into a mischievous grin. Sis, you wouldn't be wanting to watch, would you? Put. Nami turned her head away. Fine, I won't watch if you won't let me. You can play by yourself. Hee. Yame leaned in, wrapping her arms around Nami from behind. If you really want to watch, I guess I could let you. After all, you're my big sister. But you know, let's wait until tomorrow night. Save him for last. That way, he won't be so weak he can barely stand by tomorrow afternoon. We don't want anyone catching on. Nayuki's eyes lit up. Deal. Tomorrow night it is. Yame suddenly slipped her hand into the valley. Want to join me, sis? Ouch. What are you doing? Take it out. When Wang Yan stepped outside, the night breeze hit him full force, making his lips twitch involuntarily. These twins really didn't treat him like an outsider. That ball was huge. Glancing around the street, Wang Yan instinctively moved toward the curb to hail a cab. But as his gaze swept the area, his eyes suddenly narrowed. There it was! Su Che's car? Why was he here? Could it be? Thoughts raced through Wang Yan's mind as he walked straight toward the car. But when he reached the roadside, Wang Yan suddenly stopped. Spotting an approaching taxi, he hailed it, climbed inside, and sped away. Inside Su Che's car, Su Che himself, Su Mushua, Chen Yuan, and Li Yingtian all watched helplessly as Wang Yan drove away. Chen Yuan murmured to himself he recognized Uncle Su's car, but he didn't get in. Su Mushua frowned, her gaze fixed on the upper floors of the restaurant building. As expected, he's still not in a position to act freely. Chen Yuan looked guilty. Thank goodness you stopped me earlier. Su Mushua shook her head slightly. Let's not dwell on that now. Wang Yan got into his own car. Should we call him to check on the situation? Li Yingtian and Su Che, who were ahead, both brightened at the suggestion. You're right. It's not wise to act rashly now. Let's hear what he has to say first. Beep beep. Hello, Mushua? Su Mushua nervously swallowed. It's me. Wang Yan, are you at home right now? This was clearly another test. Wang Yan knew exactly what was going on. Of course I'm home. I'm already asleep. What's up? Su Mushua's eyes froze. Oh no. Wang Yan still couldn't talk freely. What was going on? Didn't he get into the taxi alone? Su Mushua's eyes widened in shock. Nothing. Since you're asleep, get some rest. See you tomorrow. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Good night. The call ended, and the people in the car exchanged glances. Looks like Wang Yan's situation is still pretty unusual. Let's go chase after that car immediately. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Su Mushua's phone buzzed. A text message. Su Mushua hurriedly checked it. He says his phone has a tracking device installed. He doesn't know if it has a listening function. The group's expressions paled. Let's go straight to his place. I'll find a professional right now. Half an hour later. Rest assured, it's just a standard tracking device, no listening capabilities. At Wang Yan's residence, the technician had already completed the assessment. The people in the room finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Yingtian stepped forward and grasped his hand. It's so late, thank you for your hard work. The technician was flattered by the gesture. Once he was dismissed, no outsiders remained in the room. Everyone turned their gaze to Wang Yan. So, what's the situation now? Wang Yan looked just as bewildered. I was about to ask you the same thing, why are you all here? Su Mushua murmured softly, we were just worried something might happen to you. Chapter 197, Entering the Game. Su Mushua's words instantly clicked for Wang Yan, and his gaze immediately fixed on Chen Yuan. It seemed Chen Yuan hadn't just sensed something was off with him. He'd actually thought something had happened to him. That reaction was sharp. Wang Yan said no more, cutting straight to the point. Well then, Chairman Li, let's discuss the current situation. Chairman Li, you called me earlier regarding Lu Tian's death. You remember that, don't you? Seeing Wang Yan's serious expression, Li Yingtian couldn't help but feel a pang of unease. This matter clearly wasn't trivial. I remember. Wang Yan nodded. Now, I can tell you with certainty that the murderer has been found. It's the two people I met with tonight. Hoshino Masami and Hoshino Nami, two Japanese nationals. Li Yingtian paused, his breath catching. Are you certain? Wang Yan nodded. Certain. Their conversation tonight mentioned Lu Tian. We can safely conclude Lu Tian died at the hands of these twins. As for the method, it was an illusion. Illusion? Li Yingtian froze for a moment, then suddenly understood. You mean they used illusions to make Lu Tian perform some utterly bizarre actions, leading to his eventual death from loss of yang energy? Li Yingtian paused for several seconds. That phrasing was quite diplomatic, to say the least. But everyone present was an adult, the implication was clear to all. Chen Yuan's face turned green. Being drained dry was one thing, but the fact that there was no actual process at all. It was all self-directed within the illusion. What a nightmare of a death. Wang Yan, however, remained composed, his expression solemn and formal. For now, that's the reality of the situation. Since I'm immune to control, I decided to play along tonight. We've already set the location, you should be aware of that by now. Based on my analysis, they likely plan to use this illusion to trap everyone attending tomorrow's gathering. Therefore, Chairman Li, we need to provide backup. On the street, a stunning beauty sat in a sleek sports car as it roared past. Hello? Mr. Liu? In the passenger seat, Nami put the call on speaker. The goods are secured. Someone will deliver them to you tomorrow. Nami looked at Nozomi with anticipation. Thank you for your help, Lu-san. I'll report your contribution accurately to the higher-ups. Thank you, Miss Nami. Sounds like you're busy, so I won't keep you. The call ended. Yumi, driving, burst into laughter. Yay! We got the goods. Tomorrow we can pull off a big one. Sis, don't forget we promised we'd do this together. Nami's expression stiffened momentarily as Wang Yan's face flashed unbidden through her mind. Truth be told, Wang Yan was undeniably handsome. But Nami sighed softly as she looked at Yemi, her eyes filled with nothing but affection. After everyone had left, Wang Yan slept soundly once more. But it was clear that many others might not sleep well that night. Liang Tian had already agreed to cooperate with Wang Yan's arrangements tomorrow. This meant he would lead his men to directly surround the scene. With that, many preparations had to be initiated that very night to ensure tomorrow's operation went flawlessly. One could only wonder how Lu Tian's family would react if they knew the killer had finally been brought to justice by Wang Yan. And that unlucky soul, Zhang Xingyi, well. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the afternoon of the next day. At the villa entrance, Zhang Xingyi stood dressed in a crisp suit, looking every bit the part. Ding dong! Soon, a familiar figure emerged, none other than Hoshino Masami. Oh, isn't this brother-y? You're here so early? Zhang Xingyi was clearly still under control. The moment he saw Masami, his eyes went blank. Hoshino Masami gave a dismissive snort. Come in. Close the door properly. With that, she sashayed inside. Zhang Xingyi, like an obedient robot, closed the door as instructed before following her inside. Upon reaching the living room, he saw both women sitting on the sofa, engrossed in their phones. Everything appeared to be in place. Without receiving new instructions, Zhang Xingyi stood there stiffly. He resembled a robotic dog whose batteries had been removed. This is the place. Standing before the villa, Wang Yan surveyed the large courtyard inside and murmured softly. Unexpectedly, the villa itself was quite spacious, but it was the attached courtyard that seemed truly enormous. It was practically a miniature estate. Wow, this place is huge. Look at that massive yard. Chen Yuan exclaimed in awe, pointing toward the outdoor dining area tucked in the corner. Hey! How about we set up a table outside later? Wang Yan glanced over before continuing to survey the surroundings. The villa was indeed spacious, but only the front and back sides faced the road. The left and right sides were flanked by neighboring villas. The neighbors, naturally, also lived in villas. In such an environment, with the front and back completely blocked off, if someone wanted to escape, climbing over the wall to the neighbor's property might be a decent option. Of course, it could also mean a quicker death. Wang Yan couldn't help but chuckle softly as he raised his hand to press the doorbell. Ding dong! Soon, someone emerged from inside. None other than Zhang Xingyi. Chen Yuan couldn't resist teasing him, dressed up so formally, are you here to be the groom? But Zhang Xingyi paid no heed to Chen Yuan's teasing, merely opening the door expressionlessly. Come on in. A lot of classmates are already here. With that, he turned and headed back inside. Oh, and remember to close the door. Wang Yan and the others exchanged glances, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes. Clearly, something was off with this guy. Given his tendency to get worked up over verbal jabs, Chen Yuan's earlier remark should have been enough to set him off. Yet now, he showed no reaction whatsoever. The more they thought about it, the more danger they sensed. This was downright terrifying. The villa before them seemed like a monstrous, man-eating maw. Wang Yan keenly sensed the heavy atmosphere and drew everyone's attention with a light chuckle. Don't worry, I've got this. Just react quickly. The others relaxed slightly. Yet, just a few steps away, the moment they stepped into the villa, all of them suddenly stopped in their tracks. Wang Yan, standing rooted to the spot, narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed the control had taken effect. As expected, this place also harbored an illusion. The plan could now officially commence. Wang Yan took a deep breath, stepped inside, and then abruptly stopped in his tracks. It appeared to be identical to the few people beside him. Tap, tap. Soft footsteps echoed as a graceful figure emerged from the shadows within the doorway. Her beautiful eyes held a hint of a smile, yet they seemed to conceal countless tales of bloodshed and conspiracy. Chapter 198, Showdown. What's the situation? Behind them, Nami emerged at a leisurely pace. Yame glanced back with a smile. Looks like everything's under control. With that, she called out loudly, go close the door. Zhang Xingyi, the ever-reliable sidekick, scurried off again. Watching Zhang Xingyi's retreating figure, Nami's gaze drifted to the distance. At the main gate, Wang Yan and the others stood in a row, like prisoners awaiting execution. A faint smile touched Nami's lips. The big fish is already in place. All that's left are the small fry. Once they're all gathered, we can make our move. Yame flashed a sly grin. Sis, don't forget we need to save one for later. Nami rolled her eyes inwardly, feeling a wave of exasperation. This little sister of hers seemed to have a particular fondness for that sort of thing. Though she was picky about who she chose. Yame stepped into the courtyard and called out to Wang Yan and the others. They gathered by the living room wall, lining up in a row. Throughout this process, Wang Yan kept feigning ignorance. Until everyone was gathered. The class was quite large, and the walls surrounding the living room were nearly filled to capacity. The two sisters stood in the center, surveying their handiwork with satisfaction. The scene was truly a sight to behold. Yame, we can begin. Yame smiled triumphantly at the prompt, pulling a remote control from her pocket. Everyone, are you ready? No worries if you're not, I'll be quick. A low chuckle escaped her lips as her eyes suddenly turned fierce. Damn you, dragon country people. All of you, die. Buzz. A powerful hum filled the air. Wang Yan distinctly sensed a palpable mental fluctuation rippling through the air. The blank look vanished from Wang Yan's face. The moment had arrived. Divine purification aura. Silently, the purifying force swept across the entire arena. Everyone's eyes instantly cleared. Ha! I'm fine now? I'm fine too. Damn it, we were just under control. What's with these two? Voices began to echo around them, some bewildered, some indignant. Especially Zhang Xingyi. The moment this guy regained his senses, all the memories from when he was under control flooded back. Those shameful scenes twisted his face in agony. Hoshino Masami. How dare you? How dare you make me? You filthy, I'll kill you. Masami's eyes widened in shock. Staring at the raging Zhang Xingyi, her face looked as though she'd seen a ghost. You too? How could this be? The control failed? This is impossible. Zhang Xingyi's face twisted into a hideous grimace, his eyes brimming with overwhelming hatred. His dramatic display drew the attention of his classmates. What's wrong with Brother Zhang? His expression is terrifying. Why do I feel like what he's going through is even scarier? You mean, he was? Hearing the murmurs around him, Zhang Xingyi's expression darkened further. He was a holy light priest, for crying out loud. And here he was, lying on the ground getting that done to him. Damn it! The more he thought about it, the more intense the hatred in Zhang Xingyi's heart grew. Yame was completely stunned at that moment. Nami appeared somewhat calmer, though her expression was equally grim. Her beautiful eyes were now filled with icy murderous intent, her gaze sweeping relentlessly over everyone present. Sister! Yame instinctively looked toward Nami. Nami didn't even turn her head. The illusionary god formation has failed. Why did this happen? Nami's expression darkened. I don't know. In the living room, a crimson glow had begun flickering like alarm lights, spreading throughout the space. Even in broad daylight, it was strikingly visible. In this atmosphere, the two sisters, panicked and desperate, felt as if they had reached the end of the world. Since the illusory god formation has truly failed, the subsequent illusory god killing array naturally cannot be activated either. Yame, we must activate the contingency plan. Hearing this, Yame's face paled. Sister. Nami shook her head slightly. Yame, we've long been prepared for this day, haven't we? For the great Sakura Empire, we fear nothing. Yame couldn't find words to counter, turning instead to glare hatefully around her. Don't let me find out who it was. Oomph. Do you think that by disrupting our plans, you can escape unscathed? You're delusional. Today, every last one of you here will die. Is that so? At that moment, a mocking voice suddenly rang out. All eyes instantly turned toward the source. In the corner of the living room, Wang Yan leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, watching them with an amused expression. Upon seeing him, Nami and Yami both widened their eyes in shock. It's you! TSK. Wang Yan chuckled softly and shook his head. Finally figured it out? You might seem a bit slow, but honestly, you really are slow. Everyone stared blankly for a moment, feeling their brains short-circuit. The sisters were momentarily dazed, but their expressions quickly darkened again. He's insulting us. Damn it, this is humiliation. Utter and complete humiliation. Don't get too cocky. Mark my words. Even without the illusionary god array, you'll all die today. Oh? So confident? Wang Yan's expression turned amused. Why don't you just show us what you've got? Ha! Nami's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Why isn't he afraid? He doesn't show even a hint of panic. Could it be? Nami's expression abruptly changed. Yame, hurry. Activate the illusory god ascension array. Yami, clearly sensing something too, immediately pressed the remote control. But 1 second passed, then 2. Time dragged on. The grand spectacle they'd anticipated showed no sign of materializing. The tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife, yet nothing happened. Hoshino, Nami and Yumi's faces turned completely pale. How could this happen? How could it? The final resort was gone. At this moment, Hoshino Masami was utterly distraught. The entire scheme had ultimately proven utterly futile. What awaited them now? Hoshino Masami felt as if the sky had fallen. She could die, but she could never die in such a meaningless way. That would be an insult to her very being. She was an agent of the great Sakura Empire. Beside her, Nami turned to Wang Yan, her eyes brimming with disbelief. How did you manage that? Were you faking it all that night too? You've been putting on a show for us the whole time? Hearing this, Yame's eyes widened once more. Critical hit. This was an absolute critical hit. And here she was, smugly scheming to keep him around for that kind of thing. She'd even planned to drag her sister into it. But in reality, this guy had been fully conscious the entire time. He had watched it all unfold right before his eyes. Hoshino Yame felt like she was about to lose her mind. She couldn't even begin to imagine the utter contempt and disdain this guy must have felt inside while she was saying those things. Chapter 199, Sudden Turn for the Worse. Wang Yan was actually a bit dazed at that moment. According to the plan, the villa's perimeter had already been sealed off completely. And according to Li Yingtian, a big shot had arrived to hold down the fort. With so many powerful individuals present, even if the villa's basement was riddled with explosives, Wang Yan and his companions needn't worry excessively about their safety. Not to mention the protective shield aura. But what Wang Yan hadn't anticipated was that after Yame pressed that switch, absolutely nothing happened. This feeling was downright absurd. It was like someone tossing a grenade your way, only to find it was a toy when it hit the ground. After pondering for a moment, Wang Yan decided it would be safer to play the role of a sage at this point. Definitely not to show off. Wang Yan gave a cryptic smile. You're overestimating yourselves, heh. Just childish games. Ouch, right. Didn't you want to keep me here? You even wanted to, well, you know. So now, are you coming? You. Hoshino Masami's face twisted into a fury. Bastard. I'll kill you. Swish. A long katana suddenly appeared in her hand. Seeing this, Nami immediately drew her own long sword, identical to Masami's. Compared to the enraged Masami, Nami's face bore a more pure intent to kill. She was far more composed than her younger sister. But now, a crowd had gathered around them. Seeing these two mad women dare to draw weapons, the classmates immediately protested. Swish. 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 Blades, spears, swords, halberds, shields, and wands all appeared on the scene in an instant. At this spectacle, Yame, who had been howling moments before, instantly took a step back. Oomph. Wang Yan couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. You called so many people over. Come to think of it, I should thank you all, shouldn't I? You. Not just Yame, even the usually composed Nami clenched her teeth in fury. This guy was utterly despicable. Wasn't he basically accusing them of shooting themselves in the foot? The murderous intent on Nami's face grew even more intense. Just a bunch of freshmen, a bunch of useless good-for-nothings. Wang Yan, do you really think they can protect you? Wang Yan couldn't help but laugh. In the challenge letter, Kitahara Asuka thought the same thing. Ha! At those words, Nami and Yami's expressions instantly changed. So it was you. All that talk that night was a lie. You're the real culprit behind it all. Ha, I told you two were slow on the uptake, and you really are slow on the uptake. Wang Yan sneered coldly, glancing at Chen Yuan and the others. Attack! Clang! A massive sword instantly materialized in Chen Yuan's hand, crashing down onto the ground with a clang. Heh, finally getting down to business? I couldn't wait any longer. Such a pretty girl sure must be satisfying to chop her up, huh? Chen Yuan let out a savage laugh and charged forward, sword raised. Meanwhile, Wang Yan had already prepared himself in silence. The scene instantly transformed into a battlefield. The surrounding students weren't fools, after all. Though they'd been screaming their heads off, when it came down to it, not a single one actually stepped forward. After all, the mad woman had made it clear they were nothing but a bunch of freshmen. She clearly didn't give them the time of day. Charging forward now would be utterly foolish. But the support classes were still incredibly reliable. As Chen Yuan charged forward, multicolored halos quickly illuminated his body, making him look dazzlingly colorful. Chen Yuan's confidence soared instantly. Wielding his heavy sword, he unleashed a heavy sword, no edge. Chen Yuan's new skill. Blunt edge increases attack and defense by 50%, making this strike unavoidable. The opponent can only choose to block head-on. The signature skill of the heavy warrior, complete with a built-in taunt effect. Faced with this skill, the sisters' flashy maneuvers became utterly useless. Their only option was to meet it head-on. Clang! A piercing clang echoed through the arena. A sword against dual blades, this bone-crunching clash sent blood rushing through the veins. Instantly, both sisters' expressions shifted slightly. Without a word, they stumbled backward, step after step. By the time they halted, they had retreated nearly to the edge of the living room. What overwhelming power! The two women couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Little did they know, Chen Yuan felt even more stunned inside. He too couldn't withstand that sharp momentum, his feet involuntarily retreating step after step. In the blink of an eye, the living room fell deathly silent. A deadlock had formed. Wang Yan glanced around at the surrounding classmates. It seemed the buff effects were working quite well. With so many people amplifying one target, the effect was actually quite impressive. Chen Yuan was alone, and holding his own against two opponents was already commendable. After all, the two sisters on the opposing side were both nearing level 40. Wang Yan activated his aura immediately. Attack boost, 60%. Holy damage, 60%. Extra shields, 6 layers. With this wave of buffs activated, Chen Yuan instantly grinned. Ha! Not half bad. Let me tell you a secret, I only used about 20% of my strength just now. The two sisters across from him instantly flushed with anger. 20% effort? You've got to be kidding me. How dare you brag like that, you mere freshman? Not just the sisters, but the surrounding students couldn't help but wear wry smiles. Who in their right mind would believe that? But Chen Yuan really did charge forward once more. The sisters' killing intent surged instantly. You're asking for it. A pale blue light flared as their sword strike suddenly became 5 times faster. Clearly, they had activated a skill. Yet the next instant clang. A thunderous clang echoed, and both women flew backward like 2 bouncing balls sent flying by a single sword strike. Boom! Their bodies slammed directly into the wall, actually punching a hole through it. Through the smoke and dust, their bodies rolled far away outside. Everyone froze in disbelief at that moment. You've gotta be kidding me. This gap? You must be cheating. Chen Yuan grinned, deftly swinging his heavy sword over his shoulder. Just a bunch of cherry blossom country scum. Seriously, I didn't even bother to try. The crowd fell into stunned silence. Outside, the 2 sisters tumbled wildly, finally grinding to a halt near the wall before collapsing and coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Sis. What do we do? Nami wiped the blood from her lips. Run. There's no other way. That bastard is ridiculously strong. Now I finally understand why the entire challenge force was wiped out. We absolutely must report the true situation here back to headquarters. The sisters exchanged a glance, then immediately set their sights on the neighboring villa. Run that way. With that, the 2 women began sprinting, ignoring the excruciating pain coursing through their bodies. That Wang Yan isn't so great after all. He still hasn't caught up yet. As they neared the wall, Yame couldn't help but sneer. But upon hearing this, Nami suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. No way. Impossible. How could he possibly have anticipated everything? One girl scoffed, the other refused to believe it, and in a few quick moves, they scaled the wall. Yet when they looked down, on the other side of the wall, there stood a line of warriors, fully armed and ready for battle. At the forefront, Liang Tian smiled. Hoshino Masami, Hoshino Nami, right? We've been waiting for you. Chapter 200, Level 20. Wang Yan, are we really not going to chase after them? In the villa's living room, a classmate's face betrayed concern. Wang Yan shook his head with a faint smile, showing not a trace of worry. Don't worry. They won't get away. Upon hearing this, the others pondered and began to form their own suspicions. Is there someone waiting outside to help them? Wang Yan's eyes sparkled with amusement. Since I dared gather everyone here, how could I possibly put you all in danger? Rest assured, this place has been sealed off like a barrel. Not even a fly could escape, let alone a living person. Just then, a voice crackled through Wang Yan's earpiece. Wang Yan, the twins have been apprehended. Everyone can relax now. Wang Yan couldn't help but laugh. Thank you for your hard work, President Li. Hearing this, the others instantly realized Wang Yan was communicating with someone outside. And it seemed the outcome was already decided. So, Wang Yan, have they been caught? Wang Yan nodded with a faint smile. Yes, they've been successfully apprehended by the outside team. Everyone can relax now. The crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. Good. Good. Those 2 scumbags from the land of cherry blossoms dared to stir up trouble on our dragon nation's soil. So Wang Yan, you deliberately sent the message to gather us here? This place was already set up like a trap from the start. Whoa, you're something else, class leader. Having been held captive moments before, everyone now felt a mix of relief and awe, expressing their admiration and amazement. In the bustling living room, Zhang Xingyi listened to the flattery with a complex expression. After hesitating for a long time, he finally gathered his courage and approached Wang Yan. Wang Yan, you saved me again. If not for you, I might have ended up like Lu Tian. Thank you. Before he could finish, Wang Yan waved him off. Strangely enough, looking at this unlucky soul, Wang Yan felt a rare pang of sympathy. Lu Tian had certainly met a humiliating end, but this guy didn't seem to be faring much better. Judging by his earlier furious rant, the treatment he'd endured must have been pretty explosive. Wang Yan felt a hint of emotion. No need for formalities. We're classmates after all. You don't have to dwell on the past. We're about to enter university. Zhang Xingyi, the Holy Light Priest class actually has decent potential. If you can rein in your temper, you might just go far in the future. Hearing these words, Zhang Xingyi couldn't help but recognize their sincerity. Reflecting on his past self, Zhang Xingyi felt utterly ashamed. Back then, he truly had been worse than a pig or a dog. Wang Yan, thank you. 1,000 words choked in his throat. In the end, all he could manage was a single thank you. Wang Yan smiled faintly at the sight. It was clear this kid was determined to turn over a new leaf. We're all heroes today, and since we're here for a gathering anyway, I say we just have a real party right here to celebrate. What do you say? Sounds great. The students' eyes lit up instantly. Anyone know how to cook? Let's check the kitchen for food and drinks. Me. I drove here, so I'll be the designated driver. Anyone want to come grocery shopping with me? What began as an unexpected incident had now transformed into a lively class reunion. After weathering the storm, the class's bond had clearly grown stronger. 2 days later, Wang Yan received a call from Liang Tian. Wang Yan, the interrogation results for those twins are in. Oh? Wang Yan's eyes lit up. What's the situation? Liang Tian's voice carried a hint of satisfaction. As expected, their ultimate target was indeed you. You're now on the radar in Sakura country, though the details remain unclear. But there's one unexpected piece of good news. A surprise? Liang Tian sighed. Perhaps it should be considered a tragedy instead. We uncovered a traitor named Lu Wei. He was the one who provided support for the twins when they first arrived here. And the means they used to cast illusions? That was actually the effect of a special formation. The core of that formation was supplied by this Lu Wei. Wang Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. So that's how it is. Oof. A traitor within our own ranks. Seems my decision to conceal my identity was indeed wise. Liang Tian adopted a serious tone. Not only that, through Lu Wei, we've learned there's a bigger fish above him. We just can't confirm their identity yet. They possess strong counter-surveillance awareness. But you needn't worry too much. You'll be heading to Jiangnan University soon, so you won't have to concern yourself with this place anymore. Wang Yan nodded. That's true. We'll be leaving in about 10 days. Liang Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Excellent. You truly need a bigger stage. Your future will take you far beyond what this old man can foresee. Wang Yan, you are the pride of Tianshui City. Once you get to university, I've heard Jiangnan University has quite a rich heritage. There are many valuable resources you'll be able to utilize, plus the Freshman Challenge Tournament. The final rewards are incredibly generous. Liang Tian's words gradually turned into trivial chatter, but Wang Yan listened with a warm feeling in his heart. At that moment, Liang Tian truly resembled an elder who couldn't help but fret over his child. Though he droned on, every word was filled with genuine concern. Over the next few days, Wang Yan led his team to continue leveling up. Leveling up was merely incidental. Wang Yan's primary focus remained on Silver King and Rice King. Currently, both Silver King and Rice King were at level 16, their levels perfectly matched. Wang Yan planned to push them past level 25 within the next few days. This was no small feat. However, it was worth mentioning that the reward Wang Yan had received earlier, the sacred ore. He had originally intended to give it to Bloodfang, but to his surprise, Bloodfang showed no interest whatsoever. Clearly, their compatibility was off. Wang Yan could only assign it to Silver King instead. Once it reached level 20, Silver King would evolve. A few days later. Wow! Wang Yan! My Silver King hit level 20! Su Mushue's delighted voice echoed through the secret realm. Hearing this, Wang Yan looked at Silver King, a faint smile spreading across his face. The Silver King had already imparted his thoughts to him, and the Silver King had also reached level 20. At this moment, the Silver King's size was nearly comparable to that of a full-grown Siberian husky. But this wasn't its final form yet. The creature could still grow. Wang Yan stroked the Silver King's head as he began to review its latest information. Silver Tabby Main Coon Dragon Cat Hero, level 20, Agility, Strength, and Intelligence. Skills: Dragon King's Claw, Phantom Step, Main Dragon Breath, Dragon's Might, Dragon King's Descent, Main Tide, Dragon King's Shield. Wang Yan's eyes lit up slightly as he examined the new skills. Defensive skills? Truly an all-around beast pet. Chapter 201, Jiangnan University. Dragon King's Shield condenses main dragon power into a shield wall, maximum range 3 meters high and 6 meters wide, capable of absorbing massive damage. Wow, this defensive skill isn't just for a single target, its area of effect. Wang Yan turned to Su Mushue. Dragon King's Shield. What about yours? Mine too. Wang Yan couldn't help but smile. Silver King and Rice King are practically twins, same level, same class, even the same skills. Su Mushue ruffled Wang's hair. If they weren't related, they'd make a perfect pair. Chen Yuan and Xia Ying immediately lit up with curiosity. Wait, are you really just talking about beast pets? Without their owners? Wang Yan also looked down at Silver King, pondering for a moment before a crystalline platinum stone appeared in his hand. Interested? The Silver King instantly conveyed its desire to eat it. Wang Yan couldn't help but smile as he handed the stone over. The Silver King swallowed it in one gulp. Boss Yan, I need to digest this. Let me return to my pet sphere. That was the Silver King's thought. Indeed, the Silver King had always addressed Wang Yan as Brother Yan. Wang Yan promptly returned it. How about taking a break today? My Silver King is about to evolve. It was fitting, as everyone had been grinding levels for days straight. So the group headed back to explore and have some fun. Come evening, as expected, Wang Yan sensed the Silver King's consciousness. Yan boss, I'm awake. Wang Yan immediately released it. Instantly, a giant cat over a meter tall appeared in the room. If it had once been comparable to a husky, it was now clearly the size of a Tibetan mastiff. Its fur, woven with patterns of deep and light gray, now featured several streaks of pale, glowing white gold stripes. And its eyes crystal clear, white gold. Not bad at all. Wang Yan exclaimed with delight. My Silver King has become even more beautiful. Silver King excitedly scrambled up, but with its current size, Wang Yan lost his balance and plopped right back onto the bed. Haha, easy there. Sacred Dragon Cat Hero, LV.20. A Maine Coon monster of dragon lineage that underwent sacred evolution. It has begun shedding the limitations of its Maine Coon bloodline, possessing formidable sacred power. It deals devastating damage to creatures of the dark attribute, with untold growth potential. Skills: Sacred Dragon Claw, Phantom Step, Sacred Dragon Breath, Dragon's Might, Sacred Dragon Soul, Sacred Tide, Dragon Fortress. The skill set shows significant changes. The current Silver King has fully integrated the divine power. Dragon Claw, Dragon Breath, Sacred Tide, and Dragon Fortress have all been imbued with divine power. The most notable change is Sacred Dragon Soul. Sacred Dragon Soul awakens bloodline power. The Sacred Dragon Cat summons the Dragon Soul to descend, creating a 1-second immobilization effect within a 30-meter radius. Simultaneously, the user's size forcibly increases by 50%. During this period, gains a 50% boost to all attributes and 30% damage reduction. Duration: 180 seconds. Cooldown: 10 minutes. This skill clearly evolved from Dragon King's descent, adding an area of effect control effect compared to its predecessor. Wang Yan stroked the cat's head thoughtfully, his eyes soon lighting up. This new effect fits the Silver King perfectly. Several days later, at Tianshui Changming International Airport. Tears welled in Su Che's eyes as he watched several young people walk through the security checkpoint. Beside him stood Liang Tian. Ah, the kids are off to higher institutions. They've all grown up. Chairman Su, as elders, we should be happy and trust them. Su Che turned away to wipe his eyes. You're right. We should be proud. It's time to let go. Liang Tian patted Su Che's shoulder. Rest assured. That Wang Yan lad may be young, but he's always been dependable. And your daughter is sharp as a tack. With such capable successors, we'll have much less to worry about. Su Che nodded with a sigh. This old man can only support them financially. Come on, let's go earn some money. Liang Tian chuckled and followed suit. Before long, after spending over an hour in the air, Wang Yan and the others landed. Jiangnan University and the Support Academy were not far apart. The taxi dropped Xia Ying off first before heading to Jiangnan University. Though the semester hadn't officially begun yet, to their surprise, a crowd had already gathered at the campus entrance. A magnificent banner stretched across the grand entrance, welcome new students to Jiangnan University. Looking inside the gates, they saw a row of tables lined with people queuing up, seemingly registering their information. That must be the new student registration area. Wow, there are so many people. They're all here to register even though it's still vacation? Wang Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. This was Jiangnan University, the most combat-focused institution among the 3 supreme academies. For the next 4 years, he would continue his relentless pursuit here. A fire seemed to ignite in Wang Yan's eyes. Let's go! The 3 immediately headed toward the registration desk. After waiting in line for a while, it was finally their turn to register. But just as they finished registering and stepped away, a voice called out from behind them. Su Mu Xue. The trio turned in surprise. Could there be someone they knew here? Following behind them was a handsome young man with an impressive demeanor. His demeanor alone suggested he was no ordinary person, likely someone accustomed to being in a position of authority. Yet at this moment, his gaze was fixed solely on Su Mu Xue, a measured smile playing on his lips. Su Mu Xue, as a newcomer, you must be unfamiliar with the school. Might I have the honor of serving as your guide? And you are? The young man bowed slightly. I'm a sophomore here. My name is Su Yutong. Unexpectedly, Su Mu Xue's gaze suddenly turned cold. Su Yutong, was this the guy my sister warned me to stay away from? Sneaking into the registration office too. He really is scheming. No need. We can find it ourselves. Senior, please go bother some other girls. The moment those words left her lips, the atmosphere grew awkward. Chen Yuan nearly laughed out loud, shooting Wang Yan a knowing wink. Su Yutong's face flashed a moment of awkwardness, but he quickly recovered with a broad smile. I think Mu Shui is worrying too much. We're all members of the student union, specifically stationed here to escort freshmen back to their dorms. After all, the campus is huge. If you get lost, it'll take at least 2 or 3 hours to find your way. Junior Mu Shui, you need a guide, don't you? Su Mu Shui frowned. I don't need one, at least not you. And please don't just blurt out my name. Can't you show some basic courtesy? Or is this the standard behavior of top students at Jiangnan University? Wow, that was some harsh criticism. It was rare to see Su Mu Shui being so blunt. Su Yutong's expression darkened noticeably. Do you have some misunderstanding about me? Do you even know who I am? Who knows you? You're crazy. Let's go. Chapter 202, Su Yutong. With that, Su Mu Shui turned and walked away. Chen Yuan and Wang Yan couldn't help but inwardly gasp. Truly, the Yan Luo King was no pushover when she turned on someone. Especially Wang Yan, he had already noticed. This Su Yutong something was definitely off about him. But just as the group took a few steps, a voice called out from behind them, "Wait!" Chen Yuan instantly flew into a rage, whirling around to glare at Su Yutong, whose face had turned grim. "Will you ever stop it? If you can't get one girl, move on to the next. What's with obsessing over just one? Are you a dog licking her boots or something?" Su Yutong nearly exploded with rage. "You're the lapdog. Your whole family are lapdogs." A cold glint appeared in Wang Yan's eyes. "Bro, cut it out. You're not taking this guy anywhere. Go find your next target. Now, do as I say." "Damn it, that be a good boy" was pure insult. "Are you kidding me? Obey?" To my surprise, Su Muxue actually chuckled. She actually laughed. Su Yutong finally couldn't contain his rage. "I came for her, not you. Who the hell are you to make decisions for her?" Wang Yan exploded on the spot, his voice rising 8 octaves. "What business is it of yours who we are to her? And what are you to her? A stranger, right? A stranger who keeps pestering her relentlessly, calling her senior all the time. Have you no shame? Can't get a senior to fall for you, so now you're hitting on juniors? Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror? What a piece of trash." The loud argument drew a crowd of onlookers. Seeing the situation escalate, Su Yutong's face flushed with embarrassment. "Kid, I'll remember you. Got the guts to give me your name?" Wang Yan just laughed. "What, you want to get back at me? Is being a senior really that impressive? Come on, let's see what you can do today. Listen up, my name is Wang Yan." Su Yutong sneered coldly. "Wang Yan, huh? Senior here will enlighten you. There's a place called the Jiangnan Arena on campus. It's specifically for students to settle scores fair and square. You think you're so tough? Let's settle this on the arena. 1,000 points on the line. Got the guts? Damn it." Wang Yan couldn't help but laugh. "A sophomore senior challenging a freshman to the arena? You've got some nerve. You're embarrassing all the seniors." The surrounding crowd of students looked displeased. After all, they were mostly upperclassmen, sophomores and juniors. This scene reflected poorly on them too. A well-meaning sophomore couldn't help whispering a warning. "Wang Yan, not all seniors are bad. Listen to me, don't take the bait. That guy's trying to set you up. Yeah. He's clearly trying to steal your points. He made the academic honor roll last year. Sure, he's shameless, but his skills are no joke." Su Muxue clearly sensed something was off and grabbed Wang Yan's arm. "Don't fall for his tricks. Let's go." Wang Yan narrowed his eyes as plans began to form in his mind. Just then, Su Yutong, sensing the situation was turning sour, immediately began stirring the pot again. "What's the matter? Scared already? A few words and you're already freaking out like this? Where's all that cocky attitude you had earlier?" Su Muxue was seething with rage. "Su Yutong, did a road roller run over your face? 10 tons of sand flattened wouldn't make it any smaller. You're bringing utter shame to Jiangnan University." Su Yutong let out a cold laugh. "Little freshman, you sure have a temper. Hey, Wang Yan, is hiding behind a woman all you've got? Are you even a man? Can't you show some backbone? Damn it." Wang Yan was so furious he laughed bitterly. "You have the nerve to talk about manliness? You shameless piece of trash. You think a measly 1,000 points will get me to help you? I'll tell you what, 3,000. Not a single point less." The surrounding crowd gasped in shock. 3,000. Holy, 3,000. Are you out of your mind? Do you even know the value of student points? 3,000. Su Yutong was also taken aback. But then, Su Yutong couldn't help but sneer coldly. Well, a young bull fearing no tigers. Everyone heard that, right? 3,000, he said it himself? But you only have 1,000 points on hand right now. What if you renege on the deal later? Chen Yuan scoffed in response. "You think we're all like you? I've got 1,000 left, I'll cover it. And me," Su Muxue declared sharply. "I'll cover the last 1,000. Excellent." Su Yutong's eyes lit up. Everyone heard that. 3,000 points, a grand wager. Let's go. We're heading to the Jiangnan Arena right now. Su Yutong looked ecstatic, charging off in a flurry of excitement. The remaining crowd exchanged bewildered glances, soon shaking their heads in unison. "He's gone mad, absolutely mad. Where are you going? Aren't you going to watch? Forget it. I don't want to witness this tragedy. I haven't seen a spectacle like this in months. You're really not going? If you won't, I will." Some sighed and left, but most followed the crowd toward the Jiangnan Arena. As they moved, the growing crowd quickly drew even more onlookers. Hearing there was entertainment to be had, one by one, the thrill-seekers joined the gawking masses. Upon reaching the arena, Wang Yan stared in disbelief at the sea of spectators filling the stands. Our nation's penchant for spectating is no exaggeration. The so-called Jiangnan Arena was actually a sports stadium. In the central area surrounded by spectator stands, 6 separate ring zones were partitioned off. Each ring measured roughly 400 meters on each side. That absurdly large area was big enough for a massive team battle. Across the arena, hundreds of meters away, Su Yutong wore an excited expression, as if the 3,000 points were already in his pocket. Wang Yan sneered dismissively and released two beast pet orbs. Instantly, Blood Fang and Silver King appeared simultaneously. The massive cat resembled a Tibetan mastiff, looking almost like a small tiger. As for Blood Fang, it was even larger than Silver King. Seeing that they were actually beast pets, Su Yutong froze in surprise. Wait, you're using beast pets? You're a beast master? No way, you're not serious, are you? Su Yutong drew his weapon, a massive hammer. The hammer landed on the ground, towering taller than Su Yutong himself. Gripping the handle tightly, Su Yutong's eyes flashed with fierce confidence. Junior, today your senior will teach you a lesson. In this profession, it all comes down to your own strength. Beast pets? They're nothing but side paths. Seeing this, Wang Yan immediately cast an aura on his beast pets. Sacred damage was boosted to 30%. Attack aura boosted to 50%. Shield? I'll just max it out, damn it. Such overwhelming buffs caused Blood Fang and Silver King to let out a roar of excitement. Especially Silver King, his cry was truly remarkable, definitely not a simple meow. Just as expected, this might be the legendary dragon's roar. Wang Yan couldn't help but smirk. Still putting on airs? You're already the most embarrassing senior in history. 3,000 points, I'll gladly take them. With you? Su Yutong sneered coldly, charging forward with deadly force. Chapter 203, Bloodtooth's Rage. Wang Yan could see that Su Yutong's level had already reached 39, on the verge of breaking through to level 40. Typically, freshmen maxed out around level 20. To reach this level within a single year, the hype surrounding this guy was no exaggeration. Now, as Su Yutong charged forward wielding his massive hammer, Wang Yan could see a faint blue glow emanating from his body. A palpable sense of pressure washed over him, radiating the overwhelming aura of an invincible general. But at Jiangnan University, where prodigies gathered, who hadn't once been a genius? Wang Yan narrowed his eyes, instantly communicating with both his beast companions. Blood Fang, strike first. Ice Dragon Bolt. This was a rarely used skill, yet one of Blood Fang's few single-target attacks. Blood Fang opened its massive jaws, surging with icy blue light, and in the blink of an eye, unleashed a colossal blue ice dragon. A thunderous dragon's roar echoed across the arena. The surging light stirred up a frenzy, and every spectator's eyes lit up. What seemed like a one-sided battle suddenly held some unexpected intrigue. Su Yutong, charging full speed ahead, frowned slightly at the sight. With only a moment's hesitation, his charge abruptly changed direction. He dared not engage head-on. A wave of boos erupted from the stands as the colossal ice dragon roared past Su Yutong in the arena. Yet, Su Yutong's gaze grew significantly more solemn. In that split second of crossing paths, he had sensed the sheer explosive power of this ice dragon. Could this truly be unleashed by a newly born pet beast? Su Yutong felt increasingly grateful for his own caution as he continued charging toward Wang Yan. As for Wang Yan, he found himself holding Su in slightly higher regard. Indeed, he had some brains. After the first strike missed, Blood Fang didn't pause for a moment, immediately chaining in his second skill. Pounce Bite. Meanwhile, the Silver King had already charged out from the flank. Compared to Blood Fang, Silver King possessed vastly superior intelligence, making his battlefield maneuvers far more agile. A flash of blue light erupted on the field. Blood Fang's lunge was astonishingly swift. A speed of nearly 100 meters vanished in an instant. Su Yutong across the field visibly paled with shock. Instinctively, the giant hammer in his hand flared with intense light. Right on. There was no time to dodge at this speed. The pent-up frustration in Su Yutong's heart erupted to its peak in an instant. Today, I'll teach you to respect your seniors. Sky-shattering blue hammer. A thunderous roar echoed across the arena as the colossal hammer behind Su Yutong swung out with devastating force. A flash of azure light erupted, blinding as the sun. Faced with such overwhelming might, Bloodfang's primal combat instincts were ignited. Without needing Wang Yan's command, Dragon Might and Ice Rage activated simultaneously, causing Bloodfang's form to swell once more. Clang! A thunderous crash. All eyes turned as Su Yutong's hammer struck what felt like steel. The immense recoil sent the hammer flying upward. Bloodfang, struck by the hammer, let out a mournful cry and was sent flying backward over 10 meters. The blow clearly inflicted significant pain. Yet this very blow seemed to ignite Bloodfang's primal ferocity. It was utterly enraged. Roar! Following its wail came an exaggerated beastly roar, as fierce as a tiger or a dragon. An icy blue light ring instantly expanded, reaching 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Within the circle, snow and wind swirled. Hidden within the white, hazy snow mist were countless snowflakes sharp as knives. Arctic blizzard. But that wasn't all. Amidst the blizzard, a brilliant blue light surged from the earth, swirling into a vortex in the blink of an eye. At the very center of this vortex stood Su Yutong himself. The frozen sea vortex. In the blink of an eye, it felt like the world had turned upside down. Su Yutong was stunned, his face frozen in horror. Yet danger descended like a tidal wave. Before shock could fully set in, a brilliant azure light flared around Su Yutong's body. Glory of the Warhammer! With a roar, a set of azure armor instantly solidified around Su Yutong, while a layer of oversized azure phantoms enveloped his body. This appeared to be an enhancement-type skill. With this buff active, Su Yutong's face darkened as he immediately hoisted his hammer and began retreating. His health was plummeting rapidly. The rate at which his health bar was plummeting was downright absurd. Su Yutong's face twisted in frustration. Damn it! Did my defense get absorbed by the dog? Does this beast have that high armor penetration, or is it holy damage? Su Yutong was frantic, with no time to think. He focused solely on charging outward. Yet in less than 2 seconds, an extreme chill suddenly crystallized around him. Su Yutong's eyes widened in shock. What is this? A surging azure glow revealed crystalline ice forming out of thin air. It's a control skill. Su Yutong's heart sank with dread. He was, after all, a battle-hardened veteran. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dodged the first wave of ice dragons. The scene before him instantly revealed Bloodfang's intent. With blizzards above and icy whirlpools below, if he could be restrained now, he'd be as helpless as fish on a cutting board. Damn it! Su Yutong immediately raised his warhammer once more. Warhammer Tornado. Swinging the massive hammer, Su Yutong's body began spinning rapidly. A vivid blue whirlwind formed. True to his hunch, an icy prison formed around him. Spikes even began sprouting from the ice prison, densely piercing toward him from all directions. Ice cage piercing. Clang! 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 Countless spikes were shattered by the giant hammer, but even more continued to form. But what truly mattered was that he was genuinely trapped inside. Beyond the dazzling spectacle, the Silver King slowed his pace, finally coming to an elegant halt at the edge of the storm. Seems I won't need to intervene after all, the Silver King mused with a hint of mockery. Wang Yan gazed at Bloodfang's retreating figure with a smile, issuing no further commands. As for Bloodfang, its eyes blazed with a magnificent ice blue glow. Opening its massive jaws, it unleashed its final skill. Dragon Breath. Whoosh! The icy blue dragon's breath pierced through the blizzard, engulfing Su Yutong, who was still spinning and struggling. Ah! The agonized scream echoed throughout the entire arena. The howl, the spewing blue dragon's breath, and Wang Yan's relieved gaze. This scene seemed to merge countless memories of youthful triumphs and the price paid for reckless youth. Ding! Battle ended. The mechanical electronic beep from the arena ended this artistic display. Su Yutong was no more. At the edge of the arena, Su Yutong stood blankly, his hammer still clenched in his hand. But soon, a shadow of gloom spread across his face. He understood he had lost. The rules of the Jiangnan arena dictated that once a fighter's health bar was depleted, their health would be forcibly locked, and they would be teleported directly out of the combat zone. He was clearly in that situation now. He had actually lost. 3,000 points. He'd just lost them all. Worse still, he'd lost to a freshman. Su Yutong's face burned with utter humiliation. Inside the arena, the ferocious crocodile seemed to sense his location and suddenly let out a fierce roar in his direction. Chapter 204, New Life. Whoa! That's brutal. Seriously brutal. Wang Yan's beast pad is downright terrifying. Exactly. What kind of crocodile is this? Its aura is way too over the top. And it took down Su Yutong all by itself. The other guy didn't even have to lift a finger. By the way, did you notice Wang Yan's role? That Wang Yan doesn't seem simple either. Su Yutong's first hammer blow, that crocodile actually took it head on. That was Su Yutong's hammer. The spectator stands erupted in murmurs. Opinions varied wildly, but one thing was certain: when everyone looked at Wang Yan, their eyes held a newfound gravity. This man is not to be messed with. In contrast, when the crowd turned their gaze back to Su Yutong, their expressions were filled with utter contempt. Not only did he bully his junior, but he ended up getting killed in return. It was simply. Even a dog would shake its head. A disgrace to the sophomore class. Under the spotlight, Wang Yan tugged at the still furious Bloodfang. This little guy sure holds a grudge. Su Yutong gave it a sharp tap. Bloodfang looked furious, unleashing a barrage of heavy blows. It was instantly defeated instantly. Wang Yan crouched down and patted its massive head. That hammer looked heavy. One whack must have hurt like hell. Though it didn't lose health, all damage was absorbed by Wang Yan's shield aura. The pain must still have been real. Alright. That guy's been taken care of. You've already killed him once. Next time he sees you, he'll definitely give you a wide berth. Woo woo. Good grief, Bloodfang, a beast that size, actually whimpering. After calming him down, Wang Yan recalled Bloodfang and Silver King, then walked out of the battlefield with a calm expression. Su Yutong's already grim expression darkened further. Wang Yan chuckled softly at the sight. Though, Silver King didn't even get a chance to act before you were finished. Ha! Su Yutong's eyes widened instantly. Damn it! You've already won, yet you still feel the need to humiliate me like this. Wang Yan paused for a moment, suddenly realizing that what he'd said might have stung a bit. But, it felt kinda good? After all, he was the one who kept pestering Su Muxue. Wang Yan didn't kick him while he was down. Anyway, you got me. Now, isn't it time to honor the wager? A crowd had gathered around, all looking on with eager anticipation. Su Yutong took a deep breath, his eyes narrowing slightly. This time, you got lucky. Su Yutong produced his student ID and thrust it in front of Wang Yan. But remember this, crossing people comes at a price. I'm giving you mine now, but you'll see yours soon enough. Wang Yan's voice carried a hint of disdain as he took the ID card without hesitation, claiming the 3,000 points. Frankly, your skills disappoint me. So I won't bother waiting for the next time. It's pointless. Wang Yan placed the ID back in his hand, lifting his eyes for one final, dismissive glance. His gaze held the cold detachment of someone accustomed to dominance. Don't waste my time again. You're truly pathetic. It's genuinely pointless. Where he stood, Su Yutong's breathing grew visibly heavy, his expression darkening by the second. It felt as though a volcano was swelling within his chest. And the end point of that expansion was eruption. Wang Yan. You wait, you bastard. The roar instantly drew the entire crowd's attention once more. Wang Yan sneered dismissively, not even turning his head. Moments later, outside the arena, on a tree-lined path, Su Muxue wore a rare, beaming smile. Wang Yan, you're truly incredible. I never imagined you'd defeat Su Yutong so effortlessly. Wang Yan smiled faintly at her words. With me supporting you, both of you can handle it. Oh, and we won 3,000 points. Let's split them evenly. Ha? Chen Yuan gasped. Bro, you can't be serious. I heard these points are worth a fortune. They're the universal currency at Jiangnan University, good for tons of resources. Besides, you earned them, how could we possibly split them? Wang Yan chuckled softly at the scene. Without your support, I wouldn't have earned 3,000 points either. Still no way. Su Muxue firmly refused. Don't just think about us, you need resources too. We can't accept this. Wang Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Let me put it this way, if you can become stronger, that would be the greatest reward for me. Though I'm powerful, I'm still just a support. Only when you grow stronger will my support truly matter. Besides, my class has minimal external resource requirements. How about this 500 points each? No more refusing this time. Seeing Wang Yan wasn't joking and having pushed it this far, the two reluctantly accepted. One more thing. Do you know this Su Yutong? Wang Yan voiced the question he'd long held. Su Muxue showed a hint of surprise, but her eyes quickly took on a meaningful glint. You're sharp. Chen Yuan froze, saying nothing as he watched the two explain. Damn it, so he was the only one kept in the dark. Their tacit understanding had reached such a level that they understood everything without needing to say a word, and he was the only one left looking like a fool. What a mess. My sister, Su Muqing, also attends Jiangnan University. She warned me that Su Yutong isn't a good person and told me to stay away from him if I ever encountered him. Wang Yan frowned slightly. How did she know you'd run into him? Su Muxue shook her head. Not sure. Probably some hidden reason. Wang Yan nodded instinctively in agreement. It seemed likely that Su Yutong had also been in contact with Su Muqing and had somehow found out she had a younger sister. Maybe after failing to pursue the older sister, he's now going after the younger one? TSK, what a character. That same day, Wang Yan received the class assignment results. Classes at Jiangnan University weren't divided by profession, but rather balanced to ensure an even distribution across all roles. This approach likely aimed to facilitate the formation of teams within each class. Coincidentally, Wang Yan and Su Muxue ended up in the same class. Unfortunately, Chen Yuan was placed in a separate class. As for the dormitory, Wang Yan briefly checked it out. The dorm mates were all classmates from his new class, not a single familiar face. Wang Yan didn't linger on campus for long and left that very evening. He needed to buy a house and get his driver's license. While the dormitory was livable, it was unnecessary. How could he properly care for Bloodfang and Silver King in that kind of environment? Wang Yan wanted to provide his beast companions with a suitable environment. Within days, he secured a new place not far from campus. Jiangnan University wasn't in a remote location, so forget about villas. Instead, Wang Yan purchased a large duplex apartment. The combined floor area of the two levels totaled over 600 square meters, and the property cost a whopping 10 million yuan. Add to that the renovations required for Silver King and Bloodfang, and the final cost approached 15 million. But Wang Yan felt no regret, only excitement, eagerly anticipating the day the renovations would be complete. Then, this would be his home. Meanwhile, the process of obtaining driver's licenses was moving forward steadily. Not only was Wang Yan taking the test, but Su Muxue and Chen Yuan were also preparing for theirs. Chapter 205, Xinlan. There was still some time before the official start of the semester. Wang Yan estimated that by the time classes began, all these various matters should be wrapped up. In the meantime, the trio's primary focus was leveling up and practicing. Jiangnan University had a simulated combat platform that could generate enemy opponents for training. This platform held immense significance. It also provided the trio with an opportunity to encounter higher-tier opponents. After all, real combat carried risks, but simulations did not. Before they knew it, the official start of the semester arrived. Wang Yan's apartment was already renovated, his driver's license had been issued, and he had even purchased a vehicle. It wasn't a luxury model, just a million-yuan SUV prioritizing practicality. Wang Yan submitted an off-campus housing application to the school, which was unsurprisingly approved. Professionals rarely lack the funds to buy property, and many chose this route. Wang Yan and Su Mushua's new homeroom teacher was named Qin Lan, a woman whose charm had only deepened with age. There was a saying about a ripe peach, and when Wang Yan saw her, he suddenly understood the essence of that description. She was truly luscious. As homeroom teacher, Qin Lan clearly knew some details about Wang Yan, and her gaze toward him was distinctly eager. It was as if she could already see her bonus steadily climbing. Wang Yan was thus assigned to sit next to Su Mushua, a placement he found quite satisfactory. He thought to himself that this beautiful woman certainly knew how to play the game. But her savvy didn't stop there. After assigning seats, Qin Lan immediately announced the class committee members. Class President, Wang Yan. Academic Representative, Su Mushua. Others, omitted. Without any preamble, let alone discussion, Qin Lan delivered the verdict with lightning speed. This naturally raised questions among some students, but Qin Lan firmly dismissed them all. Immediately afterward, Qin Lan announced the second matter. In 1 week, the freshman survival competition would commence. The rewards for this competition are exceptionally generous. For the sake of your own futures, I hope you'll all prepare thoroughly. Additionally, regarding the selection of class committee members, I know many of you have questions. But don't worry, the freshman survival competition will provide the answers. Standing on the stage, Qin Lan commanded the room with her commanding presence, speaking with such eloquence that she seemed to tower above everyone else. Combined with her stunning looks, she truly embodied the legendary goddess homeroom teacher. But Wang Yan soon discovered the hidden secrets behind the beauty's facade. Once all the students had left, Wang Yan and Su Mushua, left behind alone, waited for their superior's instructions. Wang Yan, I know something about you. Frankly speaking, being assigned a student like you should be considered an honor for me. Wang Yan wasn't surprised she was likely referring to the challenge order incident. But then, Qin Lan suddenly leaned forward, resting her elbows on the desk in front of them. Wang Yan's eyes widened in shock. Holy crap, what the hell is this? Qin Lan's lips curved upward, her face lit with a sly smile. But no matter how talented you are, you're still my student. What was this? A show of force? But that doesn't make sense either. Who gives a warning like this? This was more like a combination of soft and hard tactics. Wang Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. Wow, this woman was interesting. With tactics like these, what exactly was her true purpose? Before 2 seconds had passed, Qin Lan's tone suddenly turned stern. As my student, obeying your teacher should be second nature, right? In the challenge tournament 1 week from now, I expect you to bring me a championship title. With so many freshmen in the school, you can pick any team members you want. I only care about the result. Wang Yan, Su Mushua just happens to be your new desk partner. Don't you think you owe me a little something in return? I won't hide it from you. If you win the championship, my bonus will be substantial. If you let those little money bags slip away to someone else, you'll have to figure out the rest on your own. Understand? Wang Yan stared at his homeroom teacher in utter disbelief. For a moment, his mind went blank. Wow, so blunt is this really something a homeroom teacher should say? And honestly, though her words were a bit harsh, that whiny tone of hers, paired with her girlish pout. How could you possibly claim she forced you? Wang Yan's mouth twitched several times. After a moment of deep thought, he couldn't help but laugh. It was downright absurd. But you had to admit, this woman knew how to work it. The way she made her demands was almost perfectly calibrated, pushing her point while simultaneously making it impossible to get angry at her. Wang Yan composed himself and spoke solemnly. I understand. It's a pleasure to meet you, Teacher Qin Lan. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration over the next 4 years. Qin Lan immediately smiled with satisfaction. Excellent, absolutely excellent. This was precisely the attitude she had been seeking. She knew Wang Yan had grasped her meaning. Happy collaboration. As soon as they stepped outside, Su Mushua couldn't help but mutter, this teacher seems a bit cold-hearted, doesn't she? Wang Yan shook his head and chuckled softly. A homeroom teacher like this isn't a bad thing for us, at least. Looks like we'll have it pretty easy from now on. Su Mushua rolled her eyes. You're free now, but I wonder if Chen Yuan can handle his homeroom teacher. And Xia Ying with her temperament, sigh. Wang Yan couldn't say much more about it. This was one problem he couldn't help with. After this day, school life officially got into full swing, with all subjects starting their formal classes. However, due to their different majors, their class schedules varied. Wang Yan thus found himself running around searching for classrooms. Still, the three of them often found time to hang out together, especially Wang Yan and Su Mushua. After afternoon classes, the trio headed straight for the school's simulation world, building the dedicated facility for simulated combat training. Unexpectedly, as soon as they reached the second-floor main hall, they saw several people emerging from a simulation room. As they collided head-on, voices immediately rang out from across the way. Well, well. If it isn't the unrivaled king of the freshmen. What an honor to run into you here. Wang Yan and his two companions exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Wang Yan merely chuckled softly, a hint of amusement in his voice. It had been a while since they last met, and Su Yutong seemed to have regained his confidence. What's up? Think you're back on top again? The group across from them immediately stiffened, all eyes turning to Su Yutong. Who does this guy think he is, talking to brother Su like that? Su Yutong explained in a low voice, this is Wang Yan. The group's eyes widened with surprise as they scrutinized Wang Yan. So that's who it is. Big mouth, eyes stuck on top of his head. You didn't know? We sophomores are entering this freshman survival competition too. Just a heads up, our Sugo has already signed up. Oomph. Still got the nerve to bark like a dog? Better go scrub your neck clean first, so you don't dirty our Suji's hands. Chapter 206, Making a Declaration. The group across from him all wore haughty expressions. Even though Su Yutong had lost last time, they clearly still didn't take Wang Yan seriously. After all, Wang Yan relied on his beast pet. It was hard to say whether he'd actually contributed anything. In situations like this, Qin Yuan was always the first to lose his temper. He dramatically raised his hand to the sky, exaggerating his expression. Oh my! Whose dog isn't tied up again, barking its head off? As he spoke, Chen Yuan suddenly turned to Su Yutong. Oh? Isn't this the stray dog from last time? Got beaten so badly by my brother Wang that you're still dazed. How do you even have the nerve to show your face in public? Chen Yuan wore a look of utter disbelief, then suddenly snapped to attention. Oh. I forgot you're the shameless one I saw last time, right? Wow, impressive. Really impressive. Watching his exaggerated performance, Su Mushuet and Wang Yan couldn't help but smile. No matter when, Chen Yuan always seemed to have a knack for lifting people's spirits. Even the other students passing by gathered around, eager to watch the show. The expressions of the people across from them grew increasingly grim, especially Su Yutong's. Su Yutong's face darkened so much it looked like he was about to explode any second. But after a long moment, he managed to hold back. Because this was the simulation world building, not the Jiangnan arena. Getting into a fight inside the building would result in far harsher punishment than doing so outside. Su Yutong took a deep breath, his eyes blazing with fury. Fine. You'll see. Don't come crying to me later. And you, Su Mushue, you think you're so high and mighty? You'll get yours too. Su Mushue scoffed coldly at the remark, about to retort, but Wang Yan stepped in first. Wang Yan's voice carried an unusual chill. Su Yutong, sophomore. I've taken note of you today. If you don't show up for the freshman challenge tournament, I'll find you personally after the competition ends. Remember my name, Wang Yan. That tone, that voice, even Chen Yuan instantly lost all trace of his playful demeanor. The expressions of all three turned serious in an instant. They both knew that when Wang Yan got serious, it was no joke. This kid's fate could be utterly miserable. For a moment, Chen Yuan's gaze even held a hint of pity. He stared at Su Yutong for a while before shaking his head and sighing. Su Yutong felt a chill run down his spine at the sight. What did that mean? He remembered his grandmother's doctor reacting exactly like this the night before she passed away. Was he about to die? The thought was absurdly laughable, yet gazing into Wang Yan's icy stare, Su Yutong felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. This kid, is he up to something shady? Oomph. How arrogant. You're just a freshman, think you can defy the heavens? We'll settle this on the field. As the group passed each other, the air seemed to grow thicker with a menacing chill. Even as they approached the elevator, whispers lingered nearby. Clearly, Wang Yan had been recognized. Ignoring them, Chen Yuan leaned in and whispered, Old Wang, are you really going to take him on? Wang Yan's face remained cold. We'll deal with him on the field. Since one lesson wasn't enough, this time I'll take one of his arms and one of his legs. And that mouth of his? If he opens it again, he won't be able to speak for the rest of his life. Damn it, why can't he just live right? Now I have to get my hands dirty myself. Chen Yuan and Su Mushue fell silent for a moment. At that moment, Wang Yan looked somewhat unsettling. His gaze was simply too cold. After scanning the surrounding students, Wang Yan turned and headed toward the simulation hall. Begin training. Wang Yan gradually realized that the courses taught at university were indeed quite useful. Compared to high school, university courses covered a broader range of subjects, delving into them with greater depth and detail. Take team member allocation, for instance. In high school, teachers emphasized that a 10-person team was the standard size and focused on optimal lineup combinations. But in college, this became less rigidly enforced. Instead, they began delving deeper into the essentials of small-scale combat. From 2-person teams to 5-person squads, then to larger groups and full-scale team battles. Many theories Wang Yan had never encountered before felt fresh and novel. And this was just one example. A week passed in the blink of an eye. The competition arrived as scheduled. On the field, the principal was passionately delivering trash talk. Though no one below was listening after all, who in their right mind would bother with that nonsense? Below the stage, the freshman class had gathered in full force, with a handful of sophomores scattered on the other side. Wang Yan and Su Mushue sat at the very front of their group, heads bowed as they whispered to each other. Wang Yan, my sister texted me last night. Apparently that Su Yutong hired someone else and swapped them into the sophomore team at the last minute. Her name is Wen Tingyu, a girl. Word is her family isn't well off. My sister thinks Su Yutong probably paid her off. Wang Yan smiled faintly. What's her background? Is she strong? Su Mushue nodded, a hint of pressure visible in her eyes. Unlike Su Yutong, who's just a name on the rankings, Wen Tingyu's placement is actually pretty high. Her specialty, the breeze technique, is quite famous around campus. Wang Yan frowned upon hearing this. If she was a hired thug, this matter required careful handling. After all, they were just doing a job for pay, no personal grudges involved. Wang Yan nodded, lowering his head in thought. Suddenly, he realized the voices above had fallen silent. He looked up to find the principal on stage staring right at him. Is he looking at me? Who's that pulling strings behind the scenes, causing trouble all the way over here? Don't let me catch you. This competition took place in a separate space, akin to a secret realm. Jiangnan University certainly has deep pockets. Students could enter in teams, with no more than 10 members per group. Each participant wore an armband with a scoring device attached. Freshmen wore blue, sophomores wore red. This made identification easy. This time, nearly 4,000 freshmen entered the secret realm. The sophomore cohort numbered around 300. Such numbers made for a truly daunting competition. Fortunately, they wouldn't be randomly scattered upon entering the secret realm. Instead, they would be randomly dropped in small teams. Wang Yan surveyed his surroundings, his gaze darting warily around the area. It was a lush rainforest. Beside him, Su Mushue and Chen Yuan also scanned their surroundings. Wang Yan immediately activated his concealment aura while releasing Bloodfang and Silver King. The two beasts immediately scampered about excitedly. Nothing dangerous seems to be around for now. Su Mushue glanced down at the digital map. Their current location was marked in the eastern part of the map. Right. With our stealth, we can choose whether to engage or not. Let's just head straight west. If we encounter freshmen being bullied by sophomores, we can decide whether to intervene or not. Chen Yuan couldn't help but grin. Having invisibility is awesome. Chapter 207, The Female Swordswoman. According to the school's established rules, earning points wasn't limited to competition among students. Another method came from monsters. Defeating a student from the same grade earned 1 point per head. Defeating a senior earned 3 points instead. Monsters yield far richer rewards. Defeating monsters between levels 15 and 20 grants only 1 point per member. But monsters from levels 21 to 25 grant 5 points. Levels 26 to 30 yield 10 points. Monsters above level 30? Points skyrocket to 100. This disparity clearly shows the school's deliberate encouragement to hunt high-level monsters. But Wang Yan saw more than that. Monsters above level 30 are clearly marked on the map. This meant many self-important teams would likely gather here. Competition inevitably arose, as the reward could only be claimed by one team. Deep within the forest, Wang Yan studied the map to confirm their direction. Since entering the secret realm, they had been traveling for half a day, steadily eliminating monsters along the way. Their current team score stood at 93 points, averaging 31 points per person. In about another half hour, we should reach the Beast King's territory. Wang Yan closed the map and looked at the two beside him. How are you holding up? Need a break? Chen Yuan shook his head. I'm fine. I'm a warrior not tired yet. Su Mushue also shook her head. Let's hold off. We'll rest once we're closer to the Beast King's territory. Wang Yan nodded and started to move forward when suddenly, the Silver King turned its head. Leader Yan, there's movement over there. It was Silver King's telepathic warning. Wang Yan instantly focused his attention. Hold up. The group halted. Wang Yan reopened the map. Where? How far? The Silver King extended his plum paw and pointed. Wang Yan compared it to the map. It was in an adjacent direction, not coming from the inner zone. The school's random landing rules were also divided into zones: the outer zone, the inner zone, and the central zone. The central zone would be the final battleground. It must be another squad. Can you estimate their numbers? Silver King shook his head. With my hearing, I can only tell the battle is very small, extremely small, but the numbers are uncertain. Ha! A very small scale battle? So there aren't many people? Yet the exact number remains unclear. Wang Yan furrowed his brow slightly, pondered for a moment, then raised his hand to signal. Let's go check it out. Su Mushue and Chen Yuan agreed without objection. After walking for about 10 minutes, Wang Yan saw the scene in the jungle through the stealth aura. Before them appeared a gathering pack of wolves. There appeared to be around 20 to 30 of them. But strangely, they all had their heads raised, gazing upward as if something was above them. On the ground, several wolves lay in pools of blood. Wang Yan and his companions instinctively followed their gaze upward. Alright, it was too far to see clearly. Only when they drew closer did Wang Yan see that there was actually a person standing in the tree. It was a girl wearing simple sweatpants, not particularly tall, with just a plain white t-shirt on top. But what caught Wang Yan's attention first were her eyes. On her rather delicate face, her eyes seemed to glow with a faint blue radiance. It was pure, unadulterated killing intent. At that moment, she gripped a slender, long sword in her hand, its blade still bearing conspicuous bloodstains, yet her clothes remained immaculate. Damn, she's trapped. But hey, she can climb trees. Su Muxue narrowed her eyes. Shouldn't your focus be a bit deeper? Like, why is she alone? Or how did those wolves on the ground die? Or her expression? That doesn't look like the expression of someone trapped. Wang Yan couldn't help but glance at Su Muxue in surprise. Her insight seemed sharper than before, clever as ice, nothing less. She must be a lone wolf, her profession leaning more toward assassin than warrior. And I sense she's exceptionally powerful. Not just her profession, but her innate power. The words had barely left his mouth when Wang Yan and the others watched in stunned silence as the female swordsman in the tree suddenly tumbled downward. That's right. Head first, she leaped straight down, clinging to the tree trunk. The wolves below immediately turned frenzied, scrambling to leap forward. The scene below was predictable: wolves leaping through the air, countless jaws tearing her apart. Yet, just as she seemed destined to be devoured, the swordswoman suddenly curled her body and kicked off the tree trunk. Using that momentum, her body abruptly changed direction as a dazzling silver sword light flashed and intertwined. A chaotic explosion of sword energy erupted, a group attack. Massive damage erupted midair, causing nearby wolves to howl and plummet to the ground. Yet only a handful of wolves were caught in the blast. The sheer force of her leap propelled her too far. Farther ahead lay nothing but empty space. Awaiting her there were other wolves, already leaping into the air. It all happened too fast. This lightning-fast sequence made the hearts of the three spectators clench. Yet to their astonishment, amidst the crisscrossing blades, a dazzling sword light erupted. This time, the sword energy was singular, yet vast as a shockwave. It swelled wildly above her head, roaring past in an instant. This single sword beam was nothing short of a clearing move. Every wolf closing in was sent flying by the single strike. The swordswoman landed safely and immediately began weaving through the chaos. Swish! 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 The air rang with the incessant whistling of swords. In the distance, Wang Yan, observing the battle, gradually saw admiration in his eyes. As he had anticipated, this person was indeed formidable. Especially in such a chaotic scene, her movements were like those of a fighting machine. It was as if she didn't even know the meaning of fear. Dancing on the edge of blades, that was her fighting style. Fierce, so fierce. Truly fierce. Truly worthy of Jiangnan University. Who'd have thought our class would produce such a fierce fighter? Shen Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. It wasn't because he was weak. As fellow combat specialists wielding blades, though he specialized in heavy swords. But drawing parallels, Shen Yuan understood the true caliber of this female swordswoman better than anyone else. Shen Yuan was still in awe, but Su Muxue had already turned her gaze toward Wang Yan. What do you think? Wang Yan instinctively glanced at her, only to see a hint of expectation in her eyes. Wang Yan couldn't help but smile. Don't you think our team is a bit short-handed? Shen Yuan's eyes widened. Bro! You want to recruit her? No, this girl clearly isn't someone to mess with. Didn't you notice she doesn't have any teammates? She obviously doesn't need to find any. Are you sure you can handle someone like that? Holy crap! Wang Yan chuckled at that. Are you kidding? Don't you know? A man never says he can't handle it. Shen Yuan immediately held out his hand. Go ahead, show us what you've got. Chapter 208, The Silver King makes his entrance. Wang Yan chuckled and shook his head, then stood up immediately. You two stay put. Don't make a move without my command. Remember this, under no circumstances are you to act without my command. With that, Wang Yan walked out. Su Muxue and Shen Yuan exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions filled with confusion. Meanwhile, Wang Yan, accompanied by Bloodfang and Silver King, advanced to an open area. Suddenly, Silver King burst forward at full speed. At that very moment, Wang Yan's aura activated. Shields, maxed out. Slow aura, maxed out. Cooldown aura, maxed out. Holy damage, 50%. Attack boost, maxed out. That is to say, 10-fold attack power. It was rare for Wang Yan to max out the attack aura to 10 times its base. Over there, the female swordsman moved with agile grace and remarkable speed, already reaching the base of another large tree. Clearly, she intended to climb up and rest. But suddenly, the Silver King unleashed Sacred Tide. Golden waves surged from the earth, rising over 10 meters high in an instant. This colossal golden tide, carrying an overwhelming force, instantly crushed down upon the wolf pack. Accompanied by a 90% slow effect. All the wolves instantly became sitting ducks. Up in the tree, sensing the overwhelming might, the female swordsman's eyes widened in shock. She swiftly scrambled back up the trunk in a few quick bounds. Just then, she suddenly realized with horror that the entire wolf pack seemed to have fallen into a bizarre state. The golden wave's might was undeniable, yet these wolves were moving at a snail's pace? Wait, aren't they all fearless? Was this slow-motion move meant to mock their opponents? Come on, hit me. Why weren't you mocking me like this just now? You howl and charge at me, but limp when facing others? The female swordswoman's deep suspicion was palpable. This scene truly baffled her. But when she saw the wolves beneath the giant wave howling in agony, her expression turned grave. She finally realized a control skill had entered the fray. Though she hadn't seen the exact skill yet, one thing was certain: its effect was utterly exaggerated. Judging by their sluggish movements, the effect must be at least 70%, perhaps even higher. But what kind of slow could reduce movement speed by 70%? The swordswoman couldn't even fathom it. The tidal wave crushed the entire wolf pack without a hint of resistance, rolling them like pebbles along its surging crest. The next moment, what shocked the female swordsman even more was the sudden appearance of a dragon's breath. The dragon's breath resembled a flamethrower, though its nozzle was slender. The area engulfed by the spreading flames was utterly staggering. It nearly engulfed the entire pack of wolves. Within seconds, wolves began dropping dead. The swordswoman stared in horror. The source of the flames was a massive young tiger. Hiss. But was it truly a tiger? Its fur bore grayish patterns, overlaid with faint golden light patterns. What kind of beast was this? After the flames, the Silver King transformed into a golden phantom, instantly plunging into the wolf pack to begin the final slaughter. Its claws emitted blinding beams of light. This skill seemed to have no cooldown; it was firing continuously. With such efficiency, within moments, the entire wolf pack was utterly wiped out. The female swordsman's eyes widened with horror, tinged with growing confusion. For now, it seemed this strange tiger had saved her. But could it be considered an ally? She wasn't sure. Before she could process it, the cub below suddenly walked to the base of the tree she was sheltering beneath and swiped at it with a paw. SSSSH. The female swordswoman felt a chill run down her spine. Not allies. There was no time to think. The tree snapped like plastic under the Silver King's claw, completely severed in one blow. The tree began to topple, and the swordswoman leapt at lightning speed in the nick of time. In the distance, Wang Yan couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. Sacred damage deactivated. Tenfold damage reduced to threefold. Continue. The colossal trees collapsed, shook the earth and mountains, yet the Silver King utterly ignored the behemoth, lifting his head to unleash a dragon's breath. Whoosh! This dragon's breath was piercing. Though designed to pierce, its coverage was more than sufficient to engulf a single person. The female swordsman had just completed her jump when a torrent of scorching heat crashed down from above. It's over. The swordswoman looked down in horror, her face twisted with shock and fury. You beast! You actually intended to wipe us all out at once. The swordswoman immediately raised her blade high. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling silver-white greatsword materialized above her head as if bathed in moonlight. It shot past her body like lightning and descended. Silver Moon Blade. Whoosh! A violent gale erupted on the spot, sending shockwaves rippling outward in an instant. The charred, broken tree trunk, nearly scorched through by flames, was sent tumbling sideways by the force of the blast. Mid-air, golden flames and a silver-white phantom sword locked in a frenzied standoff. Such an awe-inspiring spectacle drew gasps of admiration from the three observers in the distance. They say sword cultivators are the fiercest; online novels never lie. What other profession could match such overwhelming combined strength? Though bolstered by an aura, the ethereal greatsword was held aloft, unable to descend, instead rising ever higher. But ultimately, the Silver King's attack had been blocked. The female swordswoman seized the moment to flee, tumbling several times upon landing to finally dissipate her momentum. Glancing back, the ethereal greatsword mid-air was already riddled with cracks, shattering explosively right before his eyes. Meanwhile, the Silver King on the ground with me watching suddenly whipped his head around, locked onto her, and charged forward once more. Its speed was lightning fast. The swordswoman gritted her teeth in frustration, but faced with such a bizarre monster, she had no desire to prolong the fight. She knew she stood no chance against this creature. Moreover, with the situation still unclear, she sensed an indescribable danger lurking in this place. She couldn't explain the wolf's sudden deceleration earlier. Her instincts screamed to retreat immediately. But the next second, something utterly terrifying happened. She couldn't run anymore. You are under a control effect. Your movement speed has been reduced by 90%. The status bar notification sent a chill straight through her heart. Behind her, the female swordsman instinctively turned her head just as a golden phantom materialized before her eyes. Accompanying it was a massive golden claw. It's over. The swordswoman's eyes widened in terror. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed across the scene. Far away, Su Mushui and Chen Yuan both stared wide-eyed. Holy crap! They're really fighting! 3 distinct gullies carved into the earth. The female swordsman lay within one of these gullies, the ground continuing to sink beneath her in the shape of a human form. As the dust settled, the swordswoman's chest rose and fell with each breath. But moments later, it suddenly stopped. Ha! Is she okay? She instinctively checked her status. You have been granted a god-tier shield aura. Glancing at her health bar, holy crap, it was completely filled by the shield, and the layers, 10 layers. The swordswoman was utterly dumbfounded. Just then, a voice spoke up. Pleased to meet you. I am Wang Yan. Chapter 209, Hanwei. In the forest, shattered tree trunks lay scattered about, reduced to charred remains by the raging fire. Amidst the lingering smoke, two figures stood not far away. Wang Yan, immaculate and dust-free, resembled an elegant gentleman. Beside him, the Silver King remained calm and composed, sitting obediently at Wang Yan's side. They seemed detached from the war raging around them. But the female swordswoman's eyes gradually sharpened with understanding. This big fellow, is he your beast companion? Wang Yan smiled as he ruffled Silver King's head. His name is Silver King. Silver King. The swordswoman murmured the name, her eyes slowly filling with admiration. She noticed the sleeve badge on Wang Yan's arm, a freshman from the first-year class. She hadn't expected this year's freshman to include someone with such a powerful beast companion. The swordswoman stared blankly for a moment before struggling to her feet and brushing the dust from her clothes. You saved me, thank you. But you also went out of your way to demonstrate your strength. I suppose. Raising her head with a faint, ambiguous smile, she continued, why not tell me your purpose? A hint of surprise flickered in Wang Yan's eyes. She was sharp. You've already guessed, haven't you? The swordswoman chuckled softly. You're not alone, are you? Wang Yan remained silent. May I ask your name? Han Wei. Having received her answer, Wang Yan raised his hand and waved it, simultaneously dispelling his invisibility aura. Behind him, Sumushua and Chen Yuan approached alongside Bloodfang and Mi Wang. Han Wei studied them, her eyes narrowing slightly. Only you and Silver King intervened just now. Wang Yan nodded. Including the shield on me? That's correct. Han Wei couldn't help but take a deep breath. She had to face the truth about the people before her. This squad was formidable. Extremely formidable. Only after Su Mushue and Shen Yuan had both taken positions behind Wang Yan did Han Wei let out a soft sigh. Frankly, your approach doesn't exactly put me in a cheerful mood. But I must admit, it's the most effective approach. So, Han Wei, what exactly are you saying? Han Wei shook her head. I have no choice. Had all three of them attacked together just now, she would undoubtedly harbor resentment. But in reality, only Wang Yan and Yin Wang had intervened. Han Wei understood Wang Yan's goodwill. This couldn't be considered outright coercion. He had granted her the dignity she deserved. Her defeat was simply a matter of being outmatched. Given that, why not join such a formidable team? Wang Yan couldn't help but smile. Pleased to meet you, Han Wei. I'm Wang Yan, a support class, specifically an aura master. This is my other beast companion, Bloodfang. Bloodfang immediately scrambled over, rubbing its massive head against Wang Yan's pants. Han Wei's eyes widened slightly. Aura's master. No wonder her previous slow and shield effects had displayed those peculiar status prompts. And no wonder Wang Yan hadn't shown himself at all before, leaving it entirely to Silver King to take the spotlight. Moreover, he had another beast companion. What he'd shown earlier wasn't even his full strength. Han Wei's heart began to race. What kind of team was this? Su Mushue, Dark Moon Mage. This is my beast pet, Mi Wang. Chen Yuan, Heavy Armor Warrior. My beast pet is called Xiao Hei, but I haven't released it yet. Han Wei took another look at the two. While Su Mushue's class sounded somewhat rare, Chen Yuan was utterly unremarkable. Yet as teammates of Wang Yan, she dared not underestimate them in the slightest. Han Wei, Silver Moon Swordsman. My beast companion isn't combat-oriented, so no need for an introduction. Wang Yan, however, had his eyes fixed on the sword in Han Wei's hand. Is that sword class-specific? Yes. The Silver Moon Sword is the foundation of my class abilities. The group spent some time getting acquainted on the battlefield, both to understand their new comrade and to rest. Then they established their next objective. The Beast King Zone. The term Beast King referred to monsters of level 30 or higher. The areas marked on the map where Beast Kings existed were designated as Beast King Zones. With the invisibility aura active, Han Wei's movement speed doubled, making her progress along the path seem absurdly fast. She finally grasped the sheer terror of this aura master firsthand and began to understand why Silver King's combat prowess was so outrageous. Within this squad, Wang Yan was the absolute core. Observing Wang Yan's composed expression behind her, Han Wei couldn't help but silently admire him. It seemed the rumors were true. This mysterious freshman who had defeated the bottom-ranked powerhouse on the Wind and Cloud rankings before the semester even began wasn't just all hype. To be his teammate with such amplifications was an incredible opportunity. Thud. Thud. The sound of bodies hitting the ground was heavy, and the faces of the men lying there were ashen. The armbands on their sleeves were blue. Not far away, several other figures stood with cold expressions, as if the fallen bodies were nothing more than worthless dogs or pigs. Damn it! This measly amount of points isn't even enough to fill a tooth gap. Su Yutong cursed under his breath as he glanced at their armbands, then pulled out a photograph. Recognize this man? The others looked at it, their expressions shifting slightly. Wang Yan? You're looking for him? Su Yutong's face instantly turned impatient. Cut the crap. Answer what I ask. The men on the ground exchanged glances and sighed in unison. The school sending sophomores into the fray? This was pure torture. The gap in strength between the two sides was simply too great. We've seen him. Our points weren't this low originally. Wang Yan and his crew stole them from us. But I didn't see Wang Yan himself. I saw his beast companion, the crocodile that appeared on the stage the other day. Ha? Su Yutong perked up with interest. Tell me more. What exactly happened? The bystander looked terrified and blurted out everything. That crocodile was ridiculously powerful. It swept the entire arena with a single move, and then some strangers swiped our points. I suspect they must have stealth abilities. When they vanished, I think they headed toward the Beast King Zone. The Beast King Zone? Su Yutong narrowed his eyes and immediately glanced at the map. Interesting. Invisibility too. Got it. Leave your points here. You're free to go. The group's faces instantly drained of color. They'd barely scraped together a little, and now it was gone again. If they couldn't change their 0 points within 3 hours, they'd be eliminated for good. Su Yutong jogged back to the small group behind him. Sis 1, we've got the situation pretty much figured out. Wang Yan has headed to the nearest Beast King Zone, but there's a problem. They seem to possess stealth abilities. At the center of the group stood a girl with a simple outfit and an ordinary appearance, her hair tied in a ponytail. She was the core of this squad. Wen Tingyu's face betrayed a hint of resignation. For someone of her standing, coming to bully a freshman was rather embarrassing. Still, Wen Tingyu spoke up. Alright, I got it. Since I took the money, I'll get the job done properly. You can count on that. Now let's discuss the plan. With their trail secured, we can formulate a targeted strategy. Chapter 210, Frenzied Decision-Making. Monsters weren't plentiful in the jungle, but they were still present. Wang Yan keenly noticed they hadn't encountered any demon beasts for quite some time. The surrounding silence felt unnervingly abnormal. Wang Yan understood they had officially entered the Beast King's territory. As they advanced, Bloodfang and Silver King suddenly sounded their alarms simultaneously. Wang Yan immediately called for everyone to halt. Someone's ahead. Wang Yan raised his hand. Move quietly. While the stealth aura can block sight and sound, it can't mask the impact on the environment. Han Wei, no more climbing trees. Throughout their journey here, Wang Yan had noticed Han Wei's agility was unnatural. She climbed trees with greater ease and speed than tigers or leopards. She moved with such agility, leaping nimbly between branches as she advanced. Just like a legendary ninja. The group crept forward silently. Soon, within the thicket, Wang Yan spotted several figures crouched beside a large tree, seemingly 7 or 8 of them. They remained perfectly still, not making a sound, their eyes fixed intently in one direction. Wang Yan instinctively followed their gaze. Through the thick branches, a large clearing opened up ahead, revealing a small lake. And by the lake's edge sat a massive figure. That's it. All 4 of them couldn't help but stare in astonishment. It looked like a gorilla. But that size. Seriously, this thing was way too big. Observing from a distance, Wang Yan estimated the creature's height to be at least 10 meters. Wang Yan raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. The 4 huddled together in a circle, whispering among themselves. You all saw it, right? Clearly, that ape must be the Beast King. Chen Yuan asked doubtfully, but what are those people doing? Why are they crouching there waiting? Wang Yan exchanged glances with the other 2. Speculation flickered in their eyes. Wang Yan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Just as I suspected, they're waiting for someone else to make the first move. Chen Yuan froze, then instantly grasped the implication. There are other squads nearby. Su Mushue scanned the surroundings. Not just one, there are probably quite a few of them. Chen Yuan felt the pressure mounting, cautiously shifting his gaze toward the lake. So that means every direction around that clearing might have a squad lying in wait. So everyone's waiting for someone else to make the first move, then rushing in at the last moment to steal the monster? Wang Yan gave a faint, ambiguous smile. Is it really just about snatching monsters? Chen Yuan's eyes widened slightly. Take out both the players and the monsters in one fell swoop. Holy crap, are these people really that devious? Isn't this just a case of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the sparrow behind? Wang Yan chuckled at the look on his face. The cicada is real, but the mantis, well, it might not be just a mantis. Everyone, brace yourselves. At those words, Chen Yuan and Su Mushue both turned to stare at Wang Yan in shock. Han Wei was momentarily confused. But soon, a suspicion dawned on her, and her eyes widened in shock. You plan to take on the whole group alone? You've got some nerve. How is that even possible? Wang Yan smiled without responding. At that moment, Chen Yuan looked at Han Wei with a meaningful expression. Classmate, not a single soul in our squad lacks courage. Let me put it this way, if Wang Yan says to fight, we'd take on the heavens themselves. Han Wei's eyes widened in shock. These words not only declared Chen Yuan's stance but also pointed directly at her. This squad would revolve around Wang Yan as its core. Han Wei couldn't help but glance at Wang Yan again. After a moment's hesitation, she suddenly let out a carefree laugh. Whatever. Let's just do it. If I hold back, what kind of silver moon swordsman would I be? Today, I'll go all out with you guys. Wang Yan couldn't help but smile. Don't worry, you won't regret it. Enough chatter. Let's start planning our tactics. Before the tranquil lake, the massive chimpanzee finished drinking and collapsed by the shore, snoring loudly as it fell into a deep sleep. It seemed utterly unconcerned about any danger, as if this place were its absolute domain. But at that very moment, a blinding silver sword light suddenly exploded before its eyes. Boom! A silver, ethereal giant sword materialized directly before its face. The immense impact sent a thunderous roar rippling across the tranquil lake surface. Roar! The gorilla's enraged roar echoed through the air. This single sword strike sent its 10-meter-tall body crashing over a dozen meters away. 67,530. Seeing the staggering number appear above the creature's head, Han Wei, now out of stealth mode, was nearly overcome with fury. Ha 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 ha. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I haven't felt this exhilarated since my awakening. Ha ha ha. With damage like this, I shouldn't be called the Silver Moon Swordsman, call me Queen. Call me the Silver Moon Queen. The long sword swung, unleashing a silver moonblade strike followed immediately by another skill, Silver Moonstorm. Before the gorilla could even rise, a dense web of crisscrossing sword chi completely engulfed it. Swish! 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 The sword chi rang out, filled with murderous intent. Such a relentless combo left no time to react. The tremendous commotion drew the attention of numerous hidden squads nearby. Instantly, everyone lost all restraint. Quick, everyone up! Get ready to move! Damn, who is that? He's starting a fight all by himself? Is he crazy? Is it her? That lone wolf? Shouts of surprise erupted from all directions, and the scene exploded in an instant. The calm was shattered completely. Yet at the center of it all, Han Wei continued to swing her long sword wildly. In less than a few seconds, the Silver Moon Sword, which had just appeared, reappeared on the battlefield. With successive powerful strikes, even the Beast Kings above level 30 were forced into retreat. The gorilla's health bar had already dropped below 30%. A dense golden light finally erupted from the gorilla's body. Roar! The earth-shaking RO revealed that the creature had clearly triggered some ability. As the golden light surged, the gorilla grew ferociously powerful. Its health rapidly recovered, and it charged forward relentlessly, ignoring the sword chi. Han Wei, observing this, let a faint smile touch her lips. She began to weave and engage in a leisurely dance of combat. Her movements appeared effortless and graceful, yet her speed was blindingly fast, far beyond the chimpanzee's ability to keep up. And now, as the battle raged on, she was the only one actually fighting. Yes, according to Wang Yan's insane plan this time, she was the only one tasked with taking on the monsters. Solo combat. As the monster continued to struggle, movement finally stirred from one direction in the surrounding forest. Swish! 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 Branches shook violently as someone, unable to contain themselves any longer, burst out. And this seemed to become the spark that ignited the fuse. From every direction, groups of 6 or 7, or even full squads of 10, burst forth at that very moment. As far as the eye could see, from north, south, east, and west, they closed in from all sides. Chapter 211, Legendary Scene. If viewed from a god's eye perspective, the current scene resembled a pack of wolves storming the summit. A tightening circle formed, converging on Han Wei and the monster at its very center. Even before closing in, waves of ranged attacks already filled the sky. A dazzling array of colors, a scene so overwhelming it resembled a volley of 10,000 arrows. Yet precisely at this moment, Wang Yan, who had remained motionless until now, finally revealed a fierce, icy intent to kill. Slowing aura, activate. It was like a signal. The moment the slow aura materialized, Chen Yuan, who had been guarding the outer perimeter, immediately unleashed his blade storm. In the inner circle, Su Mushue's astral portal opened at that very instant. Bloodfang and Little Black, like Chen Yuan, spontaneously sought out a team, suddenly materializing right in front of them to engage in close combat. Meanwhile, Silver King materialized a dragon fortress, hovering above Han Wei to shield her from the swarm of ranged attacks raining down from above. Then came the reckless barrage of ultimate abilities. Sacred Tide, Sacred Dragon Breath. Even Wang Yan unleashed his sole offensive skill, targeting the remaining teams. Dawn's Light. 30 morning light meteor showers, like 30 rocket projectiles, soared into the sky and relentlessly pounded down. In that moment, the squad's formidable combat prowess was finally laid bare. Every single one of the over 20 squads present was brutally intercepted without exception. Not to mention, a god-tier slow aura simultaneously appeared on the battlefield. The fate awaiting them was too horrific to contemplate. At the same moment, within an office at Jiangnan University, figures gathered one after another. Familiar faces were present, such as Su Jingfeng, captain of the Longyan squad, and Qin Lan, the homeroom teacher. But the majority were unfamiliar faces. Counselor Zhang Hang. Principal Zhu Honglin. Zhang Yongjian, president of the Jiangnan City Guild of Professionals. Vice president of the Jiangnan City Professional Guild, Lin Changhai. Jiangnan City. One influential figure after another gathered here, all eyes fixed on the screen mounted on the wall. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Is this the true strength of Wang Yan? Truly a rising star of our nation. Principal Zhu Honglin couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Lin Changhai's face was equally agitated. Single-handedly holding off over 20 teams, instantly dominating the entire battlefield, and among them were even powerful sophomore squads. Though they were all major figures in the outside world, watching Wang Yan remain as steady as a mountain in the footage left them all stunned. A freshman creating such a legendary scene was nothing short of astonishing. Class advisor Qin Lan's glossy red lips parted in wide-eyed astonishment. Yet, upon hearing the others' gasps, she snapped back to reality and quickly covered her mouth with a mischievous smile. Such a formidable youngster, and he's my student. It seemed the championship title wasn't just a pipe dream after all. This isn't just my student, this is my treasure. Only Su Jingfeng remained composed, his expression steady, though his brow furrowed slightly. But over there, another team is watching from the shadows. Wang Yan's position has been exposed. Su Jingfeng's eyes held a hint of deep meaning. This kid still isn't steady enough. Or rather, not cautious enough. For a support player, being cautious is hardly a flaw. That brat still needs more practice. Hearing Su Jingfeng's words, the stunned crowd snapped back to reality. In one corner of the screen, several smaller split screens were also broadcasting live. One of them showed Wen Tingyu and Su Yutong. At that moment, Su Yutong was utterly dumbfounded, fear etched across his face. What kind of monster had he provoked? No comparison, no hurt. Wen Tingyu, standing not far away, seemed much more composed. Though equally shocked, she remained composed, merely observing with a frown of astonishment. It seemed she was still weighing her options. Captain Su has a point. After this wave of attacks, they must have suffered heavy losses. Wen Tingyu's squad is still lying low, so the situation ahead is indeed unpredictable. That kid's just too cocky. But I can't blame him for being confident. If I had his skills, I'd take on 10 of them too. Chairman Jiang is right. What youngster isn't a bit reckless? Especially someone like Wang Yan, he's already far more accomplished than most. It all depends on how he handles the next move. Sixfold attack damage, coupled with 30% holy damage, plus 50% cooldown reduction. Such buffs were utterly overwhelming. The very first wave wiped out nearly half the surrounding squads. Of course, they weren't truly dead, their health bars were depleted, forcing them out of the secret realm. Their points were transferred to Wang Yan's squad. Faced with this situation, Wang Yan's decisions became ruthless. The targeted squads, however, were utterly bewildered. Before they could grasp what was happening, their teammates were instantly wiped out. Massive damage continued to roll in, turning the battlefield into utter chaos. Where's the tank? Hold the line, hold it. Healer. Cast group heal now. Panicked shouts echoed throughout the arena. But it was all for naught. Their defeat was already sealed. Under the effects of the slow aura, their options were severely limited. At the very center, Han Wei, still playing with the gorilla, had retreated to a distance, looking around in utter bewilderment. Not only were the enemies stunned, but she was stunned too. This was her first time participating in a major battle, and she had no idea Wang Yan's team could be this ridiculously overpowered. It took Han Wei quite a while to snap back to reality before she resumed her lane against the gorilla. Only now did she grasp that her task was actually incredibly light. With 10 layers of shields protecting her, she could just unleash her attacks freely. The real pressure was on her teammates outside. A warm feeling washed over Han Wei. This Wang Yan, he was actually looking out for her. The battle lasted barely a minute before the encircling enemy teams were nearly wiped out. Only 2 sophomore teams remained, desperately holding their ground. Sumu Shui and Bloodfang, along with Chen Yuan, Xiuhei, and Silver King, were each taking care of one of these teams. Han Wei had already taken down Black Gorilla, collected the spoils, and returned to Wang Yan's side. Captain, my task is complete. The fierce battle had earned her deep respect. Wang Yan understood she was thoroughly impressed and had fully committed. He smiled faintly and shook his head. No need to be so formal. Just call me by my name. Han Wei smiled, glancing at the others still fighting. Should I go help them? Wang Yan shook his head. Your task now is to protect me. Ha? Han Wei froze, her gaze darting warily around. There are others? Wang Yan sighed softly. I'm not sure, but as a support, it never hurts to be cautious. Mainly, I was just wondering, could someone have been holding back all this time? Chapter 212, Wen Tingyu's decision. As Wang Yan had anticipated, a small squad was indeed lurking in the jungle, having held back until this very moment. After lying dormant for so long, seeing Wang Yan's team members all tied up, they began to consider striking. But Wen Tingyu's order came as a surprise. "Let's go. We're out of here." With a grave expression, Wen Tingyu waved her hand and turned to leave immediately. The remaining members were all stunned. What was going on? Su Yutong, in particular, froze for several seconds before snapping out of it and immediately chasing after her. "What are you doing? There are still 2 second-year teams tying them up. If we don't strike now, when do you plan to?" Hearing this, Wen Tingyu stopped abruptly, her face cold. Her gaze held a clear detachment. "Su Yutong, I'm just doing a job for money. Whether it succeeds or not is none of my concern. If you insist on moving now, fine. I'll do as you say. But if we fail, remember this was your decision. You bear the consequences." Su Yutong was instantly intimidated by her imposing presence. Upon reflection, Su Yutong caught the subtext in her words. "Are you implying Wang Yan has a backup plan?" Wen Tingyu let out a cold laugh. "Do you really think a few freshmen and a handful of beast pets could create this situation?" "Oomph." Wen Tingyu silently shook her head, inwardly cursing him a fool. The developments here clearly had no impact on the battlefield. Wang Yan remained in waiting. But alas, even as the battle concluded, Wang Yan never saw the final enemy appear. Wang Yan narrowed his eyes, scanning the surrounding woods. Was there never a yellow sparrow to begin with, or had it fled in terror? The truth remained unclear to Wang Yan. After tallying their gains, this major battle had yielded over 2,000 points in total. Divided evenly, the squad's current average score stood at 517. It was exactly even. This score was likely higher than many other squads. Unfortunately, there was no ranking board here, so Wang Yan had no way of knowing their current standing. After a brief rest, Wang Yan led the team forward once more. This was merely an appetizer. The central zone that was the main course. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, the number of students within the battlefield plummeted dramatically. Especially during the first 2 days, the numbers nearly halved each day. But as the competition narrowed, the remaining teams naturally grew stronger. To the point where the value of the Beast King zone had rapidly diminished. For formidable squads, the risks posed little challenge. It was through this method that Wang Yan's squad took down 3 Beast Kings along the way. However, scenes like the one earlier only occurred twice. In the final Beast King zone, only one team was fighting. Wang Yan's squad essentially swooped in to pick up the slack. It was a sweet deal. By now, the squad's total points had surpassed 6,000. The central area was a vast plain. The wild grasses on the ground grew unevenly, yet overall, they were surprisingly as tall as a person. Visibility here was extremely poor. Yet before Wang Yan, the terrain plunged steeply downward. This was a sinkhole, a massive sinkhole. This is the sinkhole. The ultimate Beast King of the entire secret realm lies at its very bottom. This was the sole boss that had reached level 39, boasting a staggering 500 points in rewards. But such a level was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of these freshmen. It would likely require a group effort to defeat it. Yet fostering cooperation among rivals competing against each other? That's easier said than done. Not to mention the meddling sophomores. The situation at hand is incredibly complex. The 3 people beside him all wore solemn expressions, clearly aware of the gravity of the situation. I wonder how many teams are left now. Wang Yan frowned, lost in thought for a moment, then suddenly let out a carefree laugh. Why overthink it? Does the number of teams even matter? Wang Yan tapped the armband on his shoulder. Only the points matter. Follow me. Watching Wang Yan's retreating figure, the 3 exchanged glances and then smiled at each other. It seemed as though the weight on their shoulders had suddenly lifted. This man had already led them to create so many miracles. With him by their side, what was there to fear? The group swiftly descended into the depths of the pit. Seriously, is Wang Yan really that amazing? Making all of us wait here like this is ridiculous. The waist-high wild grass provided perfect concealment for everyone. As long as they crouched or sat down, there was almost no chance of being spotted. A large group of figures remained hidden at the edge of the wild grass. If they went any further down, they would truly reach the bottom of the deep pit. Yet the vast expanse at the pit's base was devoid of grass. It was nothing but a deadly, jagged pile of rocks. At the very front, a young man sat beside Wen Tingyu. Dressed in a black trench coat, he looked dashing. Hey, Wen Tingyu, what's Wang Yan's deal? How can a freshman be so impressive? Wen Tingyu didn't even turn her head, her gaze fixed on the bottom of the pit. She had deliberately chosen this spot, positioned directly opposite Wang Yan's route. Li Ting, don't you know my capabilities? Li Ting chuckled. I know. I'm well aware of your skills. It's only because of you that the guys are holding down this spot. Otherwise, who'd believe a freshman could be that good? Li Ting leaned closer as he spoke, joining her in studying the situation. Hey, my lovely sister Wen, what do you think of that kid? I trust your judgment, sister Wen. Wen Tingyu shot him an amused glance. This guy's popularity really made sense. He sure knew how to talk. If not for him, Wen Tingyu wouldn't have been able to gather so many teams. They can cloak as a group, one warrior, one mage, one assassin by their side. But the most crucial one is Wang Yan. I still don't know what class he is. He only used one ranged skill the entire time. At this point, Wen Tingyu hesitated for a few seconds. But personally, I suspect that ranged skill was likely an equipment ability. His actual class is probably support-oriented. Ha! Li Ting froze. He's a support? Damn it, all this time we've been hunting down a support? Seeing his reaction, Wen Tingyu shook her head. Don't think he's easy to kill just because he's a support. That kid makes crazy decisions, but he's not reckless. He's bold, observant, and always listening. If we'd attacked back then, we would have been wiped out. That female assassin was probably just one of his backup plans. Li Ting was utterly dumbfounded. This sister wasn't just powerful, her intellect and foresight were legendary. And yet, someone like her held Wang Yan in such high regard? Li Ting pondered for a moment. Sis 1, why do you think he's a support? Couldn't he be a mage? Chapter 213, Operation commences. At the edge of the deep pit. Wang Yan raised his hand to signal the others to halt, then frowned as he surveyed the surroundings. The bottom of this pit was only about 100 meters in diameter, far too small a range. However, the ground was covered in gravel, a silver lining. They could still remain hidden, but others couldn't. Yet now, an eerie silence hung over the area. Only amidst the central pile of rocks, a crocodile had dug itself a pit and was sound asleep underground. Wang Yan couldn't fathom why the creature had chosen such a spot. Perhaps the rain had turned it into a temporary pond? Old Wang, no one's moving. What do we do now? Chen Yuan looked around, his concern growing. Having navigated this secret realm this far, Chen Yuan could now make an educated guess. Countless teams must be hiding in the surrounding grass. This place was practically a final circle. Wang Yan was also pondering a strategy. At this stage, the remaining teams were undoubtedly formidable and likely numerous. Acting recklessly now would make the situation extremely dangerous. Besides, Wang Yan remembered that Wen Tingyu hadn't shown herself yet. Wang Yan was almost certain Wen Tingyu was here too. But after only a moment, Wang Yan suddenly broke into a smile. Attack! Ha! Everyone froze in shock. Attack? Just attack? Chen Yuandren was dumbfounded. Seriously? We're just going to charge in like that? Wang Yan grinned. You bet. Saying this, Wang Yan glanced around and then actually turned off his invisibility. No need to hold back. We're just going to strut right in. Ha! This time, not only Chen Yuan was stunned, but Sumushua and Han Wei were also dumbfounded. Wang Yan stared at the open space before them, his gaze deep with meaning. Everyone, prepare yourselves and confirm your status. What lies ahead might be a tough fight. Moments later, 4 figures appeared on the open gravel road. Plus 2 crocodiles and 2 strange beasts resembling small tigers. Here they come. Something's happening. Holy crap, look. Someone's going in. Oomph. Idiots. Who's so fearless they'd stick their necks out at a time like this? Whispered gasps began echoing from all directions. From the grassy thickets, one group after another near and far stared intently, their expressions shifting. The scene before them seemed eerily familiar. Yet, no one made a move. Though the atmosphere had ignited with tension, no fighting had begun yet. Everyone maintained a composed stance. Seeing the surrounding silence persist, Wang Yan, who was walking, couldn't help but smile. You're keeping your cool pretty well. Hope you guys can keep your cool forever. Wang Yan and Su Mushue didn't get too close, stopping 50 meters apart. Silver King and Rice King remained by their respective sides, like a pair of bodyguards. But Chen Yuan, Han Wei, Bloodtooth, and Little Black actually drew closer. 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. As they drew within 20 meters, the ground suddenly trembled. Boom! At the center, rocks erupted violently as a figure soared through the air. Roar! A deep, beastly roar reverberated throughout the entire arena. This figure was several times larger than Bloodfang, its entire body glowing with a deep green fluorescence. Alright, they're both crocodiles, but not the same species. But Bloodfang didn't care about that. In a flash, it lunged forward. It lunged to bite. Simultaneously unleashed were Dragon Might and Ice Storm Fury. By the looks of it, he meant business. Before the dumb crocodile even hit the ground, a flash of blue light arrived in an instant. Bloodfang's massive jaws clamped down on its body. Death roll. Followed by Arctic Blizzard. It all happened too fast, showcasing Bloodfang's explosive power. As a blizzard erupted on the scene, Bloodfang spun wildly with the dumb crocodile clamped in its jaws. This was no joke. Both the blizzard and the bites dealt substantial damage, visibly depleting the dumb crocodile's health bar. Faced with this situation, some members of the surrounding teams finally couldn't sit still. Boss. What do you say? Are we just gonna stand here watching? If we don't move now, it'll be too late. Boss, are there really other teams around here? Shut up. Stay put. Some were anxious, others worried. At this moment, only a few remained truly composed. Across the way, Wen Tingyu chuckled softly from the grass. Oof. See that? They clearly have invisibility, yet they just strut right in. Wen Tingyu turned to Li Ting. No why? Li Ting narrowed his eyes slightly, focusing intently on the center. Could it be they're not really fighting? Just stirring up trouble? But it sure doesn't look fake that Blue Crocodile packs a serious punch. Wen Tingyu chuckled softly and shook her head. You underestimate them. This is nothing. They're capable of taking on 20 teams single-handedly. A playful curve lifted at the corners of Wen Tingyu's lips, her beautiful eyes sparkling with amusement. Wang Yan, you really are cunning. As expected, the visual impact of the polar blizzard proved highly effective. To make the scene appear more expansive, Wang Yan instructed Su Mushue beside him to cast another astral portal. A single astral portal could nearly cover the entire pit. Covering the entire area. Now, that should be grand enough. Wang Yan couldn't help but smile as he surveyed the surroundings. Sure enough, teams began emerging from the surrounding grass. With the first one here, how far could the second be? Within a minute, figures began swarming in from all directions, each charging toward the center. Some idiots even charged out screaming at the top of their lungs. Charge! The Beast King is ours. Brothers! Hoarding it all for yourself isn't a good habit. As the shouts echoed, Wang Yan wore a smile. Bull! I got here first, so it's mine. Come and take it if you dare. Rough! Ha 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 ha! After shouting those two lines, Wang Yan couldn't help but cover his mouth and burst into laughter. He grabbed Su Mushue, who was staring in surprise, and took off running. Time to make a run for it. The words barely left his mouth when the stealth aura activated with a swish, enveloping the entire area in an instant. Instantly, those on Wang Yan's side who hadn't engaged vanished on the spot. Wang Yan immediately shouted again as he followed, retreat. We're not fighting anymore. Quick, follow me out of here. But then, he suddenly yanked Su Mushue around and started sprinting in the opposite direction. Wait. Su Mushue nearly stumbled from the confusion. Why are we running this way now? Wang Yan, we're going the wrong way. Moments later, all members had slipped past the advancing army and retreated to the edge of the battlefield. Those who had charged into the fray were initially bewildered, but the chaotic situation soon overwhelmed them. In the end, all they could do was kill monsters. Poor dumb crocodile in the middle. It went from being beaten by one crocodile to being beaten by a whole crowd. But the dumb crocodile got angry fast. It unleashed its ultimate move. Chapter 214 can only be used once. At the edge of the battlefield, Wang Yan and the others watched as a massive blue wave rolled out. Holy crap! Wang Yan and the others couldn't help but gasp in awe, quickly retreating deeper into the grass. At the center of the battlefield, chaos reigned supreme. But none of this concerned Wang Yan anymore. Once the shockwave subsided and the fighting continued over there, Wang Yan patted Silver King's head. Go! Circle around the edge of the battlefield and report back. Mark the location of every squad you sense. Watching Wang Yan's instructions, Chen Yuan and Han Wei both looked skeptical. What was he thinking? Han Wei pondered it over and over, yet still couldn't grasp the meaning. Are you planning to force everyone into the fray? Wang Yan shook his head at her question. I'm looking for someone. Looking for someone? Who? Wen Tingyu. At this revelation, Han Wei remained unaware of the details, but Chen Yuan and Su Mushue both suddenly understood. Wang Yan let out a cold laugh. If she truly has the skills, she must be in this circle now. Han Wei, unaware of who Wen Tingyu was, blurted out, what if she isn't in this circle? Not in it? Wang Yan chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Then she doesn't deserve my attention. Damn! This kid! Ha 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 ha! A wave of laughter erupted throughout the office. Everyone wore smiles, gazing at the youthful face on the screen. Admiration shone in every pair of eyes. Amazing, truly amazing. I can't remember the last time I witnessed such an entertaining spectacle. Zhang Yongjian laughed heartily, his face radiating admiration. Who would have thought? Who would have thought this kid knew about Wen Tingyu and had been guarding against her all along? But honestly, this kid's got real guts. No wonder Wen Tingyu praises him so much, he's sharp and truly bold. Wang Yan's remark instantly set the office abuzz. The excited chatter persisted for quite some time before finally subsiding. Finally, someone noticed Su Jingfeng, whose eyes were crinkled with amusement and curiosity stirred in their heart. What are your thoughts this time, Captain Su? Su Jingfeng pondered for a moment before finally letting a smile escape his face. The outcome is decided. Oh? At this declaration, the crowd erupted in astonished gasps once more. The battle hadn't even begun yet, how could he already declare Wang Yan the victor? Meanwhile, inside the venue, while the Silver King was out scouting, Su Mushue shared some information about Su Yutong with Han Wei. As fellow women, Han Wei immediately felt a shared sense of outrage, muttering under her breath, scum. Shortly after, the Silver King returned. He brought back intelligence from the surrounding area. Across the way, a group of people were indeed lurking. And by the senses, their numbers were considerable. According to the Silver King's estimate, the enemy force could number as high as 30. Hearing this news, all four of them couldn't help but darken in expression. 30 people? What did this mean? This was clearly a premeditated gang ambush. Barring any surprises, it was likely Wentingyu's team. Even if not, they were still competitors within this arena. A cold gleam flashed in Wang Yan's eyes. Move out. At the command, all three of them stiffened. But immediately afterward, they rose to their feet without hesitation. 3 days of coordination had elevated their mutual understanding and trust to an entirely new level. Not to mention, Sumushua and Chen Yuan were ironclad allies. Without hesitation, the four immediately retreated toward the central gravel zone. Following the Silver King, they crept silently right under the enemy's nose. And sure enough, up close, even Wang Yan could sense movement in the grass. He could even make out faint sounds coming from within. Sis 1, should we keep waiting? We have no clue where those guys went. Sis 1? The others couldn't help but feel a stir in their hearts. Sis 1, could that be Wentingyu? Sister Wen's voice soon echoed through the darkness. Wait. He created this chaos, and he will inevitably emerge to clean up the mess. We just need to wait for them to show themselves. When they regain control of the battlefield, that's when we strike. That will be the perfect moment. Oh? Is that so? Too bad you won't get that chance. A faint smile touched Wang Yan's lips. If possible, spare Su Yutong. Even if he gets accidentally killed, it won't matter. I'll find him once we're out of the secret realm. But... Wang Yan turned to Han Wei, regarding my abilities, I hope you'll keep them strictly confidential. Han Wei froze in surprise. But recalling Wang Yan's extraordinary displays throughout their journey, she quickly understood. Don't worry, I understand. Wang Yan smiled. Let's move. In an instant, the ice sea vortex materialized on the battlefield. This wide area control skill once again demonstrated its formidable dominance on the battlefield. The moment Bloodfang revealed himself, the overgrown grasses before him were already swept away by the chaotic currents of the icy sea. The vortex's momentum coalesced in an instant. Following closely behind were Su Mushua's astral portal, along with the dragon breaths of Silver King and Mi King. Sacred Dragon Breath and Main Dragon Breath simultaneously spread across the battlefield in a diffuse pattern. The scene instantly became a scene of earth-shattering chaos. Wang Yan stood before this tempest, his expression serene. His divine attack aura granted a 100% boost. Tenfold attack power descended upon the battlefield. Divine damage, 100%, maxed out. Shield aura, 100% maxed out. Plus the cooldown aura, 90% value, maxed out. Slow aura, 90% value, maxed out. Purification aura activated as well. Facing 32nd year students, Wang Yan brought only 3 companions and a few beast pets. He decided to hold nothing back. This time, it would be thunderous and overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, one unlucky soul barely registered what was happening before realizing in horror that his health bar was plummeting at warp speed. And the source of this damage? It was coming from beneath his feet? What the hell? What the hell is this? A group attack dealing this much damage? Before he could react, a dark orb of light plummeted from the sky. He vanished on the spot. And this was merely a snapshot of the vast battlefield. Within the grassy thickets, countless figures were caught utterly bewildered by the surprise assault. Before they could even register what was happening, they were instantly teleported away. This thunderous assault had reached heights beyond their wildest imagination. The worst fate, however, befell those at the very front. Wentingyu. Among them, she understood Wang Yan's capabilities better than anyone else and had always remained vigilant. The moment the ground beneath her shifted violently, she recognized the danger. But it was too late. Wentingyu immediately activated Clear Wind Extreme Shadow, nearly transforming into a phantom as she charged forward. Wang Yan, you actually dared to come. Yet the instant she burst from the grass, what met her was a wall of golden flames. Chapter 215, The Blessing Tablet. Wang Yan had learned some information about Wentingyu from Su Mushue. Her specialty was the Clear Wind spell. This dual-form technique allowed her to operate between the roles of mage and warrior, granting her extreme flexibility in combat. Just then, Wang Yan clearly saw a brilliant blue light flare up ahead amidst the surging flames. Wang Yan instinctively narrowed his eyes. This was Wentingyu. Unfortunately, her positioning was far too reckless. She had collided directly with the surging dragon's breath. Wentingyu instantly sensed danger and swiftly altered her approach, shooting upward in a flash. The scene left several onlookers momentarily stunned. She could fly? Little did they know, Wentingyu herself was even more stunned. In that mere instant, her health bar had plummeted by over 70%. She was already critically wounded. Seeing the situation reach a critical point, Wentingyu immediately raised her hand and swung it. Formless Wind, Slaying Strike. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, her command rang out with piercing clarity. A vast expanse of azure light flared, forming razor-sharp blades in the air that erupted downward toward her opponents. Amazingly, she managed to control her body mid-air, twisting her head and darting sideways. Without needing Wang Yan's command, the Silver King had already unleashed the Sacred Fortress as his first move. It transformed into a thick shield, as solid as a city wall, blocking the front. Following closely behind was a massive, silvery white sword beam. Swish! Han Wei had struck. Her wide area attack had secured control of the battlefield, and Han Wei had been biding her time for a follow-up. Now, her follow-up had arrived. Even though Wen Tingyu was formidable enough to break free from such an ambush, two fists could never stand against four hands. A flash of sword light later, Wen Tingyu vanished mid-air. Instant kill. The mastermind behind this ambush was thus forced to retreat from the battlefield. With Wen Tingyu taken out in an instant, the remaining opponents were nothing but trash. As for Su Yutong, he had been among the first unlucky ones to go down from the very start. He didn't even last until the dragon's breath phase. After a brief moment, the scene appeared to have been thoroughly cleared. Wang Yan and the others exchanged glances, paying no mind to the points accumulating on their accounts. The big fish had been caught. What remained was merely mopping up the rest. Wang Yan couldn't help but smile. Friends, it seems the championship is firmly in our grasp. The crowd was still substantial. The final cleanup phase took a full half hour. With the match finally concluded, everyone was teleported back to the playground. Wang Yan surveyed his surroundings. On a large screen in front of the gymnasium at one end of the field, a lengthy ranking list was displayed. At the very top, ranked first, Team Wang Yan, with a total score of 13,547. Below that row were the specific members of the team. Wang Yan smiled with satisfaction, glancing down. The second place was held by several obscure teams, their points barely exceeding 2,000. Wang Yan couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed some clever players had indeed held back. They must have held back some points and voluntarily withdrawn from the battlefield early. Because everyone in the final circle was already dead. Look! Look over there! We're the champions! Chen Yuan's excited voice rang out beside him. Perhaps because they'd become teammates, Han Wei, who hadn't originally teleported in with them, now stood alongside Wang Yan and the others. Staring at the name shining brightly above, Han Wei's eyes seemed slightly unfocused. Though she considered herself skilled, she had never imagined reaching the top spot. And now? Han Wei looked at the beaming faces around her, and a smile spread across her own. This time, I owe a debt of gratitude to all three of you for letting me share the champion's throne with you. Chen Yuan and Su Muxue looked at her, their eyes filled with deep meaning. Su Muxue, standing closer, leaned in and took her arm. From the sound of it, you think our connection is that shallow? Su Muxue understood Wang Yan's implication perfectly. Han Wei paused at the words, her eyes clearly holding a mix of testing and hope. Then, could the captain perhaps accept me as a long-term teammate? Wang Yan couldn't help but smile. I think you should have a little more confidence. Han Wei's face immediately lit up with a radiant smile. Who could possibly be confident in front of you? Well then, I'll just thank the captain for his recognition. Wang Yan extended his hand. Welcome aboard. By the way, does our squad have a name? Su Muxue and Chen Yuan both turned to look at Wang Yan. Come to think of it, the team really didn't have a name yet. Wang Yan's eyes narrowed in thought. He already had a squad one formed for the national war, named Sovereign Reign. As for this new team, Wang Yan pondered for a moment. How about we call it Golden Age? What do you think? Prosperous Era. Han Wei's eyes widened in surprise. What a name. Captain, you've got some ambition, huh? Wang Yan smiled without comment. While they chatted privately, the entire playground was rocked by an earthquake-like tremor. The outcome of the match was nothing short of jaw-dropping. Wang Yan, who had recently stirred up a minor controversy, now found himself back in the eye of the storm. And this time,